Chapter 1. The Return of the Soul. Am I dead? He looked at his slightly translucent body and the floating sensation, without pain or pressure. Just a few minutes ago, like every other day, he was one of those D2 people constantly looking down at their phones, on the street after work. He had been calculating the time for his meal, his afternoon nap, and when to return to work. But suddenly, a wave of palpitations hit him, just like an old man who could predict something before death. Instinctively, he looked up at the traffic light in the middle of the road. Shit. As expected, the green light turned red. A fast-moving truck seemed lucky enough to pass through smoothly. However, a little girl in the middle of the road caused an unexpected situation. The pain was only instantaneous, followed by an overwhelming drowsiness, and then an unusual sense of lightness in his body, finally plunging into darkness and silence. I must have died in a car accident, huh? Haha, definitely dead. He sarcastically recalled the remaining fragments of memory in his brain, the clearest being those few seconds when he got hit by the car. Strangely, the rest of his life seemed blurred and forgotten, as if it were just a dream. So what's next? If I'm dead, shouldn't I go to King Yan's hall? Why are there no black and white impermanent spirits or wandering ghosts visible? He looked at this gray space, completely unable to distinguish directions. It felt like he was in the universe, with no gravity and hardly any light. A faint whisper sounded softly in his ear. Who? He was excited because finally there was some activity in this space. I can't hear it clearly. What should I do? He was troubled. The faint whisper was so quiet, about 10 times quieter than a mosquito at night. But he knew it was trying to communicate something, and he had a feeling that if he could hear it clearly, he could leave this space. So he emptied his mind, focusing all his attention on his ears, waiting patiently for the sound to come again. You return. With difficulty, he heard 2 words, reminding him of the awful sleep moments during high school English listening exams, where he could only make out, am is are, and I. And some common phrases like good and morning. Taking a deep breath, since he could hear 2 words, he thought he should be able to hear more. Are you returning? This time, he heard more, but it was clearly a question. Exhausted from overusing his mental strength, he stopped caring about the voice and closed his eyes to rest. Are you the Demon King Xuanhuan Cardemo? A loud sound blasted into his eardrums. Yeah. He immediately covered his ears and screamed in agony. The tinnitus painfully stimulated his brain, as if a large bass cannon were continuously replaying the same sentence in his limited brain space, creating an echoing effect. Are you the Demon King Xuanhuan Cardemo? Hell no. Go away. He shouted loudly, as it was too painful. Maybe being in a spiritual state amplified the sensitivity of his pain receptors. Interestingly, after he shouted these words, his mind instantly became peaceful. He stared blankly at the dim space, originally wanting to look up at the sky. Men's intuition isn't always accurate. Almost got me killed. Surviving the ordeal, he didn't dare to listen to that whisper again. After all, he had already experienced death once. If he got shaken to death by the voice again, perhaps there would be a world after death, but beyond imagination. All he remembered were the fragmented memories before death, along with some basic ethics, interpersonal relationships, and life pursuits that were mostly forgotten. He couldn't help but think, dreaming is similar. You completely forget your current situation in the dream, as if becoming someone else. Then, could living simply be a dream, and dying awakening? Was he now like this, awake, and returned to his true world? Alright, stop overthinking. You're dead. The place where you lived before is called Earth, but now you're in the realm of severance. A 3-dimensional, surround sound-like voice echoed in this space. Though soft, it was crystal clear in his ears, as if directly resonating in his brain. It didn't need to be loud, yet it was distinct. The realm of severance? So, you must be the, big boss here. He was a bit puzzled, but not overly shocked. From his recollection, he had seen and read many such accounts before. You don't seem particularly surprised. How come? Don't you want to know where this place is, or what your fate will be? Observing his reaction, the voice was somewhat surprised, as if everyone who came here should be either shocked or sobbing uncontrollably. Not interested, no desire. But chatting with you isn't bad either. After all, eloquence needs practice. He had some plans and was ready to tease it. This is the realm of severance, a subspace in the underworld, and one of the few places abnormal lost souls can accidentally enter. He was momentarily speechless, realizing that this big boss would say its piece regardless of whether he was shocked or cared to know. He sighed, deciding just to follow the script. So how do I get out? Getting out? Impossible. Hearing his normal question, the big boss's voice showed some relief, as if he was finally on the right track. Oh, can't get out? Alright then, see you next time. ITM. Sai, why won't you ask normally? If you'd asked, perhaps I'd have told you. Hearing the voice of the big boss suppressing anger, he couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Its tone had lost that overbearing, high and mighty feeling. Don't want to ask, tired, got tormented by that voice before, now I just want to rest. He didn't pay much attention to it, and instead closed his eyes for a rest. His brain and ears still hurt faintly, so why not sleep? It smelled better anyway. Alas, in the realm of severance, entrance is possible, but departure is not. One must be summoned by someone else to leave. Otherwise, you'll slowly dissipate. After all, this place isn't really part of the underworld and cannot sustain the consumption of a soul. If you stay, your soul will disintegrate within this space in 7 days at most. 7 days, quite enough. Anyway, I'm dead already, dissipate if I must. It didn't matter whether he listened or not, and he wasn't in the mood. In 7 days' time, It was inevitable to feel somewhat depressed, since he had only just started opening new doors but they were about to close again, like having just secured a job and gotten into a routine, only to die tragically under wheels, sad and regretful. Aren't you afraid of dissipation? Once your soul dissipates, every timeline of your existence will disappear. Hearing this sentence, he became interested. You mean timelines and existence? Of course, confused. Allow me to explain. No need. What you're saying is that if my soul dissipates here, then me ceases to exist. The little girl I saved would have been somehow saved without anyone remembering that I died. And all those who knew me will forget me, right? You seem quite clever, knowing this. The big boss was surprised and impressed by his erudition. In that case, isn't it better? No one knows me, no one grieves, and my relatives and friends can live normally. He seemed indifferent, but deep down, he was unsure. When he said this, his heart felt chaotic because everyone wants to exist. Ho, you clearly haven't understood your own heart yet. I've certainly chosen the right person. After hearing these words, the big boss restored its lofty tone. The realm of severance has always been a place for souls that don't know their attachment. Among them, you are the third person I've selected in tens of thousands of years, but the previous two were sent to reincarnation. So far, you're the only one to make it this far. Tens of thousands of years. He was slightly shocked, truly, just slightly. After all, we've been witnessing characters act smug from Panga's creation of heaven and earth to the present day. A mere number like 10,000 doesn't stir much surprise when ignored or verbally stated, reducing shock. Well, since you're currently the only completely carefree person, let me send you to give it a try, to see where your achievement lies. The big boss's voice was full of grandeur, and this space began to brighten. Hey, hold on a moment. I haven't even agreed or disagreed yet. Man. No, ghost. Oh no. Boss, how can you make decisions recklessly? At his sudden stop, the big boss also showed surprise, as the first two people were very grateful, and this seemingly apathetic person had too many complaints. If it weren't for him fitting the criteria so perfectly, he could have been forcibly sent away. After all, the big boss didn't expect too much. What do you mean? Sending you to a new life? Why wouldn't you agree? The big boss was a bit shocked. The previous two individuals were so grateful. However, this unemotional individual was being overly critical. If it hadn't met its exacting standards, it might have directly forced the dispatch. Ask you this, where are you sending me? And what for? Oh, send you. In your terms, another world. When I transport you there, according to your accomplishments, the heavenly Tao will offer rewards. If you achieve the standard, the realm of severance will return to the underworld, nourishing it for tens of thousands of epochs. Meeting the standard? How exactly does one meet the standard? Furthermore, since it's going to another world, will you have me reborn or take over someone else's body? He felt a bit excited inside. After all, this was going to another world. Any normal person would be somewhat moved, wouldn't they? However, he still suppressed his excitement and decided to ask carefully before making any decisions. Oh, you seem to know quite a lot. How do you want to go? Reincarnation or body takeover? I can arrange both for you. When you get there, as for meeting the standards, that's heavenly secret which must not be revealed. Go to your sister's place with your heavenly secrets. If you can't say, just admit it. Stop spouting heavenly secrets every day. How fake. Also, what about my golden finger? I've seen many protagonists have one. I don't have a sister. Nowadays, people don't respect heaven anymore. It's no wonder. But as for the golden finger you mentioned, I hadn't thought of that. The first two I sent over, I simply let them be. She. At this moment, he wanted to punch it, but unfortunately, he was at its mercy. So, he could only try his best to secure more benefits. So, those two died early, right? How did you know? The big boss was shocked. He could already imagine its surprised face. So, when you send others over, they must play the protagonist role, they must have the golden finger, then their strength grows rapidly, in the end countering everything, including air, and breaks out of the realm. As their guide, don't you gain honor as well? True, but there are rules constraining me. Tell me what you need, and I'll satisfy your so-called golden finger within the limits of these rules. Seeing that the big boss had finally come to reason, he sighed in relief inside. He was afraid it might just send him over and let him die miserably at the hands of some foreign creature in 3 seconds flat, rather dissipating here than suffering such a fate. I want the strongest power. Can't be done. Strength can only be cultivated by oneself. Don't even dream about god-level techniques. All I can do is arrange a sect for you. As for strength, it's up to you to build it. So, how do you control this realm of severance? He asked irritably, thinking that being the strongest would mean not having to make an effort. Me? I should count as the heavenly Tao of this space. Something like that. The slightly proud tone of the big boss left him astonished. It turned out the big boss was actually the heavenly Tao. In that case, I want the ability to never die. Can't be done. Immortality. Once you reach saint level in that world, it's almost impossible to die unless you provoke someone stronger who wipes out your soul completely. Forget it. Give me a very wealthy environment, preferably with a setup where I have cars and houses, and both parents have passed away. I like traveling around. I don't want any ties. That's simple. Anything else? There was still more? But on second thought, of course, wealth meant nothing more than dirt to these kinds of beings that transcended existence like the heavenly Tao. Still, let the dirt come more fiercely. I want to retain my memories from my past life. Take them with me. If possible, set me up with some ideal girls, and that would be even better. Ugh, The big boss looked speechless. His answer was certainly unexpected. Oomph. Except for romantic fate, your other two requests can be fulfilled. Is there anything else? Now it was his turn to be speechless. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't think of any more settings for himself. If there's nothing else, I'll send you off. The dark space grew brighter. What remains will be left to you. Oh yes, and cultivation talent. I don't want to work too hard. His consciousness grew blurred, unaware of what happened next. How? Xuanhuan, have you sent another one? Can he handle it? I don't know either, but this time, he feels special to me. I don't expect much, just a little better than the previous two will do. He indeed. The first two barely reached the peak of divinity, but lost themselves due to power. Well, stop talking about it. I'll send a few people to your world for training. Prepare yourself because your world has nothing. If this fails again, maybe we won't see each other again. Haha, if it scatters, let it scatter. We have no feelings. Our lives are merely for existence and effort. Chapter 2, The New World. Year 174 of the Xuanhuan era, he was born in a small town called Weiyang Town, which belonged to Mu's city in the Qinci Empire of the so-called Xuanhuan realm. Now it is year 188 of the Xuanhuan era, and 14 years have passed. Under the arrangement of that big boss, he indeed had a car and a house, but his parents were gone. His parents, who were leaders of an expedition team, died at the hands of demons during an empire campaign against them 12 years ago. Since they were the captains of the expedition, they received the most compensation. Of course, with the help of the big boss, he also remembered his past life on Earth. Anyway, no need to say more. It was just the life of an ordinary worker. However, it made him even more confused about whether he should set a goal for himself, preparing to become famous in one battle. Hey, Weiyang Talus, what are you daydreaming about? A loud shout from outside startled me. Oh, it's Oten, what's up? Weiyang looked at the Western teenager standing at the door, Oten, whose real name is Oten Kess. His parents were once companions of Weiyang's parents in this world. Their group of 5 all perished in the war against the monsters. Now, this Weiyang town only had their 5 families left. The other 4 families would soon be known. Due to their parents' merits, this small town became a fiefdom for their 5 children. Their surnames were also listed among the nobility. There were servants to take care of them, and they didn't have to worry about other issues. As for supplies, due to the town being too small, aside from the 5 houses and basic streets, all were granted by the empire. So, daily necessities were delivered by imperial personnel, ensuring these 5 young people wouldn't starve due to lack of land. Weren't we supposed to visit the graves today? Look at your untidy appearance. You don't look like a nobleman. Oten straightened his ceremonial robe, possibly worried that the dust in Weiyang's house might soil his clothing. What's this talk about nobles? If it wasn't for our parents fighting those monsters, where would this noble status come from? Look at you, a square face, thick eyebrows, large eyes, a soldier through and through, mimicking others wearing robes. Your muscles are almost tearing apart the dress. Weiyang coldly mocked him. Growing up over 14 years, and perhaps because Weiyang carried memories from 2 lifetimes, his tone and demeanor seemed somewhat mature, but they still retained the innocence and curiosity typical of youths, causing Weiyang some reflection. We barely remember what our parents looked like. Now we are the ennobled nobility of the empire, and we must carry ourselves as such. Oten ignored Weiyang's sarcasm, puffing out his chest to reveal the contours of his muscles beneath the formal attire, appearing self-satisfied. Forget it. Maybe our surnames are now classified as noble, but doesn't our clan just comprise us individuals? Look at Eileen, Make, Chite, they don't act like you do, flying high on a little honor. That's exactly why I can't stand when you compare me to them. So I intend to live my own way. Since our 5 noble clans are down to just us, we should enjoy life fully, or else we'd waste this opportunity. Clearly, Oten treated Weiyang's words as wind past his ears. It makes sense, though. People of 14 or 15 are rebellious times. Weiyang merely laughed, tidied up his hair which had grown a bit long, smoothed his clothes, and walked out the door. Let's go call them. Weiyang reached out to pat Oten on the shoulder, but he dodged. Stay away from me. You haven't washed your hands yet. You cannot touch my formal gown. Huh? Weiyang burst out laughing. After all, seeing a blonde, blue-eyed youth with a square face not adhering to military precision, but instead resembling a wealthy idler with furrowed brows shouting, truly had its comedic side. Weiyang's family was called Talus. His parents were originally from the east. In his memory, the Xuanhuan realm resembled Earth, 5 great empires ruling the planet. And while his parents did not use that surname before, soldiers who had participated in the monster campaign and luckily exchanged conversations with his parents said that if they were ennobled, then they would be called Talus. Therefore, technically he was still of Eastern descent, flowing with the blood of dragons. Oi, Oten, Weiyang, you two really argue a lot. From a nearby 2-story building came a handsome blonde man with blue eyes, the nearest neighbor, namely Ma Dang's house. Out of the 5 noble residences, since each noble clan consisted of only one individual, the homes built by the empire were simple in design, 2-story Western-style buildings with balconies. Ma Dang, hurry up, we're going to pay our respects at the tomb today, and it's 10 miles away in Qinglin town. Seeing Ma Dang emerge, Oten urged him to hurry. Usually, when they went out to play, everyone paid attention to Ma Dang due to his good looks, while Oten always acted as Ma Dang's bodyguard. Therefore, Oten often teased Ma Dang as Little White Face. Get ready quickly, handsome man, your bodyguard is urging you. Looking at Make's half-smiling expression, this guy was going to make one of us praise him before he'd act. Naturally, Weiyang obliged him. After all, it wouldn't be like losing a piece of meat. Uncomfortable. As expected, only you, Wei-ong, can truly appreciate my handsomeness. Bodyguard, wait for me 2 minutes. Wait for your sister. Go wash your dog head quickly. I'll go check if they've woken up. Oten gritted his teeth as he watched Make saunter back into the house with that sly smile. However, he was just made that way. Dressed like a soldier but loved to work out regularly, making him the strongest among the 5 of us and nearing the first stage of cultivation. There's no mistake, in this world, people can practice martial arts too. But unlike in other novels where levels are complex, this system is straightforward, divided simply from stage 1 to 9. Each stage is more than 10 times stronger than the previous one. A first-stage warrior's strength can shatter a piece of semi-refined iron ore. In Wei-Ang's opinion, that would be about the explosive force of 200 kilograms. At second stage, you could break a 10 centimeters thick refined iron door, and it gets even more terrifying after that. He didn't care much to learn further. For mages or spellcasters, they meditate to train their spiritual power. The standard for first stage is to use spiritual force to levitate a 5-kilogram object, which allows them to cast a few fireball spells. At second stage, they can make an object disintegrate, a 5 kilograms item shattered by magic. As Wei-ong contemplated these things, Oten had already arrived with a male and female. The male looked very neat and tidy, just like any ordinary Westerner, but paired with his middle-parted curly hair, he exuded a melancholic aura. The woman was beautiful, the most attractive among our 5, her big wavy golden hair draping gracefully over her shoulders. Her eyes were shimmering with wateriness, her lips and nose proportions perfectly balanced, and she also had a heart-shaped face. All 3 of them liked her, but since they hadn't come of age yet, it was awkward to express their feelings. Chi-Tae, Ai Lin, let's wait for Make and then we'll set off. Oten walked over somewhat awkwardly. In front of Ai Lin, he always seemed overly cautious, and the rest of us had grown used to it. Hey, Make, why can't you hurry up? Your face won't change anyway. There's no need to waste so much time grooming it. Ai Lin has already finished getting ready. Why are you, a big man, spending longer on yourself than a woman? Chi-Tae looked through the window, watching Make fussing with his face in front of the mirror, couldn't help but comment. You don't understand, my face is my life. In the future, I'll rely on it to eat. After all, meditation and body training are both too painful. One causes physical pain, the other is dull. Make finally seemed satisfied with his reflection in the mirror and stepped out. Although we teased each other all the time, our bond was strong. Wow, Wei-ong, you're really going to sweep graves wearing your everyday clothes. Ma Dang came out and took a good look at Wei-ong before starting to criticize him. Sweeping graves doesn't depend on appearances. It's about having the right intention. Wei-ong shot him a disdainful glance. In the vast lands of China, ancestor worship required offering meals first, whereas here it was simply buying a bouquet, going without saying anything, and bowing quietly for 3 minutes. That's true. After all, you aren't one of us Westerners, see? Your hair is black, and your pupils are abnormally brown. How can they compare with ours? Yeah, blonde hair and blue eyes are prettier. Wei-ong helplessly humored him. Arguing would only waste an entire day. Hee alright, let's go. Ai Lin laughed at their bickering and quickly led the way. The street stretching a few hundred meters was Weiyang Town. Their 5 houses were along this street, but it was more accurate to say only 5 families lived here. Exiting their territory, there was a field of wheat stretching endlessly, bordered by this road. On either side were wheat fields, until near the horizon, where those with sharp vision could faintly see rows of Western-style buildings. Of the 5 people, the one walking in front was Oten Kes, followed by Chi-Tae Ola, then Ai Lin Jinchi, with Weiyang trailing behind and Ma Deng ahead of him. He couldn't help but sigh about how time flew by, how he got involved in saving someone in such a peculiar way, resulting in wasting 14 years eating bread and drinking milk every day, still missing Chinese delicacies. By the way, Weiyang, if you went to the Yaodong Empire, wouldn't you find some clues about your parents' past? I don't know, and I don't want to search either. However, if I get the chance to go eastward, what I'll consider first is trying local delicacies. Make suddenly asked, leaving Weiyang rather perplexed. Oh, why is that? At this point, Ai Lin couldn't help but join the conversation. Because I always feel that the bread and milk I eat every day isn't quite satisfying. Maybe Eastern cuisine could be more agreeable to my palate. Regarding my origins, fate will reveal it to me. Very philosophical. Weiyang, you're going to be a scholar one day. Chi-Tae also chimed in from the front. Yeah, when we were kids, we all loved to play. We drove those maids and servants crazy while Weiyang neither cried nor made much fuss. Very sensible even back then. Oten said this with deep sentiment. Weiyang wasn't against playing. It was just uninteresting to him. Having been used to electronic gadgets, this world didn't have any such devices. Lighting came either from luminous pearls, torches, or crystalline cores inside magical beast bodies, a fact that left this modern young man quite disheartened. Play? I've had enough of it already. I often wonder what realm lies beyond the 9th stage. The 9th stage? That's way too far. I meditate every day. My mental energy is only good enough to make a pen move, not even write yet. Make also revealed an expression of longing. Yeah, cultivation is too hard. I heard our parents were only a 3rd stage adventuring team. It was just by coincidence they got involved in the war against the magical beasts, so. At this mention, Ai Lin's expression turned dim as well. After all, women tend to be emotional creatures, and bringing up sad topics easily brought forth hidden sorrows. Cultivation varies depending on one's constitution and corresponding talent. Maybe you, make, aren't suited for cultivating mental energy. Look at Oten, he's built for physical training. Once he reaches first stage, whether joining the military or becoming an adventurer, his strength will improve faster. Constitution? Talent? Clearly, none of them had thought about these aspects before. After all, this world wasn't advanced enough. While skilled in cultivation, they lacked exposure to different types of societal experiences that someone like Wei Ong, who'd gone through 9 years of compulsory education, would bring. Cultivation in this world is akin to drinking water, eating, or studying. Everyone does it differently, but essentially similar. The main goal is to increase power, though individual constitutions vary greatly. Wei Ong slowly explained what he'd learned from Earth. All four sank into deep contemplation. He continued, look at Oten. He's naturally stronger than us and is active most of the time, which makes body training fit for him. Now he's almost reaching the first stage. Of course, it's possible for muscular men to cultivate mental energy, but they're rare. And you, make, years of meditation haven't allowed you to lift a pen. Why chain yourself to one tree? Why don't you try physical cultivation instead? Wei Yang's words were simple and understandable, prompting Make to ponder deeply. Yes, I'll try physical training tomorrow. In no time, Make's eyes lit with determination, as if ready to rise overnight. What about me, Wei Ong? That's right. What about me? I feel physical training isn't for me. Should I go for mental energy then? Inspired by Make's transformation and realizing Oten had surpassed the other four in strength, Ai Lin and Chi Te couldn't help asking as well. When it comes to cultivation, stepping into the first stage before turning 16 indicates cultivation potential. I'm 14, Oten's 14, while the three of you are 13, 12. You especially, Ai Lin, are only 12. You still have 6 years until you turn 18. Even to possess first stage capabilities, 2 years of intense training is the minimum required, and that's for geniuses. We're not geniuses, so spend at most a month trying out. See if physical training suits you or mental energy cultivation better, and then stick with your choice till the end. Hell, he hadn't cultivated himself, so how did he know all this? He merely drew on numerous novels he'd read over the years. That makes sense. We need to work harder. Decided. This month, determine what suits each of us best. Next month, strive diligently. Yes. Okay, I'm agreed. Wei Yang's words inspired 4 people with mediocre talents, leading them to significant achievements in the future. Of course, that's another story altogether. Chapter 3, Overview of the World. Qinglin Town, located in the territory of Muse City at the edge of the Qinxi Empire, was close to the forest and also served as a vigilant town. The population was not large, with only dozens of households. There were more mercenaries venturing into the forest, physicians gathering herbs, and the empire's army. The Qinxi Empire was quite extraordinary. Every city was surrounded by forests, yet there was a grand road connecting the major cities. Apart from the main city at the center, the plains at the edges of the cities scattered with small towns, with patrols of soldiers guarding against disturbances caused by low-rank magical beasts. The Xiantian realm had already seen countless eons, but the rise of the human race had occurred in just over 100 years. If it weren't for the coexistence agreement established between the 5 great emperors and the magical beast race, the human race might still be worrying about survival today. Up ahead is Qinglin Town, where the noble insignia, the guards' inspections take a long time, and we cannot afford to wait. Oten looked ahead. The small town was only a few hundred meters away, with guards stationed at the entrance. He took out a silver emblem from his pocket. On the back of the emblem were the characters Ku Si, representing his family. In front was a green grass blade, shimmering with light, radiating a magical power fluctuation. This was his family crest, also conferred by the Empire, though the patterns were chosen by the families themselves. For us 5, they were self-selected. Wayne also took out his emblem, though its pattern was a skull. He originally wanted to engrave a dragon, not the Western giant dragon, but our Chinese 5-clawed golden dragon. But the sculptor had never seen a dragon, so he arbitrarily chose a skull that no one had ever been willing to use. All the ennobled nobles shunned it for being unlucky, which led to no family adopting it until Wayne. Eileen's insignia was a rose with thorns because she believed it could protect herself. Max was a tree. Well, Wayne didn't recognize it, but it was robust. Max said he wanted to shelter his future descendants. As for something unusual, very peculiar. It was an animal's head, resembling a husky. When he picked it, Wayne really wanted to laugh, but seeing his serious expression, Wayne kept quiet. Oh, it's you 5 silver nobles. What brings you to Qinglin Town today? The 2 guards exuded a strong masculine aura and greeted them with a smile. Guard uncle, we are going to pay homage at the warrior's graveyard. Oten, somewhat enviously feeling the strength-rich aura on the guard's body, spoke humbly. After all, the guards in Qinglin Town were 3rd-stage experts. Rumor had it they could tear apart steel at will, and some could crush the head of a 2nd-stage magical beast Iron Tiger with a single punch. That was a magical beast's head. Most weapons couldn't even harm them. Indeed. Your forefathers were great adventurers. Were it not for your forefathers' expedition deep into the rear of the magical beasts, we wouldn't. Well, go in. I've talked too much. The 2 guards saw Eileen looking somewhat sad and decided not to say more. Though the 4 boys wanted to learn more details, they suppressed their curiosity upon seeing Eileen's saddened expression. Normally, the 5 of them would spend time together leisurely or in meditation and practice, leaving little time to come here to hear the guards who fought alongside their parents tell these stories. All right, thank you, uncle. We'll go. Oten politely thanked them, and the 5 of them entered the town again. Despite having visited many times, when the scenes on TV appeared before his eyes, Wayne was still slightly astonished. Western-style buildings constructed from large stone blocks, with pebbles paving the ground. A fountain stood in the central square, surrounded by small shops selling vegetables and meat. However, what stood out more were groups of 3 to 5 people, armed with weapons or magic staves, trading items such as magical beast teeth, claws, and some irregular crystal-like objects. These were magic cores. They had no time to linger. The town was built with houses encircling a plaza, so passing through the square and walking down a few streets would lead them out of the town. Behind the town, one could see towering trees. Inside the forest, the lighting was insufficient, even during the day, appearing dark. Alongside the faint magical beast atmosphere, an oppressive ambience emanated constantly. About tens of meters behind the town lay a cemetery, where the Qinglin town adventurers who participated in the magical beast campaign were buried. There were hundreds of them, ranging from first to third stage capabilities. Their forefathers were among the rare teams that reached the third stage. Mu Li, Talus, Tak, Jinshi, Daoli, Kusi, Peipei, Ma Dang, Oteller, Ola. The 5 graves were aligned in a row. Each grave was for 2 people, them and their mothers, but without the mothers' names inscribed. Adventurers, after marrying, rarely entered their wives' names into the family registry. Only after they ceased adventuring would the wives adopt the husband's surname and be recognized as part of the family, allowing them to be officially recorded. This was also one reason why female adventurers were so scarce. After laying down the white chrysanthemums, the 5 returned quietly, with no extra words exchanged. This was the habit formed over many visits. It wasn't that they didn't want to speak, but it was better at such times to return quietly to rest or meditate. They all lived under the blessings of their parents' generation and should not indulge in pleasures, but instead rise on their own. Of course, this excluded Wei Yong. Returning home, he looked at the Western-style small mansion and the treasures piled up in the basement, recalling the magical beast parts sold by the adventure team in Qinglin Town today, which made Wei Yong feel an itch. Back on Earth, he had liked these unique items, but after playing around once, he stopped because knowing about them was enough before having enough determination. Superficial understanding sufficed. Meditation is so boring. Every time I meditate, my brain buzzes. Even if I manage to endure it, it's followed by ringing in my ears and pain. It's completely unbearable, just like when I was shaken by that strange sound in the big boss's world. Wei Yong lay on his bed, not wanting a Western-style super soft mattress. Decades of sleeping on wooden boards had made him prefer lying flat for comfort. Physical training is too tiring. Wei Yong glanced at some fitness equipment and a punching bag in the corner of his bedroom. The initial pain of hitting steel made him give up right away. Well, I'll just read some stories then. Without electronic devices, time dragged on endlessly. Wei Yong took a book called Comprehensive History of the Xuanhuan Realm from the bedroom bookshelf. It was distributed by the empire to every noble family when it was established, while commoners led their peaceful lives with little concern about greater affairs. After all, knowing less meant worrying less. Several epochs ago, the celestial path of Xuanhuan established the Xuanhuan realm. Initially named Xuanhuan Star, it later faced fierce alien wars. As Xuanhuan Star couldn't hold against the enemy, the celestial path sealed itself into a realm, severing connections with the outer universe, leaving only a few passages behind. With fewer alien arrivals, the creatures of Xuanhuan Star could rest and recuperate. Henceforth, Xuanhuan Star was renamed the Xuanhuan Realm. The 8 cosmic entry points left by the celestial path are suppressed in various places across the world, guarded by the peak 9th stage beast kings of the 8 great magical beasts. When the human race was created by the celestial path, due to their fragility, for many years they remained teetering between life and death. Out of compassion, the celestial path bestowed cultivation methods, physical and magical cultivation, giving humanity the means to contend against magical beasts. In year 0 of Xuanhuan, the humans declared independence, and under the leadership of the 5 emperors, began building their own homes, seeing a significant increase in population. In year 162 of Xuanhuan, due to the massive size of the human race, the friction between humans and magical beasts reached a tipping point. This was the first war between humans and magical beasts since the era of the 5 emperors, called the Magical Beast Campaign. The war lasted 3 years, causing countless casualties among humans. Although the 5 emperors and the beast kings did not directly intervene, unwilling to see their kind vanish, they agreed on a coexistence treaty, thereby ushering the human race back into a period of peace. Upon reading this, Wei Yong roughly understood the situation. It was the same on Earth. Resources were limited, but populations grew. If another country possessed excessive resources, they might try to seize them, just like M country versus smaller nations, or our anti-Japanese war. However, for certain reasons, to avoid greater losses, both sides opted for ceasefires and mutually beneficial agreements. But constant small disputes over resources gradually intensified, eventually leading to major wars, as exemplified by the Magical Beast Campaign. Exactly such a large-scale war. Much of what followed remained blank, since it was now only year 174. Records kept were primarily the chronicles of the human race, so future developments would shape further content. Wei Yong put the book back and found another called General Knowledge. The cultivation methods have descended, but not everyone can cultivate. Physical cultivation may seem simple, but initially, requires injection of energy by a 4th stage expert to detect the ability to inherit fighting spirit. Those who fail will remain perpetually at 1st or 2nd stage strength, unable to enter the 3rd stage combat phase regardless of how much physical training they undergo. For those cultivating mental power or magic, they require attunement with nature, also known as spiritual roots. The xuanhuan realm has a peculiar type of crystal capable of detecting what attribute and quality one's spiritual roots possess. Nowadays, testing needs to be done at a mage guild, where each day there are only 100 test slots available, requiring reservations a week in advance. The rest are commoners, scholars, physicians, chefs, farmers, herdsmen, etc. They are the foundation of humanity, and daily life cannot do without their contributions. Among them, physicians and scholars are quite special. Some physicians possess light attribute spiritual roots, but have absolutely no talent for cultivating mental power. However, relying on their spiritual root attributes, they can achieve twice the result with half the effort when saving lives or curing illnesses. During treatment, light attribute spirit energy flows through their light spiritual roots and acts upon the patient's body, resulting in an outstanding therapeutic effect. This led to the emergence of the cleric profession within the ranks of mages, whose light magic can restore vitality to ordinary people. In adventure teams, each team must have a cleric in order to officially register as an adventure group at the guild. As for scholars, since they are not outstanding in either type of cultivation, they are born with strong mental power, having an extraordinary memory for documents and data, and exceptionally learning capabilities. Thus, they become theoreticians who can deduce results from partial descriptions, such as breakthrough experiences or medical book production, and so on. Scholars are also the most respected people among commoners, besides physicians. Alas, I want to be a scholar, but I just don't like memorizing books. Reading stories is fine, but reading papers? I'd rather sleep. Weiyang sighed. Despite reading many of these books on the shelves countless times, he never tires of them. Every time he reads, he gains more understanding of this world. Regarding the criteria set by the big boss, he has roughly formed a guess in his heart. As the sky gradually darkened, the magical core embedded in the roof lit up. Without a doubt, this was property left behind by the elder generation. A first-stage light attribute magical core that emits light automatically at night. A single core can last for over a decade, and if a mage infuses it with spiritual energy, it can endure for a millennium. Of course, Weiyang has studied some of these magical cores. They're polished like glass balls, milky white during the day with a shimmering white halo around them, making them look very dreamy. They feel warm in your hand, not cold like glass, which is quite miraculous to him. However, all that was left by the elder generation were merely some light attribute magical cores. Other types had likely been taken by the Empire, exchanged for treasures stored in the basement, and his noble title. Speaking of nobles, the classification system is simpler than one might expect. Iron, bronze, silver, gold, and purple gold, just 5 levels. Their group is ranked as silver nobility, also called silver nobles. Judging from how things worked back then, it seems their forefather must have raided the den of a powerful magical beast group and gained substantial resources, such as century-old or even millennia-old medicinal herbs, materials, and magical cores of high-level magical beasts. Otherwise, the Empire isn't a charity organization. It would have been generous enough to grant even the lowest rank of Iron Noble. The strength division is slightly more complicated. From stages 1 to 2, warriors represent the peak physical limits of ordinary humans, capable of bending steel or smashing rocks. Once reaching stage 3, using modern terminology, it's akin to enlightenment. In the lower abdomen, what Weiyang customarily refers to as the dantian, it absorbs natural essence and converts it into battle chi, allowing attacks to be imbued with this energy for greater impact. From there until the 7th stage, battle chi will acquire elemental properties based on the type of spiritual root you possess, leading to corresponding damage effects. For instance, fire adds burning damage, water can cause multiple strikes or absorption, wood will act like poison, adhering to the enemy's body and continuously damaging it, while others follow similar principles. I'll stop here because I'll get beaten if I go further. You'll find out sooner or later anyway. Mages, on the other hand, are truly determined by talent. Even if you have an extraordinary lightning attribute spiritual root, without meditation talent, you'll only ever serve as a generator. But since there's no machinery here, others will simply think you're electrified and discharging electricity. Mage's damage inherently carries elemental harm, though regardless of your spiritual root, such as fire, you can still cast other simpler spells or magics, albeit with reduced potency. Therefore, mages typically function as output machines in adventures. The standard composition of an adventure team usually includes 3 warriors, 1 mage, and 1 cleric. Poorer groups settle for 4 burly men and 1 healer, while wealthier ones may field a tank warrior, 3 mages, and a cleric. As the mage's strength increases, their damage changes significantly. Taking a fireball as an example, a first stage 1 could only cook meat, whereas a second stage 1 is potent enough to incinerate living beings. It's that brutal. A third stage 1 leaves not a trace of bone ash, and higher staged ones? I can only imagine them warping space itself due to extreme heat. Unfortunately, I've never seen one myself. Chapter 4, Magic Beast Bone Soup. Before he realized it, he had been lying at home for 3 days. Orton and Mike had not made any moves either, and Viang was almost bored to death. Anyway, I will go to the Green Forest town to have a look myself. They are probably trying to figure out what aspect of cultivation is suitable for them. I guess they are testing their talent for absorbing spirit energy. Viang thought for a moment, then walked to the basement. Looking at the many treasures locked behind thick iron doors, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Back in the day, he only earned a few thousand a month, leaving him nothing after paying rent and living expenses. Now that he possessed an entire house full of treasures, All of his former goals were now considered filth. Opening the heavy iron door, a flash of golden light blinded him temporarily. Although he had been here many times, this opulence never failed to impress him. In front of him were piles of gold coins as high as mountains. They were not large, just about the size of a xuanhuan coin we usually use, but pure gold nonetheless. Behind this gold mountain were numerous gemstones, emeralds, and craftworks, such as golden crowns and silver scepters, all covered in jewels. Holy crap, if I keep looking at this, I'd rather sleep in this room. Vieng grabbed dozens of gold coins and quickly closed the evil-looking iron door. He took 2 deep breaths to calm himself down, tidied up, and prepared to head out. It was still early morning. The lack of electronic devices tortured him every night. So over the past 14 years, he formed the habit of going to bed early and waking up early. Walking on this Western-style country road, with endless wheat fields on both sides, only a vague outline of houses could be seen far away on the horizon. Hey, isn't that Lord Yingguai? Finally decided to come out. The 2 guards at the entrance of the small town saw Vieng and laughed teasingly. Yes, Uncle Guard, it's been 14 years, and my cultivation hasn't even reached the entry level. If I continue staying indoors, I might end up losing my mind. So today, I've decided to take a walk. That's true, but aren't you usually 5 traveling together? Did you have a conflict, so you came out alone for some fresh air? They are still cultivating. Unlike them, I'm tired and have little talent for cultivation. I'd rather appreciate the colorful world. Vieng answered with a smile. The 2 guards were very friendly towards them. Despite their lack of significant power, being 3rd-stage Qi warriors, they weren't haughty like other experts. Instead, they got along well with many ordinary people in Green Forest Town. During sunny days, someone would bring them umbrellas to help them avoid the sun's harshness. After responding briefly, Vieng walked into the town. After passing through 2 streets, he arrived at the central square. There weren't too many people, but there were plenty of stalls. With 55 gold coins in his bag, he didn't know what he could buy, but Vieng felt that he should be able to purchase quite a bit since there were also copper and silver coins below gold coins. Kid, what do you want to buy? Look, these are medicinal herbs and monster claws, teeth, and magic cores I harvested from the magic beast forest. An adventurer uncle next to him saw that Vieng looked interested and enthusiastically promoted his goods. Vieng noticed most of the items on the stall were white jade-like teeth and metallic glossy beast claws. He picked up one claw randomly. Uncle, whose beast claw is this? Oh, this one is from a 1st-tier iron wolf. See how its fur has a slight red sheen? This is because some magical beasts can absorb natural elements to enhance their physical attributes. This claw is the sharpest and toughest part of the iron wolf's body. Its teeth come next. Look at this tooth. It may appear white, but compared to others, it carries more metallic luster, and the color has a faint red tinge. That's due to absorbing iron elements. Oh, I see. Vieng was holding the claw, which was as hard as iron blocks, feeling mechanical, yet being organic. It was a peculiar experience. Boss, I want this claw and tooth. How much? Oh, kid, you've got good eyesight. A 1st-tier iron wolf's claw and teeth aren't rare. Let me charge you 5 gold coins. Tisk, 5 gold coins. Tato, you're too greedy. We sell these for only 1 gold coin per set. Humph. Taking advantage of others because they're newbies, huh? Watch out, or the heavens might strike you for being greedy. Just as this big man named Tato finished speaking, another shop owner beside him couldn't bear it anymore. Vieng knew that these types of owners love to deceive newcomers since they were easy targets. Olu, you little guy just can't stand to see me do well. If this young man went to your stall, I bet you'd charge him 10 gold coins. Tato wasn't angry. Instead, he began bickering with this slightly thinner adventurer named Olu. This was probably a common occurrence between them. All right, Uncle Tato, 5 gold coins to you. And can I take 5 pairs of teeth and claws? All from 1st-tier beasts, please. Vieng chuckled and didn't care, knowing how hard it was to do business. He considered himself as one of the rich 2nd generations in this world now, so these small things weren't worth worrying about. Oh, certainly, haha. The young master sure has a good temper. Go ahead and choose any. Next time you come to my stall, I'll offer you a reasonable price, haha. Seeing Vieng wasn't angry, Tato looked somewhat embarrassed, but also approvingly glanced at him. He must have recognized Vieng as a potential benefactor in the future. He casually picked up 5 teeth and claws, paid, and left. Of course, when he asked Tato if there were components from 2nd-tier magic beasts, Tato said that their group currently lacked the strength to fight such creatures. They would need to wait until their 3 warriors reached the 2nd stage and their mage reached the 3rd stage before attempting to hunt 2nd-tier beasts. After all, while 1st-tier beasts were simple, 2nd-tier beasts were far more powerful. These stronger opponents had greater resistance to both magical and physical damage. Thinking about it made sense. After all, they were magic beasts, not like humans. The gap in strength between each tier was extraordinarily vast. When Vieng returned home with a pile of claws and teeth, the sky was nearly dark. Since he hadn't been walking quickly and the load was heavy, he rarely exercised anyway. His only goal was survival. Whenever possible, lying down rather than standing suited him fine. As a result, his physical condition was poor. The combined weight of the 5 claws and teeth amounted to roughly 20 or 30 kilograms. Not much, but it still tired him out. Sigh. Lack of exercise is indeed uncomfortable, but exercising is even worse. Just bear it. These are magic beast claws and teeth. I wonder if bone soup made from them would taste good. Looking at the pile of bones in his arms reminded Vieng of bone soup. It took some time for him to reach his room, where a servant had already prepared the meal and departed. They were used to this routine by now. The Empire had sent them to protect the 5 individuals while doubling as nannies. Their strength was immense, though no one knew exactly which stage they belonged to. However, in daily life, they stayed out of the way, rarely appearing unless at mealtimes when the food was placed on their table. After everyone finished eating and rested, they quietly cleaned everything up and disappeared once more, a mysterious figure. Vieng often thought this person was the big boss who came to serve as his golden finger guide in this strange land, but he simply ignored him. Even during meals when Vieng lingered in the living room hoping to catch a glimpse, after setting down the food, he vanished without a trace, making it impossible to track him. After hastily finishing a steak with dessert, Vieng returned to his room. Since the man was undoubtedly a skilled expert, saving his time benefited everyone. Moreover, he didn't interfere with Vieng's normal life, so Vieng stopped caring about him over the last 14 years. Iron wolf's claws and teeth. Vieng inspected the bunch of metallic glossy claws and teeth. Picking up an iron wolf's claw, he studied it closely. This claw resembled an ordinary dog's paw, but was 3 times bigger. Structurally, they were similar, except that the bone gleamed like polished steel, an odd yet fascinating quality. The teeth, on the other hand, were akin to white jade. What made them unique was the faint red glow in the iron wolf's teeth, suggesting they might be worth a lot if turned into ornaments back in the modern era. Let's see if I can drill holes into them. Looking at the tooth resembling jade, Vieng grabbed a small knife. Screech screech. Yikes. A shrill grinding sound, reminiscent of nails scraping a chalkboard, set his teeth on edge. Vieng immediately stopped and stared at the incredibly smooth tooth. Wow, sigh, truly solid. Vieng helplessly gazed at the Fong, abandoning the idea of drilling holes. It was harder than steel itself, completely pointless to mess around. He then noticed that the claws still had fur attached to them, and some dried meat remained. This inspired him to stew them. Heading to the kitchen, Vieng realized this place called a kitchen was unfamiliar to him. In this world, gas didn't exist, so starting a fire intrigued him greatly. The next moment, seeing a red, irregular crystal beneath the stove left Vieng momentarily speechless. The extravagance of the wealthy knows no bounds. There was no doubt that this was a first-tier fire elemental magic core, used specifically for starting fires. The market price of magic cores was very transparent. First-tier ones cost 100 gold coins each. Each tier upward in rank would increase the price based on the energy content of the core, at least doubling the price. Beyond the first tier, strength varied significantly between stages. However, it was hard to distinguish much variation within the first tier, since both humans and magical beasts with talent advanced beyond the first stage quickly, if not interrupted by mishaps. In most cases, first-tier magic cores were those harvested from young adult magical beasts before they reached second-stage development. As for magical beast cubs, although Vieng was curious about them too, they were extremely rare. If someone dared to hunt down newborn magical beasts, the mother would, without hesitation, kill her own cub to prevent it from falling into human hands. This kept the price of magical beast cubs exceedingly high. Vieng struggled to channel his spiritual energy, trying to get this fire-type magic core to produce flames. It was one of those stubborn types. It wouldn't light unless fed spiritual energy. Straining hard, he felt for the faint traces of spirit energy lingering in the air around him, and with his amateurish mental focus, he guided tiny streams of it into the core. Only a small amount passed through with each effort, and because he hadn't meditated regularly, his mental prowess was terribly weak. So he could only guide minuscule traces of spiritual energy into the core at a time, estimating it would take hundreds of tries to accumulate enough energy to start a decent flame. Time seemed endless as Vieng's eyelids grew heavier. This was a clear sign of overexerting his mental capabilities, leading to extreme fatigue. There was nothing he could do but sit and meditate briefly lest the water for cooking evaporate while his attention was occupied. Closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged on the ground, he tried to maintain clarity of mind as he sensed the sky and the stars. Just as he closed his eyes, an overwhelming wave of sleepiness hit him, yet he resisted. Letting his consciousness ascend higher, he engaged in the peculiar and monotonous act of meditation. Through this process, the sky became extraordinarily clear in his perception, and the constellations in the heavens shone brilliantly like never before. There is also an old legend stating that when a star responds to your meditation, you have acquired what's called a personal star. It unceasingly provides you with mental energy, akin to possessing an unlimited power source that recharges you constantly. Individuals who acquire such a personal star invariably become some of the great mages in the world. However, stars are limited while humans are countless. Over the years, fewer and fewer stars respond to seekers' calls, perhaps waiting until the existing great mages die or encounter misfortune. Then, these celestial beings will choose new individuals to resonate with. Beautiful though the meditative view of the sky may be, staring at it for hours, even dozens of hours, makes even the most picturesque scene lose its charm. I, driven by a sudden ambition, meditated continuously for 20 hours once, only to abandon meditation completely during my second attempt due to sheer boredom. Now, the same happened again. Had it not been for my desire to taste the bone soup of a magical beast, this tedious process would have been better replaced by sleep, after which dawn would naturally come, allowing me to wander anew. When Vieng finally ended his meditation session, the moon had already risen, indicating it was about 10 o'clock in the evening. With a mere flick of his mind to channel some energy into the core, a burst of flame leapt up. He set the pot on the fire, poured in water, added scallions, ginger, and cooking wine. Except there was no scallion, ginger, or cooking wine available here. All he had was a splash of red wine. As soon as the iron wolf's claws were dropped into the pot, the water began to boil. releasing a delicious meaty aroma that wafted through the room, a pure fragrance of meat that was appetizing yet not greasy. You cannot drink. A soft voice sounded behind him, startling Viang to break out in cold sweat instantly. But then he realized it was that expert. Master, you're here. You lack the ability of first-tier strength to consume this beast's flesh. Drinking it now will either cause you to burst from chaotic spirit energies of the magical beast or turn you into a half-human, half-beast madman. Viang was genuinely frightened. Despite reading plenty of novels describing the consumption of magical beast meats enhancing one's physique, now he understood in this world that although magical beast flesh was edible, you needed the right level of power to consume it. These days, even eating was impossible without proper strength. Chapter 5. First-rank warrior. Bone soup, here I come. With his own pot of soup taken away, Weiyang suddenly felt a bit bored. The moon was almost setting. He looked at the remaining claws and teeth, and thought he would study them tomorrow. The night passed quickly. He was used to waking up at dawn. It seemed that he had only slept for about 4 hours. These remaining. Weiyang gazed at the last 4 claws. 2 of them were still from iron wolves since it was rumored that among the monsters in the magic beast forest, only the iron wolves bred the fastest. This was why parts from iron wolves were abundant, and they weren't very expensive, only 1 gold coin per set. The other 2 didn't resemble wolves or dogs at all. Rather, they were somewhat petite, like cats. I guess these must be parts from a cat-like magic beast. I want to buy those 2 claws. Another abrupt voice reached him, but Weiyang had already reached a state of calm. Sir, how much are you willing to pay? He was puzzled as he looked at the man. Based on his eyesight alone, he could not tell what was so peculiar about the claws. 5 million gold coins. Oh, 5? Wait, 5 million. Weiyang was shocked. In the next second, he realized that the white cat claw must not be ordinary, though he had no idea what its purpose was. After all, it had only cost 1 gold coin when he found it. He couldn't have imagined such an amazing treasure hunting story would also happen to him, which probably meant that the big boss still harbored hope for him. But anyway, this has nothing to do with him. He had read countless novels. Typically, after the protagonist stumbles upon something rare, others would envy them, chase them, and try to snatch the treasure. On the brink of life and death, the protagonist's aura would activate, allowing them to break their limits and rapidly improve their strength. Was he the protagonist? The 3 people sent in before him had already perished. Although he managed to secure some resources, he lacked the confidence. You're not satisfied? Then make it 5 million gold coins plus 2 5th-rank magic cores. Seeing Weiyang wasn't saying anything, the man increased his offer. 5th-rank magic core. Evidently, this was beyond his understanding. It's more than enough. Sir, if you need them, then take them. Weiyang shoved the 2 claws into his hands. Let someone with capability handle this troublesome item. The middle-aged man rarely smiled, yet his smile was warm. Unfortunately, his fighting spirit was too strong. Despite appearing like a friendly neighbor, his pride and self-confidence, rooted in his strength, made him even more conspicuous. By the way, sir, could you tell me what kind of magic beast these claws come from? Watching the demeanor of the uncle, Weiyang was also curious about the true master of these claws, wondering what kind of magical beast it might be. Without phones or internet here, learning a little more about strange beasts would make his spare time less dull. Well, seeing that you're just lucky and lack power, it doesn't matter knowing. Weiyang was momentarily speechless. If what the man said wasn't true, and if he wasn't incapable of defeating him, he'd already... Well, patience leads to calmness. My name is Tali Hamus. These claws belong to the 6th-ranked monster, the Moonshadow Cat. A Moonshadow Cat is a mutation of a flying cat, a 2nd-tier monster, during the full moon night when it absorbs moon energy, producing a 1 in 10 billion mutation. Therefore, although the Moonshadow Cat is only a 6th-ranked monster, it has basically been unseen by anyone over the years. This particular claw is even rarer. It mutates during the juvenile phase of the flying cat, becoming a Moonshadow Cat. Since the mutated form does not appear until the 3rd rank, it looks similar to a regular flying cat under normal circumstances. If this claw were taken to an auction house, it could fetch millions of gold coins. Especially the stealth, moon eclipse, and shadow effects from the Moonshadow Cat. Whether fused into a staff, weapon, or armor, the enhancement of combat power is unparalleled. Feeling regretful, the man looked at Weiyang's stunned expression, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, as if he thought Weiyang was regretting himself to death. Screw that, this thing is so powerful. I'm glad I sold it, otherwise I'd be dead. Weiyang let out a slight sigh. The stronger the thing, the more it should be sold. Otherwise, later, a 6th-ranked elder who recognizes its value might show up, and he wouldn't survive, not even leaving behind any trace. The face of the man betrayed disbelief, an uncharacteristic reaction for the first time in years. Sir, there's no need to look at me like that. Something this powerful, what can I do with my current ability? When a knowledgeable elder comes, even you won't be able to win, ultimately leading to my demise without any remains. The treasures will also be taken away. I'm not dumb. If I don't have enough power, even the gold coins in my hand are burdensome. If it weren't for my noble status and your intimidation, I might not even be able to protect these gold coins. Weiyang said with great insight. Didn't expect you to be so wise. Surprising. The man looked at him with some satisfaction, and in this moment, it seemed as if he saw the look of a senior viewing their successful junior, making Weiyang feel uncomfortable all over. Alright, I'll place your items in your underground treasure vault. Regarding the magic core, 5th-rank cores with their violent energy will affect you over time, given your current strength. I'll store them in boxes for you so that whenever you need them, I'll hand them over immediately. Alternatively, you could trade them for gold coins or something else. The man gave him a cunning glance, having probably already figured out that he would be unable to utilize these 5th rank cores. Mister, can you just show me what the magic core looks like? After all, hearsay isn't as reliable as seeing something firsthand. As for trading, let me think. Weiyang began to ponder deeply. Should he exchange for money or other things? Here, take a look. This is a 5th rank core. This golden one belongs to the 5th rank magical beast Golden Radiance Magic Ape and possesses both metallic and light attributes, making it rather rare. This black one belongs to the 5th rank Dark Knight Lone Wolf, which has dark attributes, also quite scarce. In the man's hand appeared 2 crystal-like orbs about the size of fists, glowing smoothly while emitting a powerful aura, causing Weiyang to catch his breath. These magic cores are really beautiful. Mister, what do you think could match their value? Haha, I certainly can't tell you that. Even though the Empire pays me here, my salary means nothing compared to my capabilities. Not even enough for some cultivation resources. Alright, mister, is there any way to increase one's strength without getting tired, just by lying down? Eventually, Weiyang chose power. He couldn't help but crave last night's taste of magical beast meat, which was still making his mouth water when he thought about it. Without sufficient strength, though, he wouldn't be able to eat more. Training was too exhausting, so now he wondered whether the man had a method to level up effortlessly. Lying down to upgrade, no fatigue, no pain. The man stared at him as if discovering new continents. Strength must be gradually built step by step. Overstretching oneself only undermines the foundation, making it impossible to stand up against opponents of the same realm. You might even lose to lower-tiered fighters with strong basics. Are you asking for forced enhancement? The man calmly explained the consequences. Of course, Weiyang knew these facts from years of reading novels. He only wished to enhance his strength to savor the bone soup of magical beasts, not for fighting. Fighting? It didn't exist in his plan. As long as trouble didn't find him, he would definitely avoid it. So, does Mr. have such a method? Yes, it requires someone 5 ranks higher than you to refine the celestial essence, then inject it into your body to forcefully boost your rank. However, the understanding of this rank will be shallow, leaving you incapable of exerting full strength. Currently, I am at peak 6th tier. Promoting someone like you who hasn't entered the path yet by 1 rank only takes half a day of my practice essence. I see, then thank you, mister. You understand well. What? Are you foolish? Although forcing growth may be easy and quick, countless people prefer spending more time cultivating than forcibly enhancing. How come you? The man showed much frustration with his response, as if hoping iron would turn into steel. I know, as long as my strength reaches there, everything else doesn't matter. Don't worry about me, mister. I have my own ideas. Helpless under the pressure, the man could only agree to his unconventional request. Well, since you don't care about the consequences, I can't control so much either. Be aware, the process will make you very full. Remember not to exhale during this. It will be over soon. The man returned to his aloof demeanor, placing one hand on Weiyang's forehead. Instantly, Weiyang felt heat seeping through from his hand into his forehead, rushing straight towards his abdomen. Sure enough, an unusual sense of fullness came over him. It wasn't surprising that the man had said he'd be full. This feeling of being overstuffed and force-fed was quite uncomfortable. But thinking about how after this ordeal, he would become a first-rank expert, he could then indulge in magical beast meat. Thus, for the sake of future happiness, he endured the discomfort. The entire process lasted less than 5 minutes. By the end, Weiyang heard cracking sounds coming from his body and experienced dizziness in his head. Yet, an overwhelming sense of vitality flowed through him, confirming that indeed, he had grown stronger. Alright, remember, if you regret it in the future, don't blame me. It's your choice. The man cast a cold glance at him, seeming to disdain this kind of pursuit of power before disappearing from Weiyang's room. Phew, a little dizzy, let me sleep for a while. Looking at the rising sun, Weiyang found himself completely worn out. He hadn't slept much last night, and now both his brain and his stomach were uncomfortably full. His whole body felt heavy, and he didn't want to move a bit. Lying there quietly, everything seemed so peaceful and beautiful. I don't know how long it had been, but he felt as if he had a dream. The magical beast meat smelled so fragrant. Then I woke up hungry. I'm so hungry. Weiyang bounced up from the bed. Now that he was a first-rank expert, he could split mountains and break rocks. He'd start with the bone soup of the Iron Wolf. Time to dig in. Holding a claw anxiously, he rushed towards the kitchen, then began lighting the fire. Indeed, it was effortless. He just used a little bit of spiritual energy to summon a large amount of spiritual force, making the magic core ignite roaring flames in just a few moves. It's harder the first time, but easy the second. Weiyang even cleaned the Iron Wolf's claws before putting them in the pot. The familiar aroma of meat began to waft around. He was starving and couldn't wait anymore. He sprinkled some salt hastily and couldn't even let it cool down. Instead, he started drinking straight from a bowl. SSSS. It was too hot, yet so fragrant. Different from pork chops or steaks, this was an indescribably pure scent of meat. After drinking several big bowls, Weiyang felt full. With each bowl, he could feel a stream of qi enriching his dantian. After 2 bowls, he could drink no more. Looking at the remaining half-pot of magical beast bone soup and the completely unchanged Iron Wolf claws, he yearned for life ahead even more. After calming down slightly, Weiyang stared blankly at the already dim sky. Sigh, another day wasted. Ask Mr. later if magic cores are edible. You can't eat magic cores. The spirit energy contained within the flesh or bones of magical beasts is only a small part. As for magic cores, even soaking a first-rank magic core in hot water would create an elixir too potent for a third-rank expert to drink. Mr. S' voice echoed quietly in his kitchen. Sure enough, Mr. had been observing what he was doing. From the very first time he stewed the soup, Mr. quickly took it away. Perhaps in the Empire, magical beast meat was strictly monitored. When Wei Yong looked at the adventurers' stalls, all they displayed were claws and fangs of magical beasts. There were hardly any meat chunks visible. Either they had eaten them themselves, or the Empire confiscated them. After all, if ordinary people ate them, great changes might occur. After enjoying the magical beast soup, it became dark outside. Yet, Wei Yong was wide awake. As the saying goes, being overfed leaves you restless. He spontaneously wanted to see the night view of Qinglin town. Truly, after being well fed, it's easy to feel antsy. Usually, this walk would take him hours. Without much effort, Wei Yong saw Uncle, the guard on duty. There wasn't much exchange between them. However, his eyes showed surprise at seeing Wei Yong visiting Qinglin town at night. Moreover, Wei Yong seemed to feel that Uncle had sensed his strength, followed by a flicker of disdain in his gaze. Naturally, those who take shortcuts have a tough road ahead. Familiar paths led him to the trading square, where Wei Yong was utterly shocked. All the small vendors' booths for common folk had closed, leaving only the adventurers' booth standing. Fewer magical beast parts were now displayed, replaced by more red pieces of meat. Clearly, these were chunks of magical beast meat. However, there was no blood oozing out. Evidently, they had been pre-processed, ready for cooking. Hey, quite rare, young man. Coming here to explore the adventurer's night market. As soon as Wei Yong entered, his silver noble insignia stood out exceptionally clearly. Tato, the muscular giant, also noticed him and greeted him warmly. Uncle Tato, just wandering around at night with nothing else to do. This Qinglin town is the only place near me to stroll. Oh, now I understand why they sell meat at night rather than bones during the day. Wei Yong joked. Though the meats are mostly first-rank magical beasts, like the iron wolves, flying cats, snow rabbits, and sometimes savage bulls. Nights truly are the adventurer's paradise. Only during the night can we enter the magical beast forest to hunt. You're lucky. I've been manning the stall twice, and you always happen to show up, haha. Yeah, quite coincidental. Uncle Tato's words gave Wei Yong a lot of new knowledge. By the way, Uncle Tato, could you sell me some meat? Now that I'm a first ranker, eating magical beast meat shouldn't be against the law, right? Oh, you're a first ranker already? That must be why the guards let you in. Alright, pick your own meat. The price of magical beast meat is set by the Empire, but I'll give you a discount. Uncle Tato gave Wei Yong a surprised look, then allowed him to choose the meat himself. Truly, having strength makes everything different. Chapter 6, Magical Beast Meat, Custom Shop. The adventurer's market at night was quite bustling, but usually, Wei Yong would just buy what he needed and head home. Besides, in this world, he had tasted meat more delicious than anything in his real life, leaving him with no interest in window shopping. He selected 2 chunks of tendon meat from an iron wolf. Wei Yong didn't much care for the flesh of flying cats. Cat meat was not appetizing, and this perception had affected him for a long time. As for wild bull meat, he decided to come back for it next time. After all, Oiton and the others hadn't reached level 1 yet. A few bowls of bone soup satisfied him, so he figured that the beef slices he could handle were limited. The nearly 10 pounds of tendon meat he bought, making up 20 pounds in total, would likely sustain his current need for a while. Truly, increased strength made everything feel different. Carrying the 2 heavy chunks of meat felt easy to Wei Yong. He traversed dozens of miles very quickly, whereas yesterday, carrying claws and teeth of about the same weight left him exhausted like a dog. Today, he hardly noticed the load. The difference was stark. Returning to Wei Yong town, their house still glimmered faintly with some light. He wondered what they were up to. Taking a glance at the endless stars in the sky, such a scene reminded him of his childhood. Indeed, the environment of this alternate world remained consistently beautiful. Sigh, they're probably still trying out my baseless suggestions. Well, I guess I don't have to worry about food for this month. Entering the kitchen, Wei Yong found himself at a loss. There were neither knives nor chopping boards here. How was he supposed to cut the meat? Let me take care of it. Since you wish to eat magical beast meat, I'll grant your desire. But with your half-baked first-rank strength, you can only consume 1 slice each time. His mentor's voice brought immense surprise to Wei Yong. Food arrangements were always managed by his mentor, and now that Wei Yong desired magical beast meat, his mentor had surely also gained advantages through Wei Yang's efforts yesterday. Thus, there was no doubt he could improve Wei Yang's diet. Mentor, thank you so much for going through this trouble. Wei Yong pretended to be astonished, knowing that happiness was right around the corner. As delicious as magical beast meat is, and as capable as it may be in restoring battle energy, overeating it will leave you bored eventually. You'll understand soon enough. Remember this, when cooking magical beast meat, don't use seasonings, or else there might be news the next day about someone dying from eating poison magical beast meat. Apparently recognizing Wei Yang's ulterior motives, his mentor warned him against the taboos surrounding magical beast meat. Indeed, indulgence came with its own price. Seasoning could potentially turn magical beast meat into something toxic, meaning only its purest form should be enjoyed. Alright, mentor, I've understood. Wei Yong promised solemnly, understanding the gravity of this warning. It was dangerous business messing with food poisoning. Reflecting on his previous actions, if he hadn't sold Mr. Yui Wang Mao's claw to his mentor, if he accidentally added a bit of salt, pepper, or tomato to his large claw soup, then he might have been quietly poisoned to death without any knowledge. Not long after, A plate of thinly sliced roasted meat appeared on the dining table. There were no decorations or sauces, just plain, silver coin-thick slices of roasted meat. However, the aroma of purely roasted meat was incredibly enchanting, enticing hunger. Cutting off a small piece, Wei Yong put it in his mouth and chewed. Just as expected, it resembled barbecue without salt, lacking soul, but still not unpleasant. The unique taste of the meat, along with the slight, almost unnoticeable natural saltiness within, surprisingly enhanced the flavor. Even without enough salt, the distinct aroma of the roasted meat was unforgettable, and in moments, Wei Yong devoured it all. His stomach felt oddly full, which confirmed his mentor's method of preparing magical beast roasted meat based on a first-rank warrior standard. Though he barely passed as a first-rank warrior, he had difficulty finishing this portion meant for stronger beings. He'd stuffed himself too much. Lying still against the chair, Wei Yong waited for the energy flow in his abdomen to be absorbed. This process differed greatly from absorbing energy from the air. Energy from the air could simply be gathered and refined in the Dantian area after one cycle. On the contrary, the magical energy contained within the magical beast meat required several cycles to absorb fully. It became clear why even warriors who knew how flavorful the magical beast meat was rarely consumed it. The absorption efficiency of its energy was too low. Their power came at great cost, often gained through battles on the brink of life and death. Time spent savoring magical beast meat would be wasted when compared to the training they could otherwise pursue. After a short while, Wei Yong finally recovered, feeling relaxed and invigorated throughout his body. Though, as the night grew deeper, despite the fact meditation could replace sleep, it remained dull. Sleep seemed more substantial. A week of daily magical beast feasts later, Wei Yong couldn't keep up anymore. He called out to switch back to bread and milk, requesting a break from the magical beast meat. His mentor chuckled softly, acknowledging his plea. Hey, not bad, Aaron. What brings you out here? Did you find your way? Just as Wei Yong stepped out of the door, he saw Aaron appear on the road with messy hair. Her eyes glimmered with a subtle light, obviously having made a decision. Ah, it's Wei Yong. Yeah, I guess I am really cut out to be a magician after all. Moreover, I can now communicate with elements. And get this, I haven't even reached rank 1 magician status, but I can already communicate with elements. That's something only a second-rank magician is supposed to do. Isn't that proof I'm a genius? Aaron spotted him calling out and immediately rushed to pour her heart out. Ah, that's truly wonderful. By the way, which elements can you communicate with? It's wood, the natural attribute, rich in vitality, yet also bearing corrosive effects. Look, Aaron extended her hand, and Wei Yong could feel a wave of mental force expanding. Then Aaron's hand turned green, accompanied by a forest-like scent. Whoa, is it this powerful? Wei Yong stared at Aaron's hand. He was already technically a first-rank mage, albeit a bit watered down, forcibly elevated, but still a first-rank mage. Communicating with elements? He could just barely use spirit energy to ignite a flame. Indeed, people were different. Right? Pretty impressive, huh? From now on, call me Aaron Mage. I can sense that the wood attribute can heal wounds, poison things, and corrode them. Anyway, I've got to go back and meditate. Thank you for your words that day, Wei Yong. They showed me how interesting meditation could be. Aaron's bright eyes thanked him before rushing off once more. Sigh. She used to be such a beauty, but now she's turned into a slob. Not to mention she's gone crazy too. Meditation being fun. How do I know nothing about that? Wei Yong looked wryly at the disappearing Aaron, sighing inwardly. It seemed strength really did drive people mad. But just now, the amount of elemental spirit force Aaron had triggered was almost more than half of what he himself could produce. Estimating, she would probably reach first-rank status within this year. With daily feasts on magical beast meat, Wei Yang's palate was going numb. All he craved now was some hot pot to stimulate his taste buds, which were practically regressing. So he was headed to Green Forest Town. Besides, just recently he'd sold items for 50,000 gold coins. His underground treasure room was nearly bursting. Without a spatial artifact, he couldn't carry much on his person. Hence, his plan was to wander through the adventurer market, picking up stuff, and eat in the process since he was still considered a silver noble. Covering more than 10 miles at great speed, it took less than 2 hours to arrive, leaving him barely breathing heavily. A true testament to how good it felt to have real power. Stalls run by ordinary people opened during the day alongside quite a few inns and restaurants. Moreover, Wei Yong noticed several taverns managed by adventurers selling prepared magical beast meals. Naturally, the night's supply of magical beast meat was meant specifically for these adventurer taverns. Wei Yong walked into an adventurer's tavern called Flame Tavern, said to be built by a team known as the Flame Adventurers Guild. Hey there, Silver Noble lad, isn't that you? Didn't expect you to find your way here. An unexpected voice rang out. It was actually Oiton's tavern. You must be Oiton, right? Wei Yong observed Oiton, a relatively thin figure compared to the hulking Tato, feeling rather surprised. This must be like those absurd fates from novels. Pretty amusing. Oh, so you remember me, lad? So, Tato mentioned you've reached first-rank power, huh? Still wandering the night market. How about giving the magical beast dishes a try? Oiton greeted him warmly, trying to recommend meals. They were in business, after all. No need. A spicy regular steak will do fine. The Iron Wolf meat I bought that night for Tato hasn't been fully eaten yet. Wei Yong placed his order, and Oiton relayed it to the back. Food in an adventurer's tavern was generally pricier than elsewhere, because only someone at first rank or above could enter. And reaching first rank meant you were either subtly exuding mental force or carrying a distinct vital energy, clearly distinct from ordinary people. After eating, Wei Yong savored the sharp pang of pain in his tongue, a long-forgotten sensation, so refreshing, though it was indeed hard on his tongue. This time he didn't roam the central square, but slowly wandered along smaller alleyways where various signs hung outside the doors: taverns, restaurants, smoking houses, brothels. Wait, brothels? In essence, these were courtesan houses, just named differently in each place. Wei-Yong suddenly wanted to take a peek. Courtesan houses existed only in videos or TV series, impossible in real life without breaking laws. He was law-abiding after all. However, since this was another world, perhaps he should go in and check it out. Not to do anything improper, just sip some light wine. The brothel door consisted of 2 folding panels, with a sign hanging over the entrance. Pushing the door open, Wei-Yong instantly felt as if someone had grabbed his hand, and he touched something soft yet bouncy, like 2 lumps of dough. "Hey, silver noble lad, you're new here, right?" Whoa, it was a sultry older sister's voice with a bit of allure. It felt too good. Yeah, I've never been to a brothel before, so I just came in to take a look. Wei-Yong tried hard to suppress his heart racing as he could still faintly feel the soft bounciness coming from his arm. The 2 bulges were unmistakable, and there was no need to guess what they were. "Oh, so this is your first time, little buddy? Sister can give you a discount, and you're even an Easterner. Nice. If you can last for 3 hours, sister won't charge you anything, okay?" Upon hearing those words, Wei-Yong almost lost control of himself, but he still wanted to see whether she looked like that sweet-voiced middle-aged woman with wrinkles. He pulled his hand away forcefully. The buns, referring to breasts, bounced twice. Yeah, they bounced twice. Then Wei-Yong carefully scrutinized this long-haired older sister who was almost leaning into his arms. Just from her back, it was already enough to make people daydream. Such a silhouette would not appear in real life at all. This was completely like a 3D version of anime characters, and yet there was no distortion. It was a perfect recreation. Seeing he wasn't fully seduced, the older sister looked up. What the hell? Finished, utterly done for. This was a true beauty, a stunning one comparable to movie stars, and there was no concept of makeup in this world. Every pore of hers was incredibly smooth, with shocking S-curves and body proportions, a beautiful face, a pointed chin, willow leaf eyebrows, lips perfectly shaped, and a rosy white complexion, definitely a knockout. But why would such a beauty work at a brothel? Wei-Yong felt a wave of sympathy welling up inside him, but he quickly repressed it. After all, this wasn't the real world. Though there was imperial law, it wasn't comprehensive yet. Hence, places like these brothels and underground arenas still existed. What's wrong? Is sister ugly or something? No problem, we have prettier girls inside. How about it? Hearing this alluring tone, Wei-Yong should have been thrilled, but strangely he wasn't. This situation didn't quite make sense. Such a beautiful woman could only be used to watch the door and solicit customers? Moreover, upon listening more carefully, the place inside was eerily quiet, with none of the typical sounds one would expect. As a first-rank mage now, his mental power exceeded normal people's. He could only hear breathing and footsteps, no peculiar panting. Do you not have any customers inside? Wei-Yong pressed on, ignoring the allure. How did you know? The older sister was shocked, evidently realizing his assessment was accurate. I'm a first-rank magician now. It's too quiet inside, so it seemed odd. Our location for this brothel isn't great. Although all the younger sisters inside are gorgeous, we put in a lot of effort, so our prices are rather high. Adventurers don't usually have time to come. The shop has been open for nearly a year, and we're barely holding on. The older sister gazed at him pitifully. How much do you charge, sis? It had to be said. Wei-Yong asked a very foolish question. How foolish? He didn't know, but it made him feel really dumb. Oh, we charge 3 gold coins per person, 5 gold coins for 2. Upon hearing his inquiry about prices, the older sister probably decided it was hopeless and stopped leaning on him. During the time she'd run the shop, every customer got scared off by these rates. Wow, that's why. Fine then. Here, 3 gold coins, I'll take a look. Wei-Yong took out some gold coins and handed them to the older sister. Under her astonished gaze, he stepped into the fantasy world's mysterious brothel that kept sparking his imagination. Chapter 7. The Girl with Beast Ears. Walking past the doorway and entering inside, Wei-Yong felt very comfortable. The inn's decoration style had exquisite orange wallpaper on the walls. Picture frames hung colorful magic cores, which rendered the entire room with a hazy and lazy atmosphere. In front of the counter, the hall was equipped with many seats but remained spacious. There were a few large-eyed and cute young girls with childlike faces, or some who had a gatekeeper older sister vibe, only differing in appearance. There was also an Eastern girl with glasses who appeared quiet and scholarly. Though her body proportions weren't prominent, she exuded just the right amount of fullness. Since it was a tavern with more liberal customs, their attire was relatively open. The blonde sisters wore cropped jackets that revealed their proud waists, and only wore short denim pants like clothing, exposing long legs. The quiet girl dressed in a seemingly school-style long skirt, looking very alluring. Wei-Yong wasn't sure how to describe the other types, but in general, it was pretty open and enchanting. However, he only noticed the young-looking sister, the quiet girl, and that flirtatious female. Is this? Suddenly, Wei-Yong noticed in the corner of the table and chairs a small girl who seemed to be wearing beast ears. At this time, are girls from another world this unrestrained? Already working at this age? He muttered quietly in his heart. May I ask who she is? Wei-Yong looked at the approaching gatekeeper older sister and gestured toward the little girl with beast ears sitting alone in the corner. Judging by her age, she must be no older than 12 years old. Too young. Oh, she was saved by the shop owner during an adventure in the demon beast forest. She's a half-beast. Half-beast. Wei-Yong was speechless for a moment. So beastier girls had started appearing in the alternate world. He felt a strange excitement welling up inside him. So why is she sitting here? Although he already guessed part of it, he thought it best to ask anyway. There's nothing we can do about it. After the shop owner saved her, she insisted on coming to help out in the store and even wanted to serve the guests. Unfortunately, there hasn't been much business. Still, every day she comes, cleaning and tidying up chairs. What? Are you interested in her? The older sister looked at Wyong like an experienced driver, as if she had discovered something new. Don't look down on her because of her size. Half-beasts have lifespans not exceeding 18 years, so she is already mature. Due to her being a combination of wolf and human and losing a lot of blood when she was saved, her physical build has not developed fully. The elder sister explained slowly. Wyong's inner doubts cleared up. His guesses had been far off base indeed. Men's instincts really were sometimes terribly wrong. Can I take a look at her? He was a bit curious. After all, this beastier girl kept facing away, dressed casually, but with what seemed to be tattoos on her arms and legs. Hey, show her. Let the guests see. Turn around. The older sister shouted towards the beastier girl. Her name turned out to be Shower, and she had surprisingly grayish-white hair. Okay, Muni sister. The beastier girl. Shower softly responded, and then turned around. Sure enough, her wolf-like pupils looked at Wyong, making his hairs stand on end. However, quickly, Wyong noticed that Shower also had tattoos on her face and shoulders. What are these scars on her body? Quietly observing the full-body marked beastier girl, a streak of sadness crossed his mind. A half-beast is always abandoned by humans and hunted by demon beasts. When the shop owner first found her, she initially didn't want to save her either. But she had learned the language of humans and maintained a determined look even though she was drenched in blood. In the end, the shop owner fought off dozens of second-rank iron wolves and finally rescued her. According to the shop owner, she was being chased by a fourth-rank variant iron wolf king. For her to still be alive, that's a miracle. By the time Muni reached this point, her eyes showed sympathy. As a woman, seeing Shower's tragic fate at such a young age, another reminder of the 12-year-old issue brought back memories of the old Warcraft campaign. Wyong seemed to recall something, but realized that half-beasts only live for 30 years. At 12, her lifespan was already halfway over. Yet very fortunately, as Wyong observed the visible scars on her face, possibly due to her robust constitution, the scars actually gave her a sense of wildness rather than disfiguring her. They enhanced a streak of ferocity and evoked protective feelings. Combined with her upright beast ears and cold wolf-like pupils, he could almost see the sorrow in her eyes. Although I'd love to stay longer and experience things here, it seems timing is off today. I've already learned enough. Can I come again tomorrow? Having understood the story of this beastier girl, even knowing it was another world, Wyong couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. He himself had ended up here in a muddled way. If he hadn't schemed and planned ahead and gotten numerous benefits from defeating big bosses, he might have starved to death in Shantian world. Alright, please come again anytime. Muni watched as he no longer had the desire to consume more. After all, booking a room, eating, and meeting girls were all charged services at the inn. The 3 gold coins were just the entrance fee. The beauties in the living room showed no reaction. Some were spacing out, some reading books, others drawing circles on the table with their fingers. They also thought Wyong wouldn't spend money here anyway, since most people didn't even want to walk through the door despite how pretty the sisters were. Damn it. Why am I putting up this act? I regret not trying. Since I have the money, what a waste. But when I think about it, isn't this exactly the beginning of the protagonist gathering his harem in another world? Except that the first one is simply a beast-eared girl. Wyong walked out of the store, feeling thoroughly downcast and sad, having already paid his entrance fee and only taking a glance before leaving. Truly worse than beasts. Alright. The main character's plotline is too dangerous. She's the daughter of a 4th-rank variant iron wolf. A wolf claw swipe would kill me easily. Let's see who has time tomorrow. Drag them over to test them and see if they dare to make a move. Wyong grinned evilly. If someone else took the fall instead of him, then surely he could come every day later, right? That day passed so quickly, so fast. I want to check. Are you serious? None of you are free. Everyone's rushing to level up. You're all thanking me. What the heck is this nonsense? Wyong looked furiously at the Eastern Sun. Oten, Chite, and Mike. Damn it. Was this situation really his fault? He couldn't shake it off. No way. This beast-eared girl must absolutely be off limits. Can't touch her. I'd better pick other ladies for enjoyment instead. Maybe revisit the beast-eared girl sometime later. As Wyong consoled himself inwardly, he wandered into Qinglin town again. It was still the familiar place, same 3 gold coins. Young man, look who came. What a surprise. The elder sister pretended to be astonished while holding on to his hand, constantly hinting that she was available. Wyong almost lost control there. How much he wanted to throw all the coins from his pouch and shout, I'm renting the whole place tonight. But he dared not. Keeping one's wealth hidden and simple but practical truths such as possession invites harm always applied. Sometimes showing wealth slowly built respect among certain shady characters. Alright, today I'll choose you. Wyong succumbed completely to the temptations of the elder sister. It was torture. He felt like exploding, yet a sliver of reason reminded him that there was an intimidating beast-eared girl inside. Might as well just go with this clinging on elder sister. At least her voice, face, figure, all amazing. Her blonde hair tied neatly at the back, brimming with vitality. What a bold young man. Since you chose me, I'm generous. I'll offer you a glass of crimson rose wine. Sister Nana, we've got a guest. Assign a room upstairs and send over a glass of crimson rose. With his affirmation, the elder sister melted against him, letting the receptionist handle room arrangements, an all-inclusive service. Wyong became increasingly anticipatory. Oh, Muni, your first customer turned out to be you, truly enviable. Room 201 on the second floor, it's all empty anyway. The crimson rose will take a moment. Let me fetch the ingredients. Though the front desk attendant expressed envy outwardly, Wyong sensed her trying to tempt him somehow, mixed with jealousy in her tone. Even scarier was when he mentioned choosing the elder sister Muni. A chilling aura swept across the hall, making him shiver involuntarily. Indeed, whether in modern society or alternate worlds, women were definitely not to be messed with. They were terrifying. Quickly embracing the elder sister and rushing upstairs seemed the wisest course. Otherwise, he had a feeling those women downstairs would devour him alive. Haha. As to how they would devour him, he dared to think, but wouldn't dare to say aloud. Once reaching room 201, indeed, it felt like entering a modern hotel room. The style similar, with a large bed and bathing area. Yet, naturally, he found no gum in the bedside cabinet, because it was an alternate world where magic and combat energy coexisted, thus numerous methods for enhancing experiences, obviously designed for improved comfort. Haha. I'm going to shower first. The elder sister gently departed. Wyong lay on the incredibly soft bed out of boredom, relishing the sensation. The mattress felt extremely plush without any bed frame, though occasionally sleeping on a hardboard bed would feel more comfortable after multiple uses. Lying there, his eyelids grew heavier and heavier until finally falling asleep. Yes, he had no idea why, but he just slept deeply. Wyong woke up feeling dazed, his eyes barely open. It was pitch black in front of him. Okay, as I thought, he muttered under his breath. I've definitely been kidnapped. His wrists were tied with thick ropes as wide as 2 fingers, and Wyong felt an intense pain in his neck, like a terrible case of pillow palsy. He guessed that after being knocked out in the room, they must have immediately bound him and dragged him away. This is so uncomfortable. How cruel. Now you're awake. I actually thought you'd wake up earlier, given your supposed 1-star strength. Muni observed him with great interest, but her eyes revealed disdain. Yes, she was looking down on him. After all, Wyong's power wasn't natural. It had been forcibly enhanced and was inherently weak. What are you guys? Wyong glanced around at the vast emptiness, the space. Besides himself and her, there was no one else. He sat helplessly on the ground, still tied, while she stood towering above him. Ho, don't be afraid. This is my mental space. I simply pulled you from your own spiritual domain into mine. Muni smiled gently. Honestly, she hadn't expected Wyong to fall for her trap so easily. Mental space? That explains the weirdness. I thought your inn had some enormous basement stretching endlessly beyond sight. Turns out this happens on the level of consciousness. Wyong started to understand, but still couldn't grasp her purpose in bringing him here. Are you really dumb or just pretending? Speak. Was it Hayu Masao who sent you here to kill Hayuer? Muni suddenly grew serious, though something about her sternness made Wyong want to laugh. A rare, adorable contradiction. Who exactly is Hayu Masao? Wyong had no idea who she was talking about. The only person with the last name Hayu that he knew was Hayuer, the beast-eared girl. You don't know Hayu Masao? Then how did you find our store, and why did you immediately inquire about Hayuer's origins upon entering? Muni looked startled. This was her special skill, mental abduction, where she could kidnap someone mentally and control their emotions while discerning the truthfulness of their words. It worked perfectly for interrogations. But Wyong's answers perplexed her completely. He truly didn't know who Hayu Masao was, yet he wanted information about Hayuer. That seemed very suspicious. Right, could you tell me who Hayu Masao is? What? You don't know Hayu Masao? Muni was even more baffled now. She started doubting whether she had kidnapped the right person. If the owner came back and found out, she would surely die. Just thinking about the owner's numerous tricks gave her shivers. Hayu Masao is Hayuer's father, an Iron Wolf variant who reached rank 4 before transforming. Over time, he learned to communicate in human language and abducted several human women. However, when those unions resulted in half-beasts, he mercilessly killed them all. After all, half-beasts are considered disgraceful in the world of beasts. Clawing human women might be one thing, but producing offspring was deemed an ultimate insult. So, he chased after Hayuer to kill her. Luckily, Hayuer encountered the innkeeper and was saved. Since then, Hayu Masao has used his shape-shifting ability and knowledge of human language to hire people to search for Hayuer and plot her death. Correct? Wyong picked up Muni's words seamlessly. What kind of absurd storyline was this? He truly regretted coming to this inn. It cost him not only gold coins, but also landed him in a kidnap situation, leaving him questioned like a criminal. And this was Qinglin town, not too far from the main city, and still patrolled by guards. No wonder he avoided getting involved in any major quest lines or strayed close. They always drew trouble, like this one where he ended up captured. Chapter 8, Beast-Eared Girl. Muni looked at Wyong apologetically, completely at a loss. Clearly, she had never experienced the situation of having tied up the wrong person and now felt unable to handle it. What? Don't you know what to do? Are you preparing to kill me to cover it up so that the shop owner won't know about your mistake? Then you can pin the blame on me, saying I resisted to the death, claiming I was sent by Xiongsheng, and that I accidentally died in the process. Wyong watched this inexperienced older sister with great interest. This scene truly made him feel amused. Can we do that? The situation was dire. Watching this older sister look at him as if asking for advice, there was obvious agreement in her eyes toward this suggestion. No way. There's no way he could meet his end like this. This was only which chapter? It wasn't time to change protagonists yet. Oh, he let something slip. Never mind. He needed to fix this quickly. Muni lacked experience in dealing with such situations, so she would naturally want to implement a reasonable solution when presented with one. Hey, are you stupid? Let me ask you this. Are you part of an evil force? Weiyang asked anxiously, fearing that this older sister might casually stab him with a knife, which would be serious since they were in the consciousness plane. Of course not. What's going on? What's going on? If you're not part of an evil force, why are you trying to silence me? If you don't want me to say anything to correct your mistakes, there's more than just this one method. I think your previous plan sounded quite good. After all, in this mental realm, only you and I know. Once you die, I can explain however I want. Save it. First, untie me, I'll tell you the solution. Looking at this stubborn older sister, Weiyang became extremely exasperated. How had she survived until now? A spiritual coercion ability like this must indeed mean the universe plays favorites. No, if I untie you, your consciousness will return to your body. You're a first-tier warrior and magician combined, while I'm merely a pure magician. I wouldn't stand a chance against you. Wei, faced with such praise, Weiyang couldn't help but feel unimpressed. Sigh, frustrating. All right, fine. You don't have to untie me just yet. Tell me the solution first, and if it works, you can let me go. Fine, tell me then. Weiyang looked helplessly at this satisfied older sister, feeling waves of llamas rushing through his mind. Now that you've accidentally captured me, the fault lies with you, but it wasn't intentional. So, I'll help you resolve this issue. Make sure Xiao Yisheng stops chasing after Xiao. Sound good? Well, there was nothing else he could do. Currently, he was at her mercy, even though he was the victim. The hole he dug himself into, he'd have to fill with tears. You actually have a way? Even the store manager, who's at peak third tier among magicians, couldn't figure it out. Why don't you start explaining? The older sister looked at Weiyang in shock, obviously doubting him. There was no other option. He would have to explain his strategy. Okay, as you've seen, I'm Gui, and also one of the 5 silver Yigis living in Weiyang Town. In Weiyang Town, we are guarded by a 6th-tier powerhouse. Therefore, simply by sending Xiao over, any petty 4th-tier Xiong won't be a threat at all. If it dares to come, my protector could crush it with a single slap. Is that true? Yes, absolutely true. More genuine than gold itself. If you don't believe me, you can wait for the store manager. I'll tell them how this half-trained first-tier magician is clearly no match for their 3rd-tier power. Weiyang pleaded earnestly. There was no other choice. If he didn't show some weakness, this older sister would likely dismember him right there. When he dies and meets the big boss, they'd probably shred him apart to nourish their underworld. Well, alright, Muni. Let him go first. Then hand Xiao over to him. We should leave. A grand voice reverberated throughout this mental space. He guessed, not much to guess about it. It was the store manager. Oh, okay, store manager. Since the store manager has spoken, you've got lucky today. Muni glanced regretfully at Weiyang. He could sense faint killing intent from her. She was taking this seriously. A wave of dizziness came over him. Weiyang found himself sitting in front of a table inside the custom-style inn. Opposite him sat a mysterious figure wearing a large cloak, undoubtedly the store manager. To his left was Xiao. To his right were Muni and Nana from the reception. All the other girls in the store had vanished. Where are the others? Weiyang couldn't help but wonder. After all, this was a custom inn. Oh, they're all real illusions created by Sister Nana. Since you claim you can protect Xiao, then we'll move along. We've wasted too much time here, and we need to head to the next town. Muni kindly explained it to him with a charming smile on her lips. But in Weiyang's eyes, he only felt a chill running up his spine. This woman was absolutely devious. Alright, Muni, you're absolutely right. This Eastern Silver Noble should be Mu Li Talus' son, Weiyang Talus. Finally, the store manager spoke. It was strange, the tone was masculine, but there was a distinctly feminine feel to it. Rough, yet not grating, quite alluring instead. Does the store manager know my parents? A bit familiar. After all, during that battle, your parents' team accomplished a great feat, and the financial contribution they made was quite impressive. Is that so? Weiyang wasn't sure how to respond. After all, he hardly knew anything about the parents in this world. He'd never met them. Xiao will be entrusted to you from now on. I trust Tari Heimu's abilities. After all, he's the Imperial Army, cough. Alright, Xiao, follow him from now on. We must take our leave. The store manager seemed to have realized he'd said too much, and his figure slowly faded away. Wow, I'm so envious of the store manager's projection skills. Muni stared wistfully at where the store manager had disappeared. Projection skills? Weiyang hadn't heard of them, but they were likely mutation abilities as well. Wait, he noticed something. 3 of them had mutation abilities. It was a den of freakishly talented individuals. Well, Silver Noble, we're leaving, don't miss me. If you can still afford it, consider Sister Nana's real illusion skill for the same sensations and pleasures. Muni grinned wickedly. Yes, wickedly. The tall lady at the reception also smiled politely, then followed Muni and left. Wait, are you just leaving like this? Weiyang watched as the two walked upstairs without looking back. Only the beast-eared girl remained by his side, and this was clearly problematic. Evidently, this custom inn wasn't a true one at all. They'd used Nana's skill to simulate its existence, while the senior sister utilized her own skill for questioning. If they were enemies, they'd simply be killed. If not, those who could pay the 3 gold coins entrance fee must either be rich or noble, meaning their families would certainly harbor powerful experts. With some gentle manipulation, they could rid themselves of Shogur and move along without getting tangled in complications. Truly cunning minds these were. Now, it was too late to say anything. He shouldn't have come here. Clearly, this was the protagonist's main quest line. Damn it. Why couldn't he keep himself under control? All because of that insane, real illusion skill. His eyes had been dazzled by so many balls that he miscalculated, accepting the task. At the moment, he was unsure if he even had a protagonist aura, though he estimated not. After all, later they needed to change the main. Cough, cough, talk too much again. Your name is Shoger, right? Weiyang looked at the beast-eared girl with the sexy scar. He could sense he wasn't a match for her. Her presence made his hair stand on end, which must be the danger perception possessed by high-level experts. This far surpassed his sixth sense. Yeah, just one word. It was truly an awkward conversation. Weiyang didn't have much experience dealing with such situations. Let's go then. Follow me back to Weiyang Town. Weiyang stood up and walked out of the shop. Sure enough, Shoger followed him. As soon as they stepped out, the facade of the custom turned into a wall behind them. Were this not another world, he'd swear he'd encountered a ghost. The real illusion skill was indeed terrifying. Even the shop itself was fake. For several miles, there were only the footstep sounds of Weiyang and Shoger. He didn't know what to talk about with her, and she didn't speak either. Weiyang was cautious, fearing she might strike him down if he displeased her. After all, he wasn't her match. Back home, it was just past afternoon. The sun slanted low in the west, painting a beautiful sky. However, Weiyang had no heart for admiration. His mentor apparently knew he brought someone back, a beast person, so not only did he cook monster meat, but also prepared a full table of dishes. He communicated via telepathy. His 50,000 gold coins wouldn't last long, probably only enough for 6 months' worth of sustenance after becoming a level 1 adventurer. Weiyang could already feel his appetite increasing. Even more horrifying was the beast-eared girl who ate like she'd starved before, leaving only 1/10 of the food for Weiyang. Still, she appeared unsatisfied, truly frightening. In the living room, Weiyang laid out a blanket for himself. Despite her being half-beast, she was still a girl, so letting her sleep on the floor wasn't polite at all. Hence, he decided to make do himself since sleeping anywhere was sleeping. The night was long, and moonlight filtered through the window onto Weiyang's face. Damn, how could he sleep with a beast-eared girl in the house? Unless he was entirely dysfunctional. Weiyang thought he heard some strange noises from the bedroom, like rustling sounds. Shoger, what are you doing? He knocked on the door while standing at the doorway, quite curious. Click. The door opened suddenly, and a gray-white giant wolf stood before Weiyang. This wolf was larger than a calf, covered in scars, and looked ferocious. I was just passing by. Stammering, Weiyang quickly slammed the door shut. What the hell? Wasn't this a werewolf? An evolved version too? Did it transform under moonlight? No way. What if one day, after finding a partner, she accidentally got moonlit exposure? Would that not be an instant death? Hulawul. Shoger's transformed giant wolf roared and smashed through the door, knocking Weiyang down in one swoop. I don't want to die yet. Sir, is there anyone there? Weiyang screamed for help, because being pounced upon by a beast with jaws so close, without having superhuman strength or any experience fighting wild animals, really terrified him. Hole Grorol. The eyes of the giant wolf stared at Weiyang intently, but did not bite. He didn't feel much threat or hostility either, which terrified him even more. No wonder the master had ignored his call. Obviously, masters possess some sort of premonition skills like sensing killing intent or feeling chi, which could come in handy and even save their lives. Shoger, what's wrong with you? Weiyang questioned the wolf warily, extremely scared in case she smelled him wrong and bit his head off. Huff, Sleerp. Weiyang was utterly dumbfounded. A tongue? That was unexpected. He blankly gazed at the giant wolf as its saliva covered his face. It was done. His hygiene was compromised, contaminated. Not exactly what he wanted when visiting a custom earlier, though exaggerated. Shoger, what is this about? Weiyang asked the wolf again, trying hard not to think about the sticky saliva dripping on his face. It made him sick and uneasy. Clearly something was not right here. His sixth sense told him so. Marked, enemies coming. They'll try impersonation. Okay, that familiar voice slapped his face hard. Weiyang felt humiliated, realizing how often his manly sixth sense failed him. But he also knew that Shoger Misuzu possessed certain abilities. Someone who could hire human assassins skilled enough to disguise themselves must be of boss level. Killing her would surely grant tons of experience. Wait, no? With his current subpar strength, one breath might blow him away completely. So now, the plan had to be to stay low and make sure Shoger Misuzu came around instead, leaving Master to take care of it with one palm strike. Then everything would be safe. Who cares about experience or credit when your life is at stake? After marking his face with scent, Shoger returned to the bedroom. Damn, couldn't even wash his face, lest the mark disappeared and imposters snuck in and killed the soul wolf. If they added poison into the act, perhaps Master might seek revenge for him, but then he'd already be long gone, rendered meaningless. With a soggy face, Weiyang reluctantly laid down to sleep. Feeling rather unsettled, this was his worst night in Xiantian world, knowing killers could return anytime soon. He missed China, the rule of law, peace and safety. As the sun rose, Weiyang faintly heard swallowing sounds. Groggily opening his eyes, sure enough, breakfast had been devoured thoroughly. 20 to 30 plates on the table were all cleared, completely empty. Sitting comfortably on the chair, none other than the main culprit appeared very content, making him absolutely detest her now. He wished he could slap her beautiful face. If only he weren't weaker, if only she weren't half-beast, if only she weren't good-looking. In such case, he'd have thrown her out instantly. Not a crumb left. Weiyang glared bitterly at the shirk-ear maiden who had overtaken his home overnight. He was troubled. Thank you, Weiyang Talus. This is the most peaceful sleep and best food I've had in 12 years. Whatever. Anyway, You've nowhere else to go, and I agreed to help them deal with your situation. Alas, it's sinful. Seeing the gratitude on Xiao's face, Wei Yong's resentment softened somewhat. After all, this girl's background was far more tragic than his own. Just a few meals stolen from him. It wasn't that big of a deal since he was nobility. Besides, he had millions in gold coins stored in the basement. They would suffice. Chapter 9. The Girl with Beast Ears. The weather was perfect, except for the wolf's company. Wei Yong glanced at Xuer, who stood behind him like a bodyguard. He seemed to understand how the celebrities felt now. Being the center of attention wasn't all that comfortable after all, and it could be quite unpleasant. Miss Xuer, can you give me a bit of personal space? Look, even though Wei Yong town isn't very big, you could walk around a bit. It's not good to follow me all the time. Wei Yong hesitantly asked. After all, this was the wolf girl stronger than him. Don't annoy her, or she might annihilate him in anger. You do your thing, Xuer goes where she likes. Pretend I'm not here. Her voice was very nice, raspy and soft, just like a little girl with a cold. Unfortunately, her tone and expression were too icy, sending chills down one's spine. Well, okay, as long as Miss Xuer is happy. Wei Yong replied with a forced smile. After all, in Mr. S' telepathic message from last night, it didn't only mention his lack of funds, but also Mr. S' efforts to clean up after he brought this half-beast back. You're really restless, with weak power but an impressive talent for causing trouble. I've taken 50,000 gold coins. As for that 4th-rank mutated iron wolf, you needn't worry about it. Its head and magic core will arrive within a few days. This 50,000 gold will be treated as the adventurer's fee. Mr. S' tone carried a coldness that Wei Yong dared not contradict. 50,000 gold coins, compared to his safety, it was peanuts. But Xuer didn't believe it. She needed to see Xiaomi Sheng's head and magic core before relaxing her vigilance. After all, this was a mutated magical beast that had lived in the human kingdom for decades. Its wisdom and methods must be extraordinary. Who knows if it had any special mutation skills like those people from the brothel. Their strength wasn't remarkable, but their mutation skills let them defeat higher-ranked opponents instantly. The partners in the town were still working hard to improve their strength. After all, Wei Yong was already first class. He could feel their blood energy and mental fluctuations, like a small stream filling up a pond, which was already 8/10 full. As for his cultivation speed, theirs was like a stream while his was akin to the drops of water falling from a roof during rain. They could accumulate a lot in an hour, while Wei Yong could hardly reach a third of what they accumulated in the same time. Such was the gap between people. So, Wei Yong abandoned the methodical approach to increasing his strength and asked Mr. to help him directly. Otherwise, he would have to wait until the monkeys celebrated another year to even taste some magical beast meat. Wei Yong lay on the grass near the wheat fields outside Wei Yong town and gazed peacefully at the white clouds in the azure sky. It was truly beautiful. But beside him came a chill. Sure enough, Xuer had also lain quietly a few meters away from him. Though separated by a distance of about 3 meters, that bone-chilling aura kept disrupting his peace of mind, preventing him from appreciating the beauty of the sky. Miss Xuer, can you try toning down the cold aura emanating from you? I feel somewhat uncomfortable. It was impossible. He couldn't help but feel disrupted by this cold aura, as if being rudely awakened from sleep. His tranquility broken, he became increasingly irritated. Yes, irritated. Xuer gave Wei Yong a quick glance with her faintly green wolf pupils. Haha. Actually, you don't have to restrain yourself. As long as you're happy, it's fine. Seeing her eyes flash with even more coldness, Wei Yong quickly changed his words. Otherwise, he might get beaten up. Waste of space. Xuer uttered indifferently. Although the words were soft, Wei Yong, with his first-rank ability, naturally heard them. Yet, he couldn't refute since it was undeniably true. However, upon feeling no more coldness, his mood lifted immediately. He enjoyed looking at the sky, took a short nap, and absorbed the breath of nature. Everything was so wonderful. What the hell? Oh no, overslept. When Wei Yong opened his eyes, it was already dark. Judging by how poorly he had slept the night before, this was probably the first time he suffered from insufficient rest, resulting in a deep sleep until sunset. All right, Xuer. Wei Yong turned his head, momentarily rendered speechless. Miss Xuer, wake up. We should go back, or you'll catch a cold tonight. Hey, he gently nudged the young lady. If she got upset because of his disturbance, he wouldn't be able to endure the blow. Women were terrifying, especially sleeping women. Their combat power was on a completely different level. Crap, can't wake her up. What to do? This time, it was Wei Yong who was at a loss. He also didn't dare to carry or piggyback her like in the TV dramas. What if she woke up midway and saw herself on his back or in his arms? She might feel embarrassed and angry enough to slap him, which could instantly finish him off. Although they were both first-rank individuals, the physical constitution of a magical beast far exceeded that of a human. Even though she was only half-beast, she was still stronger than most first-rank fighters. How much more could she deal with him? This half-trained first-rank adventurer. It was likely she could defeat him in an instant. Xuer doesn't want to wake up, so you carry me back. Wei Yong guessed Xuer must have woken up already. But why did this command come with a hint of irritability in her tone? Was he imagining things? Are you sure, Miss Xuer? No more nonsense. Do it quickly. I'm very sleepy. Her tone was icy cold, yet Wei Yong could tell she was genuinely exhausted. Perhaps 12 years of pursuit had left her sleep-deprived, her nerves constantly on edge. Now was a good time to relax, guarded by a 6th-rank strong individual. No matter how cunning Xiaomi Sheng's tricks might be, everything was futile against such overwhelming power. All right then, Miss Xuer, get on. Wei Yong helplessly squatted down, then felt a small body leaning against his back, 2 scarred hands gripping his shoulders. though the touch against his back felt strange. Do you know what it feels like to carry around a cold beauty block? Though she was soft, the chill emanating from her was enough to freeze Weiyang into an ice cube instantly, should he make any misstep. Weiyang tried to support her legs carefully while walking slowly back home. He wished he could magically appear inside his room in an instant, longing for the carpet in the living room. A distance of dozens of meters made Weiyang feel almost depleted. The sweat on his back had definitely frozen. It was extremely chilly. Thank you. A faint expression of gratitude came from Weiyang's room. In his ears, the rough little girl voice reminded him of Tongmu of Mount Tian, terrifying indeed. Haha, don't mention it. Just save some breakfast for me tomorrow, okay? Weiyang responded awkwardly. If he kept missing meals, he would surely starve himself to death. Alright, I'll try my best. Haha, that's great, thank you. On the surface, Weiyang expressed his gratitude, but inside, a herd of llamas stampeded through his mind. Truly ridiculous. The main task was arduous and filled with obstacles. Not only did he need to endure hunger, but also serve her like a servant. Ow, really frustrating. After a few days passed, Weiyang managed to eat some breakfast, but he could sense Xuere's strength increasing again. Yes, this beast-eater maiden had reached the second rank. The overwhelming blood energy occasionally emitted suffocated him, indeed confirming that power enhancement had its drawbacks. Rank suppression became increasingly evident, even more fatal for him as a half-skilled first-rank adventurer. Of course, this was also due to Mr. S' daily feasts with magical beast meats. One gene of first-rank magical beast meat costs 1 gold coin, second rank 10 gold coins, doubling with each level. Mr. always fed her second-rank magical beast meat, enabling her to leave scraps edible for commoners. Life was quite miserable. Now that she had reached second rank, her appetite would only increase. When she was in the first rank, she could consume second-rank magical beast meat with large bites. Now being at second rank, wouldn't she become even stronger? His coins, he figured if he didn't work harder to earn money, given this young lady's speed of upgrading, within several decades, tens of millions of gold coins would be spent. Weiyang, come to the living room. Weiyang was taking a stroll outside when Xuere followed him as usual. The sound from the house puzzled him momentarily, but soon realized it must be related to Xiaomi Sheng's issue. When he hurried back into the living room, Mr. Tally Hermas was indeed waiting for him by the table, holding a long square box. Probably containing a head. His sixth sense was correct this time. The problem is resolved. As for this half-beast, whether she stays or leaves is up to you. But her safety will no longer be my responsibility. Mr. Tally stated indifferently. Domba. A massive wolf head was lifted up by Mr. Tally from beneath the table. Pa, my face hurts so much. Mister, what's in the box? The magic core of a fourth-rank mutated iron wolf. Its mutation precisely affects the magic core, possessing 6 times the spiritual energy of an average fourth-rank magical beast. Luckily at that time, all its subordinates were out, and it knew the human language and could disguise as a human. Thus, after knowing, the Empire sent a 5th-rank expert to secretly tail it. At a critical moment, the 5th-rank expert delivered a decisive blow to kill it. Otherwise, it would take several days to wear it down. Holy cow, amazing! Weiyang stared in astonishment at the large box. Usually, the first-rank magic cores were only as big as a marble, with diameters of merely 3 to 4 centimeters. This enormous box had to be at least 30 to 40 centimeters wide. Holy crap, this was truly terrifying. And that wolf head, shimmering with an ancient copper hue, must have been as large as a full-grown bull's head. The regular iron wolf's heads were just slightly bigger than dogs' heads. This mutation was indeed extreme. Well, the magical beast meat has been handed over to the Empire. After all, they shouldn't intervene for free. However, the magic core and the head are for the employer. Now, what do you plan to do with this 4th-rank magic core? Oh, looking at Mr. S' cunning face staring directly at Weiyang. This guy was undoubtedly a sly merchant. Righto. Miss Xuere, how about you handle Miss Xiaomi Sheng's head and magic core? Weiyang was getting a headache, but then he noticed the icy aura beside him getting stronger and stronger. Quickly, he passed the hot potato to Miss Xuere. After all, it was more comfortable to please the maiden with beast ears than to deal with a sly merchant. Haha, that makes sense. Since you already have a plan, I'll leave then. Seeing there was no profit to be made, Mr. Tally's figure gradually vanished from the living room. Indeed, the strong are always different. They come and go without a trace. Are you sure you want me to handle it? Xuener's eyes turned red, and Weiyang could sense a hint of killing intent as well as a bit of gratitude towards him. Yeah, leave it to you. Even though it cost 50,000 gold coins, I feel unsafe keeping it. You deal with it. It's after all better since you're much stronger than me. Weiyang let out a haha laugh. He realized when he mentioned 50,000 gold coins, her movements paused briefly. Having spent many days together, he knew this indicated her astonishment. Thank you. Weiyang faintly heard these 2 words before Xuere picked up the wolf's head in the box and left the living room. It was also the first time she moved far away from him. Without the familiar chilling sensation nearby, he strangely felt unaccustomed to it. Indeed, habits can be scary, so I let it go. After all, I'm used to being alone. If she leaves, then so be it. Weiyang shrugged indifferently and went outside to gaze at the sky. With no one disturbing him, he usually enjoyed this peace. But at this very moment, he somehow felt anxious about losing something. Trying to shake off those distractions, Weiyang rested a little. His cultivation speed was way too slow. Their 4-person group's breakthrough was nearing its end. By the time everyone else broke through their limits, Weiyang would still be the weakest among them. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Shoo shhhh shoo. A light sound came his way, and Weiyang opened his eyes. There stood Schwer silently next to him, lowering her head to look at him with her wolf-like eyes. Are you done handling it? Feeling a bit awkward, Weiyang didn't know what else to do but asked politely. Schwer answered and lay down next to Weiyang. There was no longer any icy aura around her, or maybe he had simply gotten used to it. It was the first time she was lying so close to him without exuding coldness. For the first time, he felt her real existence, instead of being like a lifeless thing as she used to be. She seemed now alive again. She was extremely close, not even 10 centimeters apart. Weiyang could hear her slight breathing and sobbing. I crushed its head inch by inch. It was so hard. I bit it with my teeth and scratched it with my claws. It took me a long time. Then what? I chipped its magic core off inch by inch and ate it. 12 years finally came to an end. It's over. Simple words carried the joy of avenged grievances along with an undertone of melancholy. Though feeling as if sharing her pain, Weiyang was made uncomfortable by the overwhelming grief and sense of relief emanating from her. You really are like what the shopkeeper said. What? This sudden sentence left him utterly bewildered. It's nothing. From now on, I will be your bodyguard and enforcer. But you must provide meals. Also, last night I fell asleep outside. Carry me back home. Oh, okay. Her commanding tone lacked the usual icy edge. Perhaps just as described in other novels, Weiyang finally stepped into the heart of a reclusive girl. Chapter 10, A First-Rank Gathering. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Summer had arrived. The weather in July was hot both on Earth and in this strange world. Phew. Weiyang took a deep breath, sweat beading on his forehead once more. He shook off his thoughts. It was just plain heat, nothing strange going on. Ironically, though, the half-beast still didn't feel the heat at all. After thinking about it for a while, Weiyang decided it was because of the coldness inside her body. But there was one advantage to that. Standing by her felt like being near an air conditioner, incredibly refreshing. This girl could even lower the temperature. She was quite the treasure during the summer. Hey, you're standing too close. A chilly voice rang out. Oh, sorry, it's just so hot over here, but it's nice and cool around you, so I... Weiyang broke into a cold sweat. The girl before him was now a second-rank powerhouse, and he could sense the vast amount of blood energy within her. However, what was strange was that this power carried a cold sensation. Could it be an ice elemental constitution? If she reached third rank, would it evolve into an ice elemental fighting spirit? That was such a rare attribute. It was already insane that she had such a monstrous talent for cultivation, let alone having a rare element. It was too good. Here, take the first-rank snow rabbit's magic core. I don't feel comfortable when you get too close. She pulled out a white magic core from her pocket, and a cooling aura spread out from it. In this sweltering summer, it was truly delightful. Then I'll go for a walk outside. See ya. With the snow-white magic core, roughly 2 fingers thick, in hand, Weiyang felt none of the earlier heat anymore. Although 3 months of living with her had made him somewhat adjusted, the food provided still seemed inadequate. Oten had also broken through to the first rank, and they'd consolidated their strength in these past few months. So, Weiyang decided to find them. He hadn't seen them in nearly 4 months and missed them dearly. Pang pang pang. Hey, Oten, open up. I know you're in there. Weiyang banged on the door forcefully. Oten, the burly brute, must have broken through to the first rank. His muscles were likely even more exaggerated now. Oh, hang on a moment. A slightly panicked voice responded, accompanied by a clatter of sounds. Creak, squeak. The door slowly opened. Indeed, a large man greeted Weiyang at the door. With his square face and thick eyebrows, Oten looked surprisingly youthful. Oten, why are you dressed like Grandpa? Weiyang stared as the t-shirt, stretched tight over Oten's bulging muscles, made it look like some old granddad's tank top, a scene rich with hilarity. Your advice worked well. I quickly broke through the first rank and also came in contact with golden elemental energies. Look, every time I use my internal strength, my muscles swell up like this. As Weiyang watched, Oten's muscles grew larger again, his skin radiating with an antique bronze color. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed soldier who had bronze-colored muscles. It was rather an odd mix. Man, each of you. Even Alan. When she broke through the first rank, she connected with wood elemental energies. Her mental powers and spells carry both corrosion and vitality. How can you all be so strong? Weiyang looked blankly at this Western giant who now looked more Eastern-like, sighing internally with a significant blow to his pride. Alright, let's check on Mike and the others. They should be close to finishing as well. 2 months ago, I found out that you two had reached the first rank. Weiyang helplessly dragged the muscled-up man away. After all, there'd be another shock waiting shortly, and right now was not the time to fall apart. No need. We're already here. Let's go sit on some grass somewhere. We haven't gathered together for ages. I feel like I'm no longer attractive. Mike followed behind by Chi-Te and Alan. Moreover, Mike comically flicked the blonde bangs hanging over his forehead, clearly showing off. Alright, you show off. If I wasn't weaker than you, I'd have smacked you a long time ago. At a nearby empty patch, our group of 5 gathered together. Staring at one another, no one wanted to break the silence, making for an awkward atmosphere. I can't take it anymore. Fine, you guys win. I'll say something first. Mike couldn't hold back any longer. His naturally lively nature made it unbearable to stay silent in such a suffocating environment. He burst first, curious himself to know how far Mike's abilities had developed upon breaking through the first rank. As for me, originally I planned to cultivate both martial energy and spirit force at the same time. But after hearing Weiyang's words, I realized that martial energy had been progressing too slowly, so I chose to become a mage. Now, I've achieved the first rank. As expected, looking at Mike with his tender skin, he wasn't suited for body refinement. After all, in this world, there were no cultivation techniques. The path of body refinement involved absorbing spirit energy, refining it within the dantian, and then converting it into martial qi. Because everyone's physical constitution was different, the speed of absorption varied from person to person. Mental power was similar. Everyone would sit cross-legged to sense the stars, which appeared bright during meditation. However, how much mental power increased afterward depended on the individual. And Mike began to tease us, successfully sparking our curiosity. And what? Just say it already. This stalling is ridiculous. We're wasting time. Chi and Oten couldn't stand it anymore and urged him on. I also sensed an attribute, fire attribute. So, I will become a great fire mage. How about that? Cheer for me. Mike shouted excitedly, but we remained calm. Naturally, he had sensed an attribute. Judging by their backgrounds, their parents must have been exceptional. Otherwise, they wouldn't have obtained the status of silver nobles so easily. Aren't you surprised? Shouldn't you be envious? Mike felt a blow, having been so thrilled when he sensed the fire attribute that he didn't sleep for a night. Now, his achievement went unrecognized by his friends, which was painful. Mike, you shouldn't be too shocked. Among the 5 of us, only I seem unable to sense any elemental essence. Weiyang, noticing Mike's dismay, got up to comfort him. Are you serious? What do you mean, Weiyang? You can't possibly not have sensed any essence when you've reached first rank in both body refinement and mental strength, right? Could it be? Mike seemed to realize something. After all, as they had started walking on the path of cultivation, they could generally perceive each other's strength. Perhaps the previous silence had been meant to give Weiyang a chance to explain himself. You're correct. My strength was forcibly enhanced by Master Tali. Therefore, I can't sense any elemental essences, and my abilities are much weaker than those of ordinary first-rank adventurers. Whether in terms of mental strength or the amount of martial qi, I lack compared to them. Weiyang looked helplessly at the 4 of them. There was nothing he could do about it. How could you be so foolish? To force enhancement of one's strength means suffering more disadvantages as time goes on. Over these past months, haven't you thought of closing the gap? Oten was furious at Weiyang. The other 3 also frowned, caught off guard by Weiyang's situation. I tried. When I was elevated to first rank, I realized that if your absorption of spirit energy is like a small stream, mine is akin to drops of water dripping from the eaves during drizzle. Regarding mental strength, I can barely ignite fire using a fire element magic core now, and casting a first-rank spell such as Fireball seems out of reach until I reach second rank. Weiyang's words caused them to fall silent again. After all, the 5 of them were like brothers and sisters. The pain of one person was shared by all. Yet his condition left them somewhat at a loss. Indeed, power equaled original sin. What will you do later? Will you just stay at first rank forever without advancing? Chi asked Weiyang calmly. In this situation, only he, who usually stayed composed under pressure, could ask fundamental questions coolly. No worries, everyone has different talents. Your talents surpass mine by many times. Hence, in the future, I will rely on all of you. And you cannot abandon me. Weiyang laughed heartily, seeming unconcerned. That's unacceptable. We 5 are a team and must advance and retreat together. Alan spoke up here. Typically sensitive, she could only use such naive language to mask her real feelings. I have no solutions. Oten scratched his head anxiously, punching the ground hard enough to leave his fist embedded in it. This was clearly stronger than average first-rank adventurers. Most could split the ground, but embedding one's fist like Oten did required extraordinary force. Isn't anyone going to appreciate my beauty? No, Weiyang, I won't leave you behind. Mike shouted dramatically. Although it sounded funny, none of the 3 could laugh. Only Weiyang slapped away his hand jokingly while laughing. All right, I'll follow you, ha. Well, you 3 stop fretting. The main person here isn't as troubled as you are. If the Emperor isn't worried, why should the eunuch be? Weiyang quickly interrupted their deep thoughts, continuing to think might make them obsessed. So what's your plan? Yeah, that's right. Tell us, what do we do? The 3 questioned him angrily, frustrated as though they regretted his weakness. Master Tali said, as long as the rank difference isn't beyond 5 levels, one can elevate someone of a lower rank without harming their foundation. Weiyang said indifferently. After all, this was related to the enjoyment of magical beast feasts in the future. Now, just eating a first-rank magical beast was already very satisfying. Every day, watching Zula eat second-rank and third-rank magical beasts' meat, that flavor wasn't comparable to the first-rank magical beasts. We certainly know this, so what? Chi-Ti's eyes flickered with an uncertain light. So, you 4, when your realms reach the 3rd rank, take turns enhancing my strength. The 4 of you together should achieve the effect of not hurting the foundation, since we are currently at low ranks with fewer absorption and storage capacities for martial qi and mental force. Moreover, 2 of you focus on spiritual power and 2 on martial qi. Therefore, having a 2-rank gap is most appropriate. Weiyang said solemnly, as he clearly remembered the amount of martial qi Master Tali had transmitted. It felt similar to the aura of the guards in Qinglin Town. Despite the heavy load on their 2 responsible individuals for both his martial qi enhancement and mental force boost, they would not harm the foundation but might feel weak for several days. Is that so? Are you sure? Chi-Ti looked seriously at Weiyang. Indeed, Master Tali mentioned a 5-rank difference, but frankly, only 2 of us can handle one side of your advancement, which may be quite dangerous. Alan expressed her concerns. It seems like it's worth trying. Mike also put away his carefree nature and began thinking carefully. All right, we're still at the 1st rank now. Once we reach the 3rd rank, we will try it out. If it doesn't work, the 4 of us will need to faster reach the 4th rank. Aren't we all talented cultivators who can sense attributes? Do we lack such confidence? Oten roared loudly, his skin transforming from white to a bronze color, the waves of vitality making them somewhat heated inside. Agreed. Chi replied indifferently. Okay. Mike gestured his approval. Alan timidly responded, her body heating up from the blood flow. Good. Since the current problem has been solved, let's tackle the next one then. Weiyang, looking at the confident four, spoke with pride. Huh? Is there another issue? Chi couldn't help but look at him incredulously. Of course. I'm hungry. Let me go to your place to freeload some meals. You guys know there's a giant food bucket in my house. Boom. As soon as Weiyang finished speaking, a large stone, like a meteor, hit between the five of them. They could all feel the chilling murderous intent emanating from it. I think I'll go back to train. Oten, drenched in cold sweat, turned around and ran, his body turning white again from fright. I haven't taken in my laundry yet. I'll leave first. Alan, her face pale from fear, quickly left as well. I have to return to study my flame martial chi. Don't want to stay longer. Chi stood up calmly, which surprised Weiyang unexpectedly. The next moment, indeed, Chi steps became unstable, trembling and swaying. Haha, Weiyang, I won't let you admire my beauty today. I'm going back for a beauty nap. Come over later for dinner. Mike bid farewell politely and slipped away. After all, among the five of Weiyang Town, Oten was the strongest. However, a month ago, Oten saw Zulkanjin Tada Jiao and thought he was an assassin. As a result, he got beaten until his face was unrecognizable. Luckily, being a physical cultivator, he recovered after about a month. Since then, they all knew that there was a female wolf living in Weiyang's house who specialized in punishing insolence. Now, seeing this stone filled with murderous intent, they gave up without hesitation, decisively selling out their teammate. All the grand words spoken earlier and their supposedly unbreakable friendship instantly crumbled. Haha, Zul, I didn't mean to say anything bad about you. Looking at the approaching show-ear girl ahead, although she was beautiful, it also hurt a lot. Yes, it was really painful. In less than a minute, Weiyang's face bore no scars, but he felt every muscle in his body had shattered. If his muscles hadn't spasmed occasionally, causing him immense pain, Weiyang might have thought he was seeing the big boss already. A brief moment of pleasure from the show-ears always ends in lying on the ground beaten up. Chapter 11. The establishment of the adventure team, fires erosion. 1 week later. Still, Oten is the strongest. Weiyang looked at Oten standing by the road with wounds all over his body. There were burn scars on him from flames, and purple and green poison blood that continuously stopped him from recovering. But he was still standing in high spirits, and his breath approached the second stage. As for Weiyang, he was utterly powerless against Chi T's fiery punch, let alone AI Lin's poison and MC's fireball. Compared to them, only Chi T's burning fist caused him the least harm. Even so, he was no match for a single move from Chi Te, the gap was too large. Weiyang looked at his unchanged hands after gathering energy. Those bits of fighting spirit inside him could only slightly make him more resilient, and had minimal effect on enhancing his strength and damage. With his thick muscles and the empowerment of gold elemental fighting spirit, Oiten's defense became invincible. His attack wasn't bad either. Therefore, even when Chi Te, MC, and AI Lin teamed up, they couldn't defeat Oiten. Lower-tier mages and warriors dealt minuscule damage in front of a tank with a golden attribute, a fleshy shield like Oiten. I swear, Oiten, have you taken drugs? Why are you so hard to beat? Being hardy is one thing, but your fists are like iron blocks. One punch feels like my arm almost disassembled. Chi Te panted while looking at the also breathing heavily Oiten. His own hands were still trembling and couldn't exert force, his muscles sore. This happened after blocking Oiten's punch just moments before. You're not bad either. Hoo-hoo, your punches are very hot. Look, I feel as if the flesh in my abdomen is about to be cooked. Oiten indicated the blackened marks on his belly. Though he had strong defense and attack power, he slightly lacked agility. So he exchanged his full power punch for 4 or 5 punches from Chi Te. It hurt, but it also eliminated Chi Te, who troubled the group with his clever strategies. Hey, stop praising each other. Elder brother Oiten, come over here. I'll help you clear the poison and heal a bit. AI Lin's little face turned red watching these two. Earlier, she had thrown a poison ball which nearly got her head smashed by Oiten. Although Oiten didn't really go for it, AI Lin, as a pure mage, has weak physique. Oiten's blood energy made AI Lin feel a slight obstruction in her blood circulation. Among us 5, only you have healing powers. Although wood attributes aren't as good as water or light attributes, the wood element still deals some damage among healing types. Don't worry, your achievements will definitely surpass ours in the future. Oiten chuckled, showing his already somewhat purplish back. AI Lin placed her hands on Oiten's back. A streak of green light appeared. Then the purple aura on Oiten's back visibly got absorbed by the green light and disappeared into AI Lin's hands. Moreover, the scorch marks on Oiten's abdomen and arms gradually formed scabs, greatly reducing the recovery time. Hey, isn't this MC? How does being hit by your own fireball feel? Lucky it was only a first-stage fireball. Otherwise, your gorgeous hair would probably all be burned off. After Oiten recovered quite a bit, he indicated AI Lin to heal MC. After all, during MC's firing of the fireball, Oiten ruthlessly pushed the fireball towards MC's front with his arm, causing it to explode right in front of MC. Luckily, Mage's defense against magic was higher than Oiten this tank, so there was no big problem. Just his golden yellow hair turned dry and yellow, many eyebrows burnt, his face peeling from being roasted, red and tender with the smell of scorching floating above his head. A handsome man turned into a pitifully burnt pig's head. Oiton, I'm just a first stage mage now. You being a warrior winning against me isn't unexpected. I'll wait until I reach the third stage and learn or realize stronger fire element spells, ones you can't even block, much less pushing back to me. MC glared angrily at the grinning Oiton. His face was painfully burning now, and it couldn't be touched. It took quite some time. Perhaps due to AI Lin's slower effectiveness of her would attribute cure, and she was merely a first stage, healing Oiton and the others to where their wounds no longer hurt. She didn't have enough spiritual power left to restore Weiyang. Although Weiyang claimed he wasn't badly injured, the pain in his abdomen still made his complexion pale. In contrast, Weiyang had become the weakest among the 5 of them for the moment. I've thought about it. We 5 should form an adventure team. We should be able to handle a juvenile first-stage Iron Wolf. I have strong defenses and am responsible for protecting AI Lin, MC, and Weiyang. AI Lin and MC perform long-range attacks. You, Chi-Te, close in and fight around. If you can't win, come near me. We'll have no problem handling a first-stage magical beast. The key lies in our cooperation. So we might consider finding a lone Iron Wolf to try out. Otherwise, such sparring won't improve much. In the future, we're going to make big money together. After Chi-Te recovered, Oiton also directly revealed his analysis. During this week, Xiao Weiyang didn't know where he had gone. It was estimated that he went to hunt magical beasts. After all, every night he could see her with some blood stains on her clothes, and there were also first-stage magic cores jingling in her bag. Weiyang had a long-awaited taste of first-stage magical beast meat. Normally, the magical beast meat always ended up in her mouth. But for these few days, there was plenty left over. He did not need to guess. Alas, I am just useless. No problem, I will try my best to help you guys. In critical moments, I will be the bait, making the magical beasts reveal their flaws so that you can defeat them. Weiyang sighed. Maybe my role lies here. No. All 4 people rejected his idea unanimously, which made him feel good. Weiyang, you must understand, we 5 are a whole. We won't let any of us become bait in such dangerous matters. Oiton looked seriously at Weiyang. He felt moved in his heart, but powerless. At this time, he cursed himself for being weak, but power itself is original sin. Weiyang could only silently hide his desire to grow stronger. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility, and he should not disappoint the expectations of the big boss. Alas, it's tiring. Weiyang, do your best, and leave the rest to us. MC also chuckled. Normally, it's just Oiton and MC who talk more with me. Their quarrels are always resolved by me. Chi-Te has a somewhat secluded personality and likes deep thinking. Many questions of his I can answer using modern thought, but the issues are limited. However, Chi-Te also cares about Weiyang and AI Lin, because she is a girl and used to cry a lot when she was little. Only Weiyang would console her. Although they 3 cared deeply for AI Lin, they don't know how to handle girls crying, which instead produces counter effects. Suddenly, Weiyang felt as if a protagonist aura enveloped him. Because of his existence, their small team's conflicts turned into friendship. They deal with things harmoniously and humbly. Unlike some adventure groups driven purely by interest, they split resources and finances evenly or disband. And when encountering precious treasures, they might even turn enemies behind each other's backs. Okay, since you want to form an adventure group, there must be no lack of me. But I'm just deadweight. When you fight monsters, I'll just collect the remains. Ha. Good. Then don't pick too much next time that you cannot carry it. Look at your scrawny body. Oiton was startled for a moment, then burst out laughing. Although he didn't expect Weiyang to change so quickly, his reaction finally put their minds at ease. Since we are going to establish an adventure group, then what about the group leader and the group name? Weiyang looked quietly at Oiton. Generally, in an adventure group, only the strongest one can take the position of leader, and in each adventure group, there is a strategist. He guessed that Oiton should be the leader, while the strategist definitely should be Chi-Te. Indeed. If that's the case, then the name of the adventure group and the position of leader will be up to you, Weiyang. Oiton and the other 3 smiled at each other, as if they had planned it all beforehand. What? I can't do it. I am nothing but a chicken. Weiyang stared shocked at all 4 of them. This was like pushing a duck onto the rack. No argument. You know yourself that you're weak, but in terms of brain power, even I Chi-Te need you to clear doubts, so, spend some effort. The honor and disgrace of the adventure group, along with major decisions, are up to you. We 4 will resolve any problems for you. You don't have to think about anything else. Isn't that great? Chi-Te smiled. This was already decided by the 4 of them earlier. Because Weiyang was so weak, to prevent him from feeling especially useless, they handed over the title of group leader to Weiyang while the 4 of them acted as muscle. Sigh. Alright, I can't help in battles, but other miscellaneous tasks and interactions between adventure groups, I can still give a try. Since you've decided, I won't shirk it. If you feel I get overly impulsive sometimes, then stop me with fists, or find someone else to lead. Weiyang looked at these 4 people united against common enmity, realizing there was no escaping from his roles as group leader and strategist. There's nothing he could do, since resistance was futile, so he might as well close his eyes and enjoy it. Alright then, today's mission is over. Let's return and recuperate first. Once our wounds heal, let's go register our adventure group at the Adventurers Guild in Qinglin Town. Looking at the 3 scarred brothers, this was the first time Weiyang had ever been so happy in this Xiantian world. Alright, Captain, goodbye. Bye-bye. Goodbye, Weiyang. Yeah, scram quickly. Weiyang impatiently urged them to leave quickly. He felt as if he couldn't hold on much longer. At this moment, his abdomen felt like it was burning with a blazing fire. Looking at AI Lin's pale face, Wei-Yong didn't want to bother her to treat him again. As their four figures entered their respective houses, since they had been practicing right outside their doorstep, the distance home was close. Wei-Yong was about to endure the pain and return when suddenly everything went dark before his eyes, and he lost consciousness. Damn, what happened to me? Wei-Yong felt as if his body was on fire. After that strange scorching punch had broken him down, he'd always felt heat in the spot where he was hit, thinking it was a side effect of being beaten. But now, looking back, it seemed like something more. That burning sensation was akin to flames rushing inside his body and burning fiercely in agonizing pain. It even felt as though his entire body were burning, as if death was just around the corner. Don't move. The energy inside you is currently being assimilated by fire magic. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. Xiao Er's icy voice at this point sounded so melodious. Hey Xiao Er, haha, can you give me a glass of water? Wei-Yong strained to open his dry mouth, not wanting to open his eyes because of the pain. It was too hurtful and exhausting. He feared tears might come if he could not withstand the torment. No, Master Tali said your case is due to an afterbirth mutation caused by fire elemental energy intruding into your body. Since your energy has no specific attribute, it's like being infected by a virus. In such circumstances, we can only hope you can tough it out. If you really cannot bear it, Master Tali will save you. But then this opportunity for advancement would be gone. Wei-Yong could imagine that Xiao Er remained as cold as ever. Even with his father's corpse laid before her, her expression never changed. Only her eyes turned red from anger. Huff, haha, I feel like I'm melting. Haha, who would have thought that Chi Ti's single punch would carry so much power? But hey, it's better this way. If it were Oiten or AI Lin delivering a blow, I'd either get cut up by sharp weapons or poisoned to death. But this burning, it hurts too much, huh? Wei-Yong tried to keep his tone calm, but he simply couldn't. Imagining himself roasting on a grill, slowly feeling his flesh getting cooked until losing consciousness, yet unable to stop his muscles from twitching while enduring searing pain and tearing agony. Under these tortures, he wished he'd die soon rather than suffer endlessly in such unbearable anguish. Don't worry, you'll be fine once you get through this. Xiao Er's voice was very calm, yet Wei-Yong suddenly felt an icy cold body embrace him, just part of her chest providing relief enough for his tense spirit to relax a bit. Happy with this new unconsciousness, Wei-Yong faded away again. What should we do now? This is all your fault, Chi-Te. Oiten worriedly stared at Wei-Yang's door. Even standing outside, one could feel waves of heat coming from within. Only others aligned with fire elements like Chi-Te, MC, and Oiten, with high defense, could withstand this far. AI Lin stood far away at her own doorstep, gazing towards Wei-Yang's direction. Being a wood-type mage, she was suppressed by the fire element, leaving her completely unable to approach. I didn't expect it to end up this way. Back then, I just happened to land a light punch, barely using any force. Chi-Te was filled with guilt, knowing he hadn't used much strength, yet problems arose anyway, deepening his sense of responsibility. Alright, he's fallen asleep again. Go back, let me take care of him. If you want to help him, improve your skills. Otherwise, once I leave you far behind, you'll become dispensable for him. After all, whatever you could achieve, I can too. Inside the room, Xiao Er's frosty voice spread out despite the heat, freezing everything it touched. Sigh. Alright, thank you for taking care of this. Oiten knew there wasn't much he could do. Xiao Er was already close to reaching third stage power with her semi-beast form. With her fourth stage, she could easily boost Wei-Yang's strength, and they couldn't afford to fall behind. Such current incapacity could only serve as motivation for their practice sessions. Chapter 12. Departure, the killer intent in the wheat field. Wei-Yong felt that he was extremely uncomfortable, but couldn't do anything about it. His whole body ached with a burning sensation, and his limbs seemed to have lost all feeling, as if they had been scorched and broken. However, he wasn't sure of the exact situation, as he couldn't even open his eyes. You can stop wasting your strength. Rest more. Sigh, it's obviously too much for you. But still, your body has barely managed to enter the first stage completely. As for spiritual energy, that depends on your luck. Mr. Tali's voice echoed in his ears. Wei-Yong could hear some disappointment in his tone, as though he had failed. Indeed, he was just too weak. The main mission was something better suited to Orton or Mark. Compared to them, it would take him weeks to catch up to what they could achieve in a day. Don't talk to me about changing fate through hard work. Those are the protagonists who risk death 9 times out of 10 and only survive thanks to their main character aura. He hadn't discovered any such immortal halo, and he could feel himself fading. After all, changes were coming. Cough, cough. I've said too much. Wei-Yong didn't have the strength to respond to Mr. Tali anymore and drifted off into sleep again. He couldn't tell whether he was dreaming or awake since he couldn't even open his eyes. Everything was dark. Yet, faintly, he felt his originally numb hands gradually recovering. A tingling sensation continuously stimulated his nerves until he became accustomed and numb to it. He guessed that Shuer and others might see his muscles twitching. Recovery is going well. It seems that this time, although the spiritual force training hasn't endowed you with fire attributes, it has brought you many benefits. In a few more days, you'll probably be strong enough to get up. Once again, Wei-Yong heard Mr. Tali's words and could feel streams of liquid flowing from his mouth into his abdomen and then affecting different parts of his body. This sensation was mysterious, akin to what Taoists refer to as internal visualization, but not as exaggerated. He merely felt where the absorbed substances were acting upon. After a long time, Wei-Yong didn't know how long exactly, but Shuer said he had slept for half a month. At the start, his body would spontaneously combust, turning pitch black until Mr. Tali saved him. As expected, the sixth-class schemer wouldn't intervene unless faced with certain death. Even so, looking at himself wrapped up like a mummy with only his eyes, nose, and mouth exposed, Wei Yong could imagine how badly burned he must have been. Never spar with Keki or Mark again. It was terrifying. I look like a mummy now. Finally, the harsh realities of society in this world have caught up with me. 14 years isn't long. Wei Yong lamented about his 14 years of life. When he started remembering things, it was likely around 1 month after birth, but it was so boring back then. An emotionless nanny robot pushing his baby stroller and teaching him to speak, as well as learning characters later on. There wasn't much else, so most of the time he subconsciously forgot about those memories. It was simply too uninteresting. Wei Yong here. Shu'er stood in front of Wei Yong and took out a snow-white magic core. He recognized it as a snow rabbit magic core from the lower stages. Although snow rabbits existed in the west part of the magic beast forest, they usually lived deeper inside, near the northern regions. It was indeed impressive that the half-beasts could go deep into the forest at second stage and return safely. Snow rabbits weren't easy prey either, with a 30% dodge skill bonus and sharp teeth. They were small and quick, making it difficult to capture them without meticulous combat strategies to cut off all escape routes. Thank you, Shu'er. You've worked hard these past few days. If the store owner hadn't told me to keep an eye on you, and if you hadn't helped me take revenge, I would have already left with the store owner to the north. Actually, you don't need to worry about me. After all, there's Mr. Tali and 4 other friends. Before I turn 18, I'll be fine. Really? Then I'll leave then. Shu'er looked at Wei Yong, clearly hesitating. After all, the shop owner was the one who saved her, and compared to him, he was merely a landlord she paid for accommodation, food, and hired to kill her lousy father. In short, Wei Yong was nothing more than a mercenary to her. She paid him, and he did the job. There was no real emotion involved. Go ahead. Thinking about this, Wei Yong didn't try to hold her back. She was a beast-eared girl, someone pursued by countless people. He, at best, was just a slightly wealthy petty bourgeois among commoners, unable to afford grand gestures like treating the entire crowd or giving money casually. So, why bother trying to retain ties? Better to remain casual and earn a good reputation as an emotional person. You really want me to leave? Seeing Wei Yang's carefree appearance, Shu'er was somewhat disbelieving. After all, when she lived with her mother, many wealthy people tried to buy her away. She also witnessed many unfortunate surviving half-beasts, and some intentionally manipulated half-beast females who met cruel ends at the hands of nobles. So, despite staying here for so long, her view of the nobility hadn't changed. She remained cold as ever. But looking at the now nonchalant Wei Yong Talus, she began to question her own charm while feeling confused about whether her views on the nobility were too extreme. Could it be that only some nobles were like that? What are you looking at? My face is covered in bandages. While I can't move, if you want to leave, then go. In the future, I'll adventure into the magic beast forest with Orton and others. When we're gone, Mr. Tali will leave too, and you'll be starving. Wei Yong looked at the stunned Shu'er and felt very puzzled inside. What was wrong with this girl today? Aren't you a noble? You're just letting me go. As if possessed, Shu'er asked this question. What else do you expect? Did I imprison or torture you during my normal days? Wei Yong innocently stared at the beast-eared girl. Her reaction made him nervous. He wondered if he needed to deal with her again. If he answered poorly, would there be a parting caress? Wei Yang's scalp tingled at the thought. Even Orton, with his muscles and metal-type chi enhancement, got beaten up severely. Wei Yong knew that if she struck now, his weakened state might mean he'd actually meet the big boss sooner than expected. It seemed that no matter how he escaped one trouble, another always followed. Wei Yong became increasingly anxious as Shu'er began contemplating deeply. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his back. The nobles I've seen before led decadent lives and tortured many women to death, including half-beasts. I feel you're different from them. Shu'er frowned, still deciding to voice her thoughts. What? You're not killing me. Wei Yong was slightly surprised at Shu'er but felt relieved he wouldn't die. Answer me. The sharp, icy tone instantly sobered Wei Yong, making him feel as if the ancient face of the big boss smiled at him once more. For the Empire, nobles are above commoners. So those commoners are merely their playthings. Wealthy and self-sufficient with armies, other desires expand infinitely. Realizing what was needed, Wei Yong quickly racked his brain to come up with this familiar excuse. So why don't you live that kind of life? Before, the shop owner sent me over, intending for me to trade my body to get the chance to kill Hayu Mayang. You killed Mayang first though, and that day when I asked you to carry me home, I had already prepared to use my body as a transaction, but do you have some special kink? Wanting both my body and heart. Shu'er's sharp gaze fixed on Wei Yong. Cough, 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 cough. He nearly choked on that statement. Was this girl's imagination running wild? Besides, so there was an opportunity that day. Damn, that was a huge loss. Well, how should I put it? I act on whims and go with the flow. Emotions being complex, I am just a petty young noble with a bit of money, and my family consists solely of me. So, everything I do represents the entire family. As for the conditions of using your body to exchange for something, I didn't even think about that. Of course, sticking to main plot lines was hard. Wei Yong bitterly regretted it. He should have controlled his legs and never gotten involved in the first place. Now he had these extra troubles, and unlike the protagonist who either acted cocky or laid groundwork for future arrogance, he had to dig himself out of the pits he created. Hypocritical nonsense. Shu'er looked at Wei Yong coldly, clearly knowing how empty these excuses about family and honor were. Do you really want to hear? Weiyang also felt awkward. These were cliches straight out of books. Everyone knows they're phony. Speak. Her tone was cold and detached. He didn't like it. If he could fight back against this girl, he would have. Fine. Since you insist on analyzing my inner workings, I'll tell you. Because you're a girl, and also a beast-eared lady. Does such a rare creature like a beast-eared girl only exist in two-dimensional worlds? In their presence, countless otaku losers desperately want to be helpful. Closing his eyes, Weiyang already anticipated the disdainful, cold expression Shuer would have. Is that so? Huh. Something wasn't right. The tone wasn't cold at all, and besides, it seemed he contradicted himself again. Weiyang opened his eyes and looked at Shuer, whose cheeks were slightly red and seemed a little flustered. This was shining bright enough to blind his titanium dog eyes, as if the shy expression of the beast-eared girl could now be packaged up. I'll tentatively believe you for now. But you said I can leave, so I'll set off now. Don't regret it. Seeing Weiyang sneakily peeking at her like some pervert, Shuer instantly regained her cold tone and expression, but clearly, this compliment had been quite effective. Go ahead, your destiny isn't with me. I can sense that. All right, farewell. Shuer's eyes narrowed, and she departed quickly in the direction of Qinglin town, carrying a chilly breeze with her. Gone, that's also fine. The sigh in Weiyang's heart went almost unnoticed by himself. His arm could now Minchang be used, so even though eating would be a bit slower, he managed. He could also feel his body gradually recovering and strengthening. Indeed, power was addictive, though the process was painful. He'd wait until they reached level 4 before they boosted his strength. During these 2 weeks, Weiyang had come up with a name for the adventure group, Wuwei Adventure Team. Low profile yet amicable. After all, happiness is the key. After another month of recuperation, autumn was approaching, and the weather wasn't as harsh anymore. Finally, Weiyang's body had completely reached the level of the first rank, even if just an ordinary one. Yet, he could still feel his strength improving at least twice over from what it had been. It seemed he had truly been weak before. Although his mental power hadn't increased much, he could now cast simple first-level spells, fireballs, water bullets, things like that. However, their powers were about a third smaller than those of MC. Indeed, the gap was still significant since they were all people who could sense attributes. Hey Weiyang, let's go. Today we'll register our adventure team. For people stood neatly outside Weiyang's door waiting for him, all dressed formally, like proper adventurers or magicians, having clearly spent much time on their outfits. Especially MC, who looked like some modern cowboy. Truly, contemporary aesthetics still worked well in this fantasy world. It seemed he had found a way to make money. Alright, let's go. Our Wuwei adventure team should officially form. Weiyang was casually dressed, his hair slightly greasy. He'd tidy up when he returned. For now, business came first. For a month, Weiyang hadn't seen Shuer, the beast-eared girl. She probably did go to that fake custom shop manager after all. However, this slightly uncomfortable sensation of slight disappointment was quickly forgotten by Weiyang. Uncomfortable feelings didn't exist for him. It must be his special skill. Throughout this month, Weiyang never showed any signs of longing. He was simply that kind of person, easygoing. Departure is departure. Your presence here once was my honor, but your leaving won't stop me living my life. What's all this talk about parting and pining sickness anyway? It wasn't necessary. Every single behavior of his made it seem like Shuer had never visited him, relaxed and content. However, Weiyang Talus failed to notice under the distant wheat field shadows, a pair of wolf-like pupils fixedly stared at the 5 heading towards Qinglin town, especially when they locked onto Weiyang Talus. The merciless aura of killing intent spread without hesitation, causing the wheat field to ripple as if struck by wind. Chapter 13. The Wuwei Adventure Team. The Adventure Guild of Qinglin Town was located in a corner of the Adventurers Square, but it was too close to the street. Weiyang usually didn't notice it when he came by, and thus never discovered it. However, the Adventurer Guilds in large cities were quite different. Around Qinglin Town, the highest level you could encounter was perhaps a 4th-tier mutated magic beast, and even that with a low probability. So, guarding it with just a few 3rd-tier soldiers would be sufficient. Thus, the Empire allocated only limited funds, and being in the central Adventurer Square was already an advantage. Additionally, the Adventurers Guild of Qinglin Town shared space with the Mages Guild. This was unlike some military strongholds. However, since the distribution of magic beasts around Qinglin Town was at such a low tier, to save money, the Empire combined these kinds of small-town guild organizations. After all, if someone could break through to the 3rd tier, they wouldn't continue staying in this small place just to battle little monsters. Looking at this unimpressive but still occupying 3 storefronts Adventurers Guild, the 5 of them entered with curiosity. Indeed, the scale was impressive. On the outside, it seemed ordinary, but inside, polished marble covered the floor. The whole space was spacious, with scattered tables and chairs placed here and there. In front stood a grand reception counter with 3 staff members attending to visitors, probably for team registrations and other matters. Next to the counter leading up to the 2nd floor was a sign saying Mages Guild, truly thrifty. Hey, are you 5 honorable silvers here to register your adventuring team at the guild? As soon as the 5 stepped in, one of the receptionists greeted them. Unfortunately, it was just a kind uncle. Yeah, we're here to register our adventure team. Weiyang replied with a smile. All these negotiation trivialities were handed over to the captain to handle, so Oten and the others naturally remained silent behind him. Alright, does your team have a healer? Yes, we have a wood element mage who can provide healing. Weiyang dared not say anything about sensing the wood element. He guessed that if those words came out, the 4 would undoubtedly be taken away by the Empire. There were simply too few people who could sense elements at the 1st tier. Once they appeared, their achievements in the future would at least reach the 6th tier. Alright, please register your basic information and clan relationships. The magic array on the team emblem will consume 5 gold coins. Please pay. The kindly uncle said this to him. He likely figured out that Wei Ong was the leader despite his lack of strength. However, the lack of resistance from the teammates behind him piqued the uncle's curiosity slightly towards this team. After filling out the application form and paying, the 5 sat at a table in the hall. The tables were custom-made, each able to accommodate 5 people, specifically designed for adventuring teams. Indeed, consider it. Viang, are you sure we want to name our adventuring team Wu Wei, which sounds so weak? I think Diamond would be fine. Once seated, Oten couldn't hold back his comments. After all, Wu Wei was such a terrible name to Westerners, completely lacking any charm. Yeah, Wu Wei sounds like something useless. McKay also expressed his opinion. Agreed. I think Blaze is much better than Diamond or Wu Wei. Chi Te, having become a flame warrior, had developed a special fondness for fire. I feel Fire Rose might be a better name. Usually quiet, Eileen also expressed her thoughts. Sigh, do you know a saying goes, trying to act smart gets you struck by lightning. Wei Ong helplessly looked at the 4 of them. No, we don't. The reason we chose Wu Wei as the name of our adventure team is precisely because it doesn't draw attention. Hearing Wei Ang's words, Chi Te was the first to start pondering. His mind worked quickly. If Wei Ong didn't have memories from modern times, he'd seem like a fool compared to Chi Te. Go on. Chi Te, having thought of something, let Wei Ong continue without interrupting. The rest waited patiently for his explanation. You think? Our team consists of 5 people. Except for me, this wimp. The 4 of you are geniuses who can perceive attributes. As the saying goes, people fear fame as pigs fear getting fat. You guys are already so powerful. We decided before coming here to only reveal that Eileen is a wood element mage, without mentioning attribute perception. Now you still want to come up with a flashy name for our adventure team. Isn't that drawing too much attention? If others find out that the 4 of you can perceive attributes, the next day you'll be taken away by the Empire on some strange excuse. Then, the rest of your lives will be spent serving the Empire. Wei Ong whispered, for everyone here was an adventurer. Therefore, he could only speak quietly enough for the 5 of us to hear. Moreover, under Chi Te's suggestion, Eileen and McKay also used their spiritual force to create a simple soundproof barrier, preventing eavesdropping from outsiders. Wow, Wei Ong, you're so brilliant. McKay looked at Wei Ong with admiration. Even on the way here, Chi Te had reminded me not to mention the matter of perceiving attributes. The name of the adventure team was a trivial thing, and he didn't care much about it. Now, after Wei Ang's analysis, he suddenly understood. Alright, Wei Ong, we'll go with your plan. Chi Te happily accepted the name Wu Wei. Wei Ang's ideas were safer and more prudent, indicating that he should align himself with Wei Ong. Clearly, this young man was promising. Good. There are no objections to the name of our adventure team. Next, let's focus on the emblem for the team. Other adventure teams have all sorts of emblems, but there is one thing. The magic array forming the team emblem makes each one unique. Even if the patterns may be similar, there will always be differences in color or details. Once you enter the Adventurers Guild, its magic array will automatically detect and identify which emblem and members belong to which adventure team. Chi Te carefully explained, as this aspect was something Wei Ong knew very little about, so it was best to let Chi Te talk, lest he lose face. Since we need to conceal our abilities, our emblem design should be unobtrusive, like grass or a big tree. Oten began thinking too, and his words were approved by the 3 others. No. Looking at these 4 naive companions, Wei Ong had no choice but to step in. Why? Chi Te was again confused, as were the other 3, making it a triple confusion. Each adventure team's emblem is decided by the 5 people's minds, which is why up until now, the emblems of adventure teams have been flashy. If we choose some ordinary patterns, wouldn't that make us stand out even more? Wei Ang's words once again convinced them, especially Chi Te, whose eyes kept flashing, clearly embracing this reverse thinking. Light under darkness is safest in the most dangerous places. Indeed, appointing you as the captain is definitely the right decision. Wei Ong, you've always been the most resourceful from a young age. Chi Te said excitedly, and the rest agreed as well, finding Wei Ang's rationale impeccable. They felt quite proud. Gentlemen, the magic array for the team emblem has been prepared. Deshu walked up to them kindly, holding a pentagonal black box, polished like coal. Gentlemen, place your hands on it. Then channel your internal battle chi and spirit force while imagining your own pattern. The magic array will gather and fuse them together. Deshu placed the black block on the table, and the 5 of them placed their hands on it, slowly circulating their energies. Soon enough, visibly, a stream of golden energy flowed from Oten's arm into this black coal-like block, occupying 1/5 of the area. Chi Te's and McKay's red energy overtook the black part as well. Eileen contributed green energy, whereas the area before Wei Ong remained unchanged. Attributeless. Fascinating. The uncle's chuckle reached Wei Ang's ears, yet he dared not react. It was as if this black block acted like a magnet, incessantly drawing his battle chi and spirit force. When Wei Ong glanced at Oten and the others, they all seemed normal. Clearly, his issues arose again. Before long, Wei Ong felt somewhat weaker, having spent the majority of his battle chi and spirit force. Only then did a blend of gold, red, green, and clear colors slowly surface on the top of the pentagon. As he felt nearly drained, the intermingled colors finally sank slowly. Strangely, Wei Ong noticed the black block seemingly becoming taller, as though elevated. All set, gentlemen, the emblem has been formed. Please retrieve it from the bottom. The uncle smiled kindly, taking away the black coal-like block and leaving behind 5 round emblems. Hee, colorless energy acting as adhesive? Intriguing. Could it be an instance of being infiltrated and infected, or absorbed and homogenized? Seemingly, Weiyang heard the uncle's voice again, though he didn't dwell on it further. They all wanted to see what the 5 of their emblems would look like. Slowly lifting the cover off the 5 circular pieces, all 5 were greatly surprised. The emblem's front resembled a sheet of golden glass where a flame was frozen in its center, and within the flame stood a bud. Separating the golden glass, the flame, and the bud was a transparent space, akin to air. How splendid and unimaginable it was. It was stunningly beautiful. My God, it's so beautiful. Eileen's eyes shone with delight at the sight of this emblem, evidently surprising everyone beyond expectation. But the 4 men among us didn't react as drastically. All right, Eileen, we've completed our task for today. Let's head back. Weiyang patted Eileen on the shoulder. She was acting too distracted, and he knew she wouldn't come to without being called. Oh yes, let's go. Eileen noticed that now only I stood behind her as the others had already left. She hastily packed away her emblem and quickly followed Weiyang out. Who would have thought combining colorless battle chi with spiritual force could be so effective? It seems I should try shifting my research direction. The uncle watched Weiyang Talus walk away, a faint smile curling at his lips. Never expected our emblem to turn out this magnificent. Chite was extremely pleased. All 5 of them were very fond of the emblem because it symbolized their team perfectly. Oten standing guard on the outside, Chite and McKay close behind him, Eileen as the protected one, and Weiyang serving as their embodiment. All right, you may love it now, but looking at it too much will make you bored eventually. Pack it up. According to the imperial law, don't wear the emblem unless you're entering the demon beast forest. McKay appeared arrogant, but judging by his upward curved lips and the careful way he tucked the emblem into a chest pocket close to his heart, this guy was probably faking it again. Okay, we've accomplished today's objective. My brain is overworked. From now on, Chite, you can inform them about our future adventures. They found a grassy spot not too far from home, probably just 1 or 2 kilometers away, and they began considering what they needed to do once they entered the demon beast forest. All right, I've gained quite a bit of knowledge today. You rest while I explain things. Chite glanced at Weiyang lying leisurely on the grass and saw no objections. The day's lessons on reverse thinking and a broad perspective were enough for him to absorb for a while. Likely, the books on his shelf would be ransacked again when he returned. The nearest base near here for entering the demon beast forest is Qinglin Town, and the vast forest area of several 10,000 kilometers under the jurisdiction of Qinglin Town mostly consists of second-tier demon beast territories. It's a low-level region of the demon beast forest. Before these second-tier demons reach adulthood, they are only at first-tier strength. They mostly roam within the range of 1,000 to 2,000 meters deep in the forest. Beyond 2,000 meters, adult demon beasts, namely the second-tier ones, begin appearing. Most of the adventure teams from Qinglin Town only operate within this range. Chite spoke slowly. Because of the agreement between the 5 emperors of the human race and the king of demon beasts, all the demon beasts on designated roads must not attack or provoke humans. In return, 10% of the fruits and medicinal plants grown on human-controlled lands belong to the demon beasts. So, if you find yourself unable to handle the situation, run toward the roads. It's safe. First-tier demon beasts are still young. Thus, there is a probability of encountering an offspring. Living young ones are worth more than second-tier demon beasts by multiples. Hence, if you come across a youngling, try not to kill it. Capturing it will make you rich. Also, avoid disputes with other adventuring teams. If any conflict arises, let Weiyang and me handle negotiations first. If that fails, or if they initiate combat, ensure to put your full effort into taking down the opposing party. We must not risk exposure. At this point, Chite's tone carried a slight edge of coldness, but no murderous intent. Likely, none of us had ever killed anyone before, whereas someone like Zuul might have. Even they could feel their hairs rise. Oten replied with a single nod. He usually acted as though he belonged to high society, a real nobleman. Yet they all knew that, in the eyes of true nobility, they were nothing but nouveau riches. Not nearly on the same level. The schemes, arrogance, cruelty, and strategies that defined true nobles, they were lacking in those areas. Of course, Weiyang had read many books and would know what to do in certain situations, but the other 4 might not fare as well. All right, talking endlessly won't help much. Let's go back first. Remember not to space out when we encounter actual situations. Feeling that Chite had spoken enough and that Weiyang had nothing else to add, they all decided to head home quickly for food and sleep. After all, their days ahead were filled with adventure, which promised to be exhausting. Chapter 14. Crisis? Elder Sixmas. Pavel. Phew. As expected, joining an adventure guild is tiring. It was already very late at night. Indeed, it was almost midnight. During the day, Chite had forced the 4 of them to rest until they were ready to drop dead. So now they were full of energy, since this was the time they would be entering the Beast Forest. Many adventuring groups passed through Green Forest Town and wore the badges belonging to their respective teams. Looking a few hundred meters ahead, there were 2 third-stage guards watching the roads end closely. Once they took 1 step forward, that would mean stepping into the world of beasts, where danger lurked everywhere. Yo, aren't you 5 nobles supposed to have no worries about food and drink? Why are you forming an adventure guild now? This was the gatekeeper from the day shift. The Empire had dispatched a total of 4 third-stage guards, with 2 for the day shift checking those who enter the town, and another 2 guarding at night as a deterrent against the beasts while also issuing a warning. They hadn't seen this uncle during the previous day's daytime because he'd switched to the night shift. Uncle, we're just going to try our luck within 1,000 meters. We don't plan to go deep since we've just started. Weiyang politely responded to the uncle. After all, he was the strongest in the town. Oh, is that so? That's fine. It's good for you to come out and see the world too. After all, your 18-year-old coming-of-age ceremony isn't far away. There will be many grand occasions for the nobility then, so it's not bad to train your courage by entering the beast forest now. After hearing Weiyang's response, which was reasonable, the old man decided not to dwell on it further. After all, there were more than just one adventuring team behind them waiting for the guards to inspect the guild badges before entering the forest for treasures. Alright, see you, uncle. Goodbye. Remember to retreat if you encounter any danger. A beast howl will attract more beasts. Keep that in mind. Alright, thank you, uncle. After a brief exchange, the 5 of them were taking their first steps outside the boundaries of human territory. The black soil and gravel road here contrasted sharply with the marble-paved roads back home. As soon as they stepped onto the black soil, a chill swept towards them from the depths of the forest, carrying with it a heavy oppressive air. So this is the world of beasts. The 5 of them stood frozen at the end of the road for a long while, without moving. The surrounding adventure groups did not mock them. When countless adventure teams were established, they often hesitated right at this moment due to the overwhelming atmosphere expelled by the forest and the presence of the monsters within, causing many psychologically weaker teams to instantly give up and return to live slightly more normal lives. Those who wish to venture into the forest should bring a determination to die. I'm telling you, it feels really uncomfortable. After resting for quite some time, Weiyang looked down at his 5 companions, who were dumbly staring at the dark land beneath their feet. Screw pretending. He couldn't stand being a waste of space anymore, and thus, he laid his cards on the table. Actually, it wasn't that uncomfortable. It just felt like being stared at by countless burly men with baleful eyes, each one wanting nothing more than to pummel you. But for Weiyang, whether it was good or not, didn't matter. Cough cough, well, Hugo. Chite finally came to. It seemed he too was rather capable, regaining consciousness first among the 4 of them. Not me. I ain't scared. With a roar of anger, Ao10 woke up next, his body covered in an ancient bronze glow emitting the aura of a peak first-tier warrior. AI Lin and Maiku followed suit, but their expressions weren't too great, clearly struggling somewhat. How's it going? Regained your senses yet? Need to take a break? Weiyang tried hard not to laugh as he watched the color slowly returning to his 4 comrades' faces, even though his own strength was abysmally weak. Yet with his 21st century modern mindset, he quickly accepted such supernatural phenomena and masked most of his emotions under the surface. This shouldn't be happening, Weiyang. You're so weak, yet you've recovered faster than us. Looks like you're no ordinary person either. Micah looked gloomily at Weiyang, evidently a bit resentful. Don't say it like that. After all, Weiyang is the guild master. If he lacked skills entirely, we wouldn't let him lead, would we? Because he can't. AI Lin also defended Weiyang, though she didn't hear Maiku's mumbling at the end clearly. Whatever it wasn't any kind words either. Hey, Maiku, why don't you take over as guild master? Let's see how far this fire magic user can take the team. Weiyang eyed Micah interestedly. He knew that his flamboyant, self-centered nature would refuse. Moreover, Maiku understood he wasn't cut out for leadership. However, at this moment, teasing him could lighten the mood and help everyone recover faster. Then, they might be able to delve deeper into the forest. Nah, thinking too much as a guild master gives me gray hair. It would ruin my handsome face. Oh, by the way, Weiyang, don't you feel like something's changed about you? Mark suddenly stared seriously at Weiyang. What has changed? Weiyang was surprised. Was something different about him? He hadn't noticed anything. Something's changed. Ever since you were roasted by that peculiar fire, you've become uglier. After scrutinizing Weiyang carefully, Maiku slowly spoke these words. Fine, ugly or not. There are still differences in aesthetic standards between the East and the West, so I won't argue with you on this. Weiyang was speechless, feeling a great urge to smack his head hard. But our great Chinese nation generally values peace and harmony, so he laughed it off and let it slide. Is that why Eastern beauties don't look at me? Upon hearing Weiyang's statement, Mark widened his eyes and then lamented his wound with a sorrowful expression. Okay Mike, if you had muscles like mine, your charm would definitely increase. Look at you, you're only stronger than Weiyang. You look like a delicate pretty boy. Aoten burst into laughter, teasing Mark as well. Mike you, alright, we're recovered, let's enter the mountain. Time waits for no one. Chite didn't wait for Mark to finish speaking. Seeing everyone was recovered, he immediately called out and entered the dark forest. Since it was night, their vision relied primarily on the first stage night vision spell cast by the mage, which however appeared somewhat blurry, much like being in the space of a big boss, hazy and making it difficult to spot any traces of monsters. The black soil, towering trees, and sparse shrubs all added up to an unusually quiet forest. Be careful everyone. We have penetrated 500 meters. Chite held a strange disc in his hand, the numbers on it increasing continuously with their movements, now over 500, clearly measuring distance. This device was given by the guards upon entering, provided to every adventuring team for convenience. Chite, it's so quiet here. Will some beasts suddenly pounce out? AI Lin softly spoke up. This atmosphere of silence resembled scenes from ghost movies, inevitably provoking wild guesses. Weiyang himself felt a bit shaky, already at 600 meters deep and completely silent. It struck fear even before anything came out, potentially enough to scare them without needing action. Don't worry. The reason the first kilometer is said to be relatively safe is because over the years, many adventure teams have cleared out the monsters, herbs, and minerals within this range. Thus, this first kilometer basically has no monster activity. Chite calmly explained. His brain was exceptional, able to remember numerous things accurately. Were he in modern times, he'd certainly be a top student or scientist-level person. Is that so? Ai Lin clutched her specially chosen staff as she trailed behind Ao Tan. Her staff was quite large, resembling a giant club, while Mark's was rather petite, only slightly longer than his forearm, nearly akin to a longsword. As for Chite and Ao Tan, Chite selected a longsword and handheld shield, whereas Ao Tan leaned towards the greatsword style. Seeing the massive sword Ao Tan carried on his back, almost as wide as his body, was truly incredible, almost functioning as a shield. It was sharp too, adding insult to injury. Wei Yong opted for a defensive short sword and dagger. The short sword was about as long as his forearm, handy for cutting beast parts and extracting magic cores, suitable also for close-range defense though attack distance was limited. For him, it sufficed. After all, he did not intend to engage in battle with beasts, preferring instead to strike at crucial moments. Alright, stop talking. Be careful. Loud noises could attract beasts. Their hearing and sense of smell far exceed our night vision spells. Chite glanced once at the round dial in his hand and proceeded along with Ao Tan, clearing the way ahead. Watch out, we've reached a kilometer. Chite looked again at the compass in his hand. Apparently, 988 meters had been covered, and right before them lay the 1 kilometer caution line. Everyone, stay alert. Just as Ao Tan stepped into the 1 kilometer zone, indeed, a chilling aura of intent surrounded them. Despite little change in the surrounding scenery, that strange atmosphere caused the hairs on all 5 of their bodies to rise. There's movement. Over there. Having pushed further, Mark alerted that there was unusual movement to the front right of Ao Tan. Clearly, the spiritual power of mages proved useful in perceiving conditions ahead, more reliable than sight alone. They're coming. Ai Lin's gaze too became tense, focused intently on a thicker tree directly ahead of Ao Tan's right side. On guard, Ao Tan lifted the great sword on his back, taking cautious steps forward. You finally showed up. An old man emerged from the shadows under the tall tree, his eyes revealing a clear abnormality, filled with mockery and intent to kill. Esteemed elder, may I ask who you are? Chite drew his longsword, fully aware that even among the human clans within Beast Forest, not all could be trusted. The old man's dark eyes were fixed on Wei Yong. Was he doomed to face this challenge? Esteemed elder, may I ask what business you have with Wei Yong? He is after all a member of our adventure team. Please clarify the matter first. Chite started to speak, but an overwhelming wave of martial energy struck them all, pinning the 5 of them down as if they each carried 2 Ao Tans on their backs. Interfering with someone's livelihood naturally invites consequences. Your 6th rank bodyguard isn't here now, and my goal is only Wei Yong Talus' life to honor my late friend, Xiao Mixing. The old man stepped closer slowly, and Wei Yong, under the pressure, couldn't even speak, only able to watch as the menacing figure approached, chipping away at his psychological defense. As expected, the main plot was no easy task. Just as they emerged, he had been captured. This aura was far stronger than that of the guard uncle, likely belonging to a 4th rank expert. It made sense why he mentioned his old friend Xiao Mixing. Boy, this time next year will be your death anniversary. The old man came right in front of him. Wei Yong watched his bony hands extend toward him, a whiff of death immediately permeating the air. How familiar. It was like the situation when he saved that little girl. He could do nothing but wait for death. However, it was the 2nd time now, so despite being scared, he wouldn't crumble or regret. Unfortunately, just a few years after being sent over by the big boss, he had to go back again. Alas. Crack crack. Instead of anticipated pain, the old man disappeared before his eyes, leaving behind a cracking sound of bones. So the escapee was you, Mas Paval. Tali's voice echoed from a tree branch. He was gripping the old man's 2 hands with one hand, suspending him quietly. Phew, thank goodness. Indeed, there's safety in numbers, Mr. Tali. This old man just... I know, which is why I'm here too. Good timing, not too early nor too late. Tali smiled slightly, yet the grip on the old man named Mas was firm. His face turned bright red, unable to speak as his bones cracked, clearly still struggling. Paval family, huh? Who would have thought the 6th elder of the Paval family secretly conspired with demons? Indeed, that 4th rank mutated iron wolf wasn't ordinary. Tali mocked the old man, obviously having everything under control. Tali was not only a cunning merchant, but also a schemer. Truly, the more powerful one is, the deeper the strategies, as history's emperors demonstrated. No commoner can measure up to such individuals, manipulative, big-picture thinkers, and tactically minded. Sigh, these people are beyond normal. Who? Uncle Tali, are you taking this old man away? Wei Yong eyed the helpless elder, sensing an opportunity to profit. Yes, he must be handed over to the Empire, along with his family. They'll either perish or lose everything. Mr. Tali said coldly. This was the first time Wei Yong had experienced the chill of killing intent from the master. Cold and devoid of emotion, he had no doubt. If it were his son in his grasp, he'd eliminate him too. Such individuals often belonged to the ancient assassins. Judging by how Tali looked, he might be retired or exiled. Tali Hamus, haha. Let me tell you, monsters have existed much longer than humans. Sooner or later, you'll discover the truth, haha. After speaking, blood trickled from the elder's mouth slowly. Is this self-sacrifice for the family? Besides, I'm intrigued by the concept of truth. Perhaps it relates to what the big boss spoke about regarding passing standards. Your loyalty means nothing. Don't you think dying can shield the Paval family from blame? Naive. Tali chuckled mockingly. Here, all you care about is this thing. Since today your efforts helped me draw out this old man, I won't take it. Tali threw a pouch tied around the elder's waist to Wei-Ong. Though it seemed like an ordinary gray hemp bag, it was actually a spatial treasure, an item storage pouch. Only the elders of major families were privileged enough to own one. Master Eye. The spiritual imprint on top has already been erased. Alright, I'll go report first. Rest well today, and continue exploring another day. Mr. Tali disappeared without letting Wei-Ong finish speaking. My word, I just wanted to ask whether you've eaten. Chapter 15. Mike is rising. The 5 of them returned to Weiyang Town with utterly exhausted bodies. 4 of them were somewhat disgruntled, as Wei-Ong held the storage bag but couldn't open it due to insufficient spirit energy after many attempts. The 5 gathered in Wei-Ong's living room, and the 4 of them ly stared at Wei-Ong. What are you all looking at? He felt a bit awkward. All he did was progress through the main storyline, wasn't it? Since Huer had already left, and later the trouble with Mr. Tali was resolved, everything should now be safe. Aren't you going to explain? Chi-Tae looked at Wei-Ong. Among the 4 of them, only Chi-Tae was perceptive enough. Don't let his playboy wavy hair look fool you, as he actually had the talent of a strategist. Alright, why don't we open this storage bag first? After all, we've amassed quite a bit during this time, and we're also short on money. Regarding this matter, once we split the spoils, I'll slowly tell you guys about it. My spirit energy isn't sufficient. Mike, could you open it? Wei-Ong sheepishly tossed the palm-sized storage bag to Mike. Alright, but you need to tell us everything afterward. Also, what did you do while we were breaking through? Mike's lips curled slightly as he rather unwillingly took the bag, beginning to close his eyes and channel spirit energy into it. Clearly, Mike's complexion turned rapidly pale, and then with a flash of white light on the table, countless items appeared in the form of streaks of white light on the table, quickly piling up until it was filled. Then the white light began to cover beneath the table and the surrounding remaining space. This process lasted for a long time, finally leaving only their seats untouched, with the rest of the space entirely occupied by items. Of course, there were mostly gold coins, silver coins, and some copper coins. Next came food and clothing, and other piles included magic cores, jewels, jade boxes. My god, this much. Ao Tan was dumbfounded, and Wei-Ong was also somewhat stunned, but more importantly, he felt happiness mingled with a bit of worry. It was too much wealth. These are 4th grade magic cores. Ai Lin looked at those irregular circular crystals that were almost the size of her fist. 1st grade resembled glass balls. 2nd grade had the diameter of 3 fingers. 3rd grade 4 fingers. 4th grade near a girl's fist size. 5th grade a normal man's fist size. 6th grade 6-sided crystalline structures, as large as a fist and indestructible, and above 7th grade were scarce as they were owned by beings with realms. It was said that 7th grade magic cores were like glowing orbs the size of a human head. As for 8th grade and above, no books have recorded anything. So much wealth, it's not normal. Indeed, Chi-Tae remained the calmest person. However, even he wasn't a saint, with traces of excitement hard to suppress in his eyes. After all, we were just teenagers. Alright, stop being astonished. Let's start dividing the loot. Seeing their excited expressions, Wei-Ong suppressed his inner excitement and acted like someone who viewed money as worthless dung, giving them a glance of disdain. I only want this bag, the rest is yours. Or I can take out half of my property to exchange for this bag. Mike's face was very pale, yet he hastily spoke, because a storage bag was a space treasure, and this one could contain goods taking up nearly 100 cubic meters. Moreover, exposure to such treasures could aid greatly when achieving awakening of realms at the 7th stage. Mike, leave the distribution to the captain since this bag was something Wei-Ong risked his life for. Chi-Tae furrowed his brows slightly, worried about Mike's state since seeing the space treasure so caused him to lose control, indicating that if entering higher social levels, Mike might easily lose himself, which was a fatal flaw. I'm sorry, I lost control. Mike was also taken aback, lowering his head expressionlessly as if contemplating something. Mike, a gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it ethically. The more one desires, the more one loses humanity. Wei-Ong watched Mike's state, thinking of how he used to work overtime for a few $1,000s a month back in the days, waking early and working late weekends. Fate playing tricks on people. I understand. Mike's tone was somewhat despondent. Alright, since it's me who will divide it, this bag goes to Mike. However, the remaining stuff is ours. Wei-Ong smiled faintly, putting the bag back in Mike's hands. Wei-Ong, you. Mike looked at Wei-Ong, seemingly disbelieving, his eyes revealing gratitude. Okay, Mike, you don't need to say more. I believe they will support my decision. Wei-Ong smiled, watching Mike who currently seemed like a little child. Alright, Mike, we all support the captain's decision. Chi-Tae was also smiling as he looked at him. Having grown up together, they naturally understood what Mike was thinking. Most likely, he felt guilty because of his self-serving behavior and thought he didn't deserve to face them, especially since these items were obtained at the risk of Wei-Ong's life, who was the weakest yet bravest. That's right, Mike, just take it. Yeah, you can take it. After all, you're the one who opened the bag. Ao Tan and Ai Lin joined in too. Wei-Ong watched as Mike's eyes began to redden. Something wasn't right. Alright, Mike, now isn't the time for crying in gratitude. So, let me tell you a lesson. Wei-Ong hurriedly interrupted him. If Mike started crying, Ai Lin would surely shed tears as well. Then Chi-Tae and Ao Tan might try sneaking away, leaving Weiyang to clean up the mess once again. Everyone is greedy for wealth, but in my heart, emotions are far more valuable than material possessions. Weiyang grabbed his hand and patted his shoulder firmly. I understand. Mike's voice choked a little, but ultimately no tears fell. AI Lin's eyes were red and teary too, creating an atmosphere filled with sorrowful gratitude. All right, now, we'll divide the loot. Weiyang quickly shouted to break the heavy mood. It had been way too dangerous. Dividing the goods didn't take long. Weiyang simply drew 2 lines across the ground with a stick to split the countless coins into 4 piles. He placed the jade boxes and magic cores equally in each pile, letting them pick first while keeping whatever remained for himself. I'll take this one. AI Lin was the first to choose. As the youngest and being female among their group, her gaze immediately lit up on a green magic core that exuded a strong wooden attribute energy, making everyone feel comfortable. Soon after, Chi-Te and Ao-Ten picked regions with abundant fire and metal magic cores. Weiyang found himself staring at 10 multicolored magic cores in front of him, containing almost every elemental type. There was even a milky white core representing light magic. Since he didn't have any elemental attributes, the magic cores were nothing but gold coins to him. Therefore, he only kept 1 each from the fire, metal, and wood categories and exchanged the rest with his friends. With the division complete, it was Weiyang's turn to recount his journey following the main storyline, specifically, the episode involving beast-eared girls. But when he reached the part where his room reservation attempt turned into a kidnapping fiasco, all 4 burst into uncontrollable laughter, making him wish to stop recounting further. It was so embarrassing. After briefly summarizing the events, Weiyang hurriedly asked Mike to pack their share of loot back into the storage bag and shoo them out the door. It was truly humiliating. He felt like another embarrassing chapter in his life had been added. Phew, I'm exhausted. Apparently, getting involved with the main plot is not a good idea. Moreover, there must be some mystery to that storage bag. Otherwise, Mike wouldn't have acted so out of character despite his normally lighthearted demeanor. Weiyang requested Mike to put their share of loot into the storage bag and store it in his underground treasure vault. All he wanted to do now was lie down on his bed and take a nap. Improving one's strength? Forget about it. Although by sheer luck, his physical condition reached the first stage, his mental energy was actually the weakest among those at the same level, which explained why he needed Mike to open the storage bag instead. It was something Weiyang couldn't accomplish alone. Improving one's strength was tiring, so Weiyang decided to live comfortably like a couch potato. Besides, he had a feeling that maybe the main character was among their 4 companions. Perhaps this trashy author wanted to narrate his story, the story of someone living like a slacker. Cough cough, said too much. I'm going to sleep. Meanwhile, at Mike's house, holding the transferred storage bag, Mike felt a mixture of guilt and determination. He swore that once he grew stronger, he would never forget his 4 dear brothers and sisters. This storage bag is no ordinary thing. Its contents go beyond mere riches. Closing his eyes again, Mike saw countless ethereal figures swirling inside the storage space of 300 cubic meters. These were soul entities, unconscious pure souls, also called moving spirit forces. Absorbing 1 pure soul entity would suffice to enhance the mental energy of a level 1 mage enough to reach level 2. Glancing at this sea of phantom-like shapes before using his spiritual senses, Mike counted exactly 200 pure souls. Such an alarming number could elevate even a warrior with no mage potential to the peak of 6th stage. However, breaking through to the 7th stage required insight and good fortune, not brute force alone. Sigh, Weiyang. Although you're the weakest, I believe you've already sensed these things but still chose to give them to me. My dear siblings Chi-Te, Ao-Tan, and AI Lin. I, Mike Ma, swear upon my soul, we are brothers forever, and I will never let you down. As Mike spoke solemnly, a strange vibration rippled through the air, yet strangely, it felt natural, as if this force was meant to exist from the very beginning. This was the oath rule, binding all who swore under its constraints. Influenced by heavenly principles and an imperceptible force, one must fulfill their oath. Of course, breaking the oath could be achieved if one became a 10th rank divine-level figure before the celestial tribulation struck. But from the founding of the Xian realm to now, there had never been any legend about a creature surpassing the 9th rank. Alright, first things first, I'll focus on increasing my strength. From this day forward, I will become the main damage dealer in our team. All consequences will fall on me. Mike knew clearly that the appearance of pure souls signaled trouble ahead. It was likely connected to what Mr. Tali had uncovered, the old man, Mas Pavril, and his collusion with beasts. The amount of pure souls already found in possession of just a 4th stage warrior hinted at alarming possibilities should 5th or 6th rank powerhouses conspire similarly with creatures. With a flicker of his mental energy, Mike summoned a phantom soul before him. Its features were indistinguishable. Only the silhouette revealed it to be female. The vanished countenance meant her consciousness had dissipated, rendering her akin to a blank slate, merely a vessel for spirit energy. Draw it in. With a loud shout, Mike channeled all his mental energy outward, enveloping the woman's soul and slowly drawing it into his brain. The scene was eerie and terrifying. After all, being merely 1st stage, Mike's strength paled in comparison to these pure souls. However, since they were indeed pure, he could lock them into his mind and absorb their essence gradually during meditation. He would dual task, contemplating the stars while assimilating their energy. When fully absorbed, the shell would cease to exist, vanishing entirely even from his mind. Huff. Drawing a deep breath, Mike felt his head throbbing painfully after repeatedly using his mental energy. His first tier ability was far from enough to sustain the process. and he was teetering on the brink of sleep. I can't sleep now. I must boost my strength immediately. We've already faced a 4th stage warrior, against whom we're no match. Many are eager for us to lose our noble status, not to mention the enemies my father has made over the years. Now, with their trust in me and my opportunity, I cannot afford to waste a second. Rallying his spirits, Mike sat cross-legged and began meditating, restoring both his weary mind and body. Meanwhile, the soul in his mind continued feeding him mental energy. Being only 1st stage, it might take about 2 months to absorb everything. Upon completion, he would directly ascend to 2nd stage mage status without any negative side effects, a flawless realm elevation that skipped over all stages of insight and consolidation. Such was the effect of absorbing pure souls. A few days passed in relative leisure when Mr. Tali returned late the next night accompanied by 18 3rd-stage guards. This incident in Qinglin town couldn't be ignored by the Empire, so reinforcements were promptly dispatched. Soldiers were regularly patrolling the forest. At the first encounter with 4th stage or higher variant beasts, especially those capable of human speech, they were ordered to retreat immediately, signaling Muse City for reinforcements, aiming to eliminate every threat to the Empire. This new order brought stability and accelerated entry frequencies for adventuring groups entering the beast-infested forest. Although the army wasn't tasked with protecting them, adventurers caught by large clusters of mature beasts could always seek refuge near the soldiers. With the presence of 3rd-stage forces, the creatures' heightened awareness prevented rash approaches. Thus, safety levels for the adventuring parties greatly improved. However, the increase in teams also led to heightened conflicts over resources. Frequent battles broke out between them within the forest, although mostly non-lethal. The losing sides typically needed a fortnight's rest before venturing again, while even the victors required downtime. These duels significantly boosted camaraderie and skill among the town's adventuring groups, sharpening their teamwork against each other, an endeavor more challenging than combating beasts. Chapter 16. The First Battle, Fire Fox. For some unknown reason, after their team of 5 experienced their first adventure in the Demon Beast Forest, they stagnated for an entire week before gathering again, ready to head back into the forest to hunt a 1-star demon beast. Oten, let's go. You've bulked up even more in just a week. Wei Yong looked at Oten walking over with 3 others. Subtly, his status as the strongest among them had been established, especially his muscular body and the giant sword on his back, giving off a sense of security. Mike you. He stared at Mike, who used to have slanted bangs and a refined face. Now, he was bearded, with dull and overgrown golden hair, appearing like an oily uncle. His face gleamed with oil, clearly unwashed for a long time. However, the powerful soul fluctuation emanating from him revealed a strength surpassing even Oten's. Oh, no big deal. I meditated too deeply this week, but it's fine. Just that my body hasn't moved enough. It will be okay soon. Mike gave a slight smile. This week, he had completely stabilized his strength. Thanks to the battery in his mind, in life and death situations, he could risk using 2nd stage magic, which would become his trump card. Despite the fact that overusing magic across stages might cause great strain or irreversible damage to his soul, when life was at stake, such injury seemed trivial. Well, Mike's effort is obvious. He isn't wasting his time. With his fire attribute insight, I can't even defend against his fireballs now. Oten said seriously. He and Mike had competed against each other since childhood. Oten used to be the strongest among the 5, but now, Mike made him feel uneasy, causing him to decide to strengthen his own training. Alright, let's go. Tonight's goal is to kill a 1-star demon beast and practice our teamwork. Last time we only survived because Mr. Tali protected us. So, I've already told Mr. Tali that unless we encounter absolute peril, he shouldn't interfere, even if we lose limbs. Chi-Te maintained his usual scoundrel look, his distinctive wavy hairstyle adding a mature charm, making him quite the womanizer. Oten wasn't handsome, but his muscle-filled body earned him points. Combined with his foreign square face, his heroic demeanor exuded a strong sense of security, so he wasn't lacking in female admirers. Wei Yong, though, short in height and weak in build, even had a better figure than AI Lin. Except his features should have been fuller and his posterior more firm. Instead, his face required high bangs to look decent. Unfortunately, there was no hairdryer here, and if he asked Mike to use fire magic to style his hair, it was almost certain that by tomorrow, he'd be bald. But luckily, since he was in the West, people didn't fully understand Eastern aesthetics, so they all thought Wei Yong was averagely good-looking until reality hit hard, and Wei Yong dared not tell them the truth. The demon beasts are dangerous. Should we? AI Lin clutched her wand tightly, obviously scared by Chi-Te's words. Being exposed to demon beasts for the first time, whether mentally or physically, required great courage, which dissipated upon hearing Chi-Te. AI Lin, don't worry. If anyone has to die, it will be us first. You are the core of our team. Remember to prioritize healing your teammates over attacking. Your role is the most crucial. Mike patted AI Lin slightly, showing an unexpected ability to console someone. Wei Yong felt relieved. Is that so? AI Lin glanced at Chi-Te hesitantly. What the hell? Is this ignoring me as the team leader? Back when I was younger, it was always Wei Yong who comforted me. But never mind. Sigh. In this world, strength comes first. Maybe later I'll buy some obedient animal-eared girls from the black market or human traffickers. Strength doesn't matter as long as they listen, and they can protect me when necessary. Your role is the most complex and important. We fight with you as the core. Therefore, do your best and make sure none of us dies, okay? Chi-Te smiled faintly, and once again this smooth-talking womanizer avoided being struck down by lightning. Strangely, Wei Yong started to find him rather handsome. Taking a deep breath, it's fine, No point getting tangled up with them. Wei Yong silently followed the four ahead. Perhaps this team of four wasn't bad either, although he was just the baggage. Not going was probably better. He couldn't help thinking, after all, being ignored feels terrible. Having no outlet for his feelings, he could only quietly call out within himself, telling himself that he could also do well alone. He chuckled, unaware that deep inside, he still yearned for someone to notice him. Wei Yong trailed behind, watching as the four of them chatted amiably on their way through the green forest town. After the guards checked their badges, they ventured deep into the demon beast forest until they reached the 1,000-meter boundary, where only then did the four start to become vigilant, ending this exhausting journey. Hey, where's Wei Yong? Mike was the first to notice. In the chaos, even the application of night vision on Wei Yong had been forgotten. Left with no other option, Wei Yong casted himself, feeling almost completely drained afterward. Quietly sitting behind a tree, he mused, maybe without me, your teamwork would be better. Impossible. Could there have been a demon beast within the 1,000 meters that silently grabbed Wei Yong? Oten's expression turned grim, his face darkening. Let me check. Mike quickly responded, closing his eyes and emitting mental waves. The detection range for a steady first-stage magician was about 20 meters. However, Mike had the battery in his mind, making his perception stronger than normal magicians, reaching up to 25 square meters. I should be detected now. Wei Yong thought to himself. Damn, I can't sense him. Mike suddenly opened his eyes, his expression turning worse. How the hell? I'm just 10 meters behind you under the tree. You couldn't detect me? Wei Yong has no concealment skills. Wait, could this be his hidden attribute? Don't look anymore. I'm here. Having no choice as they began to panic, Wei Yong stepped out, suppressing his curiosity, and walked back into the group that had ignored him. Huh? Were you right behind me, Wei Yong? No way. I used my mental perception and didn't detect you. Mike looked at Wei Yong in surprise. He had already planned how to quickly inform Mr. Tali if Wei Yong were captured, given their previous experiences in the forest. Perhaps some old friend of the elder quietly took Wei Yong away. Anything was possible. Wei Yong, where did you go earlier? Oten came closer, questioning him. There was no way. You even forgot to give me the night vision. With my mental strength, I had to rest after casting night vision, and then you all kept walking so fast that we lost distance. Wei Yong glanced at the four of them, clearly upset. Hee. Sorry Wei Yong, we forgot about you. Mike scratched his head awkwardly, smiling apologetically. Sorry, Wei Yong, I didn't mean to. Eileen also felt guilty and lowered her head. Even she, usually so careful, had overlooked him. Sigh, he truly had bad luck. Cough. Alright, since everyone is together now, let's formally begin. Once we enter within the 1,000-meter range, demon beasts might appear anytime, and we need to stay alert constantly. Chite coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness and calmly urged them to get back to business. Alright, I'm not blaming you guys, let's go. We need to face the demon beasts too, see how strong they are, requiring 5 people to handle one. Wei Yong hurried to stand behind Oten. He was the warrior half-mage hybrid who didn't quite fit into this team. His strength wasn't impressive either, so their formation involved Oten and Chite leading the charge, Wei Yong staying in the middle for vigilance, Eileen protecting from the back, and finally, Mike taking the rear as he could mentally perceive enemies and was strong enough to defend against attacks. There's movement. Oten and Chite stopped abruptly. Without needing words exchanged, a red, 4-legged creature appeared, a small yellow cow-sized fox. This was the juvenile version of a 2-star fire fox demon beast, but judging by its appearance, it was close to entering adulthood. When it grew to regular buffalo size, the fire fox's tail would burst into flames, capable of releasing fireballs, very hard to deal with. But fortunately, the current encounter was with a 1-star version whose tail hadn't ignited yet. It could only emit extreme heat and possessed significant resistance to fire magic. Unfortunately for the group, both of their damage dealers specialized in fire magic, severely limiting their ability to harm the fire fox. It's coming. Oten shouted loud and charged forward, wielding his giant sword toward the leaping massive fox. Boom. A woo. An enormous collision followed. Oten staggered backward over a dozen meters, his feet firmly planted in a horse stance, while the fire fox merely paused its steps. This disparity in physical power was apparent. Even Oten struggled, having stabilized his 1-star strength thanks to Wei Yang's guidance. Mike, Eileen, don't just stand there, use your magic. Chite saw Oten being repelled and rushed forward to take his place. This was where newbies watched fights happen while veterans already stormed forward, and during this first time, all 5 of them clearly hadn't realized this. Oh, alright, Eileen hastily complied, a surge of emerald energy already covering Oten's arms, restoring the soreness in his muscles from the impact. Fireball spell. Chite dodge. Mike bellowed loudly as a circular magic array quickly formed in the air. Then, a fireball emerged from the magic array, trailing flames and flew towards the fire fox. Chite used his arm shield to forcefully push away the claw aimed at him by the fire fox before rolling away from the fight. Boom. The massive explosion blanketed the fire fox with fiery blasts. Indeed, Mike's spell was much more powerful than an ordinary fireball spell, the watermelon-sized fireball being twice as large as usual. With the battery present, this also required high talent, similar to how 2 weapons may have equal bullets, but vastly different power and firing rates. It all makes perfect sense. Did we succeed? Oten rubbed his aching shoulder. The first strike from the demon beast had been the strongest because it had started preparing as soon as it noticed them. Fortunately, Oten was a gold element warrior, his physical condition exceptionally strong, allowing him to withstand the fire fox's charge alone. If it were Chi-Te instead, he would likely be directly injured internally and lose combat ability. Don't relax. It's a fire element demon beast. A single fireball can't kill it. Once the flames dissipate, everyone attack together. Chi-Te calmly watched the flame-filled area where a fox figure gradually stirred. Its back, struck earlier, now looked scorched and blackened, but the fire did not seem to affect it significantly. Its emerald eyes began turning blood red, clearly enraged. Ow! With a roar, the fire fox burst through the flames, its claws swiping toward Mike, clearly harboring grudges. Think you can sneak attack me? Huh, don't make it sound so easy. Oten stood resolute, lifting his sword to block the blow with its blade. Take my sword. Chi-Te seized the opportunity, lunging forward with his longsword that shimmered slightly red, a sign of him using martial chi. ZZZT. An arm-length, finger-deep wound appeared on the fire fox's abdomen. Ugh! The fire fox let out a painful wail. Even though it resisted fire-based attacks, sharp cutting still caused significant damage. Hot, toxic liquid corrosion. Eileen was equally unrelenting. A simple magic array formed in the air, and a clump of emerald liquid flew directly into the wound made by Chi-Te. Their coordination was seamless. Just as the cut opened on the fire fox's belly, a pungent green toxic liquid suddenly came into contact. Sizzes. In an instant, most of the flesh around its abdomen eroded, exposing the ribs and protected internal organs beneath. Here's my ice ball. Mike then surged up. An array formed in midair, and a bowl-sized ice ball smashed onto the wound in the fire fox's abdomen. Boom, crack. Ow. The fire fox let out a pitiful cry as the bones in its abdomen broke under the icy assault. Its innards, frozen solid, shattered like debris upon impact. There was no way it could survive. Huh. CHHH. Oten immediately raised his greatsword, decapitating the fire fox in one clean stroke, blood flowing everywhere. Hurry, Weiyong. Take off its claws and some meat. We must return, or more demon beasts will be drawn by the scent of blood. Oten promptly reminded the stunned Weiyong, pulling a dagger from his waist to sever the fire fox's head and extract a magic core amidst the milky brain matter within. Yuck. At the sight of this, Eileen turned her face away to vomit. After all, she was just a girl. All right, coming up. Weiyong swiftly approached the unfortunate fire fox corpse, taking out his own small dagger. With skillful movements along the bone joints, he removed the tendons from the limbs. Oten, without hesitation, lifted 2 large pieces of tendon meat and evacuated with Mike and Eileen in tow. Chi-Te, a bit cleaner compared to Oten, still dashed off carrying 2 dripping pieces of tendon meat. As they disappeared from view, Weiyong hurriedly used his dagger to cut off the fire fox's fangs, grabbing the forepaws and rushing to catch up. He could feel ominous and fierce auras rapidly approaching, making his scalp tingle with fear. Chapter 17. The Strike and Mike's Resolve. Quickly returning to Weiyang's house, as there was no other way. His house was the closest to the outside, so they directly headed back to Weiyang's place. Not bad. You can now hunt near second stage first-tier magic beasts. Mr. Tali's words echoed inside Weiyang's house. With his strength, he must have known they were back and that they brought back their spoils of war. However, they didn't see him. Of course, he was a 6th-stage powerhouse. Working as both a bodyguard and a cook was one thing, but if you could see him whenever you wanted, what kind of prestige would that leave? Despite his absence, Mr. Tali's approving tone made the 4 of them extremely excited. It couldn't be helped. This man who worked tirelessly behind the scenes had subconsciously become a father figure to these 4 parentless kids. Receiving praise from an elder naturally made them happy. All right, Ao-tan, put the magic beast meat in the kitchen. By morning, we'll have the freshest magic beast bacon. Chi-Te's lips curled upward. If 5 of us could handle a nearly second-stage fire-type magic beast so effortlessly, then perhaps second-stage beasts wouldn't be as terrifying. Haha, I never expected it to be this easy. Once any of us breaks into the second stage, we should try challenging those second-stage creatures. Ao-tan laughed heartily, with pure joy painted on his face. Sigh. According to how things usually went, it should have been Weiyang's turn to deflate their spirits by now. But whether or not they'd listen to him wasn't something Weiyang could guarantee. Among the group of 5, Ao-tan still had bloodstains on his shoulder, and AI Lin's complexion looked rather unwell, nauseated by the battle. How did our performance go this time, Weiyang? Chi-Te looked smugly at Weiyang, clearly very proud of themselves. Sigh, riddled with problems. Seeing the enthusiastic expressions on all their faces, Weiyang knew he had no choice but to knock some sense into them. If they got overconfident and challenged second-stage beasts prematurely, it would end in disaster. Humph. We triumphed completely, with nobody injured. How could it be full of issues? Chi-Te sounded slightly boo-foo-cheap, disgruntled, since youth often sees only results and ignores details. Alright, I know celebrating our victory might seem like dampening our spirit to discuss flaws, but this is combat, life and death combat. There can be no room for error, or what works today may become fatal later. Weiyang's tone grew solemn. Though he typically didn't care much about anything in this world, he genuinely hoped these 4 friends he'd grown up with would reach the peak of the world's power. Alright, Chi-Te, why don't you hear out Weiyang's critique? Even though we won, it's important not to get overly arrogant. AI Lin saw the mood turning icy and hurriedly intervened. Fine. Go ahead, Weiyang. Chi-Te shrugged, reluctantly accepting AI Lin's suggestion. Alright, here goes. Weiyang paused momentarily to gather his thoughts before starting. When we first encountered the magic beast, the mages failed to detect it immediately, relying instead on the frontline warrior's eyesight. By the time we noticed, the magic beast had already prepared its attack. If it hadn't been for Ao Tan's exceptional physical abilities, the beast's first assault would have likely incapacitated one of us. His quiet tone led Ao Tan, Mike, and AI Lin to reflect deeply, gradually cooling their excitement. Don't interrupt me yet. Chi-Tae, let me finish. He cut off Chi-Tae, knowing full well that the teenager's reasons for speaking weren't fooling anyone, not after 16 years of being ruled by his mother. Next, after Ao Tan was pushed back, the battle mage didn't counterattack quickly enough to stall the creature's momentum. Furthermore, diverting time to help the wounded during such moments reduces our overall fighting effectiveness. Wei Yang's sharp gaze lingered on Mike, who now looked increasingly somber. As for the rest of the attack coordination, it was excellent. No significant flaws to speak of. Seeing their slightly dejected expressions, Wei Yang concluded his analysis. After all, too much fault-finding in such a short skirmish would lead nowhere. It was through battles that they would truly grow. After hearing his final words, everyone's expressions brightened somewhat. Further discouragement might have made their next encounter even more fraught with hesitation. Wei Yang, while what you said was correct, we did win, without injury. Chi-Tae stubbornly replied. Is that so? What exactly was your situation, the four of you? Wei Yang asked coolly. What do you mean? His words left the four thoroughly puzzled. Fine, maybe it was time to explain further. The four of you are geniuses capable of comprehending attributes, possessing extraordinary talents. Yet, it took so much effort to defeat a first-stage magic beast, and all you could think about was taking its magic core and meat. Why not just bring back the entire corpse of the beast? From my perspective, with your level of talent, two of you at most should have been enough to kill this creature. Clearly, that didn't happen. Wei Yang looked straight at Chi-Tae, crushing his last bit of defiance. Wei Yang, what you said is correct. Mike snapped back to reality first, erasing any trace of pride from his eyes, now showing a look devoid of emotions. Yes, this was the right way forward. So, tell me, what should we do? Chi-Tae asked somewhat vexedly. It was only natural. They were all rookies in combat, like green soldiers heading into war. They couldn't yet understand why sometimes after winning, they still received criticism. This isn't a duel. This is battle. We need victory and gain, not honor. At the moment the magic beast was spotted, we should have attacked as one force instead of having someone go in alone to test its power. Rather, we should have unleashed our strongest offensive techniques immediately. When facing magic beasts, we must adopt their fighting methods. Even lions hunting rabbits give it their all. Magic beasts aren't humans. They won't try us out before attacking. They simply unleash all their might to kill. If the four of you had been ordinary first-stage adventurers, there would be no doubt. We'd already be inside the stomach of the magic beast. Wei Yang's words were heavy, but then again, for their age of 14 or 15, he needed to be a little harsh if he wanted them to awaken. Is that so? Chi-Tae's eyes lost their spark, his face expressionless as he stared blankly at the table. Alas, these kids from another world were delicate, lacking the carefree spirit he himself once possessed. Ao Tan and Mike fell silent too, especially AI Lin, who heard such heavy words for the first time. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. That's enough. Go home and reflect on what I've said. Despite my obvious lack of strength compared to yours, I know that to survive in the magic beast forest, one must discard notions of morality and ethics. Magic beasts don't care whether we treat them fairly. It's either their death or ours. Wei Yang dismissed them with his words while also consoling the sobbing AI Lin and escorting her home, though it was merely a distance of a few dozen meters. Still, a gentleman's conduct couldn't be neglected, even over such a short stretch. Ugh, feel like I'm the bad guy here. Lying back on his comfortable wooden bed, he felt that perhaps he had gone a bit too far. Don't dwell on it. You've always been this type, worried more about others than yourself, which is why you end up working hard but getting nothing in return. Life is better when you're selfish. Wei Yang slapped his own face lightly. Society has always been realistic. It's just waiting for you to realize it. Fortunately, he was one of those discoverers. Back at his house, Mike's eyes filled with confusion and determination. So, the storage bag really belonged to Wei Yang, did it? With his sharp mind and unique strategic thinking, is this why he gave us the opportunity to strengthen ourselves? The more Mike thought about it, the more convinced he became. After all, today they had won the battle. Yet Wei Yang deliberately pressed them down by using those critical words, despite being perfectly valid. But hadn't Wei Yang realized that doing so carried great risks? After taking a shower, Mike, who had been drenched in oil, was clean again, restoring his image as the handsome man he used to be. His hair was longer, his beard was slightly grown, adding an air of masculinity, unlike his earlier girlish appearance, which was why Ao Tan had jokingly called him Pretty Boy. Well, tonight I have to go solo against a magic beast. Finding a weaker first-stage magic beast should pose no problem. After all, Wei Yang did say that with our talent, two people can take care of a nearly second-stage magic beast. So, going against a weaker first-stage magic beast by myself shouldn't be too difficult. This is what Mike pondered, considering the abundant cultivation resources at his disposal. During today's battle, he realized that replenishing spiritual energy while consuming it accelerated the absorption of pure soul essence, allowing him to reach second-stage capabilities faster. Once he reached the second stage, he could protect the rest of the group because among second-stage skills, there was a spell called Protection that both mages and warriors could use. Mages could cast it on specific targets, whereas warriors could only apply it to themselves through their combat energy. I need to become stronger. This way, they won't need to risk their lives against magic beasts. With all these resources in my possession but unable to share them, I must grow stronger. I must become the strongest, so I can handle every crisis that comes our way. Mike's gaze became increasingly resolute. Picking up his magic staff, he slipped quietly out of the door. Huh? What's Mike? This kid, sneaking out for so close to dawn. Tali stood high above, curious as he observed Mike sneaking off toward Green Forest Town. Tali guessed that Mike was heading to the magic beast forest. After all, he even brought his weapon along. There was nothing he could do. As his bodyguard, he could only follow secretly. Otherwise, if these descendants of adventurers serving the Empire were to die under his watch, it would give the brainless nobles of the Empire another chance to suppress him. Next time, they might assign him an even more time-consuming task, reducing his influence over the Empire until the talents he cultivated reached the 6th stage of strength, taking his place. By then, when he retired as a Night Walker, carrying secrets of the Empire, he would have no choice but to act under the surveillance of the Empire. This is what Tali could not accept. Already 1 kilometer, yet there's still no movement in my perception. Mike glanced at the disc in his hand and walked deeper into the forest. The scenery within the forest was identical. Without the distance displayed on the disc, it would be very easy to get lost. A woo. A howl from a wolf caught Mike's attention. Could it be that ahead there's an adventure group hunting iron wolves? But why let the iron wolf howl to summon other magic beasts? Mike frowned, looking towards the northeast where the sound came from. His vision was blocked, but judging by the sound, it should be less than 200 meters away, which was quite close. I'd better check it out. If they can't handle the swarm of magic beasts, I'll save whoever I can at critical moments. Determined, the chivalry inside Mike pushed him to face the danger. What? That idiot Mike is crazy? Summoning howls of magic beasts are out, and he's going towards that direction? However, this adventure group has guts big enough, thinking that 2 second-stage Earth Elemental Warriors and 1 second-stage Fire Mage, along with a first-stage Fire Warrior and a Water Healer, could confront a pack of Iron Wolves? Magic beasts aren't all dumb. Tali hovered high in the sky, looking down at the Flame Adventure group sitting around a fire below. If Wei Ong were in this perspective, he'd definitely notice that one of the Earth Elemental Warriors was that big man Tato. Oh, are 2 adventure groups working together? Interesting. However, people are harder to deal with than magic beasts. Tali suddenly noticed 500 meters away from the Flame Adventure group, there was another campfire burning. How coincidental. The group lighting this fire happened to be the Monkey AO Lies group that mocked Tato for being a swindling merchant. They called themselves the Waterflow Adventure Group, consisting of a second-stage Fire Warrior, a second-stage Earth Warrior, AO Lie as a second-stage Gold Mage, and a Water Healer, plus a first-stage Wood Warrior. It couldn't be helped. Light attribute users were too rare. Once any appeared, they were either recruited by large adventure groups in Muse City, or taken away by the Empire, or even abducted by an organization called the Light Society. As for those with Wood attributes, everyone has a heart yearning for output, so few willingly expended their spirit power using Wood energy to heal wounds because its effects are inferior to water or light energy. Yet, its corrosive properties were a unique attack method, so most Wood mages became main DPS rather than healers. This battle was a collaboration between the Flame Adventure Group and the Waterflow Adventure Group because of their evenly matched elements. Facing magic beasts had no major weakness or immunity issues, thus allowing the Flame Adventure Group members to lure the magic beasts while the Waterflow Adventure Group waited for nearby magic beasts to gather, creating a surprise ambush combining both adventure group strengths. After all, second-stage magic beasts wouldn't appear until over 2 kilometers away, and each group consisted of 3 second-stage adventurers. Despite the risks involved in this operation, the rewards if successful would be unimaginably abundant. There's some movement. Having only walked a few dozen meters, Mike immediately sensed subtle movements behind him. Without further ado, he climbed up a tree, masking his presence with his mental power. After all, earlier, to preserve his handsome looks, he spent quite a bit of time practicing physical fitness. Climbing trees was simple work now. HRRR. Alo. An iron wolf slowly approached, its eyes fixated on the location of the Flame Adventure Group, glowing red. Ao. Meow. Gigi. Sis. All juvenile first-stage magic beasts, iron wolves, flying cats, fire foxes, green snakes, white snakes, even some rare marsh crocodiles and snow rabbits, were gathered here. Clearly, a wave of magic beasts was forming. How terrifying. The howling of the magic beasts. Mike watched in horror as the ground beneath the tree was densely packed with magic beasts. He didn't dare breathe heavily. This density, per his perception, amounted to over 100 at least, though they were all first-stage magic beasts. He hadn't sensed any nearing second-stage ones, given his limited range of perception. Chapter 18, Demon Beast Tide, the Night Walker. Oh, this kid hiding in the Demon Beast Tide isn't half bad. There's even a pure soul for him to absorb. Well, it's just a pure soul. It can raise one's power up to a 6th-tier magician at most. Without other extraordinary encounters, he'll be capped at the 6th level. Every advancement in strength comes with a price. At this moment, high in the sky, a man with twin horns on his forehead silently observed the commotion below. The twin horns on his forehead resembled antlers. Oh, so this 6th-ranked human is guarding the little guy with the pure soul, huh? Not bad, but too bad. The kid's soul has deep-seated resentments, unsuitable for our purposes. The two-horned man smirked slightly before vanishing into thin air over a kilometer above. Sigh. Kid Mackie, well, let you have your fun. I'd like to see what you're up to. Although Tali was only a 6th-tier warrior, his dense battle chi was sufficient to carry him into the skies, and splitting off some of his battle chi to serve as surveillance was effortless. What's gotten into these demon beasts? Are they so enraged by the previous adventurer group? Should I warn them? No. Vane said that life is the most important thing. especially in the demon beast forest. I'll just watch some more. Mac looked at the increasingly packed group of demon beasts, gently blocking himself with a tree branch while masking his presence with spiritual force at all times. Even if a demon beast glanced up recklessly, on such a dark night with the protection of the branches, it wouldn't discover anything unusual. A woo. The howl from the side of the fire came again, and the demon beasts underfoot began to grow restless, seemingly ready to rush in and crush those adventurers any moment now. But something seemed to hold them back. Tato, why aren't the flowing water people coming yet? Our second-ranked demon beast incense is almost gone. Malie, don't panic. Our materials will last for 30 more minutes. If nothing happens in another 20 minutes, we'll have the captain retreat. There are too many demon beasts. We've been at second rank for not long. We won't survive if it goes on much longer. Tato, the big man, seriously stared at the horde of demon beasts pacing in the darkness beyond the light of the campfire. They were already surrounded. There wasn't much wood coated with second-ranked demon beast material left. In the iron cage by the bonfire lay an exhausted iron wolf about the size of a regular hound dog, clearly used as a tool. Boom, bang. A 200-meter thick encirclement of demon beasts had formed. Behind this circle, an adventurer party was advancing inward. First-tier demon beasts were no match for their skills. Fireballs as large as watermelons possessed far greater power than what Mac could conjure. This was the ability of Oliu from the Flowing Water Adventurer group, the core member of their team, a gold attribute magician who had just reached the second rank. His offensive abilities had increased significantly, and gold element magic dealt greater damage, serving as a lethal trump card. Even these simple spells were enough to overwhelm first-tier demon beasts, despite any elemental resistances they might possess. Oakland, defend the right, I'll cover the left. Tanawai, you guard the rear. Bingley, keep Oliu and Tanawai healed. Let's push towards the Flame Adventurer group. As the leader of the Flowing Water team, and also a Fire-type second-rank warrior nearing third rank, Tianyan outclassed Oliu and Tanawai, who had just entered the second tier. Moreover, Tianyan's mind operated uniquely. He remained calm in every situation and, due to years of experience fighting in the demon beast forest, lacked arrogance. Instead, he maintained remarkable poise and composure. Yes, Captain. The five maintained their formation. Ice in the center released pale blue water-type magic to heal the two second-rank warriors holding down both sides. Meanwhile, Oliu continuously fired fireballs to slay the demon beasts ahead, inching closer to the position of the Flame Adventure team. Brothers, the Flowing Water Adventurers have arrived. Let's begin the slaughter. Marui glowed with red energy. He was a fire attribute mage. Tato and Malie were two recently promoted second-rank earth attribute warriors with impressive defense. The group also included Jack, a fire attribute warrior at the peak of first rank, estimated to soon break through to second rank. The sole female member, Dianxiang, was a water attribute healer. Unfortunately, her appearance had been disfigured when she was young. Claw marks from a fire fox slashed from her left forehead to the right cheek, leaving 3 savage scars that ruined what would otherwise have been a pretty face. This led Dianxiang to harbor deep hatred for demon beasts. Dianxiang plunged her sword into the head of the iron wolf in the cage, retrieving a magic core. As she looked at the surrounding restless demon beasts, the murderous intent on her face deepened. But she also knew that as a healer, she could only rely on her teammates to weaken some of the demon beasts before finishing them off herself. Though it might seem crazy, the hatred inside her had grown even deeper over the years. Alright, Dianxiang, there will be plenty of demon beasts for you to kill soon. First, prepare the mana restoration effect. We're about to begin hunting. Remember, keep some alive. Marui looked at Dianxiang, who was radiating killing intent. Their years of interaction made him sympathize with this poor woman, so he did not interfere with her slightly deranged behavior. After all, if humans were caught by demon beasts, they'd likely face a similar fate. Understood, leader. Dianxiang retracted her longsword. It was quite unusual for a healer to carry a longsword, but Dianxiang's own strength had nearly reached that of a first-tier warrior, making her somewhat proficient in both magic and martial arts. Tato, watch the demon beasts ahead. Malie, handle the rear. Jack, make sure the demon beast incense doesn't go out. If any demon beasts break through, protect Dianxiang with your life. Alright, let's start. Marui threw a fireball directly into the darkness. Bang! It instantly blasted a green snake as thick as a forearm apart. Fire mages received a certain damage bonus when casting fire spells. Fireballs didn't need precise aiming, just throw them into the dark. Ow! Who? Countless fireballs caused unrest among the demon beasts outside. Several approaching second-rank ones were held back by Tato and Malie. Despite their arms trembling from the impact, a blue aura immediately enveloped them, gently healing their damaged muscles. Thanks, Dianxiang. Tato chuckled, rubbed his shoulder, and kept a wary eye on the demon beasts while Marie continuously unleashed magic, killing one after another. The two teams, one pushing forward, the other clearing monsters at the center, didn't take long before the 200-meter thick circle of monsters began to shrink. After all, they were only first-rank demon beasts with little intelligence. When they sensed something amiss, several ran away, unwilling to participate in this gathering. This relieved both adventure groups significantly, since their original plan was to kill dozens of first-tier demons. They hadn't expected so many to come. At this distance of around 1,500 meters, reaching near 2,000 meters would bring second-tier demons, which could be dangerous. Now that some of the demon beasts had retreated, their tension eased. So, this is cooperation. Looks good, but I should find a weaker demon beast to test my strength. If I can't beat it, I'll run and wait again. Mac, sitting on a large tree, watched the gradually dispersing group of demon beasts and the sounds of battles coming from two directions. He naturally understood what was happening. About time. Let's go. Seeing no more demon beasts beneath his feet, Mac descended from the tree and followed a green snake as thick as his forearm toward the outskirts. It seemed most of these demon beasts were from the outer perimeter. Closer to the 2,000-meter boundary lay mostly second-rank ones. SSSSS. Suddenly, the green snake stopped moving. Its tongue flickered rapidly, clearly sensing something and becoming cautious. Fireball spell. Max seized the moment and hurled a fireball straight at the snake. SSSS. Boom. Amidst a burst of flames, the snake, now turned into a lump of cooked flesh, roared in anger. SSS. Its body quickly twisted, ignoring the bleeding wounds on its torso, and charged directly at Mac. Damn, it's still alive. Fireball spell. Watching the swiftly approaching snake, fear surged in Mac's heart as he hastily cast the spell once more. Boom. Unfortunately, the snake's movement was too agile. It dodged the massive fireball, only being shaken slightly by the explosion. Not good. Mac saw the snake already close and realized, as a mage, he now needed to engage in melee combat. SSSS. The snake coiled and launched itself forward, opening its mouth towards Mac. Two sharp fangs glinted with a cold light, evidently laced with potent poison. Speed boost. Mac quickly activated the spell, granting himself an acceleration buff to evade the bite. His staff wasn't durable enough to withstand a demon beast's assault. Strength boost, constitution boost, reaction boost, speed boost. He consecutively applied 4 buffs. Although they were limited by his first-rank magical abilities, they were sufficient to adapt to the green snake's speed, allowing him to barely avoid its attacks. As long as he wasn't struck, a mage's offense would prove lethal. Fireball. Mac dodged the green snake's lunge again, and a fireball struck directly at the snake's head. SSSS. A piteous cry sounded as the forearm-thick green snake collapsed on the ground. Its head was scorched black, likely cooked through. Phew, finally won. Looks like I'm still pretty capable, just as Vayang said. Mac took a deep breath. Even though he had been casting magic consecutively, mere first-rank spells, but with no potions to boost his mental energy or mana, a first-rank magician could typically cast only 5 spells. Mac, however, had what you might call a power bank. He could fire off 4 spells, dodge a couple of times, then cast another one, slowly grinding the green snake down. Of course, part of this was due to Mac's surprise attack, which gave the snake no chance to initiate combat. Plus, since the green snake was a wood attribute beast, it was weak against fire-based attacks, so Mac's fireballs inflicted massive damage on it. As such, it didn't take long for him to deal with it. Hurry back, dawn is breaking. Guards don't allow adventurers below 3rd rank to enter the forest during the day. They say there's a great terror. Mac grabbed the green snake that weighed about 15 caddies, not bothering to remove its magic core as per Vayang's instructions, preferring to bring back the intact corpse instead. Looks like this guy Mac isn't simple either. Tali watched silently from 100 meters up in the air as Mac returned. His eyes were sharp, and his battle chi fluctuated as if sensing something. However, he found nothing unusual. No wonder. He detected Mac's magical power being about 1.5 times more than that of an average first-rank mage, and it seemed like he still had some strength left. It must be close to double the capacity of a regular first-rank mage, presenting a puzzling situation unless explained by Mac having a special physique with a higher innate magic content. Carrying the green snake's body, Mac quietly slipped into his house as dawn approached. The sky was gradually brightening. Dawn would arrive within an hour. Too exhausted, need to meditate immediately. Mac did not rest outright, opting instead for meditation as a replacement for sleep. Although meditation restores physical energy and complexion slower than rest, it enhances strength, and Mac knew very well that once a mage is engaged in melee combat, they've already lost. Luckily, with his power bank, Mac could apply multiple buffs to himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat this green snake that was weak to fire. While meditating, the absorption rate in his mind seemed to accelerate, bringing considerable joy to Mac. What a hardworking young man. Mac seems awakened, but his magical power is strange. Never mind, my job is to accomplish the task, everything else, let it be. Vayang, I've never fully understood that kid. Sigh, kids are growing up. Am I, this old soldier, retiring? Tali looked at Mac, who had fallen into meditation again, with many thoughts stirring inside. Recalling how as a night walker, he had been immensely prestigious, stepping into 6th rank warrior status at 30 years old, comprehending the dark essence rules with a significant chance to break through the 7th rank domain barrier. Unfortunately, in a war against beasts, the night walkers of Chensi Empire suffered over half their numbers. Despite surviving, Tali was falsely accused by nobles of being a coward, abandoning teammates' safety to escape alone. In reality, all his companions were dragged into the purple poison realm by a 7th rank forbidden dark scorpion, which overpowered his dark attribute abilities. Their captain refrained from sending him into battle and assigned him to block a 6th rank flash demon whose speed was incredibly fast. Only through his understanding of the shadow rule could he engage the flash demon effectively. Without his skills, human casualties would have doubled at least. As a result, among their group of 5 people, For resisted the 7th rank beast while he single-handedly handled the 6th rank one. They should have earned great merit for the Empire, but those foolish nobles feared he would reassemble the Nightwalker team. So, they labeled him as a deserter while he was critically injured and unconscious. Upon waking, he received an imperial decree, guarding the orphans of 5 adventure teams who had contributed significantly to the Empire, relegating him to this far western Muse city bordering Yaodong territory, almost touching Yaodong's jurisdiction. And the Night Walkers? Now temporarily replaced by the king's elite guards until suitable replacements filled the ranks. Ho ho, it's not bad actually to give up being a Night Walker and settle here peacefully. Tali glanced at the 5 little houses beneath his feet, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 19, Hot Spring Town. A new day feels so fast. Wei Yong lay in bed, quietly looking at the newborn sun shining directly on his entire body. So annoying. He was already exhausted last night, but his bedroom window faced the sun directly, preventing him from sleeping any further. Wasn't that infuriating? This guy's soul is interesting. At this moment, a kilometer above his house, the two-horned man who had discovered Mike last night was intently watching his house. Wei Yong naturally didn't know this. Strange, how could there be such a unique soul? It's absolutely perfect. The two-horned man gazed at Wei Yang's house, and his vertical pupils emitted an eerie purple glow. Soul appraisal. This was indeed his peculiar skill. The effect of soul appraisal was very simple. It detected the strength of the target's soul and its spiritual attachment. It could also be used on ghosts, but who would waste time using this skill for no reason? Thus, soul appraisal was a niche skill. Even if someone suddenly awakened with this ability, they would usually choose to forget it and re-understand it, as it was simply too useless. The soul has no attachment towards racial prejudice. Should this count as treating all equally? In the eyes of the two-horned man, a deep curiosity arose. He was at an 8th rank level. Despite just using the soul appraisal technique, he could read the souls, and even memories, of those below 5th rank. It was far better than malevolent soul-searching spells, which severely damaged the soul. But the soul appraisal did not harm the soul. Its only drawback was that the subject had to be 3 realms lower than the user. However, over the years, few people had awakened with this skill, and virtually none trained in it, because it lacked offensive power. If the other party was 3 ranks lower, why bother when you could easily force them to reveal secrets with fists? There was no need for such complications. He qualifies quite perfectly. The downside is that his soul power is too weak. This mental strength? I estimate that he couldn't even compete with a normal human first-rank magician. But still, after searching through half the empire, there's no one else better suited for the task. Power doesn't matter much since I'm not planning to make him fight anyway. The two-horned man paused slightly in thought before making a decision, and his figure slowly vanished into the sky. After all, this was merely one of his avatars. Just as this avatar disappeared, on an isolated island in a vast sea to the east, the two-horned man's eyes gradually opened. Simply opening his eyes caused a strong wind around him. Such was the aura of a powerful being, terrifying. Finally, the right person has been found. Never expected to find someone like this in Chincy, and even among the Easterners. Interesting. The two-horned man laughed heartily. A snake-like tail appeared behind him, his head becoming snake-like as well, except it bore 2 horns, a rather unique appearance. Almost like a snake transforming into a dragon. However, his current form resembled that of a half-snake man. A snake head, a human body, and a tail. Feeling more comfortable now. Although having a human form is convenient, transformation hides one's true strength. In this semi-human state, although I can only exhibit 7th rank power, it suffices. My blue sky domain benefits from an 8th stage rule boost after all. The two-horned man then retracted his snake head and tail, resuming human form while keeping his horns, allowing him to harness 7th rank power. Well, the candidate has been chosen, and now I need to consult the 5 Emperors Alliance. The laws of humans are such a nuisance. The two-horned man rose from the ground, transforming into a gentle breeze before dispersing. Alas, I can't sleep anymore. Mr. Tali, is breakfast ready? Wei Yong, feeling extremely tired, wanted to sleep but couldn't. He had no choice but to eat something. As expected, right after asking, he heard noises coming from the living room. It was definitely Mr. Tali setting up the dining table. There was no way around it. Aside from Mike and Irene, who accepted the services of an imperial-appointed cleaning servant, Wei Yong, Olton, and Cheetah all rejected the servant arrangement. After all, having freedom at home outweighs the minor convenience provided by another person. Enjoying fresh bacon made from firefox meat paired with a sandwich, the previous taste of magical beast meat never had such a fiery sensation, but this firefox meat tasted as though he was eating fire. Fresh magical beast meat still retains attribute energy. Those of the same attribute will find it delicious, whereas others might feel it hard to endure. Mr. Tali's words echoed again in the living room, clarifying the situation. Nevertheless, the hot, spicy experience reminded him of chili peppers. Chili wasn't commonly used here in the West, so he felt as though his sense of taste had regressed somewhat. The spicy magical beast meat reminded Wei Yong of the pleasure of eating chili peppers. It had been 14 years since he last felt such a sweat-inducing yet refreshing sensation. Much of his drowsiness disappeared as he devoured half a caddy of the meat until he was stuffed and could eat no more. A higher-level expert who can boost my power would be great, so I could eat even more. Wei Yong regretfully said that eating this amount left him still somewhat unsatisfied, but his stomach was already full to capacity. Any further indulgence would likely cause problems, so he stopped. Wei Yong vaguely heard Mr. Tali coughing, as if something had caught in his throat. Forget it, treasure hunting will also be part of my plan. But I exchanged for money instead, and ended up repaying debts immediately afterward, leading to some annoying attachments. Thinking about the torment from Huer and the eerie old man in the magical beast forest made Wei Yang's resolve stronger. He must avoid getting involved in main quests at all costs. They are probably still resting too. Even though we won last night, I seem to have been a bit harsh, so they might ignore me for a week or so. Anyway, I'll walk towards the capital city. I've heard the closer you get to the main city, the stronger the magical beasts become. I might as well wander around, because now I know there won't be any magical beasts on the roads. Screw them. After thinking it through, Weiyang wasted no time and set off immediately. Walking past Olton, Mike, Irene, and Cheetah's houses, fields stretched endlessly before him, the crops nearing harvest time. The greenery began showing patches of yellow, clusters of green wheat swayed gently in the breeze, creating an atmosphere of serenity and peace. After walking for about an hour, he, now a first-rank adventurer, estimated he'd traveled 1.5 times the distance between here and Qinglin town, roughly 20 li, 10 kilometers. All along, he traversed vast fields of wheat until finally reaching the outskirts where the crops turned into rice paddies. Clearly, the empire managed agricultural land uniformly with efficiency, assigning food distribution centrally. Currently, things were running rather smoothly. Hot Spring Town. Approaching, Weiyang gazed at the imposing wall of Hot Spring Town. While Qinglin town could be considered a small marketplace, Hot Spring Town resembled a proper county town. An irrigation river flowed just 50 meters from the road, its 10-meter-wide waterway used by Hot Spring Town as its moat. Towering walls surrounded the sprawling city, covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters. Each side had only 2 massive gates as entries. The guards stationed at the gate wore far better equipment than those in Qinglin town. Shiny helmets, armor, and spears gleamed under the sun. Halt. Sir, please present your family crest for approval. Just as Weiyang approached the gate, the 4 guards trembled and raised their spears in a crossed formation, halting him. The significantly more potent battle aura these guards exuded enveloped them in faint mists compared to those from Qinglin town. Oh, okay, guard sir. Under the simultaneous release of oppressive energy by 4 fourth-rank individuals, despite it being only partial, Weiyang found himself paralyzed physically. Mentally, he was crushed with fear, trembling in his legs. Had these 4 increased their force slightly, he was sure he would have perished right then from sheer intimidation alone. Weiyang Talus, descendant of the Lonely Adventurers Guild, you may enter. The nearest guard took his emblem without emotion, dismissing the aura and lowering their spears while ignoring Weiyang completely. In their eyes, he was either someone entering the city or irrelevant, thus unworthy of attention. Damn, that was terrifying. Being powerful certainly has its advantages, but I'm exhausted. Hopefully, Cheetah and others can reach 3rd or 4th rank soon. Weiyang muttered inwardly, stepping onto the broad streets imbued with a heavy western flair. Each food stall operated outside their respective stores, while weapon shops, material shops, and magical beast shops lined up one after another, with corresponding signs hung above doors. Carriages and pedestrians bustled about. For the first time, Weiyang felt the street resemble those from the 70s and 80s in the West, much like scenarios copied straight out of anime. In Hot Spring Town, there were many hot spring and signs giving an impression that they were run by the same entity. Hey, new face, first-rank strength. Care for anything? Entering a restaurant called Warm Water Inn, places named inns typically served adventurers, whereas standalone eateries were rare. Give me a fresh barbecue fire fox leg and a bowl of savage bull bone soup. Got it, that'll be 2 gold coins. Please wait a moment, your order will arrive shortly. As expected, it was expensive, 1 gold coin per dish. If the meat were sold separately, he could have probably bought 100 pounds of it. He noticed that in the inn, 5 people typically shared one spot and ordered an entire table full of dishes. However, most plates were large with little meat since most had only first-rank adventurer strength. There were some tables, though, piled high with meat. Those belonged to adventuring groups containing second-rank adventurers. Weiyang found an empty seat randomly. Looking at the massive 5-person table with only himself eating, he felt it lacked flavor. After hastily finishing his meal, it was nearly noon. Weiyang didn't want to go back just yet. With or without him, the other 4 were about the same anyway. He might as well stay longer and explore for a few days. After all, this was just near the city walls, and there were even more shops further inside. He picked a hot spring inn. As expected, every room was spacious with its own hot spring pool, 5 meters in diameter. The price was high. 2 gold coins for 2 days, including food and lodging. With my money, who cares? When I came out, I brought a few hundred coins in my pockets, some tucked into my arms, even a money pouch. In my chest, I also carried several 4th-rank earth magic cores from that pitiful old man. What was his name? Something like Moss Paver. Damn, this is comfortable. The moment Weiyang checked into the inn, he quickly tested out the hot spring. It was something he hadn't tried in over 20 years. Usually, all he did was take a quick hot shower. Where would he find time to soak in a hot spring? Now, once he entered the hot spring, the immense relaxation he felt made him want to stay submerged indefinitely. Guest, are you there? Knock, knock, knock. The servant's voice broke through, bringing a touch of disappointment. It was a man. What is it? Weiyang loudly replied. Guest, tonight is the once-a-week slave trading fair opening. Our owner sees that you're a noble of silver rank, so he sent me to inform you. Oh, a slave trading fair? Is such a thing allowed by the Empire? He was surprised, despite having already guessed that such things existed, but not in such an outright manner. Tonight? Where will it be held? If you're interested, tonight our boss will send someone to guide you there. All it takes is a small service fee. He understood, they wanted his money. After all, as a silver noble, members of the Empire's aristocracy needed assets proof unless they were iron nobles, while copper nobles were considered wealthy families. Silver nobles were at least big rich families, and the higher golden nobles were terrifying. They were practically business conglomerates. Further up the ranks were the military and the royal family. Only when one becomes a golden noble do they gain the privilege to meet the king and participate in government affairs. All right, then I'll trouble you tonight. Since they were marketing directly to him, Wei Yong couldn't really refuse, although he wasn't going for slaves. Okay, guest, I'll notify you during dinner. The servant at the door left. He'd soaked enough, feeling like his bones had gone soft, walking lightly, having soaked ever since he came in, probably around 2 hours. But soaking in a bath was truly comfortable. Unfortunately, he hadn't had the chance before he died, sighing with regret. Slave trading fair, sigh. Indeed, as long as there's an empire-type structure, this kind of trade exists. Modern times have it too, but it's all done secretly. In this world, it seems the empire actually permits it. Truly inappropriate. Don't they fear retribution? Wei Yong pondered on this. After all, the big boss had said he was akin to a world Tao-like existence. And since this was another world where power could increase, then surely there was a Tao mentioned in novels. So shouldn't these people trading lives be afraid of going to hell? Unconsciously, he fell asleep on the soft bed, looking forward to the evening's slave trading fair. Chapter 20, The Slave Auction. After waking up and eating the usual meal, Wei Yong found it hard to swallow. Although he often ate things like beef or curry, the cooking here at the inn wasn't as good as Mr. Tali's, and most of the time he consumed monster meat, which made him quite picky about his food. Could we possibly change to a dish with one-stage monster meat? I'm not used to this. Looking at the waiter standing nearby holding a napkin, Wei Yong couldn't help but speak up. Well, sir, it's not impossible, but 3 gold coins. You go to the restaurant and bring me 1 dish and 1 soup. Tell them I'm a 1-star adventurer. Wei Yong directly placed 3 gold coins on the table, knowing that a single dish cost only 1 coin. But for the inn, service fees were necessary, otherwise you could always go out and eat. As the sky grew darker, he also began to look forward to the evening's slave trading event. Such a small expense was nothing to him. Yes, sir. The waiter's eyes lit up instantly, and with great humility, he picked up the 3 gold coins and headed to the outside restaurant. Sure enough, monster meat was more palatable. In a few quick bites, he finished a boiled slice of meat and a bowl of watery soup, then leaned back into a leather chair to take a short rest. Each time after a satisfying meal, there was an automatic sensation of being filled with strength that captivated him. Sir, it's getting late. The slave auction requires entrance 1 hour in advance. Sure enough, he felt as if he had just rested for a short moment before being gently woken up. Oh, okay, let's go. Remember, call me at mealtime tomorrow. I can't stand this ordinary food anymore. Standing up, he gave him a calm reminder. Yes, sir. The waiter was very humble. Wei Yang's coin offensive had already rendered him completely compliant, probably. He must be from the upper aristocracy, someone who doesn't even eat common people's food anymore, but is still an adventurer. That's impressive. Seeing Wei Yang walk away, the waiter sighed quietly, though his voice was low. However, Wei Yang's perception was strong, and it all felt great inside. It was this feeling of flattery that made many people addicted to power and wealth. This kind of sensation was like a drug addiction. The night on the streets was relatively quiet. Carriages coming and going were no longer seen. Only small groups of people walking together. Strangely, they all seemed to be heading towards the city center. It should be noted that this size of a town was considered a city by Wei Yang, so he referred to it as such. Sir, these are slightly influential nobles or guild presidents who are well known in this hot spring town. Their wealth isn't ordinary either, so they are interested in attending the slave auction, using some coins to satisfy their desires. There's nothing wrong with that. Doesn't the empire regulate this? Wei Yang was a bit puzzled, finding it odd how openly these transactions took place. The empire has a law regarding slavery, and the trade of slaves is governed under imperial laws. But where the slaves come from remains unknown. Therefore, during transactions, one must be cautious. If someone buys a noble's offspring who was kidnapped, it might lead to significant trouble. Ah yes. Hearing those words, he immediately thought of the despicable custom store again. How unbearable. The marble road was extremely wide, designed for ease of carriage movement, probably as wide as an 8-lane road. This kind of construction was unheard of in other towns. Only a handful near Muse City, where commercialization was highly advanced, would have infrastructure of this scale. Wei Yang stared at this 5-story building. He guessed it counted as a skyscraper, with a living room over 20 meters wide across its 5 stories. It was nearly within the range of what modern super villas might be, and through the glass, one could see there was even a square inside, resembling a Western Colosseum, but in reality a scaled-down soccer field design. Sir, I'll drop you off here. We servants aren't allowed to enter. The waiter stopped 20 seconds away from the large villa. Well, no need. Besides, I'll need your internal introductions. Here's the deal. Once inside, you're my attendant, and I'll pay you extra wages. When we're done, you return to being the hotel's waiter. What do you say? See, can I really do that? The waiter was confused. Because even when others of similar silver nobility came in the past, they never regarded him as a person. This led him to have considerable prejudice against such aristocrats. Yet the current one wanted to treat him as a guide, and even pay him. Such behavior was unimaginable. Were there both good and bad ones among the nobles? What, not willing? Wei Yang looked at the waiter who hadn't recovered his composure yet. Hadn't money tempted him enough? That shouldn't be right. No, sir. I'm already satisfied that you're letting me go in as a guide. There's no need for payment. Please follow me this way. The waiter looked at me, frantically waving his hands as if fearing that Wei Yang might change his mind. Sigh. This was the lower class, people who were easily satisfied with just a little more comfort. However, some things remained severe, especially in this foreign world where, once one grew powerful enough, They no longer treated ordinary people as equals. All right, let's go. Wei Yong followed the waiter into the luxurious villa and felt quite curious. Glass wasn't unfamiliar to him, but here the price of glass could almost match first-stage monster meat. Using so much glass would cost at least dozens or even hundreds of gold coins, a sum most people couldn't dream of earning in a lifetime. Sir, on the outer part, small trades such as minerals and herbs happen here. It's also possible to sell monster materials. The prices are cheaper than those set by the Empire, but higher than outside markets, so only mine owners or herb dealers come here. But the slave trade is popular. It's the loudest sound in Hot Spring Town. This auction house is controlled by the Empire's largest guild, the Dawn Guild. The largest guild, huh? They have some substance. Wei Yong gave a faint smile. He wouldn't touch something that reeked of a main quest line. Slaves needed caution. Having someone else buy them for a few gold coins would be better, avoiding direct involvement if possible. This waiter, please leave. There are rules within the guild. As soon as the waiter had led Wei Yong inside, a muscular man at the reception spoke up. Despite his calm tone, the martial energy in his voice was fiery. He was a fire-based warrior, seemingly stronger than Wei Yong, though not significantly so, likely nearing a second-stage breakthrough. Excuse me, this person serves as my attendant. Here's my family emblem. Take a look. Seeing the waiter standing bowed there, Wei Yong understood he regretted being associated with him. If he claimed not to know him, his life would likely be ruined. So, Wei Yong decided to help and disliked breaking promises. Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Are you attending the trading session? Please pay the entrance fee. 5 gold coins for the second floor, 4 for the third floor, 3 for the fourth floor, and 10 for the fifth floor. The man sounded somewhat awkward after confirming Wei Yang's insignia correctly, then began stating the rules. What's the difference? The pricing seemed irregular to him. From the second to the fourth floor, the higher the level, the less clear the view becomes. However, on the fifth floor, which consists of VIP seats reserved for silver-level nobility or financial conglomerates worth 10 million gold coins or more, you should expect to give up your seat anytime if someone more prestigious arrives. It's simply how it works. The man explained clearly, comparing it to concert tickets. Closer seats cost more, and front-row VIP seats required power and wealth to secure. If someone more powerful arrived, you'd have to leave. It was brutally realistic, and Wei Yong approved. Here, make the arrangements. Wei Yong handed over 15 gold coins immediately, having already considered the possibilities. Very good, wise Mr. Wei Yong Talus. The man smiled slightly, implying if no other authority came, those 5 base gold coins would be his. Mr. Wei Yong, room 504 on the 5th floor. The man handed him a key, indicating the well-organized system. This practice of paying and receiving a key seemed strangely modern, and Wei Yong suspected someone from the future must have been involved. Walking up the red-carpeted staircase, Wei Yong felt an increasing sense of familiarity, like being back on Earth, reinforcing the feeling of a shared ancestry with the Earth folk here. Room 504. It seems someone else has arrived before me. Seeing the room styled much like a hotel single, staying at an inn in this foreign world intrigued him. Unlocking the door, he was shocked. The wall opposite had been replaced with one-way glass, transparent from the inside out, while filtering light to keep things dimly lit without obstructing visibility. Was this world's glass technology really so advanced? It made sense given the convenience of fire magic. And the ground floor scene was reflected on the glass walls via a crystal at the center of the circular amphitheater-like building. What the hell was this if not a magical TV? Incredible. Esteemed guests, the auction is about to begin. Please quiet down. A robust voice rang out. Who said all auctioneers were attractive older women? Speak up. Wasn't the guy on the screen the same one from the reception earlier? After swindling 5 gold coins, it turned out he was also the auctioneer. Did he even plan to sell anything? As the man's voice quieted the chatter among floors 2 through 4 ceased too. After all, anyone present here was either wealthy or influential, and thus possessed the basic courtesy to behave appropriately. Alright, everyone, I won't waste time. Tonight's auction will be hosted by me, Lika. Next, please watch the first item. In front of Wei Yong, on the magical TV, a maid-like pretty girl walked to the center carrying a tray. There was something on it that looked like a carrot, probably an herb. No interest. This is a century-level sunset ginseng. As its name suggests, its effect is to bring back vitality to men in their declining years. Starting bid, 50 gold coins. Lika's deep and powerful voice echoed across the room. Selling aphrodisiacs? Wei Yong couldn't help but laugh. Good, someone bids 55 gold coins. Despite being just an aphrodisiac, many old men here for slave purchases might find such items useful. Wei Yong sat on a sofa made from tough bull hide. On the table in front of him were fresh fruit juices and a plate of fruit. Right? This room about the size of a hotel single-bed unit had only one sofa, a table, and nothing else. As for the wall TV, there was no need to mention it again. On each armrest of the sofa was a red button about thumb-sized. The right-hand one for bidding in the auction, and the left-hand one for calling a waiter, for any kind of service, including those you're thinking about, if you can afford it. The services here were extremely expensive, easily costing over 100 gold coins. Although Wei Yong had money, he didn't want to spend it recklessly, paying hundreds of gold coins for a small slave to take home slowly. Cough, cough. Wasn't it more appealing? Soon, the herb was snatched away for around 70 gold coins. After all, this herb wasn't that rare. If it weren't older than 100 years, it probably wouldn't even make it onto the auction block. Every item at the auction required a 5% down payment of the starting price. Take this herb as an example. With a starting price of 50 gold coins, you'd have to pay 2.5 coins up front. After successfully purchasing, another 5% of the final sale price would be paid to the auction house, a surefire way to make money off them. Alright, next item, a stage 1 longsword. Starting bid, 50 gold coins. The following auctions featured various kinds of equipment, magic cores, and beast claws, none of which interested Wei Yong. Alright, let's begin the main event. Please look at our first item. After finishing the appetizers, Wei Yong noticed that no one on the 5th floor had spoken up yet. Whenever someone pressed a button on the 5th floor, the screen would display the changed price associated with their window number. Wei Yong hadn't seen any windows showing changes yet. The screen started moving. 2 people pushed a cage covered with a black cloth onto the stage. It was indeed true, as depicted in novels, that the slave trade usually preferred to stay under the radar. This is a 10-year-old girl, trained by us to be proficient in household chores, cooking, massage therapy, and the creation of various handicrafts. Starting bid, 1 gold coin. With one pull of the black cloth by Lika, a doll-like little maid appeared in view. Yes, she was exactly like a porcelain doll, very beautiful, but with lifeless eyes resembling those of the dead. It was hard to imagine seeing such an expression on a 10-year-old girl. Wei Yong also sighed inwardly. However, there was nothing he could do but ignore it. Don't ask why he didn't buy the little girl with his money, adopt her, and give her a new life. Sorry, Wei Yong was not a saint. Both his strength and finances were limited. Human beings are selfish. He certainly didn't want to end up walking the main quest line due to rescuing this porcelain doll. It was dangerous enough that he was reliving his life with his memories. He could not determine the fates of others. Alright, someone bids 50 gold coins. Oh, 70 gold coins. Any more? Lika observed the occasional raised paddles from the 2nd to 4th floors. Unlike the VIP guests, they had no special button system, only raising their paddles manually, increasing their bids by 5 gold coins each time. Alright, room 501 on the 5th floor bids 150 gold coins. Any higher offers? They were at 80 gold coins when room 501 doubled the bed, leaving everyone downstairs speechless. After all, the 5th floor represented not just wealth, but also power. Chapter 21, Slave Auction. Since the people in room 501 had placed a bid, the people on the 2nd to 4th floors were all very rational and did not place further bids. Offending a person of silver noble rank just for one slave was obviously disadvantageous, something anyone would know, let alone those sitting here who were either immensely wealthy or from noble families. Alright, since no one is bidding, this slave will be purchased by the guest in room 501. Next is the second auction item. The giant Liko waved his hand, and a few people moved the cage down, then brought up another one. This cage was taller, about as tall as an adult, and differed greatly from the earlier cage that was only half a man's height. Everyone, please take a look. This is a slave who recently broke through to become a level 1 adventurer with the rare earth attribute, making him a prime choice as either a bodyguard or a tank. Starting bid, 1 gold coin. Lika pulled back the black curtain, revealing indeed a large man standing inside the cage, his scarred face appearing fierce. His muscles almost rivaled those of Orton, but his eyes looked vacant, though they lacked the dead emptiness seen in the previous doll-like girl. There was a subtle vitality, with fluctuations of martial arts occasionally manifesting, indicating he'd only recently broken through, but he could serve admirably as a meat shield. 80 gold coins, 85 gold coins, 90 gold coins. The price skyrocketed quickly. After all, everyone present was wealthy. Since they chose wealth over power, hiring a capable bodyguard made sense. However, nobles usually already employed adventuring parties, so most of the bidders for the muscular man were managers of various trading companies. Wei Yong also noticed that everyone on the 5th floor showed absolutely no interest in the burly slave. He's ugly, not my type. Wei Yong watched the muscular man on the big screen, uninterested. Soon, the man was sold for 160 gold coins, which was reasonable given his level 1 adventurer strength. Alright, let's continue with the next auction item. Lika clapped his hands, signaling the servants to push away the larger cage, then roll in another semi-human height cage. Again it was a young girl. Wei Yong perked up at this. The waitress behind him quietly stood behind the sofa, her gaze fixed intently on the screen. Sigh, so boring. The next auction item is quite special, having been up for many auctions already without yielding results. We can't get it to cooperate. So, whoever's interested may purchase it. Starting bid, 5 gold coins. Lika acted out the drama convincingly, feigning regret that Wei Yong found hilariously exaggerated. He flung open the cage, drawing gasps from below. It's a half-beastkin. Forget it, I'm not interested. Yeah, same. Although beastkins are appealing to look at, if not tamed, they're practically beasts themselves. Let's save our coins. There are still plenty more slaves to come. Wei Yong heard whispers arising from downstairs. Though on the 5th floor, he couldn't hear the details clearly, but his attention was drawn to the girl in the cage on the screen. She had rabbit ears, and a hostile glare fixed upon everyone. Hold it, this is absolutely the main quest. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Wei Yong screamed internally, but before he knew it, his right hand had already pressed the button. A bewitching folly, no, obsession, led to his hasty reaction. Great. The guest in room 504 has bid 10 gold coins. Are there any higher bids? Lika immediately announced, seeing someone had placed a bid. After all, at a slave auction, uncooperative slaves could damage their reputation, but the half-beastkin race was too unique, prone to self-destruction, causing them great headaches. Initially, they took an order to mine in the north, where they discovered a snow hare den. The bones of a woman were gnawed and pitted, and the sleeping snow hares awoke and fled. None were caught because snow hares were far too rare, swift enough that little was known about them. But this half-beastkin survived, running faster than normal humans, yet still captured. The guild intended to sell her for substantial profit. Surprisingly, however, she resisted subjugation. Even a fifth-tier mage sent by the guild headquarters couldn't tame her with beast training magic. Of course, the Chamber of Commerce had also tried violence. However, according to the imperial laws, slaves and transactions could not be beaten to death with violence, so the severity of the punishments were always carefully controlled. But this half-beastkin kept attempting suicide, and the chamber had to send healing mages to treat her, causing them significant headaches. Under the pressure of reputation, the chamber put her up for auction, but no one wanted her, despite her striking beauty that resembled a goddess. However, her sharp teeth and nails made even buyers with depraved interests hesitant. After some time, she became the first half-beastkin slave in the slave chamber who survived off free meals. Previously, there were half-beastkin slaves as well, most of whom were human women violated and then reluctantly raising their offspring themselves, so communication wasn't an issue. However, this half-beastkin was raised by magical beasts. Her mother was eaten, yet she survived, which was strange, and since she couldn't communicate and resisted domestication spells, the guild established a rule: uncommunicative half-beastkin slaves should not be accepted. However, since the guild had already captured her, according to the law, they were responsible either for selling her or raising her until old age. Most half-beastkins typically died between the ages of 14 and 18. She was judged to be around 11 when caught. Having been on auction for a year without being sold, someone finally showed interest, a silver noble rank person. Naturally, the chamber would rather give her away for free, but still collected money, because legally, she no longer belonged to them. This freeload who required treatment had finally been sent away. Licca sighed in relief. He had found this waste of space himself and decided to keep her as merchandise, only to have her remain unsold for so long. And now he could finally leave here from U City. Alright, no higher bids. The half-beastkin is sold to the guest in room 504. Licca's voice trembled. He was finally liberated. He could have left from U City a year ago if it weren't for this half-beastkin, making him stay so long in the hot spring town. Sure enough, the unfamiliar face of the silver noble must have been his lucky star. Licca's expression brightened, and the rest of the auction went smoothly as well. When the auction ended, he could apply to go to Muse City. His future was looking promising. Shit, my mental state has collapsed. Weiyang slumped on the sofa. He'd fallen at the last hurdle. This main quest just couldn't be resisted. Another turnaround. Good. Our generous guest from room 504. Let's continue. Afterwards, Weiyang lost all interest in the auction, only thinking about how to escape this captivating main storyline. Clearly, it was destined for the protagonist to tame her and take her into his harem. Damn. There were many more half-beastkins in the subsequent auction, females extraordinarily beautiful, males brawny and muscular, all having achieved level 1 adventurer strength. But judging from their short lifespans, they were likely only used for extremely dangerous missions, treated merely as cannon fodder. Alright, next, we present a rather special item, a juvenile half-beastkin with level 1 strength. We don't know what kind of beast she descends from. Licca abruptly pulled the black curtain open, revealing a little girl. Yes, a lowly, probably 5 or 6 years old, peacefully curled up in the cage, fast asleep. Above her head were a pair of small projections resembling deer antlers. Judging by her appearance, she appears to be the offspring of a deer-type magical beast. But in our records, deer-type magical beasts are at most variant 4-stage strong. Yet this child is already at stage 1 power at the age of 5 and can understand our language. Originally, the chamber didn't plan to sell her, but she herself wished to be sold. As for her background, I will not elaborate, because this half-beastkin claims that only those who truly understand her race would make every effort to take her away. Starting bid, 10,000 gold coins. Oh, so expensive? Even a 4-tier monster core doesn't sell for this much. The crowd murmured below, while Weiyang was quite puzzled. This sleeping lowly offering herself for sale? Is she really not a half-deerkin? Wait a minute. Weiyang scrutinized the soundly sleeping lowly carefully. Generally speaking, the animal part of a half-beastkin is the most apparent feature. Deer may have prominent horns, but female deer lack them, and usually so ear girls only show their ears. Forehead double horns only appear in dragons. Weiyang stood up straight in surprise. Holy shit, this is definitely the main plot twist. Decided. Older sister versus lowly. He'll choose the older sister. He felt relieved. This lowly absolutely belongs to the protagonist group. Her talent was otherworldly. Her father must be of the dragon race. She was undoubtedly here to serve the main character. Come to think of it, Shuer was forgotten before his origins too. All he knew was he'd been hunted down. Now this rabbit-eared girl was clearly just plain bored. Snow hares wouldn't come to these hot places. Weiyang sighed in relief, his body sinking into the chair as his right hand naturally fell onto the armrest. Then, plink. No. The relaxed mood that Weiyang had just experienced plummeted to the abyss. I didn't want it to happen. It's an accident. Is that so? The guest from room 504 has placed a bid. Since the starting price is set at 10,000 gold coins, this is the first opportunity for bottom pricing. Are there any other offers? Licca, the big man, glanced at him with surprise, and all Weiyang wanted was to ask if his family situation was still good, since this cliched plotline had fallen on him. What couldn't be done was done. Oh hell, not good at all. I should do something. Yes, press the left button. Weiyang panicked, pressing the left button without much thought. Hello sir, how may I assist you? The door opened instantly. This kind of service efficiency, really dedicated. However, now wasn't the time to talk about these things. A half-dragon person, it could be fatal. That previous half-werewolf who was chased around could only count as a side mission. But this, it's half-dragon, a dragon. Dragons are ninth-tier existence in this continent, only inferior to gods. I need to contact Mr. Licca. Alright, please press the right button to speak. The service attitude was impeccable, and when the staff left, they remembered to close the door. Licca, brother Licca, can you hear me? Weiyang pressed the button, hands trembling uncontrollably until both were used together to steady himself. Gentlemen, please continue placing bids. The guest from room 504 needs me, so I'll go down first. Licca chuckled, went backstage while leaving the half-dragon individual in the middle of the stage. Only he and I knew she was half-dragon. Has 504 lost their mind? Spending 10,000 gold coins on this half-beastkin. Must have had a seizure. Maybe this half-beastkin serves another purpose? You're dumb. For 10,000 gold coins, what type of slave couldn't you get? Even buying 1,000 half-beastkins would leave you with plenty of money to spare. Sigh, there's no way I'd suffer such a loss. It must be the Dawn Chamber trying to stir things up. Probably only those customers on the 5th floor would splurge money to try it out. After all, money doesn't mean much to them. Exactly. Downstairs, the noise stirred by Weiyang went unnoticed. He didn't care to listen either, focusing only on making sure Licca didn't force the lowly into his hands. Just now realizing the rabbit-eared girl was safe, Weiyang didn't wish to lose her just yet. Esteemed Mr. Weiyang, what would you like to say? Sure enough, once Licca disappeared from the screen, Weiyang heard his voice inside his room. Surround sound quality, nice. Just now, I accidentally touched the button. Can my bid be cancelled? Sorry, sir. Even if a crawler touched the button accidentally, as long as you're in the room, you will be responsible for it. This is a privilege our chamber requested from the Empire, where everything within the room falls upon its tenant. Isn't there another way? I really didn't mean to. Are you worried you can't afford it, sir? No. Then wait for your purchase, sir. Damn it. Licca the old schemer ignored him. This lump of yellow mud is hard set to shove it under his belt. He's too young to die. There's so much life ahead. The auction ended. The highlight of it all came down to the half-dragon lowly and the rabbit-eared girl who hadn't been sold off. They've all been taken by Weiyang, leaving only hundreds of gold pieces behind. All the magical cores and gold coins he brought were given to Licca. Sir, walk safely. Your goods will arrive at the Weiyang town residence tomorrow. Would you like to go with us? Additionally, for compensation regarding the untrained slaves you've acquired, our chamber has worked diligently to ensure you use them with peace of mind. As Licca extended a 4th-tier magical core and smiled kindly at Weiyang. Sigh, can't run away, fine. Tomorrow, call me at his hot spring hotel. Right now, I just want some peace and quiet. As long as the compensation's done properly, ensure the 2 half-beastkins are well fed and rested. Bring them back with style tomorrow. Weiyang handed over instructions, his face pale like death. It felt more like giving final words than instructions. He could already see a mighty dragon saying he stole its daughter, then spitting a mouthful of phlegm, cough cough, dragon breath, sending him straight to meet the boss. Okay, sir, walk safely. Licca let out a hearty laugh. Selling the 10,000 gold copper ancestor ensured every slave auction hosted by the Dawn Chamber would bring out the image, and if someone bought it, they would retrieve the item directly from the central headquarters in the capital, ensuring delivery to the customer's hands the next day, exactly as said little copper ancestor mentioned. Thinking about how a little girl from the capital center once erupted and made all the capital's strongmen tremble, Licca shivered internally. Chapter 22. Dazzling flowers and hazy eyes. The main plotline beckons. A sleepless night saw Weiyang pondering over how to wriggle free from this grand storyline involving the Dragon Clan. These were always earth-shaking events of monumental proportions, and somehow he had gotten tangled up in it. Sigh, headaches aplenty. With sorrowful tears streaming down his face, the main quest relentlessly pursued him. Dawn mercilessly broke, heralded by the sound of carriages rolling past. The attendant cheerfully woke Weiyang, though he hadn't actually been sleeping. Sir, farewell. We hope you grace us with your presence again. Damn, this attendant was seeing him off at the door. Do you believe I'll give you a bad review? Oh well, this world didn't even have such a function. Who could blame him when one normally could abandon tasks like these? He needed to figure out how to find and activate that option. Are you the person who bought me? A crisp child's voice rang out. Huh? You're, damn, a half-dragon. Orc. Weiyang stared at the little girl who had stepped out from Iron Dragon Manor. Though adorable, with tiny horns on her forehead that added to the charm, her expression betrayed a nonchalance towards life and death that weighed heavily on Weiyang's mind. At least you know better than to cross me. But let me warn you not to speak much. Otherwise, you won't even know how you die. My father's got my back, and I'm not afraid of exposure, she declared arrogantly. What? I'm actually being threatened by a little girl, and worse yet, by a half-dragon one. I thought she'd be as obedient as the dragons in Mr. Shaolin's maid, mused Weiyang aloud. At least Mr. Shaolin saved the dragon maid and shared drinks with her. We don't share any ties at all. It's understandable for this half-dragon to feel superior, but who am I? A man unafraid to ruffle feathers of even the mightiest bosses. Am I truly scared of a little girl? Nonsense. Oh, is that so? If you expose me, then perhaps you can't come out to play anymore. Weiyang looked at the girl with an evil smirk, his grin resembling that of a lewd old man eyeing a runaway heiress. What are you planning to do? Indeed, she was still just a pure little girl, evidently just recently freed from parental control. Naturally we're destined for mutual destruction. One insignificant life of mine is enough to barter for your confinement within your family walls. Imagine being a caged half-dragon. Sounds like a good deal, doesn't it? Wei Yong chuckled ominously, striking terror into the heart of the young half-dragon. You. Her voice quivered. It seemed she had never been under such threat before. She really was innocent and naive, completely losing her composure. What? Going to threaten me? Anyway, I don't fear death unlike some people. Oh no, some dragons who sneak out to have fun. Wei Yong cast a look of disdain at the girl, finding her highly amusing. Don't you me. If you want to avoid being caught and returned home, you'd better listen to me quietly and act like a proper slave. Or else, I'll shout right now about having a half-dragon here. Believe me, there are those with peculiar tastes, especially people inclined toward torturing girls like you. And you surely know, despite humans seeming powerless against dragons on the surface, we can use poison, attrition warfare until you're too weak to resist. Then they cut off your limbs and seal away your magical power. Prepare yourself for a lifetime of torture in a dark cell. Wei Yang's words shone with menacing intensity, leaving her face paler than ever. After all, despite her respect-worthy stay at the slave guild, while many honored her politely, most half-human slaves were taken away and subjected to cruel fates. Any woman faced with such a future would rather return to captivity than endure such torture. It was too horrifying to imagine. Wawa, you bully children. Oh no, looks like you went a bit too far. To her credit, the little princess burst into tears without hesitation. However, Wei Yong remained unfazed. Having scraped through life for 30 years, dealing with bratty kids required first giving them a taste of strictness before offering them sweetness. Keep crying. Once I lose patience, your good days will come to an end. Right now, immediately stop blubbering and listen to me. Later, maybe I'll allow you to go out and fight some monsters or eat more delicious food. Wei Yong delivered these preposterous promises without emotion, but they appeared remarkably effective. Can you really do what you say? This little girl was odd indeed. She stopped crying on command and seriously gazed at him. Of course, although I don't fear death, integrity matters. I swear upon the heavenly Tao. Wei Yong confidently lied through his teeth. Sure enough, it worked, thoroughly bewildering this little girl. Her large eyes widened dramatically, mouth slightly agape, utterly astonished. In this world where the heavenly Tao is complete, swearing an oath to the heavenly Tao is considered the greatest pledge. Nicholas didn't understand why this human before her would make such a grand decision and dare to swear by the heavenly Tao. Hey, stunned. Whether you agree or not, just say a word. If you don't speak up, I'll take it as a refusal. Looking at this dazed little girl, Wei Yong inwardly despised her tightly. People in this world were all like this. They had never seen much of the outside world. I haven't said no yet. Considering your sincerity, Lady Nicholas will first agree with you. But, you're not allowed to make those embarrassing requests. The little girl puffed out her cheeks angrily, pointing her finger at Wei Yang's nose. All right. If I can, I hope I've never met you. Wei Yong looked at her tsundere expression with disdain and turned around to walk away. Wait for me. Thus, he let go of his concerns about this main quest. Since it jumped to him, when the time came, he'd play the coward. After all, dignity isn't worth anything. And so, the story between Wei Yong and his dragon maid was about to begin. However, this Wei Yong seemed to have forgotten the first bunny-eared girl he bought. Sir, we'll see you here. This is the collar controller. If she dares to resist, use your mental power to activate it, and the collar will shock her until she cannot fight back. But after using it 3 times, you need to spend a rank 1 magic core to recharge it. The carriage driver handed over a jade token with a groove at the back, probably for placing the magic core. Okay, you can go back. Wei Yong helplessly watched the carriage driver leave. Behind him was a peculiar house. But what was the situation? He looked at the 2 ropes in his hand. He could understand the rabbit-ear girl wearing the metal collar, but why was the little girl holding a phone also on a leash? Was he dragging her, or was she dragging him? Are you coming already? This little dragon maid was pretty arrogant. Looks like he needed to let her know who the master was. Oh hey, there's a dragon, ugh. Wei Yong was about to shout when a blurry shadow, carrying a fragrant breeze, approached quickly, then 2 little hands covered his mouth. What do you think you're doing? Nicholas called out quietly. Oh, so you realize you're a dragon? I'm not a dragon, am I? So what? What's your current identity? Wei Yong looked at this proud little girl with great interest. I am a slave. What? Speak up. I can't hear you clearly. Seeing her flustered, Wei Yong exaggerated his performance, putting his hand to his ear. This step was to crush her arrogance first. After all, the wise adjust themselves according to circumstances. Hey, maid. Nicholas was almost driven mad by him. It couldn't be helped. This dragon under the eaves had to bow her head. Oh, a maid, right? Then come along, sweep the floor first when we get back. Wei Yong pretended to be deep in thought and walked ahead, dragging the furious bunny-eared girl and the pouting dragon maid into the town with only 5 people. So this is your home? It's quite shabby and small too. Before he could settle down the bunny-eared girl, this damn kid spoke first. I've decided, tonight you sleep in the living room, and she, is it Takaru? Wei Yong saw the metal ring on the neck of the rabbit-eared girl, with a row of small letters clearly showing her name. Good, Takaru and I will sleep in the room. And you, maid, sleep in the living room. Wei Yong pushed and pulled the bunny-eared girl onto the bed, looking at her grimacing face that dared not oppose, and then turned around. It was time to deal with this dragon maid. What? You're making me stay in the living room. Nicholas stared at Wei Yong in disbelief. So what? Is there something wrong with letting a servant sleep in the living room? His eyes gradually became icy. Nicholas also realized her position, her face showing signs of very wrong translation. Normally, humans pampered her, her father spoiled her too. Her mother died from complications during childbirth, making her the most beloved one in the family. Now this weak human wanted her to sleep in the living room, while allowing that inferior bunny semi-beast to sleep on the bed. No problem, but that rabbit is also a slave. Why can she sleep on the bed? Because she listens. Yes, she listens. On the way, she didn't cry or fuss. Despite her still fierce expression, she obeyed without opposition or disturbance. Look at you, not even a hint of slavery awareness. Sneaking out like that, dragons under the eaves still proud? What do you have pride for? In your home, you might be a noble princess, but with me, haha, unless I don't value my life anymore, you can go back to be your princess. As expected, when dealing with this arrogant little brat, one should go head to head, even at the cost of breaking the net if no fish is caught. I won't. All right, I'll sleep in the living room and do tomorrow's housework as well. Nicoleas lowered her head, walking desolately to a corner of the dining table. She then lay quietly on the ground, curling up into a ball without looking at Wei-Ong or arguing back. That was it. Wei-Ong somehow felt like he had lost. This sense of guilt made him very uncomfortable, as if he had bullied a little girl. Damn, my bad luck again. Looking at this Lolita curled up like a puppy, there was nothing he could do. After all, why was he soft-hearted? And how could he have so willingly taken on the main quest? Forget it, I give in to you. Wei-Ong picked her up in a bridal carry. She was pretty light. What are you doing? She was stunned in fright. Could it be that this lecherous guy was going to do what he said? Did he have some peculiar fetish? Finished. Why was he heading toward the bedroom? Should she resist? If she did, her identity would surely be exposed, and her father would surely sense it. What should she do? Wei-Ong found it strange. She just screamed once, and then there was no more sound. Her expression kept changing. Sigh, women's minds were truly hard to fathom. Go sleep on the bed, and make sure this rabbit called Takaru doesn't cause chaos. I threw her beside the bunny-eared girl, who seemed terrified and started trembling violently. That was right. After all, this half-beast with snow rabbit blood had no power to resist a dragon's descendant. You're not. Nicoleas became more confused. The cruel human who was oppressing her just seconds ago now let the two of them, the slaves, sleep in the bed while he, the master, slept on the floor. This was something Nicoleas couldn't comprehend. This human seemed different from other humans too. Once they knew she was from the dragon clan, they treated her respectfully, not daring to defy her. But this guy targeted her and provoked her anger, speaking reason that made her feel suffocated. Yet, when she accepted the frustration, gave up her arrogance, and stopped resisting, he was kind to her. What an odd person. Nicoleas watched Wei-Ong leave the bedroom holding a blanket and couldn't help but show interest in her eyes. Sigh, maybe my lifelong loneliness in the past life wasn't without reason. Wei-Ong sighed. Despite the fact that laying blankets on the floor felt the same as sleeping on a wooden bed, he still felt embarrassed. He, a slave owner, ended up sleeping on the floor. Truly, sigh, all because he was too soft-hearted. There was nothing he could do. The carriage was slow. Don't ask why he fell asleep soon after returning. Everything has its own reason, so just wait patiently. The slave auction was drawing to a close, but at the moment, in a vast ocean in the south, on an island filled with towering skyscrapers, the double-horned man slowly landed on the ground and walked inside. Here was the Five Emperors Alliance. Qingjiao, are you sure he meets the criteria? In a heavy atmosphere-filled council hall, the double-horned man stood at the end. In front of him, 5 shadows of people sat around the table in sequence. Apparently, this place was only used for discussions, and their true bodies never came here. Apart from his insufficient strength, weak spiritual energy, and low talent, everything else is a perfect match. Strength doesn't matter. What's key is that his soul must meet the requirements, since this job is special, involving trade and friendship between our humans and your beast race. None of the shadowy figures had discernible faces. Voices only came from the main seat, while the other 4 shadows remained silent, merely indicating they were present. I will report this to the Dragon Clan upon my return. If possible, this individual should be brought over sooner rather than later. There's no need. If agreeable, simply hand this item over to him. Moreover, he no longer belongs to the human race nor counts as a beast either, making it fair. With a wave of the hand from the primary figure, a black iron forged bracelet slowly floated towards the double-horned man. All right, once the Dragon Clan agrees, we'll take him away immediately. Please proceed. However, remember, don't let him practice the beast magical energies. It's best he stays this level, benefiting us both. The 5 shadows slightly twisted, then disappeared. Humans really are selfish. The double-horned man smirked and also walked out, leaving the ultra-modern island behind. Chapter 23, Dragon Maid, Rabbit Maid. Sleeping is indeed the greatest pleasure. Wang looked at the overcast sky and thought, the autumn rain season has come. After this rain, it won't be long before the autumn harvest. The drizzle fell steadily, slightly dampening the mood. Nishiaz stood dutifully behind him as he finished his breakfast. As for that rabbit girl, it seemed like she had a sudden enlightenment overnight and quietly squatted behind Nishiaz. This, a well-endowed woman hiding behind an elementary school kid. Can you even imagine it? I'm done. You, clean the floor. After finishing his familiar sandwich of monster bacon, Wang naturally began to give orders to the maid. Although Mr. Tall usually took care of these tasks, the dragon maid also needed to pitch in. Besides, she was unaware, so it was necessary to crush her pride a little first. All right, master. Nishiaz, upon seeing Wang lean back on the chair to rest after eating, gritted her teeth. Fine, a dragon beneath someone's eaves must bow its head. She found the broom leaning against the door, but didn't know how to use it. It was like a stick with a bundle of palm leaves attached to one end. She felt awkward herself, mouthfuls claiming to be a maid while not even knowing basic housework. Of course, she'd never done such things since birth. The old dragon practically wanted to cradle her in his mouth, for fear of her melting. Forget housework, they hoped she wouldn't even walk. Every day, she just sat atop her father's head, which made her sick of their overprotective love, so when her mother gave birth to her second child, she fled. What? Can't you even sweep? Wang observed the dragon maid and roughly guessed right. After all, she was still a little girl, most likely pampered out of her mind at home, and never exposed to such things either. You're a maid, huh? Heh, I think even this rabbit girl is better than you. She at least has some strength and can carry bricks, while you can't even sweep. I feel pathetic spending 10,000 gold coins on a waste of space. Unintentionally, Wang hadn't realized how much damage his words would do to the young dragon's heart. Nishiaz felt wronged. Couldn't she learn if she hadn't yet? Why belittle her and wound her fragile heart? Even an untrained beast man could get meals and sleep in a bed from him, but now faced with her, he was always hostile. Fine, leave then. I don't want useless trash around. Wang, looking at the teary-eyed girl again, knew he had said too much. For a 5 or 6-year-old kid, those words would surely cause psychological trauma, but there was no way around it. Now he had finally found an opportunity to diverge from the main storyline. If he could chase off this half-dragon girl, life afterward might become easier for him. I'm not leaving. You remember, me, noble Nishiaz, will become a qualified maid. I swear. Nishiaz forcibly suppressed her anger. As a proud member of the dragon clan, her resilience was strong, even if extremely furious. Years of hearing others speak harshly about her didn't make her lose control. Instead, she determined within herself to become even more perfect. Then, this detestable human would have nothing left to say. Good. I'll give you 3 days. I spent 10,000 gold coins, not to buy a showpiece. Oh no, but to babysit a completely clueless kid? If you can't meet my requirements by the 3rd day, go back yourself. Even if your father comes, I won't change my opinion of you. Wang felt his words were perhaps inappropriate for a child. Alas, being soft-hearted, giving her time to adjust would ease future grudges against him and lower any chance of retaliation. We'll see about that. Nishiaz threw the broom down, her forehead horns slightly glowing, and she flew away directly. No wings yet. Could she be an Eastern dragon? Watching Nishiaz fly away, Wang sighed in relief inside. But that non-beast form flying truly made him envious. Though both were stage 1 powers, losing wasn't bad enough already. He could even fly. Oh yeah, another even bigger headache is here. Wang turned to look at the rabbit maid devouring steak with abandon at his right side, feeling even more sorrowful. A joyous life was far away still, and now teaching her took up his time? Was he bored out of his skull buying slaves to train himself? What nonsense. I've really hit rock bottom. Wang quietly watched the rabbit maid, her hands and face slick with grease, her mouth covered in sauce, stuffing beef into herself without mercy. Though she hadn't reached stage 1 in power, her physical prowess was on par with a stage 1 adventurer. Done eating, seeing she finally stopped moving, her sticky, oily hands and face coated with food remnants. Well, follow me, let's get you cleaned up. Wang reluctantly pulled the rope. This rabbit girl probably knew she had been bought, so despite her unwillingness, she still followed Wang. Last night, this man let her sleep on his bed, unlike others who would treat demi-humans and slaves with violence or torture. It left her utterly confused as to what this human was up to. Come closer, sigh, language barrier is indeed troublesome. Wang, observing the rabbit girl maintaining a certain distance from him, endured the discomfort and pulled her arm to bring her closer. Ow! The rabbit girl's expression changed immediately, thinking this human finally lost control and was about to lay hands on her. The rabbit girl was bewildered. She could feel water flowing over her arm while this human carefully washed her hands and face. When had she ever received such treatment? In the guild, when slaves got dirty they stayed dirty until they were sold, at which point water magic was used in a rough cleaning that hurt quite badly. Nobody cared to slowly clean a slave's body. This human was different. Alright, follow me. Let's teach you how to talk and recognize characters. Sigh, it's unbearable. After helping this rabbit maid clean herself thoroughly, Wang sighed again. Though she wore just a simple cloth dress, her alluring figure made even this unremarkable attire look incredibly enticing. Come on, repeat after me. God no. The character is pronounced you. Wang felt an ache in his head. The rabbit girl must have been around 14 years old. These beings typically die at 18 years of age. By judging her developed physique, Wang assumed she was probably about 14. Meaning this rabbit girl would naturally pass away in another 4 years if nothing happened. A rule humans discovered over the last century. They concluded that there was a conflict between human bloodlines and beastkin bloodlines that caused chaos within their bodies. At 18 years old, the beast line would rebel due to its natural growth into stage 2. If one hadn't reached stage 2 by then, their body couldn't handle the power surge, and they'd likely explode. However, some demi-humans survived past 18 because either their beast guardians provided them rare herbs enabling them to break through the second stage, or they had astonishing talent allowing them to break through themselves. Their lifespans extended, though not to hundreds of years like beasts, but living for over 100 was possible, as long as their mixed bloodlines didn't rage uncontrollably, since such rages were the main cause of death. Alright, there's no time for you to learn much anyway. Just understanding what I say should suffice. Wang quickly abandoned the idea of teaching her literacy skills. Understanding was enough since he only needed an obedient servant, and given his uncertain situation, a misunderstanding during chores might cost him his life. I can understand. This time, it was Yang who became flustered. I can understand. Back then, they in the guild also taught me, but they were, and so, I didn't speak. Stumbling through her words, the rabbit maid clearly demonstrated her learning ability, except she avoided talking because the people at the guild often hit her, making her hate it and pretend she didn't understand, so they'd stop teaching her. Oh, good. At this revelation, Yang's thoughts turned complicated. Indeed, despite the dragon girl being the protagonist line, was this rabbit girl just the side story? Since you can understand, you may leave. I wouldn't dare take you in. Some strong fighter might fancy you and kill me off instead. Oh, and no need to wear that collar anymore. There was nothing else he could do. Survival came first. Demi-human or beast capable of speech, they were always formidable. Take Xiaoer and Xiamisheng as examples. Even dragons had come out. Everyone possessed overwhelming power. He'd rather protect his insignificant life until he gained some real strength. You don't want me. The rabbit girl was confused as she watched the iron ring around her neck being untied. Could it be that this human really didn't dare to take her in? But where could she go? Back in the monster den, she had been stored as food. Being a snow rabbit, she didn't prefer meat, but during food shortages, she'd accept it. Fortunately, her mother had been eaten in a famine 12 years ago. During these 12 years without famine, the snow rabbits left her alone, merely keeping an eye on her, treating her as their food reserve. She ate nuts when hungry and followed the snow rabbits to drink water when thirsty. As long as she showed no intention of escaping, they let her be since she couldn't possibly outpace the ghostly speed of the snow rabbits. You're free now, go. Looks like I'm among the most pathetic of all-time travelers. Yang waved his hand and put away the controller and collar in his pocket. This was technology after all, and could probably fetch a lot of money. Rare things made for great collections too. What? Smash them? Hell no. He just spent over 10,000 gold coins. Every penny saved counted, and he intended to live life joyfully. If he got into financial trouble later, he didn't want to repeat his past life's misery. I don't know where to go. After exchanging a few words, this furry-eared maiden was speaking smoothly already. Forget it. If you don't know, stay then. Let me see what job I can assign to you. Yang went through countless thoughts in his mind. Many beautiful women in his previous life didn't end well. The others were mostly materialistic. Let alone in this world of strength worship, a powerless furry-eared maiden like her would inevitably return to a life of slavery. Forget it. How soft-hearted of him. Keep her for now. If that Nico Elisa thing doesn't kill him, taking this rabbit girl as part of his harem wouldn't be bad. Only 2 pretty ones scared him off. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. With her bunny ears perked up, Yang's heart also twitched. She sure was easy on the eyes. Yang spent half a day buying a bunch of tall and mature sister dresses, JK uniforms, and naturally not forgetting many-made outfits. So do they fit? Standing outside his bedroom door, Yang felt itchy inside. A beautiful girl changing clothes. He would have been abnormal if there wasn't any reaction. They're perfect, thank you, master. Hearing that sweet voice, indeed, such was cultivation of one's character. That's good. I wonder where Nico Elisa has gone. How could a maid run around so freely? Yang looked at some small pieces of clothing laid out on the dining table, wondering what came over him that made him buy them on impulse. Most of them were Lolita style. Little children couldn't pull off the JK uniforms or mini-sized maid outfits properly. It was about maintaining identity after all. He remembered how previously Nico Elisa left wearing only a light blue dress, with her twin tails making her look so cute yet fragile, validating what he learned from last life. This Loli is so cute. A single punch could make her cry for hours. As twilight approached, the rabbit girl seemed somewhat shy and dared not step out. Even meal times became troubling for Yang, who delivered them to the door. And Yang certainly lacked any slave owner demeanor. He acted as the slave, unable to enter the room to see. Ridiculous. Wimp. A fool. It's evening. Takeo, rest well. Remember not to eat my breakfast tomorrow. You won't be able to handle beast meals. Yang looked at the stubbornly closed bedroom door, feeling a bit disappointed inside. Never mind. Early to bed and early to rise keeps one healthy, wealthy, and wise. The sight of collapsed towers fading completely. The hell? Why does this kid Yang always cause trouble? A first-stage Dragon Clan member. Even I as a 6th-stage expert might fail against one. Crucially, this is just a 5-year-old age dragon. Dragon clans live thousands to 10,000 years normally. Upon reaching adulthood and comprehending the rules of the universe, they can easily live hundreds of thousands, even millions of years unless unexpected incidents happen. Bloody hell, if something goes wrong, I can only take Orton, Mike, and the others and leave. This far exceeds my power range. Tali flew low in the sky, carefully hiding his presence while heading toward the direction of the hot spring town. A small silhouette appeared quickly in the sky. It was Nico Elisa. Chapter 24, Death and Time Rewind. Now that humans should rest now. The book says, do not disturb the master's rest, no matter how big a deal it is. Talk about it tomorrow. Nicolias looked at the dark window of Weiyang's room. It was very quiet inside. She sneaked in quietly, pushing the door open and lying down next to the rabbit mother. Takaru's body was obviously trembling. Although Nicolias only had first-stage strength, the pure dragon aura suppressed all other species, especially magical beasts. This was a fundamental suppression. And Nicolias was certainly not the half-dragon person Weiyang mentioned. From start to finish, she never admitted to being a half-dragon or denied being a full-blooded dragon. It was just Weiyang's unconscious assumption that all slaves sold in the guild were half-beasts. If you dare wake him up, I'll eat you. Nicolius threatened after sensing that Takaru was close to crying. Takaru endured the feeling of submission in her blood and tried her best to adapt to the overwhelming aura from the lineage. But her legs still shook uncontrollably. Her heart raced fast, as if walking on the edge of an abyss. You know your place. Fine, I won't play with you anymore. Nicolius withdrew her aura, and Takaru finally relaxed, falling into a deep sleep. It took a lot of energy to stay still under such immense pressure, especially since this pressure was from a different level entirely. It was already impressive that Takaru didn't pass out, of course, which also had something to do with Nicolia's current strength. Time passed quickly while sleeping. Phew. As expected, sleeping on the ground for too long isn't comfortable. Weiyang stretched his arms and shoulders as far as he could, the smell of bread and milk wafting in the air. Nico, Lias, was it? When did you come back? And by the way, why aren't you eating breakfast? What are you waiting for? Weiyang looked curiously at the two girls kneeling beside his bedding, his mind filled with caution. Was this like the weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year? Master, Nicolias will help you get dressed, and Rabbit, go fetch some hot water for Master's morning washing. Nicolias picked up Weiyang's clothes very thoughtfully. Takaru felt like she'd been saved from a huge burden, rushing off to grab a basin and water. What exactly are you doing? Weiyang was confused. Yesterday's Tsundere Dragon maid seemed completely changed today, so obedient? It was hard to believe. The housekeeping manual says the first thing servants must do every morning is to serve the master when they rise, and then after the master finishes breakfast, the servants may eat. Nicolias said proudly. Yesterday, she had specifically gone to the morning auction house in the hot spring town to learn the basic outlines of a maid's responsibilities and how to raise a proper maid diary. She considered herself much improved. After all, wasn't becoming a mere maid within her grasp? Great Nicolias can surely handle this. You wretched human, dared look down on the dragon race. Just wait and see. Oh, it's really unnecessary. With you serving me like this, I feel like I'm not far from death. Weiyang shook his head. If the father of this dragon maid found out his precious daughter was acting as his servant, he'd probably tear him apart first before asking any questions. Didn't you say yesterday? What? Seeing you cry? I couldn't bear it. So I gave you an easy way out. Hope you don't come back after returning home. I don't want to be killed without question by your dragon father. Weiyang ignored the somewhat stunned dragon, lowly, sighing as he enjoyed his familiar breakfast once again. Master, I don't know how to boil water, so... Suddenly, the rabbit mother appeared at the doorway holding a basin, breaking the silence. It's okay, put it down. Let's have breakfast first. Also, Miss Nicolias, after having your meal, please leave. I don't think I should let you serve me. After careful thought, Weiyang decided that a direct approach was the simplest. It would make more sense to annoy the little dragon maid right away. Shoo. Don't be mad. Humans are ultimately inferior beings anyway. Nicolias closed her eyes, suppressing her anger. Had her efforts all night long only resulted in this outcome? Why hadn't he simply told her to leave from the start? Giving hope only to snatch it away, huh? Yeah, we humans are inferior creatures. Dragons are noble, so you should continue your noble life. Of course, stepping on me would be like stepping on an ant. So there's no need for you to feel any psychological pressure. It's just death, after all. Your dragon race lives for tens of thousands of years, and with each rank increase, your lifespan extends even further. Aren't you just 5 years old now? Killing me would mean staying indoors for at most 100 years, and after a century, I might reincarnate 1 or more times. No harm done. Weiyang also felt somewhat upset upon hearing Nicolia's words. Racial discrimination? Although dragons are indeed noble, they should still show respect for other races instead of constantly belittling them. This is your own doing. I'll kill you. Nicolia's was furious. She had been suppressing her anger already, yet this human kept provoking her. Her right hand immediately transformed into a dragon claw, silver-white scales, and sharp nails, while Nicolia's pupils shifted from the green eyes of Westerners to a silvery vertical pupil. Whoosh! The hand turned into a dragon claw, gripping Weiyang's neck tightly. The tips of 5 nails pierced into his flesh, drawing 5 thin streams of blood. Aloli stood on the dining table, pinching the neck of a youthful boy, which might have seemed amusing under normal circumstances, but under a lethal aura and dragon's authority, no creature could move. Takaru had fainted on the ground long ago. What envy! Cough, just do it. I feel like I've lived enough. Weiyang's neck was uncomfortable, but under such pressure of death, he paradoxically felt some relief. Strange as it was. Do you truly not fear death? Nicolia's childish voice now carried a roar, making it sound both cute and terrifying. Life and death cycle endlessly. Our birth means others die. Now, it's merely a reversal. Weiyang recalled familiar hero lines, reminiscent of his old gaming days where he got thoroughly crushed. I don't believe you. Nicolia's glared with ferocity. Crack. Weiyang felt a pain in his neck, and then his consciousness began to fade away. How familiar, this sensation. But really, I wish to return to Earth, even if it's tiring, unlike here, worrying about life and death every day. Weiyang showed no fear or regret in his eyes towards death. What an odd person. Nicolia's roared. A white light erupted around her, stopping Weiyang's soul that had floated halfway out. It returned to his body as if rewinding a videotape, bringing him back to life again. Is this a dream? Weiyang could feel his heartbeat returning, warmth along with the familiar sense of constriction on his neck. He felt quite bewildered. What a peculiar human, truly unafraid of death. Nicolia's rolled her eyes, picking up a sandwich made from monster meat to eat. No flavor. Hey, chef, prepare one that tastes better. Nicoleus spat it out directly. The one-star grade monster meat tasted as bland as water. Tally stood on the roof, deeply distressed. He thought he had concealed his presence well, but had he still been discovered? Sigh, it was going to cost him dearly again. Looking at the 2 5th-grade magic cores in his pocket, he clenched his eyes and threw them down. Yo, 5th-grade magic cores. Not bad, they can be snacks. Nicoleus instantly caught the 2 round, fist-sized, 1 black and 1 golden cores thrown by Tally, and swallowed them like ice chips with just a few bites. Humph, human, don't think you can drive me away. I've gone through the effort to learn basic housekeeping. You're worried about this and that for nothing. When my father comes, I'll take the hit. And 10,000 gold coins aren't much either. Look at you being so pitiful. Nicoleus gave Weiyang a contemptuous glance, finally understanding what Weiyang had been thinking, simply wanting to live a peaceful life without trouble. Her recent use of time rewind had drained a great amount of her power. Though she only possessed first-stage strength, she was the daughter of Xuanhuan, the time dragon. Moreover, dragons used world rule-aided magical abilities. Invoking rule-based powers would only leave her weak for a few days. However, Nicoleus was a special case. Since childhood, she had grasped a strand of time's rules. This was why Xuanhuan doted on her so much. She was the next heir to the title of Time Dragon. Once Xuanhuan's 100,000-year term expired, she could directly inherit his position. Unfortunately, only 10,000 years had passed. Sounds easy to say. Your father, probably at the peak of 9th stage, controls time. It's a major universal rule. Given your level of power, you'd barely manage to utter a word before I'd be squashed by your dad in the stream of time. Weiyang realized something after remembering that he had indeed died before, yet this little dragon girl resurrected him. There was no loss of consciousness that usually came after revival. Instead, he felt transported back exactly to the state before death, an odd yet distinguishable feeling. Seems true. Nicoleus choked on her response, recalling those times when other young dragons bullied her, only for the aggressors to suddenly vanish. If she hadn't comprehended even a hint of the time rule, she wouldn't even remember their existence. When she asked other partners, they all claimed the young dragon never existed. It was terrifying, erasing the root cause completely, making existence disappear. So let's make a contract. Nicoleus was worried. She didn't want to go back, even though she had just barely managed to escape. In 4 short years, she couldn't stand it anymore. The world outside was so much more interesting. Tell me more. Weiyang was somewhat curious. Could such a contract from anime really work here? Contracts are talents possessed by 7th stage or higher magic beasts, but we dragons naturally possess them from birth. That's why our parents are very strict when we're young and only allow us to leave home after adulthood. During childhood, it's easy to be abducted by villains. Nicoleus became proud again, already pondering how to write the contract in her heart. Is that so? I've heard that contracts come in 3 types: master-servant contract, life and death contract, and equality contract. So, judging by your look, do you wish to sign a master-servant contract where you'd be the master? Weiyang glanced at her mischievous face, clearly plotting something wicked. He had experienced the sensation of death once already, and wouldn't mind repeating it if needed. Life should be taken casually, after all. Definitely not. Let's sign an equality contract instead. Life and death contracts are too much trouble, and my father can't easily dissolve them either. Nicoleus seemed rather embarrassed by this revelation. Well then, let's skip it. I'm not ready to tangle with the time rule. You may find anyone else you want. I don't care for risky things. Upon hearing this, Weiyang thought about it and realized that there were no solutions for breaking the contract. Anyway, after all, she was from a dragon clan who had mastered the time rule. If one daughter of a mere 1st stage could resurrect him, how much easier would it be for her 9th stage father to tamper with a minor contract like a snap of his fingers? I can't trust other humans. Nicoleus felt irritated as well. Although some humans initially acted similarly to Weiyang, their eyes would betray panic once they learned about her father, indicating ulterior motives. They might indeed coerce her into doing bad deeds via the contract, similar to what Weiyang suggested. When Nicoleus used her time sense on him at the moment his soul departed, she found it exceptionally pure. Even when handling the rabbit, there weren't many evil intentions. Towards her, he showed a lot more playfulness and soft-heartedness, which explained why 2 bot slaves were allowed to sleep in the bed while he took the floor. So, why aren't you bothering with that bunny? You don't even hold hands, nor sleep together. Nicoleus slightly blushed talking about these matters. She was still young, learning such concepts from occasional glimpses into other dragon households. Sigh, twisting the arm isn't sweet. So, I prefer going with the flow. Weiyang felt equally awkward recalling the situation, buying 2 slaves yet not touching either of them. Nevertheless, he was relieved thinking that perhaps there was hope for this rabbit maid to start accepting him, albeit not to that level yet. Quit making excuses. Just sign this agreement right away. Check it out yourself. Nicoleus slapped her forehead, causing a glowing orb to fly out and merge into Weiyang's forehead. Instantly stunned, Weiyang focused his attention on examining the content within the special light ball. Not long after, he snapped out of it. The terms are quite tempting. You act as bodyguard. I won't interfere with your freedom. Keep your identity secret. Step forward when your dad comes. Bear your own food and lodging expenses, and continue sleeping in the bed. Weiyang stared half-jokingly at this dragon lowly, realizing she still didn't grasp the current predicament. She acted tough even though it involved his assistance, as if death meant anything. Then, sure, I am of the dragon race after all. No deal, I refuse. Weiyang stated calmly, feeling his dignity had been trampled enough already. Without being able to sleep in the bed, It was almost better to die than endure meditation's monotonous grind. It would drive him insane otherwise. Chapter 25, The Time Dragon Kaodwa. I, of the noble dragon race, have given you such a great condition. Why do you? Not for any reason, I don't want to sign. Consider those 10,000 gold coins as thrown away. You can go wherever you want. This is my home. I welcome you as a guest, but if you eat here, you must pay. Wei Yong was quite annoyed. This main plot line just wouldn't disappear, so he decided to leave it up to her. If she wanted to act however she wished, that would be fine with him. This isn't impossible. Nico Yias also agreed after hearing these words. After all, what she sought was freedom from constraints. Previously, because of this human spending a large sum of money on her, she always felt a sense of guilt if she didn't do something in return. So, when he asked her to be a qualified maid, she simply learned how to do it. Now that he no longer cared about the 10,000 gold coins and didn't restrict her, things naturally turned out well. Now settle the food bill. Oh, by the way, give Tally 2 magic cores worth of money yourself. Never mind, I wouldn't dare accept the money of the dragon race. Tally was sweating cold sweat on his forehead. This girl wasn't only a dragon, but the daughter of the legendary time dragon. If he dared to take the money, he probably wouldn't even know when he would die. Oh, then that's good. You just need to pay for my meal. As for accommodation, sorry, I only have one bed here, and I need rest. Wei Yong saw Tally backing down and quickly changed his tone as well. Since Mr. Tally didn't dare take her money, there wouldn't be any issues with her eating at other places, as long as he himself had enough to eat. I'll sort everything out tonight. And, yes, I will pay for the food and rent. But, about my identity, you have to keep it a secret. Also, the uncle on the roof, so do you. Nico Yias was slightly angry. She had made so many concessions, yet this human was still so petty. It didn't matter though. In the afternoon, she would make another trip to buy a bed from some merchant, along with some food money. She thought this very naturally. This works. Wei Yong did not talk to this dragon anymore. He also understood that Nico Yias was not a half-human, but a true member of the dragon clan, with a father who was a time dragon. Definitely an impressive lineage. Hey, Takaru rabbit, wake up. Wei Yong walked to the door, looking at the trembling rabbit girl lying on the floor hugging a pot. How timid could she get? Takuru just woke up and once again sensed the awe-inspiring presence of the dragon clan, passing out immediately again. Ugh, forget it, rest first. Hey, Nico Yias, rein in your aura. It seems like it's harming my maid. Wei Yong frowned at Nico Yias, who was still partly in beast mode. He didn't feel anything peculiar, but dragons suppressed beast bloodlines too much. Just how much? Wei Yong wasn't sure, being a non-beast himself. This is merely a trace of my aura. If I transform into a dragon, this rabbit would have died already. Nico Yias proudly retracted her aura, her pupils returning to their bright blue. Her hands became small and tender once more. If she dies, you will replace her. I'll make sure to fulfill my duties as a slave owner. Things like bondage, whips, chains, or uniforms. I can satisfy all your needs. Wei Yong wanted to scare her a bit. This little girl, without some discipline every 3 days, would become uncontrollable. Yesterday, she was crying pitifully, acting meek and obedient, and now, the moment he gave her some leeway, she became mischievous again? You dare. Nico Yias was furious, but she roughly knew this human was someone who stuck to his promises. If she accidentally released an aura that frightened the rabbit to death, she herself wouldn't be able to live with it either. As a proud member of the dragon clan, actions should be taken responsibly. This was what her father had taught her from a young age. Then, by all means, give it a try. Wei Yong shrugged carelessly, knowing full well he couldn't do anything anyway. Sigh, it was all his own fault for meddling. He carried the unconscious Takuru back to the room. Judging by her pale complexion, she would need a long time to recover. Well, do whatever you want now. I'm going out for a walk. Remember, don't follow me. After washing up, Wei Yong took some coins and left. He didn't want to stay close to this ticking bomb. Generally speaking, when protagonists acquire a powerful character, the first few days are peaceful. Then, after a while, the time comes for high-level tasks to get accomplished. Go ahead, I don't want to see you anyway. Nico Yias waved her hand dismissively. Then, she floated up slowly, completely ignoring Tally who was on the roof, and flew toward the demon beast forest. First-rank demon beasts simply weren't appetizing enough. Phew, it's another hopeful day today. Wei Yong looked at the disappearing Nico Yias, thinking of Takaru lying in the room with no ability to resist. He really felt moved. This shameless lifestyle seemed fine, but when a mature Shu-ear girl turned pale like she was on her period, all he could feel was pity and sympathy. If a woman were in such a condition and a man still only thought of lust, it would only show how entangled by profit this man was, with no regard for feelings. Although Wei Yong had never been in love, he believed it was quite possible to find true love in this other world. Here, compared to Earth, though reality existed as well, there were still plenty of certain types of girls. Though he looked a little uglier here than on Earth, he didn't rush. Only 14 now. He'd be 15 after this winter, and autumn had already begun, the wheat fields starting to turn yellow. Thinking about it, this year has been the best so far. I've killed a first-rank demon beast, my strength is back on track, and I've visited 2 towns. Is this my storyline beginning? Wei Yong somewhat smugly thought. At that moment, high above in the sky, miles up. Of course, I can sense the aura of my treasure from this human. So, Qingjiao, is he the one you recommended? A silver-haired man, with silvery deer-like dragon horns behind his head, looked down at the slightly inferior dual-horned man behind him. Yes, Lord Kaodwa. Qingjiao humbly replied, not daring to look at the silver silhouette once. The pressure of lineage made his breathing difficult, even though he possessed an 8th rank power. He couldn't endure even the aura of Niko Yias, let alone that of Kaudwa, so keeping his head low helped him feel more comfortable. Alright, my wife Lena's condition has stabilized, and our second daughter Nadi's is comprehending the time law. This time, those old guys of the Dragon Clan have given me this task. Let's see if this young man truly meets the criteria. Kaudwa's eyes gradually glowed white, flashes of countless images passing through his pupils. If they were slowed down 10,000 times, one could see every single scene of Wei Yang's soul entering the cycle. The origin of the soul isn't from this world. Charming, interesting indeed. Back then, the demon King Hung Kaudwa and the hero Lin Li also shared similar backgrounds. Even their deaths led to untraceable souls, suggesting they're trial seekers. But their powers are too weak. When they were his age, they had already achieved 4th rank strength and both were proficient in magic and martial arts. Kaudwa murmured to himself. In just a few minutes, he had read through all the short life events of Wei Yong. Yet, he couldn't trace the source of Wei Yang's soul. It was as if it had suddenly appeared in the reincarnation pool managed by the Dragon Cycle Guardian. Very strange. Pure inspiration and proper ideas, just lacking some strength. Qingjiao, bring him up here. Since this contribution benefits the demon beasts, I'll make an exception and grant you a strand of dragon energy. As for the dragon transformation celestial tribulation, that's your destiny. Kaudwa silently watched Wei Yong walking below on the road, miles beneath him, while a streak of golden qi automatically flowed into Qingjiao's body. Thank you, Lord Kaudwa. Qingjiao's face brimmed with joy. Having mutated from a green snake long ago, after cultivating for thousands of years and refining his bloodline numerous times, each time risking death, he eventually transformed into a green dragon. He barely became a kind of dragon, but lacked the essential dragon qi without divine favor, leaving him stranded at the peak of 8th rank. Now with Kaudwa granting him a thread of true gold dragon qi, he faintly sensed his realm loosening, the space indicating a potential thunderous calamity forming. It might take many years, probably over a decade, or worse, a century. He would need time to fully integrate the dragon energy. This wasn't regular dragon qi, it was snake dragon qi with greater growth potential. The most noble kind was the 5-clawed golden dragon, revered as the dragon god. Ah yeah, where am I? Wei Yong felt a flash before his eyes, and the surrounding scenery disappeared, replaced by endless clouds. What the heck? How did I ascend to the sky? Wei Yong was shocked as he floated in midair, his heart feeling a bit off, craving a grounded sensation despite his feet being unsupported. Seeing the houses below reduced to the size of grains and vast forests surrounded by several smaller cities near a massive one, he figured that one would need to be several thousand meters high to see this view. Dizziness struck him due to the immense height, and he realized he'd likely develop acrophobia otherwise. Wei Yong Talus, is that correct? A magnetic voice echoed beside Wei Yong. Yes, that's me. And you wouldn't happen to be Niko Yia's father, would you? Wei Yong stared at the stunning man, whose silver-white hair included even his silver horns at the back of his head, making it easy to guess who he was. After all, the light that Niko Yias emitted when using time regression was similar. Hey, you guessed right. Not bad for your brain, but your talent is simply too weak. Kaudwa looked at the young human, who had correctly guessed his identity amidst danger without showing deference or fear like admiration or awe. He seemed just like an ordinary passerby, which made Kaudwa curious but also helped him understand why his daughter would get involved with this guy. Clearly, Wei Yong had no racial prejudice. Good. Haha. Lord Time Dragon, I assure you my involvement has nothing to do with your daughter running away. I have no idea where she went either, considering my current weakness. Hey, the person behind you, is that? While explaining himself, Wei Yong suddenly noticed the greenish figure standing behind Kaudwa with 2 raised bumps on his forehead. This is the representative of our demon beasts, Qingjiao. Don't change the topic. I already know about my daughter's time manipulation, and I've brought you here to discuss things. Hehe. Indeed, Lord Elder can perceive the time laws, one of the grand principles, so nothing escapes your gaze. Hehe. Wei Yong nervously smiled, fearing the time dragon might simply erase his existence in an instant, denying him even a chance to meet the great boss. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I have a task for you, and it will let you move between the demon beast forest and the human kingdom safely. How does it sound? Will you take the main quest? Kaudwa's eyes gleamed with amusement, easily reading through this human's small thoughts as though they were laid bare on his face. For someone who'd lived tens of thousands of years, such transparency was almost amusing. Immortality, really? I haven't read much, but please don't fool me. But then again, you are a great individual, 9th rank among the dragon race. There's no need for you to deceive a trivial human like me. The task is accepted. I agree if staying alive is part of the deal. Wei Yong joked first, then shivered before quickly composing himself. Why hesitate? This was the 9th rank dragon race, more powerful than humans or other demon beasts, at least by 20-fold. With time laws and realms added to the mix, probably hundreds of 9th ranked beings wouldn't stand a chance against him. Hehe, you're an interesting human. Fine, since you've accepted the task, Qingjiao will negotiate with you. As for me, I must find my beloved daughter. Kaudwa gave a slight smile and disappeared instantly from the 10,000-meter high sky, leaving no trace. Kid, you've got excellent luck. Let's talk somewhere else. After Kaudwa's departure, free from the oppressive aura of the dragon race, Qingjiao resumed his haughty demeanor typical of strong warriors. However, because Wei Yong was important to their cause, the due respect was still granted. Their request did rely on cooperation after all. Yes, Master Qingjiao. Wei Yong realized that Qingjiao with the name containing Jiao and having horn-like bumps on his forehead, might be related to the process of turning from snake to dragon, a sign of power indeed. Yet, this main quest felt too big for him. Could he handle it? Although the time dragon assured his survival, facing a 9th-ranked dragon was overwhelming. This is crucial for us demon beasts, so I'll explain it briefly to you. Qing Jiao waved his hand, and once again, Wei Yong felt the surroundings shift. Now he found himself seated across from Qing Jiao at a double-person table, as though preparing to sign an agreement. Our demon beasts need a human who doesn't discriminate against them, acting as a bridge between the demon beast and human worlds. You seem suitable. What do you say, willing to accept this role? Qing Jiao maintained a stoic expression while observing Wei Yong, neither exerting pressure nor interfering with force. To the dragon race, participation was simple. It required both compliance and willingness. If rejected, humans exposed to dragons would have those memories erased, although Wei Yong naturally remained unaware of this. I agree, but could you tell me what duties come with this position? Wei Yong suspected this seemingly straightforward job would involve much complexity. Chapter 26. The bridge between magic beasts and humans. Looking at the solemn Qing Jiao opposite him, Wei Yong was also a little flustered. This space was strange. He could only see the table and Qing Jiao. Even the ground was pitch black. This should be Qing Jiao's domain, or holy domain. It is the product of a 7th stage master comprehending a rule, possessing its own space. Thus, those above the 7th stage don't need storage bags or storage rings. Their domains are their best storage spaces. After the death of a 7th stage xuanhuan, their holy domain will be merged into the xuanhuan world by the spatial rule, forming many treasure secret realms. Your task is very simple. Our beast race has too much difficulty communicating and discussing major issues with the human race. You will be our beast race's messenger, but also the messenger of the human race, acting as a bridge between the two races. In return, neither the beast race nor the human race will attack you. You may want to die, but there might still be people unwilling to wait for your death. Qing Jiao said without expression on his face, but a touch of mockery in his eyes did not escape Wei Yong. Is it dangerous? Wei Yong couldn't care less about other things. For years, he had been constantly worried about this and that. If he no longer had to worry about death, then even if he slept in the mouth of a magic beast, he could rest peacefully. Ho ho, of course there are dangers. For instance, during battles, when one of the stronger parties starts losing and becomes upset, and you're so weak they can kill you with a single breath. So, don't think just because you have the identity of a messenger you can act recklessly. If you don't act recklessly, you won't die. Qing Jiao, watching this human finally ask the question it cared about, told the truth sincerely, looking forward to his reaction. Oh, that's fine, I'll take it on. Wei Yong was pleased to hear this. When have I ever acted recklessly? For such a long time, I've been trying my best to stay on the brink of life and death, not daring to cross the line. Let me tell you first, being a messenger is really tiring. Qing Jiao was slightly surprised. Wei Yang's spontaneity was beyond imagination, but this was better. Is that so? How tiring can it be? Wei Yong was curious. Isn't it just passing messages? How could it possibly tire someone to death? I don't believe that. Currently, among the races of magic beasts, we don't count the basic 2nd stage beasts. There are 6 kinds of 5th stage ones, 5 6th stage ones, 5 7th stage ones, 5 8th stage ones, and 3 9th stage ones. Of course, there are also small tribes, meaning 2nd stage beasts that mutate and lead groups of similar level 2nd stage beasts, like Xiumishang. Such tribal groups amount to several thousand and are always increasing. After all, the base number of our magic beasts far exceeds that of humans. Moreover, you will constantly travel through various parts of the Xiantian world, averaging 70 times of space travel every day. Qing Jiao, with a half smile, watched Wei Yong. Now this human would surely become restless, right? Quite a lot. But space traveling feels mighty impressive. Oh yeah, does it cause significant harm to the body? Wei Yong seriously asked. What? You humans, do you understand the crux of the matter here? Even if your body can endure space travel, wouldn't 70+ trips daily make you bored out of your mind? Qing Jiao was somewhat surprised. This human was truly dull-witted. It's just space delivery, right? Go for it. I'm already fretting about how to fill my days anyway. Finding something to do will be good. Oh, is there a wage? It doesn't matter if there isn't one. As long as I eat well every day, that'll suffice. Wei Yong softly said. After all, ensuring his survival was great enough. Matters like wages, he would handle himself. Plus, there was his small savings, and it'd be ideal if he could bring them along. Having a storage bag like Mike's would be convenient. Do you know how much wage you want? We could accept 1 6th stage beast core daily. Qing Jiao was disheartened. This human absolutely couldn't be judged by normal standards. What the hell is this? Can wages enhance strength? Wei Yang's eyes instantly lit up. After Mr. Tali helped him improve his strength, the sensation from eating magic beast meat had made him addicted. Enhance strength? How exactly? Qing Jiao was bewildered. Having reached the 8th stage height, he hadn't heard anyone exchange 6th stage cores for power enhancement. Aren't these cores effective? He's eaten some himself, yet the progress was slower than when he trained. It's just that I don't want 6th stage cores. Each time my wage is issued, you ask a big shot to enhance my strength, that's fine. You needn't worry about any consequences of boosting my strength. I merely want to consume more advanced ingredients. Wei Yong felt promising. His stomach seemed hungry again. Qing Jiao was utterly perplexed. Every living thing desires its power obtained by itself, only considering other methods when absolutely necessary. But this human seemingly gave up the idea of working hard from the beginning. This is truly ridiculous. Qing Jiao, is it unacceptable? If it's unacceptable, then it's fine. It's not impossible. Since you insist on this, we in the beast race will naturally agree. After all, it won't take much time anyway. We magical beasts' lifespan is much longer than humans. Qing Jiao glumly nodded, and with a flick of his hand, a black bracelet appeared on Wei Yang's left hand. It was the same one given by the Five Emperors Alliance before, a token for humans. Then with another wave of his hand, a red bracelet materialized on Wei Yang's right hand. This was the token for magical beasts, made jointly by the 9 elders of the Dragon Clan. It contained dragon chi and beast race information. Whether it be a newborn cub or a soon-to-die magical beast, within its perception range, it would automatically identify this as an honored guest of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, it could protect Wei Yang from being eroded by spatial turbulence and allow him to traverse space. Compared to the human side, the magical beast side was indeed more sincere. Alright, after the leaders of the Dragon Clan and the human race recognize and approve these 2 bracelets, detailed information will automatically be fed into your brain. Alright, it's already dark, go back. With a disdainful flick of Qing Jiao's hand, Wei Yang disappeared. This black space then began to reveal itself. The table and stool vanished, replaced by a picturesque utopia, where there were mountains and rivers, exceptionally beautiful scenery. Bringing humans into our own holy domain really isn't pleasant. Next time, let's just have them enter my domain. As long as I'm careful, I shouldn't accidentally kill him. Qing Jiao contemptuously erased the soil where Wei Yang had stood, then restored this space again with his own battle chi. Sigh, a messenger, huh? It looks like I'll have something to do now, but it's also quite like being treated like a suspect. These 2 bracelets don't have any special features. They look just like handcuffs. As Wei Yang blinked, he appeared in his bedroom. The sudden change in the scenery made his brain a little dizzy, but the 2 bracelets, one red and one black, on his hands looked just like iron handcuffs. Not only did they look old-fashioned, but they also had no patterns, looking utterly ugly. Well, don't overthink it. Rest first. Tonight I can sleep well. Looking at the rabbit girl still lying on the bed, Wei Yang thought he should start to act a bit like a slave owner. Climbing onto the bed, he hugged her lithe body tightly. Although nothing was done, it made both body and mind feel refreshed. Truly, a heart-relishing experience. At this moment, in the Dragon Clan territory, this place was an outer realm space, similar to a secret realm. Without special methods, there was absolutely no way to get in. And outside the space was merely a vast sea. This was why the Dragon Clan was famous in Xuanhuan world, yet no one had ever seen them, because they lived inside a secret realm. Want to see dragons? You'll have to depend on luck. If an ill-tempered one comes out, even a 3rd-stage magical beast could die from one of their sneezes. Thus, the Dragon Clan always remained mysterious. Furthermore, every dragon that came out from the Dragon Clan space possessed 9th-stage strength. This led many uninformed people to think that the Dragon Clan was born at the 9th stage, which indirectly protected young dragons who liked to run around outside their space. However, though only 1st stage, these young dragons were actually on par with 5th-stage magical beasts. This was also why Qincy Chamber respected Nicolia so much. So, Space Dragon, is this human good enough? The human has no problem, barely qualified. Oh, Golden Dragon, are you sure that bracelet can withstand 70+ daily spatial impacts? A fully transparent dragon shadow spoke towards a golden dragon shaped like a Western dragon. This is nothing for you to worry about. There's also the protection of Time Dragon's time rule. Just mere spatial impact is nothing. I estimate that even your space cannon might be able to bear several shots. The Golden Dragon was rather dismissive. After all, Western dragons and Eastern divine dragons never got along too well. One side called the other lizards while the other side called them long worms. But that was just verbal sparring. After all, they were all accomplished in rules. If they fought, Xuantian world's rules would fall into chaos, and then Tian Dao would deal with them. That time dragon only cares about his 2 precious daughters. Golden Lizard, I won't say much to you. The attacks from the heteropaths are getting increasingly intense, and I'm almost unable to handle it. Sending a faint shadow here now is already decent. The transparent dragon shadow's tone revealed deep weariness. As they say, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Heaven gave them an innate rule. In return, they also had to work for heaven. That was equivalent exchange. That's right. Now, all I can use is the statue. Time Dragon really has it easy. He can just pull himself from the river of time. Among our older generation, he has it easiest. The Golden Dragon also let out a wry smile. To be frank, the Dragon Clan was rather embarrassed now. Only dragons who had yet to master certain rules, and those who were still young remained. The others had been dispatched to battlefields beyond the realms, helping Tian Dao fight against the heteropaths. There was no way around it. The Tian Dao of Xuantian world was almost ready to merge into the main world. However, some voidborn beings also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to reincarnate into the main world. They didn't want to continue their aimless existence in the void anymore, drifting without direction or purpose, with no clear goals for survival. Thus, whenever a secondary world was about to merge with the main world, the heteropaths would launch an attack. By killing a creature from the secondary world, they could obtain a fragment of the cycle rule. With enough kills, they would be able to enter the secondary world cycle. Once the secondary world merged into the main world, they would be able to live meaningful lives there, albeit brief ones. Though their intentions seemed positive on the surface, achieving them required endless slaughter. Naturally, Tian Dao of the secondary worlds wouldn't allow this. Hence, it granted powerful creatures within its realm rule abilities to fend off the heteropaths. Though Tian Dao itself was immensely powerful, It was forbidden to interfere directly in the conflicts between living beings. The heteropaths, too, were living creatures, though they lacked Tian Dao's restrictions. They emerged spontaneously from empty space, spending tens of thousands of years developing consciousness before drifting endlessly in cosmic voids. But once a secondary world was about to merge into the main world, for them, this was the meaning of existence. Thus, all Tian Dao of such secondary worlds naturally resisted the heteropaths. Some secondary worlds couldn't resist, and ended up being completely wiped out by these heteropaths. In such cases, Tian Dao could only lament helplessly. For the creatures of these secondary worlds, this was a massacre leading to extinction, and the heteropaths were nothing short of demons. Yet, from the heteropath's perspective, this was the only way for them to live on. Even if their lifespans were mere decades long, it fascinated them. Family bonds, friendship, power, wealth, everything represented the brilliance of vitality. After drifting in the void for tens of thousands of years, they yearned for redemption. Alas, this is war. There is no absolute truth. Whoever triumphs becomes the truth. Gold old lizard, don't you fade first now. I remember your son gave you a few granddaughters. You should give them more care. My grandson is already the little overlord of the dragon clan. The transparent dragon shadow laughed heartily. Then the space returned to peace. Humph, when I catch that little brat, just wait till I beat his bottom raw. The golden dragon coldly snorted, then lost its vitality and transformed into a golden dragon statue. And at intervals of several thousand meters from this statue stood another statue, some made of bronze, some of stone, some of silver, others gold, some even composed of peculiar crystals or wood, still others merely dirt, and a few just hollow shells, inside which flowed energy streams of varying colors. This was the Dragon Clan Shrine, housing hundreds of statues of elder dragons endowed with various rules. Elsewhere, on the island with the skyscraper belonging to the Five Emperors Alliance, in that same dim meeting room, 5 ghostly figures hovered. Well, West, does that person belong to your territory? East, his parents came from your territory. I don't care. His significance can be ignored. Not only is his talent utterly lacking, but I also see no potential for his rise. Those 2 guys, Huining Carduo and Linley, back in the day truly made a splash. Haha, that's right. We told both of them to get along well. But because of a woman, they turned against each other. One went mad and founded a devilish sect, while the other became a lone hero seeking revenge. That's enough, East and West. Now isn't the time for chatting. Since he's meaningless, I'll activate the bracelet. Fine, Central, go ahead. I have no objections. Neither do I. Okay. Chapter 27. Faith established. Wei Yong continued living as he normally would, sleeping with Tuernyang every day. It's not that he didn't want to do something embarrassing. It was just that the fact his younger sister let him sleep in the same bed was already good enough. Their feelings still needed time to develop. Moreover, compared to Ao Tan and Mike, Wei Yong was genuinely ugly. If he were a bit handsomer, he might have succeeded by now. What? Use force? Haha, that person is a half-beast. Wei Yong, a first-rank warrior, isn't even worthy of her attention, let alone winning her heart. Even if he could overpower her, one move targeting his vital part would mean never having such thoughts again in this life. Furthermore, Wei Yong wasn't that desperate. Having survived over 20 years as a bachelor, he now found comfort merely in an additional human pillow, unsure how to act despite watching many movies. He remained inexperienced during these real-life encounters. For more than half a month, everything was quiet. Nicolias seemed to have vanished entirely. Wei Yong thought he had finally gained peace and tranquility, deciding from then on not to associate himself with people who seem extraordinary. That powerful presence of the 9th-rank time dragon still made him shudder when recalled, although it did not deliberately oppress him. Its unique aura gave him a feeling akin to a tiny ant gazing up at an elephant, a distinct sense of pressure weighing down on him. The autumn magic beast forest also turned yellow, but due to some needle-leaf forests, most areas remained green, except for maple and white birch forests where yellow patches appeared. However, the vast wheat fields on both sides of the main roads were golden right now. Every day, soldiers or ordinary farmers harvested them, while the rice fields near Warm Spring Town had nearly finished harvesting, leaving behind heaps of straw, and field mice picking up scattered grains from the ground. I guess it's like being a prisoner, but to live a better life later, I'll bear it for now. Looking at his wrist, Wei Yong felt the dual black and red bracelets uglier with each glance. Master, it's time for lunch. After more than half a month, Tower has somewhat understood this human, living spontaneously without airs of superiority, doing what pleases him. All traits visible in him apart from being unkempt were sheer spontaneity. However, Tower enjoyed this environment and accepted her slavery reality. Though she wished to leave, she had nowhere to go. Both humans and magic beasts harbored prejudices against half-beasts, whereas Wei Yong, despite finding magic beasts not hateful in his eyes, displayed melancholy at the loss of life. Due to this reason, despite looking rather unsightly among other townspeople, Tower bore no dislike towards him and held a peculiar sentiment. Ao Tan and the other 3 have also met Tower. Despite their jocular conversation, deep pride laced their tones and expressions. This made Tower feel very inferior facing them. After all, she was a mongrel. Unlike other slave owners, when purchasing slaves they often demand cutting off the magical cultivation potential of their captives to avoid accidents. Wei Yong instead preferred stronger slaves, so that he wouldn't need to make any extra efforts. During this half-month as cultivation, Tower felt herself becoming stronger and nearing the threshold of rank 1. She planned to excel in both magic and martial arts, but during her training, her body would automatically undergo partial beast transformation, her hands and feet turning into rabbit paws, covered in fur, even growing a short rabbit tail at her backside, which left her extremely uncomfortable. Yet, every time she trained, Wei Yang's eyes would widen, displaying lecherous intentions, prompting her to always train far away from him to avoid discomfort caused by his gaze. All right, you eat first, I'll rest for a bit. Just remember, don't touch the magic beast steak. Once you reach rank 1, you can have it. Lying on the chair lazily, Wei Yong awaited 70 spatial transfers per day as promised by Qingjiao. Surely the latter wouldn't lie. More than half a month has passed since, yet nothing happened, and he was almost bored to death. We deem it beneath us to deceive you. Out of the 10 ancient dragons of the dragon clan, we've only managed to contact 8 so far. You'll have to wait. Our beast folk unlike your treacherous and fickle humans. Qingjiao's cold sniff directly surfaced in Wei Yang's mind, startling him. I swear. Indeed, when one's strength reigns supreme, anything goes, and they love probing into others' inner thoughts. Wei Yong rolled his eyes. For half a month he'd embraced pillows to sleep. Hopefully, none of his dirty thoughts got noticed. Filthy things, they're beneath our interest. Don't get worked up. When you wear the red beast ring, 7th rank and higher beast folk can communicate telepathically with you. Since Lord Time Dragon entrusted me with this task, I have to pay attention to your movements constantly. Otherwise, I'd care less about your life or death. Qingjiao, feeling rather speechless, explained that today he himself got stuck while absorbing the divine dragon qi. Coincidentally noticing this human grumbling, he came to offer an explanation. Otherwise, if word spread about magical beasts being untrustworthy, he would be implicated. Oh, that's good then. This way, my safety is also assured. If things get critical, I'll call for help and you come rescue me. Wei Yong instantly felt at ease. His thoughts. Haha, he didn't even know what he was thinking. If you want to read them, go ahead. Most importantly, his life comes first. Now this red bracelet on his right hand could connect him with Qingjiao the big shot. In emergencies calling for help, how could it not rescue him? Depends on my mood. Alright, I'm going to cultivate now. Don't yell unnecessarily. If you disrupt my cultivation, I won't care whether you live or die. Besides, you're still no messenger yet. Qingjiao's tone carried pride, slightly tsundere-like feelings despite being male. However, interacting with humans without discrimination or hierarchical suppression was a first for him, and he found it pretty nice. If all humans were like Wei Yong, then Xiantian Realm's overall strength would definitely elevate another level, wouldn't it? Okay. Wei Yong was also speechless. Was this black dragon acting tsundere? Wasn't he looking down on him before? Weird. Nowadays, not only women were strange, but otherworldly magical beasts were weird too, getting weirder the higher their rank. Hey, rabbit, do you want to go out and play? Unable to stay put anymore, leaving Tower alone at home wasn't ideal either. The previous week after his 4 companions met Tower, Wei Yong suddenly felt disconnected from their little group. Yet the camaraderie of comradeship remained, and they subtly teased Wei Yong about why he'd choose a half-beast, finding it incomprehensible since half-beasts had short lifespans and mixed bloodlines, making reproduction nearly impossible. But Wei Yong had also explained, it completely didn't matter to him, resulting in his positioning as repugnant. Even Aaron, who usually spoke up for Wei Yong, was less friendly towards him now. Prejudice against people and magical beasts ran deep, much like Earth where some thought animals were just animals, whereas there were cat and dog lovers as well. However, the animals of Xiantian Realm were ferocious. Mankind's recorded history lasted only over 100 years, but during a much longer period, humans and magical beasts fought each other out of necessity for food and survival. Thus hatred lingered deeply within both sides, as every race tended to regard those not of their kind with suspicion and prejudice, especially when conflicts arose. Where to? Tower wrinkled her brows lightly. Although she wanted to go out, seeing people outside filled her with fear. Their faces showed disgust and disdain, even resentment. In her heart, she was scared. Though Wei Yong sometimes looked at her in a perverted manner, this was merely how males expressed affection for beautiful females, which embarrassed her yet made her heart feel warm. After all, no girl wants to be unappreciated by others. The simplest sign of approval from men was lustful expressions. However, those looks from ordinary people carried hatred, disdain, jealousy, or even abnormal lust similar to what she had seen before in the chambers, where older men enjoyed abusing women for pleasure, a sickening and terrifying experience. Don't be afraid. With me here, just think of those people as cabbages and radishes. Wei Yong looked at her conflicted expression. He knew racial discrimination was serious in these times and never imagined half-beasts faced it so severely. No matter where one was, societal stigma brought indescribable harm. If you insist on going, I'll walk around a bit too. Tower was very conflicted, but Wei Yong had shown her kindness and taken her in. Subconsciously, she regarded him as her master, deciding not to ruin his joy. Good, just follow behind me. Oh, also wear this hat. Others won't notice you, though your ears might feel uncomfortable. Wear it, shall we? Wei Yong pulled out a top hat, asking Tower in a consultative tone. Alright. Eagerly, Tower accepted the top hat, carefully rolling up her rabbit ears before putting it on, gratitude showing in her eyes. Alright, let's go. Wei Yong took Tower's small hand, strolling leisurely along the road amidst the golden expanse, although his ugliness slightly marred an otherwise perfect picture. Okay, good. Wei Yong led Tower walking on the road through the golden wheat fields. Tower also held Wei Yang's hand. In her short life of over a decade, only this moment was the happiest and made her truly feel alive. Weiyang Talus, the Dragon Clan Assembly has passed it, and the Human 5 Emperor Alliance has also passed it. Now, we formally grant you the title of Trusted Spirit Messenger. From now on, you will take on the important task of facilitating exchanges between various races in Xuanhuan realm. We hope you live up to this responsibility. A grand voice resounded throughout Xuanhuan realm, every living being comprehending its meaning. This included low-level magical beasts without awakened intelligence or lower intelligence mutant magical beasts. To humans, it sounded like human language, but in the ears of the beast clans, it turned into their tongue. Weiyang Talus' identity as Trusted Spirit Messenger was established at this moment. Any race encountering him would treat him as an esteemed guest. Human boy, you have 3 days left to enjoy your current lifestyle. After 3 days, I'll come fetch you to go to your place of work, the time lag space. Qingjiao's words echoed directly in Weiyang's mind. 3 days. Weiyang began pondering. 3 days. Sigh. Well, when he leaves later, Otan and the others might be better off. He touched the emblem pinned on his chest. He wasn't utterly worthless anymore. Master, Tower quickly came back to reality from the rule announcement. The sound spanning all of Xuanhuan realm likely only achieved by the force of rules, ensuring any creature understood it perfectly, while bestowing Weiyang with an unusual aura that made him appear more extraordinary. Relax, there are still 3 days left. Let's just play first. Weiyang shrugged. His rabbit girl had been hard won, estimating she'd soon start a shy life together. But instead, something like this happened? 3 days? Likely not even one kiss would be possible. Human thoughts are filthy. You can choose to bring 3 companions to live in the time lag space. Their only disadvantage is they cannot accompany you during message transmissions. However, if they stay within the time lag space, the flow of time slows significantly. The Time Dragon Lord adjusted the ratio to 1:10. After all, too great a disparity in the flow of time could make many creatures uncomfortable, potentially causing various kinds of mutation induced by time rules. The scariest outcome would be experiencing an entire lifetime in a single moment. Qingjiao spoke with disdain. Though ordered by Kadiro, there were certain precautions he must clarify. Otherwise, if problems arose later, he'd be held responsible for impeding Xuanhuan realm's significant affairs and could be erased. Oh, that's good then. Weiyang felt relieved inside. This was comfortable. When the time comes, he'd bring 3 girls. Fearfully, perhaps he'd be squeezed to death himself, judging by his appearance. Bringing the rabbit girl alone seemed sufficient. Others? Well, women can indeed be quite troublesome. Even though there's no monogamy in this other world, you still need to manage everything well. Don't end up dying in bed before completing much of the messaging responsibilities. How ridiculous that would be. Tower, do you want to come along as my message bearer? Me? I don't know. Faced with this sudden question, Tower hadn't actually considered it before. But traveling through this vast Xuanhuan realm must be very arduous. She wondered should she really go or not. Still, whenever she remembered those human expressions, she feared them deeply in her heart. All right, take your time to think about it. Weiyang looked at the conflicted rabbit girl. Sigh, their bond wasn't deep enough yet. A toast of liquor and walking alone, all provisions accounted for. No forceful demand needed. Despite sharing a bed for a few nights, he dared not even kiss her. A youthful, passionate person like him. Laughably, it was merely gratitude repaid through free warmth provided to him. So let it be. It was better to just forget altogether. Chapter 28. Human and Beast. Returning to the hot spring town, the gate guard had also learned of Weiyang's identity, a Xuanhuan realm faith spirit. The characteristics were his red and black rings on both hands, and there was an aura about him that was distinctly different from others. Although he looked like a human, he didn't quite feel human. To beasts, although he seemed human-like, he more resembled the aura of a beast, somewhere between human and beast, yet not evoking the repulsion associated with half-beasts, instead inspiring respect and admiration. Master, you're famous now. Takuo looked at Weiyang excitedly, her tone highly agitated. However, Weiyang knew she wasn't thrilled for him, but rather because she no longer felt the disdainful stares that humans usually directed toward half-beasts. It made sense, considering half-beasts only exhibited some traits of beasts, especially their ears. Wearing a hat would mostly mask this feature, and unless one was observant enough to detect the subtle difference in energy, it would go unnoticed. However, the guards paid no mind, and adventurers wouldn't want to trouble themselves unnecessarily since anyone who could afford a half-beast as a slave must be wealthier than they. Most of them ventured daily into the monster forest just to ensure their survival, so leisure was out of the question. Well, there's no need to call me master anymore. My name is Weiyang Talus. You can call me Weiyang. When I take off your control collar, you'll be free. Thank you for your companionship over these many days. With your gratitude repaid, we will part ways without further ado. Weiyang's voice turned slightly cold. After all, loneliness had made him sensitive to superficial emotions. Rather than lingering in mutual dissatisfaction, he preferred a clean break, sparing both parties any unnecessary hurt. Takuo appeared confused, but soon a glimmer of joy emerged, followed by another look of bewilderment. Her face cycled through various emotions. You and I are alike. Our faces don't hide things well. But I know, during these last couple of weeks, you've been playing the role of a servant, doing things typical of one. I assumed the time spent together would lead you to make up your mind about following me, but clearly, that was not the case. I dislike forcing people. Since I cannot penetrate your inner thoughts, despite sharing the same bed, you remained wary of me. So why prolong such agony? Here's your freedom then. No need for feelings of guilt either. I believe our debts are settled. Weiyang spoke dispassionately, sighing faintly. They had slept in the same bed for over half a month, yet dreamed vastly different dreams. Laughable, he dared not act rashly. He had gently hugged her waist each night, and she, ever vigilant, stiffened her body until daybreak, rising promptly afterward. It was a joke, even more amusing than the experience with the brothel girls. No, it's not like that. Takuo grew flustered, for he had read her accurately. She simply did not yet understand where life should lead her, or what purpose she should pursue within the 4 remaining years she had left. This resistance to slavery had stemmed not just from her dreams, but gratitude towards Weiyang. He treated her kindly without constraint or force, allowing her food and rest. Gradually, his house became hers too, except she hadn't seen him as the object of her affections. That's fine. Anyway, I'll focus on being the faith spirit going forward. If you wish to stay in my house, you're welcome to. The treasures in the basement are useless to me. You decide how to deal with them. Or if you have other plans, follow those. Since you do not wish to come along with me, there's nothing wrong with choosing a different path. Just don't regret it later. Goodbye. The red ring on Weiyang's right hand flickered slightly before he disappeared on the streets of Hot Spring Town, leaving behind a bewildered half-beast watching the place where he vanished. Do I like him? I really don't know. Sigh, big brother Qingjiao, are you there? I know you're around. Keep an eye on that half-beast in the future. Starting today, I'm officially becoming a faith spirit. Weiyang appeared in a dazzling space akin to a universe. Unlike an infinite void though, this was spherical, its shell radiating colors of vibrant energy against a pitch-black backdrop resembling real outer space. The ground was no exception, but a wall of air kept him hovering mid-sphere without falling towards the bottom. This air barrier evenly partitioned the sphere, placing Weiyang within a half-section, granting him movement space equivalent to a large villa with ceilings reaching 20 meters high. This was the function of the red beast ring, to carve out a subspace where a personal space governed by spatial laws allowed his existence. Simultaneously, temporal laws sped up time flow inside the sphere. 10 days here equal 1 day outside. Qingjiao's cold hum resonated in Weiyang's mind, signaling agreement. Even though Qingjiao was an 8th rank magical beast, he still cared for Weiyang, his assigned faith spirit, fulfilling this trivial request in exchange for the possibility of future support from this acknowledged representative of Xintian realm's celestial will. This was a typical example of keeping concern despite separation, even if no love had ever existed. Hey, the announcement just came, and here comes the mountain. Looks like this faith spirit is pretty dedicated. Takuo twisted Nicolia's Lolita dress, as if she were lifting a chick by hand. Nicolia's remained silent, not daring to speak. You dared to use the time rule without permission, Nicole. This is a grave offense. Takuo gazed at Nicolia's with eyes full of indulgence. Yes, father, Nicole knows it's wrong. If only you really knew. I'll bear the consequences of your mistake this time, but watch what happens when you recklessly use the time rule. Takuo sighed faintly, cursing himself for spoiling his daughter too much, leading to these undesirable results. However, he thought about how effective human education methods were, perhaps worth asking advice from that man. Is there punishment? Nicolia's, with her big doll-like eyes, stared at Takuo. In the past, although she had used the time rule, her father simply said it didn't matter and would take a few days to recover. This time, the mention of punishment intrigued her greatly, while also making her feel regretful, knowing she was causing her father to shoulder her mistakes. All right, it's time for your punishment, or else the Wheel Dragon, Raxi Dragon, and Punishment Dragon will come for me. Takuo disappeared into the time temple with Nicolia's, a bitter expression on his face. Upon hearing Weiyang become a faith spirit, Mac also became motivated. If Weiyang, with mediocre talent, could achieve such an accomplishment, why couldn't they, who possessed greater talent, push their abilities to their limits? Since meeting Weiyang's half-beast maid, they had all developed prejudices against Weiyang for associating with lowly half-beasts. Now, the title of faith spirit slapped them hard in the face and filled them with immense shame. Weiyang, rest assured, I will change myself. I will surpass all of you. Mac clenched his fists. Over these months, he had secretly entered the magical beast forest many times. From weak green snakes and white snakes to now iron wolves, fire foxes, and savage bulls, he could single-handedly slay any first-rank magical beast. The pure souls in his mind had almost been absorbed completely, and he could vaguely sense himself nearing the second-rank mage level. Moreover, his mastery of fire magic grew significantly. For instance, the speed of forming a summoning circle for fireballs was twice as fast as others. While others could only launch 1 fireball, he could launch 2 with double the power, which was the main reason why he could kill a first-rank magical beast. Yo, Mac, the kid wants to go out again? Such restlessness. With Weiyang gone, maybe the 4 of you can progress better. Tally floated 100 meters high, watching Mac enter the magical beast forest before dawn once more. He recognized this unusually diligent young man as embodying the passion and blood they should have at their age, yearning endlessly for strength. This time, shall I try taking on 2 first-rank beasts? Mac closed his eyes, perceiving everything around him. After so much training, with infinite endurance provided by his battery pack, he had learned to focus all his spiritual energy into releases, extending his range of perception up to 100 meters, equivalent to a 3rd-rank mage. There were 2 fire foxes to his right, one larger and the other slightly smaller, about 70 meters away from Mac. They seemed to smell him, becoming increasingly vigilant. This showed the difference between magical beasts and humans. Magical beast senses far exceeded the human range of perception. First-rank magical beasts could detect human scent over 50 meters away, whereas humans needed to reach the second-rank mage stage to perceive within 50 meters. Battles with magical beasts often depended less on human initiative than on the creature's instincts. Given their hatred of humans, any detection meant inevitable conflict. Let's give it a shot. My man is enough anyway. Here's my first attack. Mac concentrated sharply, and 2 magic circles lit up directly in the space, forming the simplest fireball spell. But Mac could manage 2 simultaneously with construction speed matching regular people. Focusing on just one would make the process twice as fast. A flame ignited at the center of the circular magic array, a common standard for fire-based magic. All simple spells used a circular array. To learn others, one had to purchase magic scrolls from the Mage Guild. Otherwise, everyone was stuck using general spells that anyone could cast. Whoosh whoosh. 2 watermelon-sized fireballs shot directly into the forest and struck 2 fox-sized firefoxes on their heads. Boom boom. Woof. Growl. The red hair atop the 2 firefoxes' heads was completely burned off, revealing blackened, charred skin underneath. However, they weren't too damaged since they were fire-type magical beasts with resistance to flames. Thump, thump. Enraged, the 2 firefoxes dashed toward Mac as fast as lightning. Beginner's acceleration, beginner's defense, fireball spell. 3 magic arrays constructed in succession, one after another, albeit slowly, but enough to do the trick. Mac felt his body grow lighter while a faint yellow protective layer appeared on his skin, thin enough to shatter at the slightest touch. There was nothing to be done. It was only a beginner's spell. He barely dodged the combined charge of the 2 magical beasts before quickly setting up another magic array. Iceball spell. A white magic array began to form, feeling slower than the construction of the 2 fireballs. No way around it. This was a tribute suppression. A fire-focused mage casting water magic would always be abnormally slow. Roar. Goor. The 2 firefoxes showed remarkable coordination. The smaller one turned around quickly and charged back at Mac, while the slightly larger one remained in the shadows, ready to strike opportunistically. Snap. An ice ball, slightly larger than a fist, smashed directly onto the smaller firefox, instantly punching a bloody hole in its waist before it collapsed in agony, losing all ability to fight. Roar. The large firefox erupted in fury. How dare this human injure its sibling? It must tear him limb from limb. Boom. Before Mac could dodge, the larger firefox slammed him with its headbutt, sending him flying. His pale yellow protection barrier shattered immediately, and he felt several ribs break as he tumbled across the ground. Gasping for breath, Mac climbed back to his feet and looked at the large firefox quietly standing by its fallen sibling. The larger fox carefully licked the wound of its brother. Still blood flowed relentlessly. All canine-type magical beasts shared the same traits: hard heads, iron bones, and vulnerable waists. This area was indeed a weak point. Thanks to Mac's attribute-suppressing iceball spell and his stronger-than-average magical power, even a fatal blow had been avoided purely out of luck. Alas, survival of the fittest. It is the nature of things. Watching the scene unfold, Mac sighed deeply. These 2 magical beasts clearly shared some emotional connection. Yet, they had encountered him. He acted merely to survive. But now, seeing these 2 creatures leaning on each other brought to mind the harmonious relationship between Weiong and the half-beasts. Is it really impossible for humans and magical beasts to reconcile? A thought suddenly popped into Mac's mind. Without knowing why, he unconsciously started casting a low-tier healing spell, green light softly glowing from his hand as he walked toward the 2 injured magical beasts. Awoo. The larger firefox saw Mac approaching and prepared to attack. But instead of hostility, this human extended a hand radiating warmth. What was he doing? Healing magic? Impossible. Yet, now its sibling was dying. If this didn't work, it would spare no effort to make the human pay dearly should its brother perish. It's fine, there's still hope. I'll take care of it. Mac's lips felt dry. A magical beast beside him bared its teeth. One slight bite, and his head would be gone. But judging by the creature's demeanor, it seemed merely cautious, not eager to attack. The emerald glow emanated from Mac's hand and pressed against the gaping wound on the fallen firefox's waist. Inside, much of the flesh had been crushed, and the bones and internal organs were faintly visible. Clearly, damage caused by attribute suppression was extraordinarily severe. Even magical beasts couldn't withstand it easily. Green threads of light flowed from Mac's palm, merging with the severely wounded firefox's injuries. Blood gradually stopped flowing. The wound started to scab over. As a basic level spell, stopping the bleeding and creating a scab was already commendable. Magical beasts possessed robust physiques. As long as excessive blood loss didn't occur, even broken bones or internal organ injuries could heal within months. They knew which herbs could aid their recovery. Roar. Seeing its siblings' breathing stabilize and the wound beginning to scab over, the larger firefox paid little heed to who had originally hurt them. This human hadn't finished them off. Instead, he had saved what was once an enemy. The large firefox realized it owed this human a debt. Straining, it sniffed at Mac's scent, silently vowing to repay the favor when it grew powerful enough. Chapter 29. The Xuanhuan Realm Map, Mermaids. Very soon, the fallen firefox stopped bleeding. Its gaze no longer held the ferocity it had when looking at Mike, but instead seemed somewhat embarrassed. Yes, Mike was absolutely certain he saw this very humanized expression on the fox's face. This only reinforced his certainty that these 2 magical beasts must have undergone some kind of mutation, which made them so human-like and bestowed them with unparalleled emotions. You may leave now. Dawn is approaching, and I should return as well. Don't let our paths cross again. Mike observed that the injured firefox's condition had stabilized, so he planned to get up and leave. After all, this was the magical beast forest. During the day, there was a high chance of second-rank magical beasts venturing out to hunt for food. As such, few adventuring groups entered during the daytime. Even first-rank magical beasts dared not stray far from their territory, relying on adult second-rank magical beasts to bring back food or fruits. After all, some animals domesticated by humans and solitary wandering magical beasts, along with the bounty of the forest, were essential. Otherwise, if left alone without hunting humans, the magical beasts would starve to death. At night, only a small number of first-rank magical beasts ventured out, unable to resist the urge to roam. Hence, nighttime in the forest was relatively less dangerous. Ayo! The larger fire fox whimpered and used its body to support its wounded companion, slowly retreating into the depths of the forest. This encounter changed the fire fox's perspective on humans, though only its personal view. To awaken intelligence at the first rank wasn't something mere luck could accomplish. Years ago, Xiaomi had conducted extensive research on these two brothers. Now that Xiaomi was dead, his head taken away by humans, the two found themselves unrestrained and naturally took the opportunity to explore. Haha, this kid Mike is indeed leaning toward becoming someone like Weiyang. Magical beasts aren't as simple as you think they are. Tali looked at Mike, who kept casting healing spells on himself, and thought how naive they both were. He knew Mike needed more tribulations to truly grow up. Sigh, what a boring place. Weiyang stared at the void around him, initially intrigued, but after a few minutes, it grew dull. After all, there was nothing in this space except for its vastness. Well, I'd better step out and check things for now. I'll come back here to rest before bedtime. With a flash of red light from his right hand, Weiyang disappeared from this spherical space. Indeed, it hasn't even been a short while. When Weiyang reappeared, Takaru still looked at him with faded eyes, clearly not having moved much since Weiyang had gone. Although it felt like he'd been in the spherical space for at least half an hour, in reality, only a few minutes had passed. Master Yu. Seeing Weiyang appear again, Takaru felt an inexplicable joy in her heart. There's no need for further talk. Go live your own life. There is no longer any bond between us. Weiyang said indifferently, neither pleased by external gains nor saddened by personal losses. If it wasn't meant for him, he couldn't force it. And if it belonged to him, it would inevitably find its way back. That's not true, Takaru wanted to protest, but couldn't utter a word. Her 10 years spent living in the den of magical beasts and 4 years of slavery within the guilds had drained her completely, yet she managed to preserve her sense of self. Now that she was free, she yearned to explore everything, but she could not let go of the little attention Weiyang showed towards her. All right, I am leaving. With a flicker of red light from the bracelet on his right hand, Weiyang vanished once again, leaving Takaru behind in silence. Is this the magical beast forest? Looking at the familiar place, blackened earth, dense forests, wild grasses flourishing everywhere, but filled with lurking danger, he did not feel discomfort. Rather, it was a sensation akin to a fish finding water. Such was the natural harmony granted to him by the beast ring, one of its numerous privileges due to its connection with the natural dragon's rules. The red beast ring actually incorporated most of the dragon clan's elemental forces, granting Weiyang considerable privileges. For example, opening time differential subspace, teleportation, and natural affinity. When he reached 3rd rank strength, he would gain the ability to fly, as those reaching the 3rd rank could either release their battle chi or communicate with nature's spirit essence. He simply needed to use his combat chi or mental force to resonate with the elemental energies and channel them into the beast ring to take advantage of spatial rules for flight. Essentially, just a form of spatial transfer, lifting him airborne and forming a barrier underfoot, allowing him to stand. Of course, the beast ring didn't offer just these privileges. With his current low level, he could only unlock these basic spirit essence privileges. As he communicated more with the ring and adapted to more of its rules, many more advantages would become apparent. After all, the Dragon Clan was incredibly wealthy. As for the Black Human Ring, he currently knew only one of its abilities, the Sovereign's Authority, which made humans invincible. It was straightforward. Any attack by humans below the 9th rank could be completely ignored, and even attacks at the 9th rank could only inflict 30% of their original damage. The Sovereign's Authority was imbued with the aura of superiority collectively injected by the 5 Empire Masters, exerting a tremendous intimidation effect on humanity. In short, it made you appear as someone who had long been at the top of society, not an ordinary person. When speaking, others would feel particularly intimidated, though using this ability consumed either battle chi or mental force. However, the invincibility function required no strength, making it akin to a passive skill. Despite having few functions, it was incredibly powerful, wasn't it? Invincible against humans. There are 2 injured fire foxes ahead. Never mind, no time to mess with foxes. I want to explore deeper into the magical beast forest. Weiyang closed his eyes, and red light flickered from his right hand. Then in his mind, a miniature version of the Xuanhuan realm appeared. Sure enough, it was a planet, with 5 continents distributed across 5 locations. In the southern hemisphere of the planet, a massive continent occupied nearly 2/5 of the planetary surface. The rest of the planet held 4 continents resembling slices of a watermelon, separated by seas. To the far north was a much smaller icy continent, like the southern giant continent, but shrunken tenfold. Strangely, the large southern continent had no ice, presumably a difference between this otherworldly realm and Earth. In general, the shape of the Xuanhuan realm resembled a ball with 2 circles at each end, the middle interspersed with 4 continental sections, looking somewhat like a piece of watermelon-flavored gum. At that moment, to the west, one of the continents closer to the northern regions near snowy areas displayed a red. This was Xuanhuan's position. Human cities were concentrated around the central part of the continent, with small towns stretching out like many tentacles, forming a general image of a centipede lying on the watermelon pattern. However, the widest central portion was where the capital city stood. The Xuanhuan town where Xuanhuan and his group resided was almost at the tip of the centipede's foot, while the warm spring town was roughly midway along the same centipede leg. As for Muse City, another 2 towns further inward remained to reach the centipede's body. Other areas beyond these settlements were all forest, the denser vegetation becoming progressively lush closer to the edge by the sea, and farther away from urban centers meant higher-ranked magical beasts. Alright, let me take a stroll towards the seashore this time. Xuanhuan's consciousness shifted slightly westward from his current location towards the nearest coastline. He then felt his body tremble for a moment before stilling again. Opening his eyes, an endless expanse of ocean lay before him. Though mentally mapped out as not too distant, standing physically on the shore revealed a boundless blue horizon, wide sandy beaches extending endlessly along with vast stretches of sea. Everything looked so refreshing and invigorating. "Are you spirit believer, Xuanhuan Talus, sir?" A gentle yet melodious voice resonated nearby. Xuanhuan hadn't noticed anyone around him immediately. After all, this area should belong to magical beasts, and only one centipede leg could possibly extend this far to the coastline, and that one was centered on the capital. "Huh, you're a mermaid?" Xuanhuan suddenly recalled something. Indeed, a lovely face popped out from the water. Only her upper body visible, the rest hidden beneath the waves, but still showcasing her hourglass figure ending with a fish tail. Certainly, this was a dream of many men fulfilled here in the alternate world. "Ah, it truly is you. I'm Liz, a member of the mermaid clan. It's an honor to meet you." Liz moved her fishtail and lifted her torso, bowing slightly towards Xuanhuan on the shore. "Breasts? What breasts?" Xuanhuan couldn't help but be attracted to the cleavage barely covered by the shell, a sight indeed hard to ignore. This was a true culprit of allure. I've just taken office today, hoping for your cooperation in the future." Xuanhuan managed to snap back after gawking for 2 seconds. After all, it wouldn't do to keep staring foolishly like a boorish pig. Having seen such sights in his past life didn't make them any less appealing, but this mermaid was truly beautiful, like a 2-dimensional girl entering the 3-dimensional world. Dark, long hair, with fin-like ears and natural gills located behind the ears. Her hands were marked by fin-shaped protrusions resembling fish fins. The exposed part of her back and spine also featured similar raised structures. The chest was covered by 2 shells, creating a bikini style decorated with aquatic grass weaving. Where her human form met her fishtail, there was a golden metal ring encircling her waist, about 2 palms wide, in a pink hue that complemented Liss's blue scales beautifully. Fin-like ridges extended from her back down to the metallic ring at her hips, and on either side of her fishtail, more fin-like protrusions adorned her lower body. Along the edges of her face, subtle fish scales added an extra dimension to her beauty. The same scales were found where her forehead met her hairline. Her pupils differed greatly from those of humans. Liss's eyes held a pure blue iridescence like the ocean itself, akin to wearing blue contact lenses. Instead of appearing out of place, the facial scales only served to enhance her stunning appearance. Truly, mermaids are embodiments of perfection. No wonder the fairy tales I read in my previous life always depicted mermaids as beautiful beings. It's not fabricated at all, they're genuinely stunning. "Ah, you're too kind." The king said that if we encounter spirit believer den, we must treat them with the highest respect. Liss observed Xuanhuan's courteous demeanor with some helplessness and waved awkwardly. Realizing this spirit believer truly harbored no prejudice against magical beasts, just as the elder dragons had mentioned. Furthermore, his slightly lustful look when he first saw her didn't feel inappropriate, indicating that the spirit believer treated magical beasts and humans equally, and accepted female magical beasts with openness. "Ah, it's unnecessary. After 3 days, I'll officially start work, but there's no need for such formalities. I wish to understand the real situation in this world without pretense. I cannot die anyway, so observing reality is good enough. I don't prefer superficial conduct." Xuanhuan chuckled helplessly. Being ugly brought him more trouble than being handsome, yet he was not fat or particularly distinctive looking, fitting into the crowd with average features and poor strength. Meanwhile, Liss, this second-rank magical beast who could wield magic, was one of the privileges bestowed by the beast ring he wore. "Alright, Lord Xuanhuan, I will take my leave now." Liss smiled politely before bidding farewell, needing to urgently deliver the news of the spirit believer's arrival. Even though Xuanhuan possessed a special aura, it wasn't guaranteed to deter certain blind and stubborn groups of magical beasts like pufferfishes. "Go ahead, see you later. I'm going to enjoy the sea. I've never seen it before." Xuanhuan laughed lightly, thinking, "I've seen many beauties before, why should I stop her from leaving? Besides, I can't even beat her. Sure, having the identity of spirit believer might make others obey me, but is that meaningful? If I can't even manage my own slaves, how could I possibly control powerful beings like her?" He strolled toward a rocky shore, settling down quietly among the rocks, watching waves crash against the coast. His gaze stretched far across the endless ocean, dotted with seagulls and avian magical beasts soaring in the sky, while crabs occasionally scuttled along the sands. Everything was serene and peaceful except for the gloomy weather which weighed heavily on his mood. Roar! Suddenly, immense waves rose above the horizon as a massive whale-like mouth broke the water surface, clutching between its jaws a shark-sized giant fish. Indeed, The sea was scarier than the forest, explaining why people in the Xuanhuan realm avoided building roads to the coastline. What a magnificent sight. Weiyang watched silently at this grand predation scene. Survival of the fittest. This truth resonated more clearly here in this power-driven foreign world. Hence, he decided that low-profile development suited him better. Sea whale, tone it down a little. Don't scare the spirit believer down. A noble and elegant queen-like voice echoed through the air. What exactly is a queenly tone? That's something you'd have to find out from anime. Buzz whine. The sea whale responded with a mournful cry, looking somewhat aggrieved. Truly, nothing penetrates the soul quite like the sound of a whale's song. Then, a crowned figure emerged gracefully on cresting waves. An exceptionally charming queen-like mermaid with a 7-colored fish scale-covered tail, no visible facial scales, and carrying a staff. Are you the mermaid queen? Weiyang paused briefly, guessing her identity correctly as his beast ring flashed. A level 8 magical beast, equal in rank to Qingjiao, yet presenting in a majestic, queenly charm. He found her appealing. Yes, spirit believer Duan, welcome to the territory of our sea race. On behalf of the group of seas, I welcome your presence. The mermaid queen nodded slightly. She was an 8th rank powerhouse after all. Personally coming out to meet him was honor enough. Bowing would undermine her royal dignity. You're too kind, mermaid queen. I'm merely curious. Considering the vastness of the Xuanhuan realm, I needed to broaden my horizons and appreciate these coastal landscapes. How many fortunate souls have missed such beauty? Weiyang responded politely, marveling aloud. The words of spirit believer do great justice to the sea. But indeed, the sea is nothing more than an expanse of water. It isn't so remarkable. The corners of the mermaid queen's mouth curved upwards slightly as well. After all, she was quite pleased that her homeland had been praised by an outsider. Chapter 30. Power reaches the 2nd rank. Since Her Majesty the Queen has come to greet me, I suppose she has some task for me. If you have something to say, please go ahead. I will not decline what I can do. Weiyang looked at her after chatting with him for so long without inviting him to visit the mermaid kingdom, guessing that she needed his help. Hee, how straightforward you are, Sir Xinling. Since you still have 3 days of vacation, it seems inappropriate to trouble you now. The mermaid queen smiled faintly. She indeed had a request, but Weiyang still had 3 days off. Assigning work before someone officially starts would make anyone unhappy. However, this Sir Xinling seemed to be a good person. There was no hatred for monsters in his eyes, but more admiration for their bodies as mermaids. Although somewhat impolite, it was quite pleasant inside. All right, I'll do my best. Weiyang could only laugh and cry, as he had already spoken to this extent, yet the queen still insisted on being polite. Sir Xinling is truly dedicated. If that's the case, then let's not waste your time. Actually, it's not a big matter. Since I am just the ruler of the West Sea, if I want to contact the rulers of other seas, I need to travel to the polar ring seas to cross over. After all, humans don't allow us sea monsters to fly across human cities. So, I hope that you, Sir Xinling, will go to the South Sea and find the Lord there, Blue Dragon. We plan to traverse the entire western continent and build a spatial teleportation array to facilitate exchanges between the 2 sides of the aquatic races. The South Sea? That's the sea boundary at the eastern border of Qinxi Empire, right? Alright, I'll ask about it. Weiyang recalled a rough map of Xuanhuan world in his mind. The South Sea was the vast ocean separating Qinxi Empire from Tiannan Empire. There were actually dragon rulers there? How curious. If the West Sea belonged to the mermaids, then who ruled the East Sea and the North Sea? And the 2 ring seas near the polar continents also sounded interesting. There were still many places for him to explore. Thank you, Sir Xinling. As a small token of appreciation, the mermaid queen lightly waved her elegant scepter, which was studded with dazzling gems and featured wave patterns. A scale-like thick crystal floated toward Weiyang. What is this? This is an energy scale left behind by deceased members of our mermaid race. Unlike the forest tribe who possess magical cores, when we die, our energy randomly accumulates. Sometimes it gathers on the scales, forming such crystalline scale shapes. This one belongs to a 5th rank mermaid, equivalent to a 5th rank magical core. The mermaid queen patiently explained, as in the world of monsters, constant battles, resource seizures, and survival struggles persisted. Even though absorbing the essence of heaven and earth allowed creatures to survive, every individual had varying talents. Those with average gifts, despite the long lifespan of monsters that spanned hundreds or even thousands of years, might only reach 5th or 6th rank. Humans faced stricter standards. They required perception attributes, meaning they must comprehend certain rules in order to break through to the 7th rank within their lifetimes and prolong their lifespans. Can I reject this magical core and instead have you enhance my strength? After hearing the queen's explanation, Weiyang wasn't particularly interested. Despite its beauty, the scale crystal was useless to him, not comparable to coins, but coins were too vulgar. It would be better if he traded for increased personal strength. Once reaching the 2nd rank, he would be able to taste 2nd rank monster meat, and perhaps indulge in some seafood. Wow, just thinking about it made him feel great. Forcefully enhancing power. Well, it's not impossible, but... The mermaid queen was stunned, her small mouth slightly open, looking adorably cute. Could you imagine a queen-level woman appearing surprised like this? If you can't picture it, watch more anime. The realm of 2D offers everything. You shouldn't let your imagination fade. It's fine, I know the consequences. After all, my current 1st rank status was forcibly elevated. Besides, I don't plan on battling humans or monsters. My enhanced strength is merely to try more kinds of food, nothing else. Weiyang honestly explained, Because in this different world, more powerful strength was necessary to enjoy better cuisine. I see. The Mermaid Queen sighed. This xuanhuan was truly too casual, elevating his strength just for food? If people in general could eat all kinds of ingredients without needing greater power, wouldn't they skip it altogether? He surely was unique. That's probably why he was chosen as the messenger. Indeed, quite different. As various thoughts flashed through the queen's mind, her hands didn't stop. She casually waved her scepter, and a rainbow-colored light enveloped Wei-ong. Then Wei-ong felt like a balloon filling up with air, generating large amounts of fighting spirit within his body, with his spiritual strength beginning to increase rapidly. His brain grew dizzy and uncomfortable. Ouch, Your Majesty, could you make it more gentle and try to avoid any pain? No need to worry about the stability of power, as long as we reach the goal. Wei-ong was quite pathetic as well. He couldn't endure even a bit of discomfort or slight swelling pain. Alright. The Mermaid Queen now fully believed that Wei-ong had boosted his strength purely for the sake of eating. The secret technique used by their sea race was already very gentle. Enduring for a little while would ensure a stable rank 3 strength without issue. It was an inherited method of the Mermaid clan. But it seemed he didn't want to tolerate even this small level of discomfort. Well, she would just grant him his wish then. Her scepter waved once again, and the 7-color light covering Wei-ong's body dimmed significantly. The furrowed brows on Wei-ong's face smoothed out, feeling much more comfortable this time around. Not long after, Wei-ong's aura slightly improved. He reached the 2nd rank in strength. Not only that, but the Mermaid Queen also happened to elevate his half-baked spiritual strength to the 2nd rank along with it. He was now a mediocre adventurer at the 2nd rank, though still no match for ordinary 1st-rank adventurers. He could crush them. Phew. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will take my leave now. Wei-ong felt the bloated power coursing through his body. Though tempting, food was far more important. With that thought, he closed his eyes and red light flashed from his beast ring before disappearing from the west coast. The Dragon Clan's rule power. How much longer will it take for me to step into the 9th rank? The Mermaid Queen stared blankly at the place where Wei-ong had disappeared, sensing the unique rule force. She could feel its presence, but was unable to comprehend it yet. At this moment, on the eastern coast of Qinxi Empire, here referred to as the South Shore. Every sea has 2 shores due to connecting with 2 continents, so any shore near a particular sea is named accordingly. How come this feels just like the West Shore? Wei-ong looked at the familiar ocean, beach, rocks, crabs, seagulls. Everything here was exactly the same as there, devoid of any special feature. It couldn't be helped. Being coastlines at roughly the same latitude, they naturally weren't too different. Maybe the underwater world and creatures were distinct, but Wei-ong did not obtain any underwater breathing skills through his beast ring. Besides, he was a terrible swimmer, descending into the sea. Never. What if he drowned? That would make him the first human in xuanhuan world to drown, even as a messenger spirit. What a ridiculous joke that would be. Hey, human, are you the messenger spirit? A blue-haired dragon person stood before him, sporting what looked similar to bull horns behind his head, but not actually bull horns. This should belong to the Great Dragon Clan. A robust dragon tail extended from his back. If it were a snake tail, it wouldn't have these exact features, so it could only be a dragon tail. I am the newly appointed messenger spirit. You must be the Lord of the South Sea, Blue Dragon? Wei-ong inspected the haughty man before him who indeed appeared much more handsome than him, his hair attractive combined with dragon horns and dragon tail, looking extraordinarily valiant. That woman Liao must be stirring up trouble again. Tell me, what has she sent you here for? Blue Dragon gave a dismissive look. Despite this messenger spirit being appointed jointly by the ancestral dragons of the Dragon Clan alongside the 5 Emperors' alliance of humans. Still, such a mere 2nd ranker meant he needed to hold himself back, lest he accidentally blow this guy away. If so, he'd never get off scot-free. Alright. She said she needs your cooperation to set up a teleportation array for convenient travel between both seas. Wei-ong didn't beat around the bush. His role as the sole messenger spirit of xuanhuan world was solely for relaying messages when they couldn't physically arrive in each other's territories, a way decreed by the Heaven Dao of xuanhuan world to lower conflicts and raise overall strength among beings. Dealing with those outside Dao practitioners wasn't easy. Got it, I understand. Oh, and you still have 3 days left of vacation, judging from your unstable state. Let me give you a helping hand. Consider it your overtime pay. With a casual wave of his hand, Blue Dragon released a stream of soft water-based energy directly into Wei-ong's body, leaving it utterly relaxed, while enhancing both his physical and spiritual strength simultaneously. If all power advancements could be this pleasant, it'd be like soaking in a warm bath. Go tell that mermaid. I'm ready whenever. Here, take this stone and bring it back to her. When it lights up, that's our cue. Blue Dragon cast a glance at Wei-ong, tossed a purple gemstone his way, and vanished right off the sandy beach. Alright, Wei-ong sensed his strength growing stronger once more. Truly, in the eyes of greats, so-called side effects of strengthening were minor issues. Nevertheless, without personal cultivation insights, one would lack direction upon reaching higher ranks breakthroughs since every advancement was externally assisted. A red light flashed in his right hand, and Wei-ong reappeared on the west coast. Sure enough, just in this short while, the Mermaid Queen hadn't left. She sat on a reef rock. Despite the bad weather, her fish tail with its colorful scales remained extraordinarily beautiful. Coupled with the intricate crown atop her head, golden hair cascading down, and a splendid scepter in her grip, she exuded a regal presence, beautiful yet awe-inspiring. Queen, here's the thing you need. Also, he said it'd be ready when the stone brightens. Wei Yong approached her and handed over the purple gemstone. Thanks for your troubles, Miss Xinling. I shall go now as my people still need me to oversee matters big and small. Do come visit us again next time you're at the Western Sea, and we'll show you around our mermaid kingdom. The mermaid queen gave a faint smile, though beneath it lay signs of fatigue, perhaps due to issues within her own realm that necessitated her alliance with the blue dragon from the South Sea to build the space teleportation array. But Wei Yong could only care so much. With his limited power, even if the 2 rings guaranteed his survival, he was ultimately just a message carrier. Matters of state should be left for those with greater authority to resolve. All right, once you've taken care of the trivialities, I will surely come to visit your kingdom. You go ahead with your duties then, and I too must leave. It's the last day of my 3-day vacation. Wei Yong sighed softly. 3 days, such a long time. Good. Until then, goodbye. The mermaid queen nodded, her figure dissolving into bubbles before vanishing entirely from the reef. Truly, power brought many unique ways to make an exit. Night is falling. Wei Yong looked up at the already dimming sky. The forest and coastline would soon become pitch black without any artificial lights, leaving only the serene sounds of nature. A life of solitude brings freedom and joy, but still, I'd rather soak in a hot spring in Springpool Town and then return to my time-lag space to sleep. Otherwise, if anything comes up, I won't have time for rest. Wei Yong closed his eyes, and another red flash had him disappearing once more. How convenient it was to have access to instant travel. Wah. Father, I won't abuse the law of time anymore. Wake up. Inside a grand hall, Nicole Yasa watched her father Kadiro lying unconscious on the ground, his breath shallow and irregular. Ever since returning from the cycle shrine, her father had sporadically turned ethereal or been covered in wounds as though realities from different timelines were interfering, making his essence unstable, which caused his physical form to drift in and out of consciousness, nearing dissolution. Cough, cough. My dear daughter, I'm fine. Kadiro coughed weakly, this time suffering a slightly heavier punishment. It was as though heavenly retribution struck directly at his very essence, causing severe injuries across all his versions spread through time. Thankfully, having the law of time safeguarded him from serious disasters, and given this misstep didn't warrant death, Heaven's rules allowed leniency by revoking some permissions regarding his use of the law of time. For example, applying time-altering abilities below 6th level would bring forth the agony of hellfire consuming one's body. This measure aimed to restrain those who sought to tamper with futures after gaining insight into the law of time. Past events cannot be altered but merely observed, while future predictions are forbidden, allowing only foreknowledge and correction of mistakes. Simply put, the core principle was this. The past can't be rewritten, the future shouldn't be seen prematurely, but present errors can be corrected. Just like how Nicole Yasa killed Wei Yong, and then used localized time reversal to bring him back to life, albeit her low strength led Heaven's law to protect her by disrupting the surrounding laws near Qinglin Town, thus triggering penalties. Father, Wah, you've finally awakened. Seeing Kadiro's pale face, Nicole Yasa broke down and collapsed onto his chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Her error this time was immense. She vowed to seriously study the methods of using the law of time. When her strength grew sufficient, only then would she dare venture outside her dragon domain. Otherwise, though her father had forgiven her this time, there might not be a second chance next time. Chapter 31. Darkness Under the Light. Indeed, time drags on forever. Unfortunately, I have nothing to do. Wei Yong lay on a large tree in the demon beast forest, gazing at such a pure sky. After soaking in the hot springs and sleeping in the time-lag space, only 2 hours had passed outside. The stars had just come out, yet today he had already done so much. Moreover, he had just woken up naturally from a deep sleep and was far from feeling tired. Boy, pay attention to the bracelets on your hands. They're not just for saving your life. When you receive a message, there will be a prompt. Qing Jiao sighed helplessly. This human boy couldn't keep still. He had said there were still 3 days, but this boy was wandering into the demon beast forest again, being completely restless. If it wasn't his responsibility, he would have been too bored every day to care about his movements. Oh, all right. Thanks, Qing Jiao sir. Wei Yong gave an internal thank you. After all, with his great power, the man didn't need to intentionally read his thoughts. They were already known. It was only a matter of whether or not the man felt like responding. Wei Yong looked at his 2 motionless bracelets. It seemed that the only spirit communicator in this world didn't have much use since it couldn't send messages. Either it was for people of a higher level or sudden love couples separated by vast distances. However, this was impossible because one needed to pass through a teleportation array just to go to another empire. Few lovers could afford the enormous fees required to operate cross-empire teleportation arrays. Sigh, I'm just idling anyway. Should I visit other towns? This hot spring town is pretty big, but everywhere looks the same. Except for a branch of the Dawnlight Commerce Guild, I haven't been to any other towns. Wei Yong closed his eyes as his consciousness entered the red bracelet. Only these rings equipped with teleportation capabilities had the function to display a simplified map. So this is Mo City? It's truly huge. Wei Yong no longer wanted to look at those small towns and instead headed straight to this centipede's main trunk, the capital city. His home, Wei Yong Town, was under the jurisdiction of this Mo City, but what greeted him was a 100-meter-high wall. Was this a joke, Attack on Titan? Did it really need to be this tall? There was no time to dwell on that. Wei Yong saw the 100-meter wall stretch endlessly to the horizon. Indeed, though the map showed it occupying a relatively large area, upon arrival, it appeared endless. Just building this wall must have taken considerable effort. Even with magic, establishing this city would have taken much time and resources, However, it was clear that Xuantian's sphere was much larger than Earth, at least twice as big. Every 100 meters, there was a gate dozens of meters high. People weren't allowed to pass through unless it was during demon beast raids, when military expeditions could open them. However, between each large gate, there was a small door a few meters high, which served as an entrance for common people into Mo's city. Moreover, because Mo's city was rich in resources, the surrounding areas of its forest were inhabited by 5th-tier demons. Even their offspring started as a minimum of 3rd-tier beasts. High risks brought high rewards. It was equivalent. Weiyang entered without any questioning. After all, as the sole spirit communicator in Xuantian, chosen jointly by humans and demons, he had access to both human sacred lands and demonic domains. Verification was simple: a red soy ring imbued with rule energy and a black bracelet carrying unique dark energy. These special energies were difficult to imitate, and even if successful, a single attack would suffice to tell the difference. The black bracelet was unmatched among humans, rendering any martial arts or magic useless. Beasts identified purely by scent, so even with disguises, the distinctive dragon aura within the bracelet couldn't be hidden. So this is what the capital city looks like. Weiyang stood on an 8-lane-wide bluestone street. Near the city wall were residential buildings, 2-story European-style stone houses. Further inside were shops, restaurants, inns, even the Adventurers Guild and Magic Guild, which were extremely large, each as expansive as a stadium. Huh? Is that a beast? A 5th-tier beast freely walking in a human city? Weiyang was shocked. In front of him was a muscular man wearing a tiger-patterned tank top. His face was covered with beast-like fur, his pupils were vertical slits, and his ears were positioned on the sides of his head. The aura wasn't the strange one of a half-beast either. Master Spirit Communicator, I am merely a contracted beast, please don't be alarmed. The bulky man naturally noticed Weiyang, as the dragon presence was extremely sensitive to beasts. I see, by the way. Can you already assume human form at 5th tier? Weiyang looked at the gentle giant and sighed inwardly. Contracts, huh? Haha, what a wonderful thing indeed. Once you sign a master-servant contract, only a god could save you. Contracted beasts are semi-humanized and can transform into human form starting from the 7th tier. That's why many beasts choose to sign equal contracts with humans when they reach the 4th or 5th tier and awaken intelligence. Once a beast is contracted, it can assume human form and enter and exit human cities freely as long as they abide by human laws. The muscular man chuckled. It was a matter of necessity. Human development was too rapid. Although demons have long lifespans, they must adapt in this way to keep up with human progress. After all, human military tactics, architectural techniques, weapons crafted by blacksmiths, these things are beyond what demons could easily grasp. So demons opted for a compromise, strengthening their ties with humans through contracts while also gaining a partner for combat. Even though both were part of the same Shug race, conflicts among demons happened frequently unless it pertained to matters of survival for the entire race or commands from the dragon race, which superseded everything else. Otherwise, they only cared about their own survival without much concern for alliances or rivalries. Humans, on the other hand, possess advanced intellects. Perhaps they are not as innately powerful as demons, but their ability to use weapons, tools, and terrain is far superior. This is precisely why demons couldn't overcome humans despite their strength. Furthermore, an even greater factor was the presence of EWS, outsiders. The true powerhouses of demons didn't have time to meddle with humanity. Even the 5 emperors of the human race had to suppress the ancient eos, once sealed underground. They certainly weren't concerned with trivial conflicts between demons and humans. The dragons bore even greater responsibilities, guarding the frontline isolation barriers that protected the Xuantian realm. Oh, so that's how it works. Alright, I get it. You may go, I'll take a look around. Weiyang hurriedly urged him to leave. Being admired by others might bring pride to some, but it made Weiyang deeply uncomfortable. He preferred staying unnoticed, silently observing and reflecting. It felt natural. Even though his curiosity drove him to see everything, he wished to do so anonymously, simply watching and marveling quietly. It seems he fit better as an observer rather than a spirit communicator always delivering messages and inevitably interacting with people. Sigh, such is life. There's always a trade-off with every gain. Perfection? Practically impossible. Flaws exist even within the 10 rules, and the way itself is bound by restrictions, let alone the creations beneath the way. Strolling along the wide street, witnessing the bustling traffic of carts pulled by either horses or low-tier demon beasts reflected the prosperity here. However, Weiyang wasn't interested in all this. Beneath prosperity often lies darkness, a universal flaw in every city. In places unseen by ordinary people, illicit activities unfold secretly. I want to see what kinds of dark sides emerge under the cover of night in this city. Weiyang gazed at the nocturnal city illuminated by fire element or light element magic cores. The daily cost of using these magic cores was considerable, and given the scale of Mo's city, it was more like a country than just a city. With a territory covering tens of thousands of miles, it was normal for such a large-scale city to exist, since an entire continent belonged to one empire. What's going on? Weiyang covered his bracelets with his clothing. If others found out his identity, how could he observe truly candid behavior? Where's the money? I have brought it. Give me the medicine. Give me the medicine. Good, the amount is correct. After seeing the 3 people complete their transaction, Weiyang refrained from interfering, merely walking past them. The light emitted by magic cores was limited, mostly used by shops and inns, so the streets remained mostly dark. Weiyang did not reveal himself. Yet those few words were enough to suggest that drugs existed in this world. He wondered how they extracted them. Using magic would be extravagant, martial arts wouldn't serve the purpose, so likely poisonous plants were involved, similar to tobacco and opium flowers on Earth. These extracts from plants possessed high addiction potential even without being processed into pills. However, he didn't know the name of such plants in this world. Alas, the bigger the city, the darker its shadow side becomes. Drugs have appeared, human trafficking operates openly. And firearms and ammunition? Here we don't have guns, but blacksmiths surely make some destructive weapons. Wei Ong let out a sigh. In every city there was a dark side. The bigger the city, the more dangerous its dark side became. This was the manifestation of human desires. Greed, madness, power, brute force. Everything was so enticing. Wow, rich people sure know how to enjoy themselves. As Wei Ong walked along, he saw a man dressed in an extravagant purple robe and fat as a pig leading someone who was completely naked, a slave. It was like the slave was being walked like a dog. The slave slowly crawled on the ground while the obese man followed behind, maintaining some distance. But that naked body, with decent physique, and the gemstone ring on the obese man's hand, this was indeed what slave owners did. Wei Ong glanced indifferently and turned away. Not worth it. The light had long been extinguished in that female slave's eyes. These pitiable women were mere toy dolls, nothing more than tools for gratification, fulfilling these perverts' whims. In their minds, only the word obey remained. Beneath the glamour lies decay. Outside the light, only darkness resides. Don't just look at the bright side and think it's good. Whether you can endure the darkness is still unknown. After all, when light conquers darkness, it only means that the darkness outweighs the light. Wei Ong quietly sighed, his red eyes flashing once before disappearing from the bustling Mo city. It's not that he didn't want a harem, but those women who were like dolls had already lost their humanity. He hadn't gone mad enough to consider them. They were no different from heated-up, blow-up dolls. What he yearned for was a lifelong bond. Such a life might be calm, without great waves or deep memories, but it would be peaceful and beautiful, wouldn't it? Yet in his previous life, he hadn't waited long enough for it, and now that he'd come to this different world, it seemed even less possible. Here, strength was everything. Many protagonists in novels wanted a woman to stay with them forever, but such women were always powerful, uncorrupted by the world, and the protagonist needed to work hard to win her heart. He, however, was like a lazy fish, sighing. Sigh. Well then, beautiful women are out of reach. Raising feelings from childhood. Too much guilt. Saving damsels in distress? Tried that too. What happened? She felt she had nothing to repay me except offering servitude in the next life. That's the sadness of ugly dogs. It seems if I want to find a woman, I either need to be reborn into a better life, grow handsome, or simply maintain relationships through money. Haha, it turns out this world also judges people by their looks. Wei Ong gave a helpless chuckle. Originally, he thought he could build a harem here in this different world, but now it seemed no different from his past life. Either he'd have to use money or go get himself a handsome face. What he didn't know was that at his current second-tier strength, as his power increased, his appearance would improve too. Generally speaking, those who pursued power tended to become more attractive, the ugly became tolerable, the handsome became more dashing. This was one of the reasons for pursuing strength. Unfortunately, Wei Ong, who was lazy like a fish, rarely looked in the mirror and thus failed to notice that his skin had improved considerably, and his face had taken on more defined lines. Although he might not be considered handsome yet, he was no longer ugly. Sigh, the seaside is still the best place, vast and quiet, with only the sound of the waves constantly soothing the soul. Wei Ong arrived again at the west coast. After all, mermaids existed here, and beautiful things brought joy. As they often say, if the villain looks good, values follow suit. Which explained why many villains in TV shows were given beautiful and strong women as companions, thereby making them formidable sects against which countless heroes united to destroy. Why is Xing Ling coming to the west coast again? But I'm too busy to deal with him now. Better take care of more pressing matters first. At the moment, the mermaid queen resided in a palace a kilometer deep beneath the sea. Actually, whenever Wei Ong entered any beast's territory, all the beasts would sense it. That was the effect of the beast rings. Their role was to notify everyone, serving as both a warning and an announcement, as well as a safeguard for Wei Ong. If a powerful beast mistakenly perceived him as an intruder and blew him away, they'd have to find another spirit communicator, which would be quite troublesome. Chapter 32, The Truth of the World. When did I fall asleep? Wei Ong suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't know when he had lain down on this not-so-smooth reef, with the sea waves already rising to his feet. His casual clothes were all wet, but strangely, he didn't feel too cold. And it was morning. The sea breeze should have been fierce. Hey, Master Xingling, you're awake? Oh, aren't you? Lise, the mermaid I met yesterday. Wei Ong glanced at the familiar mermaid a little distance away. If it weren't for the identifying function of the beast ring, he might have forgotten the name of this mermaid girl again. You remember me. Lise looked very happy. After all, Wei Ong had the dragon aura on him, which was quite suppressive to low-ranking beast races like hers. But it seemed that this Master Xingling didn't intend to use it. Why are you up so early? Or is it that the mermaid race doesn't need sleep? Wei Ong rubbed his face, which was pressed red from sleeping awkwardly. Sleeping outside really wasn't comfortable, and his whole body felt stiff. Oh, the queen said she wanted me to keep an eye on you, without disturbing your rest, but also making sure you don't catch a chill. It would be hard to find another Xingling if you froze to death. Lise blinked her big eyes, looking naively at Wei Ong. Makes sense. I'll pay more attention in the future. Weiyang was rather awkward. He didn't understand why he had fallen asleep all of a sudden. Clearly, he was watching stars before he got tired and lied down on the reef, only to fall asleep. Luckily, the tide hadn't risen much. Otherwise, he might have drowned by now. Now that you're awake, I'll head back. There's still a lot for me to do. Everyone has been getting busier recently. Least dove underwater, disappearing into the sea while muttering to herself. See you again, sigh. Looks like I'm a pretty useless Xinling after all. Well, just delivering messages. Weiyang sneered slightly. Could he really act arrogant about his status as a messenger? He'd already set 2 slaves free and yet still dreamed of high executive roles. He chuckled wryly, realizing that he simply didn't have the fate for that. This life. Oh no, these 2 lives with memories intact clearly were not a good thing. His character and ways hadn't changed much, though they had their pros and cons. With a sigh, Weiyang disappeared on the spot, dressed as a wet mess. Another day has passed. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, let's gather what we need first. Weiyang came to the familiar Weiyang town. 5 small Western-style villas used to be full of childhood joy, but now lacked vitality. Outen and the other 4 people went daily into the demon beast forest to hunt in teams because of one statement from Weiyang. They were all geniuses, yet struggled against even a rank 1 demon beast. So Outen suggested the 4 team up during the day to hunt rank 2 demon beasts and practice independently at night. Indeed, the improvement was significant. Although Outen suffered broken ribs and a bite from the demon beast in their first encounter with a rank 2 creature, Kaidi was struck by a fox's fireball spell, charring part of his flesh, while Ma Ku and AI Lin severely drained their magical powers, leaving AI Lin unconscious for 3 days. However, once recovered, both Ma Ku and Outen reached the 2nd rank in power. Chi-Te and AI Lin also felt they were close to the 2nd rank. Their latent talents awakened with goals set, and rapid progress was achieved, especially since even the least talented of them all, Weiyang, had been chosen as the world's messenger spirit, creating great pressure for the group. Since Weiyang managed such achievements with so little strength, how could the so-called genius ones be content staying behind? All of them, who'd grown up together, cherished pride greatly. Especially in terms of combat ability, reputation meant everything. Thus, despite it being daytime, the group consisting of a rank 2 mage and warrior were off to battle inside the demon beast forest, not for wealth or magic cores, but solely for honing team coordination and experience. Nighttime was the period reserved for individual battles aimed at boosting personal strength. None of them are here. Fine, it's better not to feel sad anyway. Weiyang stepped into his familiar home, finding everything neatly arranged, his clothes folded orderly in his wardrobe, though there hung more feminine outfits. Of course, she hasn't left. Forget it. I won't have time to come back anyway in the future. A flash of red light from Weiyang's right beast ring instantly absorbed a pile of his black-toned casual wear into his stasis space. No matter what, spatial rules were handy and large enough to hold his entire villa. Still, there was no real need. A pillow, some clothes, and valuables sufficed since the stasis space wasn't cold. Besides, there was a fire elemental principle within the beast ring ensuring warmth. Otherwise, he might have frozen to death on the beach last night. Sigh. Carrying so many jewels is meaningless. Fine, some coins will do. Weiyang looked at his little treasury, pearls, gems, and magic cores, none of which he could use. He only had about 100,000 gold coins at hand, so he decided to take 50,000 and leave the rest for that slave. Anyway, she wasn't upset. All she wanted was freedom, and she wouldn't care about his feelings anyway. Oh well. Weiyang stood at the doorway, looking around this familiar space, the familiar furniture, the familiar magic core crystal lamps. Should he leave a note? What if she thought there had been a burglar? Well, never mind, let's go. Mr. Tali wasn't someone who would sit idly by. Weiyang ultimately left nothing behind, closing his eyes and vanishing from the place he knew so well. Hey, Weiyang has really made something of himself now. Tali floated in the air 100 meters above, silently watching Weiyang disappear and then the half-beast lingering upstairs in distress. He sighed softly, his body turning into a shadow and swiftly merging with the shadows on the ground. Apparently, this half-beast still lacked resolve or simply didn't care much for Weiyang. Such was fate's trickery. At this moment, amidst the void of the universe, 2 supreme beings materialized as figures conversing. A man exuding an air of dignity, appearing to be in his 20s, while across from him stood a woman radiating charm and grace, strikingly beautiful with an older sister-like demeanor. How's it going, Duan? The life I've arranged for him is pretty interesting, right? His romantic entanglements keep cropping up, but none are meant to be. The woman laughed. Obviously, this handsome man was the embodiment of the great boss. Hee, Xuanhuan, don't you always like to mess around with these things? These 2 originally had their red strings tied, yet you've diluted them infinitely. It might take until they grow old and die before she realizes anything, or an accident happens. After all, the creatures in your world aren't weak. Some can even transcend boundaries. And there's one who could cross over but didn't, choosing instead to help defend against those locusts. Sigh. I wonder when I'll finally get on track and evolve all things. The man chuckled slightly with bitterness. Clearly the woman with the elegant aura was the Heaven's Tao of the Xiantian realm. She looked older. After all, the Xiantian realm existed longer than his Mignet place. If encountering an old man form of Heaven's Tao, its age evolution might resemble the main world's time scale, since Heaven's Tao can also perish. When the world is destroyed, Heaven's Tao gets damaged, and once damaged beyond a certain extent, in order to preserve everything, it will expel the essence and isolate the laws, making this world eventually become like Earth, developing either science, bioenergy, or reintegrating with nature. In short, without Heaven's Tao, the world could only become an ordinary planet, and when the planet turns lifeless, the main world would reclaim that universe. This was the supreme law. As long as a universe harbors life, premature reclamation isn't allowed. So from the birth of the great worlds until now, Heaven's Tao had nurtured countless universes, yet none had been reclaimed. Among the grand worlds, there were 3,000 main realms, each being a vast sea of stars, nurturing countless lives. And these subsidiary worlds under the main world, located between two main worlds, thus their heavenly Tao weren't accepted. Only when creations of Heaven's Tao, the living beings in the world managed by Tao, break through limits, meeting the minimum requirement to enter the main world and successfully resist the spatial creatures. Those outside Tao between these two main worlds, once one breakthroughs the defenses and enters the main world, then the subsidiary world would be embraced by the main world, existing like a secret realm. After tens of thousands of years sedimentation, the secret realm would merge into the main world. That was what Xuanhuan and Duan pursued. However, until now, countless secondary worlds have been slaughtered by those outside Tao, causing respective heavenly Tao to collapse. Now, apart from her and Duan, there were less than 100 worlds remaining. And now her creations were almost reaching stage 10, the standard for crossing over. Thus, those outside Tao came rushing, aiming to massacre and seize the reincarnation rules, causing the heavenly Tao to collapse. As for Duan, the netherworld of mediation only accepts lost souls. If he could have a secondary world that shares the cycle rules with him, then he'd be like the underworld. Unfortunately, other secondary worlds all wish to merge with the main worlds. No Heaven's Tao is willing to cooperate with him. The only assistance he gets is by sending his people to reincarnate in other worlds, to feel and understand the most important rule of the cycle, and then return upon death. This way, the netherworld of mediation will become complete and can start nurturing life, albeit just soul forms. But with the rule filled out, it would allow both entry and exit instead of its current desolate silence where only the yellow spring rule dominates. Eventually, it would also accommodate living creatures, albeit primarily those in soul form. Alas, the two individuals sent there previously ended up killing each other, so when they returned, they had only completed the light, darkness, fire, water, etc., some relatively unimportant rules. The rule of cycles was too profound. Now, he sent Weiyang, whether he will meet the standard, comprehend the cycle rules, and return to initiate an era of sentient beings remains to be seen. Duan, if you don't succeed this time, perhaps there won't be another chance. Xiantian looked at Duan with a smile. Here only their two worlds are close enough for easy conversation after hundreds of thousands of years of communication, giving them a sense of friendship. Hee, look on the bright side. Maybe if we vanish, we'll reincarnate into the main or greater worlds. Duan gave a slight smile, yet sadness filled it. I wanted to share the cycle with you, but since I let go of all rules except the heavenly Tao rule back then, cyclic sharing has already been impossible. Despite rapid progress, I could only develop independently, losing even the ability to snatch eligible candidates from the main world. Xiantian was somewhat disheartened. Had she anticipated today, she wouldn't have given up too many rules, causing some to become independent stages and thus restricting her as the heavenly Tao. There's no need to blame yourself. As heavenly Taos, now I feel that even humans surpass us. Everywhere we're restricted, rarely free. Duan chuckled bitterly. Even though he was only from a secondary world, he was still a heavenly Tao. Yet, every day he worried about his crumbling body. Had it not been for the comprehension of various rules brought back by the two earlier, during his extraction of Weiyang's soul, he might have been completely dissipated by the main world's rules, turning the netherworld of mediation into a dead star, without heavenly Tao, without spirit essence, without rules, nothing but cosmic dust. Indeed, life ends, and heavenly Tao is just one of many life species. To escape the end, only the perpetuation of the way remains possible. But once the way fades, how can one continue to exist? Xiantian sighed as well. The notion of fading one's own path for eternity was simply impossible. Once a being's path dissipates, it marks the end of its origin, death. There's no such thing as beings who die yet remain alive, at least none that they knew of. Even void locusts, beings of alternate ways, after wandering for tens of thousands of years, eventually dissipate, becoming nutrients of the void, nurturing other beings of alternate ways. Well, our chat ends here. I'll rest now, or I might dissipate mid-conversation, haha. Duan laughed heartily, his figure slowly dispersing. Ho ho, you refused to come with me again. Originally, there were better ways, but you didn't accept. Xiantian muttered under her breath after Duan disappeared. Clothes, blankets, naturally food as well, and best to get some decorations. Or I should open a shop. Weiyang stood again on the street of Muz City, which made him feel slightly uncomfortable. He looked at fruits and meats sold in shops, realizing his temporal stasis space could keep objects fresh. Earlier, he bought a second stage beast meal. When placed in the stasis space, the steam from the meat seemed to slow down tenfold. It was as though frozen, the smoke gradually rising upward bit by bit. And despite waiting for 2 hours, little of the smoke dispersed and the meat was still warm. Still, better to buy less first. We'll see later. After all, I only brought 50,000 gold coins. From a small asset family, I've turned into a well-off one. If I buy recklessly, I might soon turn into a poor household. Weiyang stared at the silver and copper coins in his hand, feeling uneasy. He even felt disdain for them deep down, considering he usually dealt only with gold coins. Tomorrow I'll visit the auction venue. It's the last day. Better to buy some favorite decorations or small items anyway. Otherwise it's too boring. Saying this, Wei Ong went to the magical beast forest to enjoy the scenery. Having spent all day looking at the sea, he was already tired of it, having only spotted 2 mermaids. Quite dull indeed. Chapter 33, The Slave Auction in Muse City. Time passed as Wei Ong observed the 5th stage magic beast forest. In fact, the territory of the 5th stage magic beasts wasn't special. It was just a forest, but the trees were much thicker than those near Qinglin town, mostly towering trees that reached the sky. Moreover, this was the central part of the continent, so the forest rivaled tropical rainforests. However, since Muse City was closer to the north, most of the ground was covered with leaves, preventing excessive dampness and instead offering a feeling of strolling through a primeval forest. Today, let's check out the auction at the Chintzy Guild. Anyway, it's our last day. Wei Ong descended from a branch of a towering tree. There was no choice. He had to. After all, the tree was over 10 meters high. Even though he was at the 2nd stage of power, without mastering the proper jumping technique, he could still land headfirst. While he wouldn't die, it would still require some days of recuperation. For active participation in work and a deeper understanding of how to use his bracelet, Wei Ong always considered whether teleportation was necessary before doing anything. Familiarity led to better execution of his mission as a Xinling. So this is the Chintzy Guild of a big city? Wei Ong looked at the stadium covering thousands of square meters, shaped like a bird's nest made of stone. Its style and form indeed resembled a colossal bird's nest. Still, considering the vast area of Muse City, spanning tens of thousands of miles, this several thousand square meter auction site looked no bigger than a grain of rice. Walking inside, as expected, there were marble floors, glass counters, familiar redwood cabinets, chairs, and few receptionists. But many people entered, quietly resting by the chairs or directly paying gold coins for seats. Meanwhile, Wei Ong noticed that every table corresponding to each chair had a button. Furthermore, the view towards the internal auction area used black glass, which was actually a screen. Sitting in the waiting hall was free, but one had to buy at least one item, whether from the auction or an ordinary drink from the counter. To stay in the hall, one needed to spend money, so most people sitting there had a pot of tea or wine in front of them. Whether they could buy something didn't seem to matter. They only wanted to spend a little money to come in and broaden their horizons. Of course, more common were small capitalists, with limited funds. Rather than spending a gold coin just to enter, they preferred to sit here, spending just over a dozen silver coins for drinks and watching leisurely. Is there a VIP seat? Wei Ong took out his clan emblem of a skull. I'm sorry, but the VIP seats are exclusively reserved for the golden nobility, generals, city lords, or members of the royal family. You're part of the silver nobility, which doesn't meet the requirements. Indeed, the young woman at the counter was pleasant. Her voice was sweet and polite, unlike that of Lika, the burly man. Although not exceptionally beautiful, she exuded charm in her uniform. Alright. Then please arrange a slightly better seat for me. Wei Ong sighed helplessly. It seemed even being part of the silver nobility wasn't that high-ranking in Muse City, as he couldn't even secure a VIP seat. Wei Ong handed over a gold coin, but forgot to cover up the bracelet on his hand. Aren't you, Lord Xinling? The counter girl noticed the red bracelet on Wei Ong's right hand, and the faintly visible black bracelet on his left hand. Someone dressed this way with such an unusual demeanor could only be the newly appointed Xinling. Haha, yes, it's me. Wei Ong was somewhat at a loss, realizing fame might not be entirely advantageous. Please wait a moment. VIP seat number 23, turn right. The counter girl did not take Wei Ong's gold coin, but directly presented him with the key to a VIP room. Indeed, having status had its advantages. Starting yesterday, an order went out across every city. Lord Xinling sacrifices personal interests for the Xuanhuan realm. Therefore, Lord Xinling may freely utilize any resources at any time and place, with costs reimbursed by the empire. And it's not just our Chintzy Empire. This applies to the other 5 empires as well. The counter girl smiled at Wei Ong, making him feel that the girl was behaving strangely, winking at him continuously. Did she fancy him? That was impossible. It must have been coincidence. Wei Ong nodded, accepted the key, and walked down the corridor on the right toward the independent booth. This time, he could press buttons without restraint, knowing he wouldn't die anyway. If he bought what he wanted, that was fine. Even if he received the main quest and chose to abandon it, that was acceptable too. As long as he didn't overdo it, everything should be okay. After everyone's hard wait, we are officially beginning today's 3rd auction. This is also the most anticipated slave auction. Ugh, Wei Ong was at a loss for words. Was he just that lucky? Twice in a row, he ran into slave auctions? It didn't take a genius to see that this wasn't normal. Although it seemed like a coincidence, Wei Ong felt as if it had been deliberately arranged. Such was the mockery of fate. As for things like the unpredictability of destiny or a bumpy life, those were topics for another day. Whatever, even though it's a slave auction, some miscellaneous items will be auctioned off first as a lead-in. Let's just take a look. Wei Ong leaned back on a familiar sofa and watched the all-too-familiar screen, with an oddly nostalgic feeling, finally seeing a female auctioneer host. Everyone has waited patiently. I am Bing and I, the auctioneer for the 3rd session, and we are about to start the 3rd auction. A smiling woman wearing revealing clothes stepped onto the stage, her legs exposed and long. Despite the items being auctioned being uninteresting, low-rank swords and healing magic arrays, many people still bid eagerly due to her presence alone. There was no other reason. They simply wanted to catch her eye. Alas, you old perverts. Haven't seen beautiful women before? Just one glance from her, and a low-rank healing spell, originally priced at 10 gold coins, gets sold for 50 gold coins or more. Is it really worth it? Wei Yong sighed too, realizing how naive he'd been earlier. Apparently, he was wiser now. Not that he needed it since he was young and inexperienced at just 14 years old. All right, the mid-rank cloak has been bought by this gentleman. Next item. Apologies, but the seller regretted selling and has withdrawn it. So let's move on to the next piece. Bing Ni's apologetic smile only made the spectators groan in despair. The next item is a semi-finished product, an enchanted longsword. As she spoke, Bing and I picked up a red sword already placed on display. The sword measured 3 qi and 3 cuan, slender and graceful, exuding an oriental charm. Its entire body radiated a transparent red color like purest crystal, while its handle was black, gleaming metallically. There was no joint between the blade and the handle. Instead, the transition from black to red was gradual, showing that this handle wasn't separately attached but forged as one whole unit. This sword was created by the famous dwarven master smith, Karolf Kroman, but due to certain reasons, the forging process was interrupted. According to Master Karolf, when the sword's completion is successful, its handle would turn into red crystal, while the blade itself would appear dark and dull, making this a fully formed reverse polarity sword. However, without his crucial inspiration, he could not proceed. Even so, this sword qualifies as an upper-tier weapon near divine level quality. It can break the defenses of any 5th-stage magic beast. Wow, it's actually Karolf Master's work. Yes, a half-finished product yet already classified as an upper-tier weapon, the Master truly deserves his name. If successfully completed, this wouldn't have been just forging a divine artifact. An upper-tier weapon indeed, and such a unique design. Looks like it'll fetch quite a high price this time. Bing Ni's announcement caused a ripple like throwing a large rock into the water. Karolf Kroman, a renowned smith in the Qinci Empire, became a legend after breaking through to the 6th stage during the war 12 years ago, forging the divine thousand-edge blade that led a 3rd-stage adventure team to assassinate 2 7th-stage magic beasts, Storm Wolf and Fire Chicken, securing humanity's Nero victory. That adventure team was led by none other than Wei Yang's parents. Though 10 adventurers embarked on the mission, the world only remembered 5 names, and their orphan children were honored as silver nobles by the empire, endowed with wealth and a small fiefdom. Thus, Karolf Kroman, the unconventional dwarf, became the sole divine-grade blacksmith in the Qinci Empire, and weapons crafted under his hand commanded astronomical prices. Bidding starts at 100 gold coins. Bing and I announced calmly. Instantly, the price surged from 100 to 500 coins and continued climbing upward. 1,000 gold coins. A well-built man, sporting a silver noble emblem on his chest, called out. He looked powerful, at least at the 3rd stage or higher, and most likely a regular sword user who was willing to pay extra money. Humph, you think you can get your hands on a top-notch weapon crafted by Master Karolf for a mere 1,000 coins? I'll offer 1,100 coins. Another noble bearing a silver insignia spoke up. He was muscular and apparently a rival to the previous man, given the mutual glare of hostility. Leo, are you doing this on purpose? The lean man appeared somewhat irritated, clearly indicating enmity. Ming Xiao, don't push it too far. The lean man glared sideways at the robust figure seated in close proximity. Since this is an auction, the highest bidder takes the prize. If you disagree, you can always raise the bid yourself. Ming Xiao, the well-built man, looked smugly at Leo. They were the offspring of 2 rival noble families. Leo, whose full name was Leo Tester, was one of the few silver nobles in Yu's city with significant assets and manpower. The strong man's real name was Ming Xiao Mojing. His family background was on par with Leo's clan. However, due to conflicts in their nobility's businesses, tensions grew over time. Now, whenever people from both families met, arguments would ensue. 1,200 gold coins. Leo suppressed his anger and pressed the button on the right side of his seat. All right, 1,200 gold coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Bing and I gave a seductive smile. She enjoyed seeing this kind of situation since it meant her commission would increase. 1,300 gold coins. Ming Xiao nonchalantly pressed the button to make his offer. 1,400 gold coins. Leo's expression turned grim because this sword was important to him. At peak 3rd stage strength, if he acquired the sword, he could join his adventure team to challenge 4th stage magic beasts. If he proved his worth, his family would invest resources into cultivating him. 2 rare medicinal herbs, Lingshan and Wugan, were especially vital. Lingshan for enhancing power and Wugan for comprehension of martial realms. Used together, they allowed a fighter to ascend in rank without side effects. However, for the family to support him, he needed to demonstrate great achievements, such as defeating a 4th stage magic beast with only 3rd stage abilities. This would compel the family to spend heavily on his cultivation. Moreover, Leo had a good talent and deep understanding of swords. Acquiring this weapon would allow him to challenge opponents above his level. 1,400 once, 1,400 twice. 1,400 gold coins, deal. In the end, Leo managed to buy the sword, but it cost more than he had expected due to Ming Xiao's deliberate price hiking. Congratulations, Leo, the prize sword is now yours. Tell me, do you still have money left? There will be better items coming up later. Ming Xiao smiled knowingly after seeing Leo purchase the item. This was part of his plan, to let the other side overspend so that Ming Xiao could secure more valuable items for himself at a lower cost. As predicted, some precious herbs appeared later in the auction, including a pair of Lingshan and Wugan. Ming Xiao won them for a high price of 2,500 gold coins. Clearly, his target was these potency-enhancing herbs. Meanwhile, although the VIP section also placed bids, these medicines were somewhat irrelevant to them. While they knew that using Lingshan and Wugen would help them break through stages without consequences, they understood the downside. If used, breaking through the 6th stage and achieving personal dominion would forever remain impossible. Thus, it was not worthwhile for them. Well, the basic item auction has ended. Now comes the main event. The first one, a female servant with 1st stage power. A woman with good looks, charisma, and figure walked onto the stage, dressed in a maid outfit with a metal collar around her neck, a type like the previously seen Tacker. Though her features were delicate, her eyes held no spirit. Sigh, most slaves were like this. Otherwise, if they rebelled, not only would the owner lose money, but might also get injured. In the end, a person dressed in robes took the maid, bidding 1 gold coin initially, but ultimately paying 50 coins. Whether it was psychological perversion or love at first sight, only the bidder knew. Following this, more slaves were put up for auction. All possessed 1st stage strength. Maids, mercenaries, half-beasts, and even children. Without exception, their eyes were vacant, making them nothing more than puppets who obeyed commands. Next, we'll start the auction for 2nd stage slaves, with an opening bid of 10 gold coins. After selling over a dozen 1st stage slaves, the 2nd stage auctions began. 2nd stage power can become slaves too. It's truly terrifying. I wonder if there are any 3rd stage slaves, ones who possess martial energy. Wei Yong watched as 2nd stage slaves stepped onto the stage. As expected, whether in terms of appearance or ability, they far surpassed the 1st stage ones. Moreover, their eyes weren't as vacant. Several even hid traces of emotions deep within. Wei Yong relied on the left-hand ring he wore, gained when he broke through to the 2nd stage, to sense these nuances. This gaining ability was granted by the human ring on his left hand after his own advancement. Unknown yet whether there are 3rd stage slaves available. They would indeed be fascinating, possessing martial energy. Chapter 34, The Elf Girl. Everyone, sorry about this, but the seller has changed his mind again. However, he now has a strange request. Bingni also looked apologetic, confused as to why all these things were happening. What's going on? It seems like the person who refused to sell earlier is now willing to auction again. That's right. The Chinsi Chamber of Commerce has such a rule. If you want to auction something, you have to pay a deposit. You can back out at the last minute, but the deposit is non-refundable, which is 5% of the item's value. I guess the seller couldn't bear losing that 5%, so he decided to sell for some money as compensation. Or perhaps the item he's selling is too expensive, so expensive that he can't even afford the 5% deposit. Wow, really? So how valuable is this item? It looks like it might be true. Countless buyers in the audience immediately began speculating, but they were more curious about what that requirement was. The seller's demand is simple. Recognize her species, and anyone who wants her must hand over all their belongings, including storage bags, in exchange. Bingni repeated the seller's words. She was curious too. This seller obviously came here to sell a slave, but kept playing games. Furthermore, to ask for everything from everyone. Everyone seated was extremely wealthy, and at least tens of thousands of gold coins would be brought just for an auction. No slave could possibly be worth so much. What's worth this much money, Bingni? Let us see quickly. Yeah, is it worth exchanging all our money for her? Exactly. As expected, the audience erupted into chaos, but only vague reactions could be seen from the VIP seats since they had anti-peeking glass separating them and magic arrays blocking mental perception. Alright, please take a look, everyone. Bingni walked out from backstage holding a rope on one end, while on the other end was a petite girl with her hands bound, around 15 or 16 years old. She looked very delicate, with a doll-like face, big eyes, rare purple irises, a tiny nose, cherry lips, and unusual purple hair. After all, this world didn't have hair dye. But what stood out the most were her ears. They were sharp, long, and didn't match the characteristics of any known magical beasts, not even the deer beast. Is this a half-beast? No, doesn't seem like it, and there's none of the strange or atypical of half-beasts. What exactly is this species? Could there be a new kind of magical beast? Everyone was puzzled. They'd never seen this species before. Even the resemblance stopped at the purple irises and purple hair. Everyone quiet down. The seller said if no one knows what she is, he won't sell here and will wait until the capital city. Bingni hurriedly calmed the murmurs, and the venue fell silent instantly. After all, everyone present was at least 3rd tier in strength, and all came from excellent backgrounds, so they had basic decorum. This isn't an elf? Wei Yong stared at the girl in shock on the screen. It was undoubtedly an elf sister. With pointed ears, distinctive pupil and hair color, huge eyes, and small mouth. Gotcha. Without hesitation, Wei Yong pressed the button on the left. He could give up the dragon maid, the beast girl. He could definitely let go of both, but elves? In 14 years, he had heard no mention of elves, and now one actually appeared. He couldn't miss this, even if it meant accepting the main quest and risking cooling off relations. It was worth it. This was his dream lover, a real-life anime creature. Still no one knows? Bingni was curious too. How could someone like this beautiful girl, looking like she walked out of a painting, be for sale by the cloaked seller? And she seemed clear-eyed yet sorrowful, indicating she hadn't lost herself yet, but she obeyed surprisingly well. She should be a half-stag. No, look at her pupils, it's not the same. It should be a primate-class magical beast, but I don't know what kind. Could it be a mermaid? Many people started guessing wildly, even mentioning mermaids. Yet Bingni stayed silent because the seller said that once someone guessed correctly, the girl would leave by herself. So, she avoided the trouble. Also, the girl possessed 3rd-tier strength, and Bingni subconsciously felt she wouldn't stand a chance against her. An insight honed through her experience navigating interpersonal networks, being quite good at reading people. VIP number 23 has something to say. Let's see if he knows. Suddenly, Bingyi received Wei Yang's signal. Here, VIPs were highly valued. As soon as the left button was pressed, a unique mental force would spread to the auction stage, indicating which VIP had responded, opening the sound system of the designated room, amplifying the voice across the entire venue with spiritual energy enhancement. She should be an elf. Wei Yang took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement welling up inside him. This was the first time he had ever seen a real-life elf. Cosplays aside, which always fell short in comparison. The one before him now was undoubtedly genuine. Elves? What kind of species is that? Never heard of them. Elves? Though unheard of, could this answer be correct? Those from the VIP section aren't all that impressive. Elves? Does such a race even exist in xuanhuan realm? Wei Yang's words puzzled many in the audience. Elves? They had never heard of such a race. And what were elves anyway? Humans or magical beasts? Correct? It's actually correct. Ice Fairy looked at the nodding purple-haired girl with shock. Elves? Did such a race exist in xuanhuan realm? Were they human or magical beast? What? Someone got it right so quickly. Geez, unbelievable. Sigh, getting it right isn't great either because it means giving up all your wealth. That VIP just spent all his money to take away this somewhat attractive slave. Feels like a bad deal. Since VIP number 23 got it right, would you like to complete the transaction? Bingyi was also confused. Was it really worth it for someone like an elf? Send her over. We can finish the transaction. After speaking, Wei Yang released the left button. Gold coins. Life was more valuable than gold. Having never encountered records or heard about the elf race before, alongside dwarves making their presence known, why wasn't there any trace of elves? Could griffins, trolls, goblins, and other Western fantasy creatures also exist? Were magical beasts merely powerful mutated animals? Were higher-tier magical beasts limited to just what Xingjiao mentioned? In that moment, Wei Yang felt a spark of curiosity flicker within his normally apathetic heart. Was this what he wanted? To uncover the truth? No. What he needed was a life lived freely according to his whims. Uncovering the truth could perhaps be counted as part of living experiences, but knowing the truth, what good would it do to announce it to the world? Useless. But having more knowledge allowed him better conversation starters, enriching his life further. That sufficed. Wei Yang regained his composed demeanor. He couldn't help himself. He had long been accustomed to delving deeply into questions despite not necessarily seeing benefit in doing so. Even if announcing the truth would boost his fame significantly, would that serve any purpose? At his current pathetic strength level, it might only take a mere breath from some powerhouse to end his life instantly upon discovering the truth. So going with the flow was fine. Don't think too much, control your tongue, and death comes slower. VIP number 23, may I inquire if you're ready to proceed with the payment? A knock on the door signaled the arrival of a male attendant. Come in. Seated comfortably on the sofa, Wei Yang watched as a table before him piled high with over 40,000 gold coins, an amount fetched from his personal treasury, though yesterday's shopping spree had reduced his reserves. Despite fewer coins remaining, the visual impact was still overwhelming. Even the elongated table couldn't accommodate them all, and the piles reached considerable heights. Coins even spilled onto the floor. The money is here. As for spatial items, do you want them? Wei Yang extended his right hand, revealing a red bracelet. Master Xinling, you jest. The bracelet symbolizes your identity. I'll take the gold coins and inform my superiors accordingly. We've brought her. The male attendant led in the purple-haired elf girl and used a storage bag similar to the one Mas Pavel held earlier, efficiently clearing all the gold coins inside. Being a major commerce house meant they were equipped with storage bags, albeit expensive ones. All right, you may go. Wei Yang picked up the rope and led in the anime-like beauty. Do you truly know what an elf is? As soon as Wei Yang sat down, the elf girl addressed him. Of course, elves, the children of nature, are born from a divine tree mother, correct? Also, shouldn't elves reside deep within forests, owning their own territories? How did you end up here? Wei Yang sifted through the scant knowledge he possessed about elves. There was ample information regarding them, yet the universal belief remained. Elves are born from a divine tree and possess reproductive capabilities. Elves birthed from a divine tree were referred to as the first-generation elves. How did you find out? The elf girl was flustered. The elf race had already faded from the world, while the existence of the divine tree was a closely guarded secret of the elf race. Only those who were themselves elves knew of its existence. This human. Wait, he was a Xinling. Had he visited the elf sanctuary? That should have been impossible. Elf sanctuaries existed within secondary dimensions, impossible to enter without the queen's permission. Then how? You answer my question first. After all, you're currently a slave. All right, the elven race was nearly wiped out in a great war hundreds of years ago, and our territory was also destroyed. Fortunately, the queen managed to bring the divine tree into our elven sanctuary at a critical moment, preserving the last spark of our race. I was merely one of the few who fled during that battle. Due to my special abilities, protected by the natural laws, even though I was captured by slavers, they could only imprison me with this artifact that restricts martial energy and magic. For over a decade, there was no progress, so they decided to sell me to recoup some losses. It sounds like a plausible explanation. I don't really want to investigate further. Now that you've been sold, does that mean you will be a slave? Of course Wei Yang knew this was just an excuse. The real situation must be much more complicated. He very much wanted to know, but feared death. The elven queen, natural laws, and the elven sanctuary were all highly advanced concepts. If he uncovered the truth, it might cost him his life. Now I am just a slave, and the natural law ceased protecting me about 10 years ago, though they do not know this yet, which is why I remain unharmed. Do you desire freedom? Huh. The purple-haired elf suddenly raised her head to look at this person bestowed with the Xianling role by both dragonkind and humanity. He seemed different from others, devoid of lust, lacking emotion. Scratch that. He did have emotions, but acted quite casual. That's it. Weiyang untied the rope binding her hands. This rope was the trafficker's kidnapping tool. As long as one hadn't attained the 7th stage of mastery over natural laws, even a 6th stage expert would have their martial energy and spirit force completely restricted when fully bound. And if one attempted to bite through it, they'd experience complete paralysis. The purple-haired elf, was bewildered. She was a 5th stage powerhouse while this human was only 2nd stage. Even with the Xianling ability to teleport infinitely, how could he possibly prevent her from escaping? Did he spend all his wealth just to free her? Was this reality? Not leaving? Then I'm going. Anyway, I'm broke now. Weiyang looked at the stunned anime-style beauty. Although reluctant inside, he had no choice. The golden caged bird was akin to a painting without a soul, beautiful, but melancholic. Over 100 years ago, there was a great war. The natural laws abandoned protection 15 years ago. These are all secrets. However, there wasn't a single official record, suggesting that either no one knows or someone intentionally concealed them. Never mind, thinking too much leads nowhere sometimes. The more you know, the faster you die. Pushing the door open, he ignored the clamor from the spectators. He felt he had done something worth doing up to this point. Tomorrow, his formal work as a Xianling begins, teleported over 70 times daily, thrilling indeed. Hey wait, the purple-haired elf realized as Weiyang walked away and quickly followed behind, exiting this vast building. Hey, why aren't you talking? What should I say? You're free now. Shouldn't you go back to your own? Weiyang tried to speak, but got interrupted when his mouth was covered. If you want to live longer, avoid discussing such topics outside, the elf girl seriously advised. Meanwhile, their intimate gesture caught the eyes of people on the street. As expected, men envied while women showed disdain. They definitely assumed this beautiful semi-beast woman had been bought by this rich young master to endure cruel treatment later. Right? Let's move the conversation elsewhere. Weiyang grabbed her hand firmly and disappeared from where they stood. Normally, carrying someone while teleporting to another location wouldn't work, but with the assistance of temporal lag space, it was possible. The elf girl only saw a blur before blinking twice, then appeared on this beach. This was the Siren's territory, and could Zinlings actually teleport people? Alright, this place is under beast folk's jurisdiction, with no humans around. Can we talk now? Weiyang located a relatively smooth rock and sat down, gazing at the distant horizon where the water met the sky. He sensed that this conversation would likely reveal secrets that he must keep buried within, stories never to tell anyone. Chapter 35. The truth behind the fragmentation of the continent. Alright, what do you want to know? As a spirit messenger who has passed the Dragon Clan's examination, you may also have the right to know some things. The purple-haired elf could see that Weiyang seemed to have realized something, but this was exactly why she had come. Prior to this, Master, are you sure you want to auction off this slave? And under these conditions? The president of the Dawn Guild looked at the mysterious person accompanied by a half-beast, with pointed ears, and found it strange. He was cloaked in black, and yet the president couldn't even glimpse his face, not even a piece of skin. Still, he could vaguely make out a silhouette. Though considered a 6th-tier powerhouse, even with a 7th-tier elder guarding him, he was unable to figure out how this mysterious person entered. Just do as I say. Take the money. However, the one who buys her must take her away immediately. Anything else is none of your concern to avoid bringing calamity upon yourself. The mysterious man's voice was raspy, yet imbued with an enchanting power that sent chills down the spine. Well, it's no big deal. I agree. The guild president looked at this black-cloaked man, having already received word from the 7th-tier elder urging him to follow the instructions of this enigmatic individual. The family message had been clear. When encountering a mysterious black-robed person, their requests must be met without question. Alright, then leave it to you. As soon as the cloaked figure finished speaking, his body dissipated like smoke, slowly eliminating the eerie and dark atmosphere that had enveloped the office. Truly unfathomable. This way of leaving resembles a teleportation skill, but is significantly different. Bring someone in, arrange for the auction of this slave. Price: all funds including storage bags. Conditions: identifying what species she belongs to. After making the arrangements, the guild president still felt uneasy, sensing intuitively that something significant was about to happen. Why must you find someone who knows about your kind? Also, what is your name? Weiyang spoke calmly without looking at her, fearing if he did so, he might succumb to pure instincts of being a slave owner. My name is Wuni Dana, 3rd-generation elf. Only those who know about the existence of elves are qualified enough. Wuni Dana didn't conceal anything, but only said what needed to be said. Some things needn't be too clearly stated, and others simply cannot be revealed. How long have you lived? 374 years. If elves exist, why isn't there any mention of them in every human book? Finally, Weiyang started asking pertinent questions. Because of the Seal Demon War. The Seal Demon War? Yes, after the Seal Demon War, humanity rebuilt and rewrote history, starting a new era called Xiantian Year. Can you tell me more about the Seal Demon War? Weiyang took a deep breath, feeling like the hidden secrets of the continent were about to be unveiled. I knew you would ask. The purple-haired elf sat beside Weiyang, following his gaze toward the distant horizon line, admiring its beauty. Did he appreciate the beauty of nature as well? The Seal Demon War was initiated by hero Lin Li and Devil King Huinong Kadwa. Huinong Kadwa. The Devil King Huinong Kadwa. MMY? Do you know him? No, I don't. Please continue. Weiyang was inwardly shocked. The Devil King Huinong Kadwa. Wasn't he the one he had called upon during his death in the afterlife judgment space? Could this Devil King be similar to himself? In the original Xuanhuan realm, the continent was a huge ring spanning the north and south poles. The northern ice forest was the place where our elves resided, along with the entrance to dragon territory. In the south was the location of humanity. One day, a prodigy emerged among humans, cultivating within the eastern system, transforming spiritual energy with astonishing talent. By the age of 10, he had already reached the 3rd rank. At the same time, on the other side of the circular continent, another remarkably talented youth rose to prominence. He cultivated Western martial arts and similarly attained the 3rd rank by the age of 10. Both were hailed as the first geniuses of the continent. Later, the Eastern youth joined the Wu Ling sect and gained access to numerous cultivation resources, allowing his strength to soar rapidly, reaching peak 5th rank before the age of 20. Meanwhile, the Western youth joined the Dark Knight Church, known at the time as the Evil Sect. Despite this, his talent remained remarkable, also attaining peak 5th rank before turning 20. Due to their locations, one in the east, the other in the west, they would have needed to cross either the North or South Pole to encounter each other unless using a teleportation array. With both gaining great renown, neither ventured through the northern pole, which wasn't inhabited by humans. Instead, they journeyed southward, heading towards what is now the Yuanzhong Empire, preparing for their ultimate battle. The two youths progressed along their paths, practicing their skills as they traveled. It took them 5 years to reach the border of Yuanzhong Empire. By then, both had reached peak 6th rank strength. The Eastern youth, Lin Li, became known for punishing villains and helping the oppressed, wielding his blade for justice. Meanwhile, the Western youth, Huinong Kadwa, brought with him his wife Clarami and slaughtered all living beings in his path. Despite reaching Yuanzhong Empire, it still took over a year for the two to finally meet. At that point, both had attained peak 7th rank strength. With their extraordinary talents and rules governing them, breaking through the 7th rank was merely a matter of accumulation. When their duel commenced, suddenly, the sky cracked. The sky cracked? Wasn't the Seal Demon War about sealing away Huinong Kadwa? That's correct. The Seal Demon War wasn't meant to seal Huinong Kadwa, but it was indeed caused by the clash between these two. Lin Li possessed the light, fire, and wood rule. Huinong Kadwa carried dark, water, metal, and earth rules. As their powers collided, 5 natural elements fused together. The light and darkness represented 2 out of the 10 major rules, and their collision allowed evil spirits from the external realms to take advantage and breach the defenses of the Xiantian realm. Extra-dimensional evil spirits? What do they look like? Weiyang was shocked. Why did none of the books record the details of the Seal Demon War, neither mentioning the brave hero nor the Devil King, let alone the extra-dimensional evil spirits? What drove humanity to initiate a new era and completely abandon its original history? The extra-dimensional evil spirits have no physical form. They are called heteropathic beings by the elders of the dragon race. When their mental power arrives, they automatically assume the form of creatures from the Xiantian realm, but entirely in black, seemingly flowing with stars, resembling beings constructed from the universe and starry skies. As she spoke, fear flickered in Winnie Dana's eyes. The extra-dimensional evil spirits instilled deep terror within her. When the extra-dimensional evil spirits broke through our defense line, Lord Temporal Spatial Dragon immediately informed the Xiantian realm and led the Dragon Clan directly into the Sky Gap at the South Pole, initiating battle in the interstellar void against the extra-dimensional evil spirits. Though the Dragon Clan possessed great strength, their numbers were limited. Soon, some heteropathic beings stronger than 5th tier began descending from the Sky Gap. They showed no mercy, only destruction and slaughter. The Yuanzhong Empire sent troops to encircle and kill them immediately. However, every attack that struck them fell into an abyss, having no effect whatsoever. Finally, Lord Temporal Spatial Dragon transmitted a message. Only using the rules or pure physical strikes could defeat the extra-dimensional evil spirits. This greatly restricted our Xiantian realm's capability. Very few could comprehend the rules, while those who trained physically needed either to overpower heteropathic beings by 2 ranks or gather 10 or even dozens of equally ranked warriors to vanquish one. So strong. Weiyang was astonished. These so-called heteropathic beings were incredibly powerful. Even the dragons couldn't prevent them. Clearly, how formidable the heteropathic beings were. Every birth of a dragon brings with it a binding rule according to the Tao of Heaven, making the Dragon Clan extraordinarily potent. Protecting the Xiantian realm is their primary responsibility. Yes, due to living in the void for long periods, their natural talent is to consume and absorb everything. Even purely physical attacks are absorbed to a large extent. Magic attacks don't work at all. This is also why dragons rarely appear anymore. This campaign happened hundreds of years ago, right? Then why don't human historical records? In that war, the majority of humans above the 5th rank perished almost entirely. Although Lin Li and Huinong Kadwa later advanced to the 9th rank, they turned on each other over a woman, eventually killed by the heteropathic beings. In the end, relying on the dwarf race using their corpses, they forged humanity's strongest divine artifact, the Annihilation Hammer. A single blow shattered all the invading heteropathic beings into pieces, which were sealed by various factions, with a few being outright killed. However, This one hammer destroyed the entire southern polar region, causing the Xuanhuan continent to break apart. Space Dragon Lord used the spatial rule to shape the Xuanhuan continent as we know it today. Because nearly all of humanity's top-tier experts gathered in the Yuanzhong territory during the war, in the end, there were only 5 8th rank masters left. Thus, these 5 8th rank masters, representing humanity, controlled the 5 main lands, signing agreements with the beast race, while the ice cap area at the North Pole remained the sacred land of the dragon race. Unfortunately, the elf race was almost wiped out. The elf queen met her demise, and upon her death, her sacred domain incorporated the divine tree. Nature Dragon Lord suffered grave injuries and succumbed after more than 100 years. The nature rule thus lost its master, leaving us surviving elves who were lucky enough to escape unprotected by the nature rule. Many of us died from severe wounds or were sensed by the sacred domain and taken back. I, unfortunately, was captured. Wuni Dana spoke slowly, but her tone obviously changed when she mentioned herself. Being captured couldn't have been real. Given that even human experts were nearly wiped out and the continent fragmented, there was hardly anyone left to have the capability to capture her. The contradiction was evident. Then humanity buried the details of this campaign, and after almost recovering, they established empires on the 5 continents and began a new era? That's correct. After the campaign, only a few humans survived. It took over 100 years for humanity to gradually recover, but during those 100 years, conflicts between humans and beasts escalated, all for survival and resources. So in the 162nd year of the Xuantian era, the war between humans and beasts erupted. Relying on the remaining dwarves' forged divine artifact, the Thousand Peaks Blade, humanity managed to kill 2 7th-rank magical beasts, temporarily quelling the conflict. Divine artifacts or holy relics? Are divine artifacts stronger than holy relics? Weiyang felt confused. In most stories, weren't divine artifacts always considered more powerful? Why did it feel like the divine artifacts here were somewhat lacking? A divine artifact is merely a weapon that enhances damage using general rules, while a holy relic integrates major rules into its design. A single weapon represents one major rule or several general ones. For instance, humanity's holy relic, the Annihilation Hammer, is created by blending light and dark rules, producing power that surpasses either singular rule alone, which is why it could destroy an entire continent with one blow. So then, what about the heteropathic beings? Humanity still had survivors, so surely the heteropathic beings weren't all killed off. Weiyang asked. True, many high-ranking heteropathic beings were blocked by dragons after the attack from the Annihilation Hammer. Only the lower-ranked ones, 5th and 6th ranks, died in large numbers, though some 7th ranks sustained serious injuries and were mostly killed. As for the 8th ranks, they were sealed away by the 5 surviving human emperors across different continents. Those few remaining 7th ranks hid in various parts of the world to recuperate, but would never regain their full strength. This information came directly from the dragon race. Heteropathic beings can only heal through void energy. Any injury sustained in the Xuantian realm would drastically slow their recovery, taking at least 1,000 years to fully heal. Alright, I've got the gist of the continent situation now. What I really want to know is, how many races are there on the continent? After hearing this, Weiyang had grasped the overall picture, though he knew more details hadn't been disclosed, such as dragon battles, secrets of the void, or precise events regarding the elf race. However, he already felt satisfied with the amount of knowledge he'd gained. Knowing too much might be harmful. You're not asking further? Aren't you curious? Wuni Dana was also surprised. She thought this young man wanted a detailed understanding of the events. Now that he stopped asking, instead, he started with trivial questions. How many races actually exist on the continent, anyway? Honestly, I don't know for sure since the elf race has long stayed near the divine tree. We elves only participated in that battle because the dragons informed us to do so. Then are there trolls? Trolls? What are those? But there are giant snakes and steel-bodied creatures. Oh, what about goblins or goblins? Never heard of them. Alright, my mistake. Weiyang felt a bit disappointed, expecting to witness all those species commonly described in novels. After all, I was part of the war effort. Even though I was just in logistics, I've roughly heard about some of the continent's species. Oh, tell me more. The merfolk in the ocean, the elf race in the forest, mutated beast races, half-man half-beast beastmen. Not the current hybrid kind, but rather the natural-born ones resembling packs made with 5th-rank magical beasts. There are also devil-like beings with horns exuding malice. That's about it. Surprisingly few races. I thought there would be more. Weiyang sighed after hearing her explanation. Why haven't we seen any records of the beastmen? Weiyang suddenly remembered something. He had read many tales about beastmen, but so far, he'd only encountered the half-bestial hybrids, not true beastmen. The beastman race possesses its own sacred domain, which originated from the beginning of the continent alongside the dragon race, the merfolk, humanity, the demon race, and the elf divine tree. Loving nature, the beastmen chose not to fight over land with other races. Thus, their leader merged his sacred domain into the Xuantian realm, forming a secret realm. All beastmen reside within the beastman's secret realm. During the Great War, they sent only 10 8th rank and 37th rank warriors to aid in battle. Altogether, they were the race with the smallest casualties. Chapter 36. The battle 274 years ago. Time takes us back 274 years. Kato, you demon, your time has come. Haha. Linley, we are both chosen for the same test. Why do you cling to the distinction between good and evil? Let's just complete the task, go home. Isn't that better? Hui Nong Kato was surrounded by a swirling black demonic aura, his crimson eyes like those of a devil from hell, staring at Lin Li, who stood on the high tower clad in golden armor. Clearly, their appearances were entirely different. You've gone down the path of darkness, losing the light of justice in your heart. Even if you return, you won't be a good person anymore. Besides, killing you will allow me to return. Lin Li, wielding a long spear, pointed it directly at Hui Nong Kato. Sigh, it seems you've truly forgotten. You were once an earthling. No more talk. See my spear. Lin Li's expression was complicated. He didn't want it to come to this. After all, they were both from the same place. But now they had become enemies, and there was no way out. For the sake of Klami, he could only kill him. Dark Devil Domain. Hui Nong Kato's face turned serious as a vast curtain of darkness enveloped them both, plunging the land of the Xuanhuan Empire into shadow. Holy Light Domain. Suddenly, a streak of golden light pierced through the darkness. The dark curtain clashed with the golden light, each vying for dominance. In the end, within the semicircular realm, the two forces balanced each other evenly, constantly locked in conflict. We're both at the peak of the 7th stage, bound by great laws. Neither of us can harm the other. If we join forces, we can break through the void and meet the standard. Why don't you see that? Hui Nong Kato, standing in the black mist, looked with frustration at Lin Li basking in holy light. I also wish to return, but I have fallen in love with her. Lin Li, gripping his spear, glanced complicatedly at Hui Nong Kato, while sparing a look toward a black-clad woman standing atop a tower several hundred meters away. I know you fancy Klami, but she is of the demon race. Though you have spared her life many times, she still harbors nothing but hatred for you because you possess the law of light. Hui Nong Kato, too, was deeply troubled. It was clear that the love which could have been fulfilled was denied by these wretched laws. This was hard to accept. There's no point talking further. If I kill you, the dark law will lose its master, and her influence will disappear. Then, I can use the law of light to transform her body. And then what? Are you going to stay here forever? Wake up. Think of your mother far away on Earth, my sister alone and unsupported on Earth. I cannot linger here, and I refuse to retreat. Hui Nong Kato's magical aura surged wildly. At this moment, the black light pressed over the holy light, occupying 2/3 of the space. Lin Li fell silent. His single-parent mother awaited him at home, and Duanya had promised him, upon meeting the standards, not only would he be sent back, but he would also lead a good life with his mother. Yet, choosing between love and filial duty was never easy. He was caught in a deep dilemma. I am different from you. I know who I am and what I want. All I can do is achieve the requirements, transcend boundaries, and leave. My younger sister is waiting for me. She is just 5 years old, and her innocent, lovely face haunts my dreams every night. So, I must win. Hui Nong Kato shouted, the crimson in his eyes intensifying as the darkness increasingly overshadowed the light. Is Lord Lin Li about to lose? No way. My God. Hold on, Lord Lin Li. The human race depends on you. If you fail against the Demon King, our race will be enslaved by demons forever. God, Almighty God, please bless the brave warrior, break through the darkness, and lead the human race to the light. The prayers from outside reached Lin Li's ears, all hoping for his success and a brighter future. I cannot lose either. We're already dead. Duan transported our souls here. So this is my second chance at life. In my previous life, I wronged my mother, and now in this life, I don't want to leave any regrets. Aya! Lin Li roared in anger, the holy light surging fiercely, becoming increasingly radiant as it pushed back the darkness once again until it reclaimed half the area. Since that's how it is, let's see who the heavens favor. Explosion of the dark holy domain. Explosion of the holy light domain. Boom. The semicircular domains expanded like balloons about to burst, then contracted. The covered area became like a vacuum, eroding space itself, entering an absolute darkness where no light or matter existed. This was the annihilating force between the extremes. Not even space could escape it. Ha! Annihilation power? Excellent. My void race finally has the opportunity. A laughter echoed from the space cloaked in absolute darkness. Suddenly, this darkness split apart like a torn curtain, and a pillar of black light, shining with starlight, shot into the sky. The sky broke. Beings of xuanhuan, the void, is upon us. Globs of black jelly rained down, morphing into various forms of demons and humans. However, they were entirely black, with stars flowing across their bodies like cross-sections of the universe. Creatures of the continent, invaders from a different path have come. All must prepare for battle. Our dragon clan will lead the charge. A roar echoed across the land, accompanied by hundreds of rays of light rushing to the ever-expanding rift in the sky. There were giant dragons, divine dragons, each dragon representing a unique principle. Eventually, the rift stabilized at 600 meters in diameter. Although fewer jelly masses fell, the timely arrival of the dragon clan couldn't stop Yuanzhong's lands from suffering heavy losses. Cough, cough. Am I dying? Brave sir, please don't move. Your wounds are severe. The doctor is trying to heal you, but the results aren't good. The dark law is too powerful, and we are too weak. We can't do anything. But light magic warriors have already rushed to the battlefield to fight the invaders. All we can do is stabilize your injuries. A gentle female voice reached Lin Li's ears. His vision blurred, and he could only vaguely make out a white figure glowing with holiness. It was so warm. At this moment, most of Lin Li's body was covered in pure black light. Only his right chest and head appeared normal. Beside him, the woman was channeling her magic power, guiding holy energy into his body. This effort barely countered the dark aura surrounding him. To expel it completely would be beyond her reach, despite her being a 6th-tier light magic caster. My lord, wake up, please wake up. Ugh, cough, cough, pant, pant. Oh, it's you, Clammy. Haha, heh, I didn't die, haha, cough, cough. Huinong Kato tried to laugh, but instead spat out blood. My lord, please stop talking. I can only stabilize your condition. The light rule has invaded too deeply. Whenever I heal one area, another gets worse. So, I can only keep you this way. Otherwise, Clammy's hands emitted black light as she pressed them against Huinong Kato's torso. Below his chest, he was now surrounded by white holy light. His body cracked like fragile porcelain. Haha, I know. I don't have long to live. And he's probably in a similar state. Rule fighting may not be flashy, but it's deadly. Cough, cough. Don't talk anymore. You won't die. Clammy's eyes watered as she looked at Huinong Kato. She used to be just cannon fodder in the Western demon cult, but it was Huinong Kato who accepted her, nurturing her. Even his most precious dark law he shared with her. Because of this, she rose from an oppressed little girl to become the feared holy maiden of the demon realm. She had once fallen in love with him, but it seemed that this exceptionally talented demon king could only make room in his heart for his sister, which was also why she never accepted Linley. Once, on the land of Xuanhuan, there was a holy warrior and a demon king. They were like best friends, drinking until drunk and sharing everything without secrets. Now, they'd turned against each other, battling ruthlessly. Truly, fate played its tricks. Haha, Clammy, don't waste your strength anymore. After I'm gone, call me in the Mingduan realm if my soul still exists. You know, I'm not from Xuanhuan either. Neither is Linley. So, we'll both leave this world. Cough, cough. I never thought it would happen so soon. Huinong Kato chuckled lightly. He wasn't indifferent to this woman who'd always been by his side. Every time he wanted to accept her and protect her, his poor younger sister's smiling face would pop into his mind, holding lollipops bought with the money from collecting bottles, dirty but cheerful, always making sure he ate first even though they lived like beggars. They were orphans. He was 12 years old, and his sister was 5 when their parents died in an accident on a construction site. Too young to claim compensation, greedy relatives took everything, even their house. In the end, they were evicted into a cramped space no bigger than 20 square meters. When he worked on the construction site carrying bricks for 2 steam buns, he got crushed under falling steel rods. Remembering his pitiful sister, who carried the bottles every day, saving up for 3 days' worth of lollipops only to give them to him first, who didn't cry or complain even when hungry, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. He couldn't stop. He needed to meet the standard because Duan had promised him that as long as he succeeded, he could return with unimaginable power and astonishing wealth from beyond Earth, so that he and his sister could live a good life. He couldn't stop just because of sentiment. Wasn't his younger sister still suffering while he indulged in this supreme life here? Haha, it's all nonsense. He must go back. Is there really no other way, Master Kulafu? Kulafu, we have no choice. Kulafu, Luman, the current king of the dwarves, was now in this underground forge room with Luman, the last remaining dwarf craftsman of the future. But at this moment, staring at the bodies beside the magma, one black interspersed with white, the other white interspersed with black, they belonged to the hero Lin Li and demon king Huinong Kato respectively. After 3 years, the Yuanzhong continent had completely fallen, yet the number of defeated invaders was minimal. Even the demon realm sent troops to jointly resist the invasion with other races. However, with each day passing, hundreds of meters-wide rifts in the sky above Yuanzhong continued to rain down foreign invaders. The forces of Xintian managed to kill only single-digit numbers of them daily, at great cost. They'd lasted for 3 years by grace of heaven alone. The hero Lin Li and demon king Huinong Kato had once spoken on their deathbed 2 years ago, requesting that after their deaths, their bodies be fused by the dwarf clan to forge a divine weapon. Their bodies were mutually eroded by the rules of each other, acquiring annihilating power, which no humans could ever control. Perhaps forging the weapon could save Xintian. Originally, it should have been forged 2 years ago, but neither the demon realm nor human race permitted it. Now, with the continent on the brink of destruction, both sides put aside past grievances. After establishing statues and temples in honor of the 2 great ones, they finally asked Dwarf King Luman to step forward and create the divine weapon, one that would surpass even a divine artifact. Alright, let's begin. Kalafu was still young, gazing at the remains of these extraordinary figures with profound sorrow. But now was not the time for grief. The continent was about to perish. He and his clan chief were dispatched back from the battlefield merely for the hope of this divine weapon. They must succeed. Failure was not an option. Currently, they were 3,000 meters underground where the earth-fire magma could melt the 2 great ones' bodies corroded by annihilation force. Then various metal materials would be added to create an unparalleled divine weapon. After a year's effort, the strongest divine weapon of Xintian continent was born, named the Annihilation Hammer. The same year, a young man from the eastern land named Fengjungor appeared. With remarkable talent and exceptional swordsmanship, he wielded this weapon without being eroded by the rule of annihilation. One blow shattered the ground inch by inch starting from Yuanzhong, destroying all 7th rank and below alien intruders. Few among the same rank survived before succumbing to fatal wounds. 8 rank entities received severe injuries and were sealed across different continents. Summoning spatial dragons and invoking the spatial rule, the broken lands were recombined into 6 large land masses. Yuanzhong acted as the grand circle suppressing the south. To the north, Long you lay within a small circle guarding against the outside world. The remaining 4 continents evenly divided up the residual seas while holding guard at all 4 corners. Thus ended this Sealing Demons War. For the following century, 5 remaining 8th-rank human warriors occupied 5 regions, establishing 5 empires in the human world. Treaties were signed with magical creatures, and thus xuanhuan realm recovered peace. Humanity announced the dawn of a new era. Due to the deaths of many powerful individuals during the war, the 5 human emperors declared the start of a new calendar. The following year marked the beginning of xuanhuan year 000. After 162 years, both humanity and high-ranked magical beasts who had risen again had forgotten about the Sealing Demons War. Frictions between humans and magical beasts increased day by day. Finally, the magical beast war broke out. The sole surviving dwarf craftsman, xuanhuan, successfully forged the divine artifact, Thousand Peaks Blade, which quelled the magical beast war. Humanity and magical beasts restored peace once more. The northern elven race saw its queen die of grave wounds. The void dragon of nature perished in battle. On her deathbed, the queen took the elven sacred tree into her divine domain, merging it with xuanhuan realm, forming a subworld. The elves disappeared from the face of the world. The Western demon race, known for its savagery, yet credited for participating in the Sealing Demons War, was forced by the Western Church into Demon King Huinong Kato's remaining sacred domain, now known as Demon Realm. Its entrance lay within the 500th dungeon beneath the capital city of the Western continent. Warriors sent by the Orc race had all perished in battle. Communication and access to Orc territory located at the Arctic were cut off. The Merfolk's Ocean remained unoccupied, guarded by forest-dwelling magical creatures, entering isolation. Only trade routes leading to the capitals of each nation maintained contact with them. Thus concluded the magnificent campaign of xuanhuan realm, leaving the dragon race rarer than ever. Chapter 37. The Method of Indestructible Heavenly Tao. As dusk approached, Wei-Ong quietly listened to the pretty 2D girl finish telling the story of the battle over 200 years ago. Brave warriors rose up, and the Demon King Huinong Katoa was one of them. Both were dispatched by a great boss called Duan, but ended up as enemies, dying at each other's hands. A real joke. Most likely, the voice calling from the place of severed bonds now belonged to the current Demon World Queen, Claimer. She had once admired Huinong Katoa. Is that all? Wei-Ong stood up, his butt hurt from sitting so long. There was no way around it. These secrets would take several days and nights to fully recount if they went into more detail. After all, this was the greatest battle since the birth of the mystical sky continent. Yep, I'm done. Xuanhuan watched Wei-Ong stand up and quickly followed behind him. There was an aura of the natural law around him that made her very comfortable. However, she wasn't sure if the natural dragon who inherited the natural law had contacted the elven race yet. Most likely not, as the natural law she sensed showed no intention to protect her. Only some sort of affinity for this unremarkable human in front of her. What a strange human. Lin Li and Huinong Katoa were similar in the past, but their deep attachment led to bad ends. Perhaps you can truly achieve it. Xuanhuan slowly trailed behind him, muttering to herself. Maybe only she understood what these words meant. After today, I'll no longer have leisure time. If you follow me, you might be stuck in a small space for a long time where time passes 10 times faster than normal. So, go back to your elf tribe. Wei-Ong glanced at the elf maiden trailing behind him. Though he felt pleased inside, he knew himself well enough. Even the rabbit woman before disliked him, so why bother? Being alone is just fine then. No need for big nonsense like being dishonest with feelings. Women here are not much different, liking someone but not openly admitting it until it's too late, only to deny it again when there's hope. It's too much trouble, always soap opera-like. I'll just wait for you in that space. You will come back after all. Xuanhuan opened her large eyes, gazing at Wei-Ang's silhouette, with a glimmer of mischief in her gaze. All right, do as you please. Anyway, I can't restrict your freedom. When you're bored and want to leave, don't ever come back. Wei-Ong paused momentarily. Sigh, the slaves he bought before were the same. Whatever, once she gets tired, she won't bother him anymore. Real emotions don't fade easily from loneliness. Instead, they grow deeper with time, quieter and sweeter. That's the kind of love he wants. Despite the mundane life, seeing the other person brings him peace. Not even the shadow of destruction could dim his inner joy. That's what he wanted. Not just chasing momentary happiness or fleeting interest, or a stable life gained through money. To Wei-Ong, these don't count as true feelings. Instead, it feels like finding a partner on the materialistic earth, where making do suffices. Now, living freely in another world, he still wanted comfort, not compromise. Humph. Xuanhuan let out a smug hum, keeping pace with Wei-Ong, strolling through the territory of monsters. Elves are children of nature. Although nature's laws seemed less close to her now, her understanding of it was far stronger than most beings. Ho ho. Duan, you've played a good game. Willing to pay any price to bring her back. Haha, xuanhuan, don't say that. The previous 2 candidates failed due to my lack of experience. This is my last chance. I've bet everything on him, hoping that his laid-back mindset may meet my expectations. Duan looked at xuanhuan, and below them in the void, at the massive planet containing Wei-Ong. This place was the xuanhuan realm, or xuanhuan star, except there were no stars surrounding them. On the continent, practitioners imagined celestial bodies to draw spiritual energy. Those stars were actually the various dragon races guarding the barriers of the xuanhuan realm for millions of years. When a star falls, it means a guardian dragon has died. A star's resonance signified a dragon's recognition of a being's potential. Duan, aren't you considering that method? Xiantian observed Duan's body, which was already semi-transparent. Although it was only an avatar for beings like them, the embodiment of heavenly Tao. If even avatars couldn't sustain themselves, their core must have weakened significantly. Though called heavenly Tao, they were also a form of life. No need. Thank you for your kindness. You are the most likely one to enter the main world among the remaining heavenly Tao. You must try hard. Duan looked at Xiantian. His lips always carried a warm smile. To this elder sister like Xiantian heavenly Tao, while the other heavenly Taoists developed themselves, Duan had initially found no one to chat with when he was newly born, except for Xiantian, who paid attention to him. Now countless years had passed. Xiantian's beings already contained 10th-rank existences, but due to the frequent attacks of heterodox path invaders, they couldn't spare time to break through the void. I'll leave the cycle Tao to you. If you die, I'll have no one left to bully. Xiantian's face darkened. After hundreds of thousands of years of emotion, she had grown accustomed to the presence of this young heavenly Tao. This feeling was similar to the familial bond between the creatures she managed. All right, if this doesn't work again, then I will only end up depending on you. When that happens, don't trick me anymore. I can't withstand more trials. Duan gave a knowing smile as this avatar eventually disappeared. Perhaps it would take a long time before he could manifest again. After all, the two testers arranged by Xiantian were still diligently growing under his yellow spring law. Oomph, you little brat. Xiantian gave a cold snort, but carried deep sorrow in her tone. The intuitive connection between heavenly Tao cores, despite its elusive nature, became especially clear when one Tao faded and nearby Tao sensed it, perhaps destined in an indescribable way, particularly for them. The method she referred to entailed having the core of the heaven-severed land use its essence to fuse into a law system. It would reduce its life rank significantly, but maintain its own immortality. However, it would be constrained by the law of the fused heavenly Tao. In simpler terms, Duan would fuse into Xiantian, becoming her cyclic law, but should Xiantian perish, so too would Duan. This resembled the master-servant contract of the beast race, though Xiantian wouldn't exploit such conditions to coerce Duan. Such warmth from these heartfelt moments amid the barren void was rare comfort after so many shared years. How about it? Not boring, is it? Weiyang reclined in the time-lag space he'd set up. Beds, wardrobes, clothes, food, all necessities were prepared. Looking at the 2D girl's spirit crouched by his bed, saying he wasn't moved would be a lie. Yet, this 400-year-old elf, just reaching adulthood relatively speaking, having gone through the continent-dooming battle, how could she possibly follow him so simply? Despite being the sole trust spirit of the continent, situations requiring the trust spirit transmission were usually urgent. The prior battle against evil might have resulted from delayed messages. Many heterodoxy followers had descended upon the continent by the time the dragon clans arrived. If messages had reached them faster, perhaps the continent wouldn't have ended up like this. Huh? No way, I love resting. After all, elves live up to 2,000 years. Wuni Dana muttered lazily. Since her return to this world, this was the first time she had rested undisturbed. Though Xiantian's realm did contain reincarnation cycles, the specific cycle for undead beings existed elsewhere. What happened after death remained unclear to everyone. Sigh. You win. By the way, what's your name again? Wu. Lala. What do you mean Wu Lala? My name's Wuni Dana. Forget it, you probably won't remember. From now on, call me Nina. As Wuni Dana introduced herself as Nina, her eyes showed some peculiar gleam. This name meant something special. All right, Nina it is, convenient. Weiyang lay down idly on the bed, doing nothing for 5 hours while only half an hour had passed outside. It was still dusk. Sigh. Never mind. You sleep first, I'll go out for a walk. Is that allowed? Go to sleep. I can't let a girl nod off leaning on my bedside while I'm lying in bed myself. That's weird. Thank you then. I haven't really slept well in a while. Not Wuni Dana anymore, now named Nina. She giggled softly as she laid down in Weiyang's place. Not bad, quite warm. Stop saying strange things, alright. Weiyang felt speechless, almost as if he were warming someone else's bed. Oh well, anyway, she'd leave soon enough, and he would seek casual earnings shortly too. He needed money for when things got tough later. A flash of white light. Weiyang left, or rather, stayed behind, exiting alone. By the looks of the sky, he figured he had around 7 to 8 hours, which ought to suffice. Sigh, I wonder how Mike and the others are doing. Weiyang sighed and disappeared by the seaside. And at this moment, in the time-lag space, Nina looked at the colorful space sphere and the pitch-black outer space. Here, should be outside the Xiantian realm, and this isolating space membrane. Spatial laws, and also, interesting, the annihilation born from light and darkness? After that battle ended, dragon clans must have made some progress. No wonder the heterodoxy path invaders haven't acted on a large scale again. The eruption of a tribute-based suppression, be it as simple as water and fire, can unleash strength not inferior to major principles. Heterodoxy followers, wait and see. Since I've returned, the elven race should now be safe. Thus, what I need to do currently is restore my strength. Nina looked at the multicolored spherical space, overcome with fatigue, and fell asleep on Wei Ang's dark-themed bed, probably sleeping the most soundly since that battle. Teiko hasn't returned yet. Weiyang looked at the familiar room. Having used teleports so many times, he'd become slightly more adept, like teleporting accurately to places he knew well. For instance, his home. If he teleported into a wall somewhere else, he'd die instantly. Better to play it safe. Alas, my treasure vault has shrunk severely. I'll take some gold coins and leave a note. Otherwise, that rabbit lady really wouldn't touch her jewels. Wei Yong took another 10,000 gold coins. What had once been a mountain of coins in his underground treasury was now halved. Oh, I can also bring along some jewelry. Wei Yong looked at the few hundred pieces of various sized jewels behind the small half pile of gold and randomly selected some that caught his eye, placing them in the time lag space. Jewelry wasn't just for exchanging money, but could also serve as gifts. Sending gold as a gift would be too vulgar. Master, Wei Yong, you've returned. Teiko stood at the basement stairway, looking at Wei Yong, who had already taken the money. Her expression was unusually complicated. Phew, yes, but I'm about to leave again. Are you alright? Wei Yang's mood was equally complex, so he could only sigh first. In this situation now, seeing each other left him unsure what to say. Yes, Mr. Tali hasn't neglected my food, and I've also spent some gold to tidy up your house. Teiko replied loudly, almost as if she'd been startled. That's good. Let's go upstairs. The basement isn't a place for chatting. Oh, okay. Mr. Tali has already brought dinner. Have a meal before you leave. Alright. Wei Yong didn't hesitate. After all, this was his own house. However, this strange feeling still made him somewhat uncomfortable. Mr. Tali's cooking skills are still as excellent as ever. Wei Yong quickly finished eating this second-tier beast meat steak, which, indeed, was a notch higher in texture and fragrance than first-tier beasts. He drank the bone soup filled with rich meaty aroma, savoring the faint saltiness of the meat, feeling the fullness in his abdomen, and relaxing his entire body. Over these past 2 days, he had teleported here and there daily, merely filling his stomach with whatever he could manage. There hadn't been much leisure time to savor food. This was indeed one of his minor regrets. By the way, Wei Yong, I've reached first-tier strength. Listening to Mike and the others talk about how you possess profound insights into cultivation. Could you give me some references? Teiko also finished eating a first-tier beast meat steak. Indeed, she'd already reached first-tier status. Not sure if they count as insights. Tell me about your current situation and your cultivation speed. Wei Yong lazily leaned back on the chair, eyes closed. At the moment, he was as listless as a fish floating on the surface. Chapter 38. 2 houses in the temporal lag space. I'm now at the first level of mental and physical strength, but my physical improvements match my daily meditation speed. I then practice magic and martial arts both. Wei Yong interrupted Terra's words with his eyes closed. Your body is very special because you're a half-beast, so your physical qualities will improve quickly. But if your meditation speed can keep up, then don't give up either. Train in both. The training speed will just be slower, that's all. Terra looked at Wei Yong incredulously. She herself didn't have many years left to live, so should she choose this dual path of magical and martial cultivation? I know you're worried about your short lifespan, but if you don't struggle, what is the meaning of these mere 4 years? You might as well return to that dark cavern and become food for the beasts. At least that way you would still have some use. Terra fell into deep thought. Indeed, since she could remember, she had always stayed in that dark small cave, without life goals or knowledge of when she might die from the beast attacks. Now, with no worries about clothing and food, her former master was even helping her strengthen her abilities. What reason did she have not to work hard? Alright, it's time. I need to leave. Wei Yong felt the satiety in his stomach had subsided, and the sky had already plunged completely into darkness. Already leaving? Can't you stay a bit longer? As much as I'd like to loaf around forever, unfortunately, I was born at the wrong time. I am now the only spirit believer in Xuanhuan realm, and all I have left is one sentence. Though I wander far and wide, I never lose my true self. Wei Yong dramatically turned, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Though I wander far and wide, I never lose my true self. How profound. Terra savored those words, and at that moment, the thin figure of Wei Yong standing by the door was deeply imprinted in her heart. Wei Yong, When Terra came back to her senses, the thin silhouette at the doorway had already disappeared. It's still hard to say out loud. Hey, are you back? Yes, I'm back. Wei Yong looked at Nina lying in bed, eyes still closed, but hugging a pile of jewels while sleeping. It was truly funny. She was just like a beauty who loved money. After all, as long as the villain looks good, their values follow suit with their appearance, let alone this elven girl who couldn't really be counted as an antagonist. So naturally her flaws were easily masked by her looks. That's reality. How did you bring in so much treasure? Did you steal them? What do you mean steal? Just 2 days ago, I was still considered a silver noble, so having a bit of private savings shouldn't come as a surprise, right? Wei Yong rolled his eyes at her. He originally brought the jewelry intending to let her choose a couple of pieces, but now he seemed to regret it somewhat. Oh, I see. Nina's lips curled upward slightly, but her tone, well, was rather snide. Even on a beautiful woman, it carried a touch of slyness, which shows how severe it was. Oh, alright then. I'll just take the money back since anyway you're an elf, strong, with a long lifespan, not needing that little bit of cash. Earn it over a few hundred years, why bother? With a wave of his hand, Wei Yong made the jewels filling the bed and the small pile of coins on the floor vanish. This was due to the storage function attached to his beast ring. Though smaller than this temporal lag space, it still had dozens of cubic meters of space, more than enough to hold a bit of treasure easily. Hey, that wasn't what I meant at all. Ugh, my gems, my jewelry. Nina immediately became upset. These jewels were of the highest quality, each piece worth hundreds or even thousands of gold coins merely for being gemstones. Some were made from refined magic cores, not only serving as accessories, but also enhancing her power to some extent. Understand this clearly. Those are my gems and jewelry, not yours. Wei Yong saw the expression of intense frustration on Nina's face and secretly felt a bit proud. Though he wasn't extraordinary himself, the allure of jewelry could indeed win the hearts of most girls. After all, beautiful things are always right, especially those that are harmless yet beautiful, worth striving for. What would a man like you do with jewels? You don't wear jewelry, right? So why don't you just give them to me? She trailed off and spoke more softly. I could give them away, can't I? And big man or not, I'm only 14 and haven't even reached adulthood. Who are you going to give these jewels to? A man or a woman? Nina wanted to refute him, but she couldn't find anything to say. Since this was true, there was nothing she could do about it except ask. Definitely a woman. Someone like me, even if I gave away jewels, would probably end up being treated as a meal ticket or backup option. Better to scatter wealth early for peace. Weiyang looked at the dark world outside this colorful space with a melancholy expression. He himself didn't know what this dark space was called, and it was quite strange as there were no stars at all. In this dark area, his big 7-color sphere was like a huge light bulb, yet the surroundings resembled black holes, reflecting nothing. Thus, Weiyang could only regard this place as some kind of secret realm or spatial crack. After all, there wasn't even starlight here. Sending to a girl? Tell me more. Maybe I can give you some advice to help make your dream come true. Nina immediately became interested. The position of faith messenger was very special. It had to be handled by someone without strong desires. Though such people might have emotions, they would find it hard to develop love because they felt detached. If someone thought you were important, they'd pay attention to you. But if you ignored them, thank you very much, chances are zero. Even if you somehow became couples, the woman might not endure it, as those without strong desires even forget their own family members, let alone remember their girlfriends if they have one. They could probably forget their girlfriend's existence, her name, or any special dates. Not to mention, even their own birthdays might go unnoticed. So I take it. Weiyang shrugged his mouth in disdain. So boring. Initially, he planned to tease her a little, but ended up awkward instead. What? This? Nina was stunned. Looking at the countless jewels and gold coins that had been lost but now recovered, she felt neither joy nor excitement, just a trace of embarrassment and complexity. Originally meant for herself, huh? She said those words, did she? Well, being someone without strong desires, coinciding that she's around, then it definitely must be for her. What to do? Lost face there. You can only pick one. I haven't worn these jewelry before, and there might be various situations later where I'll need them for emergencies. Weiyang paid little attention to Nina's situation. He went to the cabinet and found a blanket and a quilt. It was estimated that there were about 5 more hours outside until the next day, but inside here, it was still 50 hours away, slightly over 2 days. He had to enjoy these last 50 hours as much as possible, despite being confined in this not-so-wide 7-color space. Oh, okay thanks, dummy. Nina was also somewhat surprised, but she actually felt a sigh of relief inside. After more than 400 years, it was really the first time she experienced this feeling. If Weiyang chose to play on her again, she wouldn't have known how to respond. Her own dug hole hasn't been jumped into and got covered up, which gave her a great sense of surviving a disaster. But why did she feel a bit sad inside? The final 2 words, dummy, naturally reached Weiyang's ears, but he wasn't arrogant enough to think he had infinite charm. He knew his looks well enough. Even from his previous life, he wasn't handsome, no girls approached him, and he even made attempts but most rejected him for being ugly. Whenever his photos were posted in group chats, the groups would die instantly. All the group members directly blocked the messages, which was one of the main reasons making his life increasingly dull. When someone loses social interaction and communication, replacing conversation with texts, they become increasingly introverted and less confident. Even if he didn't feel this lack of confidence clearly, still calling it awareness of one's faults. However, as a participant, he was blind to it and couldn't change it. In his past life, whenever he spoke, no matter how loud, he was ignored by friends, making him a transparent person. Even during school, teachers seemed to ignore his name while taking attendance. He never got picked once all these years. This left him timid when facing authority, unsure how to express himself. Also the reason why he couldn't get promoted in his previous job despite finding employment. Hungry? Have some bread and milk, or some fruits. If you want meat, wake me up, I'll go buy some. Time is running out, and I feel tomorrow will be very busy. Weiyang lay on the ground with his eyes closed, relaxing his body and falling asleep without thinking about anything. Without electronic devices, he slept early indeed. Hey, can you stay awake? Not long after, Nina couldn't bear the boredom. Elves were lively and nature-loving beings, but Weiyang's temporal lag space had no natural elements and very little room for movement, seemingly fit only for sleeping and shortening sleep time. I can stay awake, but I don't have any topics to talk about. I am merely a conversation stopper. Weiyang kept his eyes closed, probably having slept a bit already, but strangely couldn't fall back asleep. Are you also a challenger like Lin Li and Demon King Huinong Ka duo? For some reason, Nina suddenly asked this question. Yes, I'm just like them. Not only are we all challengers, but we also come from the same homeland. Weiyang didn't hide anything. Challenger, perhaps this was the reason for the great boss to make him meet certain criteria. As long as he reached that standard, he might be able to return and even revive? He wasn't sure. Could you tell me about your world? Nina really had no topic to discuss with him. After all, they had only known each other for less than a day. She had secrets from him, and he likely had secrets from her too. My world? Sigh, I don't really want to talk about it. Why not? Can you first tell me about this world? You've lived for so many years already. Weiyang turned his head and looked at Nina, who was hanging her head over the edge of the bed and watching him. Sure. Nina noticed Weiyang turning around and felt a little awkward herself. Staring wasn't polite. Okay, I'm listening. You can also talk about yourself if you like. As she pulled her head back, Weiyang returned to his lying position, closing his eyes again and focusing on listening intently. This world used to be simple, with the heavenly way controlling all developments. We would meditate and perceive the Tao daily. Initially, dragons were just like us, needing to slowly understand and elevate their strength. Back then, it should have been called Xuanhuan continent, which was circular and split the ocean into two parts, one managed by dragons and the other by merfolk. Later, there was the first individual to reach the 9th rank. It was a divine dragon lineage member. It comprehensively understood 3 major principles and 5 minor ones, surpassing the 9th rank, becoming almost godlike. It could create things out of nothing and erase them without any cause-effect connections. Later, when its power peaked, it said it had a premonition and could break through the void, and thus it went beyond the heavens. For several hundred years, there was no news. Until later, when there were 4 or 5 9th-ranked members among the dragons, each comprehending one major principle completely, along with other races also having 1 or 2 9th-ranked individuals. But suddenly meteors fell from the sky, and that was the first 9th-ranked dragon returning covered in wounds, seemingly beaten back by some powerful existence in the upper realms, appearing extremely disheveled. Was it an ideological deviant? Yes. That was the first time ideological deviants were heard of in Xuanhuan continent, the first living beings to see the true Xuanhuan realm and receive messages from the heavenly way. A message from the heavenly way? Weiyang became curious. If one reaches the 10th rank, they can receive messages from the heavenly way. Is the big boss trying to have him reach the 10th rank? Yes, it said the heavenly way is returning to the main world. Only through Xuantian's living beings reaching the 10th rank, breaking through the defenses of the ideological deviants in the void, and touching the main world's barrier can the Xuantian realm escape its fate in the interstitial space, fuse with the main world, and become an indestructible entity. If the rules of Xuantian are lost, or its beings wiped out by the ideological deviants, Xuantian will cease to exist. All life will be erased, turning into nourishment for the ideological deviants. From the establishment of Xuantian up until now, there have been dozens of worlds whose strong beings failed to break through, and were pursued and massacred by the ideological deviants, wiping out their entire worlds. This is why the interstitial space of the universe has no stars. They've all been consumed as sustenance by the ideological deviants. So terrifying, these ideological deviants. Weiyang was surprised. It seemed these ideological deviants were somewhat similar to the Tao Dai from our ancient Chinese myths, eating everything, converting everything into nutrients. Chapter 39, The Dragon Race and Earth. Yes, the terror of heretics is almost as great as when dragons of the same level encounter human beings. Although they are of the same level, there's still a huge disparity in power. To deal with heretics, you either need the combined efforts of 3 to 5 prodigies, or be one major level above them in terms of cultivation strength. Otherwise, it's only possible by overwhelming numbers, 10 or even more people of the same rank just to kill or cripple them, after which sealing magic formations can imprison them. Nina gazed at the top of the colorful sphere's flowing radiance, her eyes seemingly wandering back to the battle 274 years ago. Back then how do you know so much? Even information about the heavenly Tao? Dragons should not have this knowledge, right? If that 10-tier divine dragon had encountered the heavenly Tao, why would the latter divulge such things unless treated as a pawn, which no one really would like? Weiyang finally realized there was nothing more to think about, and immediately questioned. Never mind, a certain celestial fortune Taoist told me. Nina stammered nervously, having not expected Weiyang to ask in this manner. These highly secret pieces of information could only be known by the heavenly Tao itself. How else could they be passed down? Celestial fortune Taoist? There might be some possibility to that claim, considering everything revolves around strength here. Perhaps someone has comprehended the great law of fate, who knows? Isn't that right? Weiyang scoffed lightly, obviously perceiving Nina's arguments were evasive, but what could he do? Probing too deeply sometimes didn't benefit, so he pretended not to understand, though indeed he did not comprehend either. He wouldn't ask directly like some reckless fool. Rather, he'd quietly discover things through daily conversation and let a topic extend from there naturally. Of course, that required extraordinary conversational skills, something he lacked. Thus, he resolved not to inquire for now, noting these details for future attention. If his memory could hold out. Fate truly is a grand law, second only to the time law, given there are 8 grand laws in the Xuantian realm. Oh, 8 grand laws. Weiyang showed interest. It was the first time he heard this. 8 grand laws, and countless minor laws branching off from these grand ones, thus forming the legends of hundreds of our ancestral dragons. Ancestral dragons? That's interesting, tell me about them. Alright. Seeing Weiyang no longer dwelling on how she came to know all this, Nina sighed with relief inside. Secrets of the dragon race could be easily obtained once one enters the dragon domain, especially with his status as a spirit messenger. After the first 10-stage divine dragon returned, the heavenly Tao began delegating powers. It placed the other 8 grand laws, excluding its own heavenly Tao law, into the Xuantian realm because of the emergence of a 10-stage deity-level being in the dragon race. To resist heretical beings, the heavenly Tao tasked the dragon race with this enormous responsibility, in exchange offering acknowledgement of the law and advancement to adult stage 9 stars. So great, to reach adult stage is already 9th rank. Hearing these words, Weiyang envied immensely. 9th rank. That's the realm where one's body blends with the law, oneself becomes the law. Hence, Dragons upon adulthood already attained a level akin to a heavenly principle. Yeah, it sounds good, but the dragon race's lifespan is tens of thousands of years. To reach adulthood, it takes a minimum of 2,000 years, and once one attains ninth stage, apart from maintaining basic continent running principles, all dragons will be dispatched outside the borders. They will uphold the Xuanhuan barrier or fend off heretical assaults. Wow, 2,000 years, awesome. Wei Yong was experiencing a genuine understanding of the dragon race for the first time. 2,000 years, he reckoned, might be plenty of life. Then entering battle with no regrets. I'm saying you. Nina lost her patience. Wei Yong kept marveling at insignificant points while entirely missing the crux. Haha, don't worry, go on. Realizing he shouldn't interrupt her, Wei Yong laughed heartily and decided to stop meddling further. Okay, talking about dragons over. Next I'll explain the 8 grand laws and 10 primeval dragons. Originally 9 grand laws, since 9 nines mark the ultimate extremity. However, the Heavenly Tao dared not give away its own Heavenly Tao law, the most fundamental law of all. Hence, the 8 grand laws were fully relinquished, giving rise to the powerful primeval dragons of time, space, fate, annihilation, nature, reincarnation, penal law, and yellow springs. As for the other 2 primeval dragons, one was a golden dragon, wielding a branch of the nature law, specifically the metal law. Despite this, it advanced its comprehension of the metal law to reach its origin essence. Entering the 10th rank is essentially fusing a law into one's essence, thereby achieving a state similar to a quasi-heavenly Tao. As for the other dragon, I don't even know if it counts as a dragon. It comprehended the law of darkness, also known as the evil dragon, but the holy light dragon that comprehended the light law was no match for it. And it seems, never mind. Anyway, these are the 10 primeval dragons, the vanguard resisting heretical beings. In these tens of thousands of years, only the nature dragon has fallen so far. Due to the fall of the nature dragon, the divine tree's vitality drastically decreased. The elven queen, out of helplessness, exhausted her natural law to fuse her holy domain into the Xuanhuan realm, and then forcibly absorbed the divine tree, using the remaining natural law within her holy domain to maintain the divine tree from withering and preserve the last vestiges of the elves. As for whether the later elven dragon contacted the elven holy domain, I'm not clear, but the elven queen's holy domain law should be able to support for over 1,000 years. Moreover, once the elves reach the 5th rank, they can leave, and they should find ways. Saying this, Nina slightly smiled at the corner of her lips with joy. Anything else? Wei Yong felt somewhat chilled, and he roughly guessed Nina's identity, most likely being the now revived elf queen. Nope. Oh, wait, forgot to tell you, breaking through to the 3rd rank will increase one's lifespan, though by how much depends on individual talent and potential. This is one of the heavenly Tao laws. Increasing lifespan. Well, it's as expected. I'll do fine reaching the 5th or 6th rank. An extended lifespan doesn't need to be rushed. Anyway, I'm still young. Why think about it so much? Yeah. Seeing Wei Yang's carefree attitude, Nina gradually got used to it. She hoped he wouldn't realize anything after her earlier slip of the tongue. You say living for 2,000 years in this world must be so boring. You could walk around every corner of the Xuanhuan realm. Wei Yong was blankly staring at the colorful light membrane above. The dark space behind that light membrane was like a black hole. After staring for too long, it always felt as if there were things lurking, which made him feel uneasy. Who knows? But this is the difference between species. Although they have a long lifespan, their adulthood also takes a very long time. By the time they become adults, your human race may have evolved into something unimaginable. That's true. Since everything follows some kind of conservation law, the total amount remains unchanged. People who work hard all their lives, doing good deeds, might still end up with bad outcomes, perhaps because of this conservation law that dictates their fate. Wei Yong sighed deeply. He had also thought about starting another life in this world, but bringing his memories along meant it was impossible. Did he have ties? Yes, he did. He had parents and a younger brother studying. Their family relations were fairly good. The more he thought, the more it didn't feel right. He quickly shook his head and discarded the meaningless thoughts of his previous life. At least back on Earth, he didn't need to worry about being killed by powerful beings. Laws were the best weapon. As long as he worked hard, he would not starve himself, albeit with great fatigue, truly tiring. Wei Yong didn't want to indulge in the rich and extravagant lifestyle either. After all, money was the thing that masked people's hearts the most. That's right. Okay, my turn is over. It's your turn now. Nina turned her head and looked at Wei Yong lying on the transparent space. Since the middle of this colorful spherical space was isolated by the space law, the floor was transparent, giving the impression of floating several meters high in midair. My turn? Sure, let me tell you. Wei Yong sighed again. Truthfully speaking, he hadn't even gone outside his hometown area, guessing there wouldn't be much to talk about. So below part he decided not to describe further, so it wouldn't look as if he were just filling words count. Just sharing the rule of law in our great China, the global situation, outer space, historical wars, etc. Your world sounds nothing like the Xuanhuan realm. Rather, it sounds like the main world that the Heavenly Tao wants to go to. After hearing Wei Yang's statements, especially about outer space being infinitely vast and having galaxies, black holes and such, although she didn't quite understand, she learned that the world called Earth had no earth in heaven chi, and seemed to have no interference from the Heavenly Tao. Instead, they developed something called science and technology, which also enabled them to go skyward and earthward. Quite remarkable. The concept of the main world is overly abstract. I'm unclear about it. However, on Earth, It said that there are extraterrestrial beings or other planetary life forms existing, potentially counted as the main world, since the explored space by humans of Earth is so minuscule, not even counting as dust. That must be the main world then. And it's not that there is no heavenly Tao, but rather the heavenly Tao needs to uphold order in the main world. For a planet smaller than dust, even if life exists on it, the heavenly Tao has no intention to bother with it. Unlike the xuanhuan realm, when stepping out, you either encounter floating heretical beings or the dark void. Nina's eyes were also filled with longing for the infinite starry sky. There were luminous and heat-emitting stars like the sun, and super-large galaxies that required light to travel for millions of years to cross. Yet these super-galaxies could only be considered as a speck of dust in the grand universe. How vast this world was, beyond her imagination. Moreover, each star had its own unique atmosphere, meaning that even on planets without atmospheres, there was still the potential for life from other worlds. The main world was indeed fascinating. The only pity was that humans lived for no more than 100 years. Without the nourishment of celestial energy or an increase in strength, their lifespans remained short at merely 100 years, making it difficult to traverse even one planet. Yes, but some people work all their lives and don't even leave their hometowns within tens of thousands of meters. That's life. What? Not traveling 10,000 miles away? Impossible. Nina was also extremely shocked. In the Xiantian realm, common people aside from the hustling daily lives might not travel much, but most strived hard to cultivate themselves. Even if their talent wasn't outstanding, they usually attained second-stage strength by the age of 40 or 50, which was sufficient. They could visit many cities, and while entering the magic beast forest near big cities might be out of reach, struggling a few years near small towns and going to see the wider world was entirely possible. Magic cores were like coins. So many merchants in large cities used to be elder adventurers who worked tirelessly in small towns, accumulated enough wealth, then ventured into the bustling cities, seizing business opportunities along the way. Without improving strength, everyone is equal, yet unequal. Money is everything. You can view Earth's populace as the common folk of the Xiantian realm. How many ordinary people could regularly afford luxuries in big cities? Many might struggle daily just to make ends meet. And this is a prevalent situation across Earth strategies. Weiyang chuckled bitterly, recalling his own past. He too had planned to work until retirement, but ended up in this world after a car accident. Fortunately, he had bought insurance back then. Ah well, all things unsaid. That's true. Without increasing one's power, venturing elsewhere costs money. It seems the main world isn't so good either. Or at least your main world isn't. Weiyang was speechless. It was frustrating. This sentiment that made him both angry and powerless to refute. In the mundane world, people are poor and worn down. 100-year journey leads only through alleys. Day after day, income matches expenditure. Year after year, nothing changes. Weiyang pondered deeply and slowly recited a poem inspired by his insights. Oh, what elegant prose. But I don't quite understand what it means. Nina was shocked by Weiyang's sudden poetic flair. Those simple 28 characters sparked profound reflections, as if every word resonated deeply with her own mindset. She felt that if she encountered more verses aligning with her inner thoughts, she might very well break through to the next stage, since the opportunity for breakthrough lay within all things. No need to dwell on it. It's merely about reflecting on life. Consider it the inner voice of someone controlled by existence. Don't overthink it. Oh, Nina nodded somewhat understandingly. Deep down, her instincts told her that grasping these words wouldn't bring any particular changes or help. How long have we been chatting? Suddenly, Weiyang sniffed, having lost track of time during their conversation, but it seemed like forever. He had napped for a bit, started talking, and now 50 hours couldn't be wasted. Should be more than 4 cycles of time. Damn, it's been 10 hours already. 5 hours sleeping, 9 hours talking, nearly 10 hours wasted. No more chit-chat. I need to sleep. Only 35 hours left. Gotta get rest. Weiyang suddenly felt dry mouth. After drinking some water, he stretched out on the transparent mid-air floor to sleep. In the time stagnation space, it wasn't cold or hot. It was a space where time flowed 10 times slower, with temperature controlled by natural laws, exceptionally comfortable. One could lie completely naked without feeling cold, always staying warm, whether covered by a blanket or not. Therefore, Weiyang simply grabbed a light quilt and thin blanket out of habit. Meanwhile, Nina wore a robe. Wait, didn't these belong to Weiyang's sweaters or longer style clothes? Although mostly in cool black tones, there were a few brown or gray ones as well, which Nina took and wore as pajamas. Despite having ultra-short pants in this world, they weren't available commercially, nor did Weiyang wear them himself. Thus, as expected, Nina's thighs were exposed below, explaining why he earlier felt off, a flame of discomfort burning inside. Chapter 40, Unemployed. Hey, can't you cover yourself with the quilt a bit? Weiyang looked at Nina sprawled out on his bed. Her 2 pale legs made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Despite having seen plenty in those little movies, when a 2D girl steps into 3D reality, perfectly replicating those proportions and skins. Well, who could resist that? Oh, ha. So, you're actually blushing. Nina paused, then realized Weiyang was staring at her chest and thighs with a sneak peek-like expression, making her burst into laughter. It seemed this human wasn't entirely immune to temptation after all, just a bit more restrained. But how strong is control really? Let's try it. Don't push it. Weiyang shot her an annoyed look. Considering himself a normal man, no man isn't tempted by lust. It's just about whether one has enough restraint. Coincidentally, he hoped for a calm and enduring romance. not a 3-minute fever that ends in yet another broken heart. How about it? You're my moss turn now, aren't you? Don't you want to do something interesting? Nina gave him a sultry glance and gently pulled at her long blouse, revealing almost down to her thighs' roots. It was dangerous. Yes, indeed very dangerous. Glup. Wei Yong swallowed, knowing full well that saying he wasn't moved would be a lie. This was clearly teasing him. Not falling into the trap was fine, but if he acted, rejection followed by mockery and ultimately abandonment would surely come, a ruthless triple strike. Without a powerful enough mental resilience, don't attempt it lightly. Never mind. A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year, never good intentions. Pick out your jewelry quickly and leave. My time isn't unlimited either. Suppressing his inner agitation, Wei Yong wondered curiously why he remained so calm. When she adopted this seductive pose, it somehow felt unbearable. He didn't understand why exactly, but whenever someone he liked tried to tempt him, his first thought wasn't about their sudden affection, rather, what might have gone wrong with them. Did they take the wrong medicine? Break up with their idol? Cooled off? What's wrong with you? Nina felt puzzled. Wasn't he just drooling seconds ago, looking lewd? Now, there was a sense of regret as if, nothing. Don't lose confidence in your charm. You're already beautiful enough. Just that I know myself well. To gain your favor? Haha. In dreams, everything happens. I'll sleep earlier. Without power or looks to offer, a person should know their place. With a sigh, filled with some regret, Wei Yong reflected, feeling much like he did in his previous life. This was something hard to change, habit being a terrifying thing. Nina showed surprise. The young man before her suddenly seemed wise beyond his years, perhaps thoroughly hurt in that vast world called Earth. Well, sleep then. We have less than 30 hours left. Going out is meaningless anyway. Sleeping is better. Covering himself with the quilt, Wei Yong closed his eyes to rest. That conversation had lasted 10 whole hours, leaving his throat dry, his spirit consistently excited, and feeling quite exhausted. HMPF, with such a beauty right here, one that, nominally speaking, is even your slave, and you stay completely unmoved? Ridiculous. Nina also felt slightly disheartened. She recalled her past glory when her charm was immense, yet now, it felt like a fall from grace. Life truly twists people around. Slaves are humans too. Why bother? When I interact with others, be it humans or intelligent beings, discrimination or a sense of superiority doesn't come into play. All creatures born under heaven share equal footing once they've obtained wisdom. How can the concept of slavery still stand? If you've lost yourself, becoming nothing more than a walking puppet, lacking wisdom, then, that's a different matter. Quietly speaking, Wei Yong practiced what he preached, for fellow living beings capable of mutual exchange deserved equality, devoid of notions of high and low statuses. What you said makes a lot of sense, but while many people may understand the principle, how many can genuinely put it into practice? Wei Yang's words deeply touched Nina, even this elven woman, incapable of treating everyone equally. Yet, the trial taker from another world standing before her managed to treat all with respect and implemented these principles, including the expensive slave bought with a fortune, her. This level of accomplishment belonged to sages, and everyone who reached this level invariably became a legendary figure. As of now in Xuanhuan realm, there were only 4. Lin Li, Huinong Cardo, the 10th tier dragon god of the dragon race, and that elusive celestial principle. Why care about them? Doing our own part well is sufficient. Wei Yang's words wrapped up the discussion simply and earnestly. After Wei Yong finished speaking, he also ignored Nina and fell into sleep. The time-lag space was very unique and comfortable. Sleeping here was much more comfortable than sleeping in his room in the Xuanhuan realm. It felt natural, extremely relaxing, with no discomfort. Even when sleeping on the side, his hand wouldn't feel uneasy. What a strange person, but quite interesting. But, perhaps you fall far short of that great person's expectations. Let me help you then. Despite our brief interaction, you indeed made me feel nothing unpleasant, so, it's decided, it's you. Of course, Nina's last sentence wasn't heard by Wei Yong. A red light flashed in her palm, and a fine red energy stream merged into the beast ring on Wei Yang's right hand. Bonded now, you can't escape. For this lifetime, you won't be able to run. A playful gleam passed through Nina's eyes, and she too drifted off into sleep with a smile. This time-lag space flowed with various rules that significantly aided her cultivation and restoration of power. Time. Is it true that Xuanhuan allows this deceased person to return? Space. We should not interfere in this matter. It's their own dispute. All we can do is protect the barrier and strive to break through to the 10th tier. As for the rest, it's none of our concern. Cao Duo transformed into a kilometer-long dragon body, floating in the several million meters of outer space. Before him was a film like a water curtain, and behind the film lay a galaxy. However, the Xuanhuan realm resided in the world's crevice, where no such galaxy existed. This galaxy surrounding the Xuanhuan realm was actually the manifestation of countless heterodox practitioners. Once the barrier developed gaps, these heterodox practitioners would manifest as individuals of varying strengths depending on the extent of invasion, reaching their peak at 9th tier, nearly approaching the 10th tier. Only due to the suppression of Xuanhuan's world rules could they only develop up to 9th tier strength. Over 200 years ago, during one battle, an almost 10th tier heterodox practitioner emerged, resulting in the death of the natural dragon. Alas, also true. Recently, that dark one has become restless again. Who knows what new mischief it will stir? Ever since it went through the battle 200 years ago, something about it seems off. The air dragon's body remained semi-transparent, but its outline was faintly visible. a testament to the improvement of its power. In the past, one would barely see any contour. This signified progress. Reaching the 9th tier meant merging one's self with the elements, while advancing to the 10th tier involved finding oneself within those elements and accommodating them. Regrettably, though this explanation might sound simple, accomplishing it presented no clear path and required exploration on one's part. Even the 10th tier dragon god couldn't describe what reaching the 10th tier felt like. In general, upon mastering it, one would sense the law of nature flowing effortlessly through them, like commanding their own arms rather than using these powers sporadically, which characterized the 9th tier condition. In conclusion, reaching the 10th tier meant transitioning from utilizing the law to commanding it. Once one gained control actively, the forces of law would serve as obedient soldiers under one's command, responding instantly wherever needed. Moreover, one could even govern more than one law based on individual talent and physical capacity. After all, even though the magic dragon is from the dragon clan, don't worry. Regarding this matter of dealing with the heterodox practitioners, it surely won't shirk its duties. Forget it. Saying too much means I'll keep nagging over things you may not understand. Cao Duo wanted to reveal the truth about the magic dragon, but given the current situation, spanning over 200 years, with the heterodox practitioners becoming increasingly unstable, it wasn't just affecting the Xuanhuan realm. It seemed another heavenly path had taken heavy damage. Yet, which world specifically, Cao Duo himself didn't know, and neither could the 10th tier dragon god provide more information, only stating it was unspeakable. For them, mere 9th tier dragons, they were entirely unaware. You're still the same as ever. Fine, I'll return to my territory. They've been rather noisy recently. It seems our Xuantian realm is about to welcome a great figure. Last time with the hero and the demon king was exactly this way. Space Dragon muttered briefly, then gradually disappeared into the dark void. Oh, is that so? Cao Duo's massive dragon eye reflected deep thought. Although Space Dragon could discover some things, there were certainly aspects Cao Duo himself might not have noticed fully. Despite the fact that time laws allowed him to observe the past and predict the future, spatial matters were indeed less comprehensible compared to the expertise of Space Dragon. What is this? Testing my patience. Wei Yong stood frozen, looking dully at the rising sun on the horizon. Internally, he sighed without words. Where were the promised 70+ teleports per day? Where was the unstoppable motion? He'd spent the entire night braving the sea breeze at the beach, yet the rings on both his hands remained completely still. Sigh, young man. Those who can summon belief spirits are either powerful convictions that transcend space or have the strength above the 7th stage. Nowadays it's peaceful. Though there are minor frictions here and there, they are harmless. The real enemies are the heterodox practitioners. When the invasion by them happens, you won't even have enough time for teleports throughout the day. But now, go with the flow and stop complaining. Qing Jiao was also feeling quite irritated as this newly appointed belief spirit kept whining about everything without putting his heart into sensing the dragon energy. However, in just these short 3 days, Qing Jiao could already sense an improvement in his own life essence despite how intangible and elusive it felt. Sigh, alright then. Wei Yong let out a breath, helplessly sitting down on a rock. It seemed there was nothing he could do. His role as a belief spirit began with an unemployed lifestyle on the very first day. Salary? No work means no salary. And relying on Qing Jiao to give him a boost? Not happening with his meager achievements. Wei Yong had no other option but to return to the somewhat nauseating time lag space. Didn't you say today would be busy for 240 hours? How come you're back after just 80? Nina looked at Wei Yang's disheartened return while she was still trying out this sapphire gemstone. Besides, when he wasn't around, her entertainment was going to be mixing and matching clothes and jewelry. If there's no war, a belief spirit is useless. Got it. Wei Yong lay down on his makeshift bedroll, always fearing he might fall straight through to the bottom of this space. Alas, who made him insist Nina sleep in a proper bed while he took the floor? So you're unemployed? Yep. Nina couldn't help but laugh ungracefully, wondering just how large Wei Yang's psychological shadow had become since it was his first day on the job and already unemployed. Laugh all you want. This actually gives me 10 times more time to rest. Wei Yong closed his eyes leisurely, embracing this period of idleness within the time lag space, which shimmered in 7 colors. Though gentle, it remained very bright. Nonetheless, it didn't bother him. After all, back on Earth, he managed to sleep surrounded by construction noise. This slight illumination was nothing. Sigh. I suppose, time may indeed be the most boring thing for you. Nina observed Wei Yong as he rested his eyes and found herself deeply reflecting. Everyone has a tranquil heart, wanting peace and quiet. If they can have it, who wants chaos? All these hustles and struggles are either due to circumstances or making the best out of hardship. Don't say so much, go to sleep. Everything will be in your dreams. Wei Yong said this, focused on letting go of all thoughts and drifted off to sleep. Actually, this way isn't bad. Nina watched Wei Yong lying quietly on the ground and experienced an unusual sense of calm. Since returning to this world, she hadn't enjoyed such a tranquil moment for a long time. Previously filled with hustle and bustle, war, the development of the elven race, and countless wails from lost souls, now she was simply lying in a peaceful bed beside jewels and fine clothing. This plain yet luxurious life she once yearned for has finally come true. Wei Yong, tell me, what is a rule? Nina stared quietly at the 7-color light on the top of the time lag space. Despite years of cultivation, knowing only the name rule, she couldn't comprehend it clearly. People call this powerful force rules. Rule? No clue. Haven't I reached the 7th stage? How could I know? Wei Yong was fully awake, considering he was sharing this space with a beautiful girl. To actually fall asleep? Only the truly exhausted could manage it. Same, judging by your talent. Without extraordinary encounters, you won't reach the 7th stage in this lifetime. How about working hard a bit? With your status and abilities as a belief spirit, increasing your strength should be easy. Overthinking it. Fate has chosen this path, why change it? Chapter 41, Some Grievances. If only I could be as carefree as you. Nina, seeing that Wei Yong had no reaction at all, felt a tinge of envy. In this xuanhuan world where strength is supreme, without power, there's nothing but waiting for death. But if you want to climb the ranks, then you must teeter on the brink of life and death. One false step, and you might fall into an abyss with no bottom. Wei Yang's easygoing mindset would probably last him no more than 3 days in this world. However, destiny plays tricks. It's been over a decade, yet he has maintained a dispassionate, let-it-be attitude. Haha, does the world offer so much fate that you can just sit and wait? If you don't seek out your chances yourself, they'll never come to you. Stop overthinking things. By the way, since every dragon represents a principle, isn't there such a thing as a fate dragon? Wei Yong suddenly remembered this matter. Fate, something as intangible as this, should qualify as a principle. Even heavenly Tao follows certain principles. Shouldn't fate also have its place? There is. I told you so. Tell me about it. What do you know? Wei Yong also opened his eyes. Since he wasn't asleep anyway, he figured he may as well listen to some casual talk and learn a bit about what's going on here. The Destiny Dragon was among the first dragons to be considered alongside the first Divine Dragon as one of the strongest beings. Before the other main principles found their masters, the Destiny Dragon and the first Divine Dragon were already trying to reach the 10th stage of Divine level. But according to legend, it failed and retreated into seclusion. There's another story that says it sacrificed itself for the Divine Dragon to achieve the 10th stage of Divine power, and later another member of the dragon race took over its role, though even that is unlikely now. More strangely, there's another rumor which claims that to reach the 10th stage, one must comprehend fate. At this point, Nina's words grew heavier. Once upon a time, she too was among the top fighters who dominated the continent. Yet now she can only submit to fate. Haha, how ironic. To understand fate? That seems impossible. Wei Yong chimed in. Although he wasn't entirely clear on what exactly the 10th stage represented, fate remained a very elusive concept. To try to understand it, well, unless one is a child of destiny, it's best not to harbor such thoughts. With billions of lives existing on one planet, only a select few are chosen by destiny. And who could say whom the heavens might choose? To the heavens, it all comes down to 2 words, interestingness. Why wouldn't it be possible? After the dragon god returned severely wounded, rumors spread that in order to reach the 10th stage, one needed to master not just one principle, but several. Though what those others might be, he did not specify. But I suspect the 10 principles dragons might have already started exploring them. 200 years isn't a short period. It should be yielding some initial results by now. Nina also mused slightly. After all, someone with the 10th stage power would have no reason to deceive the likes of them mere mortals who compared to deities are like ants. 10th stage. In reality, their level of existence has reached an entirely new plane far beyond anything ordinary blood and flesh creatures like themselves can match. They have absolutely no need to lie. Perhaps some person or dragon may be able to understand the principle of fate, but have you ever thought about what fate actually is? As people often say, the will of heaven cannot be defied. Since one comprehends fate, then could they foresee their own destiny? And if they discover that they cannot surpass the 10th stage, what purpose would it serve to contemplate the principle of fate? Wei Yang's paradoxical arguments left Nina momentarily dumbfounded. People from foreign worlds never studied these topics. For them, strength reigns above all. Their everyday effort goes towards strengthening their abilities. The commoners don't have much choice either. To remain safe each year amidst the chaos is success. Provided, of course, they're living within towns or cities that aren't under attack from monsters. If the monsters run amok, it's invariably the common folk who die first. And as for the so-called idea of destiny, what does it mean to live? And what is the purpose of life? These concepts don't concern them. They lack both the time and the inclination to think deeply about such matters. Those who might consider it, perhaps spend ages on end contemplating these philosophical questions. It'd be wiser to utilize this time for personal improvement instead, and hence scholars in the xuanhuan world are exceptionally revered. Scholars today focus on education, spreading knowledge, concocting historical annals, and gathering news, leaving little room to ponder these profound philosophical questions. And although they are scholars, they are mostly people close to death. All these individuals possess brilliant minds, but almost negligible cultivation talent. Their only means of sustenance is through writing, contemplating the meaning of life, maybe only at the moment of death, when reflecting on one's lifetime, looking back, lamenting existence. Nina wanted to refute somehow, but found herself speechless. There's no way around it. She too had once died, thus understanding what Wei Yong meant. Yet again, Wei Yong was correct. This world offers no leisure to contemplate life. Without enhancement of one's power and constant progress, one is destined to lead an insignificant life. When beasts rampage uncontrollably, those whose lives carry little dramatic shifts are the ones bound to perish. Fate is fair. If life doesn't shine, then the day it chooses to shine will be when you pay with your life. But if life shines too much, one slip and you'll fall into an abyss. Those who can maintain such brilliance while avoiding peril are the ones chosen by heaven. Unfortunately, in my view, neither you nor I are such individuals, so we might as well lie low like a pair of salted fish. Lying there every day might just work. And maybe one day, when this protective shield breaks, we'll both vanish from this world quietly, like doomed lovers. What doomed lovers? Salted fish indeed. Humph, you're just good at twisting logic, Nina said defiantly, knowing she couldn't argue with Weong anymore. She arrogantly tossed out a line and yanked the blanket, pulling it over her head. The result was clear. Her long legs were left exposed on the other side of the bed, the blanket having been completely pulled over to cover her upper body. Moreover, she hadn't dressed below the waist, leaving her white thighs visible enough to hurt Weang's eyes. This isn't some baseless logic twisting, it's reality. Knowing fate, yet being unable to foresee one's own destiny. Doesn't that seem contradictory? Besides, what about that time dragon? It should be able to traverse time, return to the past, or observe the future, but why hasn't it fulfilled its predictive role? Isn't that laughable? At this point, Weong no longer intended to debate further with this young woman. Instead, he planned to let facts speak for themselves. Once they rendered her speechless, she would lose interest faster, go away, and leave him alone to enjoy his peaceful tenfold unemployment leisure time. Ho ho. Yes, it's contradictory. But if you think mastering the law of time would allow you to change the past or future without paying a price, isn't that far too easy? Even dragons of the 10th rank cannot endure the consequences of altering the past or analyzing the future. Nina smirked at Weong with a hint of mockery and fear in her eyes, giving her ethereal face a touchingly pitiable look. Of course, in any world, existence that disturbs the order of things is not allowed. Speaking of which, is there something called Order Dragon? Weong found clarity within himself. If comprehending the principle of time could already alter the past and future, then the world would have long been thrown into chaos. Order Dragon? You mean the principle of order? Yes. I've never heard of an order principle. Even if it existed, I suspect it would be under Heavenly Tao. Think about it. The rule of maintaining world order essentially boils down to order principle. In a sense, each principle can also be considered an aspect of the order principle. Nina carefully pondered for a moment. Could understanding order principle really disturb the natural order? Ho ho, the Heavenly Tao certainly wouldn't permit such an anomaly. Talking about it makes me realize, principles are like programs. As long as they function step by step according to the rules, they can be used freely. Programs? What is that? But even within rules, there exists no absolute rules. This is indeed the essence of a principle. Hearing this new term, despite Nina's initial bewilderment, Weang's subsequent explanation made her less confused. The gist had come across. Can you please speak without sticking your head out? Also, exposing those long legs so casually invites trouble. After talking for a while, Weong finally noticed something amiss. Climbing up, he snatched the blanket from her and quickly covered her exposed legs. Not because he wasn't tempted, but more out of fear. Before someone stronger than him, one could be teased or mocked, but dared not rebut or strike first, lest death befall them. That's the way of the weak. Humph, I thought you were some kind of sage who looks down on all women of the xuanhuan realm. Nina responded irritably. Since meeting Weong, the pride she once took in her charm had suffered constant blows. Not to mention strength where she undoubtedly crushed him, but in knowledge and breadth of experience, she felt outpaced. Her handling of affairs lacked the freedom Weong possessed. Once a ruler herself, she now faced a setback against a man from another world. Now, his inability to resist covering her legs affirmed her attractiveness still persisted. Yet, she couldn't shake a feeling of unease. Sage? Aren't sages still humans? They claim sages lack desires merely because they haven't encountered what they want yet. The truly desireless entities are space itself. Even the Heavenly Tao harbors pursuits. I'm just a small individual with my own desires. How much leeway I can afford myself is a question I need to always consider. Any act risking fatal mistakes, I won't touch them. Weong gave a dismissive grin, his heart heavy with regret. Were his abilities stronger, none of these hesitations would exist. 2 former slaves had fled him already. Clearly, power mattered. Talent mattered. Trash remained trash. Wanting to overturn fate? If the mind remained flawed, did it make any sense? Humph, coward. Nina's face flushed slightly as well. How come she had those thoughts that Weong had mentioned? And previously, she indeed planned to tempt him. What was wrong with her? Was her IQ offline? Or was it because she had been reborn and become more open-minded about feelings? I'll dare to let you touch me if I swear on my soul that you won't be mad or hit me. I'm too lazy to talk to you. You're infuriating. Nina was quite upset. Weang's lack of sentimentality, his innate composure, along with a tiny trace of inferiority. This feeling was buried deeply. Even Nina herself would overlook it if she didn't pay attention. If not for the hundreds of years she lived, socializing outside for the future of the elven race, adept at human relationships and perceiving others, in which she was very confident, she wouldn't have noticed this subtle emotion in Weong. Let me sleep for a while. We can discuss anything else later. Too much chatting gets boring quickly. It's better to enjoy a moment of quiet. Weong saw that Nina was somewhat angry, but not enough to get mad. He didn't interfere further, understanding that between people, the fiery phase only lasted for a period. Just like getting used to something. No matter how beautiful, once it's within your grasp every day, it eventually becomes monotonous. And Weong truly cherished the calm serenity after such heat. There's no need for words. Beauty itself isn't sinful. Some simply cannot maintain tranquility. Are you so unwilling to have me around? Do you really hope I leave? Nina suddenly spoke, her tone filled with resentment. Although there were things she hid from Weong, it was her choice. Now, though she wasn't annoyed, she definitely hadn't reached the stage of love yet. But she didn't dislike him. Under the arrangement of that great master, following the current could also work for her. However, Why did each exchange with him feel like he was repelling her? I'm not particularly annoyed either. I just know my own situation. A beauty like you, and an elf too, possessing far greater power than me. Even with my spirit messenger status, any normal person wouldn't look twice at someone like me. So, when you ask this question now, it either means you're here under specific orders to monitor me, or you're preparing to mock me. Xuanhuan calmly stared into her emerald green eyes, though they were beautiful, giving him a feeling akin to watching a marionette being manipulated by strings. I can't say. This is part of my deal upon returning. Nina's mouth slightly opened. Xuanhuan's keenness and vigilance exceeded her expectations. Moreover, he was rather bold. Knowing she wouldn't harm him, he boldly allowed her to stay nearby, yet constantly made efforts to drive her away. Clearly, those who bear heavy responsibilities are never simple figures. I don't know where you've returned from, but clearly, you must have some purpose. I don't like conspiracies, so there's no need to bother. My life is more important. I don't have time to play these small games that you think are fun. Xuanhuan looked at her coldly, pity and regret evident in his eyes. You and I are merely pawns for the powerful beings. But now, since I still have a bit of use, I see it. Spending every day in this timeless space, unchanging over 10,000 years. Do you think it's enjoyable? It's all for their benefits. As you said, order is heavenly Tao. That's why their realm cannot experience accelerated time, whereas despite owning such good things, my low level doesn't make ripples in the grand scheme. Thus, order pays me no heed, and I can gain more advantages for them. Do you understand? It's not that you aren't likable, but in this world, without strength, one has no right to love. Xuanhuan silently walked back to his ground bed. The world felt very easygoing. Yes, extremely laid back. Yet it held dangers lurking everywhere. At any moment, abnormal path travelers might break through defenses, or perhaps the attacks of two great powers could strike overhead. Though Xuanhuan yearned to explore the world outside, his identity was too special for prolonged wandering. Chapter 42, The Start of the Church. No rights, huh? Nina was lost in thought, recalling Xuanhuan's words. Had she still not seen through life after all these years? It made sense indeed. Since her cultivation began, it took her only 170 years to reach the 7th level of strength, earning the tribe's admiration and being hailed as the strongest genius of the elven race. She did not disappoint everyone's expectations, breaking into the 8th level at the age of 270. With the total lifespan of an elf being up to 2,000 years, becoming an 8th level power at 170 was astonishing, like a human becoming a powerful warrior in their 20s. And the previous elven queen had merely stopped at the peak of the 8th level, having failed repeatedly in attempting to fuse completely with the laws at the 9th level. During the queen's late years, seeing no hope for a breakthrough, the crown eventually fell onto Nina. It was akin to a spirited young woman in her 20s suddenly becoming the head of her clan, full of passion but forcibly calmed down, lacking the trials of life's hardships yet forced to learn human relations and advocate mutual development. This led to a legendary life filled with irony. Yes, without power, without talent, what can I do even if you strong ones disrespect me? Haha, laughable as it is true. Rules are set by the strong, while abiding by them is the duty of the weak. For the strong, there are no such constraints. The Tao of Heaven appears as just another formidable presence to me. As long as my strength surpasses the heavens, I need not follow these rules or face heavenly retribution, because they wouldn't dare to punish me. Rumble. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, lightning flashed in the endless darkness far away, clearly showing Xian Tian's irritation. A small creature dared to utter such arrogance. Is that so? Alas, this is reality, one which I have never faced. Nina fell silent, but had already made her decision in her heart. What Xuanhuan said was undoubtedly the truth. She had simply refused to look at the world from the perspective of the weak. Her life was compressed prematurely into heavy responsibilities just when it started to bloom, depriving her of adventures that other elves enjoyed. Journeys southward where they encountered the demon races, merfolk, and developed human cities, returning home afterward to witness the mighty powers of dragons. These experiences were supposed to be a standard part of an elf's journey. Traversing the entire continent was a necessary task for every elf at the age of 300. But at 280, the title of Elven Queen bound her tightly. Her daily thoughts were no longer about enhancing her abilities or imagining the snow-free days in the south. Instead, they revolved around the future of the elf race. Consequently, despite achieving the 9th level of strength, she devoted everything to the elf race, receiving almost nothing in return. Haha, forgive my impertinent words. I've rested enough, right? Don't try to scare me with tiredness. I see lightning as merely the energy produced by cloud friction. Apparently, things aren't the same here. Xuanhuan glanced at the boundless dark space beyond the multicolored light barrier, chuckled softly, then reclined back on his makeshift bed. A trace of worry lingered in his heart. He didn't fancy sleeping suspended midair. Seeing Xuanhuan close his eyes to rest, Nina originally wanted to say something but stopped herself, unsure how to start. Words had been spoken to such an extent already. What she could say now was merely about her return agreement, but revealing that wasn't timely yet. It needed perfect timing. At this moment, in Hot Spring Town, Xuanhuan, you were commissioned here, and I will rise here too. Make looked at the gate of the town walls with complex emotions. Although they couldn't compare to the awe-inspiring 100-meter-high wall stretching endlessly in Muse City, for him who spent over a decade in a small village, arriving in this broad and magnificent city certainly evoked a different feeling. I am now at the pinnacle of the 2nd rank, but there are still plenty of pure souls in my storage pouch. My master also said, Though the use of pure souls can enhance one's power without side effects, one should still refrain from overusing them. They may only be employed when there isn't enough spiritual chi during a breakthrough. Otherwise, practice must rely on one's own sedimentation, particularly for a magician like me. Recalling the instructions of a great entity stored within his storage pouch, Mick decided not to utilize the pure souls further to rapidly enhance his strength. He left Weichong Town instead, venturing out on his own. The monster forest under the jurisdiction of Hot Spring Town housed creatures ranging from 3rd to 5th rank. However, as a 2nd rank mage at his current level, he had the qualification to enter, especially since reaching the 2nd rank expanded his magical repertoire significantly. Teams were more flexible too, often consisting of 5 2nd rank mages collaborating together to hunt a single 3rd rank monster. Not an impossible task. My path is about to begin. Make touched the Adventurer Guild badge nestled in his chest pocket, an emblem connecting him to his 4 companions. With resolve firm, he stepped into the boundaries of Hot Spring Town. As expected, this boy Mike is very ambitious. The others are not bad either, especially Chi-Tae, who is sharp and steady-minded. They're all good, except for. Tali looked down from the sky at Mike entering Hot Spring Town and thought of Liang with a mix of helplessness. The recent nail-biting encounters still left him slightly uneasy. The initial 4th stage mutated monster was manageable, but then things escalated when even the dragon race got involved. With his current peak 6th stage strength, he felt as powerless as an ant in front of dragons. Grace, are you sure Lord Xinling is in Muse City? Yes, Kita. Don't doubt it. Lord Xinling's last appearance was in this city. There's no major battle happening now, so we have to start our search here. The plump man with a hooked nose glanced at the slim companion beside him, also with a hooked nose, and noticed that their contrasting physiques often drew plenty of stares along their journey, which had a strange charm. Why do I keep hearing that Lord Xinling's home is near a place called Weiyang Town by the forest? This Muse City is enormous. How are we supposed to find him? Kita, the slim one, complained as he looked at Grace, the plump one. Although they both hailed from the demon world, known as the Dark Black Church, they belonged to different sects, the Kadu sect and the Huinong sect. Both factions originated from the subordinates of the Demon King, Huinong Kadu, but during the fateful battle between the Demon King and the hero, neither side brought any followers, sparing much damage to their forces. After the death of Demon King, Huinong Kadu, his loyal base split into 2 camps. The Kadu sect advocated nurturing a new Demon King. Once a Kadu sect member reached above 5th stage, they would request to travel or train outside, seeking the successor of the Demon King. In contrast, the Huinong sect aimed to bring back Demon King, Huinong Kadu. The current Pope Clary, a direct descendant of the Demon King, was actively trying to call upon the spirit of Huinong Kadu. However, after over 200 years, there was still no sign. Meanwhile, the demon world acquired the protection of the magic dragon, greatly boosting morale within the demon world. Having the dragon race on guard meant the Xiantian realm acknowledged the existence of this world. It gave more hope for the Huinong sect to revive the Demon King. Take your time searching. Lord Xinling's bracelet is the best identifier. We only need to spread our mental force to sense wrist positions. That's enough. Kita, withdraw your probing power here. It's not efficient. Grace, the plump one, didn't get along well with Kita, who possessed the peak 6th stage strength. His spiritual energy could cover several kilometers, but compared to a city as vast as a country, it felt like looking for a grain of rice in a basketball court. To explore the entirety of Muse City would take ages. Yeah, stop checking others' talents and evilness levels too. Focus on the task. Kita awkwardly withdrew his probing energy and spread it more widely. Combined with Grace's spiritual range, they managed to cover almost 10,000 meters together. Be careful. I hear the hypocritical people from the Holy Court are also looking for Lord Xinling. If detected, we should leave immediately. The world right now isn't friendly to those from the demon world. Images of countless wrists flashed through Grace's mind before disappearing. He and Kita dispersed in opposite directions. At this point, hundreds of thousands of meters away. Hey, Vikel, can you stop playing around? We're supposed to be finding Lord Xinling. It's fine, Mishu. Lord Xinling has interdimensional teleportation privileges, so finding him largely depends on luck. Let me play another round to check my fortunes. These were also 2 hawk-nosed men, but since they belonged to the Holy Court, they were simply 2 blonde-haired, blue-eyed giants. By the way, Mishu, I heard something about problems in your family recently. Wasn't it related to the exposure done by our Lord Xinling regarding the collusion with monsters and illegal production of pure souls? Vikel kept his eyes on the dice table, piling his coins on low. Vikel, it's all because of some retired night walker from your family. Strange indeed. Our family is already wealthy, yet such a disgrace still occurred. Mishu couldn't help feeling somewhat disheartened talking about this. Even though he was from the Pavar family, joining the court meant minimal participation in family affairs afterward. If sealed as a knight, one would fully detach from the family and contribute to the church and the world. So I forget it. Anyway, we're now part of the court. Hopefully, we'll meet Lord Xinling soon. Once we complete this mission, we'll earn a chance to become knights. Damn, lost again. Vikel slapped the table in frustration and rose from the crowded casino. Phew, the air outside is much better. Vikel stretched his body as much as he could. The casino was filled with smoke, alcohol, noise, women, and even some mental drugs. The moment he stepped out, it felt like the world was actually quite a pleasant place. Let's get down to business first. Mishu put a hand on Vikel's shoulder, unleashing a surge of mental energy that spread across roughly 10,000 meters. And just like that, These two so-called Western knights in silver armor vanished from their spot. Xuanhuan, are you ready? What is it? Nina stared blankly at the top of the iridescent light membrane, feeling utterly bored. This space had no distinction between day and night, and only the number of times her internal spiritual energy circulated could give her a sense of time. I want to go out for a walk. Is that okay? Sure, I'll let you out. Xuanhuan lay on a straw mat, the red bracelet on his wrist flashing as a beam of light formed a portal nearby. It took him a long time to learn this spatial gate technique within the beast ring, mainly for future convenience when sending messages. After completing the transmission here, he could open a door and instantly arrive at the next point without needing to carry items through an intermediary spacetime. Can you accompany me for a walk? Me? Xuanhuan opened his eyes in surprise, but then relaxed. Good timing. If she went out and found her true love, maybe she would stop bothering him. That would be fine. All right, let's go. Oh, we're proper clothing. Seeing Nina's intention to step outside wearing only a long dress, Xuanhuan firmly stopped her dangerous idea. After all, most adventurers in Muse City were of the 4th stage, while those of the 5th stage weren't uncommon either. Although individuals of the 6th or 7th stages were rare, they still existed, not to mention the 8th stage experts guarding such a major city like Muse. These people had not only awakened their domains, but also possessed the power of supreme control within them, meaning that once inside their domain, they ruled like gods. And at the 7th stage, activating the domain was akin to casting a full power buff on oneself and simultaneously placing a full power debuff on the opponent. However, if faced with exceptionally talented opponents, one might still fail miserably. Okay, let's go. Unable to resist Xuanhuan's insistence, Nina changed into her pale purple dress, accessorized with various pieces of jewelry, hairpins, earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and anklets. Of course, she quietly slipped a ring onto her left ring finger. Xuanhuan went seeing her adorned with gold and silver, but didn't pay attention to her hand. Is it necessary? We're just going for a walk, right? By the way, do you prefer the city, the beach, or somewhere else? Xuanhuan stood by the Twisted Spaces portal and asked. Let's head to the beach first. After careful consideration, Nina decided on the beach. She hadn't visited the coastline in years since the reshaping of the continent after its reformation, making this trip even more desirable for her. All right, we'll go to the beach first. With a flash of red light from Xuanhuan's right hand, the distorted scene outside the warped portal transformed into sandy shores and the ocean. Leading the way, Xuanhuan grabbed Nina's wrist and stepped out of the space portal. Swish sh. As soon as they exited, the sound of waves crashing against the rocks greeted them, accompanied by the smell of the sea. The wind howled, and the waves surged, leaving behind countless fish and shrimps stranded on the shore, causing sea birds to rush to feast afterward. The scent of the sea. Nina spread her arms wide, embracing the refreshing ocean breeze. It had been over 200 years, and she deeply cherished this sense of relaxation. I wonder how it tastes. Xuanhuan picked up a crab that crawled toward his foot. He never got to try seafood in his previous life as crabs were more expensive than fish or shrimp, and the place where he lived was far from the coast. He never tasted fresh seafood before. Chapter 43, Dog Food Tastes, Ambiguous Development. The taste of seafood is really good, except for these shellfish which have too much sand. And crabs, and what's this? Octopus, right? Yes, it smells pretty fragrant. Nina's mouth was stuffed with various shellfish, peeled shrimp meat, crab meat, and octopus meat. Despite being scalded and breathing heavily, the unique flavor of seafood had truly conquered her. That's because we don't have seasonings here. If we had some vinegar or similar, the taste would be elevated to a completely different level. Xuanhuan calmly peeled the shrimp. After eating one crab himself, the rest were quickly taken over by the beautiful girl in front of him, leaving him as a waiter who peeled shrimp, dismantled crabs, and cooked octopus. Delicious. Is there more? None left. The ones we picked earlier are all gone. Want more? Go get them yourself. Xuanhuan looked at this freeloading elf with an irritated expression. Crabs tasted good. They offered a sensation unlike shrimp. The faintly fishy smell of the sea, a little bit similar to fish meat but better tasting, slightly sweet aftertaste. However, despite its deliciousness, Xuanhuan lost interest after trying once, because he wasn't used to the marine flavor. Nevertheless, Nina found it very flavorful. Why does it taste so bad? I roasted it on fire and boiled it in water just like you did. Nina spat out the seafood in her mouth, confused about where she went wrong. The ingredients need the simplest preparation methods. Use the fire from wood ignited by your hands to try roasting or boiling. Xuanhuan also felt quite helpless seeing the bright red flame directly igniting in Nina's hand. Oh, really? Nina was puzzled. Aren't all flames the same? Why can't summoned flames cook food and only wood-burning flames work? However, soon, when watching the sizzling sounds of the shellfish and crabs roasting over the campfire, her doubts disappeared, replaced by the pure scent of authentic seafood, the most primitive flavor. Wow, so magical. But why Xuanhuan? Because summoned flames are meant to harm, whereas flames from burning wood, though equally harmful, are usable by everyone and possess great inclusiveness. Xuanhuan weighed many ideas in his mind. How the summoned flames are hotter, their burning principles, the additional oxygen involved during combustion. Clearly, these lacked convincing power, so among the least worst options, the great inclusiveness was chosen. Great inclusiveness. Nina nodded, vaguely understanding it. In any case, as long as she didn't use the flames on her hand for cooking in the future, igniting wood is rather simple. Forget it. Explaining it is so complicated. Just remember that when making food, use flames generated from natural objects. preferably if there's coal available since its burn is long-lasting and maintains a constant temperature. Seeing Nina's lack of interest, Wei-Ong also sighed in relief, deciding not to say more. I'm full. In no time, Nina, having eaten her fill, wiped the grease off her mouth and face with spiritual energy. Seafood, an unknown delicacy to the elven race. Because of their contemplation of natural laws, elves usually eat meat from hunting vicious monsters. More often than not, they consume wild fruits and vegetables. As for seafood, perhaps only a small number of elves who traveled the world happened to try it. However, traveling the world takes too long. Besides, the temptations of the colorful world far outweigh staying in one place simply to enhance one's power. Elves may seem naive, but those tainted by worldly desires no longer qualify as true elves. They will not be protected by the laws of nature. These fallen elves shine brilliantly upon their appearance, yet fall into ruin afterward, dying unnatural deaths or being imprisoned until death. Elves who resist such temptations generally choose not to return to the icy world of the elves, opting instead to wander the outside world as nameless wanderers. Nina had never ventured outside the realm of the elves, and her only outing ended in her own demise. She learned about these experiences through the few old elves who returned to retire. After being full, just lie down for a while. After having a hearty meal, moving is undesirable anyway. What they say about walking after meals helping you live to 99, it's all fake. Walking around just causes indigestion. Wei-Ong found another reef far from the sandy beach. Behind it was forest soil, serving as a boundary line between dirt and sand. Wei-Ong sat there, facing the ocean wind and sense ahead, while behind him lay the forest, always feeling as if some fierce beast would jump out from behind. That makes sense. Nina walked up to Wei-Ong, looking at the reef already occupied entirely by him and feeling somewhat frustrated. Could I borrow your leg for a moment? As Wei-Ong was lost in thought, a unique sensation came from his thigh. See, Nina. Wei-Ong roared inwardly, but already broke out in cold sweat. Will this woman take the opportunity to kill me? Should I react? It feels great, but my leg is so numb. Is she just waiting for me to move so that she'll strike? Wei-Ang's face alternated between red and white. He truly experienced a mixture of pain and pleasure. On the side, Nina's face had turned as red as smoke. Feeling her vision was getting blurry. How dare I be so bold? Should I get down now? Nah, I'll just stay seated, it's comfortable anyway. No, I still shouldn't. But what excuse should I give to get down? Both of them fell into absolute silence, the air around them filled with the sour smell of love. Under these circumstances, every minute and second passed so slowly that Wei-Ong could even feel his pulse throbbing, impacting the blood vessels compressed on his leg. Well, why don't we return to the time-lagging space to rest? Okay. Wei-Ang's voice slightly trembled with fear. After all, the flower of peony might be beautiful, but death can accompany it too. Oh, sure. When Nina heard Wei-Ang's consulting tone, she felt that at this moment, he was so gentle and considerate. No, it was too embarrassing. She'd better end this kind of feeling quickly. Could you stand up first? Though, if you don't want to rise, it doesn't matter either, just sit tight. The moment Wei-Ong finished the first sentence, he suddenly felt a chill, and immediately communicated with the beast ring on his right hand with his mental force. A red light flashed, and the two disappeared in an odd posture. Undine Na, who would have thought that you would show such an expression? Truly, it's very rare. But also, since your legend ended prematurely. Deep underwater, the mermaid queen looked at the image of Wei-Ong and Nina disappearing in the water curtain before her. With a smiling face, a trace of sorrow revealed itself. The stronger the power, the more one bears, the more one knows, the more things there are that cannot be said. I didn't mean to. So why don't you get down? Wei-Ong sat by the edge of Nina's bed, where her already petite body hung with her feet off the ground. Putting all her weight on Wei-Ong due to a transmission error, she was leaning against his chest, giving a uniquely sweet sensation. All Nina could hear was a buzzing sound in her brain. She didn't catch what Wei-Ong said. She just quietly sat on Wei-Ang's lap, leaning back on him. Her mind had frozen. Am I destined to die under the peony flower, becoming a lustful ghost? I'm not ready yet. Haven't explored the other world enough, and my leg's gone numb. Should I use force? This is a 5th-tier expert, once royalty among elves, someone who has comprehended natural laws. If she resists just a little, one slap could finish me off. Wei-Ong was filled with melancholy. Even sages may sometimes experience anger or desire. How much more so for himself, an ordinary person? Having a pretty girl in his arms without any thoughts would be misleading. However, it was necessary to assess the situation and weigh pros and cons. The minor characters who lose their minds will only last 3 chapters, with the author perhaps adding extra words like, a week later, and then they're gone. Therefore, though Wei-Ong had purchased slaves, he still had to carefully test whether the slaves truly wanted to follow him. Resorting to force meant being wicked. In this world, cause and effect were real. Knowing about evil meant refraining from doing it. Wei-Ong sighed deeply. The only way out now was to activate the stagnant martial energy inside him, to stimulate circulation in his body. Normally, people who don't practice actively, their battle chi runs automatically. But for Wei-Ong, it was like a dead snake. It wouldn't move unless poked. And when poked, it moved as much as required. Can I get down now? After unknowingly stimulating his martial energy within, Wei-Ong finally found his chance of release, but inexplicably, there was some hesitation. Wait, this must be another trap. To obtain so many benefits without effort, and now voluntarily requesting to leave. There must be something fishy going on. Must be careful. Just as Wei Yong was preparing to agree, a sudden insight flashed through his mind. He hastily corrected himself. Have you had enough sitting? Wei Yong cautiously tested the waters, gently asking. Yes, it's been quite long now. Let me down, please. Really? Won't you sit a while longer? Wei Yong couldn't help doubting. Although unbelievable, matters of this sort are always dangerous as dealing with emperors. It needs multiple confirmations. No, thanks. I'm feeling a bit sleepy now. Let me sleep. Nina felt even more embarrassed listening to Wei Yang's gentle words. She had no choice. At the verge of adulthood, she was elevated to a high position and trained to be a queen, losing the sentiments that any normal young girl should have possessed. Now she felt mortified. Hastily jumping off Wei Yang's leg, her heart raced. Turning around, she climbed into bed, buried herself under the covers, not daring to look at Wei Yong. Phew, thankfully my life is still intact. Wei Yong sighed in relief in his mind. But when he glanced down at his legs, now seemingly surrounded by a subtle fragrance. Damn, it may feel good, but I gotta be alive for that. Life goes on, and there's plenty of time for pleasures. Wei Yong lightly patted his slightly numb leg, trying to calm himself. He looked around at the numerous cabinets he had brought back. The sleeping space and walking area didn't take up much room, so this round-shaped space contained one house-sized central living area, with the rest filled mostly with large cabinets and storage cabinets, scattered about here and there. This did not obstruct their view of the infinite darkness beyond the light membrane. These cabinets were filled with various kinds of fast food, frozen meat chunks, bread, water supplies, etc. Due to the slow flow of time and the abundance of rule-based forces, these foods stayed fresh for an exceptionally long period. Eating bread and drinking cold water, Wei Yong could use his fragile mental force, amplified by 2 beast rings, to communicate with the rules of this time-delaying space. For the ice-frozen meat, he arranged some cold ice rules. As for the food, he took the effort to let time rules flow through the cabinets. This way, the food would never rot. Although Wei Yong didn't know precisely what time rules did, it didn't matter as long as the food stayed unspoiled. Beside him, Nina, curled up under the covers, had already fallen into mental chaos. Oh no, how am I supposed to face him now? Despite being prepared mentally, it's just too embarrassing. Does he think I'm a promiscuous woman? What to do now? Although when we came back, I said I hoped for an intense romance, asking me to make the first move. I can't. Nina's restless heart wouldn't settle down. She was no longer the former queen. There was no need for her to uphold her royal demeanor. But growing up, besides learning to carry the dignity of a queen and basic courtesies, she hadn't learned much else. Even when encountering rare treasures that others treasured dearly, she could remain outwardly calm despite inner excitement. However, regarding love, which she had never experienced before, and especially during her first intimate contact with a man initiated by herself, everything seemed unimaginable. I want to go out for a walk. Do you want to come along? After eating his fill, Wei Yong returned, gazing helplessly at Nina bundled up in her blanket. He couldn't just leave without saying a word, or ignoring proper etiquette. Despite her ability to crush him effortlessly, basic courtesy required that he at least ask. Asking certainly wouldn't harm him in any way. Huh, sure, wait a moment. Nina was somewhat surprised. Hearing Wei Yang's casual tone, as if they were chatting normally, relaxed her a bit. After all, she had once led her entire race, albeit briefly, and managed to control her emotions when facing people, unlike before where her shyness might have been detected by Wei Yong, who probably would have taken advantage of the situation to get closer. Alright. Wei Yong was slightly startled too. I was just being polite. She didn't have to respond. Sigh. With no other choice, Wei Yong stared outside at the endless darkness, lost in deep thought. Was this truly his place? He wasn't sure. Should he ask clearly? Nah, that'd be too lame. Or maybe confess directly. Better not. Throughout, there hasn't been even a trace of romantic affection between them. Why embarrass himself over false self-esteem? Many thoughts flashed through his mind while Nina also finished tidying up, returning most of her jewelry to their places, and keeping only a braid tied. Chapter 44, Little Punch? Nina with a high ponytail presented quite a different flavor, exuding a strong sense of youthful charm. Combined with her already 2.5-dimensional appearance that felt almost 3D, it was truly heart-stirring. Are you coming? What's wrong? Staring off into space. Nina walked up to Wei Yong, noticing him staring at her in place without moving, which secretly made her feel a little smug inside. Humph, like I can't handle someone like you? Yeah, a bit. Let's go. Wei Yong snapped out of his daze, feeling slightly embarrassed for revealing such a silly expression. Well, he couldn't help it. 2.5-dimensional things were just too beautiful. He opened a spatial door, and the moment they stepped out, they found themselves already on a street in Muse's City. Given how vast Muse's City was, after zooming into a section of the centipede-like body of the city map, Wei Yong still had no idea where exactly they were heading. Shrinking it back down again somewhat arbitrarily, he assumed it should be one of the northern city-states of Muse's City. What? We're actually on a street? Why didn't you say earlier? I could have dressed up. Nina gawked at the bustling streets. She had just come out after tying up her hair and now regretted not having properly adorned herself. If she'd known this would happen, she would have definitely spent some time getting ready instead of thinking they were going back to the beach. You didn't ask either. This time we're coming into town to take a look around, or perhaps visit the demon beast forest. Being by the sea all the time gets old. In that case, let's go to the forest. With you there, those demon beasts wouldn't dare do anything reckless, right? Nina said petulantly. This morning, she had left after dressing very elegantly but, unbeknownst to her, this wooden block had decided against parading her beauty through town, opting for a deserted seashore instead. Now, since she hadn't bothered to dress up and they were about to head downtown, it was truly maddening. Alright then. Wei-Yong was rather surprised and helpless. Women really were hard to understand. Huh. Oh well, let's just follow her mood. With a sweep of his right hand in the air, a square spatial door appeared. Nina eagerly grabbed onto Wei-Yong and walked straight through, drawing stares from passers-by on the streets as if they'd caught a glimpse of something rare and ugly. Is this the place? The detection seems correct. But why is there no one here? As soon as Wei-Yong and Nina departed, two figures materialized in their position, one fat, one thin, comically paired. Yet, the spiritual energy fluctuating from both of them was not to be underestimated. Wasted trip again. Hurry, the two dogs of the Holy Light sect are probably coming. We are restricted here. If we unleashed our full potential, we wouldn't fear anything. The fat man hastily pulled the thin man away. Sure enough, as soon as these two disappeared, two men dressed in silver-white armor with golden hair arrived. No rush. As long as fate has been decided, the messenger will not escape. Bullshit. It's all because of your insistence on trying our luck. Besides, this place radiates evil vibes. If the messenger has been taken away by them, neither of us will avoid execution for our failures. The hot-headed man was seething with anger. Apparently, during these few days, the Holy Light sect and the Dark Knight sect had engaged in several skirmishes. However, the Holy Light sect had to consider public properties, whereas the Dark Knight sect currently did not wish to reveal themselves openly. Thus, both sides refrained from large-scale conflicts, but carried out probing and driving away tactics instead. Just when they barely sensed the unique aura of the Chosen One near the edges of their mental detection, they rushed here only to find nothing, not even a trace left behind. Only a faint remnant of dark energy remained. Alright, let's go. It seems like our messenger will most likely head towards the forest. The Pope's secret decree states that the messenger's aura was last spotted 2 days ago along the western coastline, and appears to be accompanied by another female entity. Hadn't it been for the fact that the Pope dared not step into the domain of the Mermaid Queen, he would have summoned us back already. The laid-back man casually put an arm around the hothead's shoulder as both disappeared on the spot. Ho-ho, light and darkness. Intriguing. Nina looked towards the direction of Muse's city. In that brief instant of teleportation, she had already sensed the arrival of two forces. Though she once reached the 8th stage of cultivation, a great overlord-grade character, her current power stood merely at the 5th stage. Nevertheless, her basic spirit sensing abilities remained comparable to that of a 7th-stage cultivator. Even though the combined strength of two 6th-stage experts could approach the sensing range of a 7th-stage master, it paled compared to a true 7th-stage powerhouse due to the insurmountable addition of the law's essence. That wasn't something mere numbers could compensate for. What's wrong? Wei-Yong noticed Nina standing motionless upon entering the forest, puzzled as ever. Clearly, he found it impossible to figure out what went through a woman's mind. Nothing. Let's go. Nina turned around and gazed at the lush landscape before her. This area marked a rare open patch within the dense woods. However, open spaces usually belong to high-tier demon beasts. Currently, within a kilometer radius, Nina could detect the presence of a peak 6th-stage flash devil. However, it seemed the flash devil had likely also picked up on the unique energy signature of Wei-Yong, who was the so-called divine soul, thus preventing it from reacting aggressively despite Nina's presence. Let's go. Forests are wonderful places indeed, yet at the same time, they aren't. Wei-Yong looked ahead at the dimly lit area. Since they were inside the demon beast forest, and this was near the northern region where most of the trees were tall pines, the light was largely blocked out. Consequently, as soon as one entered this place, it would be almost like dusk, with just a little light to see where to step. But beyond 10 meters, vision would be severely impaired. Oh, is the forest not good? Why do you love and hate it at the same time? Nina also didn't want the atmosphere to become awkward, so she joined in any conversation that came up. After all, neither of them had much experience. The forest represents vitality, but things taken too far often reverse themselves. Where life is most concentrated, death is everywhere. That's how this world works. Wei-Yong glanced at those dark, shadowy corners. From time to time, he could vaguely spot a poisonous snake or some colorful toxic insect crawling by, which made him feel quite uneasy. Is that so? Nina stared at the lush forest, feeling very confused. It seemed pretty fine to her, so why would anyone fear it? But then again, the elven race were the darlings of nature, naturally close to the natural world. Forests were their best refuge, just as fish found protection in the ocean. You're an elf? You wouldn't understand. Darkness is the source of fear. Even those who walk alongside darkness fear the dark. Wei-Yong silently led the way forward, trying to choose more open paths. Although the forest did house quite a few large demon beasts, smaller areas were usually filled with half-man-tall thorny bushes or shrubs, so they would have to use animal trails instead. Do even those who walk alongside darkness fear the dark? Nina mulled over this sentence, various thoughts flitting through her mind. Tired, let's rest a bit. They had only walked for half an hour, but Wei-Yong already felt a hint of boredom creeping in. The further north they went, the colder it got. Their current position was just a bit north of Muse's city, not too far from the one-quarter boundary line towards the north. However, the faint chill already made him feel as though autumn had deepened. If they went a few thousand more meters, snow would likely start appearing. It's been only a short while, and you're already tired? You really are Jiao Chick. Nina muttered under her breath as she walked over and picked a large leaf, laying it on the ground before sitting next to Wei-Yong, leaning against the thick trunk of a pine tree. Looking up at the dense treetops intertwining above, she felt a certain sense of awe. So, This is what it feels like to view these trees from down here. It's not bad either. Nina tilted her head back, enjoying the stillness provided by these age-old giants. Someone once said, the ones who plant the trees don't necessarily enjoy the shade, though maybe this world doesn't have such a saying. But being protected can indeed make one live comfortably without needing to think too much. The downside, however, is that if your tree falls, so do you. Therefore, choosing the right big tree is important. A salty fish lifestyle sounds derogatory, but isn't living like a salty fish something few people truly manage to achieve? Everyone says that not striving makes one no better than a lazy dried fish. Thinking about it, not striving does indeed resemble being a dried fish. No need to strain the brain, no need to worry about the future, turning over whenever whimsical impulses strike, doing anything without anyone pointing fingers or critiquing every move. This kind of carefree existence is what humanity truly seeks. Yet, even wealthy landlords complain about collecting rent monthly. It's exhausting. Living under protection will never lead to growth. Nina shot back at him irritably. This person always came up with crooked logic. But when you thought about it, his twisted reasoning actually held some water, which was infuriating. So, whatever he said, the safest bet was to argue back first regardless. One day at a time, life without protection is tough. Weiyang just chuckled softly. Recalling his days of working hard, a minor frown from superiors would immediately unleash a torrent of abuse down upon subordinates. He hadn't escaped his fair share of berating, the worst part being that you had to pretend to take it all in earnestly, as if you learned something valuable each time. How laughable. Life isn't about not wanting to follow one's whims, but having the power to act freely requires foundation. Money serves as its base, reputation as its flesh and blood, and authority as its soul. With these combined, one may act as one pleases. Alas, no one ever truly achieves that freedom since gaining one thing means giving up another, just as you can't have both fish and bear paws simultaneously. Tough, probably. Nina didn't reply outright, but mentally, she understood. Thinking back 200 years ago, stepping out of the elven race, all she faced was decline. Once a generation's pride, the hope of an entire race, now just a fleeting moment of brilliance. Irritating. Hey, assign me a rank, 5 demon beast. Let me vent my frustrations, otherwise you come over here and be my punching bag. Nina stood up abruptly, eyeing Weiyang fiercely. How exactly am I supposed to assign you one? Weiyang froze momentarily. This elf must have lost her marbles. Just find a high-ranking demon beast and negotiate with it. You're a spirit messenger, personally approved by the dragon race. They'll give you face. Am I that influential? Have I eaten the face fruit? Okay, I'll give it a try. Hurry up, my fists are starving for action already. Nina raised her fist smugly. Your tiny fists? Will your little punches lightly tap on my chest? Weiyang, looking at Nina's delicate hands, couldn't help but think of this joke. Apparently, it matched pretty well. Oh, is that so? Nina slightly narrowed her eyes, casually throwing a punch not at Weiyang, but at the tree trunk behind him. Bang! Weiyang only felt his vision blur as a gust of wind rushed by his ears. Then, next to his head on the tree trunk, there appeared a hole. The big tree didn't break, but where Nina hit, the punch imprint penetrated the 3-meter diameter pine tree like a cannonball. Ugh, ahem, just kidding, don't mind it, I'm leaving now. Weiyang instantly decided anime-style girls weren't that great after all. Cold sweat poured down his back. Adrenaline skyrocketed, right? He quickly grabbed her superhuman strength wrist, then both disappeared into the depths of the dark forest, leaving behind a perforated large tree in disarray. Grace, how about we go back? The skinny Kita currently had an empty left sleeve, and a nauseating aura of holy light hung around him. Clearly, the two sides met, and tensions escalated significantly. Kita, at this point, do you still think the demon race has a way back? You've also seen how these people attack us once they know we're demons. If the demon realm no longer has its demon king, we will continue to walk in darkness. Even Fat Grace wasn't looking good. His grand black robe was torn in several places, and his body bore multiple bruises. Some wounds were crusted over already, having been eroded by the holy light. Healing these injuries would take time. Right now, outside, Wickle and Mew were speeding up their search for them, and also the spirit messenger. Though each search covered nearly 10,000 meters, their speed was unmatched. Finding a place within a day wasn't hard. With the specific traits of holy light against dark energy, a rough position could always be identified. Hey, Mew, let's rest for a bit, this is boring. Wickle yawned. The scenery surrounding his body kept changing because of the incredible speed. Being at stage 6, his speed neared teleportation, moving as swiftly as flickering shadows. Finding someone required merely covering them with one's spirit power. Wickle, even though you helped save me before, the Demon Clan and our holy cathedral have always been mortal enemies. This time, allowing 2 Demon Clan major generals to fall wouldn't be bad. Mew said indifferently. Before, due to carelessness, he almost got wiped out by those 2 demons. Fortunately, Wickle returned just in time, saving the day. Wickle's strength. The elder who sent him mentioned. The Pope even considered making Wickle the next Pope. But Wickle refused. That was enough proof. Wickle's strength wasn't simple at all. This time, facing 2 opponents of the same rank, even if victory wasn't assured, his life should have been secure. Yet, the indifferent and lazy expression that never changed on Wickle's face irritated Mew endlessly. Genius indeed made people resentful. Where am I? Nina blinked and looked at the vast ocean surrounding her. She was baffled. What happened? Sent to the middle of the sea? Can't be. Hey, Weiyang, where are you? Crap. Weiyang ran away. Nina looked at this lonely island surrounded by sea, devoid of any civilization. The marine demons were scarier than those in the forest. There were no size restrictions in the ocean, evolving solely for survival, making the competition here even fiercer than in the forest. Chapter 45. Words from the Dragon Clan. Damn it, he really dared. Nina's mental power covered a range of 10,000 meters, but all she could see was an endless sea with many sea monsters. She didn't dare to probe too deeply in the sea for fear of encountering deep-sea behemoths, and only the Tao of Heaven likely knew how many truly existed. Trouble as expected. I said find me a place to vent some frustration, not maroon me on this deserted island, especially one like this. Nina looked at the beach, under her feet, which was merely about 5 square meters in size. Her movement was restricted. She could only passively defend herself. Oh, headache. Sure enough, not far in the distance, some time ago, several fins of fish-like creatures broke the surface of the sea, creating wave patterns. Their target was clear, Nina on the tiny beach. Are these shark-type magic beasts of the 4th tier? Their mental powers are nothing special, but their physical strength is nearing the peak of the 4th level. Maybe even 5th level experts wouldn't be your match underwater, but that's irrelevant. Nina retracted her mental energy. At one point, even 8th tier magic beasts would hesitate before taking action against her. Now, some lower 3 to 4th tier creatures were daring to pick fights with her, while she also felt irritated because Wayne had stood her up. The bow of wood spirits. With a simple motion of her hand, a bow formed out of wood elemental essence materialized in her grip, without a string. Unperturbed, Nina drew an invisible string, and instantly a shaft of wood elemental energy took form, along with a lethal aura. Despite being wooden, its sharp tip was just as lethal as any blade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 emerald streaks flashed and dived into the ocean, aiming directly at the leading trio of fins. Boom, boom, boom. The sea exploded, ejecting chunks of flesh and fins. Immediately, the other fin shapes surrounding Nina quickly submerged, and what remained were the floating remnants of the sharks' bodies disappearing into red-tinged water that gradually diffused and faded, restoring the blueness of the ocean. Humph, still have some sense, Nina smirked contentedly. Unless 7th tier sea beasts arrived, she was confident she wouldn't lose. The 7th tier was already imbued with the essence of rules. 8th tiers had the ability to actualize rule realms and transform them into their own individual domains. While they both dealt with realms, one transitioned from virtual to real. 9th tier reversed that process by integrating existence into self-realms, achieving partial divinity. And that so-called 10th tier simply refound oneself within the laws of nature. Easier said than done. Frowning thoughtfully, Nina stared silently at the calm, rippling surface of the sea, not knowing what exactly was running through her mind. Where am I? Wayne observed the strange expanse of black infinity before him, much like stepping into a starless universe, where directions like up, down, left, or right were impossible to discern. Why does my teleportation always go wrong? Being weak really has no respect. Wayne let out a sarcastic comment. In situations like this, either high-level entities had intercepted him or his luck was absolutely horrid, accidentally being dragged away by chaotic space streams. Oh, didn't expect you to actually end up here. Suddenly, the completely dark space began to reveal faintly the outline of a translucent watery screen, immensely vast, as if it had always been there all along. May I ask, Elder, where am I? Would you be kind enough to send me back to the xuanhuan realm if it isn't inconvenient? Looking at the enormous transparent mass almost filling his field of vision, similar to viewing the world through glass, some borders could vaguely be distinguished. However, this colossal entity stretched far beyond comprehension. With tens of thousands of meters easily visible, the edges weren't reachable even with Wayne's current physical constitution. A 3rd-tier powerhouse himself, seeing kilometers away posed no issue, yet the limit of this enormous object eluded him entirely. Out of necessity, he submitted himself humbly to circumstance. Kid, as a believer of spirit, aren't you lacking in backbone? The space dragon found itself caught between laughter and pity. As someone who bore the spirit of faith identity, only second to the prestige of the Dragon Clan, others might have already become arrogant conquerors or dedicated themselves fully to enhancing their capabilities. But only Wayne, the dimwit, spent all his days lying in delayed spaces or releasing slaves he purchased just for fun. This sight made the dragon intervene. When Wayne and his girl attempted teleports, a little sleight of hand allowed Wayne to experience firsthand the advantages of greater power. Alas, rather anticlimactic, he crumpled straight away. Guts are for showing enemies. Among allies, it's just being your true self. Oh, then tell me, am I enemy or ally? Don't know. You? Space Dragon seethed, truly irritated. No wonder, despite Time Dragon's old daughter having karmic connections with this fellow, he no longer sought after this guy anymore. Well, no time to chit-chat. I summoned you to convey this. Reversing time is as arduous as crossing the Yin-Yang River, and the 5 elements reside between heaven and earth. Wayne stood stunned. That's all. I've delivered the message, scram. The colossal outline quivered slightly, and Wayne disappeared from where he stood. To be precise, the space around Wayne along with himself had been bundled up and sent away. Damn, these elites can truly do as they please. Wayne found himself teleported directly to the stasis realm and couldn't help but laugh wryly. Clearly, that enormous figure had to be from the Dragon Clan, no doubt about it. But what did time is hard to reverse like crossing the Yin-Yang River? The 5 elements dwell between heaven and earth mean the future or the past? Reverse Yin-Yang? Find the 5 elements? Ancient literature was such a headache. It's been so long. Could something have happened to Wayne? Nah, impossible. He values his life too much. If I died, he'd probably run off without a second glance. Unless he's visiting his sweetheart? That doesn't make sense either. He could stay in stasis space for 10 to 15 days, so clearly he hasn't got one anyway. Nina waved her hand, causing patches of green grass to grow on this small sandy area, just enough for her to lie down comfortably. The natural dragon of the natural laws has already made an appearance, to restrict the elven race, perhaps? Humph. Even though we've become single attribute, our innate connection to the elements remains unbroken. Nina reflected on how she had recently used the bow of wood spirits to kill several fish-type magical beasts. Actually, this skill should properly be called the bow of nature, possessing energies from all 5 elements. Now, under her mental resonance, only wood elemental spirit responded. A once 5-element ability had now been reduced to a single element, with its lethality diminished drastically. Consider this. If the 5 elements could transform and layer onto each other, there would be countless possibilities. Now, there's just one, and layering them together isn't even possible. Combat power must have dropped by at least 10 times, not to mention that wood elemental energy merely moderately counteracts water elements. If she were to face metal or fire elemental monsters, things wouldn't go smoothly. Ugh, when is that idiot coming back? It's been such a long time. Watching the sunset drawing near, Nina knew very well that wasn't the sun, it was a fire dragon. Only fire dragons who reached the 9th rank could possibly impersonate the sun. Elven ancient secrets recorded. When Xianhuan initially formed, the nights were dark. Heaven showed mercy and bestowed order upon the great races. With clarity came nightfall, thus began the concept of time. A short sentence carved indelibly into the elven spirit tree sparked Nina's curiosity. Back then, during those dark ages, the spirit tree was most likely just a regular tree. How exactly did the ancients conduct themselves? Alas, the documentation was too sparse. All they currently had access to was a segment on the spirit tree itself. As for what circulated in the outside world as remnants of the upper antiquity or far antiquity, these were likely just leftovers from some lesser sects wiped out later. Ho ho, speaking ill of others behind their backs isn't good. It easily exposes you. The spatial tunnel quietly opened, and Wayne leisurely walked onto this tiny beach. Watching Nina lying comfortably amidst the green grass, he felt an involuntary pang of envy. This carefree ease was precisely what he yearned for, unfortunately. Humph, I thought you wouldn't come back, preferring instead to buy a few small slaves and escape to the ends of the world. Nina didn't move, continuing to rest lazily in the grass without the slightest flicker of emotion in her gaze. There was no way around it. For someone like her who had climbed the heights before, even being in the depths of a valley, the beauty of the peak was still etched in her memory. The moment Wayne opened the spatial portal, the faint space fluctuations unique to deer had only induced mild confusion among those unfamiliar with them, sensing movement without detecting anything tangible. They mostly trusted their spiritual senses, but this highlighted the peculiar quality of spatial waves. Each person's portal was distinct, influenced by factors like strength, current condition, emotional state. All these nuances had a bearing. But Wayne's spatial portals were different. They were stable, unchanging, opening exactly the same way each time, as though preordained. Unfortunately, I nearly perished 9 times over. If not for someone seeing me as a useful faith spirit, I'd probably have been annihilated mid-teleport by spatial storms. Wayne chuckled nonchalantly, as if it were idle chatter between 2 acquaintances. So you dumped me in this vast ocean? Nina's tone softened somewhat in accusation. He diverted me during teleportation, but was thoughtful enough to send you somewhere rather than letting you remain stranded in the space channel. Wayne said composedly, is the other party from the Dragon Clan? Oh yes. Clearly, Nina's calm reply seemed amiss at such a critical juncture. Shouldn't there be a follow-up thanking the other side? Let's go back. You need to practice harder or find someone to forcibly boost your abilities again. Judging from this interrogation, it seems you're just too weak. Nina stood up indifferently, glancing at Wayne still lying on the ground as she casually waved her hand, causing the grass on the floor to retract again. All right, let's go. Helplessly, Wayne got up, brushing off the sand from his back. This woman was too smart. Upon arriving at the familiar stasis space, Wayne immediately collapsed and lay there. The brief hours seemed like a long time had passed. Tell me specifics. Nina didn't hesitate either, sitting directly on the bed and looked down at Wayne who was already sprawled out like a corpse. No way around it. All right, I'll tell you. Wayne kept his eyes closed and began recounting slowly. During this time, Nina surprisingly remained silent, listening attentively to Wayne's slightly complaining narration. I've finished. Why aren't you saying anything? Wayne opened his eyes curiously, looking at the silently pondering Nina sitting at the edge of the bed. He truly couldn't comprehend. What's there to say? The Dragon Clan is merely reminding you not to waste the privilege given to you. Hurry up and improve your strength. Otherwise, any random 9th rank expert could kill you, even if you have the stasis realm. Nina shot Wayne a glance before burrowing her head into the soft blanket. On the surface, the Dragon Clan's lecture was just a reminder for Wayne to enhance his power. But underneath, it also carried a subtle warning, along with the looming chaos ahead. Without real strength, everything was futile, even though his faith spirit identity was special. However, what desperate people might do under dire circumstances was unpredictable. I wonder if you'll ever be able to assist the Dragon Clan. After all, what they need isn't someone weak at 3rd rank. Strength that comes from oneself is always better. Nina pulled the blanket over herself, peeking through the gaps as she saw Wayne resting quietly with closed eyes. In her memories lingered that mission detail. If the deadline arrived, perhaps she would no longer be able to reincarnate. Sigh. The Tao, truly an arbitrary individual. Nina also closed her eyes to rest. Sleep truly was a luxury. Wayne kept his eyes closed, but the red beast ring on his right hand continued to glow. It seemed trying to forcibly pull his consciousness into it again. Although during the previous few entries he had learned many uses of the ring, the sensation of being completely restrained and the unbearable pain of skin peeling off was something he dared not endure again. The teleportation function was useful enough already, but he knew that eventually, he'd still need to have real strength. Otherwise, just like today, a single strong person could make him disappear without a sound. Humph, seems like I have to suffer after all. Oh well, come on. Wayne gritted his teeth and poured all his spirit energy into the beast ring. So this is how it looks here? The intense constriction came again. Last few times, since Wayne was instantly bound upon entering, he hadn't formed a complete spirit body, instead like scattered water currents suffering immensely. This time, prepared, he entered despite still being bound, but had now formed a complete spirit body, comparable to a ghost form. He could see things, equivalent to a phantasmal state of his original body, rather than just a lump of dead water that anyone could manipulate, only feeling faint perceptions. A space filled with dazzling colors stretched before him like a rainbow, yet not just 7 colors. There were dozens of hues clearly distinct, but giving an oddly mixed impression. Right then, Wayne found himself standing on a strand of black light. Buzz, seemingly noticing his presence, this black ribbon started vibrating subtly. Unable to move, Wayne was effectively trapped within this region of space. His spirit awareness only extended about a meter in front of him. Thankfully, since he had solidified his form, he wasn't like before where it felt as blind as entering darkness. Is this soul refining? Wayne watched as the black light ribbon attached itself to him like slime. A sharp, agonizing pain spread through his body simultaneously, but he observed his condensed spirit body gradually emitting a glow through the black light enveloping him. Though he couldn't sense any improvement in his spirit energy, Wayne vaguely realized that once his soul transformed entirely, inside and out, becoming equally luminous, his strength would likely multiply manifold. Shoo! The moment the black light adhered to Wayne's calf, a sensation akin to leg cramps combined with countless pinpricks swept across his entire body. In previous attempts, he entered only briefly before retreating immediately upon feeling the pain. Now, seeing potential benefits close by, he decided to hold out longer. Chapter 46, Rule of Forging Souls. Experiencing pain while being unable to move even a fraction is akin to needing to urgently use the restroom but not being able to relieve yourself. All your focus will be drawn towards it. Whether you try to forcefully control your sphincter muscles or attempt to distract yourself with wandering eyes, nothing will work. Your mind will only amplify the feeling of discomfort and make you try every method possible to resolve it. Empty alleys, quiet back roads, hidden side streets. Weiyang was exactly in such a situation now. Though the soul in his leg had begun to emit a faint glow, he felt as if he were about to lose control over his calf, making him feel uneasy. Along with the black light bands climbing higher and higher, they were gradually reaching his knees, like he was being eaten by these light bands. It was similar to being licked by a large feline animal with its barbed tongue, scraping off layers of meat. I can't take it anymore. Weiyang shouted inwardly, but under the current circumstances, he couldn't even move his eyeballs. He wanted to leave this space, but his legs were tightly biting down on him, leaving him unable to escape. This time, I've gone too far. Weiyang lamented in his heart, then lost consciousness. There's no way around it. This kind of passive, forced concentration of mental energy caused more spiritual exhaustion than the physical state did, and without release, the soul's protection for itself left him with no choice but to abandon control and sleep to rest. However, despite actively blocking out the sensation of pain, the agony on his spirit exceeded that of physical pain countless times over. So at this moment, though already unconscious, Weiyang's tightly furrowed brow and occasionally twitching soul body were still resisting this pain. Crack. Finally, when the black light band enveloped Weiyang's thigh, his toes cracked. They seemed unable to withstand the tremendous process of forging the soul, like an unmelted iron, or that could only be forged gently, but would shatter under forceful hammering. Humming, whistling. A pure white holy light enveloped Weiyang, suppressing the swallowing by the black light band, curing his broken foot in the process, and then sending him out of this beast circle space. As his spirit returned to his body, Weiyang's originally lying down body curled up instantly. His hands firmly hugged his knees, his head buried between them, trembling uncontrollably as his muscles contracted and expanded. The anguish of his spirit returned to his bodily perception in that split second. The muscle convulsions from the intense pain left Weiyang without enough strength to check the newly added information in his brain. He could only grit his teeth tightly, trying to hold his body steady through the ordeal, knowing once he endured it, everything would be fine. Weiyang, you. Nina had just prepared to take a good rest when she heard groans coming from beneath her bed. As a beautiful woman, how could she not suspect something was amiss? She turned her head and found the man beneath her bed crouched together, quivering, which truly made her sick. Huff. Not angry, not angry. Nina consoled herself countless times inside. Is this what avoidance looked like? Very good. You are doing what? Nina carefully got off the bed and pulled away Weiyang's thin blanket. What is wrong with you? Nina was shocked. At this point, Weiyang's muscles were moving incessantly, wriggling as if trying to detach from his body, while he himself had curled into a ball, clenching his teeth, his hands clawing so hard they bled, and continued gripping tightly, almost strangling his own legs. Hey, what's wrong with you? Nina grew serious too, because Wei Yang's body was filled with the aura of the dark rule, but this body, not favored by elemental rules, tried every method to escape this aura, yet due to some reason, couldn't do so. Reluctant to be comprehended by this waste, the dark rule could only settle for relying on his body rather than merging into his soul. Therefore, although his body grasped the dark rule, as his soul lacked any comprehension of it, he was still incapable of summoning it. Except now dark rule-related harm had little effect on him. However, adopting such a plan to match the rule using the body has since the establishment of Xuanhuan realm allowed only a few people who purely trained their physical prowess to reach the 7th rank. But progress thereafter remains stagnant because the body is tangible while the soul intangible. Something corporeal cannot increase its capacity without breaking the essence. Presently, Wei Yong is also like this. With only 3rd rank strength, a small portion of the dark rule has filled him completely, and the rule itself resists blending with his soul. Hence, for more rules to cohabit, one must increase capacity, and to increase capacity, it can be done, just strengthen the body adequately. Thus, the initially incorporated dark rule internally strengthened his body from within, while those free agents fortified him externally. The process of reinforcement inevitably involves bumps and bruises, hitting the nerves. One place could be tolerable, but this was happening all over the body. Truly an intense, unforgettable experience. Rule fusion? No, it's rule forging. But how? I'm only 3rd rank, yet dragon race. Nina looked at Wei Yang's right hand beast ring glowing with red light, and had her own plans. This matter, she decided, wasn't for her to interfere in. Even if she wanted to get involved, her strength simply didn't allow it. Despite coming with a mission, the person she served had also agreed that participation would be voluntary, without compulsion. Thus, she concluded she should just wait and see. As for the future, that could be discussed later. With resolve, Nina conjured up a green protective dome around Wei Yong, one that insulated sound, fire, and even kept out thieves. It also maintained humidity, warmth, and comfort. Cough, cough, slightly off topic. Anyway, it was a wood element energy shield granting Wei Yong traces of life rule essence, while also subtly alleviating his pain. Naturally, it wouldn't do without sound insulation. That's the best I can do. After doing these things, Nina suppressed the strange feelings rising in her heart, laid back on the bed, mind free of distractions. Free of distractions. Time to sleep. Poor Wei Yong curled into a ball, and was sent off with just a green dome, erasing over a month's worth of shared feelings so cheaply. Well, they weren't exactly expensive either, huh? This? Huh? Do you not want me to perceive it? Are you refusing even if it kills me? Wei Yong longed to return to Duan's tranquil meditative space, where there was no worry, no pain, no pressure, just weak murmurs he didn't need to pay attention to, floating freely as he pleased. Even death seemed preferable to what he felt now. Never mind, he'd bear it. After all, death would leave him with nothing. He desperately controlled his tears from spilling out, focusing hard on not sensing the ripping of his muscles. But how could this be easy? Flesh is part of oneself. Even if unnoticed in daily life, it certainly hurt when sliced. Wei Yang's thoughts came in fragments. Whenever he tried to think of something else, the pain in his entire body seemed to multiply instantly, forcing him to sink once more into agony. How many floors must a bag of rice be carried to 2nd floor? Can't take it anymore. Boom. Just as Wei Yong was about to collapse mentally, everything suddenly stopped. No more pain, sadness, or sorrow, as if they'd never existed. Huh? Am I dead? Or is it over? So sudden. Wei Yong, thoroughly confused, slowly lifted his head, the deeply furrowed brow smoothing out as he opened his eyes. So, I've really died, haven't I? In front of him lay a white expanse, clearly signifying that he'd found relief. Dead? How could that be? It's just that you couldn't handle it, escaping here instead. A voice sounded behind Wei Yong. What? Hey! Wei Yong quickly turned around to find someone identical to him standing there, leaving him frozen in bewilderment. And you are? Still don't recognize me? The figure smirked at the dumbfounded Wei Yong. It was quite amusing. Just sit down. Since you've arrived here, it shows that you're not far from death in your world. Yeah, probably on the brink already. Is that so? Then where is this? Shocked momentarily, Wei Yong soon settled casually onto the ground, sitting face to face with this double of himself. You know where we are? Last life saw too many things, pure white worlds, the edge of death. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with these. The opposite Wei Yong smiled faintly. So, this is my consciousness space. Wei Yong sighed bitterly, realizing how much he'd underestimated that pain. He should have left when the black light reached his ankle. Though painful, at least it wouldn't have killed him. Sigh, shared memories make this awkward, nothing to say. The opposite Wei Yong sighed again. Confronting oneself was indeed awkward. Some people refuse to acknowledge their own souls, rejecting even when themselves spoke everything truthfully, always believing themselves correct. However, Wei Yong the slacker cared little for such melodrama, thinking briefly before concluding that existence equated to reason, or else, reasons were given accordingly. So am I dying now? Not yet. That girl outside isn't half bad. She cast a healing dome on you, keeping you alive, that's all. Can you see the outside? Wei Yong was startled. Why wouldn't I? I'm merely a spirit form. Everything surrounding you and causally related is recorded. As for memories, they're certainly not stored within my memories. As he said this, the Wei Yong opposite him also had a hint of pride. There were some things that even he himself didn't know. This was the significance of his existence. Oh, after Wei Ong gave a faint reply, an awkward situation fell between the two. Honestly, chatting with oneself was truly meaningless. At this point, Wei Ong was like someone suffering from split personality disorder. You'd better not come in here again in the future. Why? Wei Ong was puzzled. Each time you come in, it shortens your lifespan by 10 years. So don't come anymore. Don't easily give up unless it's a certain death situation. After the other Wei Ong slowly said this, he flicked his finger against Wei Ang's forehead, sending him out of this space. Cough, cough. As soon as Wei Ong regained consciousness, he felt that this might not be his own body anymore. There was a burning pain everywhere, and even taking a breath caused his chest to feel unbearably fiery. Is this what they call that dome? Wei Ong looked at the green light surrounding him. The light was very gentle, but why did the gentle green aura repairing his body cause such excruciating pain? Hey, you're awake? Your life force is pretty strong. Maybe this is the benefit of being a divine messenger. You haven't died from this yet, and you'd better just stay still right now. Just feeling life essence can cause you pain. If you move, you'll likely explode directly. Is it that terrifying? Wei Ong forcibly held back his urge to make a sound, gradually guiding out his currently weak spiritual energy to convey his thoughts to Nina. Don't think I'm exaggerating. Right now, your body is stuffed full of dark rules, like a suitcase forcefully packed and zipped shut. If you reveal even a single flaw, the zipper will break and so will you, leading to direct explosion. Never mind, I'll just lie still then. Yes, stay still. Who knows what those dragon race heads are thinking? A person without any affinity for rules or spirit energy is brought over as a divine messenger. Now it's good. You've become a mobile rule body. Nina lightly complained as the green glow deepened its greenness, but the pain also intensified doubly. No, super doubly. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the recent major event could only be about the divine messenger chosen jointly by the human race and dragon race. But almost half a month has passed, and this so-called divine messenger hasn't appeared before the public. Aside from Wei Ang's few companions who knew about the accident, no one on the Xiantian continent had seen him, and neither had the magic beast side. As for the divine messenger, there had been no word after the declaration of identity by the dragon race and human race. There were no more words exchanged, nor were there any restrictions mentioned. Hence, currently various rumors started circulating across the continent. The most prominent were only two. One was spread by the magic beasts. The divine messenger merely declared an identity, but it carried the mission of maintaining friendship between the human race and dragon race while opposing external enemies together. Thus, any creature that didn't discriminate against the beast race and doesn't side entirely with the humans could become the divine messenger. As long as the previous divine messenger was slain and their double rings symbolizing identity were taken, anyone could become the new divine messenger. The second came from the human race. After being declared the divine messenger, since one serves as the messenger, one must necessarily shoulder great responsibility. Responsibility falls to those capable, and the first divine messenger was merely 18 years old. Therefore, any individual aged 18 or younger who could embrace both races would simply need to defeat this first divine messenger to succeed them. In short, whoever defeats the divine messenger and claims the rings becomes the next divine messenger. Embracing both races? Haha, pretend if you have to. Thus, not only were the people of the Light Church and Dark Knight Church secretly searching for the divine messenger, but the magic beasts were also paying attention to where the divine messenger might appear. Mac and Oten, among the four, were all placed under imperial protection. Their residence, Weiyang Town, was filled with people daily, all for one purpose: to defeat the divine messenger and replace them. The weak don't deserve such a grand responsibility, and as the divine messenger, one should be able to obtain resources from both the human race and dragon race. This was the focal point. Chapter 47. The Aftermath of Defeating Xinling. 3 months. Weiyang felt that the 3 months he spent recovering were incredibly long. Without any sense of time, all he experienced was the constant pain transmitted by his body, a pain that startled him awake from deep sleep. Yet, when he woke up, even a slight tug in his muscles would bring more intense pain. Due to going for a prolonged period without a drop of water, completely relying on this faint life force protective shield to sustain his nutrition, and with his muscles' excessive expansion causing tears and injuries, Weiyang now only felt an emptiness in his stomach, yet there was no sensation of hunger. Very strange. Hey, Nina, can I go out now? I feel like if I don't eat something soon, my stomach will be ruined. Weiyang sat up, looking at Nina, who was quietly practicing cultivation in bed. Though every cell in his body still ached faintly, they also exuded an eagerness to move around. Give me control over the space portal. I've eaten all the food you stored. If you come out now, your stomach will really be wasted. Nina sounded somewhat helpless. Before reaching the 7th stage, without an elevation in the level of life, basic metabolism would still continue. Fortunately, this space was relatively special, both convenient and private. There wasn't much more to say except that being here for 3 months had made Nina tired of her porridge and dried meat diet. Although the stasis field could preserve temperature and nutrients, the evaporation of water was unavoidable. The porridge, sealed with oil paper, despite the long passage of time, retained much of its moisture, but the meat had become dried meat. No way. With a flash of red light from Wei Ang's right hand, a spatial gate appeared before Nina. You just use this force field to cover my upper body, then I'll leave together with you. Wei Ang looked at her steadily. During this long stretch of time, he had thought deeply. The identity of Xinling, though so far it suited him best, wasn't perfect. What he truly desired was simply to live as he pleased, unburdened by restraints. His nature was not dark, and he was easily contented. The minimum requirement to meet this need was also simple: to have food and drink sufficient, the freedom to wander wherever he wished, living freely and peacefully, to see everything the world had to offer, and to experience the myriad facets of human life. And as Xuanling, the reliance wasn't merely on the status. It was also about the ease of using teleportation mechanisms, spatial doors for conveyance, which could also save one's life. And speaking of spatial doors, what might happen if a material object were teleported midway and the spatial door closed? He'd tested this several times during these days. It would be severed, and the severed part wouldn't appear in this stasis space. Instead, it would vanish somewhere during the teleportation process, much like how he'd been abducted by the dragon tribe before. Space was not to be tampered with carelessly, and handing over control over the spatial gate would mean, for someone slightly capable, if their combat energy or spiritual power was powerful enough, they could open the spatial gate and enter this stasis space. Even if he could instantly escape via teleportation, the feeling of entrusting one's life to another's hands was something nobody would dare do lightly. Would you casually give your life after half a year of living together? Come on, don't be naive. Seems reasonable. Nina glanced complexly at Wei Yong. This person who was foolish and naive 6 months ago, once considered a waste of talent and cultivation, was now thinking about his own survival. But, indeed it hurt deeply. She herself was already dead and faced with some absurd mission, having interacted for half a year now, and the other party was still wary of her. This made her feel both disappointed and heartbroken. I'm not unwilling to give it to you, Wei Yong watched Nina walk into the spatial gate, sighing inwardly yet unable to start. Sometimes, no explanation was perhaps the best explanation. If you want to die, go ahead and feast on spices and delicacies, see if your internal organs can handle it. Nina and Wei Yong were seated at a restaurant, but had only ordered a bowl of grade 1 savage beef porridge. Nina couldn't help it. Considering Wei Yang's body that had just barely regained mobility, digesting even this bowl of porridge might prove strenuous. If she were to order roast meats and Wei Yong couldn't resist taking a bite, the fully saturated rule forces in his body might suddenly collapse from his abdomen and explode outward, turning him into a walking rule balloon full to maximum capacity. It wasn't easy to touch him now, otherwise he'd burst. SSSS. As soon as Wei Yong drank down a little of the porridge, the familiar burning sensation returned. Along with the beef porridge, it felt less like swallowing porridge and more like flames. From the throat through the esophagus, and into the stomach, where it felt as if fire raged within. A slight movement of digestion caused Wei Yong to feel as though his abdomen had been branded by heated iron. Taste the consequences. Nina coldly huffed, her tone angry. But her hands didn't stop. A green glow enveloped Wei Yang's abdomen. However, his life force was weaker than it had been 3 months ago. It seems my natural elf race is about to turn into a wood element elf race. Nina looked at the porridge in front of her, quietly lost in thought. What should we do? Even drinking kanji is so difficult. When will I be able to eat something better? Wei Yong wiped the sweat off his forehead. It was no easy feat enduring the pain. 3 months of adaptation had merely allowed him to endure silently, without groaning aloud, though his facial expressions still contorted uncontrollably. He also dared not tense up his muscles to reduce the pain. They would burst if he did. His face twisted constantly, while his body remained relaxed, quite uncoordinated. Want to eat better? Sure, when your body adapts to that power, you might get to eat. But high-level magical beast dishes are out of the question for you. I thought your lack of spiritual and sensing abilities was bad enough, but your fragile body with no potential, no wonder how you've survived this long. Perhaps Wei Yang's previous silence had made Nina slightly resentful, causing her words now to cut deeply. Wasn't that a bit too harsh? After finishing her sentence, Nina regretted it immediately. Despite her anger over Wei Yang's earlier behavior, she admitted she'd gone too far. After all, it involved life and death, and Wei Yang's actions were understandable. Yes, I am indeed a waste of talent, then what? Wei Yong stared at Nina as if to say, I've admitted it, so what's next? You're going to continue belittling me? This time, Nina was left speechless, unsure whether to explain or not. Either way led to an awkward situation. If she justified herself, it meant refuting her own claim. If she didn't, it seemed petty. So silence it is. Let's go. This porridge will be packed to go. I wouldn't dare touch food anymore. Wei Yong stood up, casually sending the food into the stasis space with a hand movement. There. The faith spirit is there. From outside came a noisy commotion. Looking through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, sure enough, people and beast clans surrounded the restaurant where Wei Yong stood, glaring red-eyed at him, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. What is going on here? Nina frowned lightly, noticing even some of those outside started to irritate her. Although most gazes were fixed on Wei Yong, there were several foolish ones that occasionally wandered onto her. I don't know, but I think we should ask. Without understanding the situation, at this rate, the moment I open a teleportation gate another day, countless deadly weapons will be aimed at my life. Wei Yong felt a flicker of excitement, but forced himself to stay rational. Outside could be hundreds, maybe thousands of people aiming to slay him. What? Coming for autographs? Stop being naive. With so many bloodshot eyes glaring at him like he'd slaughtered their families, Wei Yong knew well he lacked both the shamelessness and idiocy to think otherwise. This crowd clearly sought trouble. Slowly creak. The door of the restaurant opened slowly, and Wei Yong followed Nina out. I am at least the faith spirit. Can you show me a little face saving by explaining what is going on here? At this moment, a flash of blue light emanated from Wei Yang's left hand. Though his voice wasn't loud, it accurately reached every ear present. Master Faith Spirit, we've come to challenge you. If we win, you'll hand over the symbol of your identity, the human beast double rings. A peak 5th stage human stepped forward. Clearly, this man was the organizer of the large group. Challenge me. Take the symbol of my identity. Wei Yong was somewhat stunned. Yes, if we defeat you, we'll inherit your title as Faith Spirit. The man before him was determined, feeling certain since Wei Yong only seemed to have the strength of 3rd stage at its peak. 2 levels apart was the same as the difference between ants and elephants. Alright, you don't need to defeat me. I'll just leave the thing here and let me go. How's that sound? Wei Yong sighed helplessly. Beating him would grant them the identity of the Faith Spirit? He didn't even know this role could be inherited. Not bad. A good chance to shed this identity and return to his modest house to guard his treasure trove. He wondered idly if he even had money left after such chaos. Shouldn't you be angry, and then very? The leader of the group was completely stupefied, staring at the red and black bracelets offered by Wei Yong, feeling as though he was dreaming. Why be angry? Take them. I find them troublesome. Sure, they are convenient, but such heavy responsibilities pressuring me are simply uncomfortable. Just as well, you want them? Here. Wei Yong said this with a faint air, grabbed the man's hand, and solemnly handed the items over to him. The great mission of maintaining peace between the human and beast races. Take it. Wei Yang's eyes were stern as he gazed at the other person. Oh yes. The man was thoroughly bewildered by Wei Yang's actions, and in a daze accepted the bracelets. As Wei Yong and Nina left through the crowd, the 1,000-strong blockade, even with a 7th-stage expert secretly lurking to prevent any quick escapes, was instantly turned into a laughingstock. You just gave up your identity as the Faith Spirit like that? After watching Wei Yong leave through the massive gates of Muse City, Nina finally mustered the courage to ask, What else could I do? Wei Yong didn't slow his pace, merely glancing at Nina by his side before continuing on steadily. If you don't want to be the Faith Spirit, then why didn't you give me permission when I asked? Nina bristled at this. After all, she'd been by his side for so long, yet she didn't even get the authority to open doors. If you wish to become the Faith Spirit, I would have given it to you. Wei Yong said this without turning back. The pain from forging one's soul according to the rules, it made him chuckle dryly. He knew himself better than anyone. Even though he had only decades of life ahead, living comfortably was best. If an enemy threatening his life were to appear, enduring this torment wouldn't matter. But now all this was merely about being someone who once tried an alien path outside of the dragon race's jurisdiction, while under no direct threat yet. He could still assess when there was truly a problem. You? Unreasonable. Nina stamped her foot out of frustration. If she had become the Faith Spirit, she wouldn't have wasted so much time on Wei Yong. The role of the Faith Spirit was far more complex than simply sending messages. But what should we do now? The Faith Spirit directly handed over the bracelets. To whom does it belong now? Yes, exactly. We've gathered thousands of people waiting for these bracelets, and now that we've obtained them, it's time to decide their rightful owner. Yes, exactly. Oba, holding the 2 red and black bracelets, stared at his agitated companions. At this moment, the bracelets in his hands felt scorching hot, almost like molten magma. Though he wanted to immediately wear them, the current circumstances wouldn't allow it. According to the plan, we'll set up a fighting arena and invite the city lord. These bracelets are not something we lower-tier 5th-stage fighters can casually touch. Doing so might mean we won't live through tomorrow. So let's settle this fairly, letting strength decide. Oba resolved firmly that this was the only way they stood any chance of contending for the bracelets. Sometimes, easily obtained things prove the most dangerous. Fair competition? With us? How is that possible? The identity of the Faith Spirit is something even those top geniuses of the 7th stage would envy. That's right. They're supported by powerful families and possess immense strength. How can we adventurers compare? Well said. Stop arguing. Oba shouted loudly. Listen to me. Let's hand over the bracelets to the city lord and suggest he restrict the combatants to the lowest cultivation level during the match. For instance, if a 7th stage fighter battles a 5th stage one, both will have their power limited to the 5th stage, and then the matches will commence. Not good. The 7th stage expert's vision has reached another level. Even if they're restricted to the same level, there's still a huge gap between us. Quickly understanding, the crowd below responded. Exactly. Even if the power levels are restricted, our experience in battle and awareness in combat are far inferior. Then how about limiting the use of weapons for those whose powers are suppressed? What do you think? A loud voice rang from the sky, subduing those who were secretly plotting to seize the bracelets by force. Lord City Master. It's Lord City Master. Lord City Master has arrived. Restricting the use of weapons. Well, that makes it not entirely hopeless. Yes, since Lord City Master has spoken, this condition isn't unacceptable. Lord City Master, please take care of the bracelets on our behalf. We'll simply participate in the contest. Oba, his eyes flickering with intent, forcefully hurled the 2 bracelets into the air, using his spiritual energy. Good. Each of you 1,000 participants shall receive a 5th stage magical beast core. Lord City Master's voice echoed again. The 2 bracelets floated in the air and moved toward the center of Muse City. From the sky, numerous fist-sized, uneven magical beast cores fell down. 1 5th stage core landing beside each person, mysteriously floating there. Thank you, Lord City Master. Thank you, Lord City Master. Thousands of people respectfully received the magical beast cores. Although none of them were strong enough to take the bracelets, preserving their lives and gaining a 5th stage magical beast core made this deal highly profitable. Inside the City Master's mansion. Competing for the title of Faith Spirit? Fine. Let this serve as the first grand tournament since the continent's peace began. Still, I should inquire about Emperor's opinion. As Muse City's master looked at the red and black bracelets in his hand, a gleam of fondness flickered across his eyes. Chapter 48. The 5 Emperors of the Human Race. Returning to the familiar house, Weiyang looked at the long dining table in the hall and the crystal chandelier illuminated by light magic core. He sighed a lot. Although only a few months had passed in reality, he felt like it had been an extremely long time since his last visit. Mr. Weiyang, you're back. Teiko slowly descended from upstairs. When Weiyang was around, she couldn't always sleep in his bed, and he didn't prefer sleeping upstairs either, so she picked one of the 2 empty rooms facing the road with a balcony. She took care of her meals herself, as Mr. Tali no longer managed the food here now that Weiyang was away. I've resigned. For now. Weiyang sat down in the main seat. This was his own home after all. How have things been recently? Pretty good. No need to worry about survival. Eating and drinking are not problems. That's good. If you don't mind, you can stay if you want. Maybe in the future, I'll still leave for some time. It's just easier to take up a position than quit, especially for someone in charge of spirit letters. After a brief Q&A session, silence fell once again. There wasn't much to talk about. They hadn't exchanged many words, and some irrelevant topics weren't necessary either. Sometimes, silence, although awkward, was better shared between the two than endured alone. Are you leaving again? Yes. Even though I have no talent and no grand ambition, you see, responsibilities seem to fall on me regardless. Do you know why that is? No idea. Teiko sat in the lower left position beside Weiyang, quietly looking at the desk in front of her, seemingly lost in thought. This is what's known as the Tao of Heaven. Tao of Heaven. Isn't it good? It has rules, it has direction. But how many people would willingly walk the prearranged path? As the saying goes, the Tao of Heaven lacks benevolence. It treats all things as straw dogs. In truth, the Tao of Heaven is simply a living entity with pursuits and desires. Weiyang remembered the pitiful big boss, who was once the Tao of Heaven but had no creatures under its command. Dragging him over must have cost a great deal. Otherwise, as the supreme Tao of Heaven, how could he be allowed to bargain? Just grabbing his soul and stuffing it into the body of a newly deceased person would avoid rejection by the alien world's heavenly Tao, saving time and effort. Is the Tao of Heaven also a living being? Teiko was slightly surprised by Weiyang's words. Wasn't the Tao of Heaven supposed to be the embodiment of rules or principles? Now he claimed it was a living thing, which seemed ridiculous but had a grain of truth to it. Anything with consciousness, any sentient beings with opened intelligence, all of them count as living entities. And the Tao of Heaven is no exception. It's just that its level of life is so high, so far above us mortals. Moreover, as long as the world exists, it won't face the risk of death. When the creatures within the world become powerful, even the heavenly Tao benefits, forming a cycle of succession where the fittest survive. This is precisely the Tao of Heaven. To enhance its strength more effectively, it has laid out various rules such as laws, regulations, and the Great Way, restricting our growth to a certain extent. Boom. Before Weiyang could finish, thunder echoed across the sky, lightning illuminated the ground even in the daytime, and thick streaks of lightning flashed incessantly through the void. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. Seeing the lighting brighten the room brighter than daylight, Weiyang immediately stopped speaking. Otherwise, he'd surely be struck dead in the next second. Not even the cut, in the land of eternal judgment, could save him. By the time Teiko noticed the brewing lightning, she already instinctively held her rabid ears and shivered uncontrollably. She didn't hear anything Weiyang said afterward. The lock by the Tao of Heaven could not be resisted or ignored by any creature in the Xuanhuan realm, yet the effect of lightning and heavenly authority was limited only to the region around Weiyang's house. Nothing unusual could be seen elsewhere. Such was privilege. Looking at the brilliant heavenly authority, Weiyang involuntarily trembled. After all, this was the might of the Tao of Heaven. Though Weiyang harbored little reverence inside, his power was merely at the 3rd stage. He hadn't even grasped what internal energy truly was. To face heavenly authority without fainting right then and there was already commendable. Alright, this time, I'll take some financial assets, because there's still a young lady waiting outside. As for the rest of my property, use it well within your lifetime. Try to enjoy it or consider it my investment in you. If you truly want to repay me, don't force yourself. Earning me some money would suffice. Your physical condition problem is beyond my control, but when I encounter stronger ones, I'll mention it to them. Whether they help you or not depends on fate. Weiyang glanced at Teiko, who was still trembling and curled up in her chair, before deciding he'd rested enough. This place might be called home, but really, where there are no others around, every place could be considered home. What were you just doing? I felt that the room was dangerous just now. Nina looked at Weiyang as he walked out of the door, recalling the feeling that had made her hair stand on end. She had originally wanted to go in, but she stopped instantly. Although she had once reached the 8th stage of strength and was now only at the 5th stage, her sense of crisis had not diminished. Instead, it had greatly increased after her one brush with death. Nothing serious, just discussed a few minor secrets of the Tao of Heaven. Let's go. I can't stay here anymore, or rather, I have little attachment to this place. It's time for me to move on. Just that I can't teleport anymore, so you're probably faster than me if you want to go ahead. I'm no longer a spirit letter carrier anyway, and might even be considered a walking bomb. You're free now. Weiyang casually said a sentence, then decided to head towards a southern city instead, as the north was too cold and not his cup of tea. Ideally, he would find a temperate zone, where he could wander around comfortably. You? Nina frowned, looking at Wei On walking away slowly, yet she did not follow him. There were certain matters that she needed to verify first, since there was no way he could get far anyway. A dazzlingly opulent royal palace hall. 4 round platforms stood on either side of the central throne, and suddenly, the last of these platforms lit up, showing the character West in its middle. At the same moment, the other 3 platforms marked with the directions south, east, and north, as well as the main throne in the center of the hall, also illuminated. Wow, isn't that xuanhuan? What's the matter? Are you starting trouble again? 5 figures appeared seated on their respective platforms. The figure representing north spoke instantly, smirking mockingly, while watching Lin xuanhuan, who represented the west direction. Humph, Dugu Xianmu, you're still as much of a talker as ever. Seems like Walker hasn't beaten you enough. Lin xuanhuan shot back without hesitation at Dugu Xianmu's mockery. Well, Western Emperor, tell us what's on your mind. Wuku Woks Ox spoke from the central throne. These 5 individuals were none other than the 5 emperors of humanity in the Xuanhuan realm. Western Emperor, Lin xuanhuan. Easterner, master of the way of fist. Robust build, honest-looking face, dense muscles that excel in defense. Eastern Emperor, Li Pingtian. Easterner, master of the way of sword intent. Tall and slim figure, unremarkable looks, but his presence is akin to an unsheathed sword, brimming with overwhelming sword intent. Northern Emperor, Du Gu Xianmu. Easterner, master of the art of martial techniques. Slim build, handsome features, resembling a noble gentleman, dressed modestly in simple clothes, mysterious yet humble. Southern Emperor, Nanping. Darim. Westerner, master of the wasteland rule. Weathered complexion, roughly in his 50s, golden curly hair, scruffy beard adds a distinct rugged charm. His Western cowboy outfit appears as though freshly pulled from the sands, having endured years of weathering. Central Emperor, Wu Ke. Okay's, Westerner, master of blood rule. Pale skin, silver white hair, typical Western face, unremarkable appearance. Yet his eyes glow an extraordinary blood red, like red flashlights radiating eerie light. Just take a look. Lin xuanhuan didn't bother with small talk, revealing 2 red and black bracelets in his calloused hands. Aren't these your spirit letter bracelets? Why are you bringing them out? They hold no use for us. Wuku watched Lin xuanhuan curiously. These bracelets, if not recognized by the Tao of Heaven, would instantaneously revert into rules, returning to the cosmos. They were initially crafted using borrowed principles of the dragon race alongside these 5 emperors, not merely symbols of identity, but acknowledgement by the Tao of Heaven itself. These are currently being transferred between capable ones according to current rumors, and hence some strong individuals in the West managed to snatch this youth's bracelet, now in my possession. However, judging by the signs, within half a year at most, it will transform back into a rule and return to the spiritual world. Lin xuanhuan observed the 2 delicate bracelets in his hands as he explained calmly. Don't drag it out. Say whatever you have to say already. Nanping lifted his heavy eyelids, confirming his aging body wouldn't regain its former vitality, even after breaking through the 9th stage. I wish to host the first celestial talent contest in the Xuanhuan realm. The prize will be this. Lin xuanhuan floated the bracelet with his spiritual energy. Can this thing serve as a prize? Come on, xuanhuan. Dugu Xianmu couldn't help mocking once more. Despite his good looks and boldness, he never shied away from provoking others. Still alive till today due to reaching the 9th stage, proof of innate talent. Otherwise his grave would have long overgrown with weeds. This object, although uncontrollable, transforms into a principle momentarily that unveils all great principles of the Xuanhuan way, including heavenly Tao principle. Isn't that enough? Lin xuanhuan cast a scornful glance toward Du Gu Xianmu, who hadn't changed in centuries, picking fights daily, taunting not just the 4 emperors, but even the dragon race when not occupied. Indeed, it can. It will also boost the enthusiasm of the human race's cultivation. After all, in these 200 or so years, nothing major has happened in the world of humans. My sword momentum has been cultivated for a while now. How about it, Dugu? Want to give it a try? Li Pingtian smiled faintly and looked at Dugu Xianmu. As if I'm that stupid. After cultivating your sword momentum for 300 years, 1 slash would end me. You should keep it to cut down those dark, ugly monsters. Though I love combat, I'm not foolish. Dugu Xianmu rolled his eyes. Having interacted for thousands of years, only Li Pingtian and Walker could barely surpass him. Since we Easterners don't aim for much, giving up the central position to Walker is fine. After all, we're all of the human race. As survivors among the 5 strongest humans who made it through the Dark Age and the Rise era, even though they gathered strength to resist alien ways only after reaching the 9th stage, they still survived. Those with strength lower than the 9th stage either died in battle or exhausted their life force, and now, only these 5 know the entire history of humanity. The first celestial talent contest in the Xuanhuan realm, sure. If it's brought up by you, Western Emperor Lin xuanhuan, then it shall take place in your western capital. I'll disseminate the news to all the main cities. As for the timing, how about 3 months from now? In 3 months, 1 month for transportation, half a month for selection. Once it's done, this bracelet will soon revert into a principle too. The timeline fits perfectly. Walker finally spoke up, his pale complexion making him appear as if he wouldn't live long, but his blood-red eyes were unnaturally intimidating and very uncomfortable to look at. I have no objections. Agreed. No problems. The other 3 also silently agreed. Such contests merely bring a little fun to their lengthy lives. People who have gone through great hardships, tempered by time, Maintain unshakable inner peace like immovable rocks. Alright, then I'll go back and wait for the elites from your 4 regions. By the way, since they are celestials, let's keep the age below 20, otherwise I'll look down on you. Lin Qingshan retracted the bracelet, surrounded himself in a white glow momentarily, and the platform beneath emitted light before vanishing from the hall. Leaving, off to see if there are any similar prospects around. Sigh, being this old already, we're only competing for pride now. Du Xianmu was the second to leave. Walker, see you again. See you again. Li Pingtian also left. South Ping, this contest relates to our Westerners' honor. We must do our best. Walker sighed softly, recalling how during the Rise era, just because he and South Ping couldn't defeat Li Pingtian and the other two, the continent language remained unified. Now, the second round begins. If they cannot present decent results representing the Western races this time, Westerners will lose their status altogether. Even within the same human race, racial prejudice exists naturally. Easterners cultivate spirit energy, emphasizing natural law, whereas Westerners stress a balance between wellness and power, including the application of force. This leads to distinctions such as warriors and mages. However, after their loss in the Rise era, they understood that pursuing only one path meant facing difficulties moving forward. Although the Great Path emphasizes overwhelming power breaking all barriers, yet higher realms exist beyond what one knows. The more one learns, the clearer one sees one's own shortcomings, enabling rectification. Thus, warriors started to emphasize some mental cultivation, and mages focused more on physical training, though progress might be small, but certainly boosts combat capability, causing them a little envy. Walker, originally a blood mage with immense spiritual power, easily summoned body fluids to serve as force. Now, having comprehended the blood rule and integrated it into his system, he realized that this was the extent of his lifetime abilities, reaching the 9th stage. To strengthen further, he had to step away from his current rule and grasp others, which was far from easy. Moreover, his body gradually weakened. Perhaps one day, his body would disintegrate, completely fusing with the rule. Then he'd become a diminished version of the dragon race, whose powerful physiques aren't affected by the invasion of cosmic laws. However, for souls alone, given enough time, they risked getting lost within the forces of these rules, eventually becoming nutrients for heaven and earth. Chapter 49, The Battle of Muse City. Alright, Walker, this time it's just for the next power struggle. Last time, I wasn't well prepared in my cultivation, but this time, without you saying so, I will give it my all. Namping looked coldly at Walker. This pale middle-aged uncle always likes to give orders on his own without consultation. They were already at a disadvantage 2-on-3, but he acted as if he had everything under control, even unable to resist Du Guxian's taunts, which was truly frustrating. That's good, get ready quickly. I will also prepare for the competition now, selecting the most powerful prodigies under 20 years old to participate. Those below the 4th stage will be directly eliminated. The rest will be given numbers according to their strength. With more people, there are more opportunities. Walker pinched his pale chin. Ever since he comprehended the blood rule, his body has remained in its early 20s, with stubble and pores shrinking out of sight, fixing his body in its prime condition. Humph. Namping gave a cold snort. His platform flashed grandly before he disappeared from the magnificent hall, leaving Walker alone lost in thought. Muse City. Vang. This time I must surpass you. Mike stared at the 5th stage magic core in his hand. Apparently, he too was in the team searching for Xing Ling, intending to take the chance to directly challenge Vang and see the gap between them. Although Mike had his own concerns deep within, this great responsibility of finding the Xing Ling should have landed on someone stronger. Over time, they all wanted to see how much Vang had grown, regardless of win or loss. Unfortunately, the newly formed adventure team broke apart immediately, scattering to the winds, each striving for their own accomplishments. Yet, Vang still acted the same, timid and unnoticeable, not pushing himself, throwing away the bracelet without hesitation. In return, Mike received a 5th stage magic core as compensation. Sigh, fate is unpredictable. It's been several months, I wonder how those 3 are doing. If it weren't for that old man's help, perhaps I would have died long ago. Currently, in a fog-drenched cave. It's been several months. This soul cultivation school is indeed remarkable. Now, under this heavy fog, I can sense a radius of 200 meters around me. However, I still cannot find an exit. Perhaps only when I grow strong enough to encompass this cliff entirely will I find the exit. Otherwise, why would there be so many bones here? Vang, Mike, Ailing, Oten, you all take care. I don't know what year or month it will be before I can get out. Chite gazed at the thick white smoke swirling at the mouth of the cave, feeling quite reflective. His body had transformed into a soul body. If he were still made of flesh and blood, he would have starved to death long ago. Luckily, this cave possessed certain peculiarities, with strange knowledge constantly flowing into his mind. Out of necessity, Chite transformed his flesh and blood body into a soul body. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about basic survival needs and could dedicate more time exploring this deadly land. In the white mist outside, within Chite's spiritual perception, there was a skeleton every 30 meters or so, never ending. Many people had fallen, mostly dying from the fog's disorientation or starving to death. Once the soul body dissipates, only a core remains, called the origin. Over these days of exploration, Chite found several origins, eating them to boost his strength while gaining a deeper understanding of the unique soul cultivation techniques, further advancing his capabilities and realm comprehension simultaneously. In a dense forest, a towering figure stood ahead clad in broken, blood-stained armor, revealing patches of golden skin through the damaged armor. Set up camp. Night approaches. I will keep watch tonight. Tomorrow we push forward. We're not far from the coast. Odin let out a loud shout. Instantly, hundreds of soldiers grouped in 3s and 5s relaxed significantly, skillfully unpacking their bags, pitching tents, using martial arts energy to fling soil blocks and establish cooking areas, lighting fires, all in one smooth motion. Clearly, this burly man named Odin had already built considerable merit. Vayang, don't fall behind. Nowadays, I am already the commander of 1,000 men. As Odin watched the sky darken in this dense forest, where you rarely see the actual sky, only changes in brightness indicating the end of yet another day. Inside a greenhouse filled with flowers, Aelin, your healing powers have grown stronger once again. A white-haired middle-aged woman regarded Aelin, who stood radiating green aura at the center of the greenhouse with affection. Even Aelin's originally golden hair was gradually turning green. Ah, you've arrived, white-robed prelate. Aelin suddenly woke up and looked at the white-haired woman dressed in a long white robe who had appeared in the room. Her face lit up with joy, and the green at the ends of her golden hair gradually faded away, turning back into a full head of blonde. It's hard here, isn't it? After all, healers of systems other than light are always marginalized. The woman regarded this girl who still had a hint of innocence on her face lovingly, and a trace of sorrow passed over her own face. It was she who had insisted on bringing Aelin here, only for her to be ostracized, and she could do nothing about it since a white-robed prelate's power within the church was still too limited. No, the plans keep me company, and that's enough. One day, I'll show them that there is no weak law, only weak people. A flash of stubbornness appeared in Aelin's eyes. Without the 4 people around her to protect her anymore, she gradually understood this world where the strong preyed on the weak. She was too weak. Now, with the white-robed prelate standing before her, she would work hard to become stronger. The light system or any great laws, what did they matter in the face of absolute strength? All of that was laughable. Alas, it's my fault. I shouldn't have brought you here. I thought. Prelate, please don't blame yourself. If not for you, perhaps I wouldn't even have the life I have now. Thank you for standing in front of me. I won't let you down. Aelin shook her head, stepped forward, and embraced the white-haired woman. One of the main reasons she had followed this woman was because she felt maternal love from her. She didn't ask about the woman's past, nor needed to. True love is something you understand in your heart. News of the prodigy assembly began to spread. All the human beings, magical beasts, dragons, and merfolk across the 5 continents erupted in excitement, like throwing a huge stone into a pool of stagnant water and causing ripples that flattened everything on its surface. In no time, all the major cities started holding selections. Those under 20 years old and powerful, already recognized as having reached the 5th rank, were considered. 5th rank fighters can effortlessly break mountains and split rocks. To select those capable of fighting 5 opponents at once was necessary to go to the capital for the final round of selection. As for a small number of 6th rank prodigies, they didn't even need to participate in selection. They could go straight to the capital. As for 7th rank prodigies, those were the freaks of nature. For someone under 20 to understand the force of the rule went beyond talent. It required fortune. And among these favored children, likely only a few would emerge across the 5 continents. Meanwhile, inside Muse City, the last match, Mike Madden against Aristis. Mike slowly walked onto the stage, looking at the muscular brute opposite him with a small magic wand in hand, and muttered in his mind, is this guy a mage? Even a 5th rank warrior probably couldn't hold their own against him. What do we have here? A pretty boy? No use hiding it from you. I follow the warrior-mage fusion path, training my spirit while also continuously toughening up my body. Sure, my battle aura talent might fall short, but I still have 4th stage warrior capabilities. My physical defense is already 5th stage level. Little man, better surrender gracefully. You'll end up losing limbs otherwise, and then you won't even have the dignity to get off the stage. The large man grinned arrogantly at Mike. He could sense that the wizard in front of him wasn't ordinary. There was no doubt about that. He'd crushed everyone so far. Small fireballs, swiftness spells, and wind rush techniques. That was enough to take down every opponent through sheer spellcasting proficiency. Even an average 6th rank mage might have trouble beating him. And surely, he possessed other spells as well. These 5th rank prodigies just weren't worth wasting his effort. Are we ready? Mike ignored the big man's words and instead looked up at the referee sitting on the judge's platform. The match begins. With the command, a faint white and green light enveloped Mike's body. Because he lacked a wand, he had to form magical runes with his hands and point them toward the target. But the big man didn't notice Mike's spell-casting movements. The enchantment's benefit had already activated on Mike. Hell, is that instant magic? Doesn't matter, let's go. The big man didn't hesitate. With a few swings of his tiny magic wand, several golden magic circles formed around his body. Once encased within them, the big man's presence became significantly stronger. As expected, a magical enhancement technique combining combat with magic? How naive. Seeing the big man's actions, Mike's lips curved slightly upward, and he swung his hand. Intermediate magic, Rain of Fire. A 3-meter radius magical circle appeared above Mike's head. Oh, such a wide radius intermediate magic, Rain of Fire. It takes quite a bit of magic power. Simultaneously, being able to trigger such a large magic array with fire-based spells indicates deep insight into fire elements. He must have achieved a similar level to some newly enlightened rule mages. Koreas watched Mike on the stage with great satisfaction in his heart. Mike was a native of the West, and as the city lord, Koreas felt very pleased. Such a large magic array. just putting up appearances. Aristus's expression was filled with disdain. With 5th rank strength, maintaining a 3.5-meter radius magic array would probably drain his magic power within less than a minute. All Aristus had to do was endure for these few dozen seconds before he could directly advance. How easy this was. One by one, earth-based and metal-based defense spells continued covering his body, and there were also enhancements from earth elemental martial chi, which made Aristus's defenses quite astonishing. Even a freak at the 6th rank might take some time to break through them. Shoo. Pang pang pang. Fireballs the size of stones continuously shot out rapidly from the magic array, striking Aristus and exploding further upon impact. Although their power was somewhat small, the dense concentration of fireballs completely compensated for this weakness. This was an insight that Mike had obtained from the old man inside the Pure Soul Belt. HM not bad. He combined Fireball's spell with Rain of Fire, giving it a secondary explosive effect, modifying the magic circle. He is indeed a genius. Koreas looked at Mike with growing pride in his heart. Though Mike was only 5th rank, his talent alone meant that, given a bit more opportunity, reaching 8th rank would be no problem, and even 9th rank was possible. The only concern was whether Mike's luck would allow him to reach 7th rank smoothly and understand the law. My goodness, this isn't Rain of Fire, it's obviously Mass Fireball spell. This kid is really abnormal. Aristus could feel the dense artillery barrage all over his body. The scorching flame struck him, followed by the blast's impact, accelerating his dissipation of both martial chi and magical power, and this speed kept increasing. Dual attacks weren't something to be taken lightly. I'll see whose magic lasts longer, mine or yours. Aristus roared in anger, once again summoning both martial chi and magical power to defend against Mike's assault. Then, a minute passed. 2 minutes passed. The 3rd minute arrived. I surrender. Aristus shouted desperately, and a transparent light barrier enveloped him, carrying him off the stage. Mike's magic circle also gradually disappeared overhead. Send him down for treatment. The impact of fire plus explosions must have caused serious internal injuries. Koreas watched as the big man, who'd been bombed and charred across his front side, stirred pity within him. Being dual-trained in both combat and magic, yet defeated by a mobile artillery platform. Sigh, such was fate. Why didn't he just charge up front? Well, the selection in Muse City has ended. Among the 5th ranks, you're the only one worth mentioning. Mike Madden from Weiyang Town. Tomorrow, come back to this arena, and I will transport you all to the capital where someone will receive you. I hope you won't tarnish our city's reputation. Korea's voice echoed across the sky. 5 6th rank fighters, 3 men and 2 women, nodded seriously with airs of arrogance, clearly prepared to get their faces slapped. Mike exhaled quietly, calmed the pure spiritual energy inside him, then communicated with the old man in the storage bag about something. This place should be the coastline. Fortunately, I haven't run into any monsters along the way. It seems that if I resign immediately, these beasts won't find out right away, so I can wander around a bit more. Sigh miss, why are you still following me? Weiyang gazed at the surging sea before him. Behind him, a petite and delicate elven girl still trailed along. No doubt Nina, her original name being Unidana. Even if you're no longer a spirit medium, my task remains. Chapter 50, The Dark Rule. Mission? Isn't it supposed to be assisting that Xinin Ling? Weiyang looked at Nina, who seemed a little uneasy, and felt somewhat perplexed. Not exactly. My mission is related to you, but I can't disclose the details now. You'll find out eventually. Nina said it with a hint of indifference, yet her slightly reddening earlobes betrayed her inner turmoil. Weiyang, of course, didn't notice. He wasn't some pervert who would stare at her ears so meticulously. Weiyang was a bit confused. Was he really that sought after? No way. Who would believe that nonsense, right? But whatever. If she wanted to follow, let her follow. It's not like a piece of him would go missing. Plus, idle chats could uncover some ancient secrets, which was quite nice indeed. Nina observed Weiyang, who after a brief moment of confusion, continued his leisurely stroll along the beach. Her heart eased a little. What a far cry from her once mighty ruler, now panicking like an amateur. Who cares about regal demeanor in such circumstances? Regal air before novices equates to arrogance, both annoying and laughable. In noble circles, people are cautious. When you appear arrogant, they only analyze why you're being bold, and thus decide not to easily oppose you. Before novices? They just take action. You can barely take care of yourself, yet you still worry about others? In 3 days, the unique aura of the Xinin Ling within you will vanish, leaving you to your own devices in the territory of these magical beasts. Nina, looking at Weiyang's nonchalant attitude, felt both irritated and puzzled inside. How could someone act this way? Knowing fully well that death was impending, all he did was showlessly concern himself with others. How foolish could one be? So what if I die? Haven't I done it before? It's just the endless anxiety and unknown fear that's hard to endure. Perhaps, over time, I'll grow accustomed to it. Weiyang laughed lightly. Bathed in the sunlight reflecting off the sea, he appeared as if sanctified by holy light. He radiated an aura of freedom mixed with sublimity, unsettling and unfamiliar. You never mind. Do as you wish. Anyway, I won't be around for long. Nina sniffed disdainfully. Weiyang's laid-back manner irked her no end. Of course, she knew he didn't hear her last comment. If you want to leave, go ahead. I intend to stay here by the sea for a few days. Nights on the shore are chilly. Maybe in a few days, tomorrow even, I'll freeze to death. Weiyang sat down on a rock and fiddled with 2 shells he found. The intense heat within him was marginally relieved by the briny, salty breeze. However, while the rules of power coursed through his body, he couldn't contain the swelling force bursting through him. A human isn't built like a battery, after all. These days, he wasn't sure how he had endured the unbearable sensation until he grew used to it. There was no alternative, no outlet for the force anyway. Do you never think about yourself? Aren't you supposed to return to your original world? Seeing Wei Ang's indifferent expression made Nina flare up internally. Why was life so unfair? People devoid of ambition were given extraordinary opportunities like chosen ones, but they squandered them. Meanwhile, those who worked tirelessly still failed to see hope. Why was this so? Divine trickery? Or merely cruel fate? Return? Sure, I'd like to. But what then? In a world without great power, opportunity dominates. Being born into a good family, meeting influential figures at work, suddenly gaining insight one day. All these things boil down to luck. Compared to going back to that game of survival driven by luck, wouldn't it be better to stay here where food and drink are plentiful and die peacefully? At least my life would be more comfortable. Wei Ang reflected on his life on Earth. Wasn't it all about luck? Looks, family, work, everything ultimately came down to chance. Don't try to bring in karma or other excuses. Countless people work hard, but only a few succeed. Isn't that due to luck? During job interviews, perhaps just because the other person is a little more attractive than you, you fail. Reason? Bad luck, simply because you don't have a pretty face. Rather than returning, why not stay here? Here, at least, he could live free and easy. Don't you miss home? Nina wanted to lash out, but upon further reflection, things weren't different elsewhere either. Even in the Xuanhuan continent, without strength or status, your death would go unnoticed. If you're fortunate enough to be born into a noble family, royal lineage, or a powerful sect, well, that determines much of your life. Starting so high up, as long as you don't squander it, a comfortable life is set for you. Thus, Nina could only sigh inwardly and approach the matter from another angle. Home? A home with only me is everywhere. Wei Ang let out a cold laugh. Home. Ever since he had been alone, this concept no longer existed. And even after coming to this world, the not-forever town belonging to the 5 children could be considered a home. But now, all of that was scattered, their fates unknown. So wherever he was, there was home, be it in the Yellow Springs or the Celestial Rivers. Forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Seeing Wei Ang's reply devoid of any hint of reconsideration, Nina felt quite helpless. Most of her time was spent comprehending rules. When the last fairy queen stepped down, she hadn't yet ventured out to practice. The forced royal demeanor and handling habits left her utterly incapable of dealing with Wei Ang's extreme despair. It was simply a difference in experience. Wei Ang wasn't annoyed, nor did he respond. After all, this topic had ended. And right now, his bad mood didn't leave him much desire to talk. As for Nina, she couldn't find words to persuade Wei Ang, and silence descended between them once again. Skillfully setting up a campfire frame, he then conjured a kidney-weak fireball the size of a fist, still pitiful even at 3rd-tier mage strength, but barely managed to light the campfire. Riding shells, crabs, and such, they wouldn't starve. Unfortunately, gold coins carried along were useless by the sea. Magic nuclei provided energy, but before reaching 6th tier, everyone required food to replenish necessary bodily nutrients. Only after achieving the 6th tier did the body's need for food convert significantly into a demand for energy. 6th tier was called half-spirit, or half-rule, where one could only ascend from the 6th to 7th tier upon comprehending the laws. As for 8th tier, in Wei Ang's view, it was a process of gradually turning one's body into pure rule, while 9th tier marked a complete detachment from carbon-based biology, entering the realm of rule-based life forms. 10th tier seemed overly abstract, almost like a regression back to carbon-based life forms, making it hard to fathom. Hey, do you want to eat? Wei Ang placed a roasted crab in front of Nina, who sat not far away from him. I just recently recovered to the 6th tier. Eating isn't necessary for me. Oh, once you reach 6th tier, you don't need to eat anymore. Despite knowing some descriptions about stages during his time in Muse City, Wei Ang still couldn't help being surprised when faced with reality. Do you think anyone can reach the 6th tier? Only those who have truly seen or been enveloped by rules can achieve 6th tier, and those who can understand and feel these rules can reach 7th tier. This means, regardless of how outstanding your talent may be, if you shut yourself in and work alone without venturing out, then you'll cap out at 5th tier strength, unless you're a son of fate and the rule comes to you, letting you observe its existence or even directly manifest to encompass you. Otherwise, stay at 5th tier. So you're retracing an old path, hence why you've understood the rules well enough to enter 6th tier barrier free. But for 7th tier, that requires comprehending another rule anew. Wei Ang was experienced, understanding these basic patterns. You're not completely stupid after all. Nina responded irritably. You seem clever now, but are usually as dense as wood. For so long, she felt her mission had made little progress because someone showed absolutely no awareness. She herself was inexperienced, making this bizarre task feel far beyond her capability. Even cultivating Wei Ang into a skilled fighter would have been less frustrating than dealing with his current lack of initiative. Low strength could be trained, powers transmitted, magical elixirs consumed. If talent fell short, one could undergo bone washing and use peculiar pills to modify oneself. In short, compared to a simple-sounding but seemingly impossible request, anything else felt far more feasible. The sky grew darker as the moon slowly ascended. But this wasn't the real moon from the starry skies. It was rather a unique phenomenon created by the interwoven moon rule, ice rule, and light rule. The sun, on the other hand, was purely fire rule. And as for the stars strewn across the sky, they were actually dragons guarding the Xuanhuan boundary outside the realm. Once they matured, most chose to transform into stars, and before dying, The elder dragon ancestors would tenderly say to their juniors, "Don't worry, I'll watch over you from above." Their bodies would then dissolve into spiritual energies, returning to the heavens, and their souls would merge with the rule, losing themselves over time until finally becoming nutrients to fortify the world, mourned by beings attuned to the same type of rules. Even though it's just a false lunar glow, every night shines brightly like mid-autumn festival. Weiyang leaned against a rock, gazing at the full moon that had already risen above the water. After all, this was a different world, not the place he once knew. Mid-autumn festival? What's that? Nina behind him mumbled in confusion, though she was some distance away. For her 6th-tier strength, it was as if he were speaking right beside her. The sensing range of a 6th-tier powerhouse extended thousands of meters. 3 days had passed since their seaside vacation, and gradually, some noise started to spread through the demon beast forest surrounding Mu City. As for high-tier demon beasts, they weren't without intelligence. The territory near this main city had long been negotiated by various lords and major cities. Both sides had the intention of honing their subordinates. Hence, while there were high-tier demon beasts around the large city, they wouldn't easily get involved. Only demon beasts below the 6th tier had the right to take action. Those below the 5th tier hadn't awakened intelligence, so naturally didn't need permission. The forest is starting to get restless. Weiyang's expression was not good at this moment. Though the cold provided some relief to his body which was on the brink of collapse, it wasn't much help. The cold wind carried endless moisture, and before long, Weiyang felt completely soaked, but perhaps this was better, as the scorching heat from his body tearing apart wasn't as noticeable now. Soon, Weiyang fell asleep lying on the rock. Having endured pain and burning heat for quite some time, he hadn't gotten much rest. Now with this slight respite, his nerves relaxed a little, and he naturally fell asleep quickly. Is this? Nina, sitting not far away on a reef, saw Weiyang fall into a deep slumber and suddenly felt a ripple in her heart. Rule concretization? It can't be. How could someone like this have such luck? Nina stared intently at the thin black liquid seeping out from Weiyang's body, radiating a heavy aura of the dark rule, simultaneously arousing curiosity and sending shivers down her spine. Rule concretization is something only possible after reaching the 9th tier, and even then requires being at the peak of 9th tier for a long time to achieve it. How could he? Nina was deeply puzzled. Looking at Weiyang's experiences, everything seemed like it was following the protagonist's script, but upon closer inspection, he lacked the typical protagonist fate. No affection from slave owners, no care from mentors. For 14 years, he had accomplished nothing, and his body's adaptability to rules and spiritual energies was exceptionally low. Strangely enough, he didn't have any golden opportunities either, like an old man in a ring or a system flow kind of setup. And yet, it was just such a person who was chosen to undergo trials. Truly, fate played tricks. It can't be. How much dark rule has his body integrated? This is almost comparable to the total amount of rules grasped by those at the 7th tier peak. Nina watched dumbfounded as the black liquid seeping out from under Weiyang grew more abundant. Not only did it envelop his body, but it also appeared as if it would soon swallow the massive reef beneath him. In the darkness of night, the darkness of the dark rule stood out starkly, like the difference between light of 0.1 brightness and a black hole. To her eyes, Weiyang had merged with the stone, as though this space had acquired a new irregular black cloth, blocking out part of the region, preventing any light or outline from being seen. There are still changes. Nina was about to intervene and wake Weiyang, but the black expanse began to grow rounder. An additional peculiar sensation made Nina stop. After a rule integrates into the body, it becomes somewhat linked to one's consciousness. If she were to interfere, the dark rule, acting protectively, might strike her automatically. That situation would go far beyond death, solving the problem. Chapter 51. Inferior Soul Condensing Corpse through Rule-Born Soul. This is Weiyang's remaining soul. No, that doesn't make sense. His soul was intact. So could it be a separated portion? Nina watched as the canvas became increasingly rounded and revealed 2 distinct auras within it. One aura was without doubt from Weiyang. With his 3rd stage power easily detectable by Nina, she could investigate him however she wanted. The other aura lay beneath Weiyang, unmistakably another version of him, yet filled her with an eerie sensation akin to having a gun pressed against her kidney. So what's going on here? Will no one bother to explain anything? Nina was getting frustrated. She disliked this unsettling feeling of mystery. Even though her time as an upper-tier individual was brief, she had indeed learned a great deal during that period. Her understanding of broader considerations made her aware that unknown elements were either converted into knowns through strength, or marked as forbidden zones through sacrifices of blood and flesh. Ignorance would only lead to endless trouble. You don't need to worry. I am Weiyang, rest assured. I will have no impact on him, you, or the world because I am Weiyang himself. Just as Nina was puzzled, a whispered message startled her. You? Nina wanted to ask more, but lost her words as her questions were answered preemptively. Well then, what's your purpose for existence? Unable to think of any more questions, the rounded, dark canvas continued to unsettle her. Meaning? It holds no grand meaning. I'm just some regrets left over in this incomplete body waiting to be fulfilled. You can consider me a contingency plan of the Great Lord. The Great Lord? Could it be? Nina's brows furrowed deeply. If this was indeed part of Duanza's contingency plan, everything made sense, but why go all out to revive herself and bestow such an extraordinary mission? You need not contemplate too much. I'm merely Weiyang's shadow, although I possess independent thought. If I were to describe myself, I'd be the darker version of Weiyang. Darkened version? Indeed. Although the dark rule has already been infused into Wei Yang's body, you might know, he won't last long like this. This time bomb will eventually explode. To prevent his early death, the Great Lord's backup plan, me, has come out of necessity to take most of the dark rule away. A portion will stay with his damaged body and form the rule body, while I will become a soul-infused rule, my foothold extending where darkness spreads. Rule body? Isn't it supposed to be called a soul-condensing corpse or rule-born soul? What? Don't ask why. Condensed soul corpse? Rule-born soul? Do you really think Wei Yang is capable of achieving it at this stage? What we have now is an inferior version of something inferior. Don't misunderstand. His rule body is merely a vessel containing rule force. He'll only achieve the condensed soul corpse stage if he makes it to 9th stage. As for me, this rule-born soul, the soul exists already. It's just using special methods to condense this fraction of the rule into a corporeal state. To truly achieve rule-born soul, give it 1 billion years, perhaps a miracle will happen. The voice from the void brimmed with disdain. There were 2 ways to ascend, and if they were so easily attainable, everyone would be gods. The condensed soul corpse and the rule-born soul were both paths leading past the 9th stage. These were pseudo-godly roads paved to fully incorporate oneself into a single rule, the embodiment of a singular god. Even as the most inferior among inferiors, it remained immensely powerful unless countered with rule force. Fighting it would be akin to a mage trying to harm a tank fully equipped with magic resistance gear. It'd be utterly futile. Rules are only accessible to those celestial prodigies at stages 5 or 6. Therefore, below 7th stage, one is unmatched. Above 7th stage, it depends on the strength of the rules mastered. Rules work like the 5 elements. They interact, complement, and counteract each other. Encounters between differing rules depend less on brute force and more on who has the deeper mastery. Both the condensed soul corpse and the rule-born soul represent realms attained after becoming a 9th stage transcendent, where one's goal is full assimilation into a particular rule. This path creates a pseudo-god aligned with a specific rule, a god. The dragon god of the dragon race, on the other hand, has grasped at least 5 major rules: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. But instead of fusing these into the natural rule, he kept them separate, thus achieving multiple rule comprehension. From a divine perspective, the dragon god belongs to the weakest category of gods, lacking a support from any overarching rule, like how Western black magic compares to Maoshan Taoist sorcery. Black magic is simply a small branch evolved from Taoist arts. His contingency plan? That makes sense. After all, he is the challenger. Nina was forcing herself to accept this unacceptable outcome. There's no need to dwell on it so much. If you must know, I am the will of the silent judgment, specially stored within Wei Yang by the heaven's path. I've experienced his life, his ways of handling matters, and his mode of thinking, all while being entrusted with a special mission. I am, in essence, the second Wei Yang. However, my awareness is focused more on the tasks ahead rather than the mundane existence Wei Yang seeks. You can say that I am a version of Wei Yang who has responsibilities to fulfill and prioritizes them above all else. The somber voice from the black curtain gradually grew weaker. All right, it's reaching a critical moment now. Don't worry, from this day forth. The sound abruptly ceased, leaving Nina staring dumbfounded at the pitch-black curtain, frustrated for not hearing the crucial information. You're just messing with me. Frustrated, Nina sat down on the rock and stared into the starry sky, entranced. Those stars were all incarnations of dragons or 9th-stage experts. The formation of celestial stars had once been her sole regret. She never managed to step outside the realm and experience it. The outer void, those path differentiators, I'll definitely come. If only I can reach the 9th stage, I hope, the heaven's way can hold out. Closing her eyes, Nina began to meditate, since strength was the only real currency. Sigh, this body's in too bad a shape. Alright, let me patch it up a bit. Otherwise, if I die, I won't have a good explanation to Duan, because it was my lousy idea to drag him here. However, letting him live out his life in this world will be some sort of compensation. What's most important right now is reaching the 7th stage to comprehend the rules of various systems. Duan, hang on there. In the black curtain, the black liquid beneath Wei Yang began to congeal, and Wei Yang's previously intact body started showing cracks like an about-to-break porcelain vessel. Even the blood resembled red glass riddled with fissures. At the crack locations, it was both crimson and stagnant. However, after some black threads slowly wriggled in those fissures, they disappeared. Yet similarly, new fissures appeared elsewhere. This was the aftermath. A body imbued with the force of rules, when stripped of its rules, would end up like a cup glued together. When the water ran out, the glue lost its adhesion. These black threads were actually Wei Yang number 2 using the darkness rule to sew up Wei Yang's ruptured body. It was akin to inserting steel wire inside a cracked cup. Even though the cup could still break, it would retain the structural integrity due to the steel wires, allowing it to remain somewhat functional despite leaking. And Wei Yang was currently like such a cup, even less compatible with spiritual energies than before, basically negative spiritual energy affinity now. Unless he reached the next major stage in one leap, given such a body, breaking through to late 3rd stage wouldn't keep him at that level for more than 3 days before reverting to early 3rd stage, merely maintaining the bottom line without any stability. Kid, you might say Duan and I owe you. But when Duan and Xiantian can escape this world, we'll compensate you. Just don't die too quickly or suddenly. The liquid black body sank slowly, completely blending into this dark veil. The black veil enveloping Wei Yang gradually faded away, revealing the rock and Wei Yang's wet body. Damn, why does sleeping on the beach hurt so much? Ugh, Wei Yong frowned. But what surprised him even more was that the oppressive feeling had vanished, as if someone suffering from constipation for a long time had finally cleared their system. Could it be the darkness rule disappeared? Or did I absorb it? Or maybe I got used to it? That shouldn't be it. Wei Yong felt perplexed, closing his eyes and focusing carefully. Indeed, apart from the burning pain like countless bees stinging his entire body, the suffocating discomfort, the severe constipation-like sensation, was entirely gone. For a moment, he felt oddly unaccustomed to it. Huff, Wei Yong breathed heavily. For nearly half a month, he barely dared to think about how he'd gotten through each day, his brain filled only with the signal, as long as I'm alive. Somehow he pushed through. Now, although this feeling of needles pricking his whole body was deadly painful, it was much better than the prior sensation of being a ticking human bomb. Yeah, looks like you didn't die. Seems like that heavenly way gave you a fallback option after all. Lucky I guess. Still, doesn't feel great overall, but it's certainly better than before. Weakly glancing over at Nina from afar, Wei Yong, tormented by pain, lacked any spirit. After all, his energy was forcibly redirected to suppressing the agony, preventing himself from collapsing and screaming. To respond to others required expending even more energy, which would make him even more exhausted. Thus, if he could avoid talking, he'd prefer not to. Humph. Good for him for having a conscience and stitching your body up while extracting the rule. Otherwise, all that would be left on this rock now would just be pieces of meat. Not you, Wei Yong. It's fine. I'm alive, and that's good enough. Wei Yong bitterly smiled. Facing Nina's comment, he truly didn't know how to respond. Just surviving this time was already great fortune, and from Nina's implication, things seemed quite perilous. Hence, his luck now must have stemmed from some misfortune in a past life, as an exchange for surviving this major calamity. All right, both of you stop chatting. Since you can live through this, Wei Yong, it's time for me to go. A voice identical to Wei Yang's sounded. Who is it? I don't remember speaking, do I? Wei Yong looked astonished. Was he hallucinating? Then, under Wei Yang's shocked gaze, his shadow slowly rose. Yes, like when a 2D paper figure becomes a 3D physical person. And at the same time, what used to be his shadow disappeared. Am I dead? Wei Yong gravely stared at Nina. No, you're doing fine. It's just that your body is fragile. That's a normal phenomenon. Normal? My shadow's gone, and this is normal? Wei Yong found it hard to accept. A person without a shadow, was that not a ghost? At this thought, Wei Yong felt a mix of unease and curiosity. Relax, you aren't dead. I'm merely the version of yourself you saw earlier in your mind. The shadow grew thicker, moving like liquid before coalescing into a human form identical to Wei Yong. Is it you? Aren't you just my subconscious? Who told you that the subconscious has its own thoughts? The shadow formed Wei Yong lightly laughed, curiously observing Wei Yong. Although it had perfectly replicated every aspect of Wei Yong, there were still things it struggled to comprehend. Things that should be knowledge from Wei Yang's original world. A second personality? Can that be right? I clearly don't have any schizophrenia. Wei Yong was more confused now, gazing at the shadow standing in front of him, indistinguishable from a twin brother. He was completely at a loss. A second personality? You can call it that for now. Don't worry, I'm the backup plan of the big boss. In the future, you can lead your lazy life while leaving the mission responsibilities to me. The black shadow patted Wei Yong on the shoulder with an understanding look and spoke to him. Him a fallback? That makes sense. After all, why would someone like me get chosen? Strange. It seems they targeted my second personality. Wei Yong forcibly accepted this explanation. People with second personalities or even multiple personalities are countless in the world, yet among the many heroes that came before, none of them, not even the demon king xuanhuan, showed signs of dual personalities. As for you, elf girl, are you going to follow him, or me? The shadow watched Nina with great interest. Two identical Wei Yongs, one content with a carefree existence, the other bearing a grand mission, and considering his task. Nina didn't know what to say, but she took half a step toward the black shadow. Wow, Wei Yong, you disappoint me, Fine, let's go. The shadow reached out and held Nina's hand. His foot dissolved into a shadow, forming a circle on the ground. The two of them then merged into this round shadow and gradually disappeared. Go back to your place, Wei Yong. I've left you a lifetime worth of treasure. Boldly pursue anything you desire. Enjoy your alternate world life to the fullest. In the final moment before the circular shadow disappeared, the shadow's voice resonated in Wei Yang's ears. This is Sai, time to go home and fish. Wei Yong sighed deeply. Everyone desires attention, which is a common trait shared by all humans. Chapter 52, Darkness. A dense primeval jungle, damp sea breeze, the breathing and roars of demon beasts. Wei Yong slowly walked under the tree's shade. Beams of sunlight filtered through hundreds of meters of treetop foliage, weaving through this dim forest. At least there are no mosquitoes here, only mosquito-like magical beasts. Otherwise, it would be quite unbearable. Wei Yong looked at the black windbreaker he was wearing. This was formed from the black viscous liquid that had seeped out of his body after He Ying's departure. It was refreshingly cool, without any uncomfortable sensations. Moreover, it gave him a strange desire to always stand in places where sunlight didn't reach. A hat would be nice. It could fully block others' view and give off a mysterious aura. Wei Yong found a small pond and, looking at his reflection, felt that the demeanor of a recluse suited this attire. Then, a horrifying scene unfolded. Black viscous liquid started oozing from the top of Wei Yang's head. The viscous fluid wriggled around before finally shaping into a low black bowler hat. The collar of his windbreaker also stood up, forming a zipper. There seemed to be black light flowing. plunging Wei Yong entirely into shadow, though it did not hinder his vision. Oh good, that's the vibe, mysterious, intimidating just by sight. Though, brainless people might still mess with me. Whatever, let's go back first and see what's going on. What Wei Yong didn't know was that when he left the pond, the eyes hidden in the shadows emitted red light. It took more than a month. Stepping out of the Demon Beast Forest, crossing through Muse City and Hot Spring Town, seeing familiar country scenery dotted with a few small villas, this 6-month journey felt both long and thrilling. This body is really convenient. It doesn't require food, and it never gets tired. However, there's occasional abnormal pain, which might be the after effects that Nia mentioned. But what exactly did they do? It feels dangerous. Walking along the road between the wheat fields, the destination ahead became increasingly clear. I wonder how Hoer, the wolf girl I left behind, is doing now. And Takel, the rabbit back home, is she still around? Shaking his head as he strolled, Wei Yong entered the town of Wei Yong. Suddenly, his vision went black, and with a plop, he collapsed unconscious. Hey, am I really that tired? I don't feel it. Wei Yong suddenly woke up, feeling very strange. He knew he was unconscious but couldn't awaken, and this dreamlike, surreal sensation was quite uncomfortable, like being trapped in death, where everything becomes eerily silent and drives one mad while preventing any action. Master, you've awakened. Please have something to eat. Your body. Huh? Oh sure, let me eat first. Wei Yong got up from the bed and sat down at a long dining table. Seeing a full table of meat porridge, fried dishes, etc., it made him think positively about the rabbit who'd stayed rather than running off. Otherwise, if everyone left, he wouldn't even know how he'd die. Huh? What is this? Wei Yong was shocked by various cracks on his arms, still able to sense them. But these cracks, each nearly a finger wide, along with some black thread linking them together, instilled an ominous feeling within him. Just now someone transmitted a message saying your body has issues. Although you no longer need to eat, you still need high-energy foods to sustain your body and prevent its disintegration. Otherwise what? Your body will turn into a pile of shattered porcelain pieces. At that moment, the two rabbit ears standing upright on Takur's head pressed flat against her head, looking dejected. Oh, so you mean I'll need to consume Waso foods, and in large quantities too? Wei Yong didn't appear shaken on the outside, but deep inside, death, the end for all living beings, remained fearsome. Even the dragon race that comprehended the law of death couldn't guarantee immunity to death. The fear of death is engraved in every soul, a passive buff. Only strong emotions or growing power can suppress such dread. After all, those who haven't experienced death can't understand its sheer despair. This is why most ghost stories depict spirits as malicious, as despair can corrupt 9 out of 10 minds. Yeah, that person also said you must consume third-tier or higher-grade magical beast products rich in energy. Additionally, the treasures in the basement seem to have replenished, and they're supposedly given as compensation for you. Takuter stood behind Wei Yong like a little maid. Compensation, huh? Wei Yong couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Indeed, something unexpected happened when he came here. Could it be? Forget it, too complicated. Anyway, he had enjoyed several extra decades of freedom and didn't need to overthink. Alright, Takur, stop acting like a servant. Sit down. Wei Yong looked at the rabbit girl behind him, who was playing the part of a maid. He felt helpless. The slave traders certainly knew how to play mind games. Regardless of anything else, they first ingrained the concept of servitude in her mind, though there would be time to consider that later. Unconsciously, he was quite satisfied. What? No, I don't need to. I'll eat after you're done, master. I told you to sit and eat, and by the way, don't call me master anymore. Call me Wei Yong or Talus. Every word of master makes it sound like you truly see me as your master. Wei Yong did not voice his last remark, yet he wasn't upset. Having endured 9 years of compulsory education, 3 years of college entrance exams, and 4 years of university, having read countless novels, he understood the equality of life and the indifference of the natural law. Therefore, for these demi-humans with their own thoughts, Wei Yong wouldn't discriminate. As for the corrupt nobles in this world, he wouldn't empathize either. Environment shapes destiny. Encountering him was Takur's luck, and other demi-humans weren't his responsibility. What? No, it's not allowed. Takur was extremely flustered. According to her beliefs, such an occurrence should not happen. Just sit down. Standing up, Wei Yong forcibly pushed Takur down onto the seat on his left side with his cracked hands. Eat. And after we finish, you wash the dishes. I have no interest in eating alone. Watching Takur fumbling awkwardly, Wei Yong quietly picked up the spoon and sipped the meat porridge in front of him. After swallowing, he immediately felt a warm current dispersing throughout his body, followed by the black threads covering the cracks in his hand pulsating continuously. Gradually, the cracks disappeared. Indeed, looks like I can enjoy plenty of good food in the future though. Magical beast's meat lacks flavor. As Wei Yong ate the fragrant and flavorful magical beast meat, although lacking seasonings, it brought him immense joy. Just like someone who had been thirsty for a long time and suddenly found water. Tasteless, yet able to drink copious amounts. By the way, Takur, how much time do you have left until reaching the demi-human lifespan limit? 1.5 years. Takur whispered. She would have gone out to see the vivid world if she could. 1.5 years. Too short, far too short. Is there no other way? I don't know. There is nothing about it in my fragmentary inheritance memories, and no one has ever mentioned it to me. Not even the unsold slaves in the Chamber of Commerce who reach 18 avoid beastification. They eventually die from exhaustion. It seemed as though an unpleasant image flashed in Takur's mind. Her face revealed a trace of panic. as if recalling the shadow of fear from demi-human beast transformations and eventual death due to exhaustion. Qing Jiao gave you a message. To extend demi-human life, you must cultivate, not battle qi, but rather the soul. Human souls cannot support a transformed body. Only through enhancing soul strength is there any hope for survival. Black Shadow's voice echoed in Wei Yang's ear. What are you NG for? Only you would walk all the way back using a magical body. Learn more about the Dark Law, Laserbones. With disdainful mockery, Black Shadow ignored Wei Yong and presumably went off to do something else again. Damn it. Never mind, I won't argue with you. Wei Yong felt somewhat embarrassed. With little chance to even touch upon dark laws, let alone understand them, his laziness played its role here. Well, yes, it was laziness. Lord Talus, what's wrong? Oh, Lord Talus, right? Alright, I've thought of a way to keep you alive longer. Wei Yong spoke seriously. Really? What is it? Instantly rising from her seat, Takura looked at Wei Yong, eyes filled with hope. Alright, sit down and listen to me. Oh, okay, sure. Realizing her loss of composure, Takura hurriedly sat down and patted her chest to calm herself. You're a demi-human, able to undergo beast transformation. However, human souls lack the control necessary for beast forms, leading to violent fits or soul tears and eventual death. So, if you want to survive, you need to cultivate along the mage path, increasing your soul power, allowing you to control your body and preventing fatal berserk transformations. Wei Yong explained slowly. Cultivate. We only have a year and a half. Is it possible? After hearing this, Takura's eyebrows furrowed. She had heard of cultivation, but she had never been exposed to it. The way magical beasts practiced was by swallowing the essence of heaven and earth. Humans could absorb that essence and transform it, or meditate and communicate with the universe. But for half-humans, how should they practice? She had no idea. Don't be disheartened. Once we have a direction, we need to act boldly. I have books on my shelf about meditation. Take a look when you're ready and see if you can give it a try. Alright. With newfound motivation, Takura seemed much more spirited. As soon as Wei Yong finished eating, he quickly cleaned up, fetched the books, and went upstairs to read. TCH, having someone around to take care of things sure is convenient. Even without Mr. Talus here, having a servant isn't bad. Wei Yong leaned back in his chair. He wasn't feeling full at all, but after his body's cracks had healed, he felt like he could devour 50 to 60 pounds of magical beast meat. This must be his current bodily limit. Although he could eat as much as he wanted, there was still a certain limit. Several days passed unnoticed, but it was getting cooler outside. Heading further north, one might already see snow. Day after day of eating magical beast meat left its bland taste too unbearable for Wei Yong. To alleviate the monotony, he allowed himself to eat less of it each meal and supplemented it with regular food. No matter how delicious something was, without variation, it would eventually grow tiresome. Winter, Feeling the cool breeze, Wei Yong found it strange that he didn't feel cold at all. In fact, his body seemed not quite human anymore. He no longer felt hunger, nor could he clearly perceive hot or cold. Pain was almost imperceptible, and all he felt now was sensitivity to the strength or weakness of energy. The Dark Law, TSK. Wei Yong looked out the window at the sky, and slowly black mist began to emanate from his body until he disappeared. Yes, he disappeared. His body became like liquid, melting into the shadows beneath the window. Even though the room was bright, the places where light touched remained dim, and these dim areas were where he could manifest. In the brighter spots, he was like a fish in water, able to move instantly wherever he focused. And yet, there were so many shadows in the world. Wei Yang's spirit couldn't yet encompass large areas. Otherwise, he could simply go wherever he wished like a shadow, unhindered. Takura, how does it feel? Wei Yong slowly flowed out from beneath the window and observed Takura, noticing her enhanced spirit and improved strength. Probably at mid-stage of the first rank. Much better, Lord Wei Yong. Now I can summon a small fireball, and my body feels amazing. Takura couldn't help but feel excited. For her, as a slave, cultivating was something entirely alien, and those powerful slaves also hadn't practiced. It was through their mutations, being part magical beast, that they wielded any strength. Slave owners wouldn't want their slaves to become too powerful, for they'd be harder to control. Only half-humans raised by magical beasts or encountering rare luck could hope to gain knowledge of cultivation, which was key to extending their lives. For Takura, meeting Wei Yong was certainly such an opportunity. That's good. You're of Snow Rabbit bloodline. When you reach second-rank mage mental power, you probably won't have to worry about lifespan issues anymore. Being a half-human counts as your misfortune, but being a Snow Rabbit counts as your good fortune. Among all magical beasts, rabbit and rodent bloodlines are relatively weak. If you were of some powerful bloodline, you'd likely struggle even if you started training since childhood. Wei Yong analyzed rationally. The world of fantasy was indeed peculiar. Chapter 53, Hunting Time for the Lazy Fish. I understand, I will work hard. Taker's expression also became slightly gloomy. Mr. Wei Yong really didn't know how to speak. He didn't even offer a compliment. She had already worked very, very hard, not resting at all during the night, and in her spare time, she was practicing, thus entering the first stage of level 1 spiritual power within a day. Perhaps, in the future, there is a possibility that the half-humans will rise. If the bloodline of the second stage magical beast Snow Rabbit can be this powerful, then those high-stage magical beasts would surely soar higher. As long as I can enhance my spiritual power within these few decades and just get through the hurdle of turning 18 years old, then what awaits me will be another world, the world of heaven's proud son. How yearning-inducing. Mr. Wei Yong couldn't help but sigh. Compared to those people with the main character template, He truly lit incense for 3 lifetimes before his death, so he could be pulled into this world after dying. Even though it was just the crevice between universes, yet living was better than being dead any time. To gain powerful strength, one must pay a price, and often at least an equivalent price, and that price is by no means small. Mr. Weyong turned his head and looked at Nina, who once again went on to meditate, then grabbed a chair and sat in front of the door. This kind of leisurely pastoral life he had only experienced during his idle times when reading books. Unfortunately, once one steps into the larger circle of life, there's no more time to stop and enjoy it. However, things were still pretty good now. Someone was handling his work of trust spirit. His responsibilities had also been completely taken over. Now he was idle again, but he did not know how his little group of friends were doing. The adventure team they formed earlier had less time to accept tasks together. Life was just like that, such a pain in the ass. Huh? What's that? Mr. Weyong, watching the fleeting black shadow in the clouds far away in the distance, couldn't help but feel curious. One foot slowly merged into the shadow beneath the chair, and then Mr. Weyong himself, with a very uncoordinated posture, merged into this small mass of shadow. Is this a dragon? Floating in the white space, looking at the window of shadows, inside was displayed a Western giant dragon. There were purple flames swirling around its whole body, resembling the mythological dragons of Western legends, and it looked extremely vicious. Who dares to spy on Lord Evil Dragon? The Western giant dragon enveloped in purple flames had an icy expression. A surging wave of dragon breath directly rushed toward Mr. Weyong from the picture, then disappeared instantly. You gave me quite a scare. More stimulating than movies. That was real dragon breath. I've never seen Nicole release it before either, despite the number of times I made her angry. Mr. Weyong wiped off the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. This was much more exciting than a 3D movie. The powers of the Dark Rule could make him immune to all damage not covered by the rule, so the previous dragon breath merely destroyed the cloud he was using to peek at the dragon, as clouds too can produce shadows. There's no more feeling of being spied upon. Could it be the scout from the Holy Church? Looks like I'm still not discreet enough. This time, the probability of adult non-Cardo being summoned back is pretty high. Seems something about the spirit ring needs to be borrowed? If this dark church deceives me again, then I won't return for 100 years. The purple flame great dragon flashed with purple light, his body gradually becoming transparent. Even the shocking aura of the dragon race began to disappear and was concealed. Weyong reappeared from the shadow of the house and leaned limply against the chair. Just the brief time of blending into the shadow left him feeling powerless. This situation reminded him of something similar that happened not long ago. Simply put, I'm hungry. Eating some magical beast meat should fix it. Taker, come down and help. I have no energy. Can you get me some? Before Weyong could finish speaking, his vision went pitch black. Not possible. Am I really this weak? Weyong perceived the darkness in front of him. Although his consciousness was clear, his body was unable to move, and this feeling was very uncomfortable, just like being a vegetative state patient. In fact, relying on the rule integration based solely on Weyong's semi-rule body, he could borrow the powers of the darkness rule for several hours. The reason was that the dragon's breath from the purple flame great dragon, though unable to injure Weyong, who was protected by the rule, consumed a large amount of his innate energy to drag in the dark rule to perfectly conceal his own body. Despite being immune to other forces aside from rule damages, massive forces could still affect the rule, let alone coming from a 9th stage dragon. I am, alas indeed, cheap goods aren't good. Weyong finally felt he returned to his body. That trapped in the body sensation where he was immobilized, insubstantial and intangible, was rather uncomfortable. Mr. Weyong, what's wrong with you? Your energy was suddenly all used up. You fainted right after I came down. Taker stood behind Weyong's chair, holding a bowl of meat soup in her hands. Just took a trip upstairs, so I consumed too much energy. In the future, I should use it less often. You continue to practice. As long as I don't fall into an energy-depleted sleep, you can carry on with your normal life. Weyong sighed. Although they lived under the same roof, living like this was truly tormenting. He hadn't considered tyrannical rule yet, but then again, how could he when it made him uncomfortable inside? This house was no longer fit for him to stay in. He also thought of many things during his short coma. Mr. Weyong seems very disheartened, suddenly giving off a rather desolate vibe. Taker looked puzzled at Weyong's back and ascended upstairs without another word. In her heart, Weyong was a good person with a kind heart, sometimes unpredictable and saying strange things, but indeed, he was a good person. After some readjustments and finishing dinner, Weyong once again brimmed with energy, and night began to fall slowly. Taker, I'm not coming back tonight. I'll be going into the forest. It's too extravagant and impractical always buying magical beast meat. Mr. Weyong, are you? Taker stared at Weyong in surprise. I'll go exercise my hand a bit. After all, I have the strength of a 3rd stage expert. Killing 1st or 2nd stage magical beasts will be effortless for me. Weyong couldn't help but show some pride. Now was the time for him to boast a little before being outshone by his friends and Taker herself, who would surely surpass him in 10 days or 2 weeks. People must take the opportunity to boast while they can, otherwise regret comes later. But what if you run out of energy and faint in the magic beast forest? Taker asked with concern. Don't worry. If something happens, then consider it bad luck for me. My destiny involves misfortune. You'll be free from serving me, and you'll be able to dominate everything in this house. Weyong joked half-heartedly. Taker bowed her head, hands crossed, lost in thought, and remained silent. That's settled. You should meditate early. If you want to help me, surpass me, and prove it with your power. Summoning courage, Weiyang patted the rabbit head. Ah, finally. The feeling was nice, though only for this moment. He opened the door and closed it behind him nonchalantly, resembling a hero who never returns. Then Weiyang merged into the shadow and headed towards the green forest town. Strength, huh? Taker pushed the door open and looked at the sky that was growing darker, a sly smile rising on her lips. The familiar formula, the familiar taste. Went off topic there. Indeed, the forest at night is still somewhat frightening, but fortunately. Weiyang closed his eyes and activated the energy within his body. Currently, his martial chi had already dissipated entirely when Black Weiyang left. Even though Black Weiyang used the dark rules to mend his body, to survive and retain bodily characteristics, Weiyang could only store spirit force, which was essentially energy, or the violent energy from magical cores, because no matter how wild this energy might be, it would ultimately act as nourishment under the rule of law. A streak of black light spread over Weiyang's eyes. Feeling the world gradually turn white, Weiyang also opened his eyes. Indeed, my conjecture has been confirmed. Looking at the pitch-black forest transformed into a completely white world, Weiyang did not know that his eyes had already turned completely black, without pupils or whites, cloaked by the dark law. Only this way could allow him to ignore the darkness. The energy consumption is lower than I imagined. That one dragon saliva in the day made me unable to live normally, but at night, I'm daddy. In a middle schooler style, Weiyang said a line and took out a red magic core of rank 1 to eat. Glug. Cough cough cough. As expected, it's hard to swallow. Cough. In the future, it had better be sliced or chewed. Weiyang held his neck uncomfortably. Even though the sensation of pain had been drastically dulled, the feeling of being forcibly stretched was quite difficult to adapt to. This rank 1 magic core seems to let me keep up this current state for half a day. Getting through this night should suffice. For the rest, luckily, I've brought plenty of magic cores, though I really don't want to eat these things. Weiyang touched a few magic cores hidden inside his black robe. They were all ranked from 1 to 3. As for higher-ranked ones, he dared not consume them recklessly. High-ranked magic cores contain a lot of energy, and if it explodes after consumption, even if he didn't die, it wouldn't be pretty. Alright, back to business. After all, for the sake of food in the future and experimentation, creatures receive judgment. Looking at a firefox not far away, Weiyang's expression turned sinister, which gave the firefox hiding behind the bushes an ominous premonition. My dear little thing, it's you. Ice ball technique. Weiyang walked about 10 meters to the bush, which was the best distance for casting a spell. Moreover, he had not been detected yet. A 1-meter-wide ice ball condensed 20 meters up in the sky and then suddenly dropped. Bang! Woo! The collision between the big ball and the fox's head ended with the victory of the ball. I haven't eaten fox meat before. This time I can try it. Weiyang roughly cut off the fox's head and dug a hole to bury its internal organs. He then carried the 20-pound fox flesh and left. The poor fox not only met an unlucky death, but also got butchered by Weiyang, who wasn't very skilled at it. The fur of a magical beast should feel pretty good. Claws and such can be sold piece by piece. As for the meat, if it can't all be eaten fresh, it is best to air dry it as snacks. Unfortunately, peppers can't be used. No way, when I get back, I have to try whether magical beast meat can take seasonings. Weiyang felt deeply dissatisfied. Magical beast meat had impeccable texture and wouldn't easily get boring. But the only regret was that any seasoning would either cause explosions or make the food extremely unpalatable, causing the energy inside the meat to dissipate too. For his own enjoyment, in the past, he feared being exploded to death while cooking it. But now with the protection of Rule Force, why should he be afraid? Just do bold experiments. If he really managed to figure out how to cook magical beast meat, he'd live like a king. Hey, an adult second-stage magic bull? Beef? Don't know if I can carry it. Weiyang saw a 4-horned black giant bull a few dozen meters ahead. This was a magical beast, the savage bull. Its horns weren't 2 but 4. Apart from the basic pair of horns, there were 2 more growing beside them, like stacking floors, giving it an exceptionally fierce look. Here it comes. Fireball technique. Weiyang didn't think too much and sent a huge fireball straight toward the savage bull. Moo dash. The savage bull realized this sudden, incoming fireball. A trace of worry flashed in its large eyes as it emitted earth-yellow light throughout its body and endured the hit. Though its fur got burned away, some parts of its thinner protective layer even became scorched. Moo dash. The savage bull roared angrily and charged directly toward where the fireball came from. You actually took it? Watch me again. Weiyang sent another fireball straight onto the bull's head, slowing its charge a little bit, but the bull still charged forward fiercely. Are you blind? Weiyang stood there quietly watching the bull rushing past him, creating a gust of wind. Well, here goes another fireball technique. A great fireball zoomed straight towards the savage bull. Moo. The bull was confused too. Why did the fireball appear behind it all of a sudden? Before it could ponder further. Boom. Its hindquarters exploded. In humiliation, the unfortunate savage bull met its end under Weiyang's hand. The thigh meat should be roasted nicely by now. Alright, I'll take it back first. 3 fireballs already consumed half my internal energy. This time Weiyang didn't chop off the bull's head. After all, beef wasn't like the fox, which had just a bit of meat. Cows were entirely edible including their innards, so Weiyang planned to take it whole. It might be harder to deal with, but there was a lot of meat, and cutting it would be bothersome. His body began to merge into the shadow. Then, it got stuck. Yes, it got stuck. Weiyang stared at the 2 magical beast corpses that couldn't enter the shadow fully and took a slow deep breath. My gosh. Sigh. All the countless words he could say turned into a sigh in the end. Then, a teenager with a headless fox in his left hand and dragging a few hundred pounds of savage bull with his right, step by step, walked out of the dark magic beast forest. Chapter 54, The Eerie Taker. Under the astonished gaze of the Qingshan garrison, Wei Ong dragged a bull's horn, holding the corpse of a fox, and slowly walked out step by step. In the dark night, the silhouette of the young man appeared lonely yet resolute. Master Wei Ong. Unbeknownst to Wei Ong, behind him stood Taker with an evil smile, watching him intently in a rather bizarre manner. Why give up being an adorable rabbit-eared maiden for some creepy thriller business? Bathed in the bright moonlight, he strolled along the harvested autumn fields. Upon exiting the demon beast forest, Wei Ong refrained from activating the power of rules despite his initial desire. Yet, those who couldn't comprehend the rules would never understand what remarkable deeds Wei Ong had done, and as for those who did grasp the power of rules, sorry, they wouldn't be impressed by such trivialities. Thus, to conserve energy, Wei Ong chose to forego the use of the rule power and continued down this over 1,000-meter stretch of deserted Broad Avenue under the light of the moon. Master Wei Ong, you're back. Wei Ong pushed the door open to find Taker sitting quietly in the living room as if she hadn't left at all. The chandelier above was shining brightly. Didn't I tell you to go meditate upstairs? Why are you still sitting here? Wei Ong was a bit puzzled. This girl usually followed instructions well. But why today? Wait, don't overthink it. Indulging in false hope will only hurt oneself in the end. He suppressed the awkwardness and asked another question. I am meditating. Now I can observe the stars anytime, even during the day. Taker looked at Wei Ong cutely. Oh, cough. That's good. That's good. Master Wei Ong, what's wrong? Did you catch a cold? You started coughing. Shall I fetch you a coat? With an innocent expression, Taker patted Wei Ong's back, quite concerned. No, it's nothing. Continue your cultivation. Also, let me know when the demon beast meat nears the end. I'll bring more then. Okay. The conversation concluded briefly. Indeed, there is no comparison without contrast. This home really feels unbearable now. One girl alone has driven me almost to my wit's end. Sigh, truly cannot sleep. It appears my body has serious issues, like some kind of machine. Lying on his bed, Wei Ong stared silently at the wooden ceiling without any trace of sleepiness, as though Black Wei Ong had taken away many of his original sensations upon leaving his body. I wonder what Black Shadow is doing right now, sigh. Kashaki, for this competition, is everything okay? Lin Qingshan sat on the main seat of the most splendid and grand city master's residence in Muse City, looking at the Lord of Muse City below him, Muse Kashaki. Great Emperor Lin, rest assured. This time, our West continent has produced over 10 geniuses. Even the weakest among them is at the peak of the 5th level and can challenge higher levels. All of them are considered unmatched within their own level. Kashaki humbly reported while lowering his head. Despite his lofty position, facing Lin Qingshan, the sole emperor of the entire Western continent, he felt unable to conceal any secret from this person. That's good. Entrust the arrangements of the competition to you. I heard there's a mystical realm above your Muse City. Lin Qingshan lazily leaned back on the wide imperial throne, propping his chin in his hand, expressionless eyes focused on Kashaki. Yes, that mystical realm has been fully explored. However, the space within it is filled with much light essence, which could help in comprehending the light rule. Oh, then let the competition take place inside that mystical realm. I will arrange personnel from the Holy Light Court to maintain order then. Lin Qingshan casually finished speaking, after which his figure vanished like a shadow, dissipating off the throne. All right, thank you, Great Emperor. Kashaki bowed again. A flash of reluctance flickered across his eyes. The news of the first ever Xuanhuan Realm Genius competition started spreading throughout the major towns, selection contests beginning everywhere. Since the participants must be at the genius level, despite each continent's vastness, there were only about 50 people selected per continent. After uniform selection, every human emperor from each continent thought that 10 individuals should be chosen, plus another 10 representatives from non-human races, resulting in a total of 100 contestants converging slowly toward Muse City on the Western continent. What's going on today? So many people. Wei Ong saw flying magic beasts, dragon clans, and aerial spiritual weapons zipping past his view from time to time, which left him feeling uneasy. Master Wei Ong. These are all geniuses from other continents, the demon beast race, dragon race, elf race, etc., all coming for the genius competition hosted by Muse City. Taker smiled gently, explaining to Wei Ong. Genius competition? The prize is a week's worth of enlightenment from the Shining Spirit Ring. You can gain infinite close proximity to the elemental forces of various rules, so it attracts not only human prodigies, but also participants from other races. Is that so? That's impressive. The ring didn't seem this powerful when I first encountered it. I've been wearing it for so long, and I almost died before I managed to get my current physique. On top of that, many sensations were taken away from me. Wei Ong was deeply perplexed. Could it be that he was truly a waste at cultivation? Having held the ring for several months, he had still been unable to grasp even a fragment of its power. Perhaps in the hands of true prodigies, the ring could fulfill its greatest potential, whereas for him, the talentless one who hadn't met any extraordinary encounters to improve his cultivation, it was merely an ornament. The Shining Spirit Ring is a partial synthesis of all the dragon race's rule systems, combined with a segment of humanity's good fortune. Together, the two rings represent a fundamental part of the entire Xuanhuan realm. If someone with immense fortune possesses them, they could potentially use these two rings to perceive the Tao of Heaven. Wow, the Tao of Heaven. Wei Ong was shocked. He had never realized how formidable these two rings truly were. Wait, why do you know so much, Taker? Realizing this oddity, Wei-Ong turned with a puzzled expression to look at Taker behind him. It was your dark avatar who told me. Taker wasn't keeping up with Wei-Ang's logic either. Wasn't now the time to focus on how much she knew about the rings? Shouldn't they continue exploring the mysteries of the rings? Good thing her reflexes were quick. Otherwise, if she were suspected, she might have to resort to violence. So Wei-Ong, just don't find out. I really don't want to fight with you. With an unfriendly glare, Taker eyed the back of Wei-Ang's head. A punch would likely go straight through. Oh, him? Sigh. I'm not quite sure what exactly he is, but he seems pretty powerful, knowledgeable too. What's strange is that he always informs you first, and then you relay the message to me. It doesn't even bother you. Wei-Ong wasn't too hung up on such complexities anyway. As long as he was comfortable, life was good. Looking outside at the jerky strips hanging to dry, these were specifically chosen cuts of bull leg meat from earlier today, sliced into uniformly sized strips and hung on makeshift hooks. After waiting around 10 days to 2 weeks, natural air drying would produce perfect jerky. It couldn't be helped. Buffalo meat was packed full of energy, and if mishandled, it could mutate or cause unpredictable outcomes when drying. Magic beast meat should be handled cautiously. Natural processes were the safest. It's for your own benefit after all. Achieving the status of Shining isn't easy. Taker said this in a deep and meaningful tone. Yes. Wei-Ong cast a sidelong glance at the rabbit maid. He was increasingly finding this girl harder to read. At first, she had been timid, quiet, and obedient. Now, though seemingly kind-hearted, she gave off vibes of being a high-level strategist, especially today. If you understand, that's great. Taker finished speaking, and the coldness in her eyes gradually faded away, replaced by respect and gratitude. Indeed, there's definitely something off about this girl, but what does it matter to me? Shall I go check out the prodigy gathering? The dark rules within Wei-Ang's eyes slowly dissipated, revealing his original yellow pupils. Feeling something amiss earlier, he had used the dark rule for observation. Taker's icy expression caused alarm bells to go off inside Wei-Ang's mind. Since she clearly did not want him to know, perhaps ignorance would be bliss, sparing unnecessary trouble. Staying here will eventually lead to problems. Best to steer clear of them. Lord Wei-Ong, do you wish to attend the prodigy gathering? Taker softly asked, watching Wei-Ong stare at the sky outside, lost in thought. Not far from Wying Town lies Muse City, just a few dozen kilometers. Countless prodigies traveling from afar often pass overhead near the town. Yes, but alas, I'm a cultivation failure. Likely, I won't even make it past the entrance. I have a way. What? Truly. Wei-Ong turned back in surprise to look at the rabbit maid. How had she become so unfamiliar to him in just a few months? Yes, therefore, Lord Wei-Ong, do you wish to go? Go. It'd be a lifetime regret not to see it. All right, let me prepare a bit. We'll depart tomorrow. By the way, how do you plan to infiltrate the event? Wei-Ong curiously asked. Infiltrate? No need for that. Black Master is already inside. He'll allow us entry. Once we're there, we just need to wait for his signal. Black Master? Black Shadow? Yes, both refer to Lord Wei-Ong. Naming him Black Wei-Ong Master sounds clumsy, so Black Master works fine. All right, then we'll set off tomorrow. Wei-Ong suppressed the curiosity and the desire to ask that welled up in his heart. If he were to ask now, what awaited him would probably not be a gentle answer, but an icy punch. It seemed Black Shadow still had many secrets unknown to him, but that was fine. Time would eventually uncover everything. There was absolutely no need to risk his life by digging into these terrifying big secrets. All right, Lord Wei-Ong. Taker saw that Wei-Ong had no further instructions. Lunchtime was approaching, and the bull leg meat they'd unloaded hadn't been finished yet, so she went back to prepare it. Over the span of a few months, she learned all the necessary skills for being a maid. Although her cooking still needed improvement, magical beast meat didn't require much seasoning. Boiling large chunks until the bones could easily be removed sufficed. She spent her idle moments learning some basic dishes, so there was no real necessity to learn anything else. But it was also possible that she had already anticipated Wei-Ang's current state. Being a half-beast, she wasn't picky about food, so there was no need to learn fancy dishes. As for the cuisine she did learn, it was merely for adjusting Wei-Ang's taste preferences as an added bonus. Sigh, sometimes people are like this, pretending to be clueless while actually knowing things well. Pretending to be wise while being truly ignorant. Wei-Ong sighed slowly. He guessed it was just his mindset that led him to become the chosen messenger spirit, but did being a messenger spirit really not require cultivation talent? He wasn't clear. After all, this was a world where strength reigned supreme. Lord Wei-Ong, you've probably noticed something odd about me, but I'm not strange at all, you know? The awakening of a half-beast turns out to be this kind of mutation. Quite an interesting soul, Lord Wei-Ong. In front of a large floor-to-ceiling mirror on the second floor, Taker looked at herself in the mirror with an evil expression. A flash of purple light passed through her eyes. If Wei-Ong were here, he'd definitely recognize this purple light. It was exactly the same as the purple flame dragon from that day. Time flies when one has something to look forward to. Wei-Ong stared at the towering city wall, over 100 meters high. City of Muse, I've returned. Lord Wei-Ong, let's go in. Taker took the lead and entered from a side door over 5 meters tall. As for the dozens of meter-wide main gate, it was usually used during wartime to accommodate massive land-bound spiritual artifacts used against magical beasts, like tanks in Earth's modern era. Enter then. Anyway, I have no idea where this prodigy gathering is held, so you guide us. Wei-Ong casually followed behind Taker, thinking if this problematic girl wasn't rushing, then neither should he. After all, he considered himself a slacker, waiting for her to push him first. The streets remained wide and expansive, adorned with a brown hue, exuding an elegant ancient Western architectural style. In those shadowy alleys, various shady deals continued to take place as usual. Wow, City of Muse is so vast. It feels completely different from the hot spring town. Taker was amazed at the broad main road, which was wide enough for more than 10 lanes of traffic. Even the pedestrian walkways were over 10 meters wide. In short, the word luxurious summed it up best. The City of Muse is indeed a metropolis. Its prosperity far exceeds that of any small town. Weiyang nodded in agreement. I've never seen it before. How big is the City of Muse exactly? Taker curiously eyed the leisurely walking Weiyang, brimming with curiosity and excitement. Roughly the size of a kingdom. Several thousand kilometers around belonged to Muse City. Wow. Taker was shocked, her mouth wide open. Clearly, such a level of city vastly exceeded her imagination. That's enough. Try not to look too naive. Ask Black Shadow where the competition site is. Oh, all right. Taker put away her surprised expression, stopped talking, and her face turned emotionless. Apparently, she was communicating with Black Weiyang now. Chapter 55, The Rule of Darkness? The Rule of Light. Master Weiyang, Mr. He has allowed us to explore the city. Later, he will pull us to the competition venue through the shadows. After walking for an unknown length of time, Tatar slowly came back to her senses. That pair of rabbit ears that occasionally twitched really made Weiyang itchy, always wanting to grab them. Oh, okay. It's getting dark. Let's find an inn to stay in first. The Pride competition starts in a week. We can only enter with our tickets tomorrow. Weiyang also felt his energy decrease significantly. Along the way, he was studying how to split the magic core so as to minimize the loss of energy. After all, the magic core is merely an aggregate of energy. If forcibly split, one slight mishap could cause the magic core to instantly vaporize into a small spirit storm, sweeping everything around with destruction equivalent to a peer-level strong competitor's self-destructive attack. It seems chewing on it is the only option. Looking at the irregular transparent red crystal in his hand, there seemed no place to cut. Swallowing it whole would be too harsh on the throat. Even without pain sensation, there would still be an uncomfortable feeling of swallowing a foreign object, making one quite uneasy. Master Weiyang, it appears that all the nearby inns are fully occupied. Too many people have come to watch the Pride competition, and even more bring their own living spiritual equipment or set up tents. Tatar pointed at the colorful tents in some open areas. After all, this was the first ever Pride competition of Xuanhuan world. This title alone was enough to attract an extraordinary number of people. Fortunately, Muse City was large enough, which kept things from seeming overly crowded. People were reluctant to interact, having come from all over to watch the battles up close. Accidentally causing trouble would be counterproductive. Alright then, I'll go stay in the Demon Beast Forest. Do you want to come? Looking at the tents near the inn, Weiyang had no choice, but fortunately, he didn't need to sleep. Considering Tatar was a beast person, being in the Demon Beast Forest would be better than staying in the city. The forest. Tatar's face turned pale. After all, her 14 years of life were spent in the Demon Beast Forest. Don't worry, nothing bad will happen. I'll take you directly to the beach. Weiyang took out a magic core the size of half a fist. It was a 4th stage magic core. Biting down, eh? How hard? You wait a moment. Let me break this magic core. Embarrassedly turning around, Weiyang began wrestling with the magic core using his teeth. A 4th stage magic core was the limit of the energy his current body could withstand. Actually, Master Weiyang, earlier, Mr. He said that if you want to restore your energy, just holding the magic core in your mouth allows automatic absorption, no need to swallow it. After all, the magic core is merely an aggregate of energy, theoretically lacking physical form. Tatar weakly said behind Weiyang, her big eyes filled with innocence. Never mind. Remember, tell me these things right away next time. Weiyang wanted to explode, but thinking about the bizarre girl from last night, a chill ran down his spine. A good man does not fight with a woman, so he endured it. Wait, carry, through the shadow. Weiyang put the 4th stage magic core in his mouth, and sure enough, a stream of pure energy flowed from his mouth into his abdomen, then dispersed. You're welcome. Weiyang's hand rested on Tatar's shoulder, black threads slowly wrapping around her from his fingers. Master Weiyang, what are these? Tatar looked somewhat terrified at the black threads gradually covering her body. Most beings fear the unknown. Relax. To bring you along. I thought about it all night, don't worry. Once the black threads completely enveloped Tatar, they formed a layer of black film on her skin. Then, both she and Weiyang merged into the ground's shadows. Oh, didn't expect you to use it like this. Weiyang, you're pretty clever. Well, come on in. Black Weiyang's voice sounded in the white space of the shadows, suddenly giving Weiyang a sense of being out of control. Damn it, Black Shadow, if anything happens to me. Suddenly, the bright light became too intense for Weiyang to adapt, and the black film on Tatar's body returned into Weiyang. This is where Weiyang saw the vast, endless green prairie. Far off there was a huge structure, but there was no sunlight in the sky, yet everything remained extremely bright, and there were almost no shadows. Hey Weiyang, long time no see. Not far in front of Weiyang, a figure with a slightly evil smile dressed entirely in black robes appeared. It was none other than Weiyang himself leading Nina. Where are we? Here? This is the venue for the Pride competition. I just entered early. Black Weiyang gave a faint smile, watching Weiyang with interest. Entering early? Won't we get caught? Weiyang was a bit confused, and also somewhat annoyed. He glanced at this obedient Nina, who usually chattered endlessly when around him. But now, without him around, She seemed to have transformed into someone else, quiet and demure. Caught. Huh. The freedom of spirit messages, they can't touch me. By the way, your taste isn't bad. I quite like this robe, and that overcoat from a few days ago was nice too. How come you? That's our connection, the dark shadow rule. Black Wei-ong gazed faintly at Wei-ong. Well, I don't fully understand anyway. Whatever you say is fine. Wei-ong helplessly shrugged, glancing at Nina standing behind Black Wei-ong, who looked like a shy housewife. A fleeting pang of regret and disappointment crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Who dares to mess with my mind? Wei-ong, I am not what you think I am. Before Wei-ong could reply, Nina spoke up hesitantly, seemingly uneasy. Huh? Oh, no problem. I've gotten used to it. Hey, Black Shadow, why'd you enter so early? Wei-ong didn't bother much with Nina, and wasn't interested either. The slightly suffocating feeling made him very uncomfortable, so he went straight to the point, changing the subject. It's better to make others uncomfortable than himself. First thing, sense the light rule in order to reach the standard sooner. I've been eyeing this secret realm for a long time. Alright, then how's the progress? Wei-ong looked like he understood everything already. How? What? Disrespecting me? I'm different from you. I've managed easily. Black Wei-ong grinned, extending his left hand, and a warm light sphere appeared in his palm. Oh, small sun, can I borrow it? Wei-ong stared curiously at the fist-sized little sun in Black Wei-ong's hand and reached out to touch it. However, his hand passed right through it. Yet, there was an undeniable feeling of warmth. Here, isn't it just some materialization? What will you do with it? Black Wei-ong generously handed the light ball over to Wei-ong. This light ball feels so warm, yet not scorching. It'll keep us warm through winter. Wei-ong held the light ball, which despite having no physical form, felt noticeably heavy when placed in his hand by Black Wei-ong. I'm using the light rule to warm my hands during winter? You got that? Black Wei-ong became exasperated. After finally comprehending the light rule and stabilizing the internal conflict of dual rules after going through life and death, you want to use it as a hand warmer? Then give me this light ball. You've already grasped the light rule, so you don't feel cold anymore. Wei-ong looked at Black Wei-ong, and seeing the same face made him feel strangely like he was negotiating with himself. Take it, take it. Drop one drop of your blood into it, and you can store it at the palm position. Your current body can only handle the light ball existing in your palms. Otherwise, conflicts would arise and possibly kill you, which I can't save you from. Black Wei-ong waved his hand with disdain, truly vexed every time he met his main body and got taken advantage of. Nina watched as Wei-ong bickered with Black Wei-ong, and her eyes betrayed a flicker of nostalgia. She had intended to say something, but found herself unable to articulate it. It's really true. After dripping a drop of blood into the light ball, Wei-ong felt a mysterious sensation. He could effortlessly draw the ball into his palm, and clearly sensed its position there. There was no foreign touch sensation. Rather, it felt like a warm stream continuously circling in his palm. When summoned, he could even feel its weight. The mystical world defies scientific logic. Alright, let's enter the venue. Many people are already here. Haha, competing for your bracelet right in front of you. Such cliches. Haha. Wei-ong glanced at Black Wei-ong's critique, but just gave an unconcerned chuckle. These honors and dignities mean nothing unless they touch a certain line in his heart. Let them twist and turn as they please. Time will bear out everything. Look, the dragon race has arrived. It's an old acquaintance of yours. A strange fluctuation came through, catching Black Wei-ong's attention as he looked upwards toward the vast building. Thunder rumble. Crack. Out of nowhere, a thunderclap tore through the sky, revealing a spatial crack slowly tearing apart the heavens, showing the black void within. But immediately, a silver Eastern divine dragon flew out and transformed into a middle-aged, strikingly handsome man, with silver hair and dragon horns, followed by 10 male and female children who resembled elementary or junior high school students. Among them was Nicholas, someone familiar to Wei-ong. Cow Duo, is the dragon race also participating? Wei-ong felt a little uneasy upon seeing Cow Duo. After all, he had once persuaded the man's daughter to learn the maid etiquette. Despite the fact that Cow Duo only did so to teach his daughter about the dark side of the world, what he himself did didn't seem quite right. Oh, soul condensing driving method? Rule-born soul? No, it should be an inferior version. Looks like this little guy is having some major issues and needs resorting to that great man's measures just to stay alive. I also somewhat understand why there would be a competition for this spirit letter bracelet. Hee, with your broken body, if you don't get the bracelet, you're likely to collapse in a few days from rule conflict. But well, even though your nature fits, you'd still have to rely on that great man himself to make it happen. Cow Duo gave Wei-ong a bland glance. Truly, great ones are great ones indeed. Alright, few. Wei-ong watched as Cow Duo floated into the huge building along with his entourage of children and let out a long sigh of relief. The oppressive force from a high-stage individual isn't something to take lightly when not hidden. It was akin to facing the head teacher at school. One's aura couldn't help but feel suppressed. Scared, huh? Luckily, people here are magnanimous enough not to hold grudges. You kid, sometimes you really seek death yourself. Dark Wei-ong knew everything that Wei-ong had done. However, he perfectly inherited all of Wei-ong's actions. Indeed, at that time, Wei-ong hadn't done anything wrong. It was simply that Nicholas held too noble an identity. In this world, only those powerful in strength could define what was right or wrong. Back then I had no idea either. Wei-ong chuckled awkwardly. Such cheesy drama on this mystical continent might count as a stain on one's record, the kind that can wake someone up laughing in the middle of the night. Standing beside them, Takaru and Nina could only speechlessly look at the two. Both were originally the same person who experienced everything alike. Yet how could such a difference in personality traits emerge? It was truly wondrous. It's like a person who cultivated the ability to produce a doppelganger, but instead created another gender version of themselves. Although they do the same thing in the same way, their reactions towards each other are completely different, as if split personalities manifested within them. Come on, I'll take you in, all of you hold on to me. Black Weiyang indifferently spoke, and all three, Weiyang included, latched onto Black Weiyang. A peculiar vibration spread from Black Weiyang's body to theirs. Weiyang felt his entire body illuminated by intense light, making him unable to see anything, as if blinded. Wisely, he closed his eyes. All right, we've arrived. Just 2 seconds after Weiyang had shut his eyes, Black Weiyang's voice rang out. So fast, Weiyang opened his eyes again. Fortunately, the dazzling sensation had disappeared. My spirit isn't as weak as yours. Black Weiyang sneered down on Weiyang. Though Weiyang came from another world, he hadn't directly transmigrated into this body, but rather chose a cyclic rebirth-like method. Thus, his soul strength was merely what it was before, despite gaining a bit more power. However, breaking through cosmic barriers, being transported to the nether realm, and suffering incomplete rule conflicts resulted in a loss of soul energy, barely allowing him to maintain his past self and memories. This explained why Weiyang, despite having encountered extraordinary fortune, faced life-threatening difficulties and advanced in cultivation potential. It was because his soul was too fragile. This is precisely why he actively entered Weiyang's consciousness as a form of insurance. Sure enough, during the last 2 incidents where Weiyang fell into a deep feigned death, he managed to smoothly duplicate Weiyang's soul memories, transforming the originally emotionless and humanless part of him into another Weiyang. Why is my spirit weaker? Weiyang felt a trace of suspicion stir within him. With the same internal forces of his body, why was he so much weaker? Nothing important. Right now, you're not weak either. Just properly use the rule force inside your body. Invincible below 7th rank unless it's a rule attack. You won't even get injured. Carry more demon cores on you. When things get tough, you can always escape. They aren't easy to catch you with darkness rule. Black Weiyang noticed Weiyang's state and hurriedly smoothed over his words, deflecting the topic. With Weiyang's big nerve constitution, he shouldn't be able to figure it out. Really? Have I become so strong now? No wonder, a few days ago in the sky, I found a purple flame dragon. A breath of its dragon chi left me completely unharmed except for depleting my energy. Weiyang comprehended much. Indeed, regarding the rules, his inner guesses about it weren't comprehensive enough. It still required guidance from knowledgeable people. Otherwise, he wouldn't realize his true strength. Purple flame dragon, petty dragon chi. Unless it uses rule-based attacks against you, it's utterly ineffective. Upon hearing the mention of the purple flame dragon, Dark Weiyang also harbored some suspicions in his heart. The demon race, Demon King Huinong Cardo, you really did keep something up your sleeve after all. Even if you can't return to your main world, you still plan on living well in this one? And it seems the people from the Dark Black Church are also starting to become restless. Chapter 56, The Competition Venue, The Secret Realm. This architectural style is just like a soccer field, only it's an enlarged version. Weiyang looked inside the enormous structure where he sat in the audience stands. Below, instead of the usual lush green football field, there were 10 podiums with a metallic luster. What's so strange? For convenient viewing and accommodating the number of spectators, this architectural style fits perfectly. Don't assume everyone is unintelligent. Black Weiyang looked at Weiyang as if looking at a bumpkin. You're right. After all, the Xintian continent is much larger than the world I used to live in. Weiyang laughed awkwardly. Unseen the world, humph. A girl's coquettish cry echoed, and as Weiyang turned around, her image seemed to flicker like a lagging video. Nikuyasi's figure flashed before disappearing not far from him. This little girl, her mastery over time magic becomes more and more proficient. She might be a dark horse this time. Black Weiyang gazed at Nikuyasi who was moving forward like flashes of light, his eyes revealing indulgence. Girl, what's wrong? Are you still unable to let go of him? How could I? It's just about returning the favor from back then. Nikuyasi stood behind Kaodwa, her face displaying pride mixed with disdain. Kaodwa simply smiled. His eldest daughter was always one who says one thing, but means another. Although she had only interacted with Weiyang for a few days, when she thought back now, Weiyang was one of the best people she knew among humans, and yet he showed no regard for the noble identity of her dragon race, making her feel both peculiar and reluctant. Despite Kaodwa's desire to tell her, this is friendship. Friends don't care about strength or status. But he preferred letting her explore human emotions on her own. Human emotions are the most complex, and precisely because of this, the human race has reached its current position. Emotion is also a source of power. If there's a chance, Nikuyasi, following this human might allow you to experience a different kind of life. Kaodwa gazed tenderly at his proud daughter. If she kept growing up in an environment filled with flattery and spoiling, she would certainly suffer greatly when facing threats from outer space. And Weiyang, despite achieving nothing significant in these mere years, his understanding of life was something even this time Dragon King admired. Why would I go? He shows absolutely no respect, just an insignificant human. If everyone held respect for you, would you truly be happy then? Like in our holy domain before, playing with those who revered you. Were you happy then? No. Nikuyasi fell silent. Although the young dragons revered and respected her, when she wasn't present, they would endlessly mock her. Their superficial respect combined with secret mockery and slander made her very angry. And such exchanges full of class differences hold no genuine feelings at all. They are utterly fake. That human may lack reverence towards the dragon race, but given his spirit believer status, he indeed has that right. You're still young and need emotional cultivation. Among all races, we dragons lack the emotional complexity found within humans. Moreover, Weiyang's cultivation talent is poor, posing no danger to you. Experiencing various emotions beside him will benefit you greatly when you come of age and inherit the title of Time Dragon. But go ahead, focus on your cultivation. Look, others from different races have arrived, and some even exceed your level. Stay vigilant. Kaowa cut off Nikoyasi's words. He wanted to stay by her side too, but as a dragon, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Even he at this moment was only a manifestation of the rule of time. It's not like I don't want to go anyway. But Weiyang is really annoying, yet also interesting. Nikoyasi pouted, her body flickering like a slideshow, appearing in every place. Lise, what's wrong? The mermaid queen smiled at Lise beside her. Nothing, your majesty, but why are there two people exactly like Lord Xinling among those four over there? Lise shook her head. Currently, she had transformed her fish tail into legs, wearing an elegant light pink long dress. Her ears and arms had changed to resemble those of a human, since gills and fins aren't useful on land. Only the few scales by her eyes revealed her non-human identity. There are two Xinglings, but the one without any signs of cultivation is the real one you've met. As for the other, consider him a stranger. Oh, okay. Lise obediently nodded her head. Behind her followed 9 outstanding individuals of the mermaid race, including a young girl named Tao, with freckles on her face and her ears covered by carapaces, as well as Barrow Huang, a youth whose May heart resembled an embedded scallop. As for the others, they all had some distinct oceanic characteristics, but we won't elaborate unnecessarily here. Mentioning a few remarkable figures will suffice. Although Lisa's talent was not among the best in these 10 prodigies of the mermaid race, she always had good luck. Hence, although her speed in comprehending water principles and cultivation was slower than others, her realm of cultivation stood among the top 1 or 2 in her mermaid peers, mid-6th stage, ready to break through into the late 6th stage anytime. The strongest prodigy in the mermaid race was Barrow Huang, who possessed initial 7th stage strength. Based merely on his understanding of principles, he could rival even mid-7th or late 7th stage experts. The aforementioned Tataduo had late 6th stage cultivation, but his spirit energy had already surpassed into 7th stage, enabling him to fight across stages, a rare feat among non-human races since all their members generally have synchronized spirit and cultivation realms. If the spirit is weak, combatants easily lose control and become mindless battle machines. Having strong spirit energy is uncommon, especially so at this age. The stronger the spirit energy, the more one can fully unleash their potential, even surpassing themselves and defeating stronger opponents. Apparently, only the Dragon and Xinling groups have arrived thus far. We shall wait. Besides, the light principles here are exceptionally active. Should any of you be able to sense even a hint of the light principle, your future path will be much smoother. Queen Leia smiled faintly, waving her luxurious staff, forming a water cube that enveloped everyone. For the merfolk, staying underwater brought them more comfort. Although they could stay on land, both mentally and physically, it would somewhat impact their strength. To maintain peak condition before the competition, Leia directly used water principles to carve out a space filled with rich water principles amidst the active light principles area. Unfortunately, the merfolk look more appealing underwater, but that water curtain blocks our view. Black Weiyang said regretfully. Is that water cube opposite us containing the merfolk? Weiyang also noticed the water cube on the opposite viewing stand, but hadn't paid attention to who was there due to the distance. Yes, currently the dragon race and the merfolk have arrived. Following them will be the beast, demon, and elf races. Black Weiyang glanced at Ninya, who despite being the previous elf queen reigned for a short period, yet cared deeply about the elf race. The elves, Ninya, what do you think? Weiyang furrowed his brows. The elven race wasn't the old nature-oriented elves anymore. After the demon sealing war, the elves lost their affinity with natural principles. Though still resonating with wood principles, it was far weaker than before. Even the sacred elf tree disappeared, causing some elves to leave the forest of elves, feeling disdain towards elves born from male-female unions. Now those living in the forest were few and high-tier combatants. I have nothing to say. Times change, and I am no longer the elf queen. My divine domain space might have drifted off somewhere. Therefore, don't ask me. Ninya answered calmly. Oh, Weiyang acknowledged briefly. When the other party has spoken so clearly, what else is there to inquire? In the span of 3 days, Weiyang mostly spent his time in silence. Black Weiyang was busy consolidating the light principles. Ninya seemed to be working on an experiment, and Takwar made Weiyang feel increasingly uneasy. Thus, Weiyang refrained from approaching Takwar, unsure of what to say anyway. He had never been good at initiating conversations. If something needed to be said, he would speak it plainly. Otherwise, there wouldn't be idle chatter just for the sake of it. 3 days truly felt agonizing. All Weiyang could do was observe the motionless water cube, watch the young dragons employ various skills and spells, and see the beastmen practicing actively outside the arena. The demon race, though, was peculiar, looking like humans but sporting different sorts of horns atop their heads. Some had classic ram's horns, while others resembled unicorns. Some even grew robustly on their foreheads. There were smaller ones, barely visible beneath their hairdos, which were strikingly colorful, fitting a twice-anime aesthetic. One figure drew Weiyang's particular attention, a purple-haired, purple-cloaked girl with a perpetually melancholic air. Notably, ever since she arrived at the venue, she silently sat on the viewing stands, her long, untended hair covering her face, eyes exposed, gazing forward without focus, seemingly undisturbed by anything around her. Moreover, the other members of the demon race appeared reluctant to provoke her. This greatly interested Wei Yong. Wasn't this just like Broly from Dragon Ball, one of those low-key big shots? Her strength was surely not to be underestimated. So Wei Yong had been pondering how to strike up a conversation with the daydreaming girl. Should he use Earth-style pickup lines? He didn't know them and had never learned any. What could he do then? He didn't know either. So he sought advice from those experienced in flirting. While Wei Yong was deep in thought watching the Beast Race's arena combat. Is there anything you'd like to say? The purple-haired girl was only about 10 meters away from him, her gaze still vacant, but her words accurately reached Wei Yong's ears. Oh, nothing much. I'm just curious about the demon race in the xuanhuan realm. Wei Yong felt a bit awkward as it seemed his thoughts had been read despite his lack of outward action. Was his face the kind that betrayed every thought? Don't overthink. Telepathy is my special skill. As long as someone near me thinks about something related to me, I can read their mind. That's impressive. So, even though my strength isn't great, the great archbishop sent me here anyway. So what are you curious about? The demon race is already a forsaken existence. Why would you be so curious? No, racial discrimination exists in every world. The demon race in each world is merely defined by the victors. I'm just curious about what the demon race's world looks like, what their personalities are like, whether their food tastes good or not, and so on. What a strange person. It makes sense now why you were chosen as the Xinling. I understand completely now. It's not like I wanted to. I was forced into it. Otherwise, I'd still be in some small village, sitting around eating and waiting to die, a deadbeat. The demon race's space is filled with the magic rules spread by the former demon lord, hence the predominantly purple hue. Originally, the demon race's space had a dim, crimson color. But after the demon lord's demise, the dark rule lost its attachment. To secure survival space for the demon race, the demon lord abandoned the dark rule at the very last moment and chose instead one of the preliminary rules of the magic system, fixing this magic rule within the demon race's territory. The demon race is nothing but beings who value power above all else, war-loving and bloodthirsty, dark and evil, unbound by any restraints, and adhering to a philosophy where might is right. The purple-haired girl said indifferently, as for food, they don't need it. Anything rich in energy serves as food. I see. Wei Yong nodded. The demon race of the Xuanhuan realm fit the classic image. Might equals everything, no status restrictions. Whoever is strongest holds the most authority. Xinling, are you disappointed with the demon race? Do you think they should be eradicated? It's not that serious. That the demon race is like this doesn't surprise me at all, considering this is the Xuanhuan realm. Finally, the tone of the purple-haired girl showed a hint of emotion. The Xuanhuan realm is a world where strength speaks. It's different from my original world. In a world where strength reigns supreme, there will always be people endlessly pursuing ultimate power. And those madmen who pursue power will stop at nothing. The demon race, well, I haven't been there yet, so I dare not judge them prematurely. Wei Yong kept his eyes on the arena below. The girl wasn't looking at him, so there was no need for him to stare back, even if the purple-haired girl had a perfect figure, delicate and exuding fragility. However, the long hair covering her face detracted too much. More or less, the demon race pursues power. The bigger the horn on their head, the more intense their pursuit of power. Those who come to the demon realm will grow demon horns under the influence of the magic rules. Once they have grown horns an inch long, they cannot leave easily. This time, the great archbishop used the magic rules to send over the most talented ones. Every eliminated demon will lose the protection of the rules and die in the arena. This is how the Xuanhuan realm expels the demon race. Will they die if they lose? Is it that serious? Wei Yong was quite surprised. The magic rules stem from the death of external demons whose powers infected others upon entering the demon realm, causing madness. After the Sealed Demon War, these magic rules became like a virus in the Xuanhuan realm. To protect it, the demon lord could only seal them within the demon realm. Therefore, those successfully afflicted with madness can never leave under normal circumstances. Once they lose the protection of the rules, other rules in the Xuanhuan realm will eliminate this being bearing the scent of external demons. Once they fail in battle, the magic rules will choose to protect another afflicted person, always seeking power and rejecting losers. External demons, heretics, Wei Yong was also shocked. Such powerful heretics, they could turn into viruses after death, infecting even rules. One couldn't help but imagine what would happen if darkness, light, even time rules were infected. What would become of the Xuanhuan realm? Chapter 57, Sword and Bagua. Early stages of the competition. You have not fought against extraterrestrial demons, so you will never know how terrifying they are. The purple-haired girl still did not make any move. Wei Yong couldn't exactly say something like, "Can you pull your hair aside so I can see? Come on, we're not that familiar yet." Are you curious about my face? Seemingly realizing Wei Yang's peculiar gaze, a voice without emotional fluctuation came. Yeah, I am a little curious. After all, seeing someone whose head is covered by hair, one would naturally want to know what he looks like. My face is very ugly. Are you sure you want to see it? Yes, let's take a look anyway. Finally, the purple-haired girl turned her head, her white hand gently pulling her hair away from her face. As expected, what met the eyes was an incredibly beautiful face, with a delicate nose and big eyes, her mouth perfectly shaped. However, 5 ghastly scars stretching from her forehead down to her chin had completely ruined this beauty, making the originally demure girl look extraordinarily fierce. These scars, where did they come from? Weiyang was not frightened, but instead felt a trace of pity and curiosity towards the beautiful youth who had nearly been disfigured. Aren't you scared? Or perhaps, wouldn't you feel disgust? Why should I feel disgust? Weiyang chuckled helplessly as he asked. A pleasing appearance might be pleasing to the eye, but it wasn't the only standard for evaluating a person. Legendary experiences, interesting souls, high EQ, all could be added points. Ugliness isn't scary. What's scary is ignorance of one's own ugliness or being too self-conscious about it. Is that so? Then I won't play with you anymore. The face of the purple-haired girl shone with a purple light, and those 5 ghastly scars gradually disappeared from her forehead down to her chin. Her perfect features reappeared before Weiyang's eyes. Are you playing with me? Sigh. Looking at her exquisite features, despite feeling pleased in his heart, Weiyang was also a bit disappointed. Huh? Am I ugly? I thought I've already shown you my real face. Not at all. You are very beautiful. Among the people I've seen, your appearance is top-notch. Weiyang said distractedly. He didn't know why, but every time he saw such beautiful people now, especially those more powerful than him, he felt some kind of loss. If that's the case, then why do you feel so complicated right now? A mixture of sadness and joy? It's hard to understand. The purple-haired beauty was also somewhat confused about Weiyang. In the demon realm, only power was ultimate, while beautiful appearances were just dung. Therefore, she conjured up those 5 ghastly scars on her face, making herself appear tougher and more forceful. I don't know either. Maybe because you are so pretty, like an otherworldly fairy, which unconsciously gives a person the feeling that you're difficult to approach. Fairy? What is a fairy? It refers to females with extraordinary strength and beauty beyond compare. They seem less like people from this world, but rather beings born in secret realms where the concentration of spiritual energy is high, capable of nurturing such beautiful creatures. Hee, you really do know how to joke. The laughter devoid of emotion made Weiyang very uncomfortable. Moreover, he discovered that this girl had not even opened her mouth, but fortunately, here in the Xian fantasy world, all sorts of strange phenomena could be accepted. My throat has always had some damage, so to produce sound, I've found many methods, by using the demonic energy within my body to vibrate the surrounding space, imitating the frequency of throat vibrations when humans speak, thus achieving the purpose of producing sound. That's amazing. Weiyang was astonished as well. Was there such a technique? Well, I've said what needs to be said. My heart tells me you have no further questions. The purple-haired girl pulled her hair back, covering her face again, and the sinister scars re-emerged. Alright, let's talk again next time. After replying briefly, Weiyang once again focused on the gladiatorial battles below. Strangely, after their chat, these two individuals stood several meters apart, behaving like strangers without any further communication. Time flew by. After all, in this mystical realm filled with the rule of light, there was no such thing as night. The current spectator seats housed various factions, 20 in number. Everyone gathered to conserve energy. Each leading race of humans, dragons, merfolk, beast races, demon races, and elves combined their efforts in the sky to create a viewing platform. 10 major representatives from Xuanhuan world sat above, coexisting harmoniously. Dear participants, since this place is a hidden realm, only the contestants will enter. However, we've projected the scenes here to the skies over every continent of Xuanhuan world. Your every move will be seen by the world. Thus, give it your best effort, young geniuses. Lin Qingshan's voice echoed through every corner, simultaneously announcing the commencement of Xuanhuan world's first Young Genius tournament in this spectator-less secret realm. Now begins the draw. Please all participants contribute a thread of energy. Cao Duo waved his hand, and a spherical transparent energy orb appeared in the sky above the arena. All the contestants contributed a strand of their own energy, momentarily filling the orb with multicolored energies, causing the orb to begin changing shape, its color fluctuations merging into a chaotic hue. The cube that had transformed from the orb began to stir constantly, like a screening machine, producing combat pairings. The first match, xuanhuan against. Weiyang wasn't really paying attention to the names. Battles didn't concern him much, so we won't linger on them either. The fights in the dueling field were intense and splendid, especially those involving some of the young geniuses. Feng Zhonghua from the eastern continent showcased an extraordinary sword control technique, glamorous yet sharp, culminating in a final 3-sword unification move descending from the heavens, successfully breaking through a beastman's defense. The 3-foot cold gleam stopped right at the opponent's throat, leading the beastman to concede swiftly, granting Feng Zhonghua an easy victory. Apparently, he hadn't used his full strength. Throughout the entire match, the beastman's attacks, whether in close combat or remote spellcasting, were all broken by one strike of the sword. It was incredibly stylish. Unfortunately, there were no spectators. However, Feng Zhonghua did not care. In his heart, ever since his other half left, his world revolved only around this sword, Lianshan's sword. A love as deep as the ocean can lead one to wander alone among the 9 skies, sword in hand. Bello Huang's battle, on the other hand, could only be described as bizarre throughout. Facing a green female elf who used wind magic to enhance her agility, the moment she grabbed the arrow behind her back, she inexplicably found herself lifted into the air by an invisible force gripping her neck. Then a hand made of water slowly materialized around the girl's neck. Is he that powerful? No one saw him use any skills, nor was there any fluctuation of spiritual energy. How is it possible? Wei Yong looked at the boy with a conch-like mark on his forehead and couldn't help but feel curious about him. Don't be surprised. This is merely the utilization of racial characteristics. This boy isn't simple. Black Wei Yong watched as the boy calmly walked off the stage, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Is someone actually engaging in gossip? Black Wei Yong's voice came, prompting Wei Yong to quickly shift his gaze. Sure enough, a rather elegant man appeared before his eyes. He hailed from the eastern continent, and his opponent was a horned male demon. As he walked steadily in the 7-star steps, the demon seemed to face a mighty adversary, continuously striking around the man's body with purple flames flying everywhere. But these flames never got within 3 inches of the man. That's enough. I'm sure you're tired. Leave the field. What? The demon horn man blinked and suddenly appeared off the stage. Immediately, a strand of purple energy left his body, splitting into 9 parts and entering each demonic observer's body, sitting in the viewing stands. The 9 demon competitors remained motionless, quietly observing the horned man. No, don't, The horned man screamed in agony as countless lights merged into his body. When the light faded, his figure had vanished without a trace. This is what demons are capable of. How does it feel? Scary, right? Black Wei Yong chuckled mischievously while looking at Wei Yong. Meh, I already knew demons would do this several days ago. Wei Yong indicated that he'd been aware all along, but was surprised to find that even this world had rumors. It seemed like this world indeed harbored many things he had never expected. Maybe he should visit the eastern continent sometime soon. You should keep your distance from that female demon. In my opinion, the dark magic rules governing her are purer than any demon here, including the Grand Priestess of Demons. Black Wei Yong stared seriously at the quiet, motionless purple-haired girl seated in the observation stand. She gave him an uncomfortable feeling, as if confronting the physical manifestation of the law itself, an unbearable sensation. After all, Black Wei Yong was only a soul embodiment of part of the dark laws. If it were a complete soul embodiment of the dark law, then he would have long since gone on to understand other laws instead of wasting time here. So the demons can be repelled? Interesting. The elegant man observed the purple flames slowly fading on the platform. These were unique flames from the demon realm, capable of directly burning souls. He dared not touch them. This man's name is Wen Jiqiang, also from the eastern continent. He seems familiar with Feng Zhonghua, the swordsman we encountered earlier. Oh, Wei Yong responded indifferently, when suddenly, on another platform, he spotted someone he recognized. Mike was currently battling another human with a Westerner's face. Looks like Wei Yong has been here all along. It seems we need to step up our game, especially you, Chi-Te. Your body. Chi-Te also noticed Wei Yong in the audience and couldn't help but feel uneasy about his situation. How dare you get distracted during a fight? You're infuriating. Mike's opponent, noticing Mike's absent-mindedness, felt insulted and promptly cast an arena spell, Freezing Rain. The slick icy platform and countless droplets of water laced with sharp coldness filled the air. That's enough. I've had my fun. Your magical power is impressive. You're almost touching the ice rule, but my efforts weren't wasted either. Bursting crimson flame. With a wave of his hand, despite not being augmented by any rules, Mike's immense soul energy summoned a colossal magma sphere that crushed everything in its path, forcing his opponent from the central continent off the platform. Indeed, Mike is the protagonist. Just in a few months, he can already overpower even peak 5th stage fighters. Black Wei Yong watched Mike with a sense of satisfaction. His brother's growth made him proud. He also noticed that only Mike from the West Continent team participated in the tournament. It was probably because of Mike's protagonist status that he stood out among the 5 siblings. Mike feels like a protagonist, achieving this level in just a few months. But I haven't seen the others yet. I should find time to ask about them. Wei Yong was delighted. As long as Mike rose perfectly, it meant he could comfortably retire into seclusion again, this time securely backed by his brother's strength. The carefree life of doing nothing but lying around still suited him best. Yeah, the others likely encountered some good fortunes as well. If you try hard, you'll find out that the adventurer badges you created together give a rough indication of everyone's safety conditions. This was one of the reasons for forming the Adventurers Guild. Is that possible? Yes, just touch the part representing each person with your spiritual power. True to Black Wei Yong's word, Wei Yong focused on the badge in his pocket. Everyone seemed to be fine, though Chi-Te's condition was somewhat special. However, the feedback he received was equally powerful, suggesting a significant encounter of some kind. Oh, forgot to mention, if any one of you 5 perishes, their corresponding part of the symbol will disappear. That's a safeguard I added for you. Remember that. Wow, that's awesome. Thanks, man. Wei Yong showed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect his darker self to be so meticulous as well. Very impressive. It's just a precaution. Alright, let's continue watching the matches. It's Merfolk Girl's turn now. Huh? Who? Where do you know her? Wei Yong looked puzzled. With only one spacious arena under the 100 contestants, progress was slow. For the top geniuses, it was just right. Watching opponents' fighting styles, gauging their strengths, and whether they'd mastered any laws, all contributed to the performance effect, showcasing the elite battles among the prodigies of the xuanhuan world for people around the world to see. Outside the secret realm, Wei Yang's friends were also watching. Apart from Chi-Te wanting to break through the hidden realm, they were all in Mu's city. The Dragon Clan elders constantly warded off attacks from otherworldly intruders. Magic realm inhabitants were confined, while the elf race lacked strong members besides a few 8th-stage elder elves guarding the place. The Merfolk faction had just finished a civil conflict and was rebuilding. Meanwhile, the beast race plotted something secretly in the shadows, giving the impression that the xuanhuan continent was soon to undergo change. Why does this mermaid girl seem so familiar? Chapter 58. The Dragon Clan enters the scene. You are Lise, the mermaid you encountered for the first time. He Weiyang looked at Weiyang's confused expression and sighed helplessly. Perhaps the difference between him and Weiyang was mostly in memory. This forgetful person. Oh yeah, I remember now. Sorry, I only remember Queen Lia of the mermaids. Haha. Weiyang gave an awkward laugh. He knew his own situation well. Some very important things could suddenly escape his mind. Her opponent is actually Tiger Chi from the Beast Tribe. It's going to be a fierce battle. He Weiyang looked at the information revealed by the gray chaotic box above. Lise had grasped the thread of the water principle, but Tiger Chi from the Beast Tribe had a body form of a blaze tiger, a direct Tier 7 magic beast as an adult, highly attuned to the fire principle, and it seemed like he had also grasped a fragment of the force principle. This battle would likely end with Lise losing. The arena on East Continent. How about it, Zhonghua? When Jiqiang looked at Feng Zhonghua, on the East Continent, aside from their 5 squads, there were 4 others left. A girl named Maru was eliminated by Huiyaoyan from the Dark Court of the West Continent in the second round, thus being directly transported out of the secret realm. However, after East Continent fought several consecutive matches, it was probably hard to find more matches later. Have you felt it too? Feng Zhonghua's face bore an air of melancholy, a sign that his heart had been wounded, and there was nothing he could do about it. Felt what? Stop being so mysterious. Si Shuai also spoke up beside them, watching them play coy with each other, feeling somewhat contemptuous inside. Si Shuai, that member of the Beast Tribe, has comprehended 2 principles, making him one of the Beast Tribe's top cards. Be careful if you encounter him. Hu Qin, lying lazily on the viewing platform, slowly opened his mouth, looking half asleep. But when it came to strength, even Feng Zhong was 9 swords as one wouldn't necessarily break through Hu Qin's spatial defense. Exactly. Wu Gushing also chimed in nearby, but all the words had already been spoken, leaving the remaining 4 without any comments. They were all independent cultivators or prodigies from other sects, having immense confidence in their abilities, showing disdain and unwillingness to engage in Feng Zhonghua's topic. Oh, 2 principles. Now that's challenging. Si Shuai was quite excited. Only battles against stronger opponents could lead to constantly breaking through limits and becoming increasingly powerful. He may be strong, but let the breeze blow over the hillside. When Jiqiang recited a line, the road is long, only the sword remains by my side, one strike will cut through it. Feng Zhonghua also slowly opened his mouth. You all go ahead and fight, I really don't want to move. Hu Chan waved his hand while lying down and closed his eyes again. Aren't they putting on a show? Yeah, Xiao Tian, do you have a plan? What, me? No, don't think too much. Each of us will fight independently. Only by giving it our all can we bring greater renown and benefits to ourselves and our sections. Xiao Tian, Lin Feng, Yang Xuanzong, Wen Jing slowly spoke. These 4 were the remaining competitors from the East Continent who had yet to step onto the stage. As expected, Lise quickly found herself embroiled in a grueling fight, just as He Weiyang had predicted. Not only did he grasp the fire principle, but also the force principle. What a monster. Lise knelt on one knee, her face disheveled, using one hand to support the water curtain in front of her to fend off Tiger Chi's punches. Hee, mermaid, you're pretty good too. Lasting this long is already something to be proud of. Tiger Chi smiled, revealing 2 tiger fangs inside his otherwise dashing face, which made him look somewhat childlike. After all, non-human races have lifespans far longer than humans, and these prodigies, enriched by their parents' wealth, grow extremely fast but still remain children, especially the Dragon Clan. They look like elementary school students or kindergartners with big question marks, wondering if you have a lot of friends. I went off topic. In summary, among the human race, except for Mike being a teenager, all the contestants present were prodigies barely 20 years old. Beast transformation. Tiger Chi stored energy once again. His arms began growing thicker, fire-red tiger fur patterns gradually appearing, as though tiger claws had grown on a boy's body, awkward but brimming with power. What? The water curtain was shattered by a massive force. Thin flames dissipated in the air as Tiger Chi had employed both the fire principle and the force principle to effortlessly break through this barrier. Otherwise, given the suppression of water over fire, breaking through wouldn't have been so easy. Lise was struck by a colossal force, spat out a mouthful of blood, and landed at the edge of the arena. How about it, give up? Mermaid, you're no match for me. Hu Qi retracted his power, his arms returning to their normal size, but the beast transformation state was still not cancelled. Hu Qi looked at Lise smugly. Victory was already within reach. I huff, will not give up. Lise stubbornly stood up again. She could no longer maintain the illusion of human form on her arm, revealing fins at the joints, and beneath her exposed skin were pink scales. All right, I admit your courage, but in the face of absolute strength, just lie down quietly. Otherwise, in a real duel, you would have no chance of survival. Hu Qi admired this obstinate mermaid girl inside, acknowledging her unyielding will. However, unfortunately, she had met him. This was the cruel reality. Bang! A circle of punches thrown out simply with fist wind sent Lise flying off the arena, announcing Hu Qi's victory simultaneously. A stream of water extended from the water cube in the spectator area, its concentrated water principle even making Hu Qi on the arena somewhat comfortable. The water stream pulled Lise back into the water cube, after which it became impossible to see what was inside. Queen Lia, that young lady named Lise is quite impressive. Lin Qingshan smiled as he looked at Queen Lia, and everyone acknowledged Lise's performance. Although Lise's talent is average, she has had many fortuitous encounters. This time, Her opponent was just too strong. It's not her fault. Maybe next time, she can win. What do you think about that, Chief Manduo? Lise politely smiled as she looked toward the burly man who was covered in muscles, had mandibular beards, a face full of crosswise muscles. Manduo, representative of the beast tribe. Chuckle chuckle, young Miss Lise is already very strong. But Hu Chi is our tribe's top card. Her performance today surpasses even the exceptional talents. Being able to go back and forth against two principals with only one makes her bound to become a great power in the future. Manduo smiled honestly, but despite his brutish and muscled appearance, underneath his bulk lay a shrewd fox calculating every move. Recently, the claws of the beast tribe were starting to stir restlessly. Well then, let's continue watching. Hopefully, these young ones will surprise us. By the way, Xiva, the losses of the 9 geniuses, what does it mean for the demon realm? Lin Qingshan worriedly glanced at Xiva, a purple-skinned human-like person also sporting ram horns, the head minister of the demon sect. Despite the continuous warfare between his holy church and the dark church, they maintained a high-level harmony. After all, the Western continent and the demon realm originally constituted a whole. Rest assured, the great minister knows well. Those beings cannot make it here. There are no signs yet of any loosening in the seal of the demon king. Xiva cast Lin Qingshan a calm glance before refocusing his attention back on the battle below. That's good. 2 extraordinary geniuses fell in our Western continent. Not sure whether it's a blessing or curse. Lin Qingshan sighed. When he first came to this Western continent, he arrived a bit late during the land allocation, resulting in this situation. It's really a mess. Too much trouble, especially since 5 alien races invaded through temporal spatial rifts, 2 of which fell within his jurisdiction. Extremely uncomfortable. The next match, Huoluo versus Tammy. The gray chaotic box slowly revealed the combatants. Oh, fire roar of the Dragon Clan. No suspense, Dragon Clan will win. Hei Weiong watched the 2 people walk onto the stage. Huoluo appeared like a grade schooler, energetic and stepping onto the arena now. On top of his head were 2 small sharp corners pointing backward, standard features of a Western dragon, whereas Eastern divine dragons typically had deer antlers extending from the forehead upward. His fiery red hair and red martial outfit made him look like a kid attending a martial arts training class. As for Tammy, upon seeing Huoluo, Tammy immediately cowered. Cowering before fighting meant losing 3 points before the bout started. As expected, there was absolutely no surprise. After throwing a few ice balls, Tammy was knocked off the stage by Huoluo. Even at the same cultivation level, breaking the defenses of a Dragon Clan member was exceptionally difficult. Yay, I won. Huoluo happily returned to the Dragon Clan zone. It was just like a juvenile emo kid returning to Emmaville. The hairstyles were diverse. Red, blue, purple, white, gold, black, white glittery. None of them were dyed on purpose. Since the young Dragon Clan members hadn't completely comprehended the rules of force, they stored the rules of force they encountered in their hair, which enabled them to constantly understand it every moment. But mostly, those rule forces in their hair were bestowed by their elders. This also counted as the elders dyeing their hair. It was to allow them, upon reaching adulthood, to smoothly take over their positions so that the elders could venture into outer domains to resist evil and demonic forces. Because the rule forces given to juniors were evenly distributed, few truly grasped these rules. Some elder dragons would forego this blessing, choosing instead to leave the sacred realm to undergo trials on their own. The water dragon in the Eastern Sea was such an example. The next match, Lu Duo versus Hei Pai. Oh, another Dragon Clan member? The opponent is a very unusual dark elf, worth watching. Hei Weiong became interested as he watched a purple-skinned elf walk onto the stage. Black leather jacket and pants adorned her S-shaped perfect figure. She had daggers and short swords tucked at her waist. Her sclerae were black, and her pupils were a bright yellow, accentuated by her purple skin, giving her an exotic beauty. As for Lu Duo, a boy with purple hair, freckles, and resembling a young dragon, his expression upon seeing Hei Pai was somewhat mischievous. Humph, I'll show you how to defeat you, member of the Dragon Clan. Haha, big sister, be careful, I use poison. Lu Duo wiped away a streak of blue saliva from the corner of his mouth and spat it out on the ground, instantly corroding several pits into the sturdy arena floor. Bring it on. The dark elf drew her short sword, a wave of black light enveloping the blade, resembling an enchanted weapon. Poison Dragon Domain. Lu Duo looked at the dark elf's short sword and turned serious despite his lecherous gaze just moments ago. A faint shadow of a massive purple dragon appeared behind his small body, followed by a thick purple mist covering the entire arena. This prevented spectators from seeing what was happening inside. Ugh, this sigh. Weiong observed the thick purple fog on the field with discomfort, noting how it gradually corroded the ever-diminishing platform. He found it quite impressive. Dragon clans were indeed powerful. Oh, this dark elf isn't bad. The little brat from the Dragon Clan might lose. By now, Hei Weiong's eyes had been entirely covered by white brilliance, clearly using the light principle force, since the principle of light was omnipresent here. Rule force, right? Why didn't I think of that? Upon noticing Hei Weiong's serious focus on the match, Weiong realized he could employ the dark principle force too. His eyes were cloaked in the dark principle, both sclerae and pupils turning completely black. Gradually, the once opaque purple haze started becoming transparent, transforming into a thin purple gauze. Though still somewhat affecting visibility, it no longer impeded observation. Poison system principle, it's indeed troublesome. So let's wrap this up quickly. The dark elf, faced with the all-encompassing purple smoke obscuring everything, slowly closed her eyes and drew her dagger from her waist. I must thank you for providing me with such a great opportunity. Night Shadow Assassination. Her body dissolved like liquid, merging into the shadows of the purple smoke. Simultaneously, the ground beneath where she stood inexplicably dissolved downward 3 inches, courtesy of the poison principle, a force capable of dissolving matter quietly without anyone realizing it. Where did Big Sister go? Floating within the purple mist, Lu Duo looked bewilderedly at the spot where the dark elf had disappeared, unsure why she vanished in the blink of an eye. Did the corrosive effect dissolve her? That shouldn't be possible. Found you. A gentle voice whispered near Lu Duo's ear, immediately causing him to lose consciousness. The match has concluded. He Weiong retracted the light principle, his eyes reverting to their original yellow hue. Darkness principle? Doesn't seem right. The technique used by the dark elf resembles something I used when rushing forward. Weiong also retracted the dark principle, restoring his eyes to their original colors from complete darkness. It's not similar, it's exactly the same. She has already sensed your presence. Soon, she will probably come find you. Come on, Weiong. This dark elf girl is quite good. Try to keep her, whether as a lover or even as a servant. It's all up to you. He Weiong's lips curved into a cryptic smile. For dark elves, there was absolutely no resistance against the dark principle. As for himself, well, his body wasn't real, so he had no such desires. All he was attracted to was the power of principles, besides which, there was a lingering heavenly Tao awaiting his salvation. Chapter 59, The Welfare of the Dark Elves. Sure enough, after the purple mist dissipated, the dark elf named He Pai directly turned to look where Weiong was standing, which left Weiong quite puzzled. Turns out you were right. Weiong looked at He Weiong with some surprise, his heart filled with doubts. Was the relationship between the dark elves and the darkness rule really this miraculous? Are you the spirit adult? While Weiong was lost in thought, a very pleasant voice rang beside him. I'm Weiong. As for spirit adult, that should be my identity from several months ago. Weiong suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing the girl had already approached him while he hadn't noticed. This was embarrassing. That's great. Spirit adult, may I stay by your side? I will do whatever tasks you assign. After confirming with Weiong, the dark elf girl's face lit up in excitement, her expression becoming slightly distorted. She only felt that, sensing the pure darkness principle within Weiong's body, something she painstakingly cultivates every day. If she could be around a walking embodiment of dark law, her own strength would improve at an incredible speed. And besides, her companion is a spirit adult, providing even more safety and belonging, isn't it? Even if there are sacrifices. No, those don't even count as sacrifices. Rather, they're advantages for her. Weiong was stunned. Looking at this excited and assertive young woman, he didn't know why he possessed such immense charm. Yes, I accept on behalf of spirit adult. Black Weiong smirked nearby. It's real, that's fantastic. The dark elf immediately cheered, casually sitting next to Weiong. Then, she tilted her head and took a deep breath against Weiong's shoulder. This pure darkness law, it's far more concentrated than those secret realms imbued with the dark law. Weiong felt uneasy inside, though the beauty was indeed gorgeous. When the beauty took some overly proactive actions, it didn't excite, but instead gave him chills down his spine. Don't worry, discard any lewd thoughts. Dark elves seek power like the demonic races, and the dark law is viewed as akin to divinity. Your body issues were mended by me using the dark law. This body so close to its essence is an irresistible allure for all dark elves. Some might even take extreme actions. Black Weiong watched Weiong with interest, happy to see Weiong embarrassed. It's like this. I say, keep your distance. Weiong let out a sigh and quickly moved the dark elf closer to him, since she was almost completely leaning into his embrace. So it wasn't about his appeal after all, but the attraction of the dark law. His pride took a blow, making him uncomfortable. Just let her lie on your lap. Having such a pretty dark elf as a pillow is an opportunity not many get. Black Weiong looked at Weiong's awkward, yet comfortable expression and felt a certain sense of joy in his heart. He finally understood how emotional fluctuations worked. It wasn't bad. Sigh, you just love mocking me. Although Weiong was somewhat tempted by Black Weiong's suggestion, it also felt like Black Weiong enjoyed seeing him flustered. This made Weiong unhappy since there was nothing he could do about it. Come, lie down. Weiong gently supported the shoulders of the dark elf who now looked blissful, much like someone under the influence of drugs. Yet, Weiong remained unaffected, thinking deeply about dark elves and their mutant race status, and what other members of the elven race might think. A steady breathing sound came from his leg. I lose, she just fell asleep. What a carefree beauty. Weiong helplessly looked at the purple elf beauty whose face was flushed red, resting directly on his thigh. Sighing, despite wanting to enjoy some benefits himself, there were too many prying eyes here. 10 senior experts on the platform in the sky above included Queen Mimi of the current elven race, possibly keeping watch over him. How frustrating. The dark elf turned over again, making Weiong feel suffocated. Heisey, stop giving me opportunities. We'll see who catches whom. Wait, Heisey, I am certainly not called Heisey. You're born of the darkness rule, so you're Heisey. Bullshit, I'm you too, you're Heisey. Your body has been mended with the darkness law, you're even more Heisey. What the hell? Weiong felt intensely bothered, scolding Black Weiong fiercely. Both sharing the same temperament, they naturally anticipated each other's psychological movements, just like preempting an opponent who's anticipating your anticipation. But ultimately, I guessed wrong and you made no movement. Thus, the result remains amusing. Have all the dark elves been born? The Great Depression of the elven race is coming soon. Nina looked at the dark elf who was sleeping soundly on Wei Yang's leg, feeling inexplicable worry. Her gaze shifted to the platform in the sky, where Mimi, the current queen of the elven race, had surely seen Nina herself long ago, but with confusion, fear, and a bit of guilt. The current queen of the elven race only possessed the strength of the early 8th stage. Moreover, there wasn't a single 9th stage powerhouse within the clan now. Most young elves filled with revenge were no longer willing to stay in the elf forest, instead venturing into various secret realms of law in pursuit of power. The carefree life that the elf race once loved, harmonious with nature, was irretrievably lost. After an utterly meaningless argument, Wei Yong frowned as he watched the dark elf still sound asleep. What should I do with her? What do you mean do? Wei Yong rolled his eyes. You know yourself. Wei Yong silently stared at him. I sigh, forget it, I yield to you. Follow your heart. Although Wei Yong felt guilty, dark elves, they certainly didn't appear out of thin air. Follow my heart. Fine. Wei Yong muttered softly. Following my heart. Might as well not say anything at all. But he had merely asked for Wei Yang's opinion. Glancing at this dark elf and remembering Wei Yang's previous words about how he'd never heard of dark elves before. Perhaps they had some connection with Wei Yong, or something else. Either way, he wouldn't feel so anxious if not for some deeper reason. My legs fell asleep. Hey, Heisey, is there any way to wake her up, Wei Yang's face contorted with discomfort from his thigh going numb after crouching for too long, a familiar unpleasant sensation resurfacing. You're hopeless. Fine, I'll help you. Girl, wake up. Wei Yong shook his head in resignation, but still reached out, lightly tapping the dark elf's forehead. Wei Yong noticed a faint ink-like haze of dark rule enveloping Wei Yang's hand. Can principles be used like that? Wei Yong was somewhat surprised. It's beneficial to learn more. This trick only works on those who've perceived corresponding principles of force, otherwise it could directly destroy their brain domain, leading to brain death, a killing move. Wei Yong was momentarily speechless, indicating he'd learned something. That feels so good. The dark elf sister woke up slowly, her purple skin quickly turning flushed, appearing very enchanting. Whoosh. She sat up abruptly, mind in disarray. How had she fallen asleep? And it seemed she had revealed a rather shameful expression. Oh no, would she be regarded as an impure elf? Oof, SSS. Wei Yong comfortably stretched out his legs. Let me rest for a moment before you lie down again. My legs are a bit numb. Wei Yong smiled. He no longer held any hope for himself. Regarding his pursuit of the opposite sex, he did have certain principles. The most important one was that the other party must also like him. Not for his benefits or trivial affection, but genuinely. Okay. The dark elves had almost burst into flames, though her heart also felt a mix of joy and slight disappointment. Hey, another round of the competition is over. I missed the show, guess we'll wait for the next one. Wei Yong saw the contestants on the field already retreating. It was South Continent versus West Continent, with the victor being from the South Continent. Next round, Nicolias versus Rush. Little Nicolias against a beast race member, brother of the beast race, my condolences. I forfeit. The beast race Rush forfeits, Nicolias wins. Wei Yong felt a little awkward. Nicola hadn't even moved from the audience seats, seemingly already knowing her opponent would surrender. No surprise, when the beast race fights against the dragon race, their strength is naturally suppressed by half. The proud physical body of the beast race is simply nothing before the dragon race. Surrendering is only expected. Previously, the dark elf defeated the dragon not through physical strikes, but via mental attacks, only making the opponent fall unconscious without causing major mental harm. The dragon's body and spirit are both strong, yet the spiritual aspect is slightly weaker. Defense isn't as powerful as the physical frame either. I just happen to master a nighttime assassination technique, allowing me to attack the soul simultaneously while inflicting physical damage upon contact with the enemy. The dark elf girl explained. So, doesn't this mean that dragons have an advantage in winning this championship? What's the point of continuing these matches? Is that so? It's because the dragons haven't encountered true geniuses yet. During the preliminary rounds, the eliminated ones were only those with empty ranks. As for battles like between Liz and Hu Qi, they are few. Wei Yong said slowly. Oh, so strong. Does that mean anyone can kill across stages then? The basic operations are simple, but these real geniuses, each and every one comes from a protagonist template. How can they not be amazing? Moreover, it's been over 10 years since Xiantian realm experienced major warfare campaigns. How many 10-stage deities have emerged? The current era is probably destined to produce countless geniuses. Only when this era fades will a fated child emerge, walking the familiar path of a wastrel's rise to power. I feel like you're mocking me. Wei Yong looked suspiciously at Wei Yong. And no, I just mean that this is an era of many outstanding talents. There's no need to be overly amazed. Wei Yong was a little embarrassed at being caught, having originally rejoiced inwardly, which then turned into awkwardness. The relationship between the two spirit lords sure seems good. The dark elf sat beside Wei Yong, also smiling as she looked at Wei Yong and Wei Yong. That's not true. That's exactly it. As a result, Wei Yong and Wei Yong rebutted simultaneously, causing the three girls around them to giggle uncontrollably. Shimin Shui versus Ze. At the same time, two new competitors stepped onto the arena. Shimin Shui? Wei Yong watched with some surprise at the man clad in a white robe, his hair tied up in a traditional bun, holding a sword. Yeah, he's a human from the North Continent. Under the protection of Emperor Dugu Xinmu, surnames such as Shimin, Dugu, Zhuge, and Ouyang possess great power. This time, these 4 families have sent out 4 prodigies. After them come other top talents from the North Continent. The situation's somewhat similar to that on the East Continent. He Weiyang explained slowly. As for that Eastern Dragon Clan member, Zili, he uses the Earth element rules, but he might lose. Can't be serious. Is this Shimin Shui dressed retro style stronger than Feng Zhonghua from before? Oh, so you noticed Feng Zhonghua too? Heh, not bad. You've got some discernment after all. He Weiyang looked somewhat surprised at Weiyang unexpectedly. Weiyang, who only possessed 3rd stage strength, had thoughts like this. Could it be that after all this exposure to elemental rules, this cultivation reject has finally started to understand things? Hurry up and tell me. Anyway, I feel that whoever Feng Zhonghua was, he's stronger than this Shimin Shui. Of course, an inheritor of the Wanyo sword ends up using the Lianshan sword. Truly, destiny plays cruel tricks. I told you, those called Shimin aren't made of sturdy stuff. Weiyang held some hostility towards people named Shimin, especially recalling certain characters from Water Margin. Cough. Well, never mind. You know what I mean. Oh, the battle has ended? This boy called Shimin is indeed, as you said, no substance, all underhanded tactics. He Weiyang observed the yellow-haired youth lying on the platform. In front of him stood an earth wall, but the boy himself had already lost consciousness. On his wrist lay a small wound, oozing traces of purple blood. Already done? That fast. Weiyang hadn't realized the fight had concluded so quickly, and even worse, against a Dragon Clan opponent. What? He poisoned his blade, spiritual poison plus paralytic toxin. Once there's a cut, peers find it difficult to resist. He's definitely underhanded. He Weiyang sneered. Just now, when Shimin Shui unsheathed his sword, it flashed green, a clear sign it wasn't anything pure. In one swift strike, while Zi was still unaware, Shimin concentrated his attack on the latter's wrist. Breaking through the tough dragon scales at last, Zi managed to raise a defensive earthen wall. But it was useless by then. The potent spiritual toxin made Zi groggy. The paralytic effect rendered his body uncontrollable, leaving him unconscious on the ground. Damn sneaky. Just as expected, nobody with the surname Shimin turns out decent. Weiyang spat out his contempt. This thing, utterly despicable. Chapter 60, the first round, ends. After Shimin Chu's battle, all the participants looked down on this hypocrite with disdain, which was truly nauseating. It's not humiliating to be defeated honorably. What's humiliating is losing for unknown reasons and falling into such a scheming person's hands, which is a loss of dignity. Shimin, that's all you're capable of. Humph. Zhuge, don't say sarcastic things. That was the dragon race, and I could only do so to win. Shimin Chu paid no heed to Zhuge Ming's sarcasm. Although Zhuge Ming was unanimously recognized as the strategist in the arena, who could take such considerations? Shimin, may you seek your own blessings in the upcoming matches. After watching many more performance battles, it was finally East Continent's turn again. Hu Chun versus Yu Ju. Oh, that slack East Continent kid's opponent is actually a descendant of the space dragon. This will be interesting. He Weiyang saw a child with a deer horn on his forehead and shiny silver hair step onto the stage, while from the East Continent side, Feng Zhonghua and 3 others directly lifted Hu Chun up and threw him off the arena. That's brutal enough. Weiyang watched this brotherly scene with some stirring in his heart. The dragon race is about to lose again. He Weiyang muttered under his breath, looking at the unusually lazy man from the East Continent with solemn expression. Are you my opponent? Truly someone without any spirit. Yu Ju felt disdain seeing the lethargic man thrown off by his teammates. I don't want to move. Kid, how about we place a bet? What kind of bet? I'll just sit here. If you can break through my defense, I'll concede. How about that? Could there be such a good deal? Don't you dare then. Hu Chen looked at Yu Ju with a teasing smile, finding it amusing to mess with this dragon race kid. Alright, don't regret it. Yu Ju was provoked, fuming inside, thinking this was an easy victory within reach. I'm ready, come at me. Then, Hu Chen flicked the ground clean, sat down, closed his eyes, bowed his head, as if he had fallen asleep. Since you're still being arrogant like this, watch me. Yu Ju stretched out his little hand, clapped them together, and struck Hu Chun from afar without moving himself. Pang! A massive cloud of dust erupted. Even though Yu Ju didn't budge, where Hu Chun stood was hit as if by a colossal force. When the dust settled, Hu Chun was still sitting there completely unscathed. A 3-meter radius around him remained perfectly intact, but within a 10-meter circular ring from the 3-meter boundary, there was a uniform 5-inch deep depression. So you're also a user of the space rule? No wonder you act so confidently. Yu Ju could feel it too. When using the spatial rule to attack Hu Chun, a similar force prevented him from affecting the area within 3 meters of Hu Chen's surroundings. However, there was nothing unusual about this since Yu Ju controlled a 5-meter range around himself, having only used half his strength before. This time, he would make sure this frivolous guy gets a taste of his own medicine. Look at my spatial profound secret art hammer. Yu Ju waved his hand, causing a section of space above Hu Chun to ripple, as if a mass of soft, transparent glass were wildly distorting. Then, those with sharp eyesight could faintly discern a huge hammer hovering above Hu Chun, its handle connected to the center of Yu Ju's palm. The hairs behind Yu Ju's head sparkled with strange light, as if they were turning into glassy objects. Bang! A tremendous dull sound reverberated, making everyone furrow their brows. This noise was akin to the feeling one gets when a drummer forcefully strikes the drum, yet only leather pounding noises are heard, irritatingly uncomfortable. No, this cannot be. I refuse to believe it. Yu Ju struggled, feeling his inability to swing his arms down, filled with disbelief. He had utilized all the power within his 5-meter spatial force to form the Warhammer and applied the Profundity's secret art of space, which transcended the enhancements provided by combat skills or magic abilities, and still couldn't penetrate this lazy man's space defense. It simply did not conform to common sense. Hu Chen seemed to have sensed something, yawned, changed posture, and nodded off again. I surrender. Yu Ju, looking at Hu Chen's appearance, sighed in helplessness, admitting defeat. Hu Chen allowing him to attack already gave him an advantage, but even using all his strength, he was unable to break through the opponent's defense. Now exhausted, what could he use to fight back? Dragon Race Yu Ju concedes. Winner. Hu Chen. What? Oh, surrendering. Good. Little buddy, don't think I'm bullying you now. Actually, I can only defend and don't have any offensive skills, hee. Hugging his head in a very friendly manner, Hu Chen then slowly returned to the spectator seats under Yu Ju's look of astonishment, anger, and wrong word here, but continuing. Then, he lay down and fell asleep again. I'll remember you. Hu Chen from the East Continent. Yu Ju stared fiercely at Hu Chen with an expression of forced restraint, not allowing his tears to fall as he repeatedly told himself, because I am not strong enough, because I was too arrogant. That's why I fell for it. Next time we meet, I will definitely win, definitely. Returning to the spectator seats with apparent ease, Hu Chen drew attention from members of other teams. A character with no offense but formidable defense, huh? Many asked themselves if they could truly penetrate his defenses, though they might still be willing to try their luck. But Feng Zhonghua and Wen Jiqiang were true rivals, a master swordsman and an expert in bagua arts. Not easy opponents at all. And as for those who hadn't yet taken the field, they were surely even more worthy of concern, likely hiding some unexpected talent. Space rule? Something is off about this Hu Chen. He Weiong looked at Hu Chen, who had just returned to the nearby spectator area, feeling increasingly uneasy. It seems others are starting to notice. Sigh, that old guy must also be sensing my presence by now. After 2 more matches, I'll have to leave. Otherwise, my peaceful life would be over. Is this guy's shadow-like dark body part of Xining's creation? No, his soul essence doesn't match. He has become unfathomable now. It appears this man indeed has connections to someone much greater, explaining why he senses something strange about me despite my cautiousness. Lying across 2 seats, Hu Chen opened one eye slightly, glancing faintly at He Weiong with some reflection. Too many big shots in this era. Would love to live in times where there are fewer geniuses, maybe just 1 or 2, so elders could retreat in peace for cultivation. Putting away such thoughts, Hu Chen drifted back into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, up on the high viewing platform, Cao Duo smirked lightly. Hey, Blackie, is the space rule really so mysterious? The techniques seem to have little power, but its destructive force appears awfully terrifying. Looking at the shattered arena floor where Yu Ju's attack had caused massive destruction when previous participants couldn't do much damage, Weiong expressed his surprise. Sigh, I'm not going to explain this to you. You won't understand the strength of rules anyway. Just read more books. He Weiong sighed helplessly, looking at Weiong. How lazy could you get, asking me to summarize instead of studying directly? Weiong struggled for words. Reading books? If I could voluntarily open a book, my past self would have reached the peak of success long ago. Just go read it yourself. Deciding against arguing further, He Weiong waved his hand, throwing a thick, ancient-looking sheepskin book straight into Weiang's arms. Geez, how thick. At this pace, I'd finish reading by year-end. Saddled with the bulky volume weighing several kilograms, Weiong complained silently. This book is way thicker than a fist. Its cover made of sheepskin carried no inscriptions, appearing quite ordinary aside from showing some years. Yet inside pages were of paper, possibly amounting to tens of thousands sheets, which seemed overly detailed considering what rules should be explained. The power of rules is not as simple as you imagine. This book is merely introductory. Understanding the essence of the power of rules requires your own discovery. He Weiong said somewhat mysteriously, but to Weiong, it sounded like the wind passing through his ears. Seeing Weiong flip through the book, He Weiong refocused his attention back onto the battle below. In this first round, many chose to preserve their strength, but others had bad luck, like Liz encountered Tiger Obsession. When 2 genius competitors with hidden tricks clashed, everything came out, making other contestants increasingly nervous and solemn. Those who luckily managed to win found their secret moves known to rival geniuses, setting up an exceptionally tough next bout. On the contrary, those who hadn't revealed their true capabilities remained composed, quietly observing each combatant's style of fighting. And there were simply pure fighting maniacs among them. The stronger the opponent, the stronger their desire for battle grew. They couldn't wait to replace whoever was losing on stage, eager to take them down with all their might. It is unknown how long passed before finally the first round ended, leaving just 50 among the 100 prodigies standing. Failures were sent out of the secret realm, making the spectator stands look somewhat sparse. Some factions had poor luck, leaving only a few people standing. In particular, the South Continent now counted just one man named Ma Dong who was brimming with muscles and thick fur, resembling a mighty beast. He sent his opponent flying off the stage with a single punch, displaying formidable strength. As for the Central Continent, only 3 remained. 2 of them were brothers, and their overwhelming physical prowess led them to trample over their opponents in victory. The third's case was strange. It seemed his rival made a mistake, leading to backfired force that forced them to quit. Without moving a finger, this competitor claimed victory. On the other hand, fortune smiled more on the West Continent where all 10 members survived intact, though most victories came narrowly, likely setting up for many eliminations in the next round. Following closely, East Continent maintained 9 survivors after the elimination of 1 female member. Fengzhong was group of 5, along with 4 others from different sects. Regarding the North Empire, after dealing with Shimon's poison dilemma, they kept facing Dragon Clan contestants. As a result, only 4 members remained, representatives from the 4 major families. Concerning the mermaid race, water element rules proved relatively weaker than others in early combat damage, reducing their numbers down to 4. The beast race retained 5 survivors including 2 females, 1 fox, 1 green snake, and 3 males representing tiger, bear, and wolf subtypes. Among the devilish clans, only 4 still stood. After each elimination, a purple glow would leave the defeated and add power to the remaining ones, except for the purple-haired girl who won by pure chance rather than skill. The fairy race saw a reduction to 3 individuals, 1 male and female of normal fairies alongside a dark fairy who lingered beside Wei Ong, seemingly about to faint at any moment. The dragon race kept 7 warriors alive. Other than Yu Ju, Lu Duo, and Zi who fell, everyone else won effortlessly. Thus concluded the first round, leaving behind the surviving prodigies who displayed solemn expressions. Some tended to their injuries, restoring strength. Some slept, some laughed lightly, some plotted strategies, some stayed silent without reaction, while others were completely out of sight. What? The first round has ended already. Sigh. Never mind. I didn't know their exact strength anyway, so back to my books. Wei Ong shook his head slightly, suppressed a bit of inner disappointment, and returned to immerse himself in the vast knowledge of grand rules, lesser rules, pre-essential rules, fusion of laws, etc. Reading is always rewarding. Treasures are within books, and beauties can be found there too. Bullshit. If treasures and beauties were really in books, scholars wouldn't starve to death. There wouldn't be so many scholars from humble origins either, nor many old bachelors among them. Wei Ong glanced contemptuously at Wei Ong. Such inspirational quotes couldn't touch him anymore. He had immunity to them. He felt these were trivialities compared to the profound cultural heritage of the great Huaxia civilization. Even the Xuanhuan realm, he thought, was deemed incomplete by higher beings and considered merely as a small world. Indeed, there aren't many readers left in the Xuanhuan realm since it's not needed anyway. Were it not necessary to record history or pass on civilization, even scholars' roles might become extinct, given the fleeting lifespan of humans. Wei Ong said slowly, reflecting on past decades and wondering what exactly he did for hundreds of thousands of years, realizing the last few years brought him more vivid memories despite doing nothing much daily, but wandering through Wei Ang's rich knowledge base, enjoying something new he hadn't experienced in hundreds of thousands of years. Meanwhile, he admired Wei Ang's unwavering dedication to bachelorhood, noticing that this guy remained alone throughout his previous life, and this current one. Despite subtle inducements towards pleasure houses and auction venues near hot springs, Wei Ong still remained stubbornly unchanged, which frustrated Wei Ong endlessly. Chapter 61, Water Flow vs. Bones. The first round is over, and now the second round begins. Lin Qingshan's voice echoed, followed by a strange force. The entire arena began to tremble as if squeezed by some invisible hand. The spectators' area shrank slightly, reducing the distance between the originally separated camps from about 100 meters to merely several dozen meters. However, since the seating areas were not clearly demarcated, some individuals inadvertently ended up in other factions. For instance, a wobbly dark elf and a taciturn woman from the demon realm with loose purple hair, resembling an evil spirit, were no longer within their respective factions. One simply chose to stay put while the other hovered ambiguously between both sides. Nevertheless, Wei Ong faintly sensed that the attention of the purple-haired demon realm woman occasionally swept past him. The first match, Li Chao versus Gu Li. Oh, another man from the mermaid race? His previous performance was lackluster, barely surviving the opponent's lethal strike by brute force alone and winning only through self-inflicted injuries. Now he has to face Bones standing from our western territory. Wei Ong glanced at the 2 selected contestants, silently thankful that no one from the western continent had been eliminated so far, and they avoided any intra-faction fights. Water Clan, Li Chao, please guide me. Gu Li, please guide me. The 2 exchanged nods respectfully, and then water started surging beneath Li Chao's feet, transforming his legs instantly into a fish tail. This is the skill of domain manipulation? Though quite rudimentary, it still falls short of a 7th rank master's complete domain ability, but commendable enough for a pseudo-domain, especially one focused on self-enhancement. Wei Ong praised the skill briefly, acknowledging the achievement. The merfolk usually lived deep underwater, where the possibility of mastering such environment-altering domains was minuscule. Such mastery could only be attained through arduous training in land-based territories without water sources. A true 7th rank master's domain would dwarf what Li Chao exhibited, surpassing it in scale by tens of times. Domain? No, I'll push all my efforts. Gu Li stared at the 2-inch layer of seawater covering the arena, becoming more serious. Underwater currents greatly boost the speed of sea races. Bone art, bud of life. White light radiated from Gu Li's hands, striking the ground with a resounding slap. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, countless bones sprouted everywhere across the arena, akin to grass in spring spreading rapidly. But due to Gu Li's limitation, these bones emerged sporadically every few meters, rising only about half a meter high, similar to Li Chao's pseudo-domain. Oh, a clash of pseudo-domains. This is interesting. He Weiong watched the initial release of Ultimate Skills and found it intriguing. Pseudodomain? They're truly a group of prodigies. Weiong heard He Weiang's exclamation and closed the sheepskin book, having just read a few pages full of various rules and rankings. It was time to relax. Burying oneself in diligent studies required immense willpower and mental pursuits, which Weiong wasn't willing to do for long. From now on, each match should be the most entertaining. After this round, most participants will lose their fighting abilities, so it's better to set the book aside for now. The matches about to begin are bound to be fierce contests. He Weiong didn't look at Weiong, but stated calmly that the first round merely served to acquaint competitors with one another. In this second round, participants must defeat their opponents based on limited information obtained. Unless someone possessed overwhelming strength, there was no point in holding back. Doing so would only invite disadvantage. Now, the arena covered by flowing water had sprouted bone spikes here and there, creating an atmosphere filled with intense tension. Water bullet. Li Chao waved his hand, immediately forming several water projectiles on the ground near Gu Li, shooting directly at him. Bone shield. Gu Li responded tersely, causing nearby bone spears to extend and form an eggshell-like protective barrier around him. The water bullets struck harmlessly against the bone-formed shell without leaving much of an impact. Humph, do you think hiding like a turtle will save you? Water flows unceasingly through every gap. Li Chao, upon seeing the exceptionally defensive bone shield, swung his hands, gathering countless streams of water into a massive water sphere, completely enveloping the bone-covered shell. Immediately afterward, the water inside the orb began swirling violently, continuously battering the bone-constructed shelter. Humph, wait Li Chao, I'll leave you alive. In the unseen interior of this hollow bone shell, Gu Li deliberately adopted a shadowy expression. Inside this shell unseen by others, he continuously withdrew and regenerated his bones, gradually filling the hollow space with them. Li Chao's expression turned serious as well, an ominous feeling rising in his heart. The water continued to swirl ceaselessly around the bone shell, but it felt much more solid all of a sudden. Quickly breaking through its defenses this way wouldn't work. Dragging out the fight would only give the opponent time to prepare some unknown devastating attack. I spike. Li Chao waved his hand again, streams of water rising up, then gradually turning into solid ice. Whoosh. The sound cut through the air as the icicles pierced directly toward the bone shell inside the water orb. Crack. Snap. A faint cracking sound indicated that several icicles had penetrated the bone shell, yet there was no muffled groan of injury and no blood flowed out. Instead, the water that seeped inside the now compromised shell seemed to follow new channels opened by the icicles piercing through. Hollowcore, this isn't good. Li Chao immediately sensed something was off. Hee, your turn to taste my move, forced bone kill. Gu Li's chilling voice echoed from within the water bubble. Every bone on the arena started to tremble, and in an instant, they turned into countless bone needles spreading wildly, leaving Li Chao with no means of escape. No choice, I have to go all in. Li Chao quickly reacted. To avoid such an all-encompassing attack, either flight or stepping off the stage was required. However, flying often made one an easy target for the enemy's offense, making evasive movements impossible mid-air. It would be better to stake everything, seeing who survives. I shatter. At the very moment when countless bone spikes reached Li Chao's body, he released his skill. The water sphere enveloping the bone shell instantly froze into ice, then shattered along with the bones inside. Gah! Ugh! Gu Li was ripped out from within the bone prison. Strangely, no blood flowed out. But at this point, Gu Li was left with just his skull and ribcage, which enclosed his vital organs. Despite his inability to move, he still managed to laugh loudly. Although only the trunk of his skeleton remained intact, it didn't matter. As long as his critical points, his internal organs and head, were not severely damaged, when he recovered his strength, he could regenerate another set of limbs without any problem. Chuckle. Merman, I admire your courage, but at this point, I am obviously one step ahead. You've been punctured by my bone spikes. You'll either bleed dry or succumb to your torn flesh, whereas I can continue living well. Gu Li burst into laughter. Though only his torso bone structure remained, he had no worry. Once he regains his strength, his four limbs will easily reassemble, bringing him back to fighting form. Not so fast. It's too early to make conclusions. Li Chao spoke despite being held aloft by numerous bone needles piercing through his body. Moving would only result in slicing himself into pieces, minced meat carved out by these sharp, tiny bones, but defeat hadn't come yet. I spike. In a calm voice, Li Chao called out. The crimson water covered with his blood formed multiple icicles aimed at Gu Li. What? No magical energy fluctuation, why? Gu Li stared incredulously. Why, when both were exhausted, and Li Chao's movement had been restricted by countless bone needles, did these ice spears appear unblockable? Bang! Gu Li's body was sent flying off the stage, though Li Chao spared his life and didn't strike a fatal blow. The blood of a merman is where real power lies. Li Chao looked at Gu Li being thrown off the stage and muttered before passing out. The merfolk race, Li Chao wins. As the announcement rang out, the water flow and bone needles on the stage vanished under an immense force, and a current of water summoned by the water cube drew Li Chao, drenched in blood, back to safety within the cube. You're a better fighter, but next time we meet, you'll surely lose to me. Gu Li, who had recovered slightly by this time, gathered a weak skeleton, just enough to keep him mobile. Now he was just a fragile bony frame, needing more time for complete recovery. Gu Li is quite unique, having abandoned flesh for skeletal power, though it has its advantages, ensuring high survivability. He Weiong quietly assessed after watching the battle end. With someone ignorant nearby, fearing any random comments might reflect poorly on him, he decided to elaborate verbally to ensure others respected his knowledge. Hard to say. Someone who gave up on the potential of their flesh, opting for bone instead, will entirely depend on personal exploration. As He Weiong watched the conclusion of the match, he began to comment. He Weiong also sighed, saying that the xuanhuan world was truly different. This, Gu Li, reminded him of an anime he once watched, where a character used bones and even drew out his spine as a sword. However, that was not as powerful as what he saw in front of him. Gu Li could already control every single bone, while Kimimaro only used bones as weapons and had not reached the level of complete mastery. That merman seems a bit problematic. His heart has been pierced, and his blood is almost drained, yet there's no sign of decrease in his life essence. It's very strange. He Weiong thoughtfully considered this. Bloody hell, there were too many strange people around, like xuanhuan from the eastern continent, the purple-haired girl from the demon race, Li Chao right before his eyes, all giving him an odd feeling. And there was also that guy who didn't move at all, but still made the opponent fail in casting a spell and blew himself off the stage. Truly, the world was vast and full of wonders. Heart-pierced? That dangerous? Perhaps the physiological mechanism of the merfolk is different from humans. Don't overthink it. Weiong was also somewhat surprised. Just now, Gu Li's area of effect attack must have been impossible for anyone except flyers to dodge easily. Li Chao from the Merman clan, whose heart was pierced, still managed to deliver the last blow, pushing the opponent away. He was indeed tenacious. Even for the dragon race, if their hearts are damaged, they'll be weakened for tens of thousands of years in minor cases, or directly perish in more severe cases. This is true even for 9th stage strongmen. As for the heart, or core after 9th stage, it is rarely seen anymore. They transform themselves into rules, storing their consciousness in the core to prevent being assimilated by the rules, becoming part of the rule's strength, merging with heaven and earth. If the core gets damaged, one will fall into a critically wounded state immediately. The stronger the person, the longer it takes for recovery from serious wounds. Before reaching the 9th stage, the heart provides power for the whole body, while the brain harbors the soul. Damage to the heart leads to loss of power, rendering death even though the consciousness remains. Li Chao's heart wasn't just pierced by one bone spike, but he didn't fall into a near-death condition. Instead, he could still muster the strength to push Gu Li off the arena. While Li Chao was exerting his power, He Weiong felt something strange. Second match. Winner from Central Continent. Li Wenbo. Both He Weiong and Weiong turned towards the field. A stoic man stood there, looking at Min Shui. Currently, Min Shui had a small cut on his thumb. What happened here? Weiong was completely bewildered. How long had it been since the fight ended? Drinking water couldn't be that quick either. Well, Min Shui accidentally cut his own thumb with his poison blade and got knocked out by his own poison. Damn. The world sure is large when such ridiculous things can happen. He Weiong's face twitched. He had seen foolishness before, but not quite this foolish. Simply beyond words. Huffed. This guy might be the unluckiest participant ever. No wonder he resorted to conspiracy during the first round, now reaping what he sowed. Weiong couldn't help but laugh and cry simultaneously at the sight of Min Shui lying motionless on the ground. It was amusing yet frustrating. Originally, they would curse him, but now he had become the laughingstock of the entire audience. Truly, life is unpredictable. Indeed unfortunate. But somehow, I feel it's good luck for the opponent. Same happened in his previous game. Really strange. He Weiong could not figure it out. This guy's luck was extraordinary. Up until now, all he did was stand on the stage, and victory fell straight into his hands. If there was no foul play involved, He Weiong absolutely wouldn't believe it. Chapter 62, Genius Tournament. After the ridiculous battle of Li Wenbo, the lucky son, Shimin Shuexian exited amidst a chorus of insults and jeers. Zhuge Ming, however, was entranced by the figure of Wen Jiqiang from the eastern continent. His Zhuge family was skilled in divination and the principles of Bagua for predicting fortune or misfortune. He detected a similar metaphysical resonance in Wen Jiqiang, sparking his interest. Will the Zhuge family change? If not, alas, I will need to be more ruthless. Wen Jiqiang thought upon noticing Zhuge Ming's stare, sighing inwardly. Next match, Yang Xuanzong versus Lin Xian. Western Continent, Lin Xian. Eastern Continent, Yang Xuanzong. With a polite salute, the two immediately lunged at each other. Punches, kicks, dodges, elbow strikes, knee attacks. Each refused to yield to the other. The two skillfully engaged in close combat. Yang Xuanzong's fighting style resembled military boxing, giving an impression of reserve power, whereas Lin Xian pursued simplicity and speed, aiming to end with a single deadly move. Thus began the combat styles of East and West meeting. You're pretty good, huh? Huff huff. Not bad yourself, huh? Both had expended a tremendous amount of energy, but could not overcome the other. Next, I'm going to use magic. Just what I wanted. I still have some spiritual energy. Yang Xuanzong began chanting softly, producing flames around himself without apparent cause. Humph. Seeing this, Lin Xian raised his hand, tracing symbols in the air that gradually formed red, circular magical arrays. Burning flame technique. Fireball explosion. Sizzle. Bang. Lin Xian was engulfed by flames, his body blazing, while Yang Xuanzong was hit by Lin Xian's summoned fireballs, creating a massive explosion of smoke that obscured their vision. Heavenly Thunderfall. Ice shield. Boom. Out of nowhere, a bolt of thunder crashed down, but it was blocked by a large piece of ice conjured up by Lin Xian, which shattered on impact. Though destroyed, it effectively shielded him from the lightning, blocking its full force. Western magic does indeed have something unique. And Eastern Taoist techniques aren't bad either. As the smoke cleared, Yang Xuanzong's clothes had charred black portions that turned to ash, revealing skin shimmering with faint rainbow hues. Lin Xian, too, showed signs of scorch marks but emitted a metallic glow across his surface. A final decisive strike sound fair. Agreed. Lin Xian quickly accepted Yang Xuanzong's suggestion. Rather than reveal all his tricks in a direct fight, a one-on-one comparison of ultimate skills seemed best to keep options open for subsequent matches. Be cautious then. 5 thunders above. You're the one who needs caution. Summon Hellfire. Around Yang Xuanzong, several talismans floated and combusted mid-air, generating streaks of lightning within this luminous space rule. Meanwhile, underfoot lay the magical array used by Lin Xian, as both prepared to endure the full brunt of each other's attack. Whoever could withstand more magical resistance would emerge victorious, a result left to fate. Boom, crackle, poof. Massive lightning struck repeatedly against Lin Xian, wrapping his body in electric arcs, while Yang Xuanzong found himself encased in a dark red flame. Each struggled valiantly to remain standing through excruciating pain, waiting for the other to collapse. Grung. Ultimately, Lin Xian could not resist the heavenly thunder and fell back, his entire body burned and disoriented. The magical array he'd been sustaining lost its spirit support and faded away, leaving only the remains of a charred shape. Huff crackle. Then, this scorched shell cracked open, exposing Yang Xuanzong's nose and mouth. He took a deep breath. Luckily, before the tournament, I learned a secret survival skill called the cicada shedding its shell. Even though your flames enveloped me and prevented escape, the cicada shell boosted my defenses greatly. You lost fairly. Yang Xuanzong panted laboriously, now pale and noticeably thinner, his breathing barely there. Clearly injured at the core, he likely wouldn't participate in the next round. Yang Xuanzong wins. Truly impressive. It seems that the practice methods of the East are closer to nature. Transforming spirit energy into martial energy is somewhat rudimentary. Following the rhythm of nature and harnessing its power is perhaps the righteous path. Black Weiyang watched Yang Xuanzong, musing deeply since many memories copied from Weiyang's mind contain tales of cultivation legends from a place called Eastern Huaxia. Upon witnessing today's event, those methods indeed differed significantly from Western practices. Had Yang Xuanzong's mastery of Taoist arts been higher, he might have secured victory just with the burning flame technique. After all, the flames of heaven and earth far surpass any near-ed power of human-made fire. To be honest, I really want to learn Eastern Taoist magic and bagua. After watching the match, Weiyang's long-dormant dream of cultivation surfaced once again. Alright, after this tournament is over, I'll send you to a sect in the Eastern continent for training. Really? That great. It's certainly true. Black Weiyang looked at Weiyang with satisfaction. Sigh. Finally, this lazy fish is ready to turn itself over. But never mind, characters in novels who practice cultivation usually have ridiculous luck. With my character, I'd just end up as an extra. I'd die without even knowing how. It's safer here. Weiyang thought about it. Yes, dreams are beautiful, but they remain just dreams. One should be realistic. Am I not aware of what kind of guy I am? Novels always make it clear. No pain, no gain. Even those with systems. Well, stories with invincible protagonists due to such systems don't count. If you're reborn into another world, you take life-threatening risks and then reverse your fate under the protection of a protagonist's aura. A carefree person like me who's easily satisfied. What's the point in trying to defy the heavens? Stop joking, okay? I sigh, it's also that way. But I still have to send you to the east. Black Weiyang was speechless too. Weiyang's words left him unsure how to respond. Understanding each other so well meant that sometimes silence said it all. Do I still have to go even if I don't learn Taoist magic? It's arranged by the big boss. There's something waiting for you in the east. And, prepare yourself. After the competition, it will be your turn to get beaten. Weiyang was confused. What does he mean after the matches, it will be my turn? Am I that prone to getting beaten up? Can't be. Keep watching the match. It's the first celestial talent contest of Xiantian continent. Every contestant either comes from an inheriting lineage or is some sort of holy son or daughter. To put it simply, they're all exceptional. You think I didn't know that? Don't insult my intelligence. As Weiyang noticed him shifting the topic, he could only suppress his confusion inside. Am I going to get beaten up? Better play safe when it's over, and slip away using the dark rules. That feeling I had was quite disconcerting. After a few more matches, there came another exciting contest. Mike Madong versus Dugu Jian. Finally, Mike was back on the stage, but with only 5th rank strength, he possessed only 2 advantages, formidable spirit power and its endurance. Kid, you won't be able to win against this opponent. Try your best, and I'll protect you. Once you've used every means at your disposal, give up. Understood, teacher. After replying mentally, Mike looked at Dugu Jian, who carried himself with pride and elegance as he walked onto the arena, holding a sword across his back. Mike suppressed the intense uneasiness growing within. Get off the stage now. Once my sword leaves its sheath, it's either death or injury. Moreover, you're only 5th rank. Dugu Jian, looking calmly at Mike, spoke emotionlessly. No need. Your skills are indeed formidable, but I also need a chance to prove myself. So, please don't worry about my safety, master. Mike responded politely, treating Dugu Jian courteously since he had been courteous. Since you understand this, then prepare yourself to accept defeat. Come on. Dugu Jian slowly reached towards the hilt of his sword behind his back, and an overwhelming sense of sharpness filled the air. In Mike's eyes, it seemed as though standing before him was not a human being, but a dazzlingly sharp blade itself. Auric body skill. Earth defensive wall. Mike immediately braced himself. This aura felt even more terrifying than facing a 6th-rank beast for the first time. His hands trembled uncontrollably despite layering several defenses, and beads of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. The first move, draw sword. Dugu Jian's hand finally clasped the hilt of his sword, and a streak of icy brilliance rushed forward. Gungjin shield. First defense. At once, Mike's body hair stood on end. Opponents of Dugu Jian in previous rounds had submitted even before stepping onto the arena, overwhelmed by his imposing aura. Now at just the first move, Mike already felt a grave threat to his life. Ryup. The white cold glow instantly tore through the golden magical barrier composed of flames, despite Mike dodging at the last moment. A deep gash appeared on his thigh, blood spurting uncontrollably. To barely avoid my first move, you've shown remarkable skill. Dugu Jian spoke emotionlessly as a stronger presence began to gather around him. Burst fireball. Seeing Dugu Jian building his momentum, Mike quickly fired off a fireball hoping to interrupt. Humph. With a dismissive snort, Dugu Jian stopped the fireballs dead in their tracks, which dissipated harmlessly in front of him like encountering water. What? Wide-eyed with disbelief, Mike saw for the first time someone extinguishing his 5th-rank spell purely by force of intent. The second move, grasp sword. Dugu Jian's other hand slowly gripped the sword hilt, presenting a two-handed stance. An even more astonishing cold brilliance surged directly toward Mike. I can't hold on, no way out. Mike steeled himself. There was no way he could dodge this move, so he had to fight with all his might for a chance at survival. Boom. When the cold brilliance reached Mike, it exploded as if hitting a wall. The ground in front of Mike was instantly sliced by the scattering sword light, forming several deep cracks. Oh, a bit interesting. However, you've lost. Dugu Jian said with a tinge of surprise in his voice, but since the match's outcome was clear, there was no need to perform a third move. As the dust settled, Mike had already collapsed unconscious on the arena. Spirit defense wall released? This kid Mike must have gained some significant opportunities. Black Wayong looked at the defeated Mike with slight amazement in his eyes. Releasing one's spirit power externally requires that at the current stage, one's own strength is far below their spirit power. To form a spirit defense wall, one's spirit power must at least exceed their actual power by 2 levels. Mike's spirit power wasn't that strong, but in that instant, he seemed able to unleash a force not inferior to that of a 7th-rank spirit power, which blocked Dugu Jian's blade glow, though he fell into a coma due to overusing his spirit power. Master, I've lost. As Mike blacked out, the old man appeared before him. As expected, he'd already lost the match and fallen unconscious. No problem. My purpose in letting you participate this time was merely to broaden your horizons. That Dugu Jian fellow, although only at the beginning of the 6th rank, has already found his own path in the way of the sword. I even saw glimpses of the sword law. He truly is a genius. The old man sighed once. Dugu Jian's sword momentum, before anyone specialized in sword momentum cultivation, had achieved such talent just through self-exploration, gaining favor from even the traces of the law. His talent was unimaginable. I need to work twice as hard then. Those heavenly geniuses are really too strong. You shouldn't feel inferior. How long have you been practicing? Rest assured, given time, surpassing them will just be a matter of time. The old man said slowly, fairly satisfied with his Western disciple. After all, in him, he saw a glimpse of the will of the West continent. Sword momentum, huh? What a monster. Black Wayong smiled slightly. This Dugu Jian had opened up another path for sword cultivators. Naturally, anyone named Dugu was always trouble. North continent, Dugu Jian wins. Up to this point in the tournament, people from the West continent frequently came onto the field, 5 of them having been eliminated already, while only Feng Zhongguo's team of 5 from the East continent hadn't yet taken to the field. All who had stepped up were quickly sent away. Si Shuai versus Diamond. The match resumed, with Si Shuai from the East continent facing off against the exceptionally well-defended and powerful dragon race's giant dragon, Diamond. My turn. Just watch me put on a show. Didn't even get a warm-up in the first round, hoping this dragon race fighter gives me a good workout. A spark of fighting spirit rose in Si Shuai's extraordinarily handsome face. He grabbed his spear and leaped down into the arena. The opponent from the East continent? I'm not like those fools from earlier rounds. Diamond's chubby face swelled in anger, looking very cute. Immediately after, his entire body transformed into golden hues, like a golden baby doll. Defense, huh? Let Big Brother show you whether your defense has any flaws. Si Shuai observed the other using the same strategy as last round. First employing strong defense to drain his opponent's stamina, and then transforming, using massive claws to fling opponents off the field. Compared to stamina, he had none to lose. Whoosh! Si Shuai swiftly closed in on Diamond, a cold brilliance arriving first, followed by his spear, moving like a dragon. Clang! The sound of metal meeting echoed. Before Diamond could say anything, Si Shuai was already in action again. Si family spear technique. Clang 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 clang. In an instant, countless spear shadows enveloped Diamond, each thrust applying tremendous force, leaving him no time to mock or taunt. Chapter 63, Elves vs. Mermaids. Damn, does this guy have unlimited stamina? If this continues, I'm going to get some internal injuries. Jing Gang was enveloped by the shadow of Si Shuai's gun, and an unbroken string of metallic clashes resonated. However, Si Shuai's strength never seemed to wane, giving Jing Gang a reason to be somewhat afraid. I can't keep up with this. If this continues, I'm the one who'll lose. I need to distance myself from his attacks. Isolation barrier. After enduring several shots from xuanhuan's gun, Jin Gang roared forcefully, unleashing a half-spherical wave of golden light that repelled all of xuanhuan's gun shadows. Oh, you've got more tricks than that. Not bad. It looks like I should take things more seriously too. Seeing his technique pushed back, xuanhuan retracted his weapon as he looked at the golden dome that spread over 10 meters. Even though his own powerful techniques might break through, he questioned whether it would be necessary, considering maintaining such a defensive wall consumed significant force, so much so that even the Dragon Clan wouldn't last long. Iron Robe Stance. Once xuanhuan had been driven back, Jin Gang also dissolved the isolation barrier, increasing the defense around his body. Why don't you try my attack? Dragon Strike Technique. Come on then. Overlord Spear Techniques. Jin Gang rushed forward in an active close-range combat towards xuanhuan because he realized, in front of an opponent wielding a spear, although his defenses could hold, his opponent's endurance was too good, eventually leading to a potential breach of his defenses. Choosing active aggression was better than being passive, which increased his chances of victory. Clang 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 clang. Fists collided continuously with the spear, akin to two weapons dueling against each other, faint sparks flashing occasionally. Snap! A slight sound reverberated. Jingang's face instantly lit up, while xuanhuan became more serious. Indeed, I shouldn't have hidden my true strength. This steel spear is almost unable to withstand the power of your punches anymore. In that case, I'll send you down. xuanhuan assessed his weapon's status and formed a plan. Your spear doesn't seem so strong either. Jin Gang noticed his fist gradually gaining the upper hand and felt a sense of satisfaction. Mastery Technique. Resolve of breaking ranks. Live or die. xuanhuan suddenly changed his moves. Abandoning his defenses, man and spear combined into a direct, powerful thrust straight for Jin Gang. Jin Gang saw the extraordinary spear strike that carried an aura far different from before. It had reached a realm near the edge of fundamental rules. The moment it approached, his gold rule-enhanced body felt like it was being pricked by needles. I won't lose. Iron Body Technique. Jin Gang unleashed all his might, hands guarding his chest as golden light erupted fiercely. This golden light was not only impenetrable, but also carried immense power. Phew. Even in midair, xuanhuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Without his defenses, he was rather fragile, yet his offensive did not diminish. Instead, it grew sharper. Ding! The spear tip pressed onto the hands Jin Gang used to shield his chest. The entirety of Jingang's body shimmered with golden light concentrating heavily in both arms, feeling as if they were about to snap. Break for me. xuanhuan exerted further force, cracks beginning to appear in the golden glow protecting Jingang's arms. What? Boom. Intense forces clashed explosively, creating a massive blast. A small figure was thrown off the arena, landing below. It was the unconscious Jin Gang whose hands had already mutated. Cracks appeared faintly on the forearms of his three-fingered dragon claws, oozing blue dragon blood. Huff huff. Still, I am stronger. Huh. xuanhuan supported his weight on the now tipless body of his spear, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes shone brilliantly, brimming with the spirit of battle. The Eastern Continent's xuanhuan wins. In the collision between spear and shield, ultimately, the spear gained a slight advantage. The 5 people from the Eastern Continent are tough adversaries. The elites among dragons and humans are just as outstanding as you elves. Hei Weiong observed xuanhuan's repeated victories, his lips curving slightly with an indescribable smile. Haha. Old card. Seems like my contender is superior. Li Pingtian, watching xuanhuan's powerful move that broke through Jingang's defenses, felt an exceptional joy. Dragon's natural prowess is innate. Even a newborn dragon possesses physical capabilities matching second-rank magical beasts, let alone the dragon race's natural affinity for the laws of nature. Being able to catch up with dragons after birth and win meant indisputably being among the elite, destined for achievements no less than the 8th rank. Without accident, reaching the 9th rank would not be an issue. They're still children of the dragon race. Their arrogance runs deep. This time they're brought out so they experience setbacks. Otherwise, their future paths may not go smoothly. Cardo Ao smiled without taking Li Pingtian's boasting to heart. He had lived far too long, whereas Li Pingtian could live at most for 500 years. The lifespan of humans was too short. On the contrary, their speed in enhancing their power was exceptionally rapid. Dragon offspring needed to reach 500 years old before they could gradually employ dragon-specific skills like dragon breath and dragon flames. Prior to that, they relied on only a touch of natural laws governing their formidable physical bodies. Those capable of forming law shields, such as Jingang's isolation barrier, were truly outstanding prodigies. The next match, Beiluo Huang versus Safu. A battle between the merfolk and elves, quite rare indeed. Hei Weiong watched the arena, finding this round of competition very interesting with many fascinating aspects. Merfolk, elves. Weiong couldn't help but glance at Nina beside him, yet Nina made no move, her gaze calmly fixed on the competition. What does your return, queen of the previous reign, signify? Above the arena, Mimi also looked at Nina, her heart showing unusual restlessness. The sudden emergence of powerful dark elves had already been peculiarly strange. Now, the long-dead elf queen has returned again. She badly wanted to ask about the whereabouts of the elven ancient tree, but revealing Nina's identity as the elf queen now would stir up more controversy than this prodigy contest itself. It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to ask you, Unidana. Mimi redirected her focus to the match area. Safu was a male elf, one of the top talents among recent elves. His wheat-colored skin showed muscles lines that weren't overly bulky. Despite not resembling muscular giants, his perfectly proportioned muscles immediately captured everyone's attention. Generally known for their petite statures and graceful movements, this elf had trained his petite body to be so powerful. You merfolk, I must say, your application of water element laws previously impressed me greatly, but never did I expect my opponent to be you. Beiluo Huang remained unexpressive, though the shell-like mark on his forehead began to glow faintly. You rely on the mysterious artifact at your forehead to gather elemental forces, do you not? Well, I won't give you the chance. Safu sensed an impending danger approaching. Roar! With a thunderous shout, Safu's entire body burst into emerald light, and subsequently an intangible attack followed suit, creating a ripple over this green luminescence that failed to penetrate his defenses. Humph, your intricate control of water element rules, Steam you say? Indeed, you have some talent, but plants can absorb moisture. The ripple on the green light slowly dissipated, vanishing inexplicably. You're strong, worthy enough for me to act. Beiluo Huang spoke expressionlessly as the shell on his forehead dimmed, turning duller. You're a powerhouse, so I'll fight without using any artifacts, relying solely on my own strength. Beiluo Huang raised his right hand, slowly forming a fist. Streams of water spontaneously generated and enveloped it, but these weren't transparent water flows. They resembled more like those white waterfalls or cascading droplets, making his fists look blurred, indistinct. As expected, you've somewhat mastered a variant form of water element control. Safu maintained a serious demeanor, taking down the bow and arrow from behind, drawing, pulling back the string, and firing. Whoosh! Bang! Beiluo Huang simply waved a hand, causing the whole arrow to shatter into powder before him. Water currents, while weakest in terms of attacks, can also be the strongest. Beiluo Huang swung his fist, propelling a streak of white water straight toward Safu. Light body technique. Safu channeled wind magic under his feet, narrowly evading the terrifyingly fast water current. Upon hitting the walls outside the arena, the water flow instantly left a small hole, exhibiting incredible penetration. Truly frightening. Sweat beads trickled down Safu's face. That last strike made him feel death's chill. Whisper of wind. Safu quickly pulled back his bowstring, his arms' veins bulging as a brief vortex of green energy appeared around the arrows, bringing a refreshing and comfortable sensation within. Go! Swoosh! The piercing sound rang out as a streak of green rapidly approached Beiluo Huang. Cataract. Facing this peculiarly charged shot, Beiluo Huang didn't trust it to be merely soothing as perceived. It could prove fatal after all. A curtain of white water formed in front of him, resembling an incessant waterfall shielding him, splashing water everywhere, but keeping the ground dry. Plop. Indeed, the green ray effortlessly penetrated through the white waterfall. Slice. As soon as the waterfall was broken through, Beiluo Huang unleashed his prepared counterattack. A thin stream of white water, just like the one earlier, headed directly towards the green glow. Zzz. The green light was directly struck by the white water stream. It didn't turn into powder. Instead, it moved forward slowly against this highly cutting water flow. Beiluo Huang also clearly saw the appearance of the arrow. It was entirely enveloped in a green light curtain, which must have been the power of law, explaining why his waterfall hadn't had any effect. Roar! When the arrow was about to reach Beiluo Huang, a blue glow covered the water. He swung instantly, and the green light on the arrow was exhausted, shattered instantly by the water current. Whisper of wind. Combo. Safu's veins bulged on his arms, his slightly yellow complexion flushed red. His talent lay in the law-infused bow and arrows, and the initial dodge left him in a passive position. Now, as he reclaimed the initiative, despite being at a disadvantage compared to his opponent earlier, he still tried his best. More than 10 streaks of green light followed one after another. Beiluo Huang became serious, no longer expressionless. Water curtain. Waterfall. With an angry shout, Beiluo Huang was shrouded in a blue glow. Beneath the light curtain was a white protective wall that completely concealed him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Clap clatter clatter. A series of arrows continuously struck the blue light curtain. The green light on the arrows seemed blocked, then crushed by the internal white water currents. What a monstrous creature. I haven't launched any real attack, yet I can't break through his defense. Safu kept shooting without pause, the bow never stopping, couldn't stop. Drawing upon 6th tier strength for laws consumes much energy. Right now, he was comparing his understanding of laws with his opponent as well as their endurance. Such an annoying gadfly. Beiluo Huang looked at Safu continuously firing from outside, feeling extremely annoyed. However, there was nothing he could do but use the water element laws to wash away the wood element laws from the arrows. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand Safu's attacks. Unfortunately, here he was wasting all his great skills just matching the opponent's rule intensity. Truly irritating. It was like a muscular man with a handgun trying to compare arm strength with another muscular man holding a great sword. It made him want to vomit blood. Can you hold out for this long? No way. My arrows cannot match your water penetration. All I can do is resort to this last option, hoping that his insight into water element rules isn't deeper than mine. Safu kept shooting endlessly. Blood covered his whole palm, dripping down along the bowstring onto the ground. Sweat increasingly drenched his forehead, his face turning flushed, then gradually becoming pale. Huff huff. Are my arrows losing power? Haha, draining so much of my stamina. You've done your job. Beiluo Huang supported the protection sphere heavily sweating, his water current attack strong, but not so invincible as to disregard the power of laws. The light coverings on the opponent's arrows were almost gone, and he just needed to endure a little longer. Once Safu fell behind, some of his own hidden cards wouldn't need to be revealed. It seems, I'm the one defeated. More training is required. After Safu shot one final arrow, his eyes went black, and he collapsed on the ground. This last arrow lacked the light covering and was far slower. Eek, cough cough. Tui. Ee. Beiluo Huang couldn't sustain the light curtain anymore. Depleted of strength, he couldn't even summon the water shield. Forcefully using laws placed immense strain on his body. In such a short time, there was no way he could draw on spiritual and vital energies within his body. It was then a slow-moving bow arrow flew straight towards Beiluo Huang. An arrow hit his shoulder, drawing blood, but Beiluo Huang did not fall. The shell on his brow continued faintly glowing, replenishing his power. Beiluo Huang wins. This battle, initially anticipated to be fierce, ended merely due to the comparison of law comprehension. Truly, unimpressive. Chapter 64. The Demon Race, xuanhuan. That? How do I feel? It's not the spectacular battle you imagined, is it? He Weiyong looked at Weiyong, who was clearly uncomfortable, and already knew what he was thinking. Yes, shouldn't it be a contest of magic, martial arts duels? Then under evenly matched conditions, one wins with just a slight edge. Weiyong also looked helplessly at the arena. They hadn't even had a chance to get their fill of the spectacle when the two fought briefly, roared, and then it was over. Haha, what you're describing should be an exhibition match. However, this first Heavenly Genius tournament is equivalent to the world competition. If it were merely for the sake of exciting combat, it wouldn't be called the Xuanhuan Realm's Genius Competition. It should be renamed as the Western Continent's Genius Contest. Is that how it is? Rather than spending so much effort and thought on making the fight look beautiful, it's better to quickly resolve the battle and strive to stay in the best condition. Otherwise, these geniuses from all the continents won't give you time to rest. In this arena, it's like a battlefield. Mercy to your enemy is cruelty to yourself. Moreover, the stakes involved in this competition are beyond your imagination. Just watch the match calmly. Every day, Sai, those politicians are just annoying, having to twist every little action around. Weiyong helplessly complained, but the prize, the xuanhuan bracelet given by himself, was said to enable close insight into the principles of reality. Complaining a bit about it was justified. Hee. In any world where intelligent beings exist, the indirect conflicts will never disappear. He Weiyong smiled faintly. In the old days, the universe gaps were places for the heavenly doctrines to discuss things. But the emergence of heretical beings shattered this peace. One after another worlds fell, indestructible entities appeared, and either the various heavenly doctrines forcibly entered the main world or were devoured by heretical beings. Until now, only the Mending Place and the Xuanhuan realm remained. And the Mending Place had been eroded beyond recognition by heretical beings. If not for the intervention of the Xuanhuan realm's heavenly doctrine, perhaps the only thing left in the universe gap would be the star body of the Xuanhuan realm. When the Xuanhuan realm gave birth to its first 10th-stage dragon god, it could have ascended to the main world. However, for unknown reasons, it didn't leave. Occasionally, the two supreme beings chatted. He Weiyong, as the will of the Mending Place, watched their exchanges with satisfaction. But now, with the current state of disrepair, Duan couldn't hold on much longer. At most, within 1,000 years, Duan would disappear, and he, the will of the Mending Place, would dissipate as well as the place gets swallowed up. You're right. Without conflict, there can be no progress, alas. Weiyong sighed absent-mindedly. Only through competition does evolution occur. If the world remains peaceful forever, the development of the world will stagnate. Xuanhuan, battling against Mu Duo. That girl from the demon race. Her name is Xuanhuan, huh? Can she win? Weiyong also saw the purple-haired woman near him stand up. On the opposite side, from the dragon camp, a green-haired child also rose. The purple-haired woman still did not look at Weiyong. She chuckled softly and walked towards the arena slowly. Swathes of purple aura began to emanate, imbuing a sense of madness. Her previous opponent, who had disregarded this aura, suffered full-body paralysis after attacking a few times, and Xuanhuan easily kicked them off the stage. Mu Duo, be careful. The demonic rules on her body are too intense. Watching her, I feel as if I'm facing father. On the dragon side, a purple-haired young girl frowned at Xuanhuan. She even suspected that Xuanhuan might be her father's illegitimate daughter, but that wasn't the case. There wasn't the air of the dragon clan around her, yet both shared the same dark rules of power. She herself was incomparably weaker. It was unfathomable. With only 6th-stage strength, Xuanhuan's rule force seemed comparable to that of a 9th-stage dragon. Could this really be possible? I also have an ominous feeling. This round, I'll try my best to drain her elemental energy. The next steps will depend on all of you. Mu Duo tied up his green hair, his green pupils turning snake-like slits, scales appearing on his arms, and his head horns glowing slightly with green light. As he stepped onto the platform, Mu Duo deeply felt the thick elemental energy of the purple-haired woman whose face was obscured by her hair. It reminded him strongly of his own father. Could it be? Does the demon race have such a monster? No, I must try my best to drain her strength. Otherwise, none of us here, including Princess Nicoya, will be able to deal with her. Mu Duo wore a serious expression, and a green light curtain began to envelop his entire body. For the honor of the demon race, step down. Xuanhuan lightly waved her hand, a faint purple mist floating towards Mu Duo. Crimson Jade Body. Mu Duo's entire body burst with green light, but after being enveloped by the faint purple mist, the green light began to shrink continuously, as if trapped inside a purple pocket containing a mass of green glow. It was eerie yet mesmerizing. Break. Once again, Mu Duo unleashed his energy, and a sliver of green light broke through the purple haze, illuminating the spectators' seats. Then, the purple mist scattered like a bag pierced with hundreds of holes, no longer able to contain the green light. The bright arena was filled with a hint of green, though it quickly returned to normal. In this secret realm, the light rule was still the master. When the green glow disappeared, Mu Duo was already lying on the platform, having lost all mobility. As for Xuanhuan, she remained standing silently in place. But her hair, which had previously covered her face entirely, now revealed a sliver of her emotionless violet eyes before she slowly walked back to the demon race's side. Princess Nicoyas, what are your thoughts? Sin crossed his arms under his chin, his dark hair exuding an ominous vibe. A formidable rival, her rule has already taken physical form. Despite possessing only 6-stage strength, she has obtained the use of rule power, just like that lazy space defense guy. Nicoya's youthful face bore a solemn expression. Most young members of the Dragon Clan held partial access to their rules, but when it came to magic, they lacked proficiency. Now, faced with races that had gained access to such rules, the Dragon Clan possessed no advantages other than their physical constitution. Meanwhile, the opposing faction could utilize various spells or incantations. Indeed, none of the competitors from the other continents were easy to defeat. You should pray not to encounter her. If you do your best to deplete her power. Even if I wanted to defeat her, it would come at a significant cost, potentially affecting the Dragon Clan's chances of winning the championship. Therefore, until then, preserve your strength as much as possible, leveraging our strengths against their weaknesses. Nicoyas spoke calmly, and the others couldn't help but nod. Of all of them, only Nicoyas belonged to the Divine Dragon system. The rest were part of the Ancient Dragon system. The biggest difference between these two systems was their affinity with spiritual energy. The Divine Dragons had slightly higher affinities than the Ancient Dragons, but the Ancient Dragon's physical strength was slightly superior to the Divine Dragons. This was the distinction between the two. So that's it. What a joke. Wei Yong looked at Mu Duo, who flickered like a 1,000-watt light bulb before burning out, feeling quite complex. He thought this young man, shining so brilliantly with his radiant green light, was going to turn someone else green, only for Mu Duo to end up collapsing himself. Sigh, indeed, he was quite impressed. Or maybe the opponent was simply too strong. I suggest you don't get close to that demon girl unless you want to spend eternity in the demon realm. Wei Yong gave a stern look at Xuanhuan as she slowly returned to the demon race group. That single finger's gap remained unshrouded by her hair, just as if something invisible were separating them. Even as Xuanhuan kept her head lowered, the narrow opening never closed, as if frozen in time. It seems she isn't invincible either. Through the crack, Wei Yong gazed into Xuanhuan's unmoving eyes, along with the 5 ugly scars on what was once a beautiful face. Some conjectures deep in his heart gradually aligned with reality. Is there anything truly invincible? Either you're being suppressed by a higher level or haven't worked hard enough. If others fight me, they would meet both scenarios. Wei Yong shrugged indifferently. Strength wasn't something one easily obtained. Genius treasures, requiring a good fate, effort, good talent, wealth, a good family. You're just making excuses for being ugly. Wei Yong sighed helplessly in response to Wei Yang's statements, which were true but delivered in an extremely aggravating tone. He couldn't resist rebutting to vent his frustration. Say whatever you want. Live day by day as long as it lasts. I'm not unwilling to enhance my abilities, but I haven't experienced the joy of cultivation. For me, cultivation doesn't have the same appeal as delicious food, scenic views, money, or women. Wei Yong lifted his shoulders dismissively. He also wished to be like those transmigrants defying destiny, rewriting fates with golden fingers, but reality wasn't as simple as words written in books. Facing life and death challenges firsthand, one didn't breeze through difficulties relying solely on a main character's aura. Despite knowing the existence of extraordinary treasures that might rewrite destinies, dangers always accompanied opportunities. To change one's fate, unless it was Laozi's 9-fold elixir, one pill allowing immediate ascension without any risk, he wouldn't take the chance. As long as one lived, anything was negotiable. Ma Dong versus Rammel. Ma Dong, the sole surviving participant from the southern continent. Wei Yong stared at the man enveloped in tattered hemp clothing, resembling someone who had just emerged from a desert. The withered cloth, like a hood, obscured his face, making it hard to discern his features unless viewed directly. His full attire of hemp clothes depicted an image of dire poverty. Around his neck hung a string of irregular red stones, lifeless and rust-red, resembling iron ore. The overall impression this man gave was quite unpleasant. Talamo, you really let him train in your sacred domain? Waker, pale-faced, glanced at Nanping Talamo, who somewhat resembled Ma Dong below, and couldn't help but sigh deeply. Talamu's sacred domain practiced the Barren Rule, a very peculiar fusion of wind and earth principles. If one ventured inside, they'd either be crushed by powerful winds or dehydrate to death before being buried by sandstorms. The endless whirlwinds and ceaseless sandstorms were no match even for Waker's blood realm, which would suffer greatly under the desolate wasteland effects. This is the ace up our sleeve from the southern continent. Otherwise, if we got wiped out in the first round again, you'd start complaining endlessly. Fine, this round we're set. But ultimately, I will still win because I have luck on my side. With a satisfied look, Waker briefly glanced at Li Wenba seated among the audience below. Whistle. Rammel took a deep breath. Her graceful figure swayed beautifully. Among the elven race, apart from the dark elves staying beside the faith spirits, there was only her left. Despite the protection of the faith spirits, perhaps the dark elf's strength could improve further, but fundamentally, dark elves differed significantly from the elves. As the saying goes, different races harbored different hearts. Ramel transformed the pressure within her heart into battle determination, lifting her bow as her emerald green pupils emitted faint light, her unique magic, flaw light, allowing her to detect opponents' flaws and casting defects to some extent. This was a tremendous advantage for the elves, which enabled her to stand out during selection and place her on this arena stage. Beautiful lady opposite me, I don't wish to harm you, so please withdraw. Ma Dong kept his head slightly lowered, and his raspy, yet magnetic voice carried across. All Ramel could see was his rugged lower face and a stubbled chin, yet she felt what he said was accurate. With her flawlight detecting this standing impoverished man, strangely, he didn't display a single flaw. Thank you for your consideration, but I cannot and will not withdraw. The last hope of my elven race does not rest on someone who is no longer fully an elf. Ramel replied softly, her tone melodious. In that case, I shall have no choice but to inconvenience you. Yellow wind. Without raising his head, Ma Dong waved his hand, and a yellow tornado sped straight toward Ramel. Arrow of green woods. Ramel stepped back, releasing an arrow that didn't head directly for Ma Dong, but struck the ground in front of her. Instantly, 3 tall trees sprouted, blocking the yellow wind. The trees then transformed into additional arrows embedded in the ground, although these arrows bore visible wear and tear on their shafts. Yellow sand. Ma Dong once more waved his hand, sending a ball of yellow sand hurtling toward Ramel. Arrow of verdant intent. Ramel quickly gathered her energy and fired her arrow. Like Safa's move, the arrow body gleamed with a green aura, displaying immense penetration power, yet exuding vitality and prosperity. My arrow of verdant intent might not match Safa's, but I can see through the opponent's flaws. Ramel thought as she spotted a hint of dim light on the approaching sandball. Her arrow, shining like a streak of green light, pierced through the sand mass and headed straight toward Ma Dong. Phew. Shying shirring. Poo. Soon, Ma Dong's body was pierced by dozens of arrows. The green auras covering the arrows spread onto him, causing him to resemble someone poisoned. Moreover, should his body fail to accommodate the incoming rule force, death would be the inevitable outcome. Chapter 65, the end of the second round. Why won't he fall even after being hit by so many arrows? Ramel was also greatly surprised. An attack carrying the power of the wood element usually caused the victim's body to be invaded by this force, turning the impacted flesh into trees. No one could withstand too many such attacks without their entire body eventually becoming a wooden statue. But this man named Ma Dong had already been pierced by dozens of arrows, and it seemed as though the wood element's power had little to no effect on him. Its erosion was very weak. Is that all you've got? Wind erosion. Ma Dong remained in the same stance he had taken when first stepping onto the stage. His body trembled slightly, and the dozens of arrows that had pierced through him immediately crumbled into yellow sand, falling to the ground. Dozens of holes now penetrated his body, shining through from front to back. How is this possible? Ramel was shocked. This person bore such severe injuries, but there was no bleeding, and his aura remained unchanged, as if his body didn't belong to him at all. Sandstorm. Ma Dong waved his hand again, and a deeper-colored yellow wind surged forth. Wherever it passed, yellow sand swirled. Greenwood arrow. Ramel shot another arrow, constructing a tree for defense. Ho! Sasesa. The gale carried the yellow sand, sweeping over the tree's defenses. Very quickly, the outer layer of bark was stripped away, then the trunk itself began to erode. Crack, snap crack. Little bits of sand seeped through the trunk and permeated toward Ramel, with the two forces constantly colliding. Gradually, the yellow wind began to dissipate. By then, the tree's defensive barrier had been reduced to just a thin layer of bark, beneath which lay piles of yellow sand that reached above the knees. The tree vanished, and on the pile of sand, there appeared an arrow broken into 2 parts. At the break, a hint of green light slowly faded away. Truly formidable. I concede. Ramel looked heartbroken at his own shattered arrows. These were special arrows he had spent much effort crafting specifically for defense. If his defense had been breached, continuing the battle would be meaningless. After all, this was not the forest, where elves enjoyed greater mobility. An elf without strong defenses or powerful attacks would simply be a moving target. Victory to Ma Dong. Indeed, the trump cards of the southern continent have substance. Their mastery of elemental rules has become profoundly profound. Elemental rules mastery. Wang asked with some confusion. Yes, mastery over elemental rules, when perfected, can bypass complicated magical arrays entirely and significantly shorten the casting time of spells. As you saw earlier, a simple wave released the power of a 5th-tier wind magic. With added strength, it equaled 6th-tier magic. However, here, except for light element rules, other elements are somewhat suppressed, plus the sturdy arena limits the demonstration of full power. Oh, that's impressive. Can you do dark magic, or holy magic? Wang suddenly understood. Black Wang made an excellent commentator. Otherwise, Wang might have found the match uninteresting. He took the opportunity to learn as much as he could, knowing that even if he forgot in a few days, it wouldn't hurt to revisit the knowledge later. What? Want to give it a try? Black Wang glanced at Wang with ill intentions. He definitely knew dark magic, learned directly from the previous elven queen. Although dark magic wouldn't harm Wang, frightening him a little would be amusing. No thanks. Dark magic sounds too potent for me. My skills aren't enough to handle it. Wang chuckled nervously, thinking if Black Wang were only waiting for him to ask for it, then maybe use it to accidentally kill him and turn him into a ruler of farmers. Though staying in that world was okay either way, dying like this would leave a bit of regret. How will you know unless you try? Maybe you have that once-in-a-lifetime chance to change your destiny. I don't want to know how unlucky I really am. Wang self-mockingly added, recalling those early lottery draws where an 85% chance landed him the minimum prize, yet he was part of that unfortunate 15%. Thinking back to English exam multiple-choice questions and fill-ins he'd copied verbatim, he ended up with only 40 points. He had indeed missed every correct answer. Probably his luckiest moment in life was just being born safely. Now I get it. I'm kind of unlucky myself. Quit staring and watch the competition. What can I do about my bad luck? Wang rolled his eyes at Black Wang, finding fault in himself for bad luck, something no one could fully explain. The tournament's at this point now. There's nothing left to see. Just wait for the next round. That's where the true prodigies face off. Black Wang looked at the sparse figures on the field. Only the water cube of the mermaid race remained unchanged in size. However, the shadows inside now numbered only 2. As for the demonic race, aside from Xuanhuan who was exceptionally powerful, there were hardly any left. Master Wang, it's time to eat. Finally, Takaru's gentle voice came. Oh, all right this. Wang was disoriented as he stared at the magic core placed tenderly in his hand by Takaru. Though he could survive without eating and just rely on the consumption of magic cores, things shouldn't go this far, should they? It's hard to live here properly. Even using fire elemental magic cores can't produce a flame hot enough to cook with. If we use magic, either the pot gets destroyed, or we can't even bring the water to a boil. Alright then, what about you? I'm a beastkin and able to absorb the energy of the magic core. Nina remained silent, but Wang could see that she wasn't hungry. The present Nina was very different from when they first met. Back then, she was like that. Now, however, she had become quiet and reticent. She had stayed here for so long without saying much, simply observing the matches below. Wang placed the magic core into his mouth and chewed it. Indeed, it tasted like sesame cane candy without any sweetness. The texture was good, but tasteless. After finishing, Wang clearly felt a stream of heat gradually spreading from his abdomen, eventually permeating his entire body. His spirit lifted, and he felt energized, wanting to throw a few punches to vent some steam, but reason held back that thought. Such an occurrence was noted in certain texts and novels too. Due to the imbalance between spiritual power and physical strength, causing wild bursts of ferocity, like the savage rage after half-beastkin reached adulthood. Alas, your current state is worrisome. Black Wang shook his head as he gazed at Wang, who looked full to bursting. He then raised his eyes towards the upper VIP platforms of the grates, seemingly communicating with someone. I trust Ling will do. Minnie nodded slightly, her hand moving gently, and a streak of emerald light shone down like a sword over water, illuminating Wang's head. What did you just do? Why is my head glowing green? Wang watched helplessly as the green glow cascaded onto his head like water. Although the feeling transmitted within him was physiologically comforting, psychologically, having a glossy green aura over his head made him anxious. What if it didn't return to normal once the glow faded? It's fine. Just now, a deal was made. Your power has been elevated by 1 rank. A deal? Yes, allowing Nina to return to the elven race for a couple of days, in exchange for the elf queen enhancing your strength by 1 rank. Is that okay? Wang doubted it, glancing timidly at Nina on Black Wang's side. It's acceptable. Nina spoke faintly, considering going back to explain the truth to the elf tribe better than their inexplicable decline. I still feel. Wang wanted to say something more, but the growing sensation swelling inside him reminded him of when Dark Rule had merged with his being initially. He felt like a balloon, barely able to lift his hand, let alone speak. He feared opening his mouth might cause himself to explode. That's enough. If you continued acting this way, Big Boss would have gone bankrupt and perished long ago. You've got permissions given to you that you don't utilize while preaching high-level principles and human rights to them. In this world, if not for Big Boss supporting you, you'd be long gone. Black Wang watched Wang's paralytic state with internal satisfaction, but explained nonetheless that, in the place etched in Wang's memories, his character would be considered a good guy. Here, though, that wouldn't work. A good person, without power or background, was merely destined to be plundered, just like Kinku studied in another tale. Wang just stared silently at Black Wang before rolling his eyes to look up at the VIP seat reserved for the greats. Unfortunately, bathed in emerald light, all he saw was soft, non-harsh green light above. Then, giving up, Wang closed his eyes, trying continuously to lull himself to sleep. It's not that I intend to lecture you, but the moment you arrived here, your fate was already extraordinary. Talent may be crucial, yet external assistance also counts. My second mission is to complete your mediocre existence, and, to the greatest extent possible, alter what I can in your life. Black Wang looked as Wang closed his eyes and calmed himself. The second round had ended, granting them a long rest period, presumably until everyone was fully recovered before resuming. At this moment, several prodigies gazed at the soft green light, their thoughts unknown. Particularly, the dark elf by Wang's side was utterly shocked. Was this the spirit force transfer from the elf queen? She'd never heard of, let alone seen, such an event. Moreover, capping one's potential after enhancement was something no true powerhouse would accept. How could this be? Stop being astonished, Black Skin. To live a good life, you've got to wear some green on your head sometimes. Rest assured, while capping is a taboo for others, for him, it's an incredible blessing. The dark elf was utterly confused. Could there be any benefit to this kind of forced power increase? In no time, Wang's aura soared to the early 4th rank. Then the green light abruptly vanished, leaving him no time to consolidate his newfound strength. Given Wang's body, like a leaking funnel, it wouldn't make much difference anyway. It could handle becoming larger, but couldn't store water. Is the competition over? Why are people still around? Wang observed the scattered figures on the field. He wasn't sure how long he had been absorbing energy, but it felt like an eternity. When he closed his eyes, the bloated feeling disappeared. In his dream, he lay in his bed back home, comfortable and warm. A deep sense of relaxation he hadn't experienced for a long time. It's only been an hour. You were sleeping off your confusion. Black Wang looked at him with slight exasperation. I thought. The recovery of spiritual realms grows slowly. Otherwise, you'd have woken up sooner. Oh, that's why. Wang noticed something odd about Black Wang's words. Soul recovery. Was my soul damaged? That doesn't make sense. In many transmigration novels, the souls of protagonists often become stronger than normal people, sometimes twice as strong. But in my case, Black Wang watched Wang's contemplative face, inwardly realizing he might have given too much away with a slip of his tongue. Despite knowing Wang probably wouldn't investigate further, some truths might already be dawning on him. Should he tell him or not? Is there something wrong with my soul? Wang put aside his usual easygoing demeanor and asked with an unexpectedly calm voice. Yes, there is indeed a small issue. Black Wang exhaled in relief. Since Wang had brought it up, there was no point hiding it anymore. Why? You stayed in the abyssal plane too long. Part of your soul essence has been used to nurture that realm. And me, I exist to fill the void left by your missing parts. How serious is it? Not too bad. If you maintain your current state, you can live for over 100 years. However, a fragmented soul cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation. You need to reach at least the 8th rank, meaning. Black Wang hesitated, unsure how to continue. That means I need a god to help me enhance my abilities, right? Wang quietly picked up the thread. Yes. Did you contact the dragon god? Yes, but they declined. Wang's casual response deflated the previous lighthearted mood. An icy chill began spreading from Wang, gradually affecting the entire space. Even under the warm and bright light rule, a deep-seated cold emanated from Wang's figure. It seemed as if the space itself had been infected by the melancholy and chilling air surrounding him. This sorrow was so overwhelming that even the power of the rules couldn't completely dispel it. Chapter 66, State of Mind. Not an intense cold, but a chill that carried a profound and sorrowful aura spread through the entire secret realm. Looks like this messenger spirit isn't entirely useless after all. Dugu Xian hugged the sword in his arms tighter. Despite the warmth of the surroundings, the sorrowful chill penetrated to the core of one's being. Ho ho! Can you believe someone chosen as the messenger spirit has no special qualities? Right, Kaodwa? Fine, I didn't expect his emotional fluctuations to be so powerful that they could affect the entire space. Kaodwa was at a loss for words now. He had indeed examined Weiyang's character, aptitude, strength, many aspects back then, but this profound, sorrowful cold emanating from the depths of his heart made even Kaodwa feel chilled, heavy-hearted, and helpless. It was unimaginable what Weiyang had experienced before emitting such an overwhelming presence capable of affecting the space around him. Weiyang Talisi, is this truly the real you? Nicoya also sensed the sorrow permeating the air. Although she merely felt colder, that atmosphere that unsettled her so deeply originated from Weiyang himself. Lord Weiyang, you are getting more and more surprising to me. Behind Weiyang, Takuer felt it most strongly. The melancholic aura prevented her from even smiling. Ugh! The dark elf sitting close to Weiyang was impacted by this mood and directly collapsed onto Weiyang's lap. Feeling the dark energy again, she fell blissfully asleep, unaffected by the mood infecting others. Damn it, wake up! Seeing the scene, Black Weiyang stood up and gave Weiyang a knock on the head. What did you do that for? Weiyang not only felt pain, but also a faint sensation of dizziness, as if his brain was shaking. If I didn't hit you, you were about to destroy this secret realm. Black Weiyang sat down again, motioning for Weiyang to take a look around. I didn't do anything. Weiyang was confused. He was just indulging in some usual depression. How could that ruin the secret realm? Did I do this? Yes, you did. You've made the light lack warmth, instead infusing it with cold. Looking at the now dimmed secret realm, shadows began to form on the ground. Though only faint traces, these were quite conspicuous in the radiant environment. The shadow appears. Is it serious? Weiyang stared at the shadow on the ground, feeling somewhat disoriented. He worried. What if the person in charge of this secret realm gets mad and smashes me with one slap? You really have been hiding your talents, huh? How long have you brewed this state of mind-induced coldness? Instead of answering Weiyang's question, Black Weiyang asked with interest. State of mind-inducing cold? What thing is this? Weiyang looked confused. Could the state of mind be related to coldness? Indeed it was a little chilly. Black Weiyang found himself at a loss for words. He had seen people whose state of mind could influence those around them, but they had lived hundreds of thousands of years. Weiyang had only been alive for a few decades, including his past life, yet his state of mind felt as though it had endured countless years, solitary and despondent. Little Blackie, you tell him. Kaodwa's voice echoed beside Black Weiyang. Sighing, he thought to himself, why was it that he, also named Weiyang, had such a hard life? Always having to learn everything, observe everything, serve as an encyclopedia, and help others solve their problems when all he wanted was to live lazily like a fish. The state of mind is a person's third type of power. When you see through the world and yourself clearly, the state of mind undergoes a miraculous change, enabling one to unleash true power or achieve superhuman feats to overcome opponents originally considered unbeatable. The firmer the state of mind, the higher the increase in strength. Isn't that just common sense? I'm not stupid. While Weiyang listened, wasn't this obvious? He'd read countless novels. But your state of mind affects the environment. Perhaps this is your golden finger. Golden finger, just this? Can't we arrange for a system, something about talent? My soul is already damaged. What use is there for this golden finger other than cooling things down? Weiyang felt perplexed, looking speechlessly at Black Weiyang. True, your golden finger isn't great, but it's better to have it than not, right? Don't you want to become powerful? I wonder, how does my golden finger make me powerful? Sit on a rock and influence the environment a bit. Act like an air conditioner in summer. Weiyang blurted out without hesitation that his golden finger was just like a decoration, with no practical use other than showing off. Black Weiyang was momentarily speechless. He had recently been to many places, and although he hadn't delved deeply, indeed Weiyang's golden finger was as good as nothing. There was no increase in strength. This enhancement wouldn't affect the fighting capabilities of either enemy or friend. Staying in such a state for long would only make people feel more depressed. Truly, it was as good as not having one at all. See, you've agreed that it's useless. Not necessarily. A pleasant voice sounded. Weiyang was surprised to see Xuanhuan nearby. Her hair that had originally exposed an inch wide of face had widened another inch by now. A person's state of mind can only be countered by another state of mind. If you face other states of mind, only you can counter them, just like this. Xuanhuan revealed her scarred face, which bore an eerie smile. Huff, huff. Gradually, a purple mist rose from Xuanhuan, but before it could rise further, it was suppressed back down by an unknown force. Eventually, on Xuanhuan's body, it formed a layer of purplish haze-like film. Look, my despondent state of mind isn't as powerful as your sorrowful one, Xuanhuan said slowly. Weiyang didn't reply to Xuanhuan. At this moment, he felt a strange sensation when Xuanhuan lifted that mist. Something mysterious stirred within Weiyang's mind. As if in a boundless white world, suddenly a purple lightning flashed, drawing attention and sparking curiosity. Oh, did you achieve sudden enlightenment? Nice work, witch. Seeing Weiyang fall into a daze, despite not liking this violet-haired witch too much, Black Weiyang couldn't help but give her a compliment. The world of the state of mind, you wouldn't understand. Weiyang's state of mind is far more complex than what you've seen. Xuanhuan's eyes glimmered with mysterious light. The state of mind perception was a special skill she had developed while sealing her own appearance. Though only a small patch of mist, it could make those enveloped feel dejected, unable to move their bodies or activate spiritual power. If her state of mind reached Weiyang's level, then enemies' hearts would stop beating due to the emotional influence of her aura. When she used her state of mind, she could perceive conditions outside and within the area enveloped by the mist, akin to forming her domain. But now, within her mist perception, Weiyang's powerful state of mind expanded, making her feel like a small boat, with a heart that had long slowed, once again bursting with vitality. She wasn't accustomed to this after over 10 years of despondency, during which her heartbeat had dropped to once every few minutes. Yet it was now affected and returned to a normal pace, leaving her feeling unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar with this surging power throughout her body. Happening to overhear Weiyang's criticism of himself, she couldn't suppress herself and released her own state of mind to resist, but like a child fighting an adult, it was powerless. However, it made her heart beat slightly slower, not so fast or uncomfortable anymore. Oh, the world of state of mind. Black Weiyang showed some interest. After all, the concept of state of mind was very wondrous, like when a powerful warrior lets out a breath of energy and instantly makes you realize they're strong without knowing why. And this sense corresponds exactly to state of mind. State of mind represents another path perhaps. I can't leave the demon realm, so I could only explore on my own and find scattered descriptions about state of mind. But among those who project their state of mind outward, aside from me, I haven't met anyone else able to do so, let alone someone who can directly affect space like Weiyang. Far more terrifying. Xuanhuan said, with a faster heartbeat now, speaking much more. Truly, she wasn't used to it. Belief spirit, truly remarkable. When Jiqiang smiled while looking at Weiyang's direction, thinking about something unknown. Cough cough, cannot be predicted? Interesting. Then, when Jiqiang spat out a large mouthful of blood, looking weak as he stared toward Weiyang's position, his ability to predict was temporarily ruined. What the hell? Xianzi, what's wrong with you? Si Shuai saw when Jiqiang vomit blood and become faint instantly, hurriedly supporting him and laying him down. Cough cough, I just tried to predict belief spirits past, and I ended up like this. Unobservable, unpredictable, incalculable, haha. When Jiqiang grimaced painfully. Hell, he wouldn't recover anytime soon. Would he be eliminated next round? Forgot. The backlash means I can't predict destinies anymore, Sai? That amazing? I'm tempted to try myself. Seeing that when Jiqiang had already become weak, but Si Shuai still had a face full of fighting spirit. The wounds on his body had scabbed over, and with the recovery medicine he brought along, his combat strength hadn't decreased by much. I think we'd better give up. Wasn't Belief Spirit's incarnation not beaten badly enough? Do you want to challenge Belief Spirit himself? Hu Chun lay back in a reclining position beside them and slowly mocked. Didn't you also get thrown flying then? You were gone for 3 days before you returned. Even as the first in defense, it was truly embarrassing. Si Shuai retorted mercilessly. Not long ago, someone identical to Belief Spirit appeared. Right now, he sat next to Wei Yong. That combat power, that application of principles, one move and they all knelt down. Then it was their sect elders who used their rule force to drive out the dark principles within their bodies. Otherwise, they would still be lying in bed and wouldn't be able to participate in any competitions. Well, let me sleep. Hu Qin couldn't find any words to reply, so he just closed his eyes to sleep and disengage from worldly affairs. Belief spirit himself. Feng Zhongguo lightly glanced at Wei Yong once more, then focused his eyes back on his sword. A mysterious space where countless cosmic nebulae could be seen. Just now, it felt like something was peeping at me. Let me take a look. Nope, nothing here. There are no living beings in this universe that could match my impression or calculate me randomly. So who is it? The figure formed by the nebulae scratched its head and lay back down again, quieting without further movement. The dark elf struggled to roll on Wei Yong's leg, waking him up with this action. Phew, pity, your sudden enlightenment is over. Black Wei Yong looked sympathetically at Wei Yong and silently sighed in his heart. Women, indeed, are the biggest obstacles on the path of cultivation, even unrelated women. Sudden enlightenment? Earlier I didn't. Oh yes, suddenly my mind wandered, and all I saw was a white world with a purple dot in the middle. I stared at it for what seemed like forever. Fortunately I was called back. Didn't you do anything while you were in that space? Black Wei Yong's lips twitched violently. Damn it. Wei Yong really was like useless mud, utterly impossible to support. I wanted to approach and check, but I couldn't pass through. It was like my perspective and perception were fixed in place. Very uncomfortable. Wei Yong thought carefully about it. If Black Wei Yong hadn't questioned him promptly, he would likely have forgotten it altogether. Frequent entry into such states will benefit your soul recovery. Black Wei Yong realized Wei Yong's condition. Insufficient soul energy, despite falling into an enlightened state, yet being unable to do anything significant due to lacking strength. Can it help restore my soul injuries earlier? The enlightened state is the fastest natural way for a person and his soul to recover after injury. Physical wounds can be treated with medicine, but soul damage requires rare drugs which are either hidden deep inside secret realms or within demon beasts. Black Wei Yong felt somewhat sour. This is what happens when hearing about one's own deficiencies triggers such strong mental growth. Not only does it happen, but a simple reminder sends one directly into enlightenment. Same person, yet why was the gap so large? Okay, souls aren't exactly the same, but he was after all split from Wei Yong internally. How come? Secret realm? Is there one here? Hearing there was a possibility of recovering, Wei Yong also felt slightly pleased inside. This is the light secret realm, having absolutely nothing to do with the soul unless it's special places like the Cycle secret realm, Yellow Spring secret realm, Death secret realm that can contain souls. Previously, the Severance land also had some, but it's gone now. Well, seems like enlightenment is still more reliable. Wei Yong was somewhat disappointed. Chapter 67, The Agreement. After Black Wei Yang's topic diversion, and with Wei Yang's inherently thick-skinned nature, the issues regarding his fractured soul and garbage golden thumb were no longer of great concern to him. Even if he now possessed a golden thumb, so what? He still preferred being an idle person in life. However, apart from serving as mere window dressing and somewhat suppressing other mind states, what should he do if someone else just rushes up to fight? Enlightenment. Have you gained any insights? Xuanhuan noticed the two beginning to bicker again and couldn't help but ask. No, my soul isn't strong enough to summon the mental state like yours. Hence using it against enemies is clearly impossible for me. Moreover, the inner desolation does not affect combat power, and your depressive mental state is much more practical. Wei Yong answered helplessly. To be honest, he didn't really want to discuss mental states anymore. However, Xuanhuan, who rarely encountered someone with such a powerful mental state, wouldn't let go easily. Even by relying on its power, she wanted to stay near Wei Yong for a while. After their short bout, her mental state intensity improved significantly, and the range expanded quite a bit. It's not going to happen. Mental states can lead to godhood too. If my mental state is at the 3rd stage where it can leave the body, then your mental state is akin to the 8th stage, forming its own realm. Nothing can stop your mental state's intrusion. Even if it doesn't affect others' strength, this tranquil sense of desolation is invaluable for demons. I sincerely invite you, after the competition ends, to definitely take a trip to the demon realm. All demon realmers will respectfully welcome your arrival. Xuanhuan also lowered herself considerably. Many demons are violent and combative, which results in most prodigies failing to break through to the 7th rank, getting acknowledged by the rule system due to heart demons emerging. Surviving the heart demon calamity leads one to become the main priest of the demon world. Failing it turns them into heterodox demon disciples, who must be eradicated entirely like heterodox practitioners. The existence of heterodox demon disciples is akin to half-heterodox practitioners. When demons surpass the 7th rank heart demon calamity, they often fail when dueling against heterodox heart demons. They lose their senses from above and end up controlled by the heart demons, turning into their slaves, only knowing slaughter and energy consumption, devoid of rational thought. Therefore, if Wei Yong were to assist those demons who've been stuck at the peak of the 6th rank and hesitant to break through, it would be a boon for the demon world. Highly beneficial for demons, right? I accept your offer, Black Shadow. After I go to the demon world, take me to the eastern continent. I know you're very capable. This dark elf probably has some relation to you. I believe even the demon world cannot hinder you. Should I die in the demon world, you shall be my true self, haha. Wei Yong also became serious. For this polite request, as long as it was within his capacity, even with a bit of risk involved, he was willing to help. But consuming miraculous treasures that might pose risks, no matter how slight the probability of death, was something he refused. Wei Yang chose helping others over improving himself since failure in the latter yields no benefits, silently vanishing away without leaving a trace. However, with the former, even if one perishes, there would still be people who remember. On behalf of the demon world, thank you for your kindness. Startled initially, Xuanhuan, seldom bowing her head, inclined it to express gratitude and respect. Though possessing a calm and desolate heart, as a demon, she could only utilize her depressive mental state to slow down her blood flow, indirectly achieving a peaceful, nonviolent result. Yet she knew the violent factors in her blood still existed. Were she to meet someone whose mental state surpassed hers, a furious type, she could lose her senses instantly. Nah, I hope I can survive the demon world instead of dying there, or get bound to the demon world because of demon rules. Seeing Xuanhuan expressing gratitude by humbling herself, the saintly glow of her purple robes momentarily dazzled him. How vast, evil. As Xuanhuan raised her head, noticing Wei Yang staring intently at her bosom, the originally expressionless face turned slightly red, with her ears heating up. There's no need to worry. Your safety is my responsibility since you're my guest invited back. Changing her cold demeanor earlier, Xuanhuan responded respectfully. Good enough. You, guy who sees color and forgets friends. Black Wei Yang looked at Wei Yang, teeth grinding out of frustration. This dog, he knew how to use others. Just lending a hand along the way, it won't take much time. Oh, by the way, remember to change the communication style. Takaru gets the message across every time, and I find it troublesome watching it. Oh, alright, this can be arranged. Black Wei Yang shot a glance at Takaru, passing messages? Had he asked her to pass any message? This rabbit seemed a bit off. It appeared that the protagonist effect was beginning to fluctuate. However, he didn't say it outright. These were trivial matters that he could handle himself. After all, with Wei Yang's limited strength, it would be useless. Black Wei Yang pointed his finger, and a black dot appeared in the palm of Wei Yang's other hand. Wei Yang also felt something very strange enter his palm, as if it originally belonged to him, but had now become another entity. However, since his body had already recovered, it returned to him, giving an odd sensation, yet he felt that it was supposed to be part of him. Confusing. In the future, we'll stay in touch through this. Black Wei Yang said indifferently. Damn, he got the short end again. No, he needed to find a way to get back at this, one moment taking some advantage here, another moment there. He wasn't a money tree after all. Sooner or later, he'd be taken for everything. Alright. Wei Yang suppressed the urge in his heart to scratch his palm. It was like having a piece of polyp growing in the palm of his hand, really uncomfortable. If you die in the demon realm, then, let all of the demon realm serve as your tomb. Black Wei Yang said casually, as if saying, I had my dinner today. Wei Yang was speechless with cold sweat. Please rest assured, Lord Black Shadow. Xuanhuan stiffened her body. She could sense the faint trace of killing intent in Black Wei Yang's tone, which Wei Yang failed to notice, but she couldn't ignore it. Take a break too, Wei Yang. Release your mind state. The sorceress will practice faster under your mental state. How to release it? I don't know how. Wei Yang looked flustered. As for this mind state, he didn't know how to release it either. Sorceress, teach him. His theoretical knowledge is too weak. Okay. Xuanhuan complied, starting to whisper instructions into Wei Yang's ear. So simple, stabilize emotions consistent with the mind state, and it triggers? This isn't difficult. Xuanhuan was struck by an emotional block. Originally, it took her several months to align her emotions with her mind state, and usually maintained a despondent state to avoid unexpected battles. Wei Yang closed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Then a wave of heart-wrenching sadness came over him. Immediately, a profound melancholy emanating from his soul began to spread slowly. That's enough, just the right degree. Black Wei Yang felt the surrounding space, woke Wei Yang up when his mind state enveloped Xuanhuan. Wei Yang responded with a low moan, remaining silent and preserving this feeling of helplessness, heartache, and loneliness. His mind was in chaos, unsure of what he was doing. Xuanhuan was stunned inside. Even a flicker of waves emerged in her usually calm eyes. But her actions weren't slow. A purple mist rose, and the ripple at the bottom of her eyes was suppressed once more. Subsequently, the physicalized mind state on her surface was suppressed, and streams of sorrowful feelings constantly invaded her heart, trying to provoke her already subdued heartbeat. Then Xuanhuan quickly closed her eyes, steadied her mind state, resisting the ceaseless infiltration of Wei Yang's sorrowful mood. That's right. Black Wei Yang, seeing Wei Yang speak less, felt gratified within. Honestly, sometimes he thought Wei Yang was in a multiple personality mode. Usually he's talkative and silly, very amicable. Alone, he exudes this lonely appearance. Yet both are him, owning two different mind states, truly extraordinary. I am becoming increasingly curious about your past life's experiences. Although I have replicated your memories, your mind state and mine differ greatly. Isn't it true that environment shapes a person? The perspective changes you experienced, I also underwent them, but they are unlike yours, so indeed, you're special. Black Wei Yang gave Wei Yang a deep look before retracting his gaze, his massive internal law force circulating, communicating secretly with heaven in some manner. The other participants retracted their gazes as well, leaving only Kato on the VIP balcony seat, gazing in Wei Yang's direction, lost in contemplation. In a realm saturated with light, the concept of time became blurred, but overall it felt like an eternity passed. Even Black Wei Yang was resting his eyes, while Wei Yang felt this state nearly unsustainable. Although releasing the mind state doesn't consume energy, Persistently holding the same state feels oppressive. Unless someone truly despairs over life, this feeling can drive a person insane. Shufu dash. Wei Yang took a deep breath, withdrawing his mind state. Otherwise, damn, he would become entirely melancholic. Not far away. Xuanhuan immediately felt relieved, and a purple mist expanded instantly, twice as dense as the one she had on the competition field. Sorry, if I continued, my mental state would have collapsed. So, that's all for now. We'll continue after a few days. Wei Yang, noticing Xuanhuan had also finished her cultivation, spoke a sentence. I owe you a great deal of gratitude. Xuanhuan slightly bowed her head. She would have to repay this favor sooner or later, otherwise it would become her heart devil. Take a rest. If all the time is spent on practicing cultivation, then it would be too dull. All right. Xuanhuan replied indifferently. Accepting benefits from others did not let her ignore them easily. Rest? She didn't have so much leisure time. Lord Wei Yang, what's wrong? Haven't you recovered? By his side, Takaru couldn't help but ask when she saw Wei Yang quietly staring at the distant sky in the secret realm. This was very unlike the Wei Yang she knew. There's nothing wrong. By the way, can your spiritual power control the physical berserk state yet? Do you think you can handle the bloodline awakening in 3 years? Wei Yang asked lightly. He wasn't able to act as carefree as usual right now and needed some time to recover, just like someone who stayed up gaming for a week. When they first come out, everything is blurry. Only after a day and night of sleep, followed by a meal, can they gradually recover. You actually noticed long ago, didn't you? When Takaru saw Wei Yang bring it up voluntarily, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. On the very evening when Wei Yang returned and told her that she needed to cultivate her spirit power, she had fused with Snow Rabbit's soul. However, there were still some residual effects. She involuntarily wanted to bite into some flesh when seeing humans, especially those whose physical bodies carried principles like Wei Yang. The attraction almost overwhelmed Takaru's consciousness. But she refrained from making a move that night, sensing subconsciously that Wei Yang was aware. Struggling hard to suppress her beastly nature, she separated and sealed half of her soul together with half of her beast nature that night. At the same time, due to mutation, she sensed some of the whereabouts and conditions of Black Wei Yang's shadow embodiment. Indeed, through staying close to Wei Yang and experiencing rules firsthand, she gained a sense of dark principle. Thus, she could no longer make a move against Wei Yang. However, since her soul was imperfect, she had to rely on Wei Yang to find Black Wei Yang. That night I thought you seemed a bit different, but I found it hard to believe. Your talent truly. Compared to these geniuses, they are just commoners. Wei Yang chuckled helplessly. Knowing too much was really bad, and he couldn't share this freely with others. Right now, Lord Black Wei Yang is stripping the beast nature from my soul, so I will be the same me as before, Lord Wei Yang. Takaru sweetly called Wei Yang once, sending shivers down his spine. This guy can't bear it. Please behave normally. Even with the beast nature, it wouldn't matter as much. Acting like this makes me doubt that you're not yourself. Wei Yang trembled. A short exchange helped him gradually return to his previous state. Communication was good, except that Wei Yang himself tended to end conversations. Haha, Lord Wei Yang has quite the gift for jokes. Even you have such a big heart. I should have not suppressed myself back then. But, eaten you? Takaru leaned her head close to Wei Yang's ear, her warm breath hitting his ear, making his heart race, but sighing at the same time. You couldn't eat me. I had prepared the dark principle back then, ready to escape any time. My lord, you are really funny. But this is how I know you. Takaru paused briefly, then burst into laughter. Wei Yang's reply was truly as amusing as ever. Chapter 68. Mage, seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune. Alright, calm down. The problem with your body is solved. How long you live completely depends on your own strength. In the future, you can go wherever you want, and you don't have to stick around in Weiyang Town anymore. Why would I do that? Isn't it better to be a little maid at your house? Taker said indifferently. Do you really want to be a servant and not pursue your own life? Weiyang was also quite speechless, but he was very clear in his heart. A girl of this level would either be the first or second female lead in a harem story, or be taken under the wing of a wealthy person. He could consider himself a petty bourgeoisie, but he didn't feel confident enough to be rich or reach protagonist status. This is my life. I think it's pretty good. I cook every day, clean up, have plenty of free time, and I can sleep well at night. Nina replied with a light laugh. Well, if you want to continue staying, then stay. There's nothing much else I can say. Weiyang was at a loss for words and could only agree with her. Isn't this what servants do? Plenty of free time and a good night's sleep. I don't even know how to react to that. Since she doesn't want to leave, I can't drive her away either, so let her stay. Perhaps under my watchful eye, she might spend the rest of her life living peacefully. Hee, I knew Master Weiyang has a soft heart. Taker chuckled knowingly. She had a good grip on Weiyang's slow-talking ways and gentle nature. Soft-hearted? Maybe. Weiyang looked down at his own hands, spreading them out, gripping them, opening them again, gripping them again. Yes, these were hands untainted by slaughter. How about trying to kill someone? Weiyang muttered involuntarily. Xuanhuan's eyes instantly shifted to Weiyang, her heart rate accelerating just slightly. For a demon race member, killing was an art, but the process of killing itself, the mere thought was irresistible. Taker was confused. It's hopeless. What should we do now? If Weiyang gets bloodthirsty and addicted to killing, oh my goodness, why did I end up provoking him by speaking frankly? This is terrible. You can try it out. When you kill, your tranquil blood will boil again. Most people can't endure such stimulating stress and will end up vomiting, feeling dizzy, or going crazy. But with your personality, if you get excited for just 1 minute, I'll already be gratified. Black Weiyong appeared without knowing when, smirking as he looked at Weiyong. Please put that smile away. It's weird, it'll scare off rabbits easily. Weiyong rolled his eyes looking at Black Weiyong. Even though they had the same face, how come their expressions differ so greatly? Does the rabbit refer to me? I won't be scared easily. Taker cutely pointed at herself, then defended. Ha ha. Weiyong and Black Weiyong couldn't help but burst out laughing after taking a glance at Taker together. Perhaps, this was their first real joy in this world. What are you laughing about? Am I not the rabbit you're referring to? Seeing both laughing uncontrollably, Taker felt angry in her heart. These two must be crazy. Ha ha. Weiyong and Black Weiyong glanced at each other and began laughing once more. Laughter is infectious. On the side, Nina covered her mouth lightly while giggling, and far away, Xuanhuan's lips beneath her hairline curved upwards slightly too. You're so annoying. I'm not talking to you guys. Taker's expression turned bewildered, then turned her back in a huff. Truly incomprehensible why they found it so funny. I'm a half-beast, originally a rabbit. After laughing for a while, Weiyong and Black Weiyong had finally calmed down. Phew. Both unconsciously exhaled a deep breath, resting their elbows on their knees and propping their chins in their palms, lost in thought staring blankly into the distant skies. Nina watched the two who mimicked each other despite completely different auras, yet possessing eerily similar mannerisms and overall bearing. It's only now that the two of you resemble each other. Nina silently thought to herself. She didn't wish to interrupt the beautiful moment between them. No one knows how much time passed, but Lin Qingshan's voice reverberated through this secret realm once more. The third round begins. Zhuge Ming versus Wen Jiqiang. Dong Continent, Kunlun Sect, Wen Jiqiang, please enlighten me. North Continent, Zhuge Family, Zhuge Ming, please enlighten me. Whoosh whoosh bang. After a polite nod towards each other, they immediately engaged in close combat. An elbow strike, blocked, spin, utilize the force, counter with another elbow strike, then block again. The fight between the two was like that of two butterflies. Every strike hit its mark, yet each felt like hitting cotton as they utilized the force exerted against them to counterattack. If it weren't for the occasional bursts of energy leaving indentations on the arena, some might have thought they were faking their match. Can Changzi handle it? Does his previous injury matter? Si Shui hugged his lifebound spear in his arms. The spear had intricate carvings with red gleams deep within the designs. Don't worry. A battle among disciples isn't about calculations. Feng Zhonghua had changed into a white robe. His flowing long hair and the sword slung diagonally on his back gave him an ethereal, ancient Xinxiao warrior look. The slight melancholy at the center of his brow elevated his overall aura. Yeah, if the opponent resorts to dirty tricks, I'll let him taste the strength of my blade once we're out. Wu Gussing wiped his knife nonchalantly, speaking menacing words with casualness. Tai Chi? It doesn't seem quite right. It's all similar. Tai Chi gives birth to two instruments, which give rise to four symbols, then the 8 trigrams, originating from the same source. Victory depends on comprehension. Hei Weiyong put on an air of mystery, the knowledge stored in Weiyang's mind yielding great insight, even to heavenly principles. One could only imagine how unique his world must be, though not power-driven but science-praised. These natural truths have been passed down from ancient times till today, inspiring awe. Sigh, this seems like a classic trope. Whoever forgets first wins. Forgets. Hei Weiyong heard Weiyang's familiar words. Exactly. Zhang Wujie from the Ming sect, when Zhang Sanfeng taught him Tai Chi. Haven't you seen the movie? Weiyong rolled his eyes, clearly having duplicated his memory, yet not valuing these classic scenes. Oh, yes, accurately speaking, it's not forgetting, but rather assimilating into nature. Pretty much. Nina and Taker listening to their brief conversation felt like they were hearing abstruse jargon. What is this Tai Chi and Bagua and Zhang Sanfeng nonsense? Isn't it just combat techniques? Are you tired? Still okay? How about you? Not long ago, I got backfired by my own techniques. It's a bit hard to bear. Wen Jiqiang smiled helplessly. Despite chatting like friends, every move targeted vital points. The martial arts feel pretty even too. Let's go straight to the main event. Alright, you do the calculations. We've all been predestined. Fine. After swallowing a direct hit to the heart from Wen Jiqiang's elbow, Zhuge Ming finally created distance. Let's not beat around the bush, Zhuge Ming. I directly divined fate and received the backlash immediately. When I began my calculations, the backfire almost killed me. So, why don't you figure out how to avoid misfortune and seek good fortune? Good. Though there was chaos at the start of the competition, the big picture has been decided now, enough for me to discern my prospects. Zhuge Ming slowly sat cross-legged on the arena wearing blue-white robes. Excellent. Let's see your results. Seeing this, Wen Jiqiang also gathered his energy and sat across from Zhuge Ming. A peculiar atmosphere arose, gently enveloping the arena. Zhuge Ming started shaking slightly. Hee, wasn't it you who lured someone away initially? Lin Qingshan looked smugly at Dugu Xianmu. I didn't lure anyone. It was the Zhuge family, finding kinship in surnames, chose to join me willingly. Humph. Li Pingtian snorted coldly. It was this villain who, taking advantage of the break caused by a major conflict within the Xian sects, lured away the Zhuge family of Tianji Gate. Now, the Tianji door has been absorbed into the Kunlun sect and unified under religious rule. Yet this grievance will be addressed one day on the northern continent, or else every time it is mentioned, it would leave a sour feeling. Enough. Anyway, we are all descendants of dragons. Developing anywhere should be fine. Stop nitpicking and being petty. Dugu Xianmu quickly steered the conversation away. knowing he had the upper hand. Darim, looks like they aren't so united after all. Feels like an opportunity. Go ahead if you want. Those three aren't stupid. They said, pacify internal issues before addressing external threats. Darim snorted, crossing his arms, refusing to pay attention to walk. So, Zhuge Ming, during my own prediction of spirit communication, I did a horoscope for myself. I will advance. When Jiqiang smirked, seeing the increasingly somber face of Zhuge Ming, I forfeit. When Jiqiang wins, Zhuge Ming sighed deeply. Fate decrees such. Even if the emperor changes fate, alas, the emperor isn't himself. If you're tired, you can come back. After all, home is in the east. When Jiqiang looked at the dejected Zhuge Ming as the light on his hand slowly faded, his previous result of divining for himself was victory after a severe injury, but he had again cast a horoscope for Wei Yong. The results left him already deep in injuries with no short-term ability to divine. To gamble once more, he deliberately invited Zhuge Ming to predict for him. In their sorcerer lineage that produced an emperor every 10,000 years, there hadn't been an emperor since the sorcerers established themselves only 3,000 years ago. If Zhuge Ming didn't surrender, Wen Jiqiang could have pushed him off the stage even with the risk of retaliation, albeit not in his best state now. Forgot to tell you, my earlier divination was for you. Here's a piece of advice. If you meet someone with purple hair, don't go on stage, or else you'll regret it. Zhuge Ming gave Wen Jiqiang a long look before dissipating into light and voluntarily exiting the secret realm. Purple hair? I've got an inkling sigh. When Jiqiang glanced at the resources quietly watching from the side, noticing 2 strands of distant hair exposed, his respect growing deeper within. Li Wenba, a bot, what the hell? Wei Yong was shocked to see 3 people from the Central Continent faction, one of them getting a direct pass. He seemed to have barely participated in any fight, simply delivering a single, simple kick, yet entering the top 50. Now just standing on the platform, he made it to the top 13, due to the remaining 25 people where one would get a bye. Hey Ying, I feel like he's the destined son, what do you think? That guy is very strange. His power is familiar yet foreign to me. He must have mastered some obscure principle, but without him attacking, I can't figure it out. Hei Wei Yang's face was equally serious. This kid's luck was too damn good. If it happened once or twice, that might be excusable, but this consecutive string was obvious to anyone with brains that something fishy was going on. Next round, Hu Qi versus Si Shuai. Hu Xiai looked thrilled, his pupils transforming into the vertical ones specific to the beast race. Haha, finally my turn. Si Shuai stood up, hurling his spear and leaping onto the stage. As soon as he landed, a presence appeared by his side. Oh, this spear is impressive. You're not bad either. Beast race having dual principles. Hu Qi and Si Shuai complimented each other briefly before their momentums collided instantly, matching evenly. Take this. Roar. Gradually, fur started sprouting on Hu Qi's face as his head transformed into a tiger's, the king character on his forehead exuding regality. Ho-or. A deafening roar spread out, its sound waves rippling outward like ripples on water reaching Si Shuai. Overlord spear. Split. Si Shuai's spear glowed dark red faintly as he delivered a vertical strike, emitting a red energy wave colliding with the sound wave, both dissipating simultaneously. At the instant Si Shuai displayed his spear technique, Hu Qi dashed forward swiftly approaching Si Shuai. Both arms transformed into tiger claws, aiming punches directly at Si Shuai. Si family spear technique. Defend. The spear revolved continuously around Si Shuai, defending against Hu Qi's attacks, yet forcing him to retreat constantly. Under the enhancement of force principles, Hu Qi's strength surpassed Si Shuai's by a tier. If not for Si Shuai's high level of proficiency in the spear technique allowing him to leverage the earth via his spear to neutralize some forces during the first hit, he would have been struck far away. Not bad, spear techniques. What I need is your sort of masterful hands to make my blood boil. Hu Qi laughed heartily, not having encountered a close-range combat opponent matching his skills for quite some time. His bones felt somewhat rusty. You're not bad either, but strength isn't necessarily better when it's larger. Si Shuai's tone became heavy as he used his spear to redirect the incoming force, flipping himself up to land 2 kicks on Hu Qi's defensive arms, causing Hu Qi to step back several steps. Chapter 69, Spirit Battle. Good. But I haven't used all my strength yet. Beast transformation. Hu Qi grinned, and his whole body began to swell. His shirt tore apart as his muscles expanded. He became hulky, tiger-backed, and a black and yellow striped tail flickered behind him, breaking the ground wherever it touched. His pants were in tatters, but he stood firm like a mighty tiger on 2 legs. His pupils turned from yellow vertical slits to red, and an even more imposing aura spread around. Hu Qi's thickened arms now had flames swirling around them. Roar. With a roar, Hu Qi spewed out a huge fireball towards Si Shuai. Blood spear unparalleled. Si Shuai completely ignored Hu Qi's attack, holding his spear upright before him with both hands, eyes closed. Various carvings on the spear glowed faintly. Bang! A tremendous explosion rang out. Following the smoke no harm principle, after the dust cleared, Si Shuai's clothes were shredded to pieces. His head hung low, his face bore some wounds. With one hand gripping the spear, he seemed as if devoid of breath. He's coming. Feng Zhong's expression tightened. Si Shuai's figure had already disappeared from its original spot. Boom. One spear strike was blocked by Hu Qi's tiger claws. Si Shuai's head remained bowed as if unconscious, but this attack made Hu Qi's palm ache. Great, what a strong fighter. Hu Qi slapped away the long spear and slapped towards Si Shuai. Si Shuai also raised his spear to defend. The two remained at a distance of about 2 meters, constantly attacking and defending. Even under beast transformation, the reach of Hu Chi's arms was about the same as the range of Xuanhuan's spear. Soon, claw marks appeared on Xuanhuan's body. Meanwhile, the strong arms of Hu Chi were riddled with wounds and bloodstains. Streams of blood dripped continuously. However, it was strange that not a single drop of blood flowed from Xuanhuan. Under the flesh that was torn off his left hand by Hu Chi's claws, a bright red color exposed itself, yet no blood streamed forth. Instead, this dark red spear gradually turned into a vivid crimson. A blood spear? A soul-bound spear fed by blood. Let me see how long you can last. Hu Chi roared in anger and again engaged Xuanhuan in combat. Picking, splitting, cutting, shaking, throwing punches, sweeping claws, kicking, tearing. Both unleashed formidable martial arts techniques in their entirety, exchanging blows in a way where injury met injury. Cough, cough. A cough resounded, and both stopped simultaneously. Cough, cough. Painfully leaning on his spear, Xuanhuan had already lost half of his blood. He couldn't go on anymore. His entire body was covered with deep-to-the-bone wounds, muscles and tendons visibly damaged. Haha, looks like I've won. Ha. Hu Chi's tiger head was drenched in blood too, his massive arms soaked in his own blood. His chest and legs were filled with wounds and bloodstains, over which dizziness from excessive blood loss crept up. However, he belonged to the beast race whose physical constitution far surpassed Xuanhuan's. You win, but next time we meet, I'll beat you. Xuanhuan gave a bitter smile, releasing his grip on the spear. In an instant, he fell unconscious, oblivious to the surroundings. After all, competitions are not mortal duels. Preserving one's foundation is key. Haha, I'm waiting. Hu Chi smirked, his colossal form gradually reverting to human shape. Like someone who'd bathed in blood, Hu Chi also collapsed onto the arena stage. In the end, he won narrowly due to his racial advantage. Hu Chi wins. I swear, that was so exciting. Wei Yong watched as the curtain fell on their battle, and the surge of excitement within him gradually subsided. This kind of close-range fight looked real, every punch landing hard, exchanging wounds for wounds. It felt powerful, didn't it? Would you like to join in? I could get you special privileges. Black Wei Yong chuckled, knowing that Wei Yong would be fiery passionate for just these few seconds and couldn't hold on longer. Forget it. At my current skill level, I'd be eliminated instantly. Wei Yong laughed awkwardly. Excitement is one thing, but losing control is another. Staying rational and self-aware is better. Humph. Black Wei Yong snorted disdainfully and turned away. I never aspired for fervent struggle, enduring hardships, humiliating others for fame. However, only after seeing the true face of death will you understand that feeling. Your heart beats wildly, but it's suffocating and powerless. It pumps your blood, but also terrifies you. Wei Yong reflected quietly on the brief moment when he first entered the realm of death sentencing. Indeed, even his mental fortitude struggled to sustain. But reminiscing now, he somewhat craved that unrestrained ease. As they say, the closer one gets to darkness, the more one fears it. Xuanhuan lost. Well, his flaws are too obvious. Feng Zhong was somewhat regretfully said. Xuanhuan's ultimate move consumes an enormous amount of blood every second. It exchanges this for unmatched attacking power, but once his blood falls below half, he will forcibly exit the blood spear state and fall into a coma without any ability to resist. And his opponent belongs to the beast race, whose vitality is 1 to 2 times stronger than that of humans. But if it were a mortal duel, the outcome would be hard to predict. The battles that followed could only be described as delayed, apart from a few encounters. Feng Zhonghua himself had to use the Six Swords Union technique to defeat Hui Ao Tian, the last participant from the Western continent. Hui Ao Tian's special skill, time reversal, allowed him to rewind time by 3 seconds, which resulted in Feng Zhonghua's attacks passing right through him at the start of their match. Eventually, Feng Zhonghua engaged in close combat with him and endured a powerful blow before realizing the abnormality. In the end, he relied on the brute force of Six Swords Union to break through Hui Ao Tian's time reversal. Hu Chun, known for his top-tier defense, did not participate, directly allowing Ma Dong to advance. His capability lacked offensive power. Even though his spatial explosion technique could potentially take down the opponent along with himself, the cost was too great. If it wasn't a fight to the death, there was no need to utilize it. As for Wu Gusun, he fell under Beidalu's sword. Wielding just a single sword, Beidalu wandered freely across the battlefield, paying the price of losing his left arm before finally delivering a decisive strike, with his sword resting at Wu Gusun's throat. Reluctantly, Wu Gusun gave up. In a life-or-death situation, this strike might have targeted his forehead rather than his shoulder. Among the mermaid clan, only Bei Luo Huang and Li Chao remained. Bei Luo Huang's strength was formidable, comparable to Hu Chi, defeating the dragon clan to progress further. However, Li Chao's method of advancing was peculiar. He altered his usual strategy by enduring the full force of the opponent's attacks, closing in until he could unleash a self-explosion technique. This sent the opponent flying off the stage while leaving his own body severely damaged. Yet, from the horrifying wounds visible on his body, some regenerative flesh buds could be seen wriggling, making the sight quite eerie. Among the beast races, 2 remained. Hu Chi, undoubtedly the strongest, and another by the name of Hu Jingjing, a beast person. Yes, they belong to the beast people, a variant subrace of the beasts different from both half-beasts and beasts. Members of the beast people clan are very rare and maintain a semi-human, semi-beast appearance from birth until death. Hu Jingjing used an alluring charm she hadn't employed before, confusing her opponent to leave the arena unknowingly and securing her easy victory. She instantly became the one everyone wished to avoid, since no one dared say their mental resilience could withstand her allure entirely. Of the demon race, only xuanhuan remained standing. The rest displayed weak performances on the battlefield despite reaching high realms of cultivation. It was not uncommon to see them being obliterated after elimination. Now, however, all protective laws of the demon race gathered around xuanhuan alone. Even when seated still, faint purple light emanated from her body, paired with her hair akin to a vengeful spirit, rendering her extremely unsettling. The black-skinned member of the elf race, finally harnessing the essence of the dark rule around Wei-ong, gained enhanced powers, managing to suppress the opponent through the rule to secure a narrow victory. The dragon race also dwindled down to 2 participants, Nico Yias and a black-haired Ms. Nico Yias wielded the rule of time, causing opponents who hadn't even touched her to inexplicably fly off the field. As for Ms. Wei-ong described him as mastering the death rule. Facing him felt like confronting death itself. Unless someone had strong mental resolve to avoid breaking, their capabilities would diminish by 3 layers or more when opposing Ms. For those with weak mental fortitude, their abilities could decline 5 to 8 layers. As for the central continent, only Li Wenbo remained, having played a minor role throughout. At the end of the 3rd round, all members from the western continent were eliminated. Other factions had only 1 or 2 individuals remaining. Even the Dark Horse East continent only had Feng Zhonghua and the heavily wounded when Jiqiang left. The rest were elites within their respective camps, signifying that the 4th round would definitely be extraordinary. The 3rd round has concluded. Aside from some powerful figures, most participants now are either injured or disabled. How can they continue? What choice do we have? There's no doubt the ones left are prodigies, but they're not fools. In the 4th round, many will likely forfeit. Now it's simply about whose luck runs out and who gets chosen first. Black Wei-ong answered. Ah, true. We've gotten carried away with excitement, and now a little calm wouldn't hurt. It's a shame there's no food here. Squish. A strange sound came from somewhere, as if someone was slurping noodles. Hey, how dare you? Huh? Me? This is something I saved earlier. Just happen to feel hungry right now. Black Wei-ong swallowed the noodle and looked innocently at Wei-ong. You freaking, share some with me. Wei-ong was also craving something badly. How long had it been since he last ate anything good? The energy within his body hadn't run out yet, but his mouth was itching for a taste. He just didn't feel comfortable without eating something. Not gonna give you any. Slurp. In one breath, Black Wei-ong finished the noodles and drank up the soup, then let out a satisfied burp. Wei-ong gave him a sharp glare and turned away, ignoring him. Haha, serves you right. Black Wei-ong didn't care and burst into laughter. I'll eat this until I choke myself. Wei-ong furiously took out a first-stage magic core from his bag. It was green, and when chewed, it would release an aroma of fresh grass. It was better than the other cores. You're insane, eating a magic core now. Seeing Wei-ong's action, even Black Wei-ong was unsettled. At the moment, Wei-ong's energy inside was already saturated. If he consumed the magic core, that wild energy would have no place to go. A first-stage magic core could be enough to kill him several times over. Why make me crave when you won't share? So I'll chew on a magic core instead. My damn. Follow me. Don't resist if you don't want to die. Enraged, Black Wei-ong shouted and grabbed the collar of Wei-ong, leading him to the arena before the start of the 4th round. A first-stage magic core doesn't count much, only allowing 10 attacks. Don't dodge using the rules, take the hit quietly. Did you hear that? What? Why? Holy crap. Wei-ong was still bewildered when a massive dark sphere shot toward him in an instant, covering him immediately. Boom. An enormous explosion happened, and there lay Wei-ong, sprawled on the ground with cracks of various sizes all over his body. What are you trying to do? Kill me. Painfully getting up, Wei-ong's entire body hurt, and black threads moving like worms were all over his body with the growing cracks, causing him further discomfort. Second one. Without paying any attention to Wei-ong, Black Wei-ong continued. Wei-ong didn't realize what catastrophic consequences would arise from consuming a magic core while his energy level was at full capacity. Now regretful that he hadn't informed Wei-ong earlier, Black Wei-ong thought he'd act sensibly. But stimulated by a bowl of noodles, Wei-ong ended up doing this. Sigh. I throw you. Wei-ong was again enveloped by a dark energy sphere. He floated helplessly as the energy ball wrapped around him, every muscle in his body wildly spasming. From the cracks across his body, black threads danced madly, making him look like he'd been parasitized by tentacle monsters. Huh. Huff huff. When the dark energy sphere dispersed, Wei-ong fell straight down and knelt on the ground, panting heavily. The suffocating sensation of being squeezed and electrocuted was terrifying. Though the sense of pain had been reduced, his muscles kept contracting violently, and the bones creaked audibly, amplifying his mental stress. The 3rd one is coming. Endure it, or it'll get worse. Time was short, and Black Wei-ong couldn't allow Wei-ong any rest time. The violent energy from the magic core wasn't easily pacified. Damn. Wei-ong clenched his teeth hard, cracks beginning to appear on his head and face. He looked entirely like a shattered porcelain doll. When Black Wei-ong had come into existence previously, even the head part remained unbroken. However, now, the skull itself couldn't withstand the pressure. Wei-ong started to understand that things had really gotten complicated this time. 4th attack. SSS. 5th attack. Wei-ong was powerless to say anything now. 2 large cracks ran through his eyes, though oddly, he could still see. Unable to do anything else, he ignored them, losing consciousness of himself. All thoughts in his mind were chaotic nonsense to distract himself from the unbearable feeling. Phew, alright. The energy inside your body has mostly cleared now. Until your body heals, you can only eat beast meat. I originally planned to arrange for you to fight once more, but apparently, that won't be necessary. Black Wei-Ong looked expressionlessly at Wei-Ong who, despite having been attacked multiple times, saw not even a single tear in his pitch-black robe. It was after all a rule artifact. Yet, Wei-Ong looked now like a pile of glued-together broken porcelain pieces. His body had been stretched far longer than usual, with the extra parts made of black threads resembling lotus roots, giving everyone present chills. Chapter 70. Heading to the Demon Realm. Wei-Ong didn't know how much time had passed, but when he woke up, he saw a blood-red sky, air thick with purple mist, and resources carried on his back. Yes, Wei-Ong woke up on a woman's back. You're awake? Master Black Shadow said it would take too long for you to recover fully, so I brought you here first. There isn't much energy left in your body. Master Black Shadow mentioned you've slowly started to restore energy, but the recovery speed is like that of a snail. I don't know what a snail is, but I can sense that the energy within you now is barely enough to keep you conscious. Wei-Ong was speechless. All the things he wanted to say, all the questions he wanted to ask, vanished. He could only open his eyes and move his mouth since his body wouldn't respond to any commands. This place is already considered the central area of the demon realm. The demon rules are concentrated here, but so are the elements of chaos. Your body is protected by these rules, so as long as you don't actively absorb them, you're safe. Master Black Shadow has asked me to make this clear to you, so you won't do anything reckless again. Wei-Ong silently cursed in his heart, calling him a dog thief. Leaning against Xuanhuan's back, he couldn't help but notice her perfect figure. Every time his weak arm touched something indescribably soft, his once calm heart sighed with emotion. The demon realm is like this. Red skies, surroundings wrapped in mist, filled with brutality and killing intent. However, I walk the righteous path, where no slaughter should occur. Therefore, I rarely see people, especially newcomers to the demon realm. This ensures their safety. After all, the population in the demon realm is sparse. Wei-Ong stayed silent. How come every time I opened my mouth, she knew exactly what I was going to ask, making him feel awkward? Don't be embarrassed. Master Black Shadow has predicted that you'd wake up and ask just these questions, because there wouldn't be much else on your mind. Xuanhuan's soft voice rang out. Shit. Wei-Ong silently cursed again, feeling certain that she was just like him, someone who enjoyed criticizing others. Were it not for his incapacity to fight back, staring at the crimson sky, crimson buildings resembling mushroom castles, and the earth, which was difficult to tell if it glowed from the light or was originally crimson itself. Even the vegetation and trees around them were dark red. With the swirling purple mist, it truly resembled the image of hell. Well, we have arrived at our destination. Upon Xuanhuan's words, Wei-Ong wished to turn his head, but found himself incapable of doing so. It appeared as though they had entered a grand mushroom fortress. After passing through a long corridor, entering the interior of the mushroom-like structure, he noticed the architectural design, which reminded him of a Hakka circular building. A courtyard in the center surrounded by rooms spiraling upwards, with stairways built close to the inner side, rather distinctive. After bringing Wei-Ong into a hall and placing him on an elaborate chair, he couldn't help but wonder whether he had mistakenly ended up as a guest at a Hakka household. The entire layout of the hall also came into view. Clearly, it was a meeting room with a long table and rows of chairs confirming its function. Paintings, abstract ones, hung on the walls. You wait here while I call the Grand Preacher. After settling Wei-Ong down, Xuanhuan pushed the door open and left. Inside the fungus structure, the lighting grew dimmer but better than the blood-red glow outside. Oh, is this the current spirit messenger? Truly, unforgettable. An old man in a red robe walked in, gazing upon Wei-Ang's fragmented form. As a member of the demon clan, he was greatly startled. His body was shattered completely, yet held together by the power of law, still capable of consciousness, and even slowly self-repairing. It was incredible. Still. Wei-Ong tried hard to say something, but managed only fragments. His neck and head were detached, a crack as wide as a finger on his skull, his arms hanging in tatters. Spirit messenger, please rest assured. We need your assistance and will not resort to harmful actions. Once everything is done, appropriate compensation will be given. We sincerely hope you'll agree. Alright. After struggling, Wei-Ong finally forced those two words out. What is your current state, Spirit Messenger? No problem. Spirit Messenger says no issue. Despite his physical inconveniences, his state of mind remains unaffected. Xuanhuan stood beside him, acting as a translator due to Wei-Ang's difficult situation. Wei-Ong responded, knowing that he only wanted to say there was no problem. However, Xuanhuan added so much for him that he decided not to care, as the meaning was roughly the same. That's good then, and I'll leave it to you, Spirit Messenger. People, issue the order. Gather all the Buju who are stuck at a bottleneck, regardless of what they're doing. They should drop everything and assemble at the central castle. The opportunity for breakthrough has arrived. The red-robed old man gave the order with boundless authority, showing his long-standing position of power. He already exuded a somewhat regal aura, though compared to Li Pingtian and Lin Qingshan, he fell short of true majesty. Yes, Grand Preacher. The people waiting outside responded solemnly and carried out the task promptly. Soon, Wei-Ong sensed some commotion outside, with noises of disorder coming through, faint sounds of fighting among them. The sound of flesh hitting flesh echoed. Silence. Whoever makes another sound will be eliminated on the spot. The Grand Preacher frowned and spoke, his voice carrying massive energy ripples that spread out, instantly silencing the crowd. Truly impressive. Spirit Messenger, everyone is gathered. Will you release your state of mind here, or go outside? After all, considering your body. The Grand Preacher treated Wei Ong with respect, showing none of an overlord's airs. This made Wei Ong feel a bit more amicable toward the old man in red robes. Out. The Spirit Messenger says there's no issue, and that we should go outside. Xuanhuan translated again. In that case, Xuanhuan, take charge of Spirit Messenger. The Grand Preacher looked deeply at the resources displayed by two slender fingers and walked ahead kindly. Xuanhuan waved her hand, and the elaborate armchair lying Wei Ong started to float gently, following the pair out. I originally thought it would take some effort to convince the Spirit Messenger to help our Vuju clan, but it seems I judged him too harshly. If I had known he'd be this easygoing, I would have arranged a few beautiful Vuju women to serve him. After all, being able to bring peace to one's mind is incredibly important for Vuju. But things were as they were, and since the outcome was good, post-event compensation would suffice. Xuanhuan had certainly contributed significantly, although she could sometimes be terrifying, revealing herself under the hair meant breaking the seal, which indeed revealed her beauty, but whether the Spirit Messenger could appreciate it remained uncertain. The Grand Preacher pondered many thoughts: wealth, beauty, even power and strength. But since he didn't know Wei Ong well, he suppressed these fleeting ideas for now. Holy crap, so many people. Wei Ong was inwardly surprised as he saw countless demons with various strange horns filling the air in the central passage outside. It shocked him greatly, realizing how many were stuck at a bottleneck. The power base of Wuju was substantial. Still out. The Spirit Messenger says this place is too cramped. We should proceed outside. His mindset can influence an entire secret realm, making this number of Wuju negligible. Hey, I didn't say that. I just managed 3 words, and you added all that, although it might be accurate. Wei Ong gazed at Xuanhuan with his eyes split into 2 halves. Xuanhuan was startled as well. His perfect eyes, seemingly split down the middle, transformed into 4 eyes, eerie. Good. With a wave of the red-robed Grand Preacher's hand, Wei Ong felt a flash before him. The surrounding space returned to the blood-red environment, shrouded in purple mist. So strong. Wei Ong was amazed again. With one gesture, the thousands inside the Mushroom Fortress were teleported outside. The Grand Preacher wasn't weak at all. Everyone. This is Spirit Messenger from Xuanhuan realm. Spirit Messenger possesses the mental strength to calm our hearts. You must know the benefits of a tranquil mind, so seize this chance. By improving our tranquility, we Wuju can enhance our strength. Whether to revive the Demon King or establish a new one. Without power, everything is empty talk. The Grand Preacher's stern voice resounded throughout the demon realm. Though unsure of its size, Wei Ong felt it must be like a small secret realm, or else other powers would have sent experts to attack the demon realm by now given their attitudes towards Vu. Now, wait for Spirit Messenger's influence to envelop you. Seize the opportunity to break through. If you can't suppress your aggressive urges, give up breaking through and use this chance to control them further. Yes. The unified response from thousands upon thousands seemed to shake the very space. Well then, Spirit Messenger, the ball is in your court. The Grand Preacher nodded lightly at Wei Ong, signaling for him to begin. Alas, Wei Ong looked at the sky and earth filled with people of the Wuju and sighed in his heart, admiring those with talent. Then, a melancholy atmosphere began to brew. At the crack on Wei Ang's body, the originally slightly wriggling threads of rule became calm, then slowly stitched his body back together in a normal and slow way, no longer as strange and terrifying. Now he was just like a pile of mud, quiet, breathing deeply, eyes losing focus. An intangible wave kept emanating from his body, even dispersing the omnipresent purple mist, as if there were a transparent air wall separating these purple mists. At first, the range of the transparent air wall was small, only covering Wei Ong and Xuanhuan behind him. A light purple mist also diffused around Xuanhuan before being compressed into a light film over her skin, using Wei Ang's state of mind to refine hers. The air wall advanced slowly, eventually enveloping the Grand Preacher nearby. This is, oh, it's been such a long time since I felt this relaxed. The Grand Preacher let out a long sigh. Although the bone-chilling sensation wasn't pleasant, it served as an elixir for someone who had been suppressing their violent mood for hundreds of years. His aura of cultivation also started to become unstable. Look, is the Grand Preacher about to break through? Seriously? The Grand Preacher has been stuck at the 8th level for how long now, and is about to break through. I'm amazed. This Spirit Messenger really has skills. You've got my respect. Countless sensitive Wuju individuals clamored. The Grand Preacher's fluctuating aura stirred up their bloodthirsty hearts that pursued power. SSSSS, this is... Gradually more Wuju were covered by the wave, and anyone touched went from restless and excited 1 second to stunned the next without any traces of excitement or madness, instead becoming slightly melancholic and expressionless. Immediately afterwards came an intangible energy ripple, followed by unstable breathing, as after their inner turmoil was calmed, their strength began to rise and fall. Lord Wei Ong. You've worked hard. It's fine. Thank you for your selfless dedication to our Wuju. Wei Ong felt something soft behind his head. The comfortable sensation nearly disrupted his mindset, leaving him speechless. Does this mean extra benefits? Maybe we won't see each other anymore afterward. Xuanhuan's tone carried an indescribable sorrow, confusing Wei Ong on whether it was due to the influence of his own mood or whether she genuinely. He didn't want to think too much about it. having received many good person cards. It was just a bit of a bonus. After all, he wasn't some so-called main character to have enough confidence to flirt. In the future, if fate allows, we might still. Might we meet again? No, it will be different in the future. Truly, we probably can't see each other again. Xuanhuan's words became gentle, making Weiyang extremely uncomfortable. Are you nearing the end of your life? Weiyang couldn't turn back to look at her, his head held tight by Xuanhuan, so he saw nothing. But he could feel the sorrowful atmosphere around Xuanhuan. He just didn't know how to handle it and feared saying the wrong thing. No, I love the demon realm. For the demon realm, I must make some sacrifices. Xuanhuan's voice transformed from calmness to a sense of innocence and playfulness. That's not fair. Why should you have to sacrifice yourself? Weiyang murmured. Releasing one's state of mind suppressed various emotions. Anger, passion, and temper were all firmly contained, making his heart feel clogged, constricted. Chapter 71, The Demon Race. This world is inherently unfair, and only I have the qualification to sacrifice myself. Me? Must I? Is there no other solution? Weiyang was momentarily at a loss for words. Since he wasn't good at speaking, any comforting words at this point would sound too fake. All he could do was search for that glimmer of hope. There is one. But as long as, forget it, the possibility of this happening is probably smaller than me resurrecting after sacrificing myself. Tell me, I'm practically a dying person anyway. You can see how I am. Death isn't far off. I'll share a little secret with you if you tell me the possibility. All right, you go first. Xuanhuan also gave a faint smile. The feeling of chatting and sharing confidences with someone made her feel pleased. I'm actually not from Xintian continent. Your turn. Weiyang said indifferently. Though he felt a little smug inside, his face couldn't display such an expression. Is that all? That's all. This doesn't count. That's cheating. Xuanhuan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. She realized she had been fooled after all. How does it not count? Another world. It's not as simple as you think. If you tell me the possibility, then I'll tell you what my original world is like. All right, if, and I emphasize, if, you were willing to stay in the demon realm for me, then I wouldn't need to be sacrificed. Weiyang was stunned. His mind began to fluctuate, and the purple mist started to stir as well, as though it could break through the air barrier at any moment. Huff. Weiyang hurriedly took a deep breath and stabilized his inner turmoil once again. This plot twist was truly melodramatic. He had to suppress a chuckle. Well, I've finished. Now tell me about your world. Wait, what you just said, was it that I, for you, stay in the demon realm? Xuanhuan didn't speak, but Weiyang, leaning on her chest, could clearly feel her breathing becoming irregular, and her heartbeat, which had been intermittent, grew distinct. So, the condition for not sacrificing you is for Xining to stay in the demon realm with you? King hate this. It's so damn melodramatic. Weiyang inwardly complained. He didn't expect to encounter such a scenario, and even worse, it happened to him. This was really something else. Are there no other solutions? Or perhaps another way, can't you follow me? Not that way. I mean, couldn't we avoid staying in the demon realm altogether? Could we stay outside instead? No, I mean. Weiyang was extremely uncomfortable, his voice emotionless, yet revealing his internal confusion. There was not a trace of impatience in his tone, almost robotic. There is a way that Xining dies in the demon realm. However, I promised I wouldn't let you die here, so this method was abandoned by me and the Grand Archbishop. So it seemed that he was still too kind-hearted. Weiyang's heart was filled with despair. He had mistakenly assumed this world was too benevolent because he hadn't encountered the treachery of human hearts. Subconsciously, he applied the views he developed in Greater Huaxia, which turned out to be perilous. If he hadn't briefly considered the dangers before, perhaps by the time this event concluded, he'd not only lose the reward, but also his life. The Grand Archbishop of the 8th stage peak of power, with his meager dark rule, wouldn't stand a chance against him. What's wrong? Scared, Xuanhuan noticed that Weiyang hadn't spoken for a long while. A flicker of disappointment passed through her heart. She didn't want to lose herself so quickly. After all, countless efforts from the Demon King, Hui Ningcar duo, went into making her successful. But now, the demon race was intensifying its suppression of the heterodox entrance, gradually exhausting the power of the array. The Dragon Clan couldn't send anyone to assist either. Sacrificing her was the only way to stabilize the array and bring peace back to the demon realm. However, these 20 years of memories would vanish. Whether or not she could regain her consciousness in the future was uncertain. Her existence itself was anomalous. It's fine. I need to adjust my perspective. Being too good-hearted leads to being bullied, whether for humans or animals. I need to change the way I look at this world. Weiyang spoke blandly. So you've decided to watch me get sacrificed, huh? Xuanhuan's heart suddenly paused. This was a completely unfamiliar sensation. But Weiyang was right. People, unless they act for themselves, then what? I won't stay in the demon realm. Weiyang's slightly cold voice broke the silence. The last bit of hope in Xuanhuan's heart vanished completely. Yet, she showed no reaction, still allowing Weiyang to lean on her chest. After all, this answer was something she had already subconsciously accepted deep down. I want to see this world, eat all the delicious food, live carefree, and be a slacker, so I won't stop for a girl I just met. If there's a compromise you can accept that doesn't affect my goals, then I don't care. Weiyang spoke indifferently. I understand. Xuanhuan replied calmly as well, and silence fell between them again. Weiyang had a rough idea in his mind. Though it was regretful, it was what he wanted. He felt slightly guilty, but knew there was nothing else he could do. The atmosphere turned cold, and despite the softness behind Weiyang's head, the current ambience made him far from comfortable. It felt like walking on thin ice, with no way out, forcing him to retreat deeper into his thoughts and allow that lonely, icy sensation to calm him down. After Wei Yang's mental state enveloped over half of the demon race territory, it finally reached its limit, covering a space of 10,000 li. This was terrifying. Xuanhuan's mental state could barely cover a meter's range, yet Wei Yang's covered 10,000 times more than hers. Moreover, within this 10,000 li space, there was no trace of purple mist swirling, and even the crimson glow in the sky seemed to have dimmed. It was unclear how much time passed. Bang! Bang bang! One sound after another arose as powerful energies soared toward the heavens within the 10,000 li space. The 7th stage already? The changes are truly immense. Wei Yong leaned on something soft and watched the demon race members within his mental state, enveloped by a faint purple aura. Indeed, after reaching the 7th stage, the influence of mental states diminished for them, allowing them to perfectly wield their rule forces. The impact of mental states significantly weakened for such high-stage individuals. For those at the 8th or even 9th stages, the influence was even more minimal. Mental states only accelerated the consumption of rule forces. Therefore, many who were stuck at the 9th or 8th stages sought to perceive some form of mental force in pursuit of enhanced combat power, aiming for unmatched strength within their respective levels. Ugh! Wei Yong groaned. Like in the secret realm, the sky here lacked day and night, always cloaked in crimson, losing the concept of time. Wei Yong maintained his mental state to the maximum extent possible, but as time passed, the range of 10,000 li began to shrink continuously. Those at the edge of the range had no choice but to wake up briefly, check the boundary of the air barrier, and fly higher up before resuming their seclusion. At 9,000 meters, hundreds of demons ascended to close to the sky to meditate. At 8,000 meters, hundreds more joined them, forming layers upon layers of demons in the sky. When the range shrank to 500 meters, the entire space was filled with demons. Fortunately, demons breaking through their limits continuously left the area during this period, or it would have been even more crowded. It seems Master Xian has reached his limit too. He can no longer maintain this mental state. The Archbishop looked kindly at Wei Yong, who was closed-eyed sustaining the mental state, feeling a wave of regret. After 1.5 days, only 2 layers of people managed to break through, and it seemed they would have to accept this outcome. Fellow clansmen of the demon race, Master Xian's mental state is about to fade. Those without confidence in breaking through should move to the edges, and those confident should gather near Master Xian. But if you fail afterward, don't blame me for being merciless. Decide now. The Archbishop's solemn voice echoed in every demon's mind. Immediately, half the demons chose to stay at the edges, while others, mostly older and even aged ones, chose to approach Wei Yong. With little time left, they clung to this opportunity to forcibly break through, as staying put meant certain death either way. After a while, Wei Yong felt as if he were about to suffocate. Though still breathing clearly, his mind was overwhelmed. Black sweat dripped down his forehead and slowly dissipated across his face, a sign of overexerting his mental energy. His rule force constantly repaired him, but now, to sustain his mental power, he had to halt the repair of his body and convert it into bodily energy, which was expelled through perspiration to alleviate pressure. Bang bang. As time went on, hundreds more demons broke through, reducing Wei Yang's mental range to a 100-meter area. Amidst countless purple mists, it seemed only this patch remained untouched. Over 1,000 demons inside were drenched in sweat. If they failed to break through, they'd face the Archbishop's wrath. Gah! SSSSS. Wei Yong breathed uncomfortably as the 100-meter range shrunk further. Finally, Wei Yang's mental state slowly contracted until it disappeared. However, not even the Archbishop realized that a layer of invisible transparent light encased Wei Yang's body. Without employing rule forces for insight, it would have been impossible to detect. Over. Wei Yong opened his eyes split into 4 sections with a trace of weariness. Despite his body fracturing at various points due to these fissures, his movements remained perfectly synchronized, akin to a living person shattered in pieces, yet able to match actions as precise as blinking. I deeply thank Lord Xian for their contribution. Xuanhuan, please take Lord Xian back to rest and prepare some busso food. I'll deliberate on your matter. The Archbishop spoke gently. Having overheard the previous conversation between Xuanhuan and Wei Yong, he now had a rough idea of Wei Yang's character. Initially planning to assassinate Lord Xian when Xuanhuan wasn't paying attention, he shelved the plan for the time being. If by the time Xian departed, they were still like what he imagined, there might be other ways to deal with it. After all, Xuanhuan was a candidate to be the next Demon King. Given there were still quite a few individuals from Huinong faction and opposition from Kaduo faction, her coronation was temporarily delayed. Nevertheless, the secret passageway resisting the invasion of alien path followers grew increasingly volatile. It was estimated that within half a year, if left unaddressed, it would be breached. At that point, it wouldn't just be a simple matter of the demon realm being infected. The alien path followers possessed an ability of consuming that not even space could escape. A truly bizarre force. Now, you can disperse. Those who didn't break through, stay. You will get a second chance. The demon realm has no need for useless people. The Archbishop stared coldly at the remaining 600 or 700 individuals, most of whom were elderly with little life left. With such an excellent opportunity before them and still unable to break through, it seemed clear they never would in this lifetime. Sigh, for the younger generation, for the demon race, we must go and fill up the formation. Sigh, destiny decrees such things. Us, those seeking greatness, are now tied down. Fate indeed toys with us. Countless demons murmured slightly in lament. Then a wave of despair emerged as one after another of the elder demons, starting from their heads, turned to ash, accompanied by purple mist. A streak of white light shot underground, the entirety of their purple glow illuminating this area. Those six-stage demons who hadn't yet broken through began to surge in strength despite intense pain. Numerous demons shivered uncontrollably as their muscles tangled and twisted, but their momentum kept climbing. Floating purple mists gradually seeped into their bodies, enhancing their perception of demon system rule forces. Bang! Ultimately, the first demon who couldn't endure this power exploded, his soul rushing directly towards the earth, while his body's force transformed into purple light covering the others, serving as their impetus to challenge the 7th stage rule level. In the end, among the thousands, dozens of individuals used this power to break into the 7th stage. Although the majority didn't succeed, having experienced 2 waves of cleansing, their foundation stabilized further, making achieving the 7th stage merely a question of time. Due to Wei Ang's mental state influence, much of the turbulent factors within this 10,000-meter spatial realm decreased, transforming it into a prime training ground. And during this incident, more than 1,000 peak 6th-stage demons died. About 600 to 700 reached their natural lifespan ends. The remainder were middle-aged ones forming 60%, teenage prodigies 40%. After all, to reach the 6th stage so quickly in youth, many of them relied on forcefully boosting their capabilities. This was why their death toll was relatively high. However, those gifted prodigies who dared confidently attempted the breakthrough succeeded perfectly, with combat effectiveness even surpassing those elders long stagnated in the 6th stage. Well then, from today onwards, this place will become a refined site for the next decade. If anyone stuck at bottleneck periods needs to come and feel the presence here, they're welcome. But residual mental energy is limited. Do not come unless absolutely necessary to attempt breaking through. Otherwise, failure means becoming nutrients nourishing others. Now disperse. The Archbishop spoke lightly, encasing this 10,000-meter spatial realm with a faint purple light barrier, ensuring the remaining somber mental energy didn't dissipate. Reaching the 9th stage already, his power became beyond measure. Chapter 72, The Eastern Continent. Wei Ang looked indifferently as Xuanhuan placed him in an elaborately decorated room, gently laying him on a rich, soft bed before leaving to prepare food. This feeling, I dislike it. Too rational, too taxing. Expressionless, Wei Ang gazed around the room. This mental state he had unleashed deeply affected his inner peace. He estimated that it would take months for him to recover fully from this. After all, sustaining such a condition required recalling negative emotions, emotions so potent that any living being would be influenced by them and potentially develop heart demons. Lord Wei Ang, please eat. Xuanhuan brought in a bowl of magical beast meat soup, but Wei Ang's mouth had split into several pieces. Due to the influence of the dark rule, one could not even see his internal organs. Moreover, any food would fall to the ground through the force of the rules before it could reach his stomach. It seems I won't be able to eat until I've recovered, but no matter, I can slowly recuperate on my own. Well then, Xuanhuan said. Seeing Wei Ang's current state, Xuanhuan set the bowl aside and sat quietly by the bedside, looking at Wei Ang whose body appeared mosaic-like, but without spilling a single drop of blood. Is the young talent competition over? Yes, it's over. Who won? A person from the central continent, named Li Wenba. Oh, you didn't win. No, I faced Feng Zhonghua from the eastern continent. He was very strong. After I severely injured myself to defeat him, I lacked the strength to participate in the final. Alright, I understand. Wei Ang replied briefly, after which the conversation lapsed back into silence. Although he wanted to inquire about more details, he thought better of it. Flattering readers wasn't something idle people should do. You go to your business. If you don't see me later, Black Shadow might have taken me away. Don't worry. Alright then, you rest well. Through her hair, Xuanhuan gave Wei Ang a deep look, masking the sadness in her eyes. Carrying the bowl, she left. She needed to make a decision. Surprisingly, that pawn actually won. Well, truly, haha. Wei Ang wanted to shake his head and smile faintly, but he couldn't. His cracked mouth coupled with a smiling expression seemed exceptionally terrifying. The demon race's meeting room. A group of white-clad bishops gradually departed, leaving Xuanhuan who sat opposite the Grand Bishop and the Grand Bishop himself. Grand Bishop, you know the Spirit Master won't confine itself to me alone. So why? Xuanhuan, you've done enough for the demon realm. We are also sentient beings, and we appreciate it. Therefore, let us be your support this time, allowing you to indulge freely. If Lord Noka sees your present state, he'd surely be delighted. The Grand Bishop kindly patted Xuanhuan's head. At this moment, he resembled a grandfather soothing his granddaughter rather than the man who always prioritized the survival of the demon race. Xuanhuan hung her head, unsure how to respond, but she only knew that her heart felt congested, depressed, yet simultaneously elated and complex. Enough, don't think too much. This is also the consciousness of Shadow Master. The Spirit Master's destiny is inherently that of a heavenly solitary star. If you can defy fate, perhaps one day, you too can transcend. By then, the demon world may return to the Xiantian realm. The Grand Bishop patted Xuanhuan's shoulder and slowly walked out, leaving her lost in thought. To transcend? Xuanhuan slowly raised her head, her initially normal eyeballs now turning violet. At the door, the Grand Bishop's lips curled up in an inexplicable smile. It's also time for me to leave. Awakening from sleep, Wei Ang found his chest restored above. His neck could turn now, but his body below still resembled shattered porcelain. Only after the Dark Rule repaired his abdomen would he be able to drink some magical beast meat soup to accelerate recovery. Drinking now would only result in the soup flowing out from his stomach without storage. Spirit Master, are you leaving? Xuanhuan suddenly pushed the door open, clearly having overheard Wei Yang's words. Yes, it's time to leave. Perhaps Black Shadow will help me restore faster. I've already stayed here long enough, and I still need to visit the Eastern Continent. All right, please wait a moment. Not that you. Wei Yang became somewhat confused. What was going on? The Grand Bishop said I can follow you, and moreover, Lord Shadow has agreed as well. Really? I need to ask first. Wei Yang closed his eyes and activated the strange lump on his broken left hand, immediately feeling enveloped by darkness, losing sight and sound entirely. What's wrong? Had enough of playing in the demon realm. Black Wei Yang's voice resonated in Wei Yang's mind. Almost. It's time to leave. But that. Oh, the witch from the demon realm, right? Yes, it's fine to let her follow you. A strange companion like her paired with you might be quite nice. Besides, I need her by your side to conduct some experiments. What kind of experiments? Wei Yang had a bad feeling. Experiments on the level of great figures were usually fatal. Don't worry about life-threatening risks. I just need some of your essence. Essence. Yes, I want to try letting a girl imbued with a rule-born soul collide with someone driven by a soul consolidation technique like you, to see if we can produce some miraculous reactions. Aren't you also using the soul consolidation method? Why don't you do it yourself? Wei Yang was somewhat irritated. Damn, everything needed to be tested on him, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. My condition is very special. To be precise, I am just your replica. Fundamentally, I am not you, so it must be you. Then, that essence. What are you thinking? The essence of your soul consolidation technique is your dark rule used in repairing your body. Geez, do you have to keep making jokes? Black Wei Yang was also at a loss for words. All right, as long as the experiment isn't dangerous, I'm up for it. Good, these were your words. I hope you won't regret them later. Black Wei Yang's voice carried an indescribable pleasure, which sent chills down Wei Yang's spine. This scoundrel, every time he was happy, it meant Wei Yang would be in trouble again. He knew caution was necessary this time. All right, knowing you, haven't seen what storms we've weathered. When people come, just send me to the Eastern Continent. Okay, but what about Taco? Now this bunny girl sticks to me, cackling every day. It's terrifying. Let her stay by your side. No, I'll mail her to you separately when the time comes. Remember to collect. I refuse. Refusal invalid. Bye-bye. After Black Wei Yang calmly replied, Wei Yang no longer felt that sense of being deprived of his five senses. Hey, shit. Wei Yang could only helplessly accept the fact. He sighed inwardly. A rabbit ear maiden who doesn't properly act cute but sneers behind his back instead. Wasn't that frightening? Alas, there are plenty of beauties around, but unfortunately, none of them belong to me. Still, it's probably because those past dog blood events have influenced me significantly that I hesitate to actively pursue or inquire about relationships. But this way is fine too. Freedom suits me better. Being single is no worse than having a partner. Wei Yang gave himself a self-deprecating sigh. His black history was still hard to face, which was indeed a flaw in his mental state. After all, he was human, and ultimately there were things he couldn't let go of. So, Xuanhuan quietly stood outside Wei Yang's room door before returning to her own room. The process of dark teleportation was extremely torturous. You bastard. Xuanhuan, are you alright? Wei Yang helplessly looked at the resources locked to him by the 7 days indestructible lock, feeling a herd of alpacas flying through his mind. However, looking at the already pale surroundings and seeing glimpses of the ocean through occasional windows, Wei Yang knew he was quickly traveling from the Western continent to the Eastern one. With his broken limbs, he now resembled a pillow helplessly held tightly in Xuanhuan's arms, which was uncomfortable despite its comfortableness. I am fine. Xuanhuan's intermittent voice indicated she didn't adapt well to high-speed travel under the influence of Dark Rule. As their energies weren't aligned due to differing principles, rejection reactions were inevitable. Just hold on a bit longer, we're almost there. Wei Yang helplessly consoled her, marveling at how vast this ocean really was. Unbeknownst to him, a thin black thread crept out from his shattered hands and feet, creeping onto Xuanhuan's body and embedding itself into her abdomen. Wei Yang, I guess I've helped you achieve one of your life goals. Although you're a heavenly solitary star, this won't prevent you from having children, especially ones born with rule power. However, unstable fusion of rules needs a soul as the core. So troublesome. Black Wei Yang watched the light screen in his hand, where Wei Yang and Xuanhuan traveled through the dark space. A hidden smirk played on his lips. Then he waved a hand, opening a withered yellow portal entrance. Sigh, always the hardest working one. Black Wei Yang muttered while moving briskly into the withered yellow dimensional passage and vanishing for a very long time inside the pale space. Finally, Wei Yang spotted a coastline through the sporadic windows. Hey, Xuanhuan, we're arriving. I can see the coastline. Wei Yang spoke, then focused on controlling himself to speed toward that window. Okay. Xuanhuan's voice was very weak, but her grip on Wei Yang's hands and feet did not loosen at all. A long-awaited bright light, accompanied by a sea-salty breeze, blew in, and Wei Yang comfortably fell onto the beach in a face-planting position. Xuanhuan, get up quickly. Wei Yang's mouth was full of sand, and he desperately wanted to twist his head, but Xuanhuan had locked his head and body, preventing any movement. He was nearly feeling suffocated. Xuanhuan weakly released Wei Yang, her eyes under her hair also looking weary. Hey, I'm alive again. Wei Yang forcefully twisted his head, thankfully managing to avoid burying it in the sand. Xuanhuan immediately started vomiting violently, spitting out clumps of dark, fluid-like substances that melted into the sand and quickly disappeared. Are you okay? I'm fine. It's just the conflict of rule powers. After spitting out some more dark rule energy, Xuanhuan's expression improved somewhat as she lifted Weiyang, carrying him on her back. As for why they didn't drag or pull him with energy, well, at least she gave him a bit of face. That's good. This is the eastern continent. It feels about the same as the western one. Weiyang looked at the coastline, which seemed similar, perhaps differing only in cities or ethnic groups. All four continents are pretty much the same, with only minor differences. Where should we go now? Let's find a city to settle down first, then visit the Kunlun sect. Okay. With Xuanhuan carrying Weiyang like dead weight, they walked toward the forest. After all, from the coastline to the city, there was quite a distance to cover. Since there was no magical elemental rule available in the space, their only option was to walk. Why don't I use the dark rule to travel faster? Weiyang watched the rapidly receding trees and his own hands and feet flailing wildly behind him. The sensation wasn't pleasant. No. Or you can use your dark rule yourself, while I follow slowly. Hearing this from Weiyang, Xuanhuan's heart skipped a beat. Was he suggesting tormenting her even further? She'd never experienced vomiting before and never wanted to experience it again. Rather than die from fatigue, she preferred not relying on other rule powers for traveling anymore. Alright, Weiyang sighed helplessly. In his current state, another doge roll would be too terrifying. It was better to stay put. In each continent, cities occupied at most 1/3 of the land, spreading like centipedes across the terrain. If luck favored them, it might take only hundreds of thousands of meters from the coast to a border town. But if bad luck struck, millions of meters might lead only to a highway, indicating arrival at one of the two major central cities of the continent, leaving them to walk along the road. Of course, flying would eliminate these concerns. Our luck is really bad. Let's go south. Weiyang gazed at the wide highway ahead, clearly showing they had reached the center of the continent. Alright, Xuanhuan took a breath and activated the power within her body. Throughout the Xintian world, only Lin Qingshan from the western continent had developed both the qi and the mental strength cultivation systems due to his practice of the way of boxing, requiring robust physical prowess. Even Solitude Xuanyu's martial arts techniques needed less bodily strength compared to Lin Qingshan. Thus, he pioneered the qi-based cultivation method. However, after reaching advanced stages, despite possessing powerful flesh and blood, his mental strength was too weak, becoming a personal flaw. To compensate, he explored methods of cultivating spiritual energy. The history books of the Western continent recorded little information about the other continents, so those who hadn't left the continent were unaware of alternative cultivation methods. First cultivating the body, then the soul, although progress was fast, resulted in relatively weaker combat capabilities. This explained why, despite no eliminations in the first round of the Tianjiao competition for the Western continent, subsequent rounds saw the entire delegation eliminated. As for other places, they uniformly cultivated ethereal energy, also known as the power of heaven and earth. The Western continent's method of using heavenly and earthly forces to exercise the body and stimulate internal qi was efficient but resulted in lower combat strength compared to peers. Unless both physical and spiritual energies were cultivated simultaneously, using celestial energy to convert it into one's own force allowed easier communication with surrounding forces. As the realm ascended, the practitioner's soul strength also gained recognition from the universe, leading to passive reinforcement. Only the pace of cultivation was slower. Chapter 73, Eastern Dragon City. But all paths lead to the same goal, and ultimately, it is merely about transcending the world and becoming a deity. Good thing we've made it. Looking at the end of the path, with an endless wall separating east and west in sight, Weiyang also realized that such high walls could only be built by a major city. He had no idea why they had to build something several hundred meters tall, which seemed out of place with the surroundings. However, this wall in the eastern continent reminded him of the Great Wall, evoking deep nostalgia. There was a time when he was just a boy eager to climb the Great Wall. There was a time when the saying, "You're not a true man until you reach the Great Wall," was memorized. There was a time when he was proud to be a child of Huaxia. What's wrong? Your mind seems very unstable. Xuanhuan walked slowly on the road, her strength almost depleted, leaving her exhausted as well. Walking slowly helped her regain some energy. Due to having undergone Wei Yang's mental discipline training multiple times, she was extremely sensitive to changes in his mental state. This was also the reason why she could translate for Wei Yang earlier. It's nothing, I just feel homesick. Wei Yang suppressed the feelings of longing in his heart. The familiar architectural style, it has been so long since I've seen it. Is your home in the east? Xuanhuan mused briefly, seemingly thinking of something. The purple radiance in her eyes was no longer visible to Wei Yang. Yes, the east, where we proudly call ourselves descendants of the dragon. By the way, you still owe me a story about your hometown. Alright, I'll start with the mythology stories from our homeland's origin. What are mythology stories? Like the stories of the heavenly way or the creation god. Oh, alright, go ahead. Xuanhuan was also quite interested. Stories about the heavenly way? If the heavenly way doesn't speak, who would know? Thus, Wei Yang slowly recounted to Xuanhuan the tale of Pangu cleaving the heavens, the 3,000 primordial gods of the chaotic era, Hongjun Daozu, and the battle between the witch clans and feathered immortals. Of course, too many intricate details were forgotten, and only classic events remained in his memory. Yet even these fragments profoundly captivated Xuanhuan's interest. Wei Yang could sense Xuanhuan's calm heart racing along with the ebb and flow of the story, which was something Xuan had never felt before. Through tales of extraordinary individuals and strange occurrences, one could evoke profound emotional resonance within, a thrilling experience that was both comfortable and intoxicating. We have arrived. We can continue the rest later. Weiyang looked at the looming gate nearby and decided to pause the storytelling. Having an audience who loves hearing stories feels pretty good. Sure, you must finish it. Xuan responded unusually, slightly surprising Weiyang instinctively. He nodded in agreement. Is this the style of architecture from the East? It certainly feels different. As Xuan stepped into the city gate, she sighed in admiration. Weiyang gazed at the familiar ancient-style buildings, blue-bricked roads, people dressed in traditional costumes coming and going, and vendors shouting their wares from little stalls. Every now and then, he would see candy-covered hawthorns being sold, mist forming faintly beneath his eyes. Although this made him feel as if he had traveled back in time, the familiar feeling was unmistakable. This was the East, the land of birth that felt so familiar. Something's not right with you, Weiyang. It's been so long since I've seen this kind of architecture. Let's find an inn. The word lodge slipped out, but was quickly corrected to inn. The sense of yearning grew stronger. That originally melancholic mood began to rapidly dissolve. All right, but which one is the inn? Look for a flag with the character for wine. The first floor is for dining, and the second floor is for accommodations. Got it. Guided by Weiyang, Xuan entered a luxurious inn. Hey, traveler, is the person on your back someone you found here as a spouse? Truly envy this fellow here. Haha, brother need not envy. Once you find a sister-in-law, it will be the same. Do the two of you wish to stay here? A waiter noticed the resources carried by the person entering and quickly came forward to offer service. These days, exotic-haired beauties weren't common, yet this woman was somewhat. Alas, her hair wasn't styled at all. Yes, accommodation. Please prepare some magical beast dishes for us. We are cultivators. Cultivators. That makes perfect sense. Please come this way to a private room upstairs. After hearing Wei Ang's explanation, the young servant was extraordinarily delighted. Non-native races weren't entirely unseen in the Eastern continent, but most gathered either in the imperial capital or at various sections. To encounter them seeking lodging in the public sector meant they were either powerful wandering practitioners or top-tier figures crossing seas and forests. Crossing the sea, however, without at least 8th-stage strength, was utterly impossible. 8th-stage experts themselves could fall victim to ferocious magical beasts. So, categorically speaking, they must be highly skilled wandering practitioners. This layout isn't too bad. Weiyang looked around at the antique furnishings, which reminded him a lot of what he'd seen on TV. It was quite moving to see these things that were once only viewable through a screen now right in front of his eyes. It felt dreamlike. I'm very tired. I'll rest first. Xuan said this softly, then quickly walked to the large bed in the room, placing Weiyang aside before lying down next to him. Does this count as? No, it doesn't. Weiyang forcibly suppressed the excitement stirring in his heart. Although Xuan's figure was alluring, even her thick purple hair, when sleeping, tempted one to peek. Still, wasn't it true that rationality can overcome desire? If one couldn't defeat their own desires, or didn't fall for forced drugs, and maintained purity of heart, their actions would naturally flow. With that much time, you might as well think about what to do next. Weiyang gave himself a wry smile, for the feeling of suppressing such a longing always made one feel a bit lost. But, after getting used to it, it was alright, wasn't it? The sky grew darker, and the streets outside the inn became quieter. It seems here is just like ancient Huaxia. There's even curfew, isn't it? Ugh, what's curfew? Xuan struggled, truly exhausted from the journey. Weiyang wasn't a good conversationalist. If he had told stories earlier, she wouldn't have felt so pressed by the long journey. Walking several million meters while hearing only little bits of tales along the way not only drained her strength, but also put a great burden on her spirit. No problem, just stay inside at night. There will be patrol officers out checking for any midnight bandits. So continue with the story. Tonight, if you don't finish telling me about the great tribulations of witches and dragons and phoenixes, you won't get to sleep. Weiyang laughed awkwardly. He didn't actually need to sleep anyway. Closing his eyes was more out of habit. Without that routine, he could go entirely without rest. Unfortunately, he didn't dare tell the demon girl, because despite how pleasant they usually were when unprovoked, demons were absolutely ferocious once crossed. And when that happened, it usually ended in either fight or flight. Alright, but can you eat faster? I'm craving something. Xuan briefly glanced at Weiyang before resuming her unhurried eating of dry stir-fried magical beast meat and magical beast bone soup. By the way, Emperor Dijun of the demon tribe has 10 sons. Weiyang picked up where he left off, narrating carefully as he adjusted the details of the various stories in his mind. After reviewing them repeatedly, he added some conspiracies that later generations analyzed, sharing these finer points with Xuan as well. Xuan's already purpled gaze shone brilliantly, as though transported back to the chaotic age. In the end, Dragon Ancestor, Phoenix Ancestor, and Qilin Ancestor all died in the war between dragons and phoenixes. Their powerful clans also perished completely during the battle. Only after that did the Great Tribulation come to an end. The remnants of the dragon race went into the primordial sea, the Qilin disappeared into the ancient forests of chaos, and the Phoenix clan fled to another realm, becoming difficult to track. Xuan let out a deep sigh, calming the excitement in her heart. But her brain filled up with questions, because the stories Weiyang told contained too many gaps, like an incomplete book. Even if she asked, he likely wouldn't be able to answer properly. What happened afterward? Xuan inquired. Afterward, Then came the sealing god Great Calamity, splitting the three purities and changing the landscape of chaos forever. Go on. Not anymore. The sun has risen. Wei Ong helplessly sighed, looking eastward through the wooden window at the red dawn breaking, unaware that 16 years had already passed almost 15. All right. Though reluctant to suppress her curiosity and anticipation, Xuanhuan managed to hold back the uncomfortable feeling within her. Let's go check what place we're in. With skillful ease, Xuanhuan lifted Wei Ong on her back, nearly tying him with his broken hands in front. The two stepped out of the inn, forming a peculiar sight amidst the quaint streets. So, this place is called Dragon City. It's still quite far from the Kunlun sect. We need to head north past two major cities before turning northwest to find them. There's also a teleportation array, but it's expensive. Wei Ong organized the information gathered since being brought out from the inn, preparing to leave this spot soon after reminiscing enough, returning to focus on the tasks at hand. One-way distance is twice as long as the route we took from the coast. Maybe we should use my dark law to traverse. Wei Ong suggested, testing, since using the laws to travel was much quicker. No. Xuanhuan's tone turned cold immediately, then carried Wei Ong swiftly toward the north. It was fortunate that Wei Ong hadn't gone deep into Dragon City for convenience at the beginning. By evening, he and Xuanhuan had already arrived at the next Dragon City. After making inquiries, they learned that all the major cities on the eastern continent were called dragon cities because these large cities were located in the center of the continent. If the continent was compared to a dragon, then the large cities were the dragon's spine. For convenience, they were all named dragon cities. There will be curfew at night. Shouldn't we rest for a while? Wei Ong admired Xuanhuan, who was carrying him and making great efforts to travel. He appreciated how she didn't want to experience his dark law teleportation again. No need. I have the power of the law. Xuanhuan replied faintly, the purple sweat on her forehead reappearing and disappearing again. Despite the prolonged use of the law force being detrimental to her consciousness and causing feelings of nausea, she'd rather die than experience it again. Still, we should rest. The size of Dragon City is enough for you to run around all day at this speed. We can continue our journey tomorrow night and tell more stories. The sealing god Great Calamity is far more exciting than previous battles. All right. Without hesitation, Xuanhuan flashed into an inn. She left a gold coin at the counter before retreating to an empty room upstairs, leaving the owner and the waiter baffled and disheveled. Hey, you're always so enthusiastic about stories. Wei Ong shook his head helplessly, only feeling a flash of purple light, and then found himself lying on a bed. If he weren't just a common dog, he might have started fantasizing. Stop talking nonsense, start telling me. We have to keep traveling as soon as it gets light. All right. So, after the War of Dragons and Phoenixes, Wei Ong began to narrate tales from the chaotic ancient world once again to Xuanhuan. Somewhere in the shadow of the room, a pair of eyes filled with laughter flashed briefly. All right, now it's dawn. I'll tell you about the 9-bend Yellow River array of the 3 immortal sisters along the way. Otherwise, you'll blame me for being boring again. Good. With no further delay, Xuanhuan carried Wei Ong away and headed north. From then on, the story of the mysterious female companion with violet hair and her disabled husband traveling the world spread widely among the people, becoming a role model for couples everywhere. As the saying goes, if you love me, even if my limbs are broken, you will still carry me and walk across the horizon. The majority of the reason was simply that Wei Ong had no time to deal with such rumors and gossips. Let them spread. Being considered an ambassador of positive energy wasn't bad either, as long as he wasn't being criticized. At last, King Zhou committed suicide at Lutai. The list of gods had been filled with 361 main deities, marking the end of the sealing god's calamity. Wei Ong felt his throat on fire. Many details that he hadn't paid close attention to initially were dug out one by one. Some parts had been forgotten, so he decided to compile the preludes and postscripts and modify accordingly. As the sky turned darker, the distant city wall also drew closer. Wei Yang's storytelling ended too. After the Shang dynasty, there were much fewer bizarre events, like an abrupt entry into an age without supernatural laws. It was only during the Tang dynasty, when monks traveled westward seeking Buddhist scriptures, that such events reappeared. Since then, myths faded completely. Let's rest tonight. Your stories are not bad, though there are quite a lot of gaps. Xuanhuan had changed somehow. A day full of excitement stirred up her heart that had been sealed for so long. This strange feeling, however, wasn't unpleasant at all. How about your body? Pretty good. I think my stomach must have healed. Let me try drinking some soup. It was rare for Xuanhuan to express concern towards Wei Ong naturally. Wei Ong felt extremely flattered and reminded himself that it had been ages since he actually tasted food. Every day, he could only take out wood-type magic cores to lick, turning himself nearly into a herbivore. Finally, I feel alive again. A gulp of meat soup went down, and although swallowing it caused intense pain throughout his entire body inside, the ultimate sensation of tasting food made Wei Ong ignore the pain completely, focusing solely on savoring the flavor. Chapter 74, Defying Heaven to Alter Fate. Is the protagonist's path here? What was originally a one-day journey was stretched to 2 by Wei Yang's sweet talk, all for the sake of eating something. That fiery sensation felt like eating chili peppers, a familiar taste that was incredibly invigorating, though overindulgence left his whole body faintly aching. Wei Ong was also helpless, but fortunately, his limbs had already begun to repair. Wei Ong, why is it that Sun Wukong is so powerful yet still agrees to go on the Western pilgrimage? Xuanhuan asked casually, which made Wei Ong burst into laughter. Communication among living beings was a mysterious force. Some died because of it, while others lived for it. This is a deeper conspiracy. I'll reveal the mystery after I finish telling the main story. Journey to the West is one of the stories I remember most. Alright. Speaking of which, Tang Sanzang released Sun Wukong from under the Five-Finger Mountain, and their journey began again. Once more, Weiyang recounted this once well-known tale. Even when adapted for television, its popularity remained unshaken, renowned overseas. After 2 days, they crossed an entire dragon city. The architecture everywhere was styled similarly, but accents and speech varied slightly, akin to regional dialects. Weiyang no longer found it surprising, since it was merely reminiscent of ancient structures, something to reminisce about briefly without undue nostalgia. Life must continue. Time flows ceaselessly, leaving little room for prolonged reminiscence. We've reached the edge of the city. Let's rest today and head to the next city tomorrow. Alright. Gazing at the infinitely tall city wall merging with the horizon under the yellow glow of the setting sun, traveling at night seemed unwise. They settled into a familiar inn, dropped coins, ascended to an empty room upstairs, laid Weiyang on the bed, then sat by his side. The routine was almost ingrained as part of Xuanhuan's regular schedule. A soft burp sounded beneath the bed, accompanied by a strange ripple of energy, which felt strangely familiar to Weiyang. Who's there? Come out. Xuanhuan's expression shifted instantly as purple mist seeped into the darkness under the bed. Oops, caught. The voice was female, and soon enough, the figure in the bed under the blanket became visible, a ghostly outline appearing unnaturally, eerie and terrifying. You're? Xuanhuan abruptly yanked off the blanket and froze, her stupefied gaze suggesting an intriguing scene. Hello, demon race. Xuanhuan, right? Thank you for taking care of Master Weiyang. You've given me a few days off, but now, it's our turn. Dark elves? You mean all of you? Yes, there's another one too. The dark elf reached down toward the shadow beneath her and pulled out a pair of rabbit ears. Subsequently, she dragged Takoa out from the shadows, who gasped for breath while lying on the bed. Now, Weiyang slept on the side. Behind him lay 2 panting, gracefully posed girls, while standing in front was a somewhat angered girl with purple hair, resembling Sadako more accurately. Big catch of women. Cough cough, censored. Please imagine it yourself. No bedtime story tonight. No way. No, not. Weiyang smirked awkwardly. The atmosphere was unbearable, so perhaps he should remain silent. If we're continuing the stories, then, with the 3 women still facing each other in tension, Weiyang inwardly sighed, praying this had nothing to do with him. Humph. Xuanhuan coldly snorted. Seeing that the 2 girls behind Weiyang hadn't left the bed, and given the bed was spacious enough, she quietly lied down too. Cough cough. Overly intense scenes ahead. The faint fragrance wafted intermittently, challenging Weiyang's endurance despite his incomplete bodily recovery. Had his body been fully restored, who knows what might have happened. But losing the battle meant risking happiness lost, so playing safe, he continued narrating tales through the night. Thus, amidst the company of 3 women, the man with broken limbs and a look full of helplessness stared at the wooden ceiling above and recounted stories of journey to the west all evening long. To drag out time, Weiyang deliberately slowed the narrative, drawing out the tale further. His limited knowledge would be exhausted soon. Luckily, as dawn broke, the story concluded where the leopard demon was defeated using a fake human head thrice to deceive the second elder brother. By the way, Hype, shouldn't your name change? Though you are a dark elf, surely Hype isn't a suitable name forever. Weiyang, exasperated, glanced at the dark elf holding onto his arm tightly, satisfied. Despite knowing her attraction stemmed from his inner dark law, the tactile sensations transmitted via his arm persisted throughout the night. This proved to be Weiyang's biggest headache. The torment was excessive. Sure. Shadow Master named me randomly back then. He said you'd definitely rename me, and told me not to worry. He really knows me well. Let me think. Currently there's only you among the dark elves, so a name. Weiyang fell into deep thought, really struggling to come up with something suitable, his vocabulary temporarily exhausted. Take your time. Alright, I'll let you know once I've decided. Could you release my hand first? We still need to head to the next dragon city today, then travel northwest toward the Kunlun sect. Okay. The dark elf reluctantly let go of Weiyang's arm but, in the very next second, cheerfully hoisted him onto her back, successfully replacing Xuanhuan. Her face lit up with unusual excitement and happiness, as the close contact with the dark law brought tremendous benefits to her unstable dark elf body. Moreover, Black Shadow had said that if she wanted to perfectly possess the dark elf attributes and pass them on to her offspring, some sacrifices would be necessary. Unfortunately, it seemed that Weiyang wasn't very interested in her, even when intimate gestures occurred, treating her more like a friend. This left her slightly disappointed, yet touched at the same time. But now she had to make a decision. During those 10-odd days Weiyang was in the demon realm, she felt as if she'd regressed to the moment when she first accepted the dark power. Her body raged with the chaotic dark law, twisting her meridians, muscles, and powers beyond her control, either entirely powerless or wreaking havoc on everything around her. Even Black Weiyang could only repair the damage inflicted by the rules within her body. He lacked the ability to control the dark law that had merged into her, being merely pseudo-condensed soul rule driver incapable of addressing the fused law force inside her. Thus, Black Weiyang brought the dark elf to meet Weiyang, and indeed, the instant they were reunited, the dark law within her calmed quietly, allowing her full command over it without any previous fits of uncontrollable rage. This was the most crucial reason behind her decision. Close to Weiyang, the dark law inside her became gentle, granting her maximum capability to comprehend the law and utilize its power. If she managed to integrate the law forces inside her body into her soul, she would ascend to 7th rank strength, achieving perfect status as part of the Dark Elf race, ensuring their descendants carried a mark of the Dark Law embedded deeply within their souls for unparalleled compatibility with the Dark Law over other laws. As it was now, carrying Wei Yong with ease, her Dark Law flowed freely within her, far removed from the earlier outbursts. She had previously been unable to bear its wild nature, especially while burdened by a rabbit, making her presence detectable. But now, this scenario was impossible. You're carrying me? Fine, but the stories can't stop. Xuanhuan cast the Dark Elf a brief glance, silently approving, though a pang of unease lingered in her heart without clear cause. Yes, the stories must continue. It took so much effort to defeat the leopard demon. There must be other monsters waiting. The two of you wouldn't have spent these few days lurking around me using the Dark Law, would you? Slightly embarrassed, Wei Yong looked at both who appeared invigorated simultaneously, feeling quite speechless internally. Yes, because Master Black Shadow said my condition can only be relieved by staying close to you. As for Tekoa, she's your maid and naturally needs to follow. Alright then. Unable to argue, Wei Yong accepted this, forming a group of 4 akin to Tang Sanzang's pilgrimage, where he played the role of Tang, possessing little fighting prowess. Without utilizing his law power, Tekoa might already outmatch him due to her freakishly exceptional talent. The quartet walked together, eyes glazed over, ears sticking out obediently, horrifying yet intently focused on listening, unbothered by others along the way. Passers-by occasionally noticed this peculiar foursome from their flying jade wear during class breaks, marveling at their beauty while fixating on the unnaturally stitched limbs. These 3 women showed no fear, including one whose purple-haired figure revealed only her 2 fingertips, her lavender eyes adding an extra layer of mystery. Especially bizarre was the maid with rabbit ears hailing from the eastern continent of beastmen, occasionally chuckling malevolently. Then came the dark-skinned elf carrying a man with shattered limbs, her smile causing chills down everyone's spines. Every single member of this 4-person crew was abnormal, compounded by the murmured incantations from the male, which periodically altered the 3 women's gazes, turning increasingly ferocious. As dusk approached, the towering city walls suddenly came into view. Wei Yong quickly used this opportunity to call a halt. Non-stop storytelling throughout day and night had caused his tongue to go awry. Ladies, may I rest tonight? Tomorrow, I'll finish the story of Journey to the West. No, it's not that. Even though my body is being repaired by the Dark Law, I can't handle the mental strain of storytelling for several days and nights. How about finishing the story tomorrow and answering questions the day after? You're right. Master Wei Yong hasn't had a break these past few days. Wei Yong glanced at Tekoa with gratitude, only to be met with her eerie smile, which turned his face as pale as paper. Well then, if Sister Tekoa says so. Alright, thank you ladies. Seeing that the Dark Elf and Xuanhuan agreed, Wei Yong immediately felt much more relaxed, no longer needing to rack his brains recalling stories and connecting main plots. As night fell, they decided against venturing too deep into the Dragon City, since there would be curfew. After casually finding an inn, the 4, crippled man accompanied by 3 women, checked into a second-floor suite under the innkeeper's stunned gaze. That night, Wei Yong slept soundly, but a sensation on his arm stirred some inner emotions. Alas, given his immobility, he could do nothing for now. When his body was fully repaired, maybe. No, using force wasn't wise anyway. The bigger reason, living alone suited him best. If someday the great boss decided to send him back home, leaving behind attachments would only cause sorrow. Maintaining this harmonious, yet respectful relationship was enough. So this is what you think. A familiar voice echoed in Wei Yang's mind, and he hastily opened his eyes. This is the place of severed fate? Great boss, are you alright? Wei Yong looked around at the disorienting withered yellow space, like floating in a universe painted in desolate ochre tones. That familiar voice belonged to none other than the great boss who had sent him here long ago. Yes, the severed fate brought me seeds of darkness and light, improving my condition somewhat. Severed fate. Yes, your shadow double. Oh, him? Is he busy now? Yes, very busy. For me, he's constantly traveling across the Xuanhuan realm. If it weren't for his pseudo-soul-driven body, his physical form would have been obliterated by spatial forces by now. Sigh, no choice. Who'd have thought I'd end up so useless, lacking any great talent? Not bad. This time contacting you, I just wanted to ask, do you want to become a genius? What? Wei Yong froze in shock. A genius? Could his dream of turning fate on its head finally be happening? If you wish to become a genius, incredibly powerful, with an enduring lifespan, I can make it happen now, including your fatal, heavenly killer solitary star destiny, which I can alter. Xuanhuan, she merely did it for fun when she changed your destiny and spread your good fortune among dozens of others. Let me think. Oh, by the way, does this space no longer need to absorb my soul power? My soul isn't even whole yet. No, world force has stabilized. You can rest easy. That's good. As for strength, I have Black Shadow for now, so I'm not in a hurry. But longevity and the meaning of the heavenly killer solitary star? What does that entail? Heavenly killer solitary star means exactly that. Destined for solitude your entire life. Any attempt to forge close bonds will incur karmic retribution, either injuries or death. The mermaid girl's defeat during the genius tournament partially stemmed from your influence. That's not good. Alright then. Apart from longevity and breaking this starred destiny, do you really not care about becoming stronger? The great boss's voice carried a subtle hint of temptation. Wei Yong fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 75, The Kunlun Sect. So, have you made up your mind yet? The words of the great boss still echoed like a deity, not loud, but resounding through space and imprinting on one's heart. Your current state isn't very good, is it? Wei Yong pondered for a long time before slowly uttering the sentence. Now is not the time to worry about me, but rather, what do you choose? I don't want to choose. Why? I'm not sure. After careful thought, even if you possess both darkness and light, that would still be incomplete. It's better if you fully recover first. Then I'll consider. At that point, it'll be more reliable. Otherwise, if something happens because of my will, and you get swallowed by some strange force again, it won't be worth it. You truly think things through, don't you? The tone of the great boss finally showed a slight change. No longer so ethereal, no longer so aloof. A strange reverberation rang out. A mass of gray light gathered around Wei Yong, revealing a man with a perfect face, his brows slightly etched with melancholy and sorrow. This should be our first meeting, right? Duan said. Yeah, didn't expect you to look so handsome. Wei Yong, looking at Duan's body, spoke with a somewhat sour tone. Is that so? How about I transform into your appearance? Nah, it'd be weirder seeing myself like that. Wei Yong smirked, looking at Duan's half-smiling face, and started to feel some unease in his heart. After all, the other party was a top-tier figure at the heavenly Tao level, and now he was speaking kindly to him, a small fry, which surely had to mean something. There's a very strange person behind you, though it seems like they're not in the same dimension. They can't influence the world, and the world ignores them. Well, never mind. I'm sure Xiantian has already noticed. Duan looked curiously towards a direction behind Wei Yong. Wei Yong was confused. Were there others in the diminished space? But inside, he was greatly shocked. Until now, no one could perceive his existence. Indeed, the heavenly Tao level seemed special. However, fortunately, the other party's abilities couldn't affect him, and he lacked the ability to influence anything himself. There's someone else in this diminished space. Never mind, I was just talking to myself. Your thoughts are correct and rational. Even I can't help but admire your prudence. Duan shook his head, casually walking within this space devoid of directional sense. I just like to think deeply when doing something. The greater the benefit, the more thorough the consideration needs to be. After all, the bigger the reward, the greater the risk. Wei Yong once again began making his case. True, but how many people can actually achieve this? Sometimes, sacrificing something for immense power isn't bad, right? Pretty good, but then it wouldn't be me anymore. I was just an ordinary guy, living month by month for survival before coming here. Now, it's quite nice. I don't have to work every day. I can sleep till my heart's content. Money is plentiful. Maybe not having a woman is a bit of a regret, but I think a shorter life, without traveling or experiencing the entire world, is a much bigger regret. A strange way of thinking. Duan laughed. Wei Yang's peculiar and unarguable way of thinking caused even this heaven-level elder to run out of topics. Now, I'm not too harshly pursuing power, so while you're recovering, I'll stay in a safe place. Moreover, the identity of Xining also serves as a sort of safeguard for me. As long as I don't recklessly seek trouble, it's hard to die. That's true. I've noted it down. What you desire is freedom without constraints and immortality. The latter is a bit difficult, still needing development. After all, even I may dissipate one day. That's fine, take it slow. Speaking of immortality, I seem to remember reading about it in a novel somewhere, forgot its name. Alright, you've slept long enough. It's time to wake up. As Wei Yong was still reminiscing, Duan waved a hand, and Wei Yong fell into a daze again. Immediately after, the scent of roses entered his nose, jolting him awake. Oh, Lord Wei Yong, you've awoken. The dark elf, noticing movement from Wei Yang's back, suppressed her growing excitement. She hoped that Lord Wei Yong would remain asleep forever, so she could carry him along until she reached the 7th stage. No, dark skin, you mustn't think like this, it's wrong. Did I sleep this long? Wei Yong was equally shocked as he watched the people and houses rushing backward. Clearly, after his body transformation, sleep was no longer needed, yet after meeting the great boss, he slept so soundly that he didn't even realize being carried away. Yeah, your aura disappeared shortly after you lay down and closed your eyes last night. If it weren't for seeing your body still gradually healing, Takaru would probably have buried you on the spot. The dark elf also burst into conversation. Wei Yong glanced at Takaru, who was now trailing normally behind the dark elf. Perhaps she really could carry out such a deed. After all, that eerily smile was truly unsettling. Sigh, I might as well tell a story. Thinking too much just tires me out and is not useful. Wei Yong put away the dialogue he had with the great boss in his mind. In her mind now, the memory of their conversation was getting increasingly vague. He only vaguely remembered meeting him, but as for what he asked, there was no recollection at all. It was really like waking up from a dream, and after some time, or even an instant, the dream could be completely forgotten. Dark Shadow, do you know anything? While Wei Yong spoke about Journey to the West, his thoughts had already drifted to the palm of his left hand, which was the way he connected with Black Wei Yong. Know what? Some things are for your own good. Keeping them in your memory will only bring danger to you. When you become powerful enough, they will naturally be unsealed. But I hope you don't remember. Alright, I understand. The short dialogue ended, and Wei Yong shifted his attention back to the group. Telling stories made time pass quickly. The four did not linger any further because everyone said that one needed a chance to enter the Kunlun sect. Those without a chance, even if they crossed the northwestern forest to reach the coastline, would not see the land of the Kunlun sect. However, those with a karmic connection might step onto Kunlun's ground the moment they stepped out of the city. Ah, snow. Seeing the thin layer of silver frost on the ground, Weiyang also sighed deeply. It was difficult to see snow in Weiyang town where they were before. Now, traveling far to the north, they finally saw this thin layer. Xuanhuan realm was truly vast. The blood inside me is flowing fast. Takaru was slightly panting, her eyes showing faint red light, exactly like a rabbit. Snow rabbit bloodline? Lucky you, it's a positive mutation. The dark elf also looked at Takaru once and immediately understood Takaru's condition. She initially thought Takaru was a beast man, never expecting her to be a half-beastman. Indeed, those around Lord Xinling were no ordinary individuals, including that purple-haired girl, who was the sole undefeated genius of the demon race in the Magic Clan tournament. Her battle against Feng Zhonghua reached the power of 7th-tier peak forces, shaking the entire secret realm. She was not to be trifled with. But now, within just 3 days, this half-beastman mate has gone from 2nd-tier strength, skyrocketing to 3rd tier. Advancing 1 tier every day? Suddenly, the scenery before the 4 of them blurred, and the surroundings around their bodies transformed into a scene filled with clouds swirling, floating islands rotating, celestial cranes flying across the sky, and people soaring on flying swords. And beneath their feet stood a tile on one of the floating islands, with a thick mist behind them covering the situation below. Lord Xinling, welcome to the Eastern Continent. I am Feng Zhonghua from the Kunlun Sect Apprentice Recruitment Team, here to greet you specifically. So, this is the Kunlun Sect? Quite interesting. But I can't fly. How do I go to other places? Each floating island has a teleportation array. You need not worry, sir. Just the elders have been busy, so they couldn't personally welcome you. Please forgive us. Humph. The dark elf coldly scoffed. This pretentious excuse was nothing more than an attempt to give a veiled warning, given Wei Yang's weak power that couldn't catch their eye. No problem. We'll take a casual stroll, hoping not to bother too much. Not at all, not at all. You may roam freely. Here is the token my master told me to deliver to you. It allows entry to any area. The holder of the order is regarded as the sect leader himself. This. Wei Yang looked at the exceptionally luxurious token, marveling inwardly at how carefree the sect leader seemed. My master said, if Lord Xinling becomes dissatisfied due to a little exclusion, then the Kunlun sect certainly wouldn't recognize him. However, if the master shows no concern, then the Kunlun sect must form a bond with him. These words come from an elder of Tianji Gate, who gave my master a hint. Please accept it. Oh, so it's a test then? I guess Eastern hospitality would definitely not involve such indirect maneuvers. Haha suggests. Well then, I'll take my leave. Feel free to visit any place you'd like, including the 3 ladies behind you. Remember, look and learn, but do not abscond. Alright, I understand. I'll be careful. Wei Yang gratefully replied. Given their abundant sincerity, he decided he must treat them sincerely as well. Good. Feng Zhonghua smiled lightly, his sword behind him unsheathed, flying to his feet to carry him to the most brilliant central hall. Phew, that's it. Remember, not a single blade of grass or tree from here should be taken out. Wei Yang said indifferently before the dark elf took the lead toward the teleportation array ahead, as their current location was merely the welcoming plaza at the mountain gate, flat and without buildings. Oh yes, let me inform you. If these houses lacked the support of floating islands, they would resemble the style of the celestial court, the golden hall, cloud soaring pools, celestial cranes. This is the standard image of an immortal realm. Wei Yang added one more sentence, observing how their initially casual looks quickly turned into scrutinizing gazes. Indeed, when the fictional setting was brought to reality, there were bound to be differences, but such connections were indispensable. The 5 Grains Hall. It seems to manage food. After randomly choosing a direction for the teleportation platform, his eyesight blurred slightly, accompanied by a mild sensation akin to motion sickness. The next thing he knew, he stood on the teleportation array of another floating island. Every 2 adjacent islands had corresponding teleportation arrays, as long-distance transportation could be highly resource-consuming, which short-distance teleportations mitigated, something the Kunlun sect could manage given that each island harbored spirit veins, sufficient to sustain the portals and disciples' cultivation. In the center stood the Tai Chi Hall, encircled by 8 teleportation platforms since it was at the heart of all the floating islands. Let's go grab something to eat first, and see if the cuisine of the Kunlun sect is similar to what I imagined. Alright, A group consisting of 1 male and 3 females, with the man still being carried by a purple-skinned elf while a dark young woman with 2 tiny horns on her purple hair walked beside them, alongside a beast man. Despite this strange quartet, the presence of the seal of the sect leader indicated they were undoubtedly distinguished guests. At first glance, these rare species clearly represented some massive power visiting the Kunlun sect. The 5 Grains Hall wasn't crowded, featuring vast empty benches and long tables without any dishes, though neatly arranged. Only 5 large jars remained in the grand hall. Rice, millet, soybeans, flour, and yellow millet. So the meaning of 5 Grains Hall is about self-preparation. These grains are imbued with a certain amount of spiritual energy, making them divine grains. Consuming several pounds could equate to half a pound of a first-tier monster's meat. The advantage is that they can be seasoned. The dark elf gazed at the grains contained in the large jars, realizing these constituted commodities traded across continents, available only to cultivators, while regular people rarely afforded them. Cultivators absorb celestial energy to enhance themselves. Few are willing to waste time eating. Eventually, perhaps even the Xiantian realm will enter a lawless era. Seeing the spiritual energy emanating from the 5 grains, Wei Yong felt inexplicably depressed inside. Indeed, novels might not be entirely fictitious. Practitioners already commandeered the transformations of heaven and earth. However, the transformations were finite, recovering gradually, relying solely on spiritual crops like these divine grains and trees to absorb and nourish the environment, especially those rare treasures, which both consumed and replenished local nutrients. Lawless era? What's that? The lawless era means no spiritual energy exists, turning all capabilities null and void. All there would be left is individual wit, leadership skills, and destiny-guided lifestyles, where everyone's abilities converge. Time alone strengthens the body, akin to common exercise. My goodness, that sounds too horrifying. The dark elf exclaimed, Takaru unusually withdrawing her eerie smile, carefully studying these divine grains. But if we don't absorb spiritual energy and lose our power, how can we give back to the heavens? Indeed, considering the early stage of the xuanhuan realm, it's fine to focus on cultivating. Why overthink things? Let's go. There'll be other chances to consume divine grains if necessary, and I'm certainly capable of cooking. Wei Yong made light of it as they departed from the least frequented 5 Grains Hall. Chapter 76. Back to the Western Continent. Having stayed with the Kunlun sect for half a month, Wei Yang's body was completely recovered. It was about the same here as in the secret realm, no concept of night. All disciples were either cultivating or meditating, which made Wei Yong feel very bored. In half a month's time, Wei Yong had already finished telling all the historical stories and ghostly oddities stored in his mind, especially those stories like xuanhuan and Tushan Fox Demon, which left the 3 women feeling somewhat disheartened, but also sparked their infinite daydreams about love. Poor Wei Yong knew he wasn't their type, and could only sigh inwardly. We've been at the Kunlun sect long enough. It's time to go. I'll leave the token behind. Perhaps we'll return again if there is destiny. After placing the token in the Wugu Palace, Wei Yong took the 3 women to the central teleportation array of the Taiji Hall, specifically designed for transportation out. So, it turns out fairy realms can be pretty dull too. Yeah. Stepping once more onto the green stone path of the eastern continent, they found themselves right where they entered, not far from the towering city wall behind them, just a few kilometers away. The fairy realm may be beautiful, but it lacks emotion. There's only the pursuit of strength. But you 3 haven't lost out, have you? You were allowed into the sutra repository. What did you learn? Wei Yong strolled slowly behind the 3, enjoying the sensation of being firmly on the ground. I learned a technique called Arrival of Darkness, created by a genius who at the 6th stage comprehended the dark rule. It mimics the 7th stage field, though its range is small, only 10 meters around me. Within this range, my power increases 1.5 times, while the enemy is weakened to 1/8 of their original strength. If someone comprehends the light rule, their power will weaken to 1/5 of their original strength. Not bad, but given your talent, you'll soon reach the 7th stage. Will this skill still be useful then? It will. It can enhance the effectiveness of my field by 3 layers. That's good. Wei Yong commented briefly and turned his gaze to Takur. What? I just learned one skill. Blizzard. A 7th stage field skill that grants Blizzard Blessing, slowing down enemies and suppressing their power by 3 levels. Not bad. And you xuanhuan. Pure heart spell. Huh, isn't that? Well, perhaps for you. These tranquilizing methods, which are abundant on the eastern continent, suit the demon race best. Wei Yong understood the demon race well. Just with his melancholy and tragic mindset, he could significantly boost the demon race. Such focused tranquility spells were even more valuable to them. Thank you, Master Wei Yong. Xuanhuan looked at Wei Yong deeply, silently acknowledging that if it weren't for him bringing her to the eastern continent and granting her access to the sutra repository of the Kunlun sect, the pure heart spell might remain unknown to the demon race for countless years. All of you gained quite a bit. That's great. Then my trip wasn't wasted. The eastern continent exudes ancient charm, and I've seen enough. What are your plans? I will first return to the demon realm. With the pure heart spell, the stability of the demon realm will improve dramatically. No one needs to be sacrificed to maintain it anymore. Xuanhuan replied calmly. Alright, what about you, Yu? Wei Yong looked at the dark elf beside him, struggling for a long time to think of a proper name for her, so he decided to call her Yu for now. Otherwise, calling her Blackie would be too lowbrow. He'd think of a better name later. Of course I'll follow you. Would you drive me away? Yu raised her head innocently and looked at Wei Yong. For convenience in acting, she even adjusted her body to make it smaller, making it easier to stay close to Wei Yong. Seems like I'm overthinking things. And you, Takur? Huh? I want to follow you. Takur wondered why Wei Yong asked again, since she'd already served as his maid for so long. Did he still consider her an outsider? Did he need her to do everything as depicted in novels, including that kind of aspect? Though she wouldn't resist, Wei Yong didn't take action. She merely held herself back slightly, but without moving her hands. Yet, Wei Yong still didn't act and forced her to take the initiative. How embarrassing. She couldn't possibly do it. With your talent, reaching the 8th stage will be effortless, and the 9th stage isn't impossible. Is following me fine? I'm following you. I don't want to go anywhere else. Sigh. Well, if you're happy, that's good. Having endured so much hardship, you must be tired of that monotonous life. Even being by my side will be equally tedious. Nope, there are always stories to listen to, and as long as I can be by your side, nothing feels tedious. Takur said this with unusual tone, unable to suppress the upward curl of her lips. Well then, Xuanhuan, I will still use the dark rule to send you on your way. The journey is too far, and though it might be uncomfortable, for the sake of the demon race. Can you bear with it? Xuanhuan didn't reply, which was taken as her consent, but there was a hint of worry in her calm gaze. Sigh, there was no escaping this after all. If she crossed the sea by herself, she might have fallen into a monster's belly before even finishing the forest. Repeating this feat would take far too long. All right, prepare yourself. We'll head back to the western continent first. Weiyang could feel the familiar yet strange power in his left hand. After some time of adjustment, Weiyang had learned to harness Black Weiyang's strength through their connection point, using it to accomplish significant feats. A strange vibration spread out as a faint dark rule energy emerged like a curtain from Weiyang's body and covered him entirely, then extended to the other three women, forming a large sphere just as when Black Weiyang had appeared at the west coast. The scene was vivid. It looked as if a piece of land had been tainted by black ink, making one very uneasy. We're leaving. Staring at the space around them growing pale, Weiyang noticed the red-faced Yu behind him who showed no reaction, Takur who remained expressionless, and Xuanhuan whose closed eyes were slightly furrowed. He gave a mental command, and the scene rapidly changed. It took 3 days, and this time Weiyang was more cautious. While telling stories, he also paid attention to the flow of time. When night fell, he felt a sudden elevation, as if the whole world was made of water and he had turned into a fish freely swimming in it, with minimal energy consumption that could be disregarded. However, during the day, he could still feel his strength draining and had to chew on a first-grade magic core from time to time. As the black curtain dissipated, Xuanhuan immediately bent over and started vomiting. Sticky black substances poured out and vanished into space, giving Weiyang, who could already wield some aspects of the dark rule, a strange sensation. Phew, it's done. I'll leave now. See you again another day. All right. May your travels be smooth. Weiyang nodded. Xuanhuan unfurled a thin purple glow surrounding her and disappeared right where she stood. The Demon Realm's portal was much closer on the western continent than the eastern. Using such a move from the east would have drained Xuanhuan instantly, whereas doing so from the west would only make her weak temporarily, an improvement over the uncomfortable sensation she endured before. She left fast. Indeed, solitude suits me better. Let's go home. Looking at the familiar western coast, Weiyang's slightly melancholic mood eased. Though he missed the east emotionally, this was the place he grew up in. For over a decade, it was enough. Okay. MHM. The two girls followed Weiyang in sync. Night Elf, with her purple skin, still carried a tinge of blush on her face, while Takuter seemed calmer without showing similar reactions externally. As for how her body fared, that remained unknown. Walking past the sea breeze of the coastline, crossing the dark soil, and through the dimly lit forest, they employed rule energy to traverse the vast city, eventually finding the familiar gates of Muse City, the warm springs town, and finally the unchanging town, all leading back to a familiar room. It's still early, but I'm feeling a little tired. I'll rest. Takuer, there should still be rooms upstairs. Arrange one for Yu. Clothing-wise, either Warm Springs Town or Green Forest Town has shops available. I need my rest. Weiyang ordered confidently, taking charge of things since it was his own house, ensuring everyone was settled comfortably. All right, Master Weiyang, do rest. Takuer slightly nodded in acknowledgement, her subtle smile always managing to cool Weiyang's heart. I want to sleep beside you. No, not happening. Weiyang was bewildered, but Takuer's tone was firm and agitated. When I'm too far away from Master Weiyang, the power inside my body goes berserk, Sister Kerr. You know this. Yes, given that, you can sleep in Master Weiyang's room, Sister Yu. Aye, that's settled. Master Weiyang needs rest. Go to bed. In a confused state, Weiyang was pushed into his room by the two scheming young women, after which they glanced at each other, cheeks slightly flushed, and smiled in unison. Who knows what these two girls are planning? Never mind, I don't care, I just want to sleep. Weiyang stared at the familiar room, the bed, bookshelf, and wardrobe. Having not rested here in a long time, a sense of nostalgia crept over him. Fortunately, Mr. Tali's cleaning magic kept the house dust-free, with someone occasionally tidying up so everything, including the bedding, was in perfect condition. The familiar feeling. Weiyang lay in his own bed. Although he no longer needed sleep to replenish his spirit, the unique and incomparable comfort of mental relaxation was something that could not be matched anywhere else. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Weiyang felt as though he hadn't rested well, like being pressed down by some unseen force. Of course, he sensed someone lying on top of him. It was clearly Yu. Her distinct quirk made her bold enough to crawl into his bed without any hesitation at night. Predictably frustrating. Weiyang sighed helplessly. Since Black Weiyang's appearance, all his senses had dulled somewhat, including his current state. Otherwise, letting any normal man succumb would have been unavoidable. Unfortunately, this dulling of his senses made Weiyang regret it for the first time. He longed to indulge freely without a care, yearning to experience firsthand the scenes depicted in those films. Regrettably, reason always triumphed. The fiery passion eventually transformed into a sense of pent-up frustration within him, waiting patiently for the day when it might be released. In the end, I'm just a tool man. But now, I can't quite figure out Takuer anymore. There are hardly any reasons left for her to stay with me. Repaying kindness? She has done more than enough already. Over such a long period together, she should understand that we've settled our debts many times over. If this continues, I'll probably owe her instead. Weiyang placed his hand lightly on Yu's back. The tactile sensations were pleasant. Her twin softness occasionally teased his heart. However, his mind remained unroused, akin to a berserker warrior who acts entirely rationally, a peculiarly awkward feeling. There truly are tormenting little demons in this world, and you're actually one, the founder of the Night Elf race? Who knows what Shadow did, but the Dark Elves were born from it. Wei Yong gently combed through Yi Yu's jet black hair, black energy subtly dissipating from his hands. Under the calming effect of his deliberately invoked rule, Yi Yu's expression turned serious. Wei Yong could distinctly feel the intricate web of dark energy coursing smoothly through her body as if she were deep in meditation, like entering a closed-door cultivation mode. You also think too much. Just immerse yourself deeply into cultivation. Ah, so tormenting. Wei Yong let out another sigh, staring blankly at his ceiling while the aura of the dark rule emanating from his hands became more potent, creating a mysterious yet curious sensation. Within that darkness, there seemed to be some kind of existence. Why no sound? Of course, Lord Wei Yong is as rigid as wood, unable to take advantage even when it's offered willingly, right up to your bed, and still only speak words? Truly embarrassing. Ta Kuer shimmered with faint black light, her ear pressed against Wei Yang's door, listening for signs inside. Alas, instead of sounds that could stir excitement, making one's legs weak, there were only Wei Yang's complaints, leaving her exasperated. How exhausting each day was. This knowledge came from the few extremely rare yellow books she'd perused. Every time she read them, the savage factors within her as a monster grew increasingly uncontrollable. Each time she regained consciousness afterward, she found herself damp below, radiating an air akin to being in heat, making her despise herself, but simultaneously slightly captivated. Chapter 77. Alteration of Destiny? The sunlight of the second day slowly arrived, and Wei Yong felt this night was so agonizing that he thought he had dark circles under his eyes. Originally, he wanted to do something, but he only gently consoled Yi Yu, who regarded him as a pillow. Both his soul and body were severely tortured. Ma, Lord Wei Yong, you're awake. Yi Yu, who was lying on his chest, slowly got up. This was her most peaceful and comfortable night. Even though her heart was thumping uncontrollably when she came earlier, now upon waking up, there was no abnormality in her body, and the power of the dark rule within her had become very obedient. Her spirit and charm improved greatly. A lazy stretch made Wei Yong feel uncomfortable all over. He truly regretted not making a move last night, but he also couldn't make himself do it. Rationality stood above desire, and his heart naturally followed rationality. If you keep doing this, I might end up with insomnia in the future. Wei Yong sighed helplessly and muttered faintly. After battling with his inner thoughts all night, he just wanted some quiet time now. I can't help it. If I don't stay by your side, the dark energy inside me will go berserk. Yi Yu also understood what Wei Yong was saying about. She lowered her head slightly, her face slightly red as she looked at her fingers constantly circling around. I originally intended to wait a while before asking, but you've made it hard for me. Call Takeo over. There are some things that must be concluded properly. Otherwise, it'll only add unnecessary worries. Wei Yong patted her back and let her go call Takeo. He took the opportunity to close his eyes and rest briefly while reflecting on whether his situation was due to good romantic fortune or merely wishful thinking. Perhaps even a romance calamity. He chuckled lightly, dismissing the idea that it was just an excuse. Lord Wei Yong, are you looking for me? Takeo followed behind Yi Yu, her complexion rosy. It was unclear what Yi Yu had told her. Indeed, although we haven't spent much time together, we've known each other for more than half a year. For the sake of the future, I want to ask both of you, I need a companion. Is either of you willing, or neither of you? Hold on and don't rush to say anything. You two spend the whole day today, carefully considering. Put aside temporary infatuation and external factors. Nightshade, you two put aside your physical conditions, and then decide. Takeo knows my character well. You two can discuss it among yourselves. Alright, I'm tired now, and I'll sleep for a while. Let's talk about the result tomorrow. Wei Yong interrupted their conversation anxiously, although agreeing now, but if they regret after some time, the person suffering would still be him. Despite having already prepared for the worst, he still regrets why he impulsively decided just now. Human beings, complex creatures indeed. Closing his eyes and emptying his mind, letting his spirit be vacant. This is the state of deep sleep. But Wei Yong could not truly fall into a deep slumber. His spiritual force lingered continuously indoors, and his emotions remained restless. Love and feelings, he was still a novice in these matters. Just stating his intentions earlier, if placed on Earth, would have been so embarrassing that he'd want to crawl into a crack in the ground. Too low class. But here, it's different. In the Xintian realm, there's a hierarchy system. As the master class of Wei Yong, his straightforward expression, although a bit direct, can be accepted. However, the complexity in Wei Yang's heart right now isn't less than a math question from a college entrance exam. The two girls returned upstairs, and occasionally, one could hear the sounds of their playing around, or maybe just the sounds of packing luggage. I don't know. Is it awkward only for me, or mutual non-compatibility between three people? Forget it, leave it be. If I didn't clarify, and every night tortured me like this, then it's better to abandon such considerations. Although being rational seems good, the old saying goes, men who aren't bad don't get women. It's not that I'm not bad, but I lack the capital to be bad. Wei Yong smiled self-mockingly. Now he considered himself akin to a loser, poor, incapable, and utterly useless. Sister Ku, can what you said really work? Relax. I know Lord Wei Yong well, but have you really thought it through? Once you've done this, you cannot return to the elf tribe. I've thought it through. Lord Wei Yong managed to suppress himself last night, and helped me organize a part of the dark rule power. I've made my decision. That's good. Haha. I wonder if Lord Weiyang hears our words, whether he'd be scared. Just give him a surprise. Still, the conversation between the two young ladies is full of suggestive words, and it's not appropriate to release them. Hee, reversing fate? That's not possible. I still want to see where you can go, my soul. In a 7-color space of the Xuanhuan realm, an absolutely beautiful woman was watching a light screen in front of her eyes. The light screen was displaying Weiyang's appearance. Behind the woman, there were dozens of such light screens, but only a few interested her enough to continue watching. If you guessed right, this beautiful woman is Xuantian, the celestial Tao of the Xuantian realm. This space is quite similar to the time-lag space, but it's much more powerful. It contains a part of the celestial Tao principles and can observe the entire continent as long as you want, and even arrange some people's destinies. This 7-color space belongs exclusively to Xuantian, her own celestial Tao space. The colors vary because the celestial Tao spaces differ based on their associated celestial Tao. And since these exist in the crevices of the universe, each star corresponds to one celestial Tao manager. If they return to the main world, the celestial Tao either gets cycled or assimilated. The probability of surviving is pitifully small, let alone retaining memories. But that's still better than being devoured by heterodox practitioners in the universe's cracks. Weiyang gave a deep yawn. Waking up naturally felt good despite his inability to fall into a deep sleep and dream. Nevertheless, he felt relieved mentally, and the oppressive feeling in his heart eased somewhat. No way. Weiyang felt unfamiliar with his hands. Upon raising them, he found that 2 rings, one red and one black, which had been away from home for a long time, had returned quietly to his wrist. What's going on here? Oh, isn't Lord Xinglei aware? Qingjiao's voice came from the ring after a long absence. You're Qingjiao the Great, right? What's happening? Weiyang recalled for a moment the middle-aged man dressed in green from before. The identity of Xinglei is fixed. The Xinglei rings bind to one's soul. A ring can only be away from its owner for a month before it slowly recondenses again. After all, there are too many principal forces inside the ring. How long it takes to condense varies. But looking at you, you're quite capable. Just over a month, and they've reformed almost immediately after dissipating. Qingjiao's words carried a tone of astonishment. The best way to condense the Xinglei ring is by entering various secret realms where principal forces are most concentrated. People designated as Xinglei absorb these forces, converting them into various principal powers used to condense the rings. This is also to prevent unsavory characters from playing tricks. Taking away the ring would attract no attention from 7th-stage cultivators, and only a few 6th-stage ones who've touched principles would find it bothersome. Plus, they'd have only 1 month, so those with ill intentions towards the Xinglei ring abandon their ideas, because it simply doesn't make sense. Can I resign? Sorry, can't. Unless you die, that is. But just in case, the elders of the Dragon Clan added a suicide prevention mechanism to your ring. So, not even suicide is an option for you. I'm so damn. Thanks a lot. Alright, I guess it's time to get busy again. Looks like my laid-back days are truly over. Don't be upset. Being a Xinglei has already made many envious. In the future, if someone manages to steal your ring, or use it for competitions, or let disciples study its principal powers, then your safety will no longer be guaranteed at 100%. However, there are very few such powers, and even fewer people who think this way. After all, Lord Xinglei is quite approachable, haha. Qingjiao ended the conversation with a cruel laugh. Weiyang, as the Xinglei, is known to be quite agreeable. This kind of image has already spread throughout the Xuantian realm. A man who wouldn't harm his own slaves. Is he really a man? Is he a Lu Xiaowei? No, probably even Lu Xiaowei wasn't as professional. Anyways, this rumor spreads around the continent that the Xinglei might be the safest person in the Xuantian realm. Got lost. Don't worry, we have Lord Xinglei. He'll kindly send you home. Is this what they call misfortunes never coming singly? Sigh. What to do? Gotta deal with it. Feeling the familiar miniature map of the Xuantian realm appearing in his mind, what interests Weiyang now are the positions at the 2 poles. After all, the basic styles of the 4 continents are roughly the same. For centipedes-like structures, but the maps of the poles show faint light screens. The buildings inside are too small to see clearly, and even the centipedes are as thin as toothpicks. Did something strange happen? It's almost noon, and they've thought about it for more than a day now, but haven't moved yet. With a thought, the clothes on his body refreshed into an ordinary black outfit. You too. What's wrong? Upon stepping out, Weiyang saw Takeo and Yiyu sitting silently at the dining table, their faces not looking good. Lord Weiyang, I. The more they thought, the more aggrieved they became. They had already made their plans and arrangements, but alas, circumstances changed too quickly, and they hadn't anticipated such an outcome. What's wrong? Speak up. What's making you so upset? Weiyang immediately understood something. It seemed that he'd been overly optimistic about the situation. You should still contact Lord Black Shadow. He'll tell you. Black Shadow? That makes sense. Weiyang was surprised for a moment. Judging from the 2 girls' expressions, it appeared that something difficult to explain had happened. Hey, Black Shadow, what's going on? What's going on? You don't even know yet. What am I supposed to know? Your sister? That's right. Duan sealed your memories. Let me repeat this for you. Listen carefully now. When you came to the Xuantian realm, your destiny was altered by the Xuantian celestial Tao, marked as a heavenly fiend solitary star. If someone forms a bond with you, be it friendship, they will be scattered far and wide. Family members might die sudden deaths at best or suffer worse fates at worst. As for romantic partners, well, you can guess the rest. My goodness. Is this true? Do you think why your adventure group disbanded? If I hadn't stepped in secretly, perhaps in no time, you'd have been left alone again. You don't need to worry just yet. Once I collect enough principal powers, Xuanhuan should be able to change your fate. Perhaps then we could even send you back. Hey, are you still listening? Yeah, I'm here. I understand. Now that you do. Before Black Shadow could finish his sentence, Weiyang withdrew his focus from the center of his left hand. Truly, even in a world defined by strength levels, there are endless conspiracies everywhere. Heavenly Fiend Solitary Star? Really, Sai? Alright, I understand. Let me ask one thing. Are you two willing to stay? Weiyang knew he couldn't force anything anymore, at least not until the power of Duan Tian Dao was restored. Before then, all he could hope for were some servants and followers. But if anyone got too close, forming an implicit bond, it would likely lead to no good ending. Fate is indeed mysterious. Of course, we're willing. We're willing. Both women stated their resolve simultaneously, causing Weiyang even greater concern. Even if you two had said no, it would have been better. Knowing my fate like this and still choosing to stick around. Don't you fear death? Alright, then both of you can stay. Yiyu, you'll be made number 2. Got it, huh? Oh yes. Yiyu also hesitated momentarily before realizing her role. Inside, she grew increasingly impressed with Weiyang. Those who know their own grim destinies usually cry out against the heavens' unfairness or burst into wild laughter. Yet, Weiyang faced such an unfavorable destiny without showing much distress or letting it affect him. This is truly rare. The laws of fate are forces even more mysterious than those of time and space. I'm tired. I'll go for a walk. The two of you go buy some supplies. After all, clothes fitting for Yiyu's size are practically non-existent. Weiyang calmly replied and stepped outside. The familiar road, stacks of hay in the wheat fields. Occasionally you could see unmagicked rats and rabbits searching through the farmland. Finding a familiar patch of grass, he sat down and leaned against the haystack. Perhaps due to the high concentration of spiritual energy in the area, despite the harvest, the hay remained soft and didn't prick. This was completely different from the past where leaning against wheat for a while made your body itch uncomfortably. Heavenly Fiend Solitary Star, huh? Heaven Dao, truly you've played a great joke on me. Weiyang gazed at the brilliant night sky. Each of those countless stars represented a powerful dragon, or an individual elite from various factions who had reached the 9th level. Most left a part of themselves in the Xuanhuan realm. Once these remnants vanished, so too did their lives. Might as well take a stroll by the seaside. Weiyang closed his eyes, sinking into the mental map of the Xuanhuan realm that lay inside his mind. Randomly selecting a rock formation along the west coast, his whole figure flickered and vanished from the wheat field. Chapter 78. The Work of a Faith Spirit. Basking in the long mist sea breeze, lying on those hard, irregular stones, looking at the blue sky, a poignant chill slowly spread, as Weiyang unconsciously released the power of his inner state. To be honest, it's already great that I'm still alive. Don't complain about heaven and earth, don't grumble about anything, and don't chase after anything either. Even though life is such a mess, being able to live peacefully and simply would be good. What a load of crap. Sigh. It's over. My mentality has collapsed, and I can't stabilize myself. Weiyang silently gazed at the sky, letting the sea waves roll and splash. It had been a long time since he'd felt this inner turmoil. Ever since that event in middle school, he seemed to care less about any events or feelings in the world, or rather, nothing could move him anymore. They say death is terrifying, but back in middle school, his best friend from elementary school died of leukemia. Since then, he spoke less and didn't shed a single tear, even when elders passed away later on. After being teased by a couple of classmates he hung out with occasionally during middle school, who made fun of him for 3 years, he learned to put on a facade and gradually couldn't even understand himself anymore. Even though his voice was loud during conversations, he was repeatedly ignored, so he became increasingly disinterested in socializing. Many people said he had changed, but the truth they didn't know was that he hadn't. Instead, the world had become more incompatible with him. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why he came to this world. But now, Weiyang faced emotions with such naivety due to his lack of experience. In time, his mind would automatically activate a defense mechanism, which would eventually lead to a resolution. This kind of emotionally detached approach was how Weiyang dealt with people and situations, already etched into his soul. So all of this isn't your true self, huh? Black Weiyang stood before a yellow river, the only conspicuous feature in this dim space. I guess I understand 10% of you. Your world. I'm becoming more curious about it. Black Weiyang smiled slightly, and a light identical to the river began to appear in his palm. At the same time, in the desolate realm, a desiccated space without direction, it compressed as if squeezed, its color sinking and converging into land. Beyond the transparent black air barrier above, continuous ripples like water waves emerged, as though something were trying to break through. Then, a yellow river similar to the one before Black Weiyang flowed in midair, and the air barrier settled down, no longer rippling. But every so often, a flash of light would pass, causing slight ripples. Ming, it seems your plan has finally succeeded. Duan watched as the desolate realm continuously transformed, while the floating sensation within his body slightly condensed, making him feel a little less lethargic. Hey, Duan, you've gathered 3 rule seeds already? That's impressive. A stunning woman appeared behind Duan. Thank you, Xuantian. If it weren't for... Stop right there. You know what returning means, but given your situation, it can't last much longer. At most, in 10 years, your world's membrane will be broken. You've collected only 3 rules so far. Will you be able to withstand? We'll see. Still, you're amazing. Your state can last for hundreds of eons. If just a few more like the Golden Dragon show up, the time might double, and the world will expand significantly. Who knows? One day, maybe you yourself will become a great world. Duan chuckled lightly. Somewhere along the way, the Xiantian heavenly Tao had manifested as a female figure and could no longer change back, and the same happened to him. Once the fine details of their bodies were solidified, they could not transform anymore. Perhaps this was the defect of the heavenly Tao in the cosmic fissure. We'll endure as long as we can. The main world's heavenly Tao doesn't have it easy like us. They have too much to observe, too many things to manage. Eventually, they'll end up like us, watching a specific place, waiting for someone to come and work. Haha, that's true. That golden dragon worked for you for hundreds of years, but couldn't take it anymore, and went back. Duan laughed cheerfully. Aside from Xiantian, probably the only person he could talk so casually with was the newly captured Weiyang. Night fell. Unaware of when he closed his eyes and fell asleep, Weiyang snapped back to reality to find that twilight was approaching, and the stars dotted the sky. If anyone paid close attention, they would notice a few missing stars. Those were the 9th rank strong individuals. However, against the invaders' offensive, even the 9th rank could only barely resist. A misstep, despite having star shields, could result in extinction. If one were to fall within the star shield, they wouldn't be consumed by the alien path practitioners, but would instead transform into rule energy, replenishing the Xiantian realm and nurturing new life forms, awaiting the birth of powerful individuals. Alright, let's head back. Thinking too much gives me a headache. Weiyang's thoughts flickered, and he found himself back at his doorstep. Although he was only 4th rank in strength, he had become very adept at using the teleportation function of his bracelet. Still, he wondered if the arrangements he'd made in the time-lag space remained intact, even though they weren't worth much. Master Weiyang, you've returned. Yu sensed the dark energy inside her gradually stabilizing and quickly opened the door. Sure enough, Weiyang was already standing outside. She wasn't supposed to stay away from him for too long, but this matter likely made Weiyang feel uncomfortable. Hence, she didn't insist on staying near him. The chaotic dark energy needed time to build momentum. I can endure it for a day or so. Remember to eat. I no longer need food, but before you reach 7th rank, it's beneficial for you to consume some beast meat to enhance your bodies. Weiyang also felt the restless dark energy inside, Yu slowly calming down. Over time, his perception of the dark rule grew sharper, but in its application, he could only use it to aid in travel, hiding, or attack and defense, not yet fully mastering it. Yes, we've already eaten. Would you like some? I'll prepare it for you. Not necessary now. There's a small issue with your energy. Let me help you first. Weiyang waved dismissively as he moved inside, sitting down on a chair. Yu hurried over. Lean against my leg. Weiyang inwardly sighed. It seemed that before his destiny changed, he could only remain chaste. Screw being a gentleman. It really irritated him. Okay. Yu's face turned slightly red. Earlier today, while shopping with Teiko, they bought many items she'd never seen before but were quite revealing, like maid outfits, mini pleated skirts, swimsuits. Just thinking about them made her blush fiercely. Close your eyes and rest as if sleeping. Watching Yu sit on a small stool, her head resting on his leg, Weiyang experienced a déjà vu akin to a father looking after his daughter, an utterly heart-wrenching sensation. A faint black light emanated from his hand, gently brushing over the dark elf's hair repeatedly. This externalized technique stemmed from Xuanhuan's inspiration, but his current strength could only allow a part of his body to emit rule power rather than enveloping his entire self. Otherwise, it could serve as reliable defense. In complete relaxation, Yu murmured contentedly, resembling a cat lying by a warm hearth, lazily enjoying her master's petting. She looked utterly relaxed and adorable. Weiyang, seeing you safe at home reassures us. We'll smooth your path forward. 1,000 meters above, a faint silhouette gazed down at Weiyang's room. If Weiyang noticed, he'd surely recognize the phantom figure. It was peculiar, and his state was highly bizarre, visually translucent but spiritually imperceptible. Only through the use of rule power could one vaguely detect his presence like normal vision. Soul cultivation is indeed one of the great paths. But when will I grasp the soul rule? Chite looked up at the stars. The soul rule was merely a small branch under the grand cycle of rules. The framework of the world was constructed by several major rules, which gave rise to numerous minor ones beneath them. Some strange and potent rules might appear, but ultimately, they were all derived from or subordinate to these greater rules. To break through the 9th rank, one must comprehend at least 2 major rules. This condition alone has deterred countless peak 9th rank cultivators. Hey Mike, where are you? Fire Mountain in the eastern continent. Slightly south? Alright, I'll come find you. You don't have to worry about Eileen. Oten. His realm may not match yours, but in mortal combat, you'd be no match for him. Fine, keep searching for opportunities. My condition is somewhat. Never mind, we'll talk when we meet. The shadow of Chite rippled slightly, and then vanished into thin air in the sky, thousands of meters above, as if he had never been there. They four had long known Weiyang's lone star, fate, so they usually treated him neither warmly nor coldly, maintaining an ordinary friendship without excessive intimacy. However, this year, their powers became uncontrollable, forcing them to stage a performance and leave Weiyang unexpectedly. Weiyang became a faith spirit, which suited perfectly, allowing them to stop worrying excessively about his power and focus instead on seeking their own opportunities. Our peace comes because someone bears the burden for us. After the awkward episode involving his life essence, several more months passed. It was now the 16th year. Weiyang felt as though time had dragged on endlessly. He had done so much and seen so many things within a single year. Let's go, Yiyu. Next stop, deliver the message to the Tianho clan. Keep up closely. Wei Yong stood in front of a spatial gate, which led to the familiar seven-colored space where his large bed, cabinets, and even a heap of jewels still remained. Back then, Nina had only taken a few items. Over the past months, as a faith spirit, Wei Yong had only received 1 or 2 missions to deliver messages. However, these experiences gave him a glimpse into the bizarre nature of interstellar battles. Each strong warrior sat behind thick, radiant barriers, exuding an aura of rule power. In the blink of an eye, they would explode on the spot, and instantly another unfamiliar figure would appear in their place, sitting down and radiating similar rule energy. The ones who exploded left behind only a faint trace of soul energy, passing on their last bit of strength to Wei Yong before their cycle completed and their rule power transformed into streaks of light that returned to the xuanhuan realm. Wei Yang's task was to bring these light spheres back to the respective clans of the warriors. To leave behind even a fragment of strength during such explosive events required extraordinary power. It was estimated that out of every 10 ninth-rank warriors who perished, only one could manage to preserve a trace of their power. Behind the solid light barrier lay an unfathomably massive entity, resembling star-filled rivers. These were the alien path practitioners. Should any of the array points lack supervision for too long, it wouldn't take long for the star shield protecting them to be torn open. The demon-sealing war from hundreds of years ago would repeat itself. The celestial array was arranged by Heaven's will, with most array points maintained by members of the Dragon Clan. However, there weren't enough Dragon Clan experts, so some less critical array points were entrusted to warriors from other races. Even if all living beings in the xuanhuan realm faced destruction the next moment, these guardians couldn't leave their positions. Once seated, they stayed until death. Because of this unrelenting duty, every being capable of cultivation in the xuanhuan realm worked tirelessly to increase their power. Even the 5 human emperors only left avatars in the realm, their true forms stationed at specific array points. When there were enough powerful warriors, they could rotate duties. But when personnel were scarce, especially powerful 9th-rank cultivators had to shoulder responsibility for multiple array points, striving to keep the alien path practitioners isolated from invading and consuming the world's core. The battle from hundreds of years ago caused devastation far beyond what any race could bear. Because of this grim lesson, each warrior who came here shared the same conviction: either die here, or forever ensure the alien path practitioners remain sealed away until the genuine child of xuanhuan appears, signaling the time for the xuanhuan realm to ascend. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the xuanhuan realms had no intention of ascending. Returning deep into the northern forest with the final trace of strength left by a fallen Tianho warrior, Wei Yong left the beast-infested forests of the northern continent under a sorrowful atmosphere. Sigh, partings and reunions are inevitable. Though I've witnessed many, that lingering sadness in my heart remains unavoidable. Lord Wei Yong, let's go home. Yiyu sensed Wei Yang's despondent mood spreading again and quietly moved closer, leaning against his back. She didn't dare get too near, because her heart would lose control. If she triggered the destiny of the Lone Star of Death, it would be a huge loss. But whenever Wei Yong fell into such a state, Yiyu would gently lean against his back. Such melancholy brought on by life and death situations could only gradually dissipate through companionship and time. Even those who had come to understand life and death could not easily shake off its profound emotional impact. It was inherent in all living beings. Only those with unwavering determination greater than life and death could transcend it. But this meant embracing mortality, risking everything with almost certain doom. Alas, such was the lot of living beings. Let's return. Wei Yang's thoughts flickered, and he soon found himself back at his doorstep. Chapter 79, Departure. Returning to the familiar room, Yiyu didn't leave either. Instead, she chose to add another bed in Wei Yang's room since there was enough space. She also dared not recklessly crawl into bed like before. At most, she would sit by Wei Yang's bed, her head resting on him, letting Wei Yong pat her head as if she were a pet. However, every reaction from Wei Yang's body was felt by her, filled with great anticipation but accompanied by regret and a hint of guilt. Well, go rest now. Your body isn't as strong as mine. Space travel will be quite a burden for you. Wei Yong patted her back, his heartbeat quickening, waves of desire making him uncomfortable. To endure this feeling, he let her leave for a while so he could calm down automatically after some time, though it wasn't an easy wait. Yiyu acknowledged with a sound, went back to her own bed, and soon afterward, Takuter came in too. After allowing Wei Yong to stroke her rabbit-like head and ears, she lay down on Yiyu's bed. The two young women were thus in the same room, yet Wei Yong could do nothing, which left him mentally frustrated. But after several months of training, Wei Yong had become slightly more accustomed. By clearing his mind and carefully focusing on the dark rules continuously flowing within him, the perception quickly turned entirely dark, and consciousness would easily sink into slumber. His awakening was set by Wei Yong, who configured an alarm for him. Around 8 a.m. each day, the dark energy would forcibly wake Wei Yong up from this state. Should consciousness stay submerged in the dark energy, Wei Yong wasn't certain what might happen. Despite already mastering the power of dark rules fully, storing consciousness within such forces is something one dare not try before reaching the 9th rank. Wei Yong was a special case who could withstand it briefly, but what sensations or advice Wei Yong could provide about it remained somewhat unclear. As for asking other 9th rank experts, forget it. The remaining avatar counts as another person altogether, its strength maintained at the 8th rank peak level merely to prove that the expert hasn't perished. This avatar doesn't know the essence of rule mastery because the soul's origin does not reside within the avatar. Without the ability to grasp these rules, Wei Ong, who depended on them to deceive his senses, would feel it even more directly. As he melded with the dark rules, his 5 senses were deprived instantly, akin to being plunged into a cosmos devoid of any stars, pitch black, without directions of up, down, left, or right. No sounds could be emitted, and one could only think internally within their minds. Before long, the consciousness grew blurred, unable to discern whether one was awake or asleep, given they stayed perpetually cloaked in darkness, evoking feelings of anxiety. Over time, fear arose when realizing one can neither act nor see nor hear anything. Endless loneliness enveloped the individual, leading to mental breakdowns, prompting an intense yearning for any form of interaction with another living creature or just a mere sensation. It was all to no avail. Then later, adapting to such loneliness, still, the endless darkness induced despair, causing thoughts to wander, questioning what lies within this darkness, accompanied by the eerie feeling of something watching from the shadows, resulting in hallucinations and even potential schizophrenia. Afterward, Wei Ong was awakened, each time, as if emerging from a prolonged nightmare, uncomfortably concluding just before death, but remembering none of the feelings after waking up, leaving behind only remnants of fear that linger in the spirit, causing lingering unease. Phew. Upon returning once again from that world of darkness and witnessing tomorrow's sun anew, Wei Ong felt reborn from catastrophe. Despite fear and loneliness, the sense of each return bringing about both spiritual and physical fortification became intriguingly addictive, a paradoxical yet reasonable mixture of immense fear of darkness with curiosity about what truly lies within it. The 2 girls had gone out to prepare breakfast for Wei Ong. They also found it difficult. Each night, during the times when physiological phenomena grew strongest, Wei Ong suddenly lost all signs of life, like having abruptly perished, his soul losing fluctuation, breath weak beyond negligible measures. Thankfully, every morning, he always returned, displaying unmistakable survival against adversity, eliciting concern. Still, for Yi Yu's advancement into 7th stage abilities sooner, they originally proposed returning upstairs, but Wei Ong refused. Initially, the 2 worried daily that Wei Ong might not wake up. However, over the course of several months, they adapted. It must be Black Shadow's method. Every morning, right before Wei Ong lost that last bit of breath, the dark energy in the palm of his left hand would emit a sudden burst of rule-like chi, pulling him back. Yet should Master Black Shadow face unforeseen disaster? Impossible. This would absolutely never occur. Both girls unconsciously agreed in their hearts. After all, Black Wei Ang's strength was exceptionally mysterious. Even though at first glance he appeared to only possess 7th stage capabilities, even 9th stage dragons were no match for him when it came to wielding the rules. He could wield them as effortlessly as if they were extensions of his own limbs, rivaling some 9th stage experts who had mastered the condensed soul technique. It was unimaginable what would happen once Black Wei Ong reached the 9th stage. He might be able to defeat a golden divine dragon in a cross-rank challenge. Still, I feel like going out for a walk. After eating, Wei Ong looked out the window at the sky. After enduring months of dark nights, during the day, he could somewhat suppress the discomfort building up inside him. But as night fell, that discomfort accumulated just like a battery. The longer it went on, the harder it became to manage. After pondering, he concluded that he simply needed to change his environment and find a way to release this stress, or sooner or later he'd explode. Takur, I want to go out for a stroll. It'll probably last about 10 to 15 days. Are you coming? Wei Ong gazed at Takur, who had been silently staring at him. Over these past months, he'd figured out why her smile always seemed strange. She hadn't smiled before, so she forced herself to mimic others' smiles, which ended up feeling very deliberate and unnatural. Wei Ong spent quite a bit of effort adjusting this. Under the condition of rubbing her rabbit-like head every day, he managed to fix her smile. Otherwise, it was too awkward. Going out for that long? What will we do at night? At night, we can stay in the time delay space. It's been a while since we've stayed there. If that's the case, I'll come along. However, I won't leave the time delay space, but will wait for you there. Alright, it's just that staying in the time delay space is quite boring. You, Master Wei Ong, needn't worry. As long as I'm somewhere with your mark, I can stay there forever. Wei Ong was momentarily at a loss for words. This wasn't the first time. Having experienced it multiple times, Wei Ong realized this was Ta Kuer's indirect way of expressing her feelings, patiently waiting and quietly accompanying him. She would give up everything so that he could do what he loved, evoking both heartache and helplessness in others, especially considering she had grown up as food reserves for beast cultivation. Alright then, let's tidy up these few days. With this bracelet, travel becomes extremely convenient. Wei Ong had nothing more to say. Once someone had expressed themselves this way, saying anything else seemed meaningless. Okay. Ta Kuer gave a faint smile, and her rabbit ears quivered slightly before heading upstairs to pack her things. After all, she only descended to sleep at night. Generally, she rested upstairs during the day. Yi Yu also rested upstairs when at home. They could freely move around indoors, but when traveling, they must carry Ta Kuer at all times, ensuring her internal energy remained stable to facilitate the growth of her body and soul. Although progress was slow, like water eroding stone, one could still sense improvement. After a few days of preparation, Wei Ong added 2 more beds to the time delay space, having discarded the old mats from earlier days, realizing how inexperienced he once was. Sigh. It was best not to dwell on it. Nowadays, the time delay space was dazzling with colors due to Black Wei Ong mastering the light rules. He adjusted the spatial lights for Wei Ong, leaving a dark rule marker in his left palm for communication, while the light ball in his right hand could now regulate the temperature and lighting levels within the space, proving exceptionally useful. Let's go, this time to Antarctica. A flash of red light emitted from Wei Ang's wrist bracelet, instantly forming a portal. The trio stepped into the time delay space bathed in vibrant hues, delighting Yi Yu each time. With a mental command, a red dot appeared on the surface of the simplified map of Xuanhuan realm in Wei Ang's mind, pinpointing his exact location. His gaze focused southward toward the continent where the red dot moved accordingly. Outside the glowing barrier enclosing a quarter section in the center of the continent lay icy landscapes filled with many cold climate beasts and creatures. Wear thick clothing. Let's check out the wild scenery first. Wei Ong chose not to enter the protective shield surrounding human cities, as those areas isolated themselves from the freezing snowfall, making their architecture resemble structures found on western and southern continents. Nothing interesting. Alright, but the cold won't affect us much, so let's explore without delay. Night Yu concurred, missing the snow ever since that incident. Black Wei Ong had brought her to the western continent after that event, where there was no heavy snowfall in the Forest of Elves. However, the external area was covered in snow. For the children's sake, separating the chill was essential, but at 6th stage and beyond, effects of the cold become significantly limited. At the 7th stage, one could isolate both cold and heat through the use of rules. Even when in molten lava or frozen solid by ice, they could utilize the power of rules to temporarily transform into a rule state, leaving dangerous places before reverting. As for how long they could maintain this rule state, it all depended on their individual strength. Thus, those at the 8th stage and even 9th stage experts would never easily perish. Escaping via the force of rules was safer than any other method. However, under an off-path cultivator's attack, while 9th stage experts maintained great arrays under Starshield protection, 8th stage experts had only one thought: break through to the 9th stage. The remaining combat power of those major factions were merely the 8th stage strength avatars of experts, and these avatars couldn't participate in battles. If damaged, the life and death situation of that 9th stage expert would truly be unknown. So once conflicts arose, the most likely emissaries between forces to handle disputes would be 7th stage prodigies or elders. The 8th stage avatars dealt with major affairs, while the rest of the 8th stage experts contemplated breaking through to 9th stage, thus forming a tacitly accepted rule about who handled disputes below 8th stage. SSS, so cold. As soon as Wei Ong stepped out of the space portal, a chill struck him, causing his dark energy to automatically surge within his body and isolate the cold, leaving behind only a faint coolness. Not cold anymore. I guess there are still benefits. Remembering winters from before, sigh. Wei Ong also recalled his past days, living in the south without heating, barely managing temperatures above freezing or even slightly lower, but now, despite the heavy snowfall outside covering the ground up to his knees, he merely felt refreshing coolness. Wow, is this what heavy snow is like? It's so beautiful. Ta Kutter stepped out of the space portal too, looking at the vast snowscape, transforming the world into silver white. Although she had followed the Snow Rabbit Beast clan into snowy areas before, back then she had only seen small patches of frost and scattered bits of snow accumulation. Now, seeing snow blanketing the entire land, a view she had never experienced, it was stunningly beautiful and grandiose. Is this the heavy snow in Antarctica? It seems similar to the snow outside the Elven Forest. Yi Yu also exited the space portal, standing behind Wei Ong. Having traversed various realms multiple times with him, including visiting the Celestial Monkey Tribe, Dragon Race, and Demon Realm, Yi Yu considered herself well-traveled. However, during the trip to the Demon Realm, she didn't descend. Wei Ong opened the space portal just enough for her to glance at the demonic realm scenery. That blood-red tone, mushroom houses, and crimson forests amazed her greatly, though unfortunately, she couldn't withstand the eroding effect of the demonic rules. Once Wei Ong finished revisiting old acquaintances and received payment, they didn't return. After all, Xuanhuan was in seclusion preparing to ascend to the 7th stage, and with the cleansing heart mantra obtained from the demon realm, the world's overall strength skyrocketed. More individuals devoted themselves to cultivation, reducing struggles, fierce competitions, and slaughters. The Elven Forest seems located on the northern continent. That's right. Polar lands are all covered in endless snow. Recalling the Xiantian world map sketch inside Now High, Wei Ong noted that the entire layout was perfectly symmetrical horizontally and vertically, continent shapes, placement of large cities, everything aligned geometrically beautifully. The Elven Forest is beautiful, but it's not my home. Yi Yu's expression darkened momentarily, recalling how if her race hadn't driven her out, she wouldn't have been on the verge of freezing to death in the snow. Even meeting Black Wei Ong brought feelings of manipulation and exploitation that she strongly resisted. If not for her strong survival instinct, she might not have accepted his dark powers. Night? Takur, let's go. Stop playing in the snow and find some magical beasts for hunting. After all, we need more food in the time delay space. Yes, Master Wei Ong. Takur discarded the snowball she'd just made and caught up with Wei Ong and Yi Yu's steps. Chapter 80. Faint. Indeed, they all have thick fur, or perhaps are truly special magic beasts. Wei Ong watched as Takur, in her beast form with the small, furry rabbit paws, placed a hand on the head of a black, long-haired bull-like magic beast. Bang! The thick snow under the feet of this black yak beast exploded instantly, and the entire bowl lost its vital energy. Wei-Yong couldn't perceive how powerful this yak-like magic beast was, but he could sense that it could easily overpower him. However, Taker's seemingly gentle punch, without using any skills, had been enough to take out the opponent. It seemed this heavenly scorned Lonely Star birthmark was not bad after all. At least it could protect herself. Peel the skin, store it in the temporal lag space for sale later. The horns and resilient bones can be sold too. Keep the magic core for future use, and strip the meat off. Night Yo, go fetch some skewers. About half the thickness of a little finger, round ones, 3 palm lengths should be fine. Prepare plenty. This time we'll have a snow barbecue. After brief consideration, Wei-Yong decided the fate of this unfortunate cow. Lighting a fire in the forest wasn't ideal, so Wei-Yong specially chose a relatively open area. He used the meager strength within his body to handle the snow, swallowed a magic core, then retrieved various items he had prepared much earlier from the temporal lag space. Iron plates, oil, coal, etc. He ignited the coals with a fire elemental magic core, creating 2 piles of glowing embers. They barbecued meat and steaks there, though unfortunately no seasonings were available. Wei-Yong roasted the flesh of this unidentified tier magic beast until it was golden and enticing. Taker and Night Yo ate with great joy, yet they only consumed 1/4 of the beef, since the lack of salt made it tasteless despite Wei-Yong's perfect balance of texture and aroma. After a while, they found even their interest waned slightly. Let's go. We've eaten, it's time to explore this polar landscape properly. Alright. The 3 walked leisurely through the snowy forest far away from the city's bustle. Leading silently ahead, Wei-Yong didn't speak a word as the trio ignored the heavy snowfall swirling around them. Snowflakes falling on them were drawn by an unseen force, sliding gently onto the ground. Lord Wei-Yong. Watching Wei-Yong walk silently ahead, whether due to the environment or his own mood influencing hers, Taker felt her steps were somehow failing to keep up, as if Wei-Yong were slipping away beside her. Urgently, she rushed forward and grabbed his arm. Wei-Yong said nothing, continuing with his original pace. Lord Wei-Yong. Upon seeing Taker's action, Night Yo followed suit by grabbing Wei-Yong's other arm, yet Wei-Yong still showed no reaction, leaving the 2 women somewhat puzzled. Normally, he would at least respond or give a weary smile. Now, however, what do you think? If one day I suddenly disappeared, would you remember me? Yes, definitely. We'll remember you. Night Yo was puzzled, but Taker responded immediately. For elves, who possessed quite long lifespans, she uniquely understood the terror of impending death, the uncontrollable sensations within her body that one could feel clearly enough to drive someone insane. Now that you can cultivate, the stronger your abilities grow, the longer your lifespan becomes. As for mine, perhaps when you reach the 9th rank, forget it, at the 9th rank, you will need to suppress the array focal point anyway. So, unlike you, I won't live that long. When I vanish or pass away, in your long lives, it will be akin to a tiny ripple. Wei-Yong rubbed the rabbit head tenderly. She truly was someone hard for him to let go. Raised by beasts, a half-beast person, yet possessing an unmatched cultivation speed. Truly, fate was unpredictable. And here he was, also a kind of transworlder, but unfortunately, without the basic advantages of being such a transworlder. The sole aspect Wei-Yong could boast of pridefully was that this protagonist-tempered half-beast girl favored him. Yet regrettably, his heavenly scorned Lonely Star birthmark, well, seemed to surpass even the protagonist template's good fortune. One could guess as much from what Black Wei-Yong once mentioned. Even if things were broken before restoration, his birthmark couldn't be altered. Only those with stronger destiny traits could qualify to stay close to Wei-Yong, albeit with unclear boundaries. They'd be just good friends, unlikely to proceed further. Otherwise, calamity coming would only be a matter of time. Not going. Suppressing the array focal points? I don't care about that stuff. Taker swayed her head comfortably. This display of genuine emotion soothing her was remarkably effective. She went soft all over. I won't go either. Night Yo came back to her senses too. Although she wasn't entirely clear why both seemed melancholic, following Sister Taker's lead was definitely the right choice. Haha. Good. You won't go either, but let's make it clear. If I ever disappear, you two should forget me and live your own lives. Wei-Yong also chuckled and slowly spoke as the space gate unfolded, and the 3 returned to the temporal lag space. I just detected that cursed fallen one's presence a moment ago, but now it's gone. Could Xingling have truly kept her? As soon as Wei-Yong left, a male elf with transparent wings on his back and dressed in a long robe appeared in the air. A stroke of ink-colored energy dissipated from his fingertips before he disappeared into the storm of wind and snow. Alright, I'm tired. Let's rest first. You two should rest as well. There will always be some effects after going through a space gate, so if you don't recover properly, it could affect your power later. Okay. Wei-Yong reached out to rub their heads. This feeling was more comfortable than petting cats, and it was almost making him addicted. Oh, you're right, let's rest. Wei-Yong watched as the 2 followed him into the room. Indeed, he still wasn't used to this situation. Forcing down the complexity in his heart, he closed his eyes and entered the dark void. Sister Taker, what happened to Lord Wei-Yong? He was fine just a while ago eating barbecue, but why did the atmosphere suddenly change? Seeing Wei-Yong's presence becoming faint once again, Yu couldn't help but ask. Lord Wei-Yong is a kind person. Unfortunately, he's not from the Xianhuan realm, but another world. Oh, another world. Yes, a very beautiful and real world. Taker gazed softly at Wei-Yong, who showed no reaction at all. These past days, bold Taker and Yu had already tested it. Whenever Wei-Yong entered this state, even if they split his body into dozens of pieces or sliced it, Wei-Yong wouldn't wake up. With the protection of the Dark Rule, slicing him wouldn't actually kill him. The power of the Dark Rule gradually fused with his body after he entered this state, turning thoroughly into rule form. Perhaps soon, Wei-Ong himself would transform into a living and soul-bearing law-mobile entity. This was also Black Wei-Ang's concern, so he tried to remind Wei-Ong of certain types he liked in his memories, like dark elves, to let him know that he was still human, not just a law. After all, Black Wei-Ong occasionally felt the same way too. Despite being a pseudo-rule-born soul, there was always a faint sensation of another soul within him, but it was too weak to feel clearly. And this was due to the peculiar changes between him and Wei-Ong causing the original Dark Rule of the xuanhuan realm to undergo some strange transformations. But if the true Dark Rule reaches the stage of the rule-born soul, it might take several great ages, by which time he may not exist anymore. Let's rest, Yiyu. I'll think of a good name for you later. Okay, thank you, Sister Core. Yiyu obediently hugged Taker to sleep. The rule force inside her flowed more smoothly. Sometimes, Taker thought Yiyu resembled Wei-Ong, indistinguishable in terms of presence, yet the sense that stirred both fear and curiosity in her was far inferior to Wei-Ang's. Perhaps that was because of the amount of rule power contained. Phew, why does my sleep time get shorter and shorter each time? Wei-Ong woke up with unease. The feeling of someone watching in the darkness grew stronger. Moreover, the time he stayed in the darkness became less and less, giving him an uneasy premonition. Hey, Black Shadow, can you perceive my condition? Immersed in the focus of his left hand, he had no choice but to consult a professional about this unknown situation. Let me check. Black Wei-Ang's voice replied in his mind. Wei-Ong then felt a very strange sensation, as if the meat from other parts of his body had moved to somewhere else. But oddly, he had no need for any repair. It was just an inexplicable feeling of extra flesh. Phew, your condition is worse than mine. Perhaps in the future, you won't be able to sleep at all. Also, use the Dark Rule less often. Don't give the bracelet to anyone else, remember that. Dead or alive, never give it away, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. Black Wei-Ang's somewhat serious voice echoed in Wei-Ang's mind. Clearly, Wei-Ang's condition was worse than his own. Maybe because Wei-Ang's strength was too weak, he couldn't resist the Dark Rule at all. The rule soul that he sensed seemed to be attempting to erode Wei-Ang's soul through its connection with him. If not for the Xingling bracelet and the part of pseudo-rule-born soul power he left behind as suppression, Wei-Ong might have ceased to exist long ago. Is it that severe? It's much more serious than you can imagine. Once the consequences are created, perhaps only when Duan Dao masters the time rule, can he pull you back from the flow of time. Is that so? Wei-Ong had an idea in his mind. He estimated that if he kept perceiving the Dark Rule while sleeping, or if he lost the bracelet, then what he would lose would probably be his life. Alright, I understand. But my situation, you know it. Duan Dao has already told me. Just don't harm the people around you, and the rest, find your own way. Black Wei-Ong left after saying those words. Ugh. Deal with it myself. Should I really buy a slave? Never mind. It's not interesting. I'll write some articles to pass the time. Wei-Ong looked at the dim sky, got up, and picked up the goose feather pen after a long absence. This kind of goose feather could only be obtained from a first-class goose-like magical beast, usually used as a decoration. It was soft and beautiful, but its core was too thick, the size of a pinky, yet hollow, making it perfect for a pen, which was also a feature of the Western continent. The softness of the goose feathers made the grip even more gentle and comfortable, allowing writing to last longer. Sigh, there's nothing to write about. My life is too monotonous. I'll wait until I learn more of their stories before thinking about what to write. He picked up the pen but couldn't start writing. This contradictory feeling was unpleasant. You too, tormenting me. Wei-Ong looked at the sleeping Taker and Yiyu, unable to put the blank book down. Aller, Master Wei-Ong, sleep together. Maybe sensing someone by the bed, Taker, who was half asleep, directly pulled on Wei-Ang's arm, pulling him onto the bed. A faint fragrance swirled around Wei-Ang's nose. Phew. Wei-Ong exhaled deeply as he watched Taker turn over and snuggle into his embrace. This reminded him of that wolf girl from before. He wondered where she'd gone off to with the custom shop owner. Pushing aside his thoughts, he gently hugged Taker. Became rich, but didn't forget me. Maybe only you. Wei-Ong looked somewhat complicatedly at Yiyu, who was still asleep, and smiled foolishly. Every time he saw her, every time he felt like this dark elf girl might be infatuated, sleeping, and still smiling. You see, Duan, isn't this fine? Get used to it, and it's okay. Xuanhuan Dao stood in a colorful space, sitting opposite Duan Dao. Both were watching a light curtain in the middle, the image being Wei-Ong with the two girls. Sigh. This can be considered a trial. After all, he's just a common being. Suppressing physiological urges is not something that can be done in a short time. Duan also laughed helplessly. As the heavenly Dao, they knew everything about these lower world beings, just wondering why during the conversation, the world wasn't fully formed, yet he was pulled into Xuantian's Dao space for a visit. But at least now the original essence had been partially repaired, making long-term outings possible without needing to retreat to the Dao space of mending and heaven to recuperate all the time. I don't quite understand why these beings are addicted to such physiological impulses, and why only such impulses can lead to reproduction. Can't they create using their own strength? How would I know? Maybe it's just like us, we don't even know where we came from, woke up dazed and confused. It's true, but in the memories, traveling to the main world doesn't guarantee retaining selfhood, Duan. How about when you recover, you stay here? I'll arrange some creatures to reincarnate in your world, and two forces combined, heterodox paths can definitely be resisted. I've thought about it, but there's no need. This boundless dark space is a rootless water plant. Only by returning to the main world can the beings in our own worlds truly reincarnate and touch the true rules. Chapter 81, The Test. Back to the main world. Our existence might. I know, but we can't just watch the beings we govern stay here forever. One day, our own worlds will collapse too. Didn't we come here because our original worlds collapsed? It's the same. But if we return to the main world, there is a high probability that we would vanish instantly. Is it worth it? But isn't that also a high probability? So, do you think I haven't considered this these past years when I took risks to pull souls from the main world over here? Duan quietly looked at Xuanhuan. His plan had been in place for a very long time. That was why there were hardly any beings left in his world. Unfortunately, those who could be pulled here had to meet strict criteria. They must possess great obsession or a detached nature. How much chance do we have? Less than 1/10. Less than 1/10. All right, I'll go with you. What? Are you crazy? Duan was surprised as he looked at Xuanhuan, genuinely puzzled by what the other was thinking. When his world was being eroded, Xuanhuan was still watching indifferently. Yet now, when Duan was about to perish, she gave him a unique fragment of the Yin-Yang rule to save his life. And now, knowing she could remain here, she chose instead to take this less than 1/10 chance with him. You stop overthinking. If you leave, staying in this void alone would make no sense. Xuanhuan couldn't keep his cool under Duan's gaze and made an excuse. That's true. Time has passed. Some have returned to the main world. Some have perished, and now only the two of us are left. This time, I must go back. Understanding your power is not the answer, and I no longer have the strength to evolve new rules. Once you're ready, find me. I'm going first. Duan felt uneasy with Xuanhuan's way of speaking now. Although his voice remained unchanged, somehow it carried a softness. It was unbearable. Duan experienced a sudden uneasiness. This strange and unfamiliar feeling left him flustered and unsure of what to do, so he decided to return first. Is it running away? Haha, truly interesting. Is this how it feels and reacts? Xuanhuan chuckled softly, finding interest in watching Duan leave. He gently touched where Duan had just stood. I've realized, together with you, death holds no fear. In Xuanhuan's eyes, there was a faint joy mixed with sorrow. Before they knew it, another summer had arrived. After the three-way sleep involving Xiangyu, Wei Yang's self-discipline reached another level. Despite the continuous onslaught of lustful impulses within his mind, trying to overwhelm reason, it was regrettable, but such irresistible urges seemed to barely stir his senses. This impulse, weakened to more than 8/10, felt akin to fleeting unclean thoughts flashing through his mind, easily dissipating once ignored for a short period. However, sleeping together caused this small urge to linger like a slow, flowing stream gradually gnawing away. Wei Yang did not consider himself a saint, and the only thing he could do was to reminisce on unpleasant memories. Now, Wei Yang almost grew accustomed to it. Deep down, all he felt was a faint regret, a slight feeling of melancholy, and helplessness towards the two girls he owed so much. He ran out of stories to tell, and soon enough, all he could resort to were novels, sighing in resignation. Wei Yang, come to the Arctic. Black Shadow, is something wrong? Your opportunity has arrived, making my effort worthwhile. But I've never been to the Arctic. The Forest of Fairies. Yi will guide you. Also, remember to protect Yi well. To the fairy tribe today, dark fairies are heretics that must be eliminated. Come to my sanctuary in the fairy realm. As long as you successfully meet Queen Minnie of the fairies, everything will be fine. Where is the fairy queen? Wait, the connection broke again. Wei Yang rolled his eyes in frustration. Each conversation lasted less than a minute, and his doubts accumulated as Black Shadow became busier. Wei Yang even suspected Black Shadow pre-recorded messages, ignoring his questions entirely, cutting off communication after delivering them. The Forest of Fairies? Yi, can you take me there? Rest assured, if the fairy tribe dares move against you, they'll have to step over my corpse first. Wei Yang asked the peacefully sleeping Yi curled up in his arms. Alas, although she was alluring, he dared not act. Since they started sleeping together, some mystical influence on their fates seemed to take effect. Whenever Takur and Yi went outside or worked, they always got hurt. From breaking bones by a magical beast to cutting their fingers while chopping vegetables, it was always bizarre. This made Wei Yang feel increasingly guilty towards the two girls, yet they did not seem to care. After such a long time, his skills in offensive magic had not improved much, but his healing spells were close to becoming otherworldly. Takur's rejuvenation techniques could make withered trees bloom again. As long as one's consciousness remained, she could literally make flesh grow back on white bones. Furthermore, her power was beyond what Wei Yang could perceive. She was constantly moving in and out of sight, appearing behind him even when there was no shadow in the room just seconds before, then reappearing in the kitchen with dishes while her figure vanished from where it stood, like a perfected shadow clone technique. Forest of Fairies? I want to go too. Master Wei Yang. Night Yu opened her eyes drowsily as Takuter spoke beside Wei Yang. Having been his longest companion, she kept an eye on every detail of Wei Yang's life. The floating sense within her had faded with every word and action of Wei Yang. With her enhanced strength, she also gained a special ability, the test of truth. She could discern whether her own words or actions were truthful or false. During this period, she used clones to travel all over the Western continent, and the longer she experienced its complexity, the more she cherished staying by Wei Yang's side. Living quietly as a maid, free from intrigues, dealing straightforwardly without being caught up in human intricacies, she felt secure under Wei Yang's protection. Although he was still weak, he was under the name of Faith Spirit, making his side the safest place in Xiantian world. If you don't wish to go, you can stay in the temporal space. I'll create a small portal in my palm with my essence, so that your inner laws won't go berserk. No, not that, I do want to go. Actually what? Nothing, when are we leaving? The sooner, the better. Get packed, let's go. Black Shadow is getting busier by the day, and we shouldn't waste his time. Alright. Night you watched Weiyang rise, and moved gently to lie in his previous spot. A month ago, her powers had reached the 7th tier, and the Dark Law Force had completely integrated into her body and soul. All that remained was continuous enlightenment into this force. Throughout this extended interaction, Takuer had shared her experiences through her clones with Night Yu. Having seen through the warmth and coldness of human relations, she no longer clung to superficial beauty. Instead, she admired Weiyang's forthrightness and carefree nature. Reflecting on their first meeting and interactions, Weiyang's presence was taking up more space in her heart. Before, the only reason she stayed was because only Weiyang's pseudo-soul condensation method could save her. Now, her acceptance of Weiyang was real. How about it? Night Yu, isn't Sister Takuer right? True happiness is right here next to us. Once Master frees himself from his destiny constraint, our last worries will also be laid to rest. Seeing Night Yu lying in Weiyang's position, Takuer genuinely felt joy. If Master Weiyang were fickle, it would be easier for her to step aside. But now, Weiyang remained the same Weiyang, only they had changed. Yes, Sister Kuer, I will not leave Master Weiyang. If he returns to his world, then even if I must die, I'll try to follow him there. Night Yu replied seriously. Good. Keep it at the bottom of your heart. Don't let him know. The forces of destiny are mysterious and unpredictable. If Master learns of our thoughts, it may trigger the power of destiny once again. Only you and I need to know. Okay. Takuer, Night Yu, are you ready? Let's go. Weiyang had waited outside for quite some time. After all, propriety should be observed despite sharing a bed. If he crossed any boundaries or acted improperly, the outcome might either scatter them due to the influence of fate, or cause disgust and lead to isolation again. Though Weiyang didn't think much of it, as living beings, what life fears most are two things, death and loneliness. Yes, Master Weiyang. Alright, let's move, Master. Weiyang opened a dimensional door, and the three left the sparsely populated Weiyang town. Finally back on track? Sun Ling, the protagonist you think of isn't what you imagine. Sometimes, the protagonist remains silent and unknown. Xiantian looked at the three figures that had appeared in the Arctic snowfield, Weiyang and his companions. A mysterious smile flickered in her eyes. Nothing in the Xiantian realm escaped her scrutiny, and Weiyang's fate was arranged entirely by her. After all, back then did not possess the strength to arrange these matters. One final test for you. With a wave of her hand, an invisible ripple traveled through the light curtain, reaching where Weiyang stood. What is this? A blizzard? Yu, does the Arctic have such fierce blizzards? Weiyang observed as the surroundings darkened and numerous trees snapped and flew in the air during the extreme blizzard. He struggled to keep his footing steady. I don't know. I haven't stayed long in the snow, but the elders have mentioned it. Once every 100 years, both poles experience calamities. That's why they constructed protective formations against the wind and snow. So that's how this protective barrier came about. Master Weiyang, the force of this blizzard is equivalent to an attack from a 9th rank expert, one beyond my capacity to withstand. I understand. Let's retreat. Don't retreat. This is your opportunity. Just as Weiyang was about to open a dimensional door back into the temporal space, He Weiyang's voice echoed in his mind. Opportunity? Shouldn't I be going after you? This blizzard arose because of me, a few days earlier than expected. The surrounding space has already been distorted, so if you open a dimensional door, you'll get swept away by spatial currents. Then what about Yu and Takuer? They're merely servants. They must rely on their own luck. He Weiyang's words lingered briefly before the connection cut off again. Damn, this was the first time Weiyang felt such deep anger within him. Master Weiyang, what's wrong? The blizzard has distorted space, and there's no way out this time. Is that so? Then our chances seem bleak. Takuer stood in front of Weiyang. Her white barriers started to tremble, and the surrounding snowflakes became restless, stirred by increasingly stronger winds. If you stay here, you'll die for sure. Though space is distorted, opening a portal still gives you a slim chance of survival. He Weiyang says this is my destiny. Therefore, you two should go, and I'll stay behind. No, we cannot leave. You will. It's an order. Using his bracelet forcefully, Weiyang managed to open the dimensional door, but as expected, inside was only blackness, devoid of the colorful glow characteristic of temporal space. Go. Placing the dimensional door in front of Takuer, Weiyang dragged Yu behind him and shoved Takuer into the gate. The two vanished within the darkness of the portal. At the same moment, the blizzard engulfed Weiyang, and his body dispersed like snow, dissolving into countless snowflakes, blending into the tempest. Weiyang, let you linger in this state temporarily. Time needn't pass long. 2 years will suffice. When 2 years are over, everything will be settled, then you can return. For now, I am the true spirit of faith. Stepping out from the blizzard, He Weiyang picked up the red and black bracelets lying on the ground and slowly slipped them onto his wrists. This time is also for your own good. If you continue this way, although protected by the bracelet, you wouldn't be swallowed by darkness immediately. It would happen eventually. And this time, we might as well address your physical issues simultaneously. He Weiyang closed his eyes, completely integrating the memories copied from Weiyang's mind. The unique aura that originally belonged to Weiyang began to emerge, casual, yet free of desire, but with an underlying oddity. He seemed like someone wearing a mask, making others feel uneasy. Chapter 82. The Arctic Fox Girl. 2 years felt too long. Weiyang only felt his body, amidst a surge of pain, scattering in the sky of this Arctic continent, continuously flying up, falling down, rising again, then dropping once more. His soul also fell into a very strange state. He couldn't move, but could still perceive every single part of his scattered body. Then came the gradual forgetting of those fragmented pieces of his body. Without a physical form, his soul slipped into slumber, but with the benefit of not having to worry about some ominous presence from the dark rule consuming his soul. But at some unknown time, an icy and cool sensation enveloped Weiyang, startling him slightly, allowing his soul to slowly wake from its deep slumber. Finally awake? Hey, what's your name? Why are you lying in the snow like that? Hey, why aren't you talking? Are you dumb or something? In Weiyang's consciousness, a particularly faint voice kept ringing in his ears, gradually growing louder from quiet murmurs into shouts right beside him. Weiyang finally took full control of his body again, restoring these basic senses. However, his control over his body was still extremely numb, as if he were emerging from a vegetative state. Although suddenly recovered, regaining control of his body would require time and training. Slowly shifting his eyeballs, he saw a figure dressed in white robes, with fox ears atop her head, and 3 fluffy tails behind her. Her exquisite face bore 3 stripes, resembling a fox's whiskers, yet it didn't look uncomfortable. On the contrary, the addition of these 6 lines added a unique beauty. What's wrong? Can't you talk yet? How pitiful. The storm just passed, and there you were lying in the snow, but oddly, your body showed no signs of damage. This beast person had no hesitation, poking and prodding at Weiyang's numb body out of sheer curiosity. Days went by before Weiyang started to feel sensations in his throat and noticed slight movements in his limbs. Looking up at the sky, the beast person beside him had built many snowmen. He wanted to speak, but could only manage hoarse tones, as though his throat had been dry for ages. You can make sounds now. Looks like you're recovering. Come, have some water. The girl, hearing Weiyang's sound, jumped close to his face with curiosity. She held some melted snow water and carefully poured it into Weiyang's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Unprepared, Weiyang choked badly on the water. At the same time, this violent reaction helped him regain some more control over his body, at least being able to control his neck and above, which made turning his head or speaking much easier. Oops, sorry. I choked you. The beast person also apologized repeatedly, but wasn't sure how to fix the situation. With the extreme cold of the Arctic, moving his body might cause further harm, breaking apart in an instant, if mishandled. Where am I? Aha, this is the Arctic land. Oh, Weiyang's heart relaxed a little, but carried concerns. He didn't know how much time had passed, or what happened to Takaru and Yiyu. Thank you. What's your name? Me? I don't have one. Weiyang stopped asking further. This unnamed beast person's aura was completely different from Takaru's. Thus, Weiyang confirmed she was a beast person, but usually, beast people had names. An unnamed beast person was suspicious. Why'd you stop asking? Shouldn't you continue questioning me why I don't have one? Not necessary. Cough. Names don't matter. Oh, what about yours? Me? I'm Weiyang Tarlis. Weiyang Tarlis. Just call me Weiyang. Oh, Weiyang, what a strange name. Weiyang ran out of words and closed his eyes, trying to see if he could contact Black Weiyang. Unfortunately, he couldn't sense anything from his hands. Hey, why did you stop talking? Say something else. Hey, stay with me and chat a bit, okay? Hey, come on. It's rare meeting someone who talks, so can you please chat with me? I'll do anything you ask. It's not good to be too close. My destiny brings bad luck. This blizzard might have been caused by me. What's this heavenly calamity lonely star nonsense? I don't care. Centuries have passed, and nobody has acknowledged me. I'm almost dying from loneliness. The fox girl brought her face close to Weiyang's, tears sparkling in her eyes. All right, but I don't know what to say. You ask, I answer, and if I have questions, you respond too, okay? Seeing her like this, Weiyang felt a pang of sympathy deep in his heart. After all, beauty sometimes was that mindlessly effective. Okay, fine. One human and one fox spent countless moments of time engaged in question and answer conversation. When night fell, the fox girl created a glowing orb to illuminate their surroundings. When Weiyang's internal energy waned, she foraged plants or fruits rich in spiritual energy for him to consume. The reason she didn't kill monsters was because she had stayed with these magical beasts for too long. Even though they couldn't communicate with her, they provided her with some company. She didn't know how long she had been alive, only that since awakening here amidst endless snow, she had remained in the Arctic region. Strangely, neither magical beasts nor other living creatures seemed able to detect her presence, which troubled her greatly. After hundreds of years of solitary living, she'd become somewhat neurotic. This was Weiyang's assessment of her. During these few days, Weiyang had regained control over his body, gnawing on freshly hunted 2-stage wolf meat. Since his bracelet had disappeared for unknown reasons, and he couldn't contact Black Weiyang anymore, he realized he'd lost his ability to cross the continent at will and could only remain here for now. Oh, it turns out that monster meat tastes so good. The fox girl hungrily devoured the roasted meat that Weiyang cooked for her. She had never eaten such food before. You've lived for hundreds of years, so where does your food come from? Food. I just bask in the sun and gaze at the moon, and then I don't feel hungry. The fox girl thought for a moment, realizing that she had never really conceived of eating. And although she sometimes found fruit appealing, that was about as far as it went. It seems you're quite powerful, since you can go without eating. You must be level 7 or above. I don't know. Wei-Ong quietly picked up a skewer of roasted meat and started to eat. Every time he asked a more specific question, she didn't seem to have answers, likely due to not knowing how to express or describe herself after centuries without human interaction. Finished eating, I'm going somewhere else now. What are your plans? Huh? Are you leaving? Please don't go. Hearing that Wei-Ong was leaving, the fox girl hurriedly grabbed onto him. Although Black Wei-Ong had warned him before, during these past few days, having nothing better to do, Wei-Ong had immersed his consciousness into the dark rule within his body, and the strange feeling of being watched had disappeared. He could now maintain this state as long as he wished, indicating that whatever issue he had previously experienced had resolved itself. Moreover, his bracelet had been missing for quite a while, yet no problems had arisen. My 2 servants are lost. I need to find them. But can I go with you? The fox girl had no valid reason to hold Wei-Ong back. She hadn't saved him, and now she was even eating the food he made. Never had she tasted anything so delicious, but instinctively, she knew she couldn't leave the polar region, for doing so would bring uncontrollable danger. No, you said yourself that you shouldn't leave the polar regions. If we add the dangers you mentioned to my bad destiny, you'll end up dead for sure. Wei-Ong mercilessly rejected her request. 2 girls following him around were already enough to cause headaches every day. Adding another person would almost certainly lead to unimaginable consequences. Despite the fox girl's seemingly naive and innocent behavior, he knew he had to be resolute. Otherwise, he'd only end up inviting trouble. Once again, tears welled up in the fox girl's eyes. Wei-Ong knew this was practically her innate skill. She teared up easily when feeling wronged, unless coaxed, at which point her sadness would deepen into genuine sorrow. Wei-Ong sighed deeply within himself. This time, he must be firm. There were millions of beautiful women in the world. Losing this one wouldn't make a difference. If he caved every time he met a woman, he would become an eternal dog of mercy, certainly not what he wanted. He once valued his bachelorhood highly. All this was fleeting clouds of distraction. Saying no means no. I cannot bear the responsibility if something goes wrong. Leaving behind these words, Wei-Ang's body merged into his own shadow beneath him, leaving behind a bonfire, several skewers of roasted meat, and the fox girl curled up tightly, hugging her knees. Her tears silently streamed down her cheeks. The fox girl knew that her fake tears wouldn't fool Wei-Ong this time. Yet, the feeling of loss inside her made her uneasy. She would soon be alone again, unseen by anyone, unremembered by anyone, unable to communicate with anyone, not even sensed by magical beasts. No, it's hard enough to meet someone who can see me and interact with me. Even if I die, I must follow him. A vibrant wave of life emanated from the fox girl, and she saw Wei-Ong rapidly moving forward under the cover of shadows. Unfortunately, he was heading in the wrong direction. To exit, he needed to turn around. Stop right there. The fox girl's voice carried a hint of authority, and the vibrant wave of life instantly caught up to Wei-Ong, forcibly pulling him out of the dark rule and dropping him onto the snow. Seriously? Wei-Ong looked dumbfounded at the puffed-up fox girl. He had already merged with the rule and escaped, yet she could still pull him out? Could it be the power of the rule? I said, I'm going with you. Tears welled in the fox girl's eyes, and her tone bore an air of unyielding determination. Sigh, why is being human so hard? Are you not afraid of death? Wei-Ong remained lying on the ground, gazing quietly at the thick layer of snow, his voice slow as he spoke. Not afraid. Fine, you can come with me, but I take no responsibility for your life or death. Right now, I won't easily deal with you since I need to hurry. Okay. Upon hearing Wei-Ang's agreement, the fox girl wiped away her tears, eagerly nodding, believing that Wei-Ong was once again soft-hearted like before. Hey, can't you slow down a little? Following Wei-Ong as they traveled south for a long time, the heavy snow began to subside slightly, though they were still within the Arctic Circle. Not even the coastline was in sight. The uneasiness growing inside the fox girl deepened, so she couldn't help but shout at Wei-Ong. Wei-Ong didn't respond, maintaining his speed as they continued heading south. It was difficult enough to discern directions in the midst of the blizzard, and if he stopped to rest or slowed down, who knew what might happen? Both Taker and Yi Yu were currently missing, their fates uncertain. Do you really have to leave? As the sparse trees around her diminished, the end of her vision no longer held forests. Instead, a faint light and cool breeze signaled that the coast was near. But the fox girl halted her steps, alarms ringing in her mind. She absolutely couldn't proceed any further. Wei-Ong didn't answer, but emerged from the fusion of the rule. The number of magic cores on his body was scarce, just a few low-ranked ones. To traverse this vast ocean equivalent to a continent would likely result in exhaustion and plunging to death in the sea. Even with sufficient magic cores, if the ocean happened to be between 2 continents, then, well, he'd merely travel from the North Pole all the way to the South Pole. Hey, just as the fox girl took a step to follow Wei-Ong, her chest suddenly flared with pain. Without realizing when, a fist-sized hole had appeared in her chest, bleeding profusely, gradually staining her white robe red. Don't ignore me. Her strength waned as blood flowed from her body, leaving her to lie still amid the snow-covered world, blooming into a crimson flower that dyed the snowy ground beneath her. In her final moments, Wei-Ang's back never turned toward her. Originally, you are this cruel. She sank completely into a state of simulated death. Damn. Shit. The moment she closed her eyes, Wei-Ong returned to her side, staring at her bloody form without pity or sorrow, only the frustration boiling in his chest. What the hell am I doing? Making trouble for myself. Wei-Ong helplessly activated the dark rule, stopping the bleeding from her chest while remaining vigilant around him. When she had been injured just moments ago, there hadn't been the slightest disturbance nearby. If this wound wasn't something she herself possessed, it must have been caused by an extremely powerful assailant. If it was such a strong opponent, they could have easily killed him, so it probably wasn't a master. That left only one possibility. Chapter 83. Petting a fox? After Wei Ong pulled the blood-soaked fox girl back a few steps, a vibrant energy instantly filled her body. Drink. Huh. The fox girl took a deep breath, like someone who had been suffocating for too long and suddenly regained their ability to breathe. She panted heavily, also feeling exceptionally tired. After all, she had lost quite a bit of blood. Strangely, the bloody wound on her chest still existed but was no longer bleeding. Your injury, what happened? Oh good, you didn't leave. Realizing that Wei Ong was behind her, the fox girl became delighted after regaining her awareness. Wound. I don't know. She looked at her chest wound with confusion. She couldn't feel it at all, yet such a piercing injury would have killed anyone else. Same as before, looks like this is your limit. I don't know what power maintains your existence, but just now, once you cross this distance, your injuries could have killed you instantly. So, stay in the Arctic. This way you won't die. No, I'm going to follow you. Seeing that Wei Ong was about to leave, the fox girl, unable to stand up, grabbed his foot. If you go beyond this distance, you'll die? How can you walk when you know your condition? I don't know yours, but clearly you do. I don't know. When I woke up, I was already here. Then, for centuries, no one could see me or sense me. I couldn't even touch them. Do you know how lonely I've been? Silent tears began to fall. That sense of being unable to touch or communicate with others felt no better than being trapped in darkness without any senses. I don't have the ability to take you out. Your strength is greater than mine, so bear with it. One day, your destined person will come find you. Wei Ong frowned slightly. Indeed, that kind of loneliness wasn't easy to endure. Over time, one might not even go crazy. However, he himself was only at 4th level. Wait, wasn't he now at 5th level? He could feel the growing power within him along with the power of his soul. Clearly, as Black Wei Ong had said, everything seemed accurate, but he didn't feel like he'd made any breakthroughs despite time passing. I don't believe in some chosen one. I only know that right now, the only person I can touch and communicate with is you. The fox girl's grip on Wei Ang's hand tightened, and he even felt the bones in his foot crackle from her grasp. Let go. No, I told you to let go. Not gonna. Having no choice, Wei Ong used the dark rule force, transforming part of his leg into a rule state as he did before. Though he couldn't turn rule force into an attack, making parts of his body transform, using rule force was helpful in evading attacks. Seeing Wei Ang's leg blend into darkness, the fox girl turned over and emitted a grass-green fluorescence, grasping his wrist. The black bracelet covered by her hand faintly gave off a greenish glow. Wei Ong was uncomfortable, barely managing to hold his ground, only to realize that he was completely entangled without any recourse. Truly, it was painful yet somewhat enjoyable, considering he was being held by such a beautiful fox spirit girl. As long as it wasn't abnormal, anyone would be pleased to some degree. But under the current circumstances, Wei Ong lacked the qualification. His star fortune as the lone star of heaven rang through his mind constantly. Not getting involved with others was the best approach until his destiny changed after meeting the fated one. Even if it means death, I'm not staying locked up in this cage anymore. The firm words from the fox girl moved Wei Ong. Yes, this distance, isn't it just another cage? A cage where she hadn't communicated with anyone for hundreds of years. It's unimaginable. Okay then, but your wounds. Let's try first. If it doesn't work, take my body with you outside. Her darkened demeanor revealed that death was still hard to accept for anyone. Alright, we don't need more delay anyway. If you die, I'll bury you properly. Thank you. The fox girl loosened her grip on Wei Ang's hand, and the grass-green fluorescence in her palm gradually faded away. Both slowly walked side by side in the direction of leaving the snowy forest. The fox girl stepped forward once reaching a certain distance and immediately spat blood. Wei Ong quickly reacted, pulling her back before it was too late. If she had lingered even a second longer, she might have collapsed again into near-death status. Looks like I really can't get out of here. Weakly leaning against Wei Ang's shoulder, her inner strength immediately went out of balance the moment she stepped outside, returning to her chest once she was pulled back. Only by stabilizing the injury there could she avoid dying from the fatal wound. Use the rule power that you used earlier to envelop yourself, act as a protective shield, then try again. Wei Ong gently supported her, his hands touching the area of her elbows covered by clothing. There was no other way. That abnormally powerful blizzard had left too deep an impression on him, despite the sensation fading quickly. The moment of being torn apart still made his soul shudder. Alright. The fox girl weakly responded, a grass-green fluorescence spreading from the wound on her already blood-stained robe, gradually enveloping her body. Now try again, go. Since the fox girl was still in a weakened state and might return to her previous condition if she stepped out again, it was better to support her. Am I alright? The fox girl tentatively took a step, only feeling a fleeting heart palpitation before returning to normal. Now you try slowly retracting your power. Keep it focused near your wound. Okay. The fluorescence around the fox girl's body gradually converged, concentrating near the wound on her chest. I feel strange. The sudden coquettish breath of the fox girl caught Wei Ong off guard. It's no good. After emitting a soft cry, the fox girl slumped into Wei Ang's arms, her chest heaving as her face flushed bright red, resembling someone who had taken a drug, leaving much to the imagination. Damn it, such bad luck. Weiyang helplessly held the fox girl who had now become dazed and enchanting, though he knew that once she woke up, one slap might end his life. Survival mattered more. So this is how it is. Weiyang sensed that although the fox girl was in this state, her condition seemed to be continuously recovering. That faint but high-tier pressure also imparted some strain on Weiyang, but it was for the best. At least now she was recovering and wouldn't slow him down anymore. Suddenly, the fox girl grabbed the black collar of Weiyang's robe, sliding her hands inside and directly embracing him. Damn it, how cliched. Weiyang sighed uncomfortably to the sky, yet his body remained steadfast. Still, there was nothing much he could do. His spirit felt exhausted as he gazed at the 2 furry ears atop her head and the 3 fluffy tails swaying restlessly behind her. Just petting her should be fine, right? This thought in Weiyang's mind couldn't be suppressed. After all, having spent so much time petting rabbit heads and elf heads, he was somewhat addicted. Just for a while, it shouldn't cause any problems. Weiyang slowly sat down in the snow, the fox girl tightly clinging to him, occasionally letting out seductive sounds. Indeed, it feels like petting a cat, but it's even better than petting a cat. Weiyang's hand lightly ascended to her head, running through her long hair, before coming back to pinch her ears. It was as if his entire soul felt healed. Hoo-hoo. Under Weiyang's skilled hands, the fox girl's occasional breathing slowed, her facial expression relaxing as her hands loosely rested on Weiyang's waist. The tails stopped swinging, gently resting on the ground with occasional flicks. You sure enjoy comfort, huh? What about trying to pet your tail? Weiyang looked at the fox girl with mixed feelings, his eyes increasingly drawn to her bushy tails. Just give it a try. Thought leads to action. Weiyang's sinister hand slowly reached out, capturing one of her tails and gently pulling it toward himself. Seemingly sensing something, the fox girl flipped over in his arms, lying comfortably against Weiyang's chest, naturally cradling her 3 tails in her arms like a pillow. Woohoo! Not bad, the texture is excellent. Weiyang finally succeeded in petting her big tail, occasionally pinching it and smoothing its fur. Unbeknownst to him, as time passed, the fox girl's cheeks grew progressively redder. After a very long while, twilight descended slightly darker, and Weiyang gradually withdrew his hands as the fox girl fell asleep in his arms. Clearly, this distance restriction had been easily removed, according to Weiyang's speculation. This likely had much to do with the rule force within the fox girl. Finding a tree, Weiyang gathered branches to block falling snow above, laying out leaves for a makeshift shelter. After petting her for such a long time, he felt compelled to ensure her comfort. Laying the fox girl down on the bed made of leaves, let's call it a bed, he prepared to leave. Don't leave me. A pale hand caught Weiyang. Apparently, the other party had woken up earlier and been keeping an eye on him. I'll just go hunting, collect some magic cores and food. Besides, the sea area is too wide, so it will take me a while. You can just wait for me here. Weiyang couldn't help but feel a little awkward. He had petted her for so long, and now that she was awake, he felt rather uneasy. Oh, okay, I will wait for you all along. The fox girl's expression dimmed slightly. Having just healed her critical chest wound, for some unknown reason, she couldn't summon her strength anymore. Her body grew weak, hot all over, leaving her to follow Weiyang's command, waiting there until his return. Weiyang responded and walked into the wind and snow, searching for 4-tiered or lower demons. He wouldn't be able to handle 5-tiered ones, it wasn't possible. After all, with the support of Rule Force, Weiyang found slaying these demons below 4-tier very easy. With Rule Force flowing through his hands, merely its presence made the demons tremble in fear on the ground. As for the 5th-tier ones, Weiyang couldn't penetrate their defenses. He selected only the finest tendon meat, cuts from the abdomen alternating between fat and lean tissue. Afterward, Weiyang dumped all these demon corpses, cows, wolves, rabbits, among others, in front of a 5th-tier demon's den. It was a hard winter for everyone, anyway, and since he could never consume all at once, letting the demons handle it seemed like the best idea. Carrying his spoils, naturally storing the magic cores close to him, and shouldering dozens of pounds of meat, Weiyang began making his way back as the sky grew darker, the cold current intensifying. I wonder how she is doing. That wound on her chest must have been significant. She looked like a blood person entirely drenched red. Weiyang pondered various thoughts before finally catching sight of the shelter he built beneath the tree. Should I observe first? Weiyang also started calculating carefully in his mind, taking advantage of the wind and snow to cover his approach, sneaking around quietly to check on the fox girl's reaction. How much longer do I need to wait? Why isn't he back yet? The fox girl looked eagerly toward the direction where Weiyang had left, her eyes filled with anticipation and worry, alongside a faint trace of sorrow. I'm back. Seeing her like this moved Weiyang deeply. His dreams for the one he'd loved once revolved around moments like this. Mutual embrace until death. Unfortunately, reality was harsh. It's good that you're back. Seeing Weiyang's silhouette, all emotions in the fox girl's eyes were replaced by joy, filling her heart with warmth. This man truly hadn't deceived her. He came back as promised. It's getting colder outside. Here, let me lend you this to warm yourself. Weiyang summoned the light sphere stored in his right hand and handed it to the fox girl. Wah! The fox girl's eyes were instantly captivated by the sparkling light ball. She gently cradled it with her hands, feeling warmth not only in her touch, but also warming her heart. Boom! Weiyang gathered some branches and used the core from the fire wolf he killed earlier to start a fire. Despite being protected by energy that allowed them to ignore the chill, warmth from a fire still felt comforting to the soul. stretching his hands closer to the flames, and even putting them inside momentarily. All he felt was warmth. Burns were easily ignored. Being powerful has its advantages. Weiyang pulled his hand back, watching it turn somewhat black. A flash of dark energy flowed over it, and his hand restored itself to its original state before it was burned. In his heart, a sigh of appreciation arose. Once, life had been so fragile: fire, drowning, smashing injuries, car accidents. Every accidental incident could easily take away someone's life. But now, apart from ordinary people, even they had the protection of strong warriors and the nation, ensuring 90% of regular folk lived until natural death without worrying about unforeseen accidents happening. Chapter 84, The Burden. Get some rest. Tonight, I still need to collect some magic cores just in case. Once I've gathered enough, I'll leave. Weiyang sat by the fire, staring quietly into the flames. In the beast forest of the far north during the night, it was the beast's time. This one fire stood out conspicuously, but no magical beasts dared to come close. The pressure from the interaction of two grand laws was not insignificant. When I'm recovered, I'll help you. The fox woman hugged her furry tail as a pillow, unsure if her cheeks were red or flushed due to the firelight. Sleep then. If you're hungry, let me know and I'll cook meat for you. Okay. After a brief exchange of words, the fox woman slept peacefully. A few centuries of slumber paled in comparison to today's simple bed of leaves. After all, being a useless cultivator meant Weiyang felt an unusual quietness this night. Time passed as he watched the fire gradually diminish, the red embers turning into white ashes before slowly being covered by falling snowflakes, signaling that dawn had arrived. After all, in this world there wasn't a real sun, merely a distinction between night and day. Thus, on every section of land, even at the poles, night and day remained consistent. Did you not sleep? The fox woman woke up slowly, and the first thing she saw was Weiyang sitting quietly beside the extinguished fire, lost in thought. Joy lit up her eyes uncontrollably. My situation is somewhat special. I don't need to rest. How about your condition? I've recovered quite a bit. I should have reached the 7th rank. The fox woman stretched out her hand, still holding the warm light sphere Weiyang had given her. However, the sphere was now tinged with a grass-green glow, exuding a strong sense of vitality. That's good. Once I've accumulated enough magic cores, I'll leave. You'll also be free from the distance restriction, allowing you to go wherever you wish. Weiyang pocketed the light sphere that had turned green. For some reason, his heart felt strange and unpleasant. I'll be going now. You do what you like. Weiyang stood up and stretched his somewhat stiff body. After all, he hadn't reached the 7th rank yet. His body still shared similarities with an ordinary person's. Staying in one position for too long made him feel as though his bones had rusted. Can't. I wait for you. The fox woman watched Weiyang leave without any sign of attachment, feeling a flicker of disappointment in her heart. Evidently, what had happened yesterday wasn't enough to bind them together. She hesitated for a moment, glanced back at the shelter they had built, and then waved her hand, casting a layer of light over the simple shelter until it disappeared from the space around them. If I get another chance, I will come back. The fox woman turned around and quickly followed Weiyang, who had already begun using his laws to search for magical beasts. A day's rest had healed her fatal wounds, restoring her power to the 7th rank, enabling her to easily keep up with Weiyang. Still, effortlessly grabbing hold of Weiyang, who was law-infused, was now less achievable. The 5th one. Weiyang once again collected the magic core of a 2nd-rank snow rabbit. Unlike the rabbits found in the 4 continents, these polar snow rabbits weren't weak and swift. They were the size of small calves, with soft long fur, blood-red eyes, and exceptionally sharp incisors. They traveled in groups numbering thousands upon thousands. If other magical beasts encountered a group of snow rabbits, anything below the 7th rank would certainly perish. Only someone as stubborn as Weiyang could survive against them while wielding law-based strength, ignoring physical and magical attacks, and slaughtering them mercilessly one by one. Perhaps I should switch to another species. Although these rabbits can't harm me, we shouldn't disrupt ecological balance lightly. Even after obtaining 10 more magic cores, Weiyang began to feel a bit uneasy. After all, rabbits were lives too. Killing too many of them made him feel like a villain. Weiyang noticed a trail of fluorescent green light chasing behind him and instantly merged with the darkness, seeking another target. You'd better not interfere, just watch quietly. Don't ask why I'm not exterminating them. I have my reasons. Weiyang's telepathic message lingered, leaving the fox woman governed by luminous laws rather confused. Nevertheless, she refrained from throwing dangerous spheres of light and resumed pursuing Weiyang. If he asked, she wouldn't act lest she increase any distaste he might feel toward her. She listens pretty well. Too bad, I can't bring her along. Although, forget it, men understand. Weiyang subtly glanced at the numerous rabbits still visible within his sight and felt slightly relieved. It wasn't that he feared being attached to them, but more so the unintended consequences his words might bring. Originally, these beings below the 7th rank, once pulled into Weiyang's laws, would quickly be forcibly filled by the rules and die. However, this kind of death was far too horrifying compared to being stabbed by a sword, so Weiyang wouldn't pull them in, but rather chose to exit through the window, kill them outside, take their magic cores, re-enter the window, and continue his journey. Time passed slowly as Weiyang hunted his prey, and the fox woman watched quietly. Occasionally, they would stop for a barbecue. The number of stars in the sky kept flickering. That flicker was the proof of one 9th-rank master falling while another stepped up. Meanwhile, an atmosphere of sorrow seemed to spread throughout the Xuanhuan world, especially noticeable during the brief moments when the stars flickered. On average, 1 or 2 stars would flicker per day, and every week, 1 star's position would dim, taking 2 or 3 days to light up again. Ninth-rank masters began to fall one after another, and a tense atmosphere started spreading across the xuanhuan world. After 2 years, those prodigy-level individuals who had once participated in the xuanhuan world competitions had long since broken through to the 7th rank. Those entering the top 10 had all reached the 9th rank and were practicing the art of creating avatars, always prepared to fill the star's protection shield array eyes. Among them, the most prominent were xuanhuan and his Kunlun 5-member team. Xuanhuan was Lianshan's sword transformed into a passionate love sword. He was flanked by 2 peerless beauties. His deep and focused affection moved his childhood sweetheart, xuanhuan, deeply after she had once left him. After the conclusion of the prodigy competition, his longtime admirer from his sect, his junior sister, launched an even more frenzied pursuit of him. At a drinking party where he sought to drown his sorrows, the next morning found him waking up in his junior sister's bed, leaving no turning back. Later, upon the return of his childhood sweetheart, she could only accept the existence of his junior sister. Their trio's relationship was unusually harmonious and warm, making countless people envious. When Jiqiang comprehended the Tai Chi Way, which was the fusion rule, a branch of the grand light and darkness rules involving the blending of yin and yang, extraordinarily profound. Integrating secret manuals that had split during the previous Sealing Demon War with the Northern Continent's Zhuge family, he brushed against the edge of the Fate Rule. However, having already reached the 9th rank, he needed to comprehend the Grand Rule, requiring at least 1,000 years. As for Si Shui, specializing in the Battle Rule, it was similar to the Strength Rule, a principle his body itself naturally grasped. During periods of heightened battle spirit, even death couldn't extinguish him. When the battle spirit subsided, only a single breath remained. If within that fleeting instant, the breath wasn't renewed, reviving him, then the unique battle spirit law would dissipate into the world, awaiting someone else to gather it anew. Huqi, as a space rule adept, shared the same affinity with other extraordinary figures like Xuanhuan, Li Wenbo, and the Dragon Clan, possessing innate harmony with their destined rules far surpassing ordinary people, even surpassing general 7th rank experts. Finally, Wu Guxing's path was relatively unremarkable, but without defeat. His large saber danced gracefully in his hands. He possessed no rule affinity, no exceptional talents, and was the oldest among the group, yet his remarkable skill made up for everything. Mastery of technique led him close to the essence of the rule itself. Though not proficient in any particular rule, his prowess enabled even peak 7th rank or 8th rank rule-merged experts to struggle defeating him. As for others, the Sea race's Beiluo Emperor, Beast race's Huqi, Nen continent's Ma Dong, etc., rose through sheer talent, counting among the upper echelons of prodigies, securing a place in the final showdowns. And truly deserving the title of Heaven's Pride and Plain Sun, Fengzhong was stood out as such a figure. By mastering the sword way, he surpassed the limitations of mere rule-based power, achieving the state of simplicity in the Great Tao. Yet this was merely relative. His story somewhat conformed to the template expected of a Plain Sun. And our protagonist? He was originally destined for the Plain Sun template too, but his soul force barely measured up to a child's worth. Thus, opportunities and glories that were originally his are slipping away. Now if he can hold on to just a few of them, that's good enough. Enough to keep the story interesting. Otherwise, this book would have ended long ago. He also collected meat and several magic cores from wolves, foxes, oxen, stone giants, tree men. After removing some meat and all the cores, Wei Ong found a cliff face, dug out a rudimentary cave as shelter. Though snow didn't settle on him, having a roof over his head brought a small comfort. It gave him mental solace. Have something to eat and rest early. Your strength isn't fully restored, otherwise you'd have surpassed me long ago, not just follow. Wei Ong skillfully started a fire, his proficiency with the Dark Rule after using it for so long, now reaching 5th rank. With this ability, he could still manage simple uses of the rule to store items. For others, such methods were too extravagant, as accumulating rule power was not easy. However, his body had become one of the sources of the Dark Rule. Perhaps after that time when the Dark Rule split and created Black Wei Ong, his own body began to feel less like his own. But it was convenient in some ways, so that wasn't necessarily bad. The fox woman played with her skewer of meat, mumbling an indistinct response. She wondered herself why she continued to follow Wei Ong. Was it because of hundreds of years of loneliness? Or something else, like the kebab she now held in her hand? Eating saltless roasted meat, though not greasy or dry, lacked the flavor of salt, so Wei Ong couldn't eat too much. Still, any edible flesh surviving in the polar regions must be magical beast meat. I wonder how Takaru and the Shadow are doing. Looking out at the heavy snowstorm outside, something strange struck Wei Ong. The falling snow obscured visibility, but its depth underfoot remained unchanged. Clearly, this frigid climate wasn't naturally occurring. As expected, things here were predetermined like day and night, and this realization left Wei Ong slightly disquieted. Everyone dislikes being controlled. This kind of weather manipulation irritated him just a little. But then, beyond this world lay endless darkness without stars or planets. Wei Ong came to understand that if not for controlling the weather, perhaps no life would have been able to form on this land at all. They'll be fine. How do you know? Wei Ong turned sharply in surprise after hearing the foxwoman's reply. He hadn't said those words aloud. They had only lingered in his thoughts. So, had he unintentionally vocalized them? I didn't. It's my natural talent. I can read some unprotected thoughts. Unprotected? Yes, like your earlier thought. That feeling of wanting someone to hear it is unprotected. But I can't access other thoughts. Weiyang scrutinized the fox woman suspiciously. Mind-reading talent? And unprotected? Such abilities sounded unreliable to him, especially since the woman seemed deliberately intent on following him. The depth of his own innermost secrets, so many aspirations, countless unspoken words, often reduced to mere sighs, could prove dangerous in another's hands. Weiyang didn't have the habit of gossiping or intentionally trying to learn everything about someone. He believed the truth could only be discerned through personal experience over time. Words were both real and deceptive, and relying on them alone was too risky for him. Really? You still don't believe me? Seeing Wei Ang's contemplative look, even a blind person could tell he doubted her. Whether or not she lied was her own secret, unknown to anyone. I don't believe you. But here's a word for you. Sometimes knowing too much is only burdensome. Otherwise, you might change yourself entirely. Weiyang struggled to describe his current state. The ideal self he once imagined had vanished, and now he didn't even know who he truly was, what he wanted, his dreams, his pursuits. All obliterated by life, the world, human relations. Burdensome, huh? The fox woman reflected deeply and ceased peering into Weiyang's mind. As she silently chewed her kebab, Weiyang, lacking telepathic ability, had no way of sparking conversation himself. This might explain why he'd stayed single for so long. Chapter 85, Obstruction. A few days passed, and the two were hunting, eating kebabs, staying in a rudimentary shelter. Such a regular life would have made Weiyang want to maintain this orderly yet free lifestyle indefinitely if he hadn't been reminded from time to time that there were still people he needed to find. Your strength has recovered enough, and I've almost collected all the magic cores I need. Now, it's time for me to go. Weiyang merged into the darkness, watching the fluorescent green figure weaving through this pale space as he slowly spoke. Do you not have any place you'd like to go? Or do you want to see other places? Not for now. All right then. Weiyang had no way of dealing with her, but still had his own matters to attend to. He marched directly towards the coastline, stepping into the maritime region where snowflakes gradually disappeared. The white continent visible through the window was swiftly retreating. Weiyang didn't feel any nostalgia about it. After all, he had only stayed there for 10 days or half a month, most of which was spent hunting. Feelings? They didn't exist here. Feelings were accumulations over time. Short-term connections were merely rest stops, not worth lamenting or reminiscing over. He continued heading south across the vast ocean. Whether within the frame of vision or this pale world, only the sea remained. Remember, though the polar continents are circular, they are separated from the four main continents by a ring-shaped sea, whose distance is not shorter than the distances between the four mainlands. 7 days and nights later, he was finally nearing his destination. It seems our luck is good, though I wonder which continent this will be. Weiyang gazed at the land appearing on the horizon, feeling quite emotional. The sensation of being cloistered for an unknown period without knowing the year or month is truly unpleasant. Of course, the climate in Xuanhuan is always controlled. As he approached the northernmost tip of one of the four great continents, snow began to fall again. At the north and south ends of these four great continents, the weather might be similar, but there's no heavy snowfall at sea. It appears only at the edges of the four great continents or the two polar continents. It's as if deliberately arranged. The poles have snow while the central areas enjoy pleasant climates. Even though artificially set up, this arrangement made Weiyang nostalgic for his past life. Better return early. I'm not sure how long this mission of mine lasted. Talking about that storm, it was powerful. My body got torn apart. My consciousness survived, but my 5 senses were deprived. A truly awful feeling. Weiyang remembered the instant when his body was ripped apart. The pain was less significant compared to the clarity of the experience, completely unable to communicate with anything external. A terrifying darkness without even a sense of breathing haunted him. No matter how many times he experienced it, he never grew accustomed. Self-hypnosis was his only way out. Not sure how much time passed. As Weiyang moved forward, the snow covering the earth and forest became thinner. In the distance, a towering city wall appeared in sight. Finally, Weiyang's spirits lifted. Looking at the emerald silhouette beside him, he couldn't help but sigh. He really needed to change his nature. He wasn't planning on having a harem anyway, so why couldn't he bring himself to let go? Just adding trouble for nothing. So, it's the southern continent. Seeing these yellow-tinted buildings, he didn't waste much effort gathering information. Selling some magic cores at the auction house would earn coins. Spending a little coin could get useful intelligence. Next stop, home. Weiyang tossed a second-stage magic core into his mouth, and once again merged into the darkness realm, speeding through the pale world while ignoring the pouting vixen beside him. You plan to leave me behind again? The vixen reluctantly retracted her gaze. This was the first time she'd seen a human city, and without the heavy snow. It was indeed beautiful, but something deep within her warned that this place was no good destination. Transforming into an emerald light, she plunged into Weiyang's darkness, following closely after his form. It's been 2 years. I should venture out once more. A peculiar figure flickered between visibility and invisibility, casting a glance back at the fog-filled canyon behind him. Though he gained much during the secluded journey at the bottom of the cliff, he lost even more. The lineage of soul cultivation. Am I the last one standing? His expression hardened. Regardless, I'll visit that guy Weiyang first. Don't know why, but his alter ego seems to have vanished these 2 years, and Weiyang himself seems different. I hope it's not what I suspect. His serious demeanor carried a lingering worry that wouldn't disperse. With this thought, he set off straight for Weiyang's residence. also the town of Weiyang, his home. 2 years. Weiyang, your life hasn't been tranquil these past 2 years. Surpassing the geniuses of every path. Still, I hope that you remain yourself. Otang's dark skin now bore many more scars, especially the one that ran from the upper left corner of his head, across his nose, and down to his right jawline. Terrifying to behold. Simply dressed with just a canvas bag in tow, he set off lightly laden from this middle city of the West continent behind him. His life in military service over these past few years was no easy affair. Who could have guessed that on every continent there were still remnants of the heretics from the Sealed Demon War? In some areas, the infection had become so pervasive that they had turned into forbidden zones. These places, being rather special, could only be dealt with through sealing measures. Later on, they became known as secret realms where the younger generation would undergo trials to strengthen their abilities. However, entering them meant facing nearly certain death. Each city would select merely one person to enter. That is to say, out of all the cities on the West continent, only 10 individuals, representing the 10 major cities, were allowed entrance, and for most, if even one person survived to come out alive, it was already considered fortunate. The terror brought by the heretics persisted as each year, the 5 emperors of humanity continued to reinforce the seals while gradually weakening the strength of the heretics within these infected regions. It's been 2 years, Mike. Everything's getting better. Let's go back and meet again. Eileen clutched a transparent gemstone in her hand, a token Mike had given her when they met on the southern part of the West continent. This pure soul condensation crystal could enhance her with attribute further. Both Eileen and Mike had fallen for each other. The details don't need further elaboration. Dressed in nun's robes, Eileen also embarked on her northern journey home. 2 years, huh? Feels really long. Weiyang, you always manage to surprise me. I just hope that this time, it isn't alarming. Mike gazed solemnly at the distant sky. Since that day 2 years ago, Xinling Weiyang's behavior had become erratic and unpredictable. Traveling in and out of various secret realms, including some permanently sealed polluted secret realms, had not escaped notice. While the aura of Xinling still lingered, something about it didn't feel quite right. Almost there. Once we cross this sea, we're done. Weiyang advanced eastward for 7 days before finally catching sight of the coastline. Crossing the sea according to his speed would take another 7 days. The heavens frequently displayed strange phenomena, lightning, torrential rains. These forces tore through space and struck directly against him. But instead of causing physical pain, the agony manifested on his soul. Clearly, someone didn't want him to return, and at least 9-tiered strength must be involved. After all, natural phenomena breaking through cosmic laws like this weren't random occurrences. Who would believe such claims? The pain inflicted on the soul was 10 times worse than equivalent physical pain. This greatly slowed Weiyang's pace, leaving him with no choice but to retreat from the cosmic law's state, finding shelter to hide temporarily. However, the fox girl accompanying him couldn't see or sense any of these celestial signs. For her, what appeared to be real like thunderstorms, hail, or heavy rain seemed illusory between herself and the outside world. Yet upon touching him, these forces caused excruciating pain. What in the world? Weiyang watched the streaks of white lightning only he could see, unsure how many times he'd been struck already. That was why he remained stalled along the eastern coast of the South continent, without progressing further. Initially, he thought he was being punished by heaven, but then realized it wasn't exactly that. So they're stopping me from going back? Never gonna happen. With determination, Weiyang consumed a 3rd-tier magic core, unleashing powerful, unruly spiritual energy surging violently inside him. At the same time, he harnessed his power, diving into the dark cosmic law as flashes of lightning began to strike him. Ah, damn it, that hurts. Weiyang gritted his teeth through the discomfort, furiously channeling even more power. He held several earthbound cores in his mouth to sustain this overdriven advance, alleviating the soul-piercing pain while moving forward at breakneck speed. His strength was depleting incredibly fast, yet the speed was remarkable. A 7-day journey might well be shortened to 3 or even 2 days. Damn it. If you won't let me go back, then fine. I'll force my way back. After being struck repeatedly for half a day, Weiyang's patience wore thin. Even a sage wouldn't stay calm forever, and he certainly wasn't a sage. Such evident obstacles attempting to prevent his return felt wrong. Because of this very fact, he knew he had to go back even more resolutely. A tiger, even if reduced to a dried fish, if not flipped, remains just that, but even dried fish bones can cut deep enough to draw blood when necessary. Huff, huff, huff. Tormented by lightning, hailstones, and all sorts of climates, Weiyang's vision blurred. He didn't know when he had disengaged from the dark cosmic law, but now there was only one thought in his mind. No matter what, he must return to take a look, even if just briefly. 4th-tier magic cores carried immense power that his body struggled to endure, but under such consumption, he had once partaken of a 4th-tier core. Indeed, such enormous energy barely lasted him a while before needing replenishment. Every second pushed his spirit and explosive force to its limits, continuously depleting his strength. What happened to him? The fox girl had been speeding forward with Weiyang for a whole day. From the start, Weiyang furrowed his brows, became angry, then calm, and silently cursed, gradually growing numb. He couldn't fuse with the cosmic laws anymore, his vitality seemingly being continuously drained, which she noticed was off, but left her utterly clueless. Huff! Weiyang felt his eyelids getting heavy, yet he tried to stay alert. We should be close now. This isn't the time to rest. Just push until we reach home, and rest wherever. Shaking his head to suppress the drowsiness creeping into his mind, Weiyang swallowed another 3rd-tier magic core, to maintain his speed. Enduring long stretches of climate attacks, his body now felt sore all over, though he knew it wasn't due to physical injury. It stemmed from spiritual torment. If someone skilled in soul cultivation or even a 9th-tier powerhouse were present, they'd likely notice Wei Yang's soul body riddled with cracks like broken glass. It was worse than what was visible on his body. No, denser than those concealed fissures, making him seem as if at any moment he could crumble into dust with the wind. However, in some subtle places, it was possible to see his minuscule fragmented soul merging painfully and slowly with his battered flesh. Only this brutal method, kneading his soul like sand and rubbing it forcefully into his body, could marginally hasten the process. Faster, faster, I can see it. Spotting the horizon where the coastline emerged, Wei Yong lifted his drooping eyelids once more and swallowed the final 4th-tier magic core, increasing his speed further. At this point, even the lightning and hail trying to impede him seemed not as painful anymore. I'm back. With his foot stepping onto the western coast of the West Continent, Wei Yong collapsed unconscious instantly. His sand-like soul couldn't hold out any longer, scattering as countless specks across every part of Wei Yang's body, causing his life signs to fade away. Tisk, sometimes you're so naive. Thinking danger always comes in an instant? No, there are also slow-burning crises. Another figure identical to Wei Yong emerged slowly from his shadow after he fell, differing only by the wristbands of a belief spirit adorning his hands. Fox girl, have you made your choice? Good. Black Wei Yong extended his hand toward the fox girl, gathering the emerald green light layers surrounding her into his palm. This green glow kept shifting, turning colorful at times, others purely green, fluctuating constantly. Nature, finally here. Black Wei Yong crushed the accumulated green multicolored ball with his palm, letting the colorful radiance surge along his arm, eventually converging into a diamond-shaped emerald seal upon his shoulder before fading into his body. At the same time, Wei Yang's body began to transform unusually. The initially stable black attire started melting, gradually covering Wei Yong entirely, resembling a black mummy that floated steadily about a meter above the ground. The turning point of fate begins. Eyes glowing multicolor, Black Wei Yong shone light onto the wrapped body, focusing it into a radiant spot, slowly sinking into the mummy. At the location of Wei Yang's right hand, a faint green-tinged white sphere struggled under layers of darkness. Fox girl, since you've made your choice, your destiny is bound to his now. Watch over him here. If we fail, you'll regain your freedom. If we succeed, well, let success dictate how things go. With these words spoken calmly by Black Wei Yong, he merged into the shadows again, departing from the west coast. A turning point of fate? Lost in thought, the fox girl gazed at the black-wrapped mummy before her, pondering something unknown. Chapter 86. True, Fate Turning Point. Leaving decisively, Black Wei Yong allowed the fox girl to guard on sight. Her original 8th rank power flickered between different stages, sometimes perceived as merely a novice at the 1st rank, other times as a powerful 8th ranker, unsettling those around her with unpredictable fluctuations in strength. Simultaneously, the mummy that represented Wei Yong entered its transformation stage, an inexplicable mystique enveloping it. Subtle pink light streams diffused gently, melding one by one into his form. Despite the complete disappearance of his presence, an aura suggested preordained certainty lingered beyond understanding. Lord Wei Yong has returned. Back in Wei Yong town, Tarky sensed something in the direction of the western sky and quietly spoke. Really? Yeo was somewhat surprised as well. The two of them had personally witnessed Wei Yong being crushed by the blizzard when they left. They also searched in the polar regions, but there was no trace of him. Reluctantly, they could only return and wait for him. By now, Tarky had reached the peak of the 8th rank, mastering the dark rule. She never stopped sensing Wei Yang's presence. Using the rule's power day and night to constantly scan the polar region took a massive toll on both her soul and body. A part of her body had already begun to be assimilated by the rules, but without corresponding insights into these rules, continuing this way would lead to her dissipating as rules in heaven and earth. Fortunately, at that moment, she sensed Wei Yang's existence. Let's go. I'll take you there. Okay. Yeo held Tarky's hand, and the two merged into the shadow on the ground, speeding toward the west coast. Someone's coming. The fox girl suddenly looked towards the forest, sensing two streams of dark energy approaching. Her aura remained firmly at 5th rank, matching Wei Yang's, though her actual combat power equaled that of a 7th rank master. Neither of them could defeat her. She too could use the laws, but with far fewer reserves of law power and spiritual energy. However, in short bursts, she could unleash attacks of 8th rank strength. We've arrived. Master Wei Yong is here. Is someone here? Tarky emerged from a shadow beside Wei Yong and immediately saw the fox girl, along with the nearby black mummy. Could you tell me what happened to Master Wei Yong? Master Wei Yong? Him? Yes. Oh, it seems he's called Wei Yong. Who are you? I'm Tarky, Master Wei Yang's maid. I'm Yeo, also Master Wei Yang's maid. Tarky admitted it freely, whereas Yeo still felt somewhat awkward about it, although deep down she had already accepted it. Maid? Servant? Yes, something like that. A person identical to him just left, talking about some turning point of fate, then left. After that, Wei Yong became like this. Turning point of fate? Tarky glanced at the fox girl, aware that she must have been covering up something. However, Tarky had her own ideas. Black Wei Yang's various major deeds over the past 2 years, entering various secret realms to obtain rule powers. By now, he should have acquired no less than 100 rules. Even among the top 10 rules, besides reincarnation, time, and annihilation, he had understood and used all others. And this turning point of fate was something he often mentioned, saying he needed to compensate Wei Yong. This allowed Tarki to have a bit of understanding. Alright, I'm going to take Master Wei Yong back now. You do as you please. Tarki walked towards the mummy that was Wei Yong. Despite his current absence of soul vibrations and life signs, the slowly swirling fate rule power gave her quite a bit of confidence. On the day when the fate turns and flowers bloom, before wishes are fully realized. This was the clue given to Tarki by Black Wei Yong, and now the pivotal moment of the fate's turn had arrived. Wait, just a moment. Seeing Tarki and Yayo about to take Wei Yong away, the fox girl couldn't help but speak out urgently. Huh? Do you have anything else to say? Or, will you obstruct me? Dark energy surged around Tarki, radiating an incredibly overpowering presence. At this point, she could effortlessly trounce any average 9th rank master, yet she didn't want to transcend to the 9th rank, for no other reason than wanting to stay by Wei Yang's side. That was her wish right now. Even if the Xian Tian realm shattered, she would accompany him until the very end. No, it's not like that. Can I come along? No, I mean, can I stay by his side? Huh, Tarki was baffled, as was Yayo. The three beautiful young women stared silently at each other, their eyes filled with intense shock. Following that shock came a subtle sense of jealousy and curiosity. After a bit of communication, Tarki took a deep breath and looked at the fox girl with a mixture of pity. She seemed like someone who could relate to her own struggles. Don't rush to decide to stay. Since you don't have anywhere to go now, I can take you in. But once you find your purpose for living, feel free to leave whenever you want. Okay. The fox girl looked at Tarki with gratitude, touched that anyone who could see her turned out to be so kind. But, you're not allowed to seduce Master Wei Yong. Tarki suddenly thrust her face in front of the fox girl, staring at her very seriously and angrily. The fox girl was utterly confused. What did seduce mean? Was it my fault for being charming? Yes, don't you dare seduce him. You're already a fox spirit. Master Wei Yong wouldn't be able to control himself. Yayo obediently stayed behind Tarki, nodding as if everything made perfect sense. Good. The fox girl didn't refute this, slightly lowering her head to show compliance. However, a flash of alluring charm crossed her eyes unnoticed by anyone. After all, foxes were generally sly and seductive. Moreover, since you mentioned it, I might as well try. That's good then. Yayo, keep an eye on her. Now let's go. Tarki lifted Wei Yong, now in the form of a black mummy. Yayo placed one hand on Tarki's shoulder and another on the fox girl's, and the four of them merged into the shadows on the ground before swiftly returning to a familiar place, Xuanhuan Town. A mat was laid out, and Wei Yong was placed on the table in the living room. A pink radiance swirling around him was dreamlike and enchanting. Just by looking, one could feel their emotions pacify, becoming peaceful and harmonious. Within the pink light, it felt as though it contained a lifetime, always drawing attention. And with Tarki reaching the peak of the 8th rank, she naturally realized that this was a manifestation of a rule, a unique sensation that rules carried, unforgettable. It was just like when she initially accepted the dark rule, the mysterious and surveilled feeling making her feel how insignificant she truly was. But back then, the existence within the dark rule seemed not overly focused on her, gathering instead around Wei Yong, giving her plenty of opportunities to seize a large portion of the dark rule, eventually masking the feeling of being observed. In other words, Tarki had completely mastered the dark rule. It was just that its core wasn't within her anymore. If she were to break through to the 9th rank, she would quickly reach the stage of condensing souls using rule power. After all, to some extent, she had become a physical manifestation of the dark rule. The only one who could match her was the dark dragon. But the dark dragon's power was still in its infancy, incapable of resisting Tarki's plunder. By the time the dark dragon matured, either Tarki would have long turned to dust, or she would have already ascended to divinity. You'll sleep upstairs. Yayo and I will stay downstairs. Okay, good. The fox girl meekly accepted Tarki's arrangements. After all, from the looks of it, aside from Master Wei Yong, this home was under Tarki's management. Everything was tidy and orderly, showing no resemblance to the conduct of a maid but rather that of a mistress. Being newly arrived, it was best to act humbly for now. After all, she had plenty of time. This way, she'd also gain a companion with whom to exchange ideas. She'd waited over 300 years, so she wasn't anxious now. Sister Tarki, what should we do? It seems like Master Wei Yong has brought another woman. Truly, don't say that, Yayo. Do you not understand Master Wei Yang's nature yet? If you don't want to stay by Master Wei Yang's side, these schemes can go ahead without you. But don't blame me for not warning you. If you wish to remain beside Master Wei Yong, all we can do is quietly stay behind him, waiting for time to pass. There will surely come a moment when Master Wei Yong turns around. Otherwise, before we know it, time will carry him away. But, Yayo's pointed ears twitched slightly, her expression filled with melancholy. Do as I say. After all, I may be the one who understands Master Wei Yong the most. Neither the Tao nor even Master Wei Yong himself knows him as thoroughly. Alright, I'll listen to you. Tarki reached out to ruffle the dark elf's head. Sometimes, letting her interact too much with the outside world was unwise, it bred doubt. But staying isolated meant she wouldn't appreciate the present goodness. Tarki looked softly at the black mummy that Wei Yong had transformed into. At some point, she realized she had grown accustomed to this carefree and spontaneous lifestyle. 2 months passed, and Feng Zhonghua of the Kunlun sect finally finished refining his own avatar. Resolutely, he headed toward the celestial star's array. under the watchful eyes of his two partners. This first prodigy of the Xiantian realm journeyed to the front line to resist the invaders. Representatives from other races were also gradually arriving. However, such a young person heading off before their offspring were even born was unprecedented, indicating a shift in the strategies of the invaders. During these 2 months, Tarky and Yayo had become quite harmonious with the fox girl. This simple-minded and seemingly innocent fox girl, who understood everything yet appeared to know nothing, had decided to leave Wenyang town under Tarky's persuasion and deception. She wanted to experience the mortal world. After all, Tarky herself, after Wei Yang's departure, had once wandered through the coldness and warmth of the world before deciding to stay behind. It was only in this place of purity that she could return to her true self, free from schemes, conspiracies, and hatred. Cut it out, 2 months already, and adding up naturally, it's still too slow. Black Wei-ong looked at the glowing screen appearing before him, which showed a scene akin to an isolated paradise. Countless flowers, towering trees, and bright light, clearly indicating an extraordinarily beautiful environment. However, its one drawback was the absence of any living creatures. There's no way around it. My strength is too far behind Xiantian. Even though I'm just modifying the destiny patterns, judging by the current state, it will take another 3 days. In the isolated paradise on the glowing screen, a translucent figure floated up and down. This was Wei-ong. Within the isolated paradise, strands of pink radiance continuously weaved through his transparent body, each pass taking away a streak of yellow aura and causing part of the environment to wither. But it would quickly be restored automatically. You keep going. Judging by the situation, the heretical path users are about to detect you. Be cautious. Our star barrier isn't as strong as Xiantian's. Thank you for your efforts over these years. Not at all. Between us, there's no need for such formalities. But I also want to relax like a lazy bum. Haha, just joking. Wait for my good news. On the matter of reincarnation, I've started to have some ideas. Hehe. Alright. Black Wei-ong waved his hand, and the glowing screen dissipated. Now, he didn't need to conceal the connection between himself and Duan Tiandao anymore. Xiantian had already known about it. He merely feared that if those 9th-ranked powerful beings became aware, they might try to study the forces of another world and harbor improper thoughts. But now, there was no longer any concern. His power stood firm. A year ago, the battle against the god-level Golden Dragon had given Black Wei-ong the necessary leverage. If forced into a desperate situation, he wouldn't hesitate to drag billions of lives in Xiantian into the cycle of reincarnation. After all, even a deity couldn't withstand the invasion of heretical path users. Therefore, the high-level combatants of Xiantian chose compromise. This allowed Black Wei-ong to gather countless principles. For example, the special law of force he comprehended came from the hands of the mermaid King Bello, and the law of war relied on the strength of Martial Sea. The remaining laws, annihilation, reincarnation, and fate, were still without progress. Once these 3 laws could be understood and their seed crystallized, the laws of the Ming-Duan place would be completed. At that time, the flowers would turn into flowers of the other shore, the trees into locust trees, and the great river into the true Yellow Spring River. The Ming-Duan place would transform into the underworld, a haven for all deceased souls in the cosmic cracks, including the heretics, assuming that the Ming-Duan place doesn't ascend prematurely. Then everything will improve. As for ascending, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Within a magical beast cave, a body constructed entirely of gray mist hovered. The law of fate? It seems we still won't get to meet you. Cheetah held a crystal ball, inside of which was Wei-ong transformed into a black mummy. Rest assured, even if we cannot meet, we'll always be brothers. Cheetah waved his hand, and a pale gray radiance merged into the crystal ball. It then appeared above Wei-yang's body within the crystal ball, subsequently blending with Wei-ong through the pink glow. Chapter 87. The Change of Destiny. Cheetah put away the crystal ball. This was also their 4-person agreement. For this slacker-like brother, all they could do was to try their best to bear his burdens and move forward. The inheritor of the Huxiu line, the holy maiden of the Alice Church, the king of soldiers in the army, and the traveling genius, the achievements of these 4 people had already gained a bit of fame in Xiantian world. However, compared to those particularly powerful individuals, they were like stars beside the moon. Though not eye-catching, their strength could not be underestimated. Their reunion coincided perfectly, with Wei-ong not yet arrived. This allowed them to discuss things thoroughly. After a collective plan, all 4 of them unified their efforts, each dividing their strength and handing it over to Cheetah. Through the secret technique of the Huxiu line, they merged their forces into this gray brilliance, aiming to help Wei-yang's power breakthrough to a higher level when he returns. After all, Wei-ong needed external force for a breakthrough. Since the realm of the 4 didn't suffice individually, but together, they held a possibility. Perhaps due to good fortune, the fusion of a small part of the 4 powers succeeded at once. This force would be enough for Wei-ong to advance a rank. If a second attempt were made, however, the required force would not only multiply several times, but also necessitate the fusion of rules. Each time the difficulty increased twofold, while the success rate of fusing the powers significantly decreased. All we can do is just this. I hope you will have a good life. Chi-Ti's figure slowly dissipated. His task was complete. What remained was continuously improving his abilities, waiting for the opportunity of the second force fusion. He must clear out the remaining heretics, and, after reaching the 9th stage, guard the array point at the frontier against the invasion of heretics. Has Master Wei-yang's aura strengthened? Yayo looked dubiously at Wei-ong on the table. In her perception, it seemed as if Wei Yang's presence suddenly grew. What? Stop staring, you're probably hallucinating. Once Master Wei Yong wakes up, I'll enhance his abilities. Tucker also felt some doubt, sensing again. In her perception, however, Wei Yang's current state was that of a corpse. Is it? Yayo was also somewhat puzzled. Could she really be hallucinating? Without minding much more, the two girls sat quietly inside the room, waiting for the awakening of this corpse. As a ray of morning sunlight shone, cracks appeared on the black mummy like eggshells breaking open. Crackling. More light came in, increasing the brightness of the whole room. The black shell covering was full of cracks now, revealing Wei Yang's body underneath. Snap! A crisp sound of breaking shell rang clearly in the mind, giving it a shock. Huff, huff. The slight breathing sounds, and the chest moving up and down, made Tucker feel as if a disaster had passed. Tears involuntarily sparkled in her eyes. Not seen for 2 years, their lives uncertain, but the moment when he renounced the path to survival to push her away seemed like yesterday. Master Wei Yong. Seeing the naked Wei Yong, Tucker's reminiscing face blushed faintly. Sister Kuer, stop looking. Let's move Master Wei Yong to the bed first. Yayo's cheeks were red as well. Her beautiful purple skin glowed under the redness, presenting an unusual beauty. Okay. Yayo, don't touch him unnecessarily. Tucker regained her senses and earnestly instructed. Sister Kuer, aren't you curious about Master Wei Yang's body? We can only imagine what books describe, but now. Yayo was shy, yet curiosity and excitement showed in her eyes. Okay, but only for a short while. Otherwise, it will truly be too embarrassing when Master Wei Yong awakens. Seeing Wei Yong like this, Tucker's inner curiosity continued to grow and wanted confirmation. Ugh, how long have I been asleep? Wei Yong opened his eyes, looking at the familiar yet slightly strange ceiling, feeling exceptionally slow mentally. Recalling, before falling asleep. Wait, it wasn't sleep. It seemed, he planned to return to the Western continent. Then, yes, hail and lightning. Hell, blocking his way. Although the harm wasn't noticeable, he became increasingly sleepy in such weather conditions, eventually sleeping. But why am I back home now? Did I get lucky, arriving in the Western continent, and immediately being picked up by someone? That doesn't seem right. Master Wei Yong, you finally awakened. A familiar surprised cry sounded in the room, causing a peculiar stir within Wei Yang's heart. Yayo, Tucker, you two, have you been doing well? Turning his head, he saw the two young ladies in the adjacent bed. They hadn't seen each other for 2 years, with their lives uncertain. Despite having 1,000 words to say, now that they were meeting again, they were at a loss for words. We're fine. The adults of the dragon tribe helped us inside the portal and sent us to the Western continent. Tucker's face turned slightly red, thankful that her exploration into the dark laws also stopped when Wei Yong was about to awaken, or else she would have been caught red-handed. Is that so? That's good. Where are my clothes? Wei Yong sighed in relief upon hearing the good luck the girls had experienced, releasing the oppressive feeling in his heart. However, why did he feel so comfortable? Tucker felt rather embarrassed, while Yayo even shrank back under the covers. Alright, get some rest. You two must be very tired. Wei Yong watched their reactions and couldn't help but silently laugh to himself. With a thought, a black curtain of light flowed out from his skin and transformed into clothing. Although sleeping naked might be comfortable, considering propriety between genders, it was better to dress properly. Besides, there was still uncertainty whether his body had fully returned to normal. The only thing comforting to Wei Yong was the sense of surging power and a faint hint of insight into darkness appearing in his mind. With this bit of insight, it became much easier to tap into the forces of the dark laws within his body. No longer would he need to rely solely on emotion to manipulate his powers as before. I'll go out for a walk. By the way, how long has it been? 2 years have passed. Yayo and I worried about you every day. 2 years? I see. Wei Yong felt a bit dizzy. He originally thought he had only slept for a little while. Unbeknownst to him, this sleep had lasted for 2 years. Sitting on the doorstep, he quietly gazed at the blue sky, his mind completely disordered. Nightfall came quickly, yet Wei Yong continued to blankly look at the sky. Tucker and Yayo silently prepared dinner, having received Black Wei Yang's message. The current Wei Yong had thoroughly altered his destiny, no longer suffering from the corrosion of the dark law, and restored his normal human bodily functions. Due to his strength reaching the 6th stage, although forcefully elevated, the strengthening effects of those spiritual energies on his body could not be ignored. Now, Wei Yong could fight against 4th stage beasts alone. So, the intentions of these two stunning beauties continuously brewed. A changed destiny meant that regardless of future developments in their relationship, they wouldn't suffer punishment from fate. His body's recovery implied. The ability to bear the next generation. Both beautiful women harbored deep feelings for quite a while. Maybe initially, it was just gratitude, but after going out and observing the realities of human nature, they realized that Wei Yong was indeed the most exceptional one. Don't space out. Lend me the dark seed. Black Wei Yang's voice rang out in Wei Yang's mind. Dark seed? You can take it if you want. Wei Yong slightly snapped back to reality, but in his heart, he really didn't want to talk with Black Wei Yong. What had happened over these 2 years? He wasn't sure. By the way, forgot to tell you, your Tiansha Solitary Star destiny has already been revised. Perhaps it won't take long, and Duan can send you back. Perhaps sensing Wei Yang's inner bewilderment, Black Wei Yong couldn't help but mention it. Revised is revised then. And what about them too? Can you bring them along? Maybe not. Duan's condition isn't good. He still needs to resist the infiltration of heterodox practitioners. Sending you back will consume almost all his strength. Alright, I understand. I have my own plans. You focus on your tasks first. Also, what exactly happened in these 2 years? Tell me. It feels like I just woke up from a nap, and everything seems unreal. Fine. Ending this brief mental communication, Wei-Yong couldn't help but glance at the 2 ladies inside the room. Changing destinies, after all, brought complications rather than simplicity. What needs to come will eventually arrive. Hey, Tak or Yayo, let's eat. Okay, Master Wei-Yong. Okay. The 2 responded emotionally touched. This new Wei-Yong was indeed different, though their hearts carried a subtle uneasiness. They weren't sure why. By the way, you know that my destiny has changed, right? Wei-Yong calmly asked while chewing flavorless beast meat. We know. Taker and Yayo unconsciously stopped their actions, holding their bowls with hearts that thudded incessantly. So, maybe I cannot be with you too. Pang. Clang. The bowl in Taker's hand instantly turned to powder and dissipated, while the bowl in Yayo's hand fell onto the table. Why? Taker angrily stood up and glared at Wei-Yong. Yayo hung her head, her pale purple pointed ears drooping limply. Perhaps it won't be long before I go back. I don't know how much time will be required, but he cannot take the 2 of you with me. So, we might as well not stay together to avoid additional worries. Wei-Yong also found it hard to say these words out loud, but this was something that needed to be faced at the moment. Even life and death were things Wei-Yong could accept calmly. Such a minor ripple was no big deal, just face it in peace. Master Wei-Yong, we are not. I understand, but what about after I leave? Would I really leave the 2 of you behind if you just see me as a fleeting wave in your long lifespans? I'd rather we had never met. I've finished eating, I have some things to do. Wei-Yong put down the bowl and returned to his bedroom, finding such a topic extremely heavy. He had tried his best to calm his own mind. Taker stood quietly, without clearing the leftover bowls from Wei-Yang's meal. Yayo also sat still, motionless. Though they hadn't spent much time together, how long does it take to confirm a relationship? The fastest could be just an instant. But now, it hadn't even begun and already seemed over. With their hearts already belonging to each other, why deny the chance to express this sentiment? She didn't understand. Sai, forgive me. I originally wanted to avoid entanglements. Is this what fate has in store? It's truly laughable. Wei-Yong bitterly laughed and quietly channeled the overwhelming power coursing through him. No wonder I am obsessed. Feeling an energy capable of destroying the world within him, naturally, without full control of his power, this sensation brought on the illusion of destroying the world. Yet that unique and strange feeling profoundly moved Wei-Yang's soul. The sense of possessing unparalleled power was so wondrous that it made him feel all-powerful. No, can't let myself swell with pride. Think about the previous tournament. I'm only 6th stage. Can't start thinking too highly of myself. Wei-Yong suppressed his swelling and manic thoughts as his heart began to settle. The memory of the genius competition wasn't too far in his past, and now he was merely a lowly 6th stage practitioner. No reason to swell with pride. Well, seems like I haven't mastered my powers yet, but how do I unleash them? Wei-Yong felt somewhat lost. This was akin to someone who'd never practiced martial arts suddenly bestowed with decades of internal strength. Powerful, yes, but clueless about control and use. Release it? Isn't it simple? Just imagine. The energy within your body isn't as difficult to manage as you think, all marked by your soul. If you imagine it, it'll appear. Black Wei-Yang's voice responded in Wei-Yang's mind. Imagine. Yes, whether magic or combat techniques, they all evolved based on imagination. Except innate skills which are derived purely from self-nature. Most depend on visualization, then documenting the path the energy follows within your body. That documented route becomes a combat technique. Alright, I'll give it a try. Wei-Yong closed his eyes, sensing the abnormal streams of energy flowing within him. A thought passed through his mind, and indeed, a small stream of energy followed his intent, moving slowly through his body. Wherever the energy flowed, his body seemed slightly reinforced. Truly, it feels like I'm getting addicted, similar to taking drugs. As waves of satisfaction swept through his body, accompanied by a gradual mental strengthening, Wei-Yong was nearly immersed in it. It's dawn already. Opening his eyes suddenly, he noticed the window brightening with dawn's light. No wonder strong practitioners often retreat into seclusion for centuries at a time. Getting up, he saw the familiar bedroom with its 2 beds. The bed next to it showed no signs of having been slept in, the covers neatly folded. Chapter 89. Choices and Purposes. My talent hasn't changed a bit. It's merely the transformation in my fate. I, apparently, am still destined to be lazy. Upon entering the room, as expected, Wei-Yong felt an insurmountable barrier looking at the 2 girls who had occupied his bed. Let's sleep like this for tonight. I'm already very tired. Lying on the bed that the 2 girls once slept in, though his heart was reluctant, the overwhelming sense of guilt still made Wei-Yong hesitate to act. Ignoring the soft reprimand. Perhaps doing so would hurt feelings, but maybe only in this way would future sorrows be minimized. The sun shone again over this small town with only 5 houses. I will leave for a while. Where are you going? Take me with you. Tauka looked at the expressionless Wei-Yong, her heart stung by pain. Hardly changing my fate. Now I'm at least a 6th stage powerhouse. It's time to go out and explore, otherwise, if I return without fully viewing this continent, there would be some regret. Why don't you take us along? Yayo looked at Wei-Yong with teary eyes. Tauka had told her that tears were a woman's ultimate weapon. No, this time no one can help me. I am, after all, from another world, and this is my trial. Wei-Yong watched Yayo's pitiful expression, not knowing when Tauka's rabbit ears also drooped to either side. Have peace of mind. This will likely be the last time. Once I return, Then I won't leave anymore, okay? You'd better keep your promise. Tauka didn't have much reaction, just quietly staring into Weiyang's eyes. Weiyang, without dodging, looked straight back at her. After thinking all night, he felt it sufficient to make up his mind. It wasn't hard for him to decide. All right, keep our word. If I don't come back. Before Weiyang could finish, both women had interrupted him and rushed into his arms. Remember to come back once a year, otherwise, wherever you are, we will find you. Even if it means breaking into pieces, we will find you anyway. All right. Weiyang hugged the bodies of the two girls lightly. He wasn't sure whether this journey would end in life or death, but he had no choice. This was the prerequisite condition for returning. Accomplish something monumental worthy of being recorded in history. I'm leaving. You don't need to follow me. I carry the seed of darkness within me. Even though my strength may be inferior to yours, I can sense where you two are. Therefore, wait for me. With that simple reply, Weiyang's body slid directly into his shadow. Although only at the 6th stage, one requires the power of 7th-stage rules to fly. Even though Weiyang currently possessed the forces of the darkness rule, flight was still slower than moving in pale space. As soon as Weiyang left, Tauka coldly began. Yayo, go back to the elven tribe. What? Yayo looked confused at Tauka. Because, I intend to, follow Lord Weiyang. What? Under Yayo's astonished gaze, a pitch-black figure emerged behind her, akin to a boiling ocean of blackness. As the dark figure stepped forward, droplets of blood continuously dripped from the torn edges of black threads. Sister Kuryu. Hehe, let me tell you, Lord Weiyang is truly very kind-hearted and good. However, being good doesn't bring one love, and I will make up for his regret. For this, I am willing to pay any cost. Trickles of blood flowed down from the corner of her mouth. Beads of sweat from her forehead signified how unwell Tauka was at this moment. This puppet of mine, you take it along. I must follow closely behind him. Regardless of the outcome, the one who should remain by his side must be me. Tauka's voice grew abnormally weak. The aura of an 8th-stage powerhouse gradually waned. Behind her, visibly diminishing black energy continued to dissipate and was captured by the tentacles emerging from the shadow behind her. The silhouette, similar to an ocean of blackness, gained more vitality. In short order, Tauka's breath had declined to that of a 7th-stage powerhouse, whereas the presence behind her reached the same tier. Black seas roiled endlessly on its person, forming a distinct human shape, resembling Tauka greatly save for the lack of rabbit ears. Sister Kur, let's stay here and wait, isn't it? Lord Weiyang agreed earlier. Yayo supported Tauka. The bunny-eared girl at present had lost all resistance. The detachment of the rule was akin to self-destruction at the core. While such destruction might be reparable, using celestial herbs, voluntarily stripping away the rule invites retaliation and disfavor from said rule. Being detested by the rule means greater damage will be taken when subjected to strikes from the corresponding rule. When facing enemies aligned with that rule, unless there's a complete superiority in realm or understanding, there's simply no chance of victory. A soft laughter echoed through every corner of the small Weiyang town, exuding an eerie charm that made all living creatures feel uneasy. As for this product of darkness, Yiyu, I entrust you to deliver it to Weiyang. He will handle it properly. Tauka's aura stabilized at the initial phase of the 7th stage, but there was no trace of rule power within her body. The black figure behind her gradually lost its darkness as well, its skin becoming increasingly similar to Tauka's, save for the absence of rabbit ears. In terms of demeanor, it exuded a sinister and evil aura. Had it not been for the intimidating 8th-stage presence of Yiyu, it might have already caused a backlash against Tauka. All right, Yiyu, take this away first. Once Master Weiyang sees her, he'll understand. I need to rest for a moment. With great effort, Tauka held herself up and took one last deep look at the dark being identical to her, yet so different. Major rules were always quite dominant, and never had anyone willingly abandoned them before. Now, Tauka had learned the price of relinquishment. She would be partially detached, existing as the embodiment of the rule. If left unmanaged, this rule-created entity would act on its own whim, such as eliminating other perceivers of rules or forcibly incorporating them into the rule, or perhaps consuming other rules, thereby unifying the rules of the Xuanhuan realm. At that point, without the need for any heterodox path cultivators, the Xuanhuan realm would destroy itself. Okay, take good rest. I'll leave now. Nightly, seeing Tauka's weakened but resolute figure, she flicked her hand with a flash of black light that transformed into ropes, binding the dark Tauka tightly. Despite her wicked smile, she was swiftly submerged into the shadow on the ground, pursuing Master Weiyang with an eerie grace. Still don't know where to go. Weiyang stepped out from the shadow, gazing at the bustling ancient western capital, yet feeling not a bit of belonging. Hey, customer, what would you like to drink? I'll have a mug of beer. Sure thing, please wait a moment. Sitting at an outdoor tavern, Weiyang watched crowds pass along the streets, energies like do qi or spiritual forces flying about, while faintly sensing aromatic plant essences wafting around. Occasionally, human silhouettes darted across the sky. This is what the world truly looks like, isn't it? Sipping this barley wine which tasted somewhat like beer from his past life, Weiyang indulged in watching quietly, though the faint tinge of dissatisfaction emanating from the bracelets on both hands prodded him. He felt doing something meaningful was essential to make the most of this journey through worlds. It's enough now. I've seen all there is to see of Muse's city. Weiyang left a gold coin, melding into the shadows of the ground, disappearing once more. He just left? Really? As soon as Weiyang disappeared, Yiyu's voice resonated in this little tavern, then everything fell silent again. I suppose it's time to head to the eastern continent. What I really want to learn is the cultivation route anyway. Traversing forests, entering seas, Weiyang rapidly weaved through shadows. Not too far behind, Yiyu silently watched Weiyang's retreating silhouette. Master Weiyang, take care of yourself this time. Yiyu pushed the darkened form of Tauka forward, then turned and departed. Tauka was too weak now, so she could only follow until here. What the hell? Following a burst of malicious laughter, darkened Tauka abruptly embraced Weiyang, vanishing into the pale void. Master Weiyang, I've long harbored feelings for you. Tauka, no, where are your ears? Kindness that gets one nowhere. No need for her. Now, I'll be with you forever. You may call me Morna because I am the first part of you to interact directly. Fusing into your body is me. Morna gave Weiyang an insidious grin, her eyes flashing black light. A surge of memories flowed into Weiyang's mind. It was their very first contact, the encroachment of the dark rule upon the faith spirit bracelet when Weiyang met Black Weiyang. Now, from a third-person perspective, Weiyang saw himself endure the erosion by the dark rule. When he fell asleep, dark ink-like liquid trickled from beneath him, slowly solidifying into a vague human shape. Not Black Weiyang, but more like the silhouette of a woman, albeit too blurred. Then, a faint glimmer of light flashed over Weiyang's forehead, reabsorbing the somewhat feminine black fluid back into his body. This was our first meeting, but he interrupted us. So later, I found a way to separate him. Morna's sinister smile faded, replaced with a complex expression as she looked at Weiyang in silence. So, Black Weiyang separated from me because of you? Who exactly are you, and what do you intend to do? As for me, my name is Morna, but the world also knows me as the Dark Rule. My intention is simple. I wish to return to the main world, just like you. But you're not. You mean the Xuanhuan Dao? No. Among all, only I, the Dark Rule, had bad luck. In the collision and fracture of the main world, I was unfortunately separated, accompanying this fragment of the main world, drifting in the seam of the universe. You know, heretics, they're like garbage disposers, constantly recycling various fragments in the seam of the universe. To be honest, I'm quite surprised that Xuanhuan has managed to hold out this long. However, now with a rule force missing from the main world, the era of lawlessness is inevitable. Everything dependent on darkness will gradually fade away. The cut of the mysterious break place pulled you over from the main world to achieve its goal of returning, and now you are about to return too. Naturally, I must go back as well. Morna stared deeply at Weiyang, her pupils like black whirlpools, captivating yet daunting. The era of lawlessness? The disappearance of darkness, I see. Since you're the main world's rule, then... Ho, different worlds come with different constraints. It's the Earth's restriction. Earth? I've said it, you probably can't comprehend. A round heaven, a square Earth, it's not a lie. Morna glanced disdainfully at Weiyang. In short, here I simply cannot use my power. There's no way. I could only rely on Xuantian's constructed dark box rule to avoid decomposition. I know that whether it be Xuantian or Cut, there is but one way to go back. Thus, I have been waiting until now, until you've come, giving me hope at last. Good to see hope then. Now can you please let me go first? Also, we've reached the eastern continent. I want to go out and take a look. He'd gathered enough information. Weiyang felt his body was numb all over. It wasn't bad being held by a woman, but his blood vessels were blocked, right? He was tingling all over, as if millions of ants were biting him. Unbearable. He was struggling but remained tightly bound, almost suffocating. Eastern continent. You want to cultivate? That makes sense. After all, the cultivation methods here are not the righteous path. Tao, the origin of strength. If you wish to cultivate the Tao, I can teach you, but you must enter into a soul contract with me. A contract? Tell me more. When you leave this world, you must take me with you. Back to the main world. Then you'll forget my existence. Is that all? Yes, that's all. Alright, I agree. Good. Then I'll begin binding the contract. Bear with me. Morna looked at Weiyang with an enigmatic smile. See my? Damn. What is this? An excruciating pain suddenly surged in his brain, as if someone was crazily drilling into his temple with an electric drill. His entire head buzzed with unbearable pain. Binding a contract, endure. You didn't say it would hurt so much. Grass. My. See. In the white void, Weiyang's screams, curses, pleas for mercy echoed ceaselessly. Finally, they dwindled into helpless wails of anguish. Just binding a contract. Must it be so terrible? Here, eat something first. Morna handed a roasted fish to Weiyang. At this moment, Weiyang's dull eyes gazed at the burning fire before him. Although a week had passed, the deep, piercing pain still occasionally jabbed at his mind. At every moment, it was as if someone kept stirring inside his brain with a stick. Agony, dizziness, nausea, blood surging up, countless discomforts endlessly tormented him. Still sane, Weiyang hadn't gone mad, considering how far he'd opened his perspective instead of committing suicide. Just set it aside, I won't eat. Chapter 90, The Beginning of a Dream. After giving Morna a faint reply, it had been half a month since the covenant was formed. Each time he thought back on it, it would make Weiyang's whole body tremble. How long can this embodiment of darkness last? Probably over a year. Autonomous rules, much like rule souls. Only my situation is special. If not for this rabbit-eared girl making up her mind this time, I could have only quietly watched the pale world outside of darkness. Without any further indication in his reply, Weiyang had nothing more to say. Finding topics at random would only make things increasingly awkward. There was no choice but to start understanding the great cosmic sorcery that Morna had entrusted him with. The so-called great cosmic sorcery means Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three beget all things. The basis of all spells lies in the Tao. The Tao itself is this ineffable law governing the universe, the cycles of life and death, karma, fate weaving, heaven predestined, grasping, understanding, utilizing spiritual power conversion, then using these principles to achieve one's purpose. This is cultivation. However, specific divisions still follow the same pattern, roughly refining the body and establishing a foundation, forming elixirs and cultivating the spirit, traversing calamities and ascending. To overcome each stage, one must train their disposition, strengthen their soul, and harden their physical form. Physical training depends on medicines, essence, and day-in day-out practice. Spiritual strength relies on meditation, recovery after exertion, and some rare celestial treasures. The most crucial aspect, the cultivation of one's nature, serves as a measuring board for one's own power. Once the growth of one's strength outpaces the development of their nature, the inflated power will gradually change a person, leading them to become arrogant, narrow-minded, or even reckless. A year? Fine. Hee, I definitely won't stay here with you for an entire year. Once you reach the early stages of body refinement, you should go out and experience things yourself. 6th-tier warriors and magicians here. The concentration of energy here cannot match that of the main world. If you want to retain your strength upon returning, then by the time you've completed body refinement, you should be able to withstand 5th-rank forces. To put it simply, it means being able to bear the impact of a missile with just your flesh and blood. Morna reclined leisurely in the white space, legs crossed nonchalantly, speaking indifferently. 5th rank? Is there no way to skip body refinement? Weiyang was somewhat shocked, realizing that at 5th rank, one could resist missiles in xuanhuan world. You can, but then, you'll just be a fragile long-range mage, spending the time you'd use on body refinement meditating or harnessing your soul energy. You've seen those types of netherworld realms, right? Training soul powers should allow you to enter pretty quickly. But, in the future, you'll just be a squishy mage. Once any cultivator gets close to you, you'll be instantly defeated. Alright then, teach me how to cultivate soul force. After hearing this, Weiyang found it wasn't completely unacceptable. Just having a weak body wouldn't matter since he wasn't planning on engaging in violent battles. Why worry? That isn't exactly. Alright, stop wasting time. Hurry up and tell me. Body refinement is too strenuous and takes too long. I need to focus on gathering essence and laying a foundation. Morna was taken aback. Since she gained a shred of consciousness, she had met many cultivators who did not undergo thorough body refinement, either because they were forced to spend time absorbing essence due to insufficient talent, or injured during body refinement with inadequate resources for healing, or received poor returns from early body refinement. Those who persisted through body refinement until ascension were very few, and they often did so because they had been forcibly deprived of the opportunity. Even if they chose to train their bodies later, body potential was among the easiest aspects to break through within limits of talent, destiny, and the soul. Now, however, Weiyang wanted her to quickly pass on her method for absorbing essence so that he could lay the foundations hurriedly, completely forsaking body refinement, a first in history. After all, body refinement was the fundamental source of physical might. What's wrong? Can't you just give it up? I don't want to refine my body, and I don't want to ascend. Cultivation is merely for longevity and living freely. Other than that, I have no aspirations. You fine. However, there's a lot of data. Brace yourself. Before Weiyang could react, Morna's finger had already touched his forehead. A soft sensation followed by intense tearing pain came swiftly. Then his eyes went dark. His body's protective mechanism forced him into unconsciousness rather than risk brain death from the massive influx of information. Of course, the feint might also have been Morna's doing. A chi practitioner who never refined their body. Not bad. Morna glanced at Weiyang with great interest. This pale dark space was originally the result of her fleeting anger, which had veiled the internal space of the dark principle. The original interior of the dark principle left one devoid of all senses, sticky and inexplicably chilling, but the spatial strength in xuanhuan world was weak. Morna had effortlessly covered the core realm of the principles. I wonder how long your dream will last. Morna said meaningfully. Anyway, Weiyang wouldn't hear it. Ugh, what hit me? Why does my head hurt so much? Weiyang woke up groggily, feeling dizzy. You're awake. A sweet voice sounded, and a beautiful young girl walked in. Weiyang involuntarily shivered. Though this girl felt familiar to him, the chill emanating from deep within his soul made him hesitate to approach her easily. What's wrong? Did you get concussed during the mountain hunt? The girl teased as she looked at Weiyang's confused face, concern mingled with tenderness. She sat gently by his bedside, lifting him up and cradling his head on her thighs, massaging it softly. Who are you? Weiyang was more puzzled than ever, but his mind was a complete blank. What hunting? What concussion? What situation? You never mind. Rest first. Looks like you hit your head. After taking some medicine, you'll feel better. Seeing Weiyang's bewildered expression, the girl looked worried and sad, but soon hid it, forcing a strained smile. Gently laying Weiyang back down, she slowly stepped out of the ancient wooden cabin. What's happened to me? Weiyang gazed blankly at the wooden ceiling above. A mosquito net made of fine gauze carefully hung there. Clearly, this was the master bedroom. Doctor Who, my husband. It's fine, he just lost his memory. I have a century-old ginseng root. I'll bring it over later for him to make a soup. But since he lost his memory, his inherited cultivation method is likely gone too. I understand. Thank you, Doctor Who. No problem, no problem. You two living so deep in the mountains. If it weren't for the time you gifted that human form ginseng to me, I wouldn't have entered Divine Dr. Valley either. Now, it's time for me to repay you. Live well, and remember, cultivation can always be recovered. As long as you're alive and well, I'm off now. Lately, there have been more people injured by ferocious beasts in the lower mountains, and my two disciples can't handle it alone. Okay, Doctor Who, please walk slowly. Good. The conversation outside the door left Wei Yong even more perplexed. A century-old ginseng wasn't hard to understand, but what were cultivation and transformation? What was all this about? Wait, cultivation. SS shit. As soon as he thought about it, an excruciating pain shot through his brain, as if someone had pried open his skull and violently stirred inside with their hand. What happened? Don't scare me, Wei Yong. Hearing his cry of pain, the girl rushed back into the room, watching as Wei Yong turned deathly pale, drenched in sweat, tears brimming in her eyes. Huff, huff, huff. I'm okay, don't worry. I won't die. Just remembered something, and it caused a headache. After barely enduring it, Wei Yong, seeing the sincere care in the girl's eyes, felt himself relax. An overwhelming wave of fatigue followed, and he fell unconscious again, though this time, he faintly remained aware of the outside world. A gentle hand touched his forehead, changing his clothes, feeding him chicken soup. After drinking it, Wei Yong could feel streams of warmth coursing through his abdomen. The headache gradually subsided, allowing him to slowly organize the fragmented information flooding his mind. Cultivation, or precisely speaking, true cultivation, divided into 10 stages: refining the body, emptiness and void, strengthening the spirit, founding the base, golden pellet, spiritual infant, dividing the spirit, crossing the tribulation, great multiplication, and ascension. During the body refinement phase, all one needed to do was train the body until it could crush stones into powder, barely meeting the standard. In the emptiness stage, one must find the self, more specifically, the soul, and utilize the soul's power to sense the surroundings, achieving a state where one can live without reliance on sight. For strengthening the spirit, some extraordinary experiences were required, rare herbs, exceptional occurrences. By amplifying one's spiritual force, one could try to establish the base. Once the base was established, one would have preliminarily transcended the mortal realm and officially entered the cultivation world as a cultivator. Details of subsequent stages could be discussed later. Seems like I'm currently in the emptiness stage. Wei Yong thought that, although he was in a light coma and unable to move, his perception of the outside world was slowly expanding. It was like a black and white radar detection system. First came his own body surface, then the bed, next the area 1 meter around him, then 1.5 meters, 2 meters. Finally, it encompassed the entire house, after which progress slowed significantly, but continued to increase bit by bit. After lying down for 3 days, Wei Yong opened his eyes on the morning of the 4th day. He looked at the beautiful young girl lying next to him. Not exactly a young girl. During those 3 days, he had somewhat preliminarily accepted her as the wife whose memory he'd lost. Rest well. You've worked hard. Wei Yong gently tried to rise and kiss her forehead, but somehow couldn't bring himself to do it. What I need to do now is understand my surroundings, look for my memories, and then go hunting maybe. Quietly latching the simple wooden door behind him, Wei Yong stepped outside and saw the 2 patches of land that had been cultivated, where green vegetables and chives grew vibrantly. Behind the wooden house stood a chicken coop housing chickens, ducks, and geese. Further back was likely a water source, because every day his wife would go there with a bucket to fetch water. The path leading downhill should be to the right. On this mountain road lined with bamboo, pine trees, and shrubs, Wei Yong walked, and the feeling of guilt towards her in his heart became increasingly deep. Suddenly, the trail opened up, the trees gradually growing sparse, and patches of fields and rice paddies appeared. A stream flowed nearby from a ditch not far from Wei Yong. What a secluded paradise. Looking far into the fields toward the earthen houses, wooden houses, small bridges over streams, wisps of cooking smoke floating about, surrounded by little mountains, with a clear spring at the center of the fields, such a tranquil morning made it resemble an earthly fairyland. Huh? Wei Yong, how did you come down here? Not too far away at a corner, a middle-aged man carrying a bamboo basket was surprised to see Wei Yong, who just 3 days ago had been so physically weak. Even after drinking the 100-year-old ginseng soup, there was no way he could have gotten up yet. You are Doctor Who, right? Recognizing this middle-aged man from the sound he remembered, Wei Yong matched voices with faces. It was Doctor Who. Stretch out your hand. Let me take your pulse first. Otherwise, if something went wrong, I wouldn't be able to explain. Doctor Who didn't hesitate to grab Wei Yong's left hand, using his left hand as support while checking the pulse with his right hand, in one smooth motion. Although your pulse is still somewhat weak, overall, it's fine. But your body is still too frail, and your soul spirit is in total disarray. Rest more. From the looks of it, you probably recalled something, which prompted you to come down. Right. Wei Yong was somewhat shocked inside. Could a pulse-taking diagnose so many things? Soul spirit? What's that? Follow me. Even during the daytime, don't easily go down the mountain. The ferocious beasts have been very restless recently. Otherwise, this accident shouldn't have happened to you. Doctor Who, what exactly happened this time? Oh right, your soul suffered heavy damage. All your vital energy was used to save your life. I'll tell you at my place first. Let me put these herbs away properly, otherwise, their efficacy will dissipate significantly. While we're at it, I'll give you some medicine to take home. Alright, Wei Yong followed Doctor Who along the mountainside trail. Not far from the foot of the mountain stood a large brick house with a courtyard, artificial hills, covering an area of 800 square meters. Above the main gate hung a signboard, Divine Dr. Valley. Come in. Once I get busy, I may not be able to take care of you. 3 talents. For happinesses, it's time to get up. Upon entering, Doctor Who shouted loudly. In response, 2 children's voices came from one of the rooms in the row of side chambers. Let's go. My 2 disciples are too lazy even to gather medicinal herbs, so I have to come myself. Doctor Who led Wei Ong into the hall. Ask away. After all, I'm only a doctor. I don't know much about cultivation. Doctor Who set the bamboo basket down and sat by a diagnostic table beside him. Doctor Who, first, it's about me. You, family name Xiao, given name Wei Ong, originally from Longtan village in Puzhou, expelled from the Xiao family, practicing the clan's cultivation method. Your wife, family name In, given name Morna. Back then, you were falsely accused by the young master of the Xiao family and expelled. When you saw the servants nearly beat a small beggar to death, you kindly saved them. As for the rest, I'm unclear, but anyway, the 2 of you ended up together. That? What that? With someone as good as Morna by your side, consider yourself lucky. Haha. So the reason I got into trouble this time was... Chapter 91, hastily concluded. This time, you encountered an extremely rare animal surge. Animal surge? Yes, for some unknown reason. The Longji mountain where you are deep in this mountain range has suddenly seen a violent outburst of ferocious beasts. You didn't have time to dodge and fell off the mountain. When we found you, you were already gravely injured and barely breathing. I can't remember. Wei Ong tried to associate things, but alas, his mind remained entirely blank. If you can't remember, don't force it. Remember to take your medicine and go home soon. If your wife doesn't see you, she'll probably search the whole mountain for you. Doctor Who said rather enviously, not knowing what good fortune Wei Ong had encountered to have such a caring wife. All right, doctor, farewell. Looking at the large package of Chinese medicine that Doctor Who handed over, Wei Ong hesitated slightly, then took the medicine without much more to say or ask. It was truly time for him to leave. I hope you never wake up again. Doctor Who watched Wei Ang's retreating figure with a very strange expression on his face. Tap tap tap. The sound of rapidly running footsteps reached his ears, making Wei Ong curiously look towards the forest path ahead. With trees blocking his view, he could only tell that someone was coming. Unsurprisingly, it would be an Mo Na since only the 2 of them lived halfway up the mountain. Sure enough, seeing the breathtakingly beautiful woman rushing over in evident concern made Wei Ong feel a wave of warmth in his heart. You. How did you wander outside? I couldn't find you anywhere. You scared me half to death. What am I supposed to do if something happens to you? Her tone of reproach carried a sob as her punches against Wei Ang's chest were so careful and powerless. Her deep sense of injustice made Wei Ong realize that he had really done wrong. Well, let's go home. It won't happen again. Hugging the tearful, aggrieved little wife tightly, gently patting her back, Wei Ong whispered some commonplace yet extraordinarily warm words. Just so you know, you're not allowed to run around recklessly anymore. Otherwise. And Mo Na propped herself up in Wei Ang's embrace with a flushed face, cutely threatening yet unable to find any words. She was, after all, a homeless person. Even if Wei Ong left unexpectedly, where else could she go? All right, I won't run around recklessly anymore. Wherever I go, I'll bring you with me. Never separating. Yeah, never separating. Having obtained the result she wanted, Mo Na wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and snatched the large bag of Chinese medicine from Wei Ang's hands. I'll go home first and boil the medicine for you. The food is on the table. You can eat first. Seeing the young girl who just finished crying and pouting bounce away a second later. How many incense sticks must I have burned in my past life? Muttering this inexplicably, Wei Ong also quickened his steps homeward. 3 months passed. Mo Na, let's go check on the traps hall. Stop fixing yourself up. Wei Ong looked at Mo Na combing her hair and stretching her eyeliner inside the house, feeling quite helpless. He didn't know why, but his seemingly perfect wife liked to dress up wherever they went. Though there was a slight feeling of uneasiness in his heart, Wei Ong didn't dwell too much on it, as dwelling too much made his head hurt. All right, let's go. Mo Na affectionately looped her arm through Wei Ang's as the 2 walked along the forest trail into the mountains. Chirp chirp. How is there a rabbit? Wei Ong looked curiously at the snow-white rabbit that suddenly hopped onto the road. Rabbit. Mo Na saw the rabbit blocking their way, and a flash of shock crossed her eyes. Chirp. Wei Ong master, wake up. Dream. Above the rabbit, the shadow of a woman gradually appeared, carrying a tone of inexplicable sorrow, piercing through Wei Ang's heart. You are? Ta. Before Wei Ong could finish his almost spoken sentence, the shadow slowly faded away. Husband, are you alright? A pair of warm hands touched Wei Ang's forehead, interrupting his thoughts. I'm fine. Just now. Maybe because I've been a bit tired recently, I'm seeing illusions. Wei Ong rubbed his forehead and stared at the direction the rabbit had left, yet the suffocating heartache that just occurred disappeared without a trace, like an illusion. You should rest well lately. After all, you've only just recovered. Alright, let's continue moving forward and see if we've gained anything today. Okay. Supporting each other, the 2 continued to advance deeper into the forest, a vivid picture of husband and wife strolling hand in hand among the woods. It seems your plan has hit a snag. As Mo Na and Wei Ong walked together, a male voice came from somewhere near them. Variable? There's no variable in your creation again? I've told you long ago that there's no need to attempt to imitate the creation of such uncertain race as humans. Have you ever thought of the one who sacrificed his own body to break through the obstruction of the otherworldly beings and stood before you? Indeed, this primordial Tao body does have some tricks up its sleeve. Although I only mimicked a tenth or two of it, the endless possibilities have already surpassed my control. The male voice carried a slight sigh. These strange creatures named humans were what Na's this Tao rule origin had informed him. Well, your plan should be put on the agenda now. Although this dream-like life is wonderful, staying by an uninteresting person like this is tiring too. Ho ho, then I will bother you to endure a little longer. Just now, your avatar's soul dissipated, precisely nurturing his soul. The probability of communicating with the main world has increased somewhat. If more souls of your creations are willing to sacrifice for nurturing, we might greatly reduce the time spent. Don't be greedy after gaining benefits. Beings that can sacrifice their souls for others are not common. This is also one of the variables. Hurry up and pave the subsequent immortal path. The theme of the great world isn't here in this pastoral setting. I understand. Immortal way, Tao, Buddha, devil, truly magnificent. After the male voice sighed, it went silent. Communicating with the main world, how easy is that? Na noticed with her peripheral vision that beside her, Wei-Ong was becoming gradually solid due to the nourishment from Taker's dissipated soul. All right, it's a pretty good harvest. 2 rabbits, 1 deer, let's go home. Okay. Wei-Ong carried the deer on his shoulder and grabbed both rabbit ears walking in front of Na, while the lingering annoyance in his heart made him feel inexplicably irritable. Time passed quickly. It's been over a year. My guess is, I probably won't recover. Wei-Ong closed his eyes, using divine consciousness to perceive the outside world, but it didn't extend further after a long wait. To include just his courtyard was already the limit. For sensing the spiritual essence flow, he had no clue at all. What's wrong? Still unable to sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Yeah, maybe I don't have the edge to pursue immortality. Although my divine consciousness is stronger than ordinary people's, I have absolutely no idea about perceiving the spiritual essence. Wei-Ong helplessly stood up and looked at this quiet companion, feeling quite helpless inside. It was truly a big joke that he had strong divine consciousness, yet couldn't progress because he couldn't sense spiritual energy. It was as if the path to immortality had been cut off. I heard that Kunlun Mountain has residences of immortals. I'll ask the immortals to come back. Na, seeing Wei-Ang's troubled look, needed to care and share worries as a wife, proposed a reasonable suggestion with a worried face. Kunlun, that's extremely far away. Wei-Ong recalled, Kunlun, the far west, where the heavenly gate lies. Immortals naturally reside there abundantly, but just the 2 of them estimate would encounter countless difficulties reaching Kunlun, not mentioning the thousands of miles journey. Even crossing mountains, rivers, cliffs, fierce beasts, wouldn't be easily achievable by normal people. Wait, Kunlun, why is it so familiar? Ouch! Intense stabbing pain and a vivid image of a blue water planet forced its way into his mind. The Milky Way galaxy, Earth, China, hometown. One term after another mixed with pictures continuously flooded in. Wei-Ong could do nothing but endure the pain, occasionally letting out low, wild growls. We succeeded, linked up. Na, get ready, we're about to ascend. So fast. What about this dream world then? Since we're connected, this dream world doesn't matter anymore. We were originally rootless water in the cracks of this world. Sooner or later, we'd be worn out by the otherworldly beings. Does a dream world matter? That's true. Na watched Wei-Ong lying motionless on the ground, her tender gaze gradually fading, and her figure slowly disappeared in this idyllic paradise. As time passed, countless ink gushed out from beneath Wei-Ong, and this space became chaotic. Ripple-like waveforms continuously spread out like broken mirrors, splitting apart the space wherever they went. The ink erased everything it touched like an eraser, leaving behind gray-white emptiness. Waveforms passed by, fragmenting the space bit by bit. Cut. Have you found the location? Na arrived at a colorful space. This was Xuantian's Tian Dao space, and she was Shantian. Wei-Ang's soul floated in midair, flickering faint fluorescent light. There was never any Shantian world, no such thing as a Bing Dan Jurdi. It was all but fleeting clouds and delusions. Na and Wei-Ong were merely 2 pitiful souls struggling at the brink of death. The location has been found. 1,000 years from now, we can set off. A nearly transparent, humanoid gel-like entity responded. Its hand was still inserted into Wei-Ang's head, resembling congealing jelly, yet existing in a semi-solid, semi-illusory state. It was quite peculiar. Then why haven't we departed? What are we waiting for? We're waiting for his dream world to dissipate. In that moment, the previous heretic will devour the power of this world, and I will save much effort. Fine. Na stared expressionlessly at the diminishing fluorescence inside Wei-Ong. This being had completely dissipated. Neither the river of time nor the force of fate could save him anymore, because this was the consequence of being dissolved by cosmic rules. As for her, she represented the dark rule, personification of all darkness. The faint glow formed a strand, drifting and scattering like light fibers within an optic cable. It slowly moved toward the boundless dark void of the universe. Against its luminous backdrop, one might still notice that the black starry sky seemed to have shaped into a ring. No, it was this very filament of light piercing through the ink-black firmament, opening a hole. Well, let's go, kid. At the end of your life, I curse you with the way of heaven. This is not the end. The gel man transformed into a long thread, attaching himself to the glow, vanishing instantaneously from the colorful space and heading somewhere among the stars. Hee, you're the first living being to receive a way of heaven curse before dying, but you'll also be the last. Emona chuckled lightly, turning herself into a small speck of black light and floating gently with the glow toward the cosmos. The end.